at the 5th Great River Nation's Tianfeng City Academy, in a certain classroom. While his classmates were extremely anxious about the upcoming awakening ceremony, this young man calmly sat looking out the window. The thing is, 10 years ago, Zhangze transmigrated from Earth to this world full of demonic creatures. Here, humans fight them by awakening their talents. Human talents are also divided into 7 levels, from D rank to SSS rank. The higher the rank, the greater the power, and killing demonic creatures becomes simpler. Only those who awaken an A-rank talent have a hope of passing the grandest trial for powerful individuals. Currently, there are only 10 minutes left until the awakening. Honor or disgrace. Everything will be decided in this moment. Zhangze pressed a button on his watch, and instantly the watch shot out a lightning bolt. Immediately after, the surrounding space also changed, catching him off guard. But as soon as he opened his eyes, a little elf girl appeared, welcoming him to the demon realm. She was his guiding spirit. Zhangze nervously wondered if this was the beginner's training ground for the demon realm. The elf girl then asked him to kindly choose a name and attire to use for the demon realm. Zhangze had already prepared beforehand. Name Rakshasa, masked attire. He thought to himself, everyone says the demon realm is very dangerous, so it's best to hide his true identity from everyone. The little elf girl happily granted his request. In a flash, the elf released energy that enveloped Zhangze's body. That energy transformed into a black outfit, making him look incredibly cool at that moment. The little elf girl began to give instructions. Rakshasa, we are now awakening your talent. You just need to place your hand on the crystal ball, and your talent will automatically display on it. Following the instructions, Zhangze also placed his hand on the crystal ball. At this moment, all he wished for was to awaken an A-rank talent. The crystal ball began to glow, and he shouted loudly, "Give me A-rank." The crystal ball grew brighter and brighter, but then the light suddenly flickered out, leaving Zhangze completely bewildered. Seeing no further activity from the crystal ball, he immediately asked the elf if that was it, and what rank his talent ultimately was. The elf looked at the crystal ball with a surprised expression. Her silence made him turn pale. Cold sweat poured out, his face twisted in anxiety. Could it be that he hadn't awakened any rank? But reality was stranger than dreams. Zhangze had actually awakened an SSS-Rank talent. Hearing the elf girl speak, he couldn't believe what he was hearing. The elf girl then said that Zhangze had awakened an SSS-Rank skill talent, a type of skill that only existed in legends. And in this world, no one had ever seen someone possess such an outstanding skill. Zhangze was truly too lucky. After hearing that, Zhangze's heart soared with joy. Even awakening an S-rank talent would be enough to get into prestigious universities. His future was wide open. And yet, he had awakened an SSS-rank talent. This meant he finally had the chance to change his destiny. The elf pointed to the information panel in front of them, stating that it was the guide for Zhangze's summoning talent, and told him to look it up himself later. The information panel displayed his attributes. Summoning SSS rank level 1. Experience 0 out of 1000. Cost 10 HP. Cooldown 60 seconds. Effect: after killing a target, a clone of that target can be summoned. The clone is identical to the original, has no time limit, can level up, and can be promoted up to the 5th stage. Zhangze was astonished after reading it. This summoning spell was too overpowered. 1 level of summoning can summon 10 clones. 2 levels of summoning can summon 30 clones. Just kill 1 monster, and another monster can be summoned. If that's the case, then he can form a monster army to lead a boss legion in the future? Just thinking about it made him ecstatic. Then he pressed a button on the panel to view the character sheet first. The information panel displayed the character sheet. Name Rakshasa. ID: C Nation 24751176. HP 100. Stamina 100. Damage 1 to 10. Speed, Strength, Constitution, Agility are all 10 out of 10. Only Spirit is November 10th. SSS rank 1st stage summoning skill. No equipment. Overall rating Novice. He was a bit surprised after seeing it. Was his mental power higher than normal because he was a transmigrator? Afterward, the elf waved goodbye to Zhangze as her mission concluded. the demonic creatures began to dissipate, revealing the clear blue sky and sunlight. Below was a vast arena with 4 pillars transmitting lightning to each other. A female teacher raised her hand and said loudly, "Newbies, come over here quickly. We are teachers from the Demonic Creature Management Bureau, responsible for explaining knowledge about demonic creatures to all of you." But the students seemed not to hear the female teacher, as they were chatting noisily. Zhang Zhe couldn't help but feel excited seeing so many new people. With so many people, this truly felt like the real demon realm. At this moment, the students surrounded a young man, continuously praising him. He pointed at his face, smiled proudly, and introduced himself as Great Strength Fist, with an A-rank talent. The 2 people next to him couldn't help but admire him after hearing that. Although their talents were B-rank, they were already very satisfied. They didn't expect someone to awaken an A-rank talent. It was truly admirable. Another person felt inferior about their D-rank skill and knelt down, crying loudly. The strict teacher said, "Everyone line up. We will now start distributing weapons." After a while, the new students formed a neat line and received their weapons one by one. The teacher instructed them to absolutely remember, the demon realm is not a game. Death is the end. He had seen many people come to the demon realm with a playful mindset, and of course, these people eventually paid a heavy price. The demon realm is both a battlefield and a lawless place. New students must not only guard against demonic beasts, but also against other humans. Here, scammers and murderers are everywhere. For your own safety, you cannot easily trust anyone. The female teacher, holding a stack of documents, also chimed in. Also, everyone must remember that if you want to leave the demon realm, you must return to the altar here. Only at the altar can you return. It was Zhang Ze's turn to receive a weapon. He wore a black cloak and a hat that covered his face. The teacher, while writing in the document, asked Zhang Ze to register his talent rank first, then choose his weapon. Upon hearing the teacher's question, he stated that his talent rank was D. He secretly thought, luckily he had hidden his talent level earlier. In the demon realm, people's hearts are treacherous. Even with high talent, one fears being stabbed in the back. Becoming strong first is the true path to power. The male teacher asked Zhang Ze what weapon he wanted, and he chose a bow and arrow. Those below him quietly mocked his talent rank. Zhang Ze received a bow and a quiver of arrows. This was a long-range weapon. Although its attack power was not high, it was quite safe. At the same time, the system panel displayed the attributes of the bow. Sturdy wooden longbow, D-grade quality, damage 10 to 20. Special effect none. Durability 100/100. The teacher looked at him and said meaningfully, "The cautious will live longer." After a while, the teacher wiped the sweat from her forehead and sighed in relief. Finally, all the weapons had been distributed. Among these people, only 3 had awakened A-rank talents or higher. It was truly getting worse than the previous batch. On this side, the new students excitedly ran into the forest, shouting loudly, "Watch me, kids. Dad's going to wreak havoc everywhere." Meanwhile, Zhang Ze was practicing archery on a target, unaware that he had caught the teacher's eye. Zhang Ze looked at the arrows he shot. Only one hit the bullseye. This bow and arrow were harder to control than he imagined. After shooting so many arrows, only one hit the bullseye. In real combat, he wouldn't have so many opportunities to make mistakes. Now, he didn't even have a single summoned creature. He absolutely could not take risks. First, he had to improve his archery skills, and then look for an opportunity to act and try to summon his first demonic creature. After a very long time, the number of arrows he had shot was countless. Zhang Ze's eyes were resolute as he looked forward. He straightened his back, fixed his gaze on the bullseye, and then drew the bowstring. He shot an arrow straight at the bullseye. The arrow flew like a bolt, embedding itself directly in the center. Seeing this, Zhang Ze breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, the system displayed Proficiency Level 4, Accuracy 80%. On Zhang Ze's hands, visible scratches from archery practice could be seen. When he felt it was good enough, Zhang Ze pulled up his face covering and entered the forest. Two demonic beasts with fierce faces and glowing red eyes. One demonic beast had a flame-like mark on its forehead and golden eyes. Demon Realm Stage 1 includes various demonic creatures. Violent Beast, agile, good at dodging, low defense. Lava Turtle, high defense, thick HP, but extremely slow. Shadow Wolf, the boss of Demon Realm Stage 1 demonic creatures, agile, high attack. Haunting Paralysis skill, creates 5 consecutive attacks on the target, simultaneously adding burning and bleeding effects. At this moment, 2 new students were chased and attacked by a lava turtle, causing them to panic and cry loudly for help. The lava turtle aggressively chased after the 2 new students, frightening them, making their faces turn pale as they cried out in terror. Then it stomped hard on the ground, causing the 2 new students to lose their balance and be thrown backward. The lava turtle roared and raised its leg, preparing to stomp the new student to death, scaring him into quickly raising his hands to block. Before it could stomp him to death, an arrow shot from somewhere, but it bounced right off. Seeing this, Chuang Trake waved his hand to attract the lava turtle's attention. "Cute little turtle, let's play a game, shall we?" It glared at Chuang Trake, receiving such an affectionate look. His sweat poured down like rain. In moments like these, silence is golden. A second later, the lava turtle hunted him relentlessly, determined to pursue him to the very end. Wherever they chased, dust clouds swirled. Chuang Trake ran forward in a panic, shouting as he ran. After a long while, Chuang Trake was almost at the altar. He sped up, luring the lava turtle closer to the altar. The altar, sensing the demonic beast approaching, immediately shot out a powerful lightning bolt, striking the lava turtle. Chuang Trake saw that it had weakened and immediately shot 3 arrows straight into its back, draining its health. Then the lava turtle began to dissipate, turning into small fragments. The system displayed that Chuang Trake received a low-grade demonic soul orb of power. Chuang Trake wiped the sweat from his forehead, looking at the demonic soul orb in his hand, thinking to himself that utilizing the altar's magic barrier was indeed the right move. The system displayed the instructions for the demon realm. After a monster from the demon realm dies, a demonic soul orb will randomly drop. The quality of demonic soul orbs is divided into low grade, mid grade, and high grade. Demonic soul orbs of different colors will have different attributes. Red is strength, green is physique, blue is spirit, yellow is agility. Absorbing demonic soul orbs will grant similar attributes. Chuang Trake had killed a lava turtle, and now he could summon a replica. The system then asked if he wanted to summon it. Chuang Trake loudly said, "Summon." Then a massive energy flow appeared in front of him, and subsequently, a lava turtle emerged from the energy flow, letting out a loud roar. Seeing this, Chuang Trake couldn't help but burst out laughing. Happily, he reached out and patted its face, his cheerful attitude teasing the lava turtle. "Hee, this is my first summoned beast." Scene change. On this side, a group of people was fighting a violent rabbit. One person, who had previously been attacked in the face, was slumped over, groaning in pain. The other 2 were both tense and ready to receive its attack at any moment. There was a rustling sound, and they realized someone was approaching from behind. When they turned around, they suddenly screamed, "We're doomed! There's a lava turtle behind us!" Death on both sides. The young man with a bloody nose stood up, ready to fight. But what surprised him even more was that there was someone sitting on the lava turtle's back. Chuang Trake, riding on the turtle's back, chuckled smugly, then loudly greeted them. "Hello, bros." The 3 people below couldn't understand what on earth was happening. Monsters in the demon realm were supposed to actively attack, but why wasn't that turtle attacking Chuang Trake? This was truly bizarre. If that's the case, could monsters in the demon realm be tamed? The person standing nearby felt incredibly admiring, but the one who had just been hit said there was nothing to admire. He then got the idea to try taming the violent rabbit that was threatening them from behind. If he succeeded in taming it, that rabbit would carry them out of there. He really didn't know his place, stupid and wanting to show off. No sooner had he finished speaking than the rabbit gave him another smack, knocking out several of his teeth. Seeing their comrade's teeth knocked out by the rabbit, the other 2 rushed forward to fight it. each unleashing their moves, aiming to defeat the rabbit. Suddenly, the rabbit stood still, then began to gather strength to enter its berserk, violent rabbit state. Seeing this, the three people screamed in terror. "We're screwed. What kind of violent rabbit is this?" One of the three seemed calmer. He told the other two not to be afraid because the rabbit now only had a little health left. The three of them charging together would definitely take it down cleanly. Unfortunately, two more rabbits appeared. Seeing so many rabbits, all three turned pale. Elsewhere nearby, Zhang Zhe was riding his turtle, silently marveling at the great beauty of the sunset over the vast grassland, so beautiful it could calm one's heart. As he was peacefully admiring the sunset, Zhang Zhe suddenly heard desperate shouts for help. The three young men, faces pale, ran at full speed. As they passed Zhang Zhe, they reminded him, "Brother Turtle, don't just stand there, run." Zhang Zhe turned to look behind him, and the sight of three berserk rabbits hitting his eyes made him scream in terror. Before he could react, the berserk rabbit was already in front of him, lunging to attack. Zhang Zhe dodged while ordering his turtle to use its tail to attack the rabbits. The turtle lashed its tail, causing the three rabbits to lose a significant amount of health. Zhang Zhe was startled, realizing his damage was even less than that of his summoned beast. But then the turtle lost its initiative. It was counterattacked by the three rabbits, and Zhang Zhe was extremely panicked. The turtle was too slow, even with high defense. It couldn't withstand three rabbits attacking simultaneously. He had to quickly find a way to distract them. Provoked, the turtle lashed its tail once more. This time, the three rabbits lost more health than in the previous attack. Seeing his chance, Zhang Zhe drew his bow and sent one rabbit to meet its maker. Then came the second one. After shooting, Zhang Zhe didn't forget to praise his little turtle. At this moment, the berserk rabbit leapt up and landed a painful blow on the turtle's head. Seeing this, Zhang Zhe cursed the ill-mannered rabbit. He swore he wouldn't let his first summoned beast die like this. After saying that, he shot an arrow towards it, but the damage was painfully low. It barely made a dent. He then shouted loudly for the turtle, which was gnawing on a rabbit's ear in the distance, to return to the summoning spell, otherwise it would surely die. Just then, the turtle leveled up to 2 and lashed its tail, killing the berserk rabbit instantly. Zhang Zhe held the 3 core crystals and happily celebrated his victory. A notification appeared. 3 berserk rabbits had been killed, and he could now summon 3 replicas of the rabbits. The system asked if he wanted to summon them. Without hesitation, Zhang Zhe shouted summon, and the 3 rabbits were summoned. Looking at them, he secretly chuckled with delight, because he now had 4 summoned beasts. Suddenly, a message came from the class group. The teacher requested all students to immediately return and gather at the altar, as they had something important to announce. Seeing the notification, he was bewildered, wondering what could be so urgent. After everyone had gathered at the altar, a teacher stepped forward to speak. "Hello, students. How do you feel about the first floor of the demon realm? After many days of training, I believe everyone is doing well, right?" He warned them that the first floor boss, the Shadow Wolf, was not something they could face on their own. Therefore, they had specifically invited a powerful expert from the demon realm. She would lead them to defeat the first boss, the Shadow Wolf, and open the second gate. Lu Yueying then stepped forward and introduced her resume. Her name in the demon realm was Yueying. Below, someone recognized her as the senior who awakened an S-grade talent last year and was recommended to Qingda Wujiao. Yueying continued, saying she hoped they wouldn't underestimate the first-floor boss, because it was harder to deal with than they thought. "If you come with me, everyone must follow my command. If you act on your own, you will bear the consequences." After that, Yueying invited everyone to join the team. Zhang Zhe saw her attribute panel appear, but all important information was hidden. He wondered which was stronger, her or his summoned beast. If he could take this opportunity to subdue the Shadow Wolf, that would be great. At this moment, the scorching sunlight shone through the dense forest, and Yueying was leading the newcomers deeper into the woods. Zhang Zhe thought to himself that he was currently concealing his strength and couldn't summon his beasts. Otherwise, he would scare them. Just then, 2 berserk rabbits jumped out from the bushes, and at the same time, A lava turtle also ran over, letting out a growl. A girl, seeing this scene, loudly urged everyone to fight together. Yue grasped the hilt of her sword and then acted. She moved gracefully and then cut down the monsters, blocking her path. Two male students in the team were horrified by this scene. With just one sword strike, she completely annihilated the monsters. As expected of an S-grade talent awakening expert, Yue turned to look at them. "Stop talking nonsense. Let's keep going." Zhang Zhe saw this scene and thought to himself, "She's indeed formidable. It seems impossible to snatch the boss from her hands." They walked from morning until late night. A wolf stood on a towering rock, tilting its head and howling at the moon. A male student among the new recruits, seeing this scene, exclaimed loudly, "It's the shadow wolf's howl, we're here." At this moment, a strange teleportation gate appeared in front of them and Yue. Yue turned her head to the side and reminded them, "This is an overlevel gate, meaning the shadow wolf is about to appear. If anyone doesn't want to die, keep a safe distance and don't attack it without permission." Immediately after, a wolf's claw emerged from the overlevel gate. At the same time, the overlevel gate erupted with a dark energy source, which also affected Yue's cloak. It billowed fiercely, while others shielded their faces with their hands. Then a large, fierce shadow wolf emerged from the overlevel gate, along with a fog that obscured all visibility. The fog was so dense that they couldn't see where the shadow wolf was. Yue gripped the sword tightly in her hand, concentrating intensely. At the same time, the wolf circled her with extreme speed, then suddenly darted behind Yue. Its mouth bared, revealing sharp teeth, attacking Yue, but she had already sensed its presence. She then leaned back to dodge. Just a slight slip and the wolf's face would have landed straight on her thigh. Without a hint of fear, Yue, with a cool demeanor, swung her sword behind her, simultaneously spinning around to unleash countless slashes towards the shadow wolf, forming golden energy trajectories, successfully sending the wolf to its maker. Immediately after, the wolf's corpse began to dissipate into fragments, and the fog also gradually cleared. The new recruits, seeing this scene, couldn't help but rejoice, cheering endlessly that Yue was too skillful and the boss had been defeated. The person standing in the front row, observing in full HD, immediately realized that this was Yue's SSS-Rank innate skill, Light Slash. Upon hearing this, Zhang Zhe felt very confused. At this moment, the system displayed the information panel for the Light Slash skill. Slash at the designated target. Each strike will double the damage. The final doubled strike will activate a divine strike, dealing immense damage. Level 1 Light Slash deals 3 consecutive slashes to the target. Level 2 Light Slash deals 5 consecutive slashes to the target. Yue held a soul orb in her hand, saying that they had all received the key to the first floor. Then Yue raised her hand and pressed the close button on the system control panel. The system displayed a notification. After that, Yue crossed her arms over her chest, urging everyone to quickly go through the first floor teleportation gate because the boss would reset in an hour and her mission was complete. She now had to return to the 5th floor to kill the boss. Suddenly, something astonished the girl in white, and she immediately reminded Yue that there was something behind her. Hearing this, she immediately turned her head towards the overlevel gate, which was now starting to change. Yue, seeing this scene, realized it was a sign of a new boss. She felt very confused. How could this be? It hadn't even been an hour, and the overlevel gate had already erupted with powerful energy spreading all around. Yue, seeing this scene, couldn't help but feel scared. No, this killing intent is not normal. At this moment, a large, fierce shadow wolf emerged from the overlevel gate. Its face was filled with ferocity, and its eyes emitted evil energy. It was an elite-level shadow wolf. When they realized it was an elite-level wolf, everyone panicked. How could they deal with an elite-level wolf? Others comforted everyone not to be afraid because they had Yue here, but they didn't know that even Yue herself was worried to death. Yue yelled loudly for them to run quickly because they would only get in her way by staying there. Seeing Yue's attitude, they worriedly asked if she would be all right, as this was, after all, an elite-level boss. Of course, Wei knew its power and was very worried because an elite boss's strength could be equivalent to 5 regular bosses. Although it wasn't easy to deal with, it was just a first-floor boss, so she thought she could handle it herself. She planned to first lure it away so the new students could escape, then deal with it later. The boss began to rush and attack Wei. She dodged its blows and retaliated with continuous slashes, but the damage was not very effective. She wondered how high the defense of this elite boss truly was. While she was thinking, it rushed forward again and immediately changed direction to attack. Due to the surprise attack, Wei couldn't dodge its attack in time. Its previous attack was quite heavy, so the system immediately notified her that she was bleeding. Every 10 seconds, she would lose 1% of her health. If she didn't stop the bleeding in time, she would die. Seeing this, Wei also became angry but didn't know what to do. The wolf's speed was too fast. Although she tried to dodge, she still got scratched. But the more difficult it became, the more determined she was not to lose to a wolf. Thinking this, she continued to attack with her moves, but the wolf also quickly dodged. Both continued to fight, neither giving an inch. Zhang Zhe, while running, turned back and wondered how things were over there. His running buddy saw this and urged him, "Hey, don't just stand there, hurry up and run." But currently, Zhang Zhe had another thought. Such a rare elite shadow wolf isn't something you encounter every day. While he was thinking, a few other people ran past, cursing at him. "Idiot! Don't you care about your life anymore?" Over here, Wei was mercilessly beaten by the shadow wolf. She held her wound and thought, "I can't believe the first-floor boss is this strong. I've been fighting like crazy, but its health is still at half." Seeing that Wei was exhausted, it took the opportunity to rush and attack Wei again. She tried her best to dodge and began to rush in to use light slash. But she was bleeding too much, which reduced her stamina, so she couldn't use her skills anymore. The shadow wolf watched Wei for a while, then rushed in with lightning speed, clawing her multiple times, making her fall to the ground. As she gave up and accepted her fate, a volley of arrows attacked the boss, forcing it to retreat. Chuang Trake used a provocative move to lure the wolf towards him. Witnessing that scene made Wei remember with a start. That's one of the first-year students. Why hasn't he run away yet? Meanwhile, Wei was lying sprawled out, waiting for a prince to carry her away for healing, while he was over there, teasing the wolf. Wei, on her side, was also worried, telling him not to tease the wolf anymore. But old habits die hard. Chuang Trake ran circles through the forest. He had only just started teasing the wolf, and it was already chasing him, so hard he almost lost his pants. While running, he thought, this elite boss still has half its health. If he charged in now, he'd be looking for death. But having come this far, how could he not go? He couldn't die now. If he died, who would take care of his younger sister? First, he had to lure it to a more open area, so his summoned beasts would have an advantage. But this wolf was too fast. Chuang Trake was almost out of breath. The wolf pounced to attack, but luckily, he just managed to reach the open space. Chuang Trake immediately turned around and summoned his 4 subordinates to counter the wolf's attack. Wei, on her side, was drinking a healing potion. As she drank, she thought, Chuang Trake is crazy. How could a rookie like him try to deal with an elite boss? She decided she had to hurry and save Chuang Trake right away. Then she continued to bandage her wounds. First, she had to quickly stop the bleeding. She hoped Chuang Trake could buy her a little more time. Just then, a voice rang out. Green blessing. The wooden staff in that person's hand emitted a green energy that enveloped Wei, healing her. Wei turned her head to the side and saw the little princess. Little princess, why are you here? The little princess smiled. Not only she, but their entire team was already here. The man in black and the woman in purple began to scold Wei. You're truly crazy. How dare you face an elite monster alone? Even if it's a first-floor elite boss, how can you fight it alone? Wei lowered her head apologetically, as this was only the first floor after all. Behind her, another young man with a signboard on his back spoke up, asking Wei where the elite boss was. At this moment, Wei suddenly remembered Chuang Trake and frantically replied, That's right. A rookie just lured it away. We need to follow him quickly. Everyone was astonished to hear that a rookie like Chuang Trake dared to lure the boss away. Meanwhile, on Chuang Trake's side, he was ordering his summoned beasts to attack the boss. The lava turtle and 3 violent rabbits immediately charged towards the shadow wolf upon receiving his command. Then the 3 violent rabbits continuously pummeled the elite wolf, while the lava turtle swung its tail, sending the shadow wolf flying and pinning it against a tree trunk. Chuang Trake secretly rejoiced at this sight. Although the shadow wolf was very fast, being surrounded and attacked by 3 violent rabbits, its speed would definitely be affected. The lava turtle's advantage could compensate for its speed weakness. It was perfect. Attacked too many times, the boss now began to counterattack. A powerful energy erupted around the shadow wolf's body. It stared at the 3 violent rabbits and the lava turtle with murderous eyes, then charged directly at them, creating energy streaks around Chuang Trake's summoned beasts. Behind him, Chuang Trake saw this and immediately raised his bow and arrow in front of him. His face panicked. The damage is higher now. I must let the summons bear the attacks to avoid being hit directly. Suddenly, a rabbit transformed into an arrow and shot towards the shadow wolf. At the same time, the system announced that the violent rabbit's level had increased to 2. Chuang Trake was incredibly surprised to see this. The violent rabbit leveled up. He loudly commanded, "Surround it like this. Lava turtle, take the hits. Violent rabbits, keep attacking it." The shadow wolf leaped into the air, using its claws to strike down on the lava turtle's head, making it cry out in pain. At this moment, the mist in the sky drifted, obscuring the moonlight. After a long fight, the violent rabbit's health was depleted. Simultaneously, the system announced that Violent Rabbit Level 1's HP had reached 0 and it had died. Chuang Trake was stunned by this sight. Before he could react, the shadow wolf pounced on another violent rabbit, killing it instantly. He was furious, gritting his teeth, cursing the wolf under his breath. "Damn it, it's been fighting for so long, and it's still not dead. It's fine, but he's utterly exhausted." The violent rabbit jumped up and threw a punch towards the shadow wolf, but it easily dodged. 2 seconds later, the lava turtle swung its tail fiercely, striking the boss, which let out a tragic cry before it also immediately kicked the bucket. At the same time, the system announced that the shadow wolf elite had been defeated. Chuang Trake panted heavily. Finally, the 2 remaining ones only have a bit of health left. The shadow wolf dissipated, dropping 4 soul orbs and 2 pieces of equipment. System announced 4 soul orbs, 1 wolf fawn necklace, 1 wolf bone knife. Chuang Trake couldn't help but be surprised by this sight. As expected of an elite boss, it actually dropped a mid-grade soul orb. Chuang Trake held the equipment in both hands. He could still use the necklace, but this knife, despite its high damage, was useless to him since he couldn't fight in close combat. He decided to go home and sell it to get money for his sister's medical treatment. Chuang Trake reached out and patted the head of the only surviving violent rabbit. Although he had lost 2 summoned beasts, he showed a smug smile, because how could you catch a wolf without sacrifice? He stretched out his hand and loudly shouted the summon command. As soon as he finished, a colossal energy vortex appeared in front of Chuang Trake, radiating intense energy. Immediately after, a fierce shadow wolf emerged from the energy vortex, its eyes shooting out 2 cold beams of light. The system announced, "Shadow Wolf, Level 1/5, Experience 1/10, Health 3000, Damage 260 to 380, Defense 1500, Skill, Cracking Shadow." Chuang Trake couldn't help but be surprised when he saw the system panel. These attributes were too terrifying. This was truly the strongest existence on the first floor. Chuang Trake placed one hand on his hip and sighed in relief. It was late. He had to go home. He still had school tomorrow. On this side, the little princess waved her hand and loudly said she had found it. They went to the rocky area where there were many claw marks from the shadow wolf. They guessed Chuang Trake had probably run here, and they had already searched around once, but found no other traces. The young man in blue touched the claw marks on the ground and sighed. This newbie didn't even care about his life to save someone. He's quite brave. Noyedon turned her back and walked away, saying, "Tomorrow I'll go back to school to find teacher Lu Vi. I guess Truong Trake must be his student. If he really died, teacher Lu Vi would definitely know." But her heart was incredibly heavy. If Truong Trake really died, it would all be her responsibility. That night, Truong Trake sat on his bed checking the things he had collected. Today, he had to take advantage of the online exchange to sell some of them. At this moment, the system announced 61 low-grade soul orbs and 25 mid-grade soul orbs. Truong Trake took out a soul orb from the system to try absorbing it. After he absorbed the soul orb, his whole body radiated red energy, and his strength continuously increased. According to the instructions, as one's own power strengthens, power in reality will also strengthen. Tomorrow, he'll go to the dojo to try it out. The next morning, his sister was preparing breakfast for him. After he came down, she had almost finished preparing breakfast. Truong Trake scratched his head, helpless. "Didn't I tell you not to cook anymore? You didn't listen." Truong Trake brushed his teeth, thinking that his sister's artificial kidney had started to weaken. He was determined to earn more money. He wondered whether to tell them he had awakened an SSS grade talent, but after thinking it over, he still chose to hide his talent as the best option. His sister was a little worried that he hadn't mentioned anything about his talent upgrade. Seeing that he came home so late yesterday, his talent awakening probably wasn't very good. She immediately turned to advise Truong Trake. "The demon realm is so dangerous. Maybe don't go anymore. I'll find a way to earn money for rent." Truong Trake heard this with some doubt. "You have a way? What way?" "It's a secret." After breakfast, Truong Trake left the house, put on his backpack, and didn't forget to tell her to study hard and leave the money matters to him. As soon as Truong Trake entered the classroom, he heard several male students with gloomy faces sighing about their own talent grades. Truong Trake opened the exchange on his phone. As expected, all the popular soul orbs had been completely bought. First, withdraw the money. Today, I'll go to the demon realm to get some more soul orbs. He was happy because his sister's surgery money was almost enough. Teacher Lu Vi stood at the podium, sternly reminding the students to be quiet. At this moment, Noyedon, wearing a beautiful youthful outfit that showed off her perfect figure, stood at the podium. The students looked at her and whispered. At the podium, Teacher Lu Vi spoke solemnly, saying that yesterday, while fighting a boss on the first floor, there was a small incident, and she wanted to know who helped Noyedon lure the boss away. She wanted to personally thank this classmate. The students were all a little surprised, but Truong Trake simply ignored it and continued playing on his phone, not wanting to reveal his identity. Seeing that no one claimed it, Lu Vi and Noyedon left the classroom to talk. Teacher Lu Vi told Noyedon that the person she was looking for might not be in his class. Then she told him to inform her if he had any information. Inside the classroom, the students were discussing animatedly about the person who lured the elite boss to help Noyedon. Vong Duong pushed up his glasses and said to Truong Trake with a smug smile, "Heh heh, I know who that person is." Hearing this, he broke out in a cold sweat and asked who it was. Vong Duong then explained that after the boss appeared, everyone ran, but only one person ran against the flow of people, and his name seems to be Last Saturday. Truong Trake gave an awkward laugh. "It's not necessarily that. Maybe they just panicked and ran in the wrong direction, right?" Vong Duong covered his mouth with his hand and whispered that he met two interesting girls yesterday while grinding monsters in the demon realm. Truong Trake, seeing him babble again, quickly replied that he still had to go to the martial arts dojo for his part-time job. Vong Duong sighed after hearing that. "Does your sister need more money again?" "Don't worry, I can still manage." Vong Duong nodded, telling him to look for him in the demon realm. His nickname was Handsome Chubby Brother. The bell rang, signaling the end of class, and students rushed out of the classroom. A moment later, Truong Trake arrived at the martial arts dojo and began cleaning. He thought to himself that if he earned a few more demon soul orbs, he wouldn't have to work part-time here anymore. At this moment, a group of people was continuously praising Tren Hao, who truly lived up to his reputation as the strongest student of the 5th Academy. He managed to hit 507 kilograms exceeding the requirements of Qingdao Martial Arts Academy, and also awakened an A-rank talent with a bright future ahead. Tren Hao, while bandaging his injured hand, said humbly, "What's this considered? There are plenty of stronger masters out there." A male student thought he was being too humble, saying that apart from Lu Noyedon from the upper year, he was the most formidable. Tren Hao remained very humble, saying he wouldn't dare compare himself to the goddess Noyedon, a genius young girl who awakened an S-rank talent and was directly selected by Qingdao Martial Arts Academy. Chuang Trake heard this and thought to himself that she was indeed very formidable. Then he tried hitting the sandbag with all his might. The number 497 appeared on the screen. Seeing this, he couldn't help but be surprised. He had only added one attribute point and already become so strong. Before, even with extensive boxing practice, he could only manage 390 kilograms at most. Now, just by absorbing one high-grade demon soul orb, he was already this powerful. Tonight, he definitely had to go to the demon realm. Chuang Trake brought his phone to his eyes, looking at a message from his sister telling him that she would be at a classmate's house tonight and would be home late, so he should take care of his own dinner. At the same time, countless people gathered near the altar on the first floor of the demon realm. Chuang Trake looked at the system panel for the summoned beast area, which still had 7 slots remaining. For now, he shouldn't rush to the second floor. The second floor was too dangerous. He would wait until he had gathered 10 summoned beasts before deciding. Then he extended both hands and began to summon a wolf boss, leading it to hunt and fight monsters. At this moment, a lava turtle opened its mouth wide and let out a roar. Chuang Trake and the wolf saw it and immediately attacked it together. The lava turtle, attacked by him and the wolf, screamed in pain. The violent rabbit also couldn't escape its fate of being easily killed by him and the wolf boss. Before long, he had collected a large number of monsters. Finally, it's enough. Now I can go to the second floor. At this moment, someone in the distance loudly called for help. Hiding behind a tree, he saw countless people frantically running out of the teleportation gate, their faces filled with fear. Seeing this scene, he was very surprised. Wasn't that Vong Duong? Vong Duong ran like mad, shouting in terror, "Big brother, uncle, please don't kill us. We're really just beginners. We don't have anything valuable on us." The 2 people behind him laughed at this. "Ha ha, we know you're beginners, and we don't care about the shabby stuff on you. But if we catch you kids and threaten your families in the real world to pay a ransom, that's a different story." Chuang Trake hid behind a large tree, observing. Once one's identity was revealed in the demon realm, they could easily be targeted by criminals, kidnapped, and extorted. At that point, reporting to the police would likely be of little use. Usually, even if the full ransom was paid, it was very difficult to get the person back, because to ensure their anonymity, they would often choose to kill their victims to silence them. Vong Duong frantically cried out, begging them to spare a poor wretch like him. The leader's eyes widened. "Weren't you just bragging to those 2 young girls that you drive a luxury car in the real world?" With that, he used his skill. In an instant, a muddy swamp emitting a red glow appeared under Vong Duong and the 2 girls' feet, frightening them. The leader pressed an axe to Vong Duong's neck, telling him that if he wanted to live, he had to reveal his family's information. Vong Duong's face turned pale with fear at this sight, but he still refused to speak. The leader lowered his head to look at Vong Duong's arm, a sinister smile curling at the corner of his mouth. "Heh, they all say that, but once I chop off an arm, they'll obediently surrender." At this moment, Chuang Trake shot an arrow, pinning the leader's arm, making him grit his teeth in pain. He angrily turned around and roared, "Damn it, a sneak attack! Who wants to die daring to hit me?" From behind the bush, Chuang Trake, dressed head to toe in black, emerged. He angrily cursed them as trash. One of the henchmen immediately charged furiously towards him. Chuang Trake saw this and immediately turned and ran. The leader and his henchmen, one by one, pursued Chuang Trake with murderous intent. Zhang Zhe saw towering mountains ahead and thought to himself that he had been here before. The terrain was treacherous, surrounded by mountains, with only one path. After a chase, They finally cornered Zhang Zhe in a large valley and provoked him. Go on, run. Why aren't you running anymore? You really walked right into a trap. The leader clasped his hands behind his back, a sinister smile on his face, telling his subordinates not to let him die too quickly. They had to torture him slowly. Killing him instantly would be a waste. First, they had to extort all his money. Hearing this, Zhang Zhe showed no fear, his eyes firm as he looked ahead. The leader, axe in hand, slowly walked towards him. They weren't afraid of being discovered simply because no one outside would ever know if someone was killed here. Zhang Zhe knelt down, one hand on the ground, looking at them with cold eyes. That's great, my precious. It's time to play. The next second, countless summoning circles appeared on the ground. From within the circles, innumerable lava tortoises and violent rabbits surged out, surrounding them. Seeing this, the leader panicked, wondering how he could summon so many demonic creatures. With so many demonic creatures and the treacherous terrain, they decided it was best to get out of there first. With that, the leader led his subordinates in a hasty retreat. At this moment, a purple mist appeared before them, catching them off guard. Within the mist, two pairs of cold eyes radiated murderous intent. Then, the shadow wolf emerged from the mist, majestic and awe-inspiring. The leader and his subordinate next to him were so scared they gritted their teeth. They turned pale with fear because this wasn't an ordinary boss, but an elite-level boss. Zhang Zhe, from behind, spoke coldly. Did you just say no one would know if someone was killed here? Zhang Zhe, expressionless, raised his finger and made a cool gesture. Hearing this, they were so scared their limbs trembled as they frantically fled forward. The shadow wolf opened its mouth, revealing sharp fangs, and lunged at them, attacking agilely, leaving them in pain and covered in blood. The lava tortoises used their tails to powerfully strike two of the subordinates. Before the leader could recover, he saw two enraged rabbits leap towards him, making him scream loudly. At this moment, the clouds obscuring the moonlight dispersed, and moonlight shone down. Zhang Zhe said coldly, "They brought it upon themselves." He picked up 3 magic soul orbs from the ground, thinking that these guys had quite a few good items on them. The system displayed a notification. Item, Coexistence Cloak, C grade, 0 damage, effect. Within 3 meters, every target that enters will receive the Coexistence status for 100 days. Durability 1/1. Zhang Zhe saw it and couldn't help but exclaim that it was truly a good item, which could be used as a trump card at crucial moments. Then he straightened up and walked forward. A moment later, he arrived at the teleportation gate leading to the 2nd floor. Wang Yang and the 2 girls ran over, calling out to Zhang Zhe loudly, "Hero, wait a moment. I knew you were alive. Thank you so much for saving us." Wang Yang clasped Zhang Zhe's hand, crying as he said that good people like him were truly too rare these days. He vowed to repay him, then offered 1 million, asking if it was enough. He waved his hand to decline, saying he simply didn't want to see those evildoers continue to harm people, then advised them to be careful in the future. Zhang Zhe waved his hand, stepped into the teleportation gate, and said, "See you later." Wang Yang and the 2 girls were moved, couldn't help but exclaim, and hailed him as an idol. The 2nd floor of the demon realm turned out to be a dungeon. In the square, countless people were looking for teams. Zhang Zhe, of course, still chose the. He looked through the list of monsters on this floor, including poison spiders, blood-sucking bats, and the devouring frog boss, each stronger than those on the 1st floor. After walking for a while, Zhang Zhe ran into a spider web as big as himself. He flinched and dodged, coming face to face with a 10-eyed poison spider. Zhang Zhe summoned his subordinates. 2 fierce, violent rabbits charged out, lunging towards the poison spider. The poison spider opened its mouth, spitting out, spraying webs to entangle the rabbits, then shot out a vivid green toxin. The white rabbit, hit by the green poison, had its fur turn green, and not only that, its health plummeted non-stop. Although the poison spider's damage wasn't high, its attacks left lingering consequences. Zhang Zhe immediately called out all his companions to take it down. After a struggle, the poison spider ran out of health, but Zhang Zhe had to sacrifice 1 violent rabbit. And this poison spider only dropped 2 low-grade magic soul orbs. Truly a loss. But at least he could now summon a poison spider, exchanging life for life. Poison spider, level 1/5, HP 300, damage 100 to 500, no skills, only knows how to defend. Its 2 attributes are significantly higher than those of rabbits and turtles. Zhang Ze continued deeper inside, along the long path. He only encountered 1 poison spider. Although the monsters on the 2nd floor were stronger, they seemed to be introverted. Just then, 2 pairs of glowing red eyes watched Zhang Ze from the darkness. Just as he let his guard down, 2 fierce blood-sucking bats lunged out. Zhang Ze immediately summoned his phantom wolf and turtle to act as shields. Fortunately, his summoning speed had increased, otherwise he would have been ambushed without realizing it. Everyone, let's go. The blood-sucking bats rushed in and sucked the turtle's blood, making it yelp. Zhang Ze's other summoned monsters were also having their blood drained by them. The bats were sucking blood and recovering HP, becoming fiercer the more they fought. Zhang Ze guessed the only way was to focus on killing them one by one, rather than letting them continuously drain blood. He summoned the poison spider, which spun webs and sprayed poison onto the bats, temporarily immobilizing them. This poison damage also had the ability to counteract the bats' blood draining, giving Zhang Ze a chance to turn the tide. After that, Zhang Ze also dealt with the 2 blood-sucking bats. He sat meditating amidst his summoned beasts. Just 2 bats cost him several of his own. It seemed only the strongest could survive to the end. Now, including the 2 bats, Zhang Ze had 8 summoned beasts. He felt it was enough, so he headed straight for the boss. Meanwhile, in the deep cave, several players gathered, expressing their frustration. Are these guys crazy? The boss is public. Since when did it become theirs? We constantly grow stronger to protect our homeland. Yet these guys would sell out for money? Zhang Ze heard the drama as soon as he arrived. Amidst the murmurs of discontent, a group of people emerged from the boss area, planted a stake, and shouted loudly, "Silence, everyone!" Looking at the request board, the other team complained irritably. 10 magic soul orbs, that's too greedy. The man retorted gruffly, "This is a road toll, got it? How dare you complain about the price? There's 1 boss slot left, anyone in?" Zhang Ze waved from a distance and shouted, "Me." Immediately after, he approached and asked, Big brother, I'm new to the demon realm and don't have many magic soul orbs. Can I use gold bars instead?" The man heard this and asked again, "What?" "Gold bars." Zhang Ze explained, "That's right, my family grows a lot of gold bars. As long as you take me to fight the boss and get the key to the 3rd floor, all that money is yours." He immediately put his arm around Zhang Ze's shoulder and whispered, "Hey kid, don't you dare lie. If there are no gold bars then, you'll see what happens." Zhang Ze lowered his voice and replied, "Big brother, how could I dare?" He immediately burst out laughing and declared, "All right, let's go. I'll show you how to fight the sky-swallowing frog boss." Zhang Ze humbly replied, "Yes, thank you, big brother." But at this moment, a plan was already forming in his mind. Just wait and see. After gathering enough people, this man led the group into the boss room. Someone was already waiting there. He announced, "Captain, the team members are all here, let's go." This person, named Chen Charan, was rated as a skilled fighter. He heard the announcement and replied, "Okay." After receiving the information, Zhang Ze thought, I remember Louis Wang's rating at that time was also skilled swordsman. Anyone with this title is powerful. Meanwhile, the subordinate loudly reminded, when the captain fights the boss later, just sit quietly on the side and watch. Before long, the entire team entered the vast boss cave through a small door. Everyone looked up and exclaimed in admiration, "The cave inside is so big, it's truly marvelous." Before them was the silhouette of the boss, with its massive yellow leg appearing. Zhang Ze leaned forward, looking at the boss's enormous body, predominantly yellow. Seeing it, he couldn't help but widen his eyes in surprise. This was his first time seeing such a huge boss. This boss was a giant frog. Its dull eyes looked down at the team with disdain, and it had two small wings on its back. Zhang Zhe exclaimed, "The sky-swallowing frog is freaking huge." Qian Chaoren laughed heartily, flexing his bulging muscles, and reminded everyone, "Stand back a bit. I'm about to engage the boss." He then dropped his shirt to the ground behind him. A moment later, Qian Chaoren pushed off with his feet and leaped up. Powerful flames radiated from his fists. Qian Chaoren, with his dual fists, quickly rushed in front of the sky-swallowing frog boss. His eyes were highly focused and determined. This wasn't his first time. Qian Chaoren leaped up, punched the boss's chin directly, unleashing a flurry of punches that made the boss stagger. The party members who witnessed this could only exclaim, "So overpowering. Just one move, and the boss already lost half its health." While Qian Chaoren was frantically unleashing skills, Zhang Zhe secretly observed and gathered information. Flaming Strike Punch, huh? Level 1, Experience 612/1000, consumes 10 Vitality Points, 60-second cooldown, effective for a short duration, performs multiple attacks on the target. But at this moment, unable to endure it any longer, the sky-swallowing frog opened its mouth wide and shot out a fireball. Qian Chaoren quickly leaned to the side to dodge. The fireball flew towards the cave wall, causing shattered rocks to fall. The party quickly ran to the side to avoid it. Using his experience, Qian Chaoren jumped up and continued to use his Flaming Strike Punch, punching straight down onto the boss's head. Zhang Zhe secretly calculated, "The sky-swallowing frog still has half its health. I need to aim for the right moment to steal the kill." Meanwhile, Qian Chaoren pulled back his fist, punching and shouting, "Die!" With that, he continuously punched the sky-swallowing frog's head, causing its health to plummet unstoppably, and it cried out in pain. Zhang Zhe drew his bow and aimed. Now was the time. Immediately after, he released his hand, and the arrow shot swiftly towards the boss. A second later, just before Qian Chaoren landed the finishing blow, Zhang Zhe's arrow pierced the boss's eye. Minus 52 health. Must accumulate for attack. Attack performed by Rakshasa. The sky-swallowing frog roared in pain, using its last breath to hurl Qian Chaoren off its back. Then it frowned, looking directly at Zhang Zhe, who was standing there with his bow in hand. One of his subordinates yelled in surprise and scolded, "Damn it! Didn't I tell you not to attack?" The other reminded, "Don't let him kill the boss, or he'll pick up all the items." The sky-swallowing frog changed targets, chasing the one who just attacked it. Zhang Zhe quickly turned around and ran. Seeing the boss run off, the subordinate immediately called out to the captain, who stood with his arms crossed and replied, "Don't mind him." Qian Chaoren said dismissively, "A newbie dares to steal the boss? I think he's just looking for death. No one touch him. Just let the sky-swallowing frog finish him off." Meanwhile, Zhang Zhe ran, glancing back behind him to observe the boss. Qian Chaoren's subordinate stood there, scoffing at Zhang Zhe. He really doesn't know his place. "An archer trying to solo a boss? You're killing me with laughter." Another chimed in. "Who does he think he is, daring to steal the captain's boss?" Those around added, "Even if he manages to take down the boss, how will he get out of here?" Qian Chaoren's group won't let it go, while he was having an extremely difficult time dodging the sky-swallowing frog's attacks. While dodging, Zhang Zhe also used his summon skill, calling out a group of monsters for defense. Blood-sucking bats, venomous spiders, and lava turtles immediately appeared and rushed towards the sky-swallowing frog. The appearance of so many targets, though weak but numerous, caused the sky-swallowing frog some confusion. Onlookers asked in surprise, "This guy can summon monsters?" Qian Chaoren saw it and thought to himself, "Summoning magic? I've never seen anyone with this innate skill before." There were too many attacks, forcing the sky-swallowing frog to close its eyes and endure, while venomous spiders continuously attacked and injected venom into its body, and bats sucked blood from its back, causing its health to continuously drop. Just then, Zhang Zhe drew his bow, adding a few more arrows to increase the damage. His arrows pierced its head, causing it to collapse. Its body turned green and evaporated before the astonished eyes of the witnesses. The system announced that you have defeated the sky-swallowing frog. He smiled happily. Meanwhile, Chen Charon's subordinates gaped in astonishment. He really killed the boss? That's incredible. How could a newbie do this? Zhang Ze walked to the loot in front of him and thought, no wonder it's a Lord-level boss. It dropped so many items. While he was picking up the soul orb, Chen Charon's group approached him from behind. He stepped up and said, no wonder you dared to steal my boss. So you have some tricks up your sleeve. Lao San, Chen Charon's subordinate, haughtily declared, hand over all the items on you, along with 10 gold bars, and everything will be settled. Otherwise, you won't leave here alive. Zhang Ze retorted, you dare to say I stole the monster? If you hadn't blocked the entrance, I alone would have been enough to kill it. He thought, these people are demanding unreasonable fees. I won't waste my breath on you. Just now, fighting the boss killed a few blood-sucking bats, and the lava turtles suffered significant casualties, but I still have my iron-fanged wolf that hasn't entered the battle. Dealing with them shouldn't be a problem. Chen Charon said, kid, your talent is quite interesting. He stared at you, but it's useless against me. With that, he retracted his flaming fist, jumped up, and knocked down a blood-sucking bat with one punch. It fell to the ground and gradually vanished. A notification appeared. The blood-sucking bat was dead. Then he stomped on the bat. Zhang Ze was a bit angry, but didn't know what to do after witnessing that power. He didn't stop there, he mocked. Even if you summon more, in front of a master, you're just like mud chickens and porcelain dogs. Zhang Ze frowned and glared at him, thinking, originally, I just wanted to fight the boss for the key, but now I really want to punch all of you. Suddenly, someone ran from a distance, raised a hand to stop them, saying, wait a moment. He showed a badge. I am a Demon Realm Management Discipline Inspector. Don't cause trouble. According to the system, his name was Luoi Troy Long Long. Zhang Ze looked at him, thinking, a discipline inspector? These people belong to the high-level management. They investigate carefully, collect evidence, and judge actions that violate rules. Their position may be small, but their power is great. It seems I won't need to act. Lao Sen whispered from the side, Captain, if this guy exposes the matter of bribing Gao Zhongku, it'll be a lot of trouble. Since we've started, let's go all the way. The discipline inspector spoke up. I've recorded all your actions and words. I will submit them to my superiors. I advise you to turn back and immediately surrender to the management office. Chen Charon didn't say anything, only curled his lips into a smile. Then he stepped forward and threatened, unfortunately, you won't get that chance. Noticing something was amiss, Luoi Troy Long Long stepped back a little. Do you intend to kill to silence me? At this moment, both of them were surrounded by Chen Charon's group. The discipline inspector pulled out an ice staff, then told Zhang Ze, don't be scared, I'll protect you. He added, your talent and skills are very practical. I think you have great potential. After these guys are caught, I will introduce you to the leaders. One of the gang members rushed forward, swinging his sword, but the staff in the discipline inspector's hand lit up. Then he looked at him and unleashed an ice ray. Immediately, that player was frozen and lost 275 HP. Lao Sen realized, this is an A-grade talented mage. But Chen Charon seemed very confident. Don't worry, a talent skill like that needs a 60-second cooldown. That's enough time for me to deal with it. Then he ordered everyone to charge. Lao Sen also responded, rushing towards the two with his hammer, shouting kill. As he moved, holding two hammers in his hands, he swung them to strike, but the discipline inspector immediately ducked to evade. Then he kicked him in the stomach, sending him flying backward and dropping his weapons. The discipline inspector smiled confidently. I am an outstanding graduate of the Martial Arts University. Do you think I'm a weak scholar? My colleagues will be here soon. Chen Charon seemed to ignore the threats. For him, at this point, he had to see it through. The discipline inspector pointed at him and continued, I demand that you surrender immediately. You can't escape justice. Lao Sen smiled. Surrender? Dream on. Then, from his hand, he created a golden light stream directed towards his big brother. Chien Chaoran tensed. Energy was being transferred into his body. He turned to his subordinate and said, "Well done, Lao San." His entire body was enveloped in a layer of golden mana. He stomped his foot on the ground and charged forward. He brought his flaming fists together, blazing, then rushed towards the discipline inspector at a very high speed. The tip of the discipline inspector's staff glowed, and he used Ice Ray again, but it had no effect. It was repelled by Chien Chaoran's sturdy body. That's magic resistance talent, and B-grade talent skill that provides 100% resistance to Lao San's effects for 10 seconds. The discipline inspector was astonished. How could this be? Unbelievable. Then, he gestured toward Zhang Zhe and said, "You run. This guy is too difficult to deal with. We can't resist him." Chien Chaoran charged forward, glaring at the two in front of him. "None of you will escape." Chien Chaoran unleashed a flaming punch towards the two of them and shouted, "Die." The discipline inspector almost gave up, raising his hand to cover his face. Then he tightly shut his eyes, not daring to look at the attack. A large lava turtle appeared, using its hard shell to block the attack, which greatly astonished him. Next, a poisonous spider shot a web towards Chien Chaoran, making him stumble back to dodge the attack. At this moment, Zhang Zhe stepped forward and confidently said, "Discipline Inspector, leave him to me." He surprisingly asked, "What? You want to fight them?" His hands glowed as he replied, "Who said I'd act?" He raised his hand, summoning monsters. "These are the ones who'll fight them." As he finished speaking, a killing aura spread. Chien Chaoran's subordinates wondered, "Why is there so much fog all of a sudden?" At this moment, the elite iron-toothed wolf appeared, its evil aura spreading to cover the entire dungeon. Old Third and the others were astonished. This is an iron-toothed wolf, and an elite one at that. Not only the iron-toothed wolf, but behind him there was also a large, quite familiar figure, the sky-devouring frog. Chien Chaoran was trying to use his hands to tear apart the spider webs. Zhang Zhe stared at him, his eyes filled with resolve and determination. He commanded, "Sky-devouring frog, enter the arena." The whole group was in an uproar. He can summon the sky-devouring frog too? They gasped in amazement. What in the world is going on here? How are both the first and second floor bosses appearing? It's clearly summoned by that guy. I can't believe such a monstrous talent exists, summoning bosses. Others also discussed. That's too overpowered. To be able to summon bosses. I think that archer's talent must be A rank. Someone else thought it had to be S rank or higher. Old Third worriedly asked, "Captain, what do we do now? That kid has summoned two great bosses." Chien Chaoran replied, "There's no turning back now." He decided, "I'll handle the magic beasts. The rest of you go deal with that guy." As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately leaped towards the boss to attack. The discipline inspector reminded Zhang Zhe to be careful. He commanded, "Sky-devouring frog, iron-toothed wolf, attack quickly." The two bosses, upon receiving the command, immediately roared ferociously, preparing to attack. The iron-toothed wolf lunged to slash, but he calmly parried the attack. Using the momentum to dodge, he punched the sky-devouring frog's face, making it lose 1/3 of its health. The power was truly terrifying, but it immediately retaliated with a fire breath, repelling Chien Chaoran, forcing him to lean aside to dodge. He then leaped up to attack the sky-devouring frog again. At this point, it only had a sliver of health left. Chien Chaoran smiled confidently. "It's just killing a few more monsters, that's all." Zhang Zhe thought to himself, "This guy is indeed very powerful. He plans to deal with the sky-devouring frog first, then the iron-toothed wolf." His subordinates in the distance burst into laughter. "You think you can defeat our captain?" Old Third laughed smugly. "How many times do you think we've killed the sky-devouring frog, boss? Do you think you can win just by summoning a boss?" The discipline inspector thought, "This guy is truly formidable. The sky-devouring frog's defense isn't high. It seems it won't last long." Zhang Ze took something out and said, "It seems I have to show you my true power." What he took out was a berserk talisman. The discipline inspector recognized it. "This is a berserker talisman." He then threw the talisman towards the iron-toothed wolf and ordered it, "Go on, unleash your slaughter." The talisman immediately stuck to and merged with the iron-toothed wolf. The berserk energy from the talisman gradually dissolved and entered its body. The iron-toothed wolf's entire body now radiated a red, deadly aura. Its eyes glowed brightly like a hunting scene, full of death. Officially entering a berserk state, it roared towards Chen Charan. His momentum was suppressed, and he felt a little fear. This wolf's killing intent is terrifying. The subordinates standing around realized, "That's a berserker talisman. The boss is berserk now, it's too dangerous." Empowered by a huge surge of strength, the iron-toothed wolf approached, staring intently at its target, preparing to attack. Chen Charan wondered, "Is this the berserk state? I haven't done anything to it. So why did it suddenly go berserk?" Sensing danger, he quickly leaped towards his teammates. The iron-toothed wolf still didn't take its eyes off him. As he jumped and looked back, he thought, "In this state, I have no chance of winning. It's better to save my life." But it wasn't that easy. Zhang Ze spoke up. "Trying to run? Too late, kiddo." In its berserk state, the iron-toothed wolf's speed was incredibly fast. In just 2 or 3 leaps, it had almost reached Chen Charan. Then it unleashed its sharp claws towards the target. Darkness enveloped the area. Sharp black streaks filled the entire cave. Those were the iron-toothed wolf's claw attacks, striking Chen Charan, making him grimace and scream in pain. It continuously attacked and clawed at his vital spots, leaving him no time to react. The speed was terrifying, and its eyes were sharp. Old Third, standing outside, worriedly shouted, "Captain!" Under continuous attack, Chen Charan collapsed and knelt down to everyone's astonishment. Then he muttered, "This little devil's strength is actually this powerful. I underestimated him." His body gradually vaporized, and the system announced that Chen Charan had been eliminated. The surrounding subordinates were terrified. "That guy's too overbearing. The captain's dead, let's run." Old Third's face also turned completely pale. The crowd scattered and ran in chaos. But how could they escape the eyes of the rampaging wolf? It was quietly observing its prey. Then it lunged at Old Third, attacking with fatal blows. Zhang Ze stood there, no need for many words, thinking to himself, "Today I'll make sure you all die." The disciplinary officer looked at him, remaining silent and thinking, "This guy's talent is terrifying. Such a talent must be called back to help the homeland. Otherwise the consequences will be unpredictable." As soon as everything was resolved, several people rushed over, shouting, "The net of heaven has fallen. We're here." He rejoiced, "Great, my men are here. Don't let anyone escape. Capture them all." The newcomers chased after and apprehended the remaining remnants of Chen Charan. Meanwhile, Zhang Ze only cared about the loot. As expected of a high-level adventurer, he has too many assets. The system announced that he had obtained 2 high-grade demon soul orbs, 18 mid-grade, and 77 low-grade, plus 2 health potions, an invitation letter, and 3 equipment pieces. There was a mysterious black and gold invitation letter hidden among the equipment. He picked it up, wondering, what could this be? The system displayed information: invitation letter, C-grade, certification to pass through the death domain, can be used once. He asked himself, "What's the death domain? I don't remember this in the demon domain guidebook." Then he put it away. "First, I need to absorb these high-grade demon soul orbs." Just as he finished absorbing them, the disciplinary officer ran over and said, "Brother Rakshasa, your performance just now was outstanding." He patted Zhang Ze's shoulder and asked, "Are you interested in joining the Demon Domain Bureau and serving the homeland?" He replied frankly, "Sorry, I don't have plans for that yet." The disciplinary officer, Luoi Troy Long Long, raised his hand, looking at him and pondering for a moment. Then he took out paper and pen, wrote down information, and said, "All right, everyone has their own aspirations. I won't force you. Here's my number. Feel free to contact me if anything comes up. Looking at the information in his hand, he replied, "Okay, I've got it." Then he turned around, ready to step into the next snowy layer. The disciplinary officer called him back. "Brother Rakshasa, one more thing," he reminded. "I don't know how strong you'll become in the future, but I hope you remember that the blood of great Xia flows in your veins." He raised his hand and waved. "I know. I'm also a citizen of Great Xia." Then Zhang Zhe silently stepped into the gate to the third floor. Amidst the vast mountains, there was a teleportation array, which was the gathering point at the entrance to the third floor. Zhang Zhe observed his surroundings. This floor seems less crowded than the previous one, and the demon beasts are much stronger. If you're not strong enough, you shouldn't risk your life. Then, he opened his guidebook to see what monsters were on the third floor. The monster list included goblin warriors and goblin mages. The demon beasts on this floor aren't insects or animals, but humanoids. This is interesting. He raised his hand to check the time, realizing it was getting late, so he decided to head back. He quickly left the demon domain and returned to the siblings' house. Seeing it was dark, he walked down to the living room, wondering, "It's so dark. Why hasn't anyone turned on the lights?" He went to his sister's room, knocked on the door, and called, "Xiaofeng, are you asleep?" But no one answered, even after he called repeatedly. Zhang Zhe felt a little worried. He opened the door, saying, "I'm coming in," only to find the room empty. Zhang Zhe was a bit puzzled. Why isn't she home yet at this late hour? He took out his phone. Something might have happened. He had to call and check. It was already past 11:30 p.m. On the screen, 15 missed calls appeared. He immediately and anxiously called back. Zhang Zhe asked, "Hello, Fan Fan? This is Zhang Feng's older brother." Immediately, the other end of the line yelled, "Why are you only answering now? Hurry to Van Ding Club." Noticing something was amiss, he anxiously asked again, "What happened to Zhang Feng?" Zhang Zhe rushed to Van Ding Club. This was Tian Feng's most luxurious nightclub. What was she doing here? Seeing him rushing over, the security guards immediately stopped him. Two guards in black suits asked him, "Hey, what are you doing here?" Extremely worried for his sister's safety, Zhang Zhe was somewhat angry. Could she be working here? Is this what she meant? No matter who dares to lay a hand on her, I will never let it go. He dashed past the guards, giving each a gut punch that made them cough up blood, then ran straight inside. The two men in suits lay slumped there. Zhang Zhe ran over, preparing to open the door and burst in. Inside the nightclub, an arrogant fat man was scolding. "I've already shown you respect, yet you're so shameless. I told you to have a drink with young Master Chen, but you're so unreasonable." He held out a bank card, lighting a cigarette with a sneer, and said, "Here's a card with 10,000 yuan. Come over and entertain. You're already working here, yet you're still pretending to be pure and innocent. Disgusting." With that, he threw the card in front of Zhang Feng. Her friend Fan Fan stepped forward with a smile, trying to mediate. "Honored guest, my friend doesn't drink. How about I drink for her?" The fat man shoved Fan Fan away, scolding, "Who do you think you are? Young Master Chen wants her." He pointed at Zhang Feng's face and yelled, "I'm telling you, you have to entertain this honored guest today." The fragile girl trembled in fear, tears streaming down her face. Just then, a dark figure stepped in through the door, loudly drawing everyone's attention. Zhang Zhe clenched his fists. "Honored guest, I don't care what kind of guest you are. If you dare to touch a single hair on my sister, I'll break your legs." Seeing her older brother arrive, Xiaofeng softly called out, "Brother!" The arrogant bodyguard behind him scoffed, "You little brat, daring to cause trouble with Tianxing Group? Are you asking to die?" Hearing the group's name, Fan Fan exclaimed in surprise, thinking, "Could this be Wu Tiancheng? This is serious. He has enormous power here in Jiangbei, with many strong cultivators from the demonic realm. Both the righteous and unrighteous factions have ties with him." Without thinking too much, Zhang Zhe bent down to pick up the card. Seeing this, the fat man smiled smugly. "That's right. Isn't it better to just be obedient? Holding the card in his hand, he retorted, You think this one card is enough to touch my sister? With that, he calmly flung the card straight at him. You're overthinking it, old man. The card flew straight at his face like a dart, contorting his face into a grimace of fear. Immediately, the young man who had been sitting quietly on the chair jumped in front of the fat man. Then he reached out and caught the card. Incredibly fast, a fairly young blond man stood in front of Tian Chung. He smiled, looking completely calm. Even Zhang Zhe had to admit his speed was very fast. The fat man, emboldened, pointed at him and ordered, Guards, beat him for me. Beat him to death. Receiving the order, the two bodyguards quickly jumped up and lunged at Zhang Zhe. At the same time, a woman's voice shouted, demanding them to stop. Stepping out was a woman in a plum-red qipao, beautiful and exceptionally elegant. She said, Daring to cause trouble at my Van Din Club? Are you asking to die? Fan Fan saw her and exclaimed, Sister Jiang. She walked over and smiled. Oh, I wondered who it was. Turns out it's Boss Wu. What brings you to my Van Din Club? She thought to herself, This guy isn't a good person either, but I should still give him some face. Encouraged, the fat man stepped forward arrogantly. Sister Jiang, your girl here has too many rules. My friend and I aren't having any fun. Sister Jiang replied deferentially, Boss Wu is a magnanimous man. Why bother with mere youngsters? Let's just let it go. Hearing this, he immediately yelled at her, Let it go. Did you all take the wrong medicine? Let it go. I think this city of Tianfeng should change owners. Sister Jiang gently raised her hand and smiled lightly. Boss Wu, we always welcome you when you come to Tianfeng to play. Then she pointed directly at his face. But if you want to come here and cause trouble, you'd best go back to your Jiangbei. The people playing in the nightclub reacted in unison. What is Jiangbei to come here and act so arrogantly? Sister Jiang is absolutely right. You're bullying people too much. Don't be afraid, little sister. The law will deal with them. Old man Tianqing scoffed at the crowd. You think you can rely on yourselves? If I didn't fund the strong cultivators of the demonic realm to fight against the demon beasts, would you still be alive today? Only truly strong cultivators deserve to live. He sneered, pointing at Zhang Feng. Today, I'm definitely taking this girl with me. Sister Jiang replied, a little displeased. Oh, really? Then don't blame me for not being polite. With that, she immediately jumped up, raising her long leg to kick the fat old man. With a whoosh, the blond young man, Tran Thieu, moved to block her. Then he counterattacked, knocking Sister Jiang backward. He looked very calm, raising his hand to rub his neck. No Thien Tan laughed loudly. Tran Thieu is truly worthy of being Zhang Bak's only S-rank strong cultivator in the past 10 years. Sister Jiang lay there, glancing at him. The fat old man smiled sinisterly and ordered, Bring that little girl over here. Let's see who else dares to stop me. Two tall bodyguards approached. Chu Fong huddled, trembling in fear. One of them reached out and lunged to grab the girl, but immediately a figure swiftly moved, pulling the girl aside. Trong Trake added a knee strike to his face and shouted, Take your filthy hands off my sister. Seeing this, Tran Thieu looked excited, raised his hand, and exclaimed, Oh! Trong Trake, holding his sister, said, I told you earlier, if anyone touches my sister, I won't show any respect. Tran Thieu praised him. Your speed is very fast. The fat old man behind him added, You're also a demon realm adventurer. Sister Jiang stood up, still a little sore, and reminded him, Little brother, what's your agility attribute? How are you so fast? On the other side, Tran Thieu examined him, thinking, My agility attribute is already 11. I can't believe someone is even faster than me. He brushed his hair back and said, This is getting interesting. Let me properly introduce myself. I'm Tran Fong, a senior at Long Ho High School, Zhongbak. What's your name? The young man replied with a slight hesitation. 5th High School, Tianfeng City, Trong Trake. Hearing Trong Trake's introduction, Tran Fong stepped forward. I can't believe you're in the same grade as me. He extended his hand in a challenge. What a coincidence. Let's have a match. Trong Trake put his arm around his sister's shoulders and turned to walk away. I'm sorry. I'm not interested. His reply made Tran Fong's face darken. Suddenly, Trong Trake noticed something flying towards him. He spun around, kicked, and sent the wine bottle flying. Then, he cast a sharp gaze at the troublemaker. Tran Fong raised his hand and laughed. You found me out. Your speed is indeed very fast. Without my permission, you two siblings won't be leaving here today. Sister Jiang, standing behind, warned him. His strength is immense, at least 800 jin. You need to be careful. Trong Trake turned to Chu Fong and said, Sister, wait for me over there for a moment. After I deal with him, we'll go home. The two stood face to face. Trong Trake stepped forward, utterly serious. Tran Fong spoke. There's only one person like you in the entire Zhongbak school. I can't believe I coincidentally met you today. How lucky. He smiled sinisterly. I hope you can surprise me. With that, he immediately stomped his foot on the ground and leaped up. He threw an extremely powerful punch directly at Trong Trake. Sister Jiang, watching from outside, worriedly thought. So, all this time, Tran Fong has been hiding his true strength. His first punch already packs 1,000 jin. But Trong Trake simply dodged easily by shifting his body to the side. He thought to himself, my advantage is speed. I must strike quickly and win fast. Then, Trong Trake immediately used his own fist to counterattack. Tran Fong quickly raised his arm to block. He was pushed back a little and praised him. Not bad at all, but unfortunately, that punch is still too light for me. Before he could react, Trong Trake used his speed to move behind him, to the astonishment of him and everyone else. Tran Fong immediately turned his head and exclaimed, So fast! At the same time, Trong Trake's fist was already heading towards his face. Tran Fong hurriedly raised his arm to block and exclaimed, How can he be so fast? Trong Trake continued to move behind Tran Fong. He couldn't keep up with Trong Trake's speed at all, and thought with a frown, Damn it, what's this guy's speed attribute? How can he be so fast? Old man Thien Ton broke out in a cold sweat, worriedly thinking to himself, I can't believe there's such a hidden talent in this small Thien Fong city. I was careless. Without giving him a chance to defend, Trong Trake delivered an extremely powerful punch to Tran Fong's back, making him cry out in pain. Fan Fan said to Chu Fong in surprise, Your brother is usually so gentle and warm. I can't believe he's so strong. The little girl smiled and replied, My brother is just a bit humble. Tran Fong was a bit hurt, but immediately regained his composure and turned to look at him. Trong Trake also quickly jumped back 3 steps, keeping his distance from him. He clutched his arm in pain, grimacing and cursing, Damn it! Trong Trake smiled at him. Tran Fong, it seems your arm can't be lifted anymore. Do you still want to fight? He was still holding the arm that just blocked the attack, showing pain. The atmosphere in the dance hall instantly became quiet. No Thien Ton turned around in a panic. Young Master Tran, a wise man doesn't suffer immediate losses. We'll have a rematch another day. He thought, this is Thien Fong City, and suddenly a master like this appeared. The best thing to do now is to prepare first. Tran Fong was a bit angry but couldn't do anything, so he said loudly, Trong Trake, I'll remember your face. 3 months later is the national competition. After I get admitted to Tan Dai Martial Arts Academy, I will personally come to find you. Trong Trake just smiled and replied, What a coincidence. I also plan to apply to Tan Dai Martial Arts Academy. Who knows, we might become schoolmates. Tran Fong reacted strongly. Your speed is quite fast, but your physical and mental strength don't meet the standards. I think if you really had the ability, you wouldn't have let your sister come to this place, would you? Trong Trake smiled brightly, extended his hand and said, You don't need to worry about my affairs. You should worry about your arm first. When the time comes, come find me at Tan Dai Martial Arts Academy, okay? The 2 troublemakers turned and walked towards the door. He didn't forget to turn back and challenge. I don't know why you can be so confident. The crowd in the dance hall cheered. Get out. Do you think having a bit of dirty money is so great? You want to bully our people from Thien Phong. Now you've just slapped yourselves in the face. Trong Trake put his arm around his sister's shoulder and said, It's getting late. Let's go home, Chu Phong. As they were about to leave, Sister Kwong spoke up to stop them. Little brother, please stop. She continued, I'm really grateful for what you did today. If you don't mind, could we go upstairs and talk for a bit? There are a few things I want to say to you. Chu Phong turned and said, Sister Kwong is a good person. Hearing his sister say that, he turned back and agreed. In Sister Kwong's room, the two siblings, the Zhongs, were sitting on chairs. While she walked towards them, she then placed a check on the table and said, Little brother Zhang Trake, this is 500,000. Consider it a small token of my appreciation. Faced with a large sum of money, both siblings looked extremely surprised. Zhang Trake immediately asked, Although I'm short on money right now, I can't just casually accept money from you like this. He thought to himself, 500,000 is enough to pay for my sister's hospital fees. Sister Kwong explained, Little brother Zhang Trake, I'll be frank. You saw it today. I have a grudge against that No Thien Tan from Thien Tin Group. Today, he brought that Tran Phong, clearly intending to cause trouble at my place. This money is because I want to ask for your help, little brother. If it weren't for you today, I would have been ruined. Chu Phong turned to her brother and pouted. Brother, please help Sister Kwong. Giving in to his sister, Zhang Trake replied, All right. I'll accept this money for now. As for that Tran Phong, if they come looking for trouble again, I'll definitely step in to help. Sister Kwong immediately thanked him, and the two siblings also stood up. Zhang Trake said, No need to be polite. If there's nothing else, we'll take our leave first. Sister Kwong offered to have someone drive them home, but he refused. As the two siblings walked out of the nightclub, Zhang Trake turned to his sister and said, Chu Phong, you're not allowed to come to places like this again. The little girl obediently said, I know I was wrong, but the salary here is really high. He seemed stern. Even if it's higher, you can't work here. At this, Chu Phong seemed to realize she had misspoken and quickly tried to make amends. I know. Then, she smiled cutely, flattering him. Brother, you were so handsome when you were fighting today. Hearing that, he seemed to soften and continued. What's so handsome? Hurry home and get some sleep. You still have school tomorrow morning. The next morning, at the Enfang High School, Zhang Trake was opening the classroom door to leave when a voice called out, stopping him. It was Vong Jung rushing over, crying, My good brother, you almost didn't get to see me again. Yesterday, I was almost tied up by someone. The boy cried, If it weren't for the great rock Sasha saving my life, I'd probably be torn to shreds by now. Zhang Trake tried to push Fatty Jung's face away and said, You're really lucky. Come on, I have to go home and cook for my sister. As he walked home, he thought, This Fatty's memory is really good. In Fatty Jung's eyes, the great rock Sasha was truly powerful. He even wanted to apprentice under him. As he walked down the hallway, someone blocked Zhang Trake's path and greeted him. Hello, classmate. He stepped forward and introduced himself. I'm Trin Hao. I wanted to ask you something. Yesterday, after school, you went to clean the martial arts hall, didn't you? Zhang Trake recalled. He's the one who awakened an A-rank talent. Could it be that he saw me when I was entering the numbers into the force meter? His face slightly worried, he replied, That's me. Trin Hao seemed pleased, stepping closer to him and asking, Then did you see who used the force meter at that time? Zhang Trake stammered, Sorry, I didn't see that. He pondered for a moment longer, without saying anything else. Then he quickly turned and walked away. I still have something to do. I'll be leaving now. He thought to himself. Luckily, he hasn't found out yet. It seems I need to be more careful and meticulous. I absolutely cannot reveal my talent. Seeing the student in front of him walk away somewhat hastily, Trin Hao felt a bit suspicious. Could it be him? His friend next to him said. No way. He's Zhang Trake from Class A8. In the last preliminary test, he didn't even make it into the top 100 in the school. It's definitely not him. Trin Hao crossed his arms in contemplation. All right then, let's just wait until the global competition. The truth will be revealed. While his sister was washing dishes, Zhang Trake sat watching the news. An announcement stated, recently, a dangerous, wanted criminal has escaped to Tianfeng City. Residents are reminded to pay attention to safety. Students with no important matters should limit going out at night. If any suspicious individuals are found, please report them to the police immediately. After watching, Zhang Trake reminded his sister, Feng, I'm going into the demonic realm first. It's not safe outside these days, so remember to stay home and be good. The little girl obediently complied. Returning to the third floor of the demonic realm, Zhang Trake was currently checking the information on his summoned monsters. Although he had obtained the sky-swallowing frog, the casualties were quite heavy. The team currently had 5 empty slots that needed to be filled quickly. His current summoned beast roster still had 5 remaining slots. He opened the demonic realm guide, saw the elite warrior and elite mage, and thought, I'll try a battle first, then decide which elite to add to the team. I wonder what the strength of the monsters on the third floor will be like. While he was still deep in thought, a cry for help echoed from a distance. A group of 3 people was surrounded by elites. They were reminding each other to be careful, as the destructive power of these elites was very strong. Before they could even react, the person holding the shield at the front looked panicked. The elite warrior charged through, slashing away his shield to everyone's astonishment. At the same time, the elite mage also unleashed magical rock attacks, causing the 3 of them to continuously lose health and flee in panic. Observing from a tree, Zhang Trake realized that the 3 close combat fighters couldn't even defeat one elite. It seemed both types of elites were very strong. He summoned his monsters. It's time for you all to enter the battle. Sky-swallowing frog, go. As soon as it received the command, it immediately accumulated energy in its mouth, then leaped out and spewed fire, burning the elite warrior and causing it to lose over 300 health. Next, it was the lava turtle's turn. It used its large body to press down on the elite warrior, but the elite immediately raised its shield. Its blocking ability and shield helped it significantly reduce the incoming damage. Zhang Trake gaped in surprise. What? I can't believe it can still block that. Seeing its comrade attacked, the elite mage immediately launched magical rocks towards the lava turtle, causing it to take a lot of damage. He worriedly pulled down his mask and cursed. Damn it, this elite's rock throw is too strong. Soon, the lava turtle was defeated, collapsing and evaporating. Zhang Trake ordered, Sky-swallowing frog, quickly switch targets. Attack the rock elite first. Immediately, the sky-swallowing frog spewed fire towards it. The elite mage had no defensive capabilities. It could only stand there, wide-eyed, watching the flames hurtling towards it. Just one hit caused it to lose over 400 health, nearly collapsing. With only a sliver of health left, he quickly summoned the iron-fanged wolf and ordered it to finish off the target. Sensing danger, the elite mage immediately turned and fled, abandoning the elite warrior. Zhang Trake was surprised. How can it just run away when it can't win? Seeing its comrade flee, the elite warrior also looked incredibly surprised. The elite mage enthusiastically ran off, without even looking back. Zhang Trake summoned the violent rabbit and ordered it to chase. You want to run, huh? Let's see who's faster, you or my violent rabbit. In just a blink of an eye, the violent rabbit had nearly reached the elite mage. On this side, only the elite warrior remained, facing 2 bosses and Zhang Trake. He spoke. It's just you left. Do you still want to stubbornly resist? Go. Receiving the order, the frog wolf continuously attacked, hit by the bosses from the first and second floors, causing the elite warrior to continuously lose health and fall. Watching it gradually disappear before his eyes, he said, Quite valiant. It took me a full 10 minutes to subdue you. Afterward, he used his innate skill to summon it. Come here, little darling. Let me see how mighty your attributes are. Elite Warrior, Level 1, HP 450, Attack 290, Defense 300. Zhang Trake exclaimed. Both attack and defense are very strong, worthy of being an elite from the third floor of the demonic realm. Although it has no skills, its attributes are even stronger than a Level 3 Violent Rabbit. He continued looking at the screen. Speaking of the Violent Rabbit, why has it been gone so long and still hasn't returned? While he was wondering, a notification appeared. Your Violent Rabbit has died. Zhang Trake was extremely panicked, not knowing what had happened. Why did my little rabbit die? Some sounds came from the bushes, making him turn around and wonder what they were. A formidable army of elites was advancing with heavy footsteps. They looked incredibly aggressive, charging towards him to attack. Zhang Trake panicked. Damn it! That rock elite brought all its comrades here. Saying that, he ran away in a panic. Why are there so many of them? Could my summoned beast army be completely wiped out? It's best to recall them first. I have to run faster. Pursued by the elite army, Zhang Trake quickly ran towards a waiting area on the third floor. The leading elite signaled the entire pack to stop as they approached the altar area. Zhang Trake was probably safe inside, turning to look at them, panting. These guys even know not to get close to the altar. They're truly smart. The people inside the altar saw this and grumbled. Damn it! What did that guy do to attract so many elites here? Did he perhaps seduce an elite's wife? What peculiar taste! Seeing no more opportunities, the elites turned and went back into the forest, not forgetting to give him the middle finger. They walked away, each one looking incredibly angry. Sitting down to rest and check the information, he saw that these elites were truly cunning. They not only knew how to escape, but also led a large reinforcement army. The best way now is to not give them a chance to escape, but how can that be done? Suddenly, his eyes flashed. It seemed he had found a method. Zhang Trake shot up, clenched his fists, and exclaimed, How could I have forgotten it? This startled the people standing nearby. He stood high in a tree, secretly observing the elites below. He quietly hid behind large ancient trees, not daring to show his face. If they saw him now, they would likely immediately call for reinforcements to attack. Zhang Trake thought to himself, It seems that whether in long range or close combat, you all have fixed formations. This time, I'll open your eyes. Zhang Trake jumped out, summoned monsters, and commanded, My darlings, advance. Attack those elites for me. As soon as they appeared, the lava turtle and the newly subdued elite warrior immediately charged forward to attack. He also ordered the phantom wolf and the sky-devouring frog to unleash fire and burn the armored elite. The tactic of overwhelming numbers proved quite successful. The elite continuously lost health. After that, he immediately defeated that elite, preventing them from escaping to call for reinforcements. This time, they couldn't withstand it anymore. Besides that, there was still an elite standing around dazed. All of Zhang Trake's beasts turned to look at it. He smiled. Now only you are left. The elite monster, with only a sliver of health left, stood frozen, facing a ferocious iron-fanged wolf. Knowing it couldn't win, it immediately turned and fled into the forest. Zhang Trake smirked. I knew you would run. Then he immediately summoned the poisonous spider and ordered it to attack with its spider web. The spider web immediately wrapped around the elite's legs, causing it to fall face first to the ground. Looking up, it saw an incredibly large number of creatures before it. Zhang Trake sneered. Didn't you know how to run? Brothers, finish it for me. The elite trembled like a leaf, but had no way to resist. Then, a tragic scream echoed through the elite forest. After subduing the elite mage, he stood and checked its stats, exclaiming, This guy's long-range damage is really high, up to 330. The damage is almost equivalent to the Phantom Wolf's. No wonder it hits so hard. No, I must summon a few more. Having decided, he raised his hand and ordered the beasts, Brothers, charge. We'll kill all these elites. And so, with the same old tactic of guerrilla warfare, he continuously killed elites. The poisonous spider's web attack was indeed very effective. It seems I'll have to use it more often in the future. Not to mention, The sky-devouring frog's long-range fire breath attack was also very powerful. Combat also incurred losses. Zhang Treke's level 3 lava turtle died, but in return, he subdued more elves to replace it. His army had been changed, now consisting of 7 elves, 1 poisonous spider, and 2 big bosses. Finally, the army was full. Zhang Treke raised his hand to rub his chin, pondering. This time, I'll go see what the boss of the 3rd floor of the demon realm really looks like. Amidst rolling mountains and deep forests, before him was the main base of the elf tribe on the 3rd floor. The large tent in the middle was where the boss resided. Zhang Treke observed from above and said, "It seems the boss on this floor is much stronger than those on previous floors." On this floor, besides the Elf King boss, there are countless small elves accompanying him. If I want to fight him one-on-one, it might be a bit difficult. Behind him, someone was recruiting. S-Rank talent can lead newbies to fight bosses. If you want to come along, hurry and get in the carriage. Once 100 people are gathered, we'll depart. Zhang Treke thought, relying on leading newbies to fight bosses for rewards is truly too much. Because there are no supervisors here, it has created opportunities for those guys to profit unfairly. Robberies of wealth and bodies happen very frequently, and some people even lose their lives. Zhang Treke could only close his eyes and ignore it. Another scammer. Suddenly, from behind him, a hand waved, calling him. He smiled and said, "Are you interested in joining my team? We just need 5 more people to have a full roster. The entire journey is free, and all spoils after killing the boss are yours. We won't take anything." He turned back to look at him, thinking, "This place is too crowded. I need to find a less populated spot. Relying on my summon team, advancing step by step shouldn't be a problem." Zhang Treke flatly refused. "No need. I prefer to act alone." The team members discussed and criticized, saying he had the nerve to refuse an invitation from an expert, that he was abnormal, looking for death. They decided to ignore him. His life or death was none of their business. Standing behind a large tree, observing silently, Zhang Zhe thought, "Not only is this place deserted, but there are also very few enemies. I'll break in from here." Thinking this, he reached behind his back to retrieve arrows and summon monsters. Then he ordered them, "Go, my darlings, goblin wolf frogs, to battle side by side." The sky-swallowing frog and the goblin mage used long-range, surprise attacks on the goblin mage on the other side, causing its health to plummet rapidly, making it easy to eliminate. As for melee combat, the goblin warrior fought, with immense support from the iron-fanged wolf, also helping the summoned army to overwhelm their opponents. From that direction, he quickly advanced into the inner area, heading towards the large tent in the middle. Outside, he left the iron-fanged wolf and the sky-swallowing frog to continue dealing with the remaining enemies. Holding the spoils in his hand, he felt that this trip had indeed yielded quite a few demon soul orbs. Zhang Zhe took out the guidebook and looked at the displayed map. In front of him, the Goblin King boss was right inside. He stood before the door with the goblin emblem. From inside came sounds of cries for help. Zhang Zhe also heard it and wondered, could it be that someone is already fighting the boss? Inside the tent, demon people ran in disarray, accompanied by cries of goblins killing people and pleas for help. Behind them were goblins led by a huge and fierce boss. The goblin with a long beard and bloodthirsty eyes laughed and continuously attacked, finishing off players. The surviving players were surrounded by goblins, with almost no way out. The boss still stood there, completely unfazed. Observing the situation from outside, Zhang Zhe realized, isn't that the group from earlier? What happened? The guy in the purple cloak is there too. But why isn't he helping them now? Without further delay, the goblin warriors jumped in to attack the new players of the demon realm. The slaughter hadn't stopped. The boss also began to charge and attack the players, who were quickly defeated. The veteran adventurers continuously fell and evaporated from the system, meaning their lives outside the demon realm were also gone. An entire team of nearly 100 people had been defeated. From where their bodies evaporated, demon soul orbs appeared. The goblin boss sat on its chair, laughing loudly. At this moment, Zhang Ze gradually understood the problem. The guy in the purple cloak was not some S-rank expert at all. He was just the one responsible for leading the new players to their deaths. Afterward, he would find an opportunity to collect these demon soul orbs and equipment. Zhang Ze slowly sneaked in and picked up a few demon soul orbs. Looking at the demon soul orbs in his hand, he could only sigh. These low-level demon soul orbs were all obtained by those new players, trading their lives. That guy in the purple cloak is truly despicable. Lost in thought, not paying attention to his surroundings, a dagger suddenly flew past. It hit a demon soul orb in his hand, then stuck right in front of him. At this moment, Zhang Ze finally realized, "Oh no, have I finally been discovered?" The goblin boss discovered the intruder. It stood up, glared at him, and growled. Then it roared, "A fool who doesn't know his place." As soon as the great king boss finished speaking, the goblin warriors immediately charged towards Zhang Ze, attacking. But he quickly jumped backward, then summoned his goblins and ordered them to fend off the attacks from those around him. A completely unexpected scene appeared before him, goblins attacking goblins. No one knew which side would win. Meanwhile, the goblin boss quietly sat there and observed. Zhang Ze also looked at it and said, "As long as the goblin warriors can temporarily hold off the small fry, I'll have time to fight the boss alone." After saying that, he sent out the poisonous spider and used its web to attack, while he himself jumped aside, drew his bow, and shot. The poisonous spider immediately spun silk, launching a spider web towards the great goblin king boss. Zhang Ze also summoned 2 more goblin warriors to charge forward and assist him in attacking the boss. At this moment, the boss roared, "You ants are just a bunch of tiny ants." Then it swung its 2 hands, breaking the swords of the summoned goblins. Just one attack from it defeated one goblin, while the other was barely clinging to life with a tiny bit of health. Seeing this, Zhang Ze was utterly shocked. This is his cyclone skill. Is this damage not too terrifying? He knelt down, drew his bow, and commanded, "Sky-swallowing frog, goblin mage, and all long-range warriors, focus fire on the boss." Receiving the order, they all attacked simultaneously, launching fire breaths, magic stone throws, and arrows. The vicious attacks were aimed directly at the goblin boss. It stood there calmly, waiting. Who knew how it would react? The goblin boss roared, "You fools who don't know your place, I condemn you to death." Then it wielded 2 large swords and swung them to deflect the long-range attacks. However, some attacks still caused it to take damage, losing a basic amount of health. Zhang Ze was astonished. "I didn't expect it could use dual swords to block." Except for the sky-swallowing frog's fireball spell, it blocked almost half of all other physical attacks. Immediately, the summoned goblin warrior appeared, raising its shield to block and deflect those attacks. Zhang Ze focused on observing and thought, "This guy's attack and defense skills are both very formidable. Those small monsters over there are also about to collapse. What should I do? Or maybe I should retreat first now." Suddenly, a sword appeared out of nowhere, radiating a dark, murderous aura. A stab landed directly on his side, accompanied by a voice echoing, "Go die." This purple-cloaked figure had revealed himself in front of him. In his hand was a dagger, blood dripping from it. Zhang Ze clutched his stomach in pain, pointed at him and shouted, "So it was you." He thought to himself, "Before, I forgot to pay attention to this Death's Remnant guy. You truly are a despicable scoundrel." He licked the dagger in his hand and said, "I didn't expect you wouldn't die from such a fatal stab. It seems your attributes are quite excellent." "My talent is invisibility. As long as I don't actively attack or take damage, I can always remain invisible. Isn't that cool?" Zhang Ze squinted and replied, "This talent of yours is pretty ordinary if used against monsters, but it's top-notch when used against other players. It seems you rely on it to deceive new players, don't you?" He admitted without hesitation, "That's right. If you hadn't come earlier, I would have harvested a mountain of soul orbs. So now you must die." His current situation wasn't looking good. With the Goblin King boss behind him and Death's Remnant in front, Zhang Ze was surrounded by enemies. Behind him, the Goblin King continuously attacked Zhang Zai's summoned goblin warriors, causing them to rapidly disappear. Seeing the notification that his summoned monsters had been killed by the goblin boss, his eyes clearly showed worry and panic. He thought to himself, "What should I do? Am I really about to be defeated by this guy? No, I must quickly think of a way." The purple-cloaked figure stood there, raising his voice. "What's wrong?" Still not giving up. At this moment, Zhang Zai's health bar was down to just a sliver. A light like an electric spark flashed in his eyes. It seemed he had figured out a countermeasure to escape the encirclement. Zhang Zai immediately summoned a venomous spider and ordered it to use its web attack. The spider web shot straight at Death's Remnant. When he realized what was happening, his face clearly showed fear and worry, blurting out, "Careless." But it was too late. He was already tied to the floor by the spider web. He cursed at Zhang Zai. "You think you can escape by tying me up with spider web? The Goblin King boss's enemy isn't me." Zhang Zai put a hand to his mouth, gesturing for him to shut up. "Who said I want to run away? I still have to stay here and wait to loot your corpse." He ordered his summoned monsters to gather, then recalled them into the monster space. Death's Remnant screamed in fear. "You little brat, are you crazy?" Zhang Zai ran away, turning to him and saying, "I'm not crazy. You're the one who's about to go crazy. I've recalled all my summoned monsters. Now I'm going to run out of the boss's activity range. If it doesn't attack you, who will it attack?" Just as expected, the huge boss advanced in front of him, raising its two swords, ready to strike down. He was held down by the spider web, unable to move, and could only scream, "I've fallen into this guy's trap." The Goblin King's eyes were filled with death. Although it had some intelligence, it still couldn't fundamentally distinguish who its main enemy was. The sword slowly swung down. Death's Remnant hastily activated a skill while cursing Zhang Zai. "You stinking brat, don't dream that your plan has succeeded. I still have invisibility magic." The prey in front suddenly vanished, making the Goblin King boss stare blankly, not understanding what happened. He could only sit still, not daring to move. "You stinking brat. I'll remember your face. After I get out of this mess, I'll hunt you down to the ends of the earth." Spiderweb duration remaining, 25 seconds. But at this moment, Zhang Zai reappeared. He stepped in front of the Goblin King boss, which made it a bit confused. Death's Remnant saw this and worried. "What's going on? Why did that kid come back? What exactly does he want to do?" He held the bow in his hand, raised his hand to scratch his head, and smiled at him. Then he took out an arrow, aimed at the boss, and said, "As expected, he went invisible. Then let me give you a hand." With that, he released his hand, letting the arrow fly towards it. The arrow pierced straight into his shoulder, making him fall backward, revealing himself, screaming in pain. His body gradually became visible. He exclaimed in surprise, "I was invisible. How could that kid still see me?" At this moment, the Goblin King looked down at the target on the ground, while he clutched his chest and thought, "I'm doomed this time." The Goblin King opened its mouth, staring at Death's Remnant with murderous eyes. Then it slashed its sword across his back, causing him immense pain, his health continuously dropping. He crumpled, propping himself up with his hands on the ground, his whole body trembling as he muttered, "Only 5 more seconds. I must hold on for 5 more seconds." But it wasn't that easy. Another spider web was shot out, adding another 50 seconds of being tied down. He glared and roared, "I hate this damn move of yours. I'm going to kill you." Zhang Zai stood there, laughing loudly. "I don't need to see you at all. I just need to see my spider web." He drew his bow and continued, "Doesn't it feel great to be tormented by the boss? Haven't you often witnessed many people being tormented to death? Now it's your turn." He aimed the arrow directly at his stomach and shot, making him fall backward, screaming in pain. Immediately after, the Goblin King boss again brought its sword down. Seeing the sword about to cleave his face, Death's Remnant grimaced, "Even if I die, I won't let you rest in peace." Just as he finished speaking, the large sword chopped straight into him, ending his life. Watching his body slowly disappear, Zhang Ze said. He brought it upon himself. He deserved to die. After that, he summoned the monsters again. Next, it's our turn to go into battle. After Death's remnant was defeated, now it's time for the confrontation between the two remaining forces. On one side was Zhang Ze with his summoned army. On the other side was the Goblin King with his troops. But not rushing into battle. He took the opportunity to collect the spoils left behind by Death's remnant. This guy also had a lot of items. There were dozens of soul orbs. There was a pair of gloves called White Silk Gauntlet, which increased damage by 50. Zhang Ze put it on and thought, this equipment is good, an extra 50 damage. My attack stats have finally increased. Then, he drew his bow and shot straight towards the Goblin King, standing in front of him. With the boosted attack power, the arrow flew with significantly more force. However, when it hit the Goblin King boss's head, the arrow bounced back, causing no damage at all. He gave a wry smile. There's something wrong with my attack. It still had no effect on its thick skin. Having just been tickled by an attack, the enraged Goblin King boss charged forward, using Whirlwind Slash to attack the summoned goblins in front of it. It roared and slashed down. You insects! The summoned goblin warriors took continuous hits, lost health, and evaporated one after another. The system announced the death of the level 1 goblins. They vanished right before his eyes. Zhang Ze was a bit worried now. The boss's Whirlwind Slash damage was too high, and it was an area of effect skill, too terrifying. He had to think of something. It showed no signs of stopping, charging towards him, swinging its sword, and shouting, "All you insects die!" Immediately, he summoned the poison spider, ordering it to use web attack. The spider sprayed webbing directly at the Goblin King boss's legs, holding it tightly. But the attack still came down. Zhang Ze jumped backward to dodge. The spider web's binding ability seemed very strong. The sword that had just chopped down was also caught by the web, stuck fast and unable to be pulled out. Seizing this opportunity, he recalled his melee monsters and ordered his ranged monsters to prepare. When everything was in position, Zhang Ze immediately ordered an attack. The sky-swallowing frog and the goblin mage used their ranged attacks on the Goblin King boss. The sky-swallowing frog used its most powerful fire breath attack. The goblin mage used magic stones, hitting every single time. The Goblin King boss, unable to move, tried to raise its twin swords to block the magic stones. Zhang Ze pulled down his mask and smiled. Is this enough to deal with you? At this moment, its entire body was engulfed in the sky-swallowing frog's enormous flames. It could only block the stones, but couldn't stop the fire. Being burned, its health dropped rapidly. Now only 9% remaining. Zhang Ze clutched his wounded stomach and encouraged. Just a little more, we're almost there. Its health is only 9% left. Keep using ranged attacks. Being rooted to the spot and constantly bombarded by ranged attacks, the Goblin King boss couldn't retaliate. Suddenly, a bright flame ignited in its eyes. The sky-swallowing frog's finishing blow targeted it, causing everything around to explode. It roared in agony. Finally, its health dropped to 0%. It collapsed, and its body evaporated before him. The system displayed a message. Congratulations, you have defeated the Goblin King. Along with that, soul orbs appeared. Zhang Ze happily cheered. Finally, we won. Suddenly, the boss's throne began to change, cracking into pieces and revealing a light. The rocks on the throne shattered, revealing a spatial teleportation circle. Zhang Ze picked up the loot while looking at the gate. No wonder I didn't see the teleportation gate. It was hidden inside the boss's throne. Holding a blue soul orb in his hand, he smiled. As expected of a boss, it even dropped a high-grade soul orb. Then he raised his hand and used his talent skill, re-summoning the Goblin King boss he had just defeated. Get up. Don't just lie there anymore. From within the summoning circle, the boss's body slowly reappeared. It was resurrected, but with a completely different identity. Its body was intact, and the two large swords on its back were unchanged. Even its fiercely glowing red eyes were preserved, but its position had changed. Zhang Ze looked at it and gave a friendly smile. The Goblin King boss knelt before its new master. He laughed and told it, You were quite hard to beat. You made me sacrifice several summoned beasts. Zhang Ze patted its head triumphantly. But from now on, you'll be my subordinate. Looking at his summoned beast list, he currently had 3 bosses: the sky-swallowing frog, the elite iron-fanged wolf, and the goblin king. Although the wolf's attribute stats are the lowest among the 3 bosses, it's still an elite monster about to level up. Currently, there's still 5 empty slots. Later, I'll have to add 3 goblin warriors and 2 goblin mages. Zhang Ze thought, but now I should go to the 4th floor first, otherwise the boss will reappear very quickly. He rubbed his chin and chuckled. Later, I can try summoning a few more bosses and some goblin kings. Then I'll be invincible. As he was about to step into the teleportation gate, someone walked up and called out, stopping him in his tracks. Then they rushed toward Zhang Ze, demanding he put down his weapons and surrender immediately. In an instant, the group of people had surrounded him. Looking at the emblem on their chests, he recognized it as the symbol of the Demon Realm Management Bureau. The number of people surrounding him at this moment was too large, easily over a dozen. Twisted Hair, with dual swords in hand, asked, "Where are all the adventurers who joined your team?" Zhang Ze replied, "What are you talking about? I didn't form a team. I think you've got the wrong person." He pointed his sword at him and continued, "Don't make excuses. We received a report that someone is impersonating a master, leading free monster hunting teams to swindle new adventurers." Within 1 year, 3 incidents occurred, resulting in hundreds of deaths. Jing Kam stepped forward with a bow and said, "We are the control team from the Demon Realm Management Bureau. Today, you won't escape even if you run to the ends of the earth. Put down your weapons and come with us. If you dare resist, you'll face the consequences yourself." Then, she drew her bow and continued, "Don't even think about running through the stone gate to escape to the 4th floor. We've set up a perimeter. If you don't put down your weapons, we'll act immediately." Zhang Ze looked at them and thought, there are over 10 opponents. Looking at their equipment, they're clearly not ordinary adventurers. Resisting wouldn't guarantee a win. He immediately raised both hands in surrender. "It seems I have to go with them. What an unlucky day." But at that very moment, someone stepped forward and raised a hand to stop them. "Wait, that person isn't a criminal." Zhang Ze recognized him as an acquaintance and exclaimed, "It's you." It turned out to be the disciplinarian he had met earlier on the 3rd floor. He waved and smiled at him. "Brother Rakshasa." "What a coincidence, we meet again." The people beside him immediately greeted him as manager. Hearing that, he raised a hand and mused, "Manager? Aren't you a disciplinarian? When did you get promoted to manager?" The manager smiled and replied, "It's all thanks to you. Because of the previous case we solved together, the higher-ups made an exception and promoted me." He stepped forward and shook Zhang Ze's hand. "I'm currently the manager of the control department. I have to thank Rakshasa for helping me that day." Zhang Ze waved it off. "You're too polite. It was nothing. No need to thank me." Jing Kam turned and reported, "Manager, when we arrived, he was the only one here. If it's not him, then who is it?" The manager smiled and said to them, "Everyone, listen to my analysis. First, Rakshasa is my friend. I believe he is not a criminal. Also, according to the informant's description, the criminal who tricks new adventurers in the demon realm is Death's Grasp." After explaining to everyone, he turned to Zhang Ze and said, "Right, Rakshasa, have you seen Death's Grasp here, or any of the adventurers he just tricked?" He honestly shook his head. "You guys arrived too late. All the new adventurers have already met with disaster." Everyone around was astonished. The manager exclaimed, "What? All of them met with disaster? Unbelievable." He bit his fingernails in frustration. Hundreds more dead. That Death's Grasp is truly too malicious. I must catch him. Zhang Ze sighed. "I'm afraid you'll never find him again." He raised both hands and closed his eyes, demonstrating, "Because I already killed him." Everyone couldn't believe the answer and asked, "What?" Jing Kam spoke up. According to the Bureau's records, Death's Grasp claimed to have an S-Rank talent and was also a high-level adventurer who had been active in the demon realm for many years. holding the title of skilled assassin. He is a formidable individual. Seeing that everyone seemed unconvinced, Zhang Zhe touched his system interface and said, "Of course it's true. If you don't believe me, you can check my kill list." Indeed, in his kill list, the name Death's Grasp appeared, right on the second line. The kill list records the names of enemies adventurers have killed in the area. Jing Kam exclaimed, "He just cleared the 3rd floor and was able to eliminate a highly rated master?" Twisted Hair added, "And it was even a one-on-one fight. Unbelievable." The manager looked at him and asked, "He was really killed by you? How did you do it?" Everyone around discussed and expressed admiration for Zhang Ze's talent. They themselves had almost been unable to do this before. They had to follow masters to gradually increase their strength to reach where they were today. The manager clapped him on the shoulder, praising him happily. "Rakshasa, you've given me a new impression of you. Truly, a formidable young talent. Thank you for eliminating this menace for everyone." Zhang Ze smiled. "It's nothing. Just a small matter." Then he turned towards the teleportation gate and said, "If there's nothing else, I'll be going now." But the manager quickly stopped him. "Wait, Rakshasa. There's one more thing you need to know. Death's Grasp was a member of an underground organization in the demon realm. It's called Dawn. The name sounds righteous, but in reality, the organization is extremely evil. They commit kidnapping, robbery, assassination, all kinds of crimes. Our Demon Realm Management Bureau has always been investigating that organization, but because they conceal their tracks very well, and the members are all very strong and cunning, we haven't made any progress yet." He added, "Since you killed one of their members, they might target you. To ensure your safety, I suggest you join the Demon Realm Management Bureau." Zhang Ze raised his hand, pondering the name Dawn. Then he stepped through the teleportation gate to the 4th floor, waved his hand and said, "There's no need to join the Management Bureau. I remember the name of this organization. I'll be careful myself." Watching the talent walk away, the manager clenched his fists with a bit of regret, but it only made him more determined. "All right, there will be a day you join our Demon Realm Management Bureau." On the 4th floor of the Demon Realm, the scenery was incredibly desolate, completely different from the lush, thriving forest on the 3rd floor. All the adventurers were gathered densely at the altar. The scene was extremely strange. Chuang Trake, having just arrived and knowing nothing, immediately wondered, "What's going on here?" The bustling crowd voiced their complaints. "By what right does the Demon Realm Management Bureau not let us out? The Demon Realm belongs to everyone, yet they arbitrarily obstruct us." They wondered, "What do you mean?" A dead zone appeared on the 4th floor. "Only a fool would believe you. This must be some conspiracy you're hiding from us." Chuang Trake felt a slight headache, wondering, "Why is it the Demon Realm Management Bureau again?" In the crowd, someone spoke up. "What do you mean?" A dead zone appeared on the 4th floor. "Only a fool would believe you guys." He loudly declared, "It's all a conspiracy. We oppose the monopolization of the 4th floor." Chuang Trake remained in place, silently observing and gathering information about the situation. He thought, "A dead zone? I have an invitation from the dead zone in my bag. Could it be related to this?" Just then, the person in charge of the 4th floor spoke up. "The Demon Realm Management Bureau always maintains and protects the stability of the Demon Realm. We absolutely will not be hostile towards anyone." He began to explain. A dead zone truly appeared on the 4th floor. Perhaps many people don't know what a dead zone is, because the Demon Realm Handbook doesn't have any records. Let me tell you all. A dead zone is actually another dimension/space. We haven't thoroughly researched the specific situation of this dimension/space yet. All we know is that it contains extremely powerful and ferocious monsters. Moreover, it will appear randomly on a certain floor in the Demon Realm without any prior warning. The monsters within are extremely bloodthirsty, and there are even demons in there too. Furthermore, the current difficulty of the 4th floor of the Demon Realm has suddenly increased to be on par with the difficulty of the 10th floor. That's why we're preventing everyone from entering the 4th floor, because it has too many dangers. We hope you understand." The loudmouth didn't stop yelling. Why should I trust your words? I don't believe your nonsense. I want to go outside. The person in charge replied. If you insist on leaving, I can let you go, but you'll have to take full responsibility for all consequences. Hearing that, the loudmouth from before spat out some saliva, then smacked his lips and clicked his tongue. Then, the Demon Realm management opened the door for him to leave. As he stepped out, he spoke in a challenging tone. Fine, I'm leaving. You think I'm scared of you? He didn't forget to point at the person in charge and add, Did you really think I was a coward? He closed his eyes, as if he couldn't be bothered. At this moment, the person in charge could only sigh, watching a stubborn person run off to seek death. Then he turned back to the crowd inside and said, If anyone else insists on leaving, I'll let them all out. At this point, those inside hesitated, asking each other, Should we go out? They were still skeptical. Is there really a death zone? While they were still hesitating, a scream came from outside. It was the loudmouth from before, running back. His body was mutating. As he ran back to the altar, he screamed, It's mutating. It's horrifying. He collapsed right in front of the magic barrier, saying, It's horrifying. The monsters have all mutated. They were frantically chasing me. Luckily, I ran fast. I almost died out there. He was trembling. Everyone was buzzing with discussions. I can't believe there really is a death zone. At this point, the person in charge spoke up. Now do you all believe me? I suggest that for the next few days, everyone refrain from logging into the 4th floor of the Demon Realm. Wait until the death zone disappears before coming to this floor. The adventurers were a bit worried and disappointed. We can't log in? For several days? Then what's the point of staying here? Let's log off and rest. Zhang Zhe watched as everyone on the 4th floor logged out of the Demon Realm one by one. He also thought to himself, It's getting late. If I can't go out, then I should just go home. Good thing tomorrow is Saturday, so I don't have to go to school. Inside the Demon Realm, on a certain floor, a giant monster stood with a scythe in its hand. In front of it was a swordsman in a red cloak, who looked incredibly tiny compared to the monster. The swordsman smiled at it, then raised his hand to grip his sword, preparing to draw it. He stomped his foot on the ground, dashed towards it, and then drew his sword. A series of powerful sword techniques cut across the giant monster's body. Among them, a wave of sword energy was aimed directly at its face. The monster slowly vaporized, and the swordsman walked away calmly. A notification appeared on the screen. Giant zombie has died. From the zombie's corpse, an incredibly large soul orb dropped. The swordsman stepped forward and sheathed his sword. Then he reached out to pick up the soul orb. He then tapped the system notification. You have received a new message. Would you like to view it? As soon as he clicked it, a red screen appeared with the words, The deathly remains has been defeated by Rakshasa. The swordsman raised his hand to his chin, smiled, and said, Rakshasa, huh? Interesting. After that, this person drew his sword again, preparing to face another huge monster, the boss of the 22nd floor. His strength seemed very formidable. The next morning at Zhang Zhe's house, the two siblings were preparing breakfast. He said to his sister, Xiaofeng, stay home and do your homework obediently. I'm going out for a bit. He picked up his phone and continued. Zhang Panpan said her cousin has a job that's perfect for me. Xiaofeng was a bit worried. Zhang Panpan's cousin? I heard his job is very dangerous. He stepped out the door, turned back, waved to his sister, and instructed. Don't worry, you know my abilities. Be good at home, okay? Xiaofeng obediently agreed. In a dilapidated abandoned area in the city, Zhang Zhe was entering according to the meeting point. He scratched his head, looking around confusedly, but still couldn't find anyone. He looked at his phone, wondering, Where's Zhang Panpan? The address is clearly right here. While he was bewildered from a distance, Panpan waved and called, Brother Zhang Zhe, over here. The young girl smiled, waved brightly, and called, I'm over here. Then she opened the warehouse door and said, My cousin is inside. He asked, This place seems like it's been abandoned for a long time. The two went inside. There were 4 people standing, discussing around a small table. Pan Pan spoke up and called, "Cousin, this is Zhang Zhe, the person I told you about." She turned to him and said, "Brother Zhang Zhe, this is my cousin Lu Kai." Lu Kai seemed very gentlemanly. He extended his hand towards him and said, "Pan Pan said you're talented and also in need of money, right? Do you want to join my team?" Zhang Zhe scratched his head awkwardly. "I really want to find a job, but I still don't know what you guys do." Lu Kai exhaled and replied, "We're going to the corrupted zone." He was a bit startled to hear that. The corrupted zone? Lu Kai continued, "As you probably know, recently, monsters have invaded, causing many cities to collapse and become desolate. However, the corrupted zone doesn't just have monsters. It also has many treasures like money, antiques, and valuable paintings. Many wealthy people covet these items and want to collect them. This job is very dangerous. What if we encounter monsters? And because the National Security Bureau prohibits ordinary people from entering, what we're doing is illegal. But for money, we don't care about the danger." The 4 of them seemed united and determined. From behind, a person named Tai Gang stepped forward, patted Lu Kai's shoulder, and added, "There's wealth in danger, kid. Come work with us." Feng Zi, in the red shirt, also happily stepped up to entice him. "One trip, 300,000 dong each. So kid, are you in with us?" Standing behind was old Ba, a bald young man who looked somewhat rugged. Zhang Zhe thought to himself, "That's not a small amount of money. My sister's life is a race against time." The money earned from selling demon soul orbs and Sister Zhang's 500,000 plus another 300,000 would be enough to rent a kidney for my sister. So he immediately happily agreed to join the team and go to the corrupted zone. Lu Kai joyfully put an arm around his shoulder and laughed loudly. "Excellent, that's brave." There's also good news. This time, the difficulty of the mission the boss assigned is very high, so the reward is doubled, a total of 3 million. The team members also looked happy at this point. Everyone was excited to hear the number 3 million, knowing each person would get 600,000. Zhang Zhe asked, "What item are we looking for this time?" Lu Kai replied, "It's a calligraphic painting from the 5 Dynasties period." He added, "The location is Jiangdong Museum, 4 a.m. tomorrow. Everyone, please be on time." The next day, at the Zhang siblings' home, Zhang Zhe walked down yawning and asked, "Xiaofeng, why are you up so early today? Aren't you afraid of losing energy?" She smiled. "It's okay. I know you have to wake up early, so I got up to make you breakfast." Seeing 2 red apples on the table, he asked where they came from and was told that a new neighbor next door gave them. Xiaofeng even praised the uncle for being approachable. Zhang Zhe munched on his bread and said, "Special resources are extremely scarce now, especially fresh vegetables and fruits. These 2 apples would cost at least several hundred dong. The new neighbor is truly generous." He stepped outside, turned his head, and instructed his sister, "You keep them and eat them. Next time, remember not to casually accept things from others." Xiaofeng obediently listened, telling her brother to be careful. Walking to the meeting point, still chewing on his bread, Zhang Zhe thought, "This trip is very dangerous. Last night, before going to bed, I absorbed all the remaining demon soul orbs." The system displayed information about the Azura in the demon realm. Basically, all his attributes were higher than normal people's, especially strength and agility, which Zhang Zhe prioritized. His current strength index is 14, punch force about 10,000 pounds, agility 15. If he encounters a pit monster, he can still fight it solo. He still hoped everything would go smoothly, and he wouldn't run into any monsters. Before him was the city wall, with its desolation and ruin. Below was a huge forbidden sign. Lu Kai's group of 4 were already waiting there. Seeing him, they raised their hands and called out. Lu Kai handed Zhang Zhe a chicken and instructed, "Take this. Use it in an emergency." He wondered what the chicken was for, and Lu Kai explained, "Pit monsters like to eat corpses. If you're targeted, just throw the chicken out for them to eat and escape." Putting the chicken in his bag, This was truly the first time he'd heard of such a thing. Behind him, Fengzi urged, "Don't dawdle, let's go." Zhang Ze gripped the rope tightly. It started to rain. This was his first adventure. Then he stepped onto the city wall, climbing over it to the corrupted zone, where everyone was already waiting. After a while, Zhang Ze finally climbed up. Before him and everyone else was the extremely catastrophic sight of the desolate and ruined corrupted zone. Lu Kai patted his shoulder and said, "Your Fan's friend. I hope nothing happens to you. Follow me and listen to my instructions. I guarantee you'll return safely." Fengzi always rushed ahead. Lu Kai followed, reminding everyone, "Hurry up, it's getting late." A team of 5 walked in the rain on a deserted road in the dangerous zone. No pain, no gain. Lao Ba stepped up and asked, "Boss, after this, let's find an opportunity to send that kid back. Having a burden like that is inconvenient." Lu Kai agreed with him. Before them now was a large building, but its front was completely blocked by rubble. "This is the retrieval point." Zhang Ze wondered. "There's no entrance here." Lu Kai asked, "Fengzi, found it yet?" He was climbing the pile of rubble in front of them, searching for an entrance. Pulling away some wooden planks, a blue sign appeared. It was an exit sign with an arrow pointing right. He turned back, smiling, and announced, "Boss, it's here." Lu Kai immediately ordered Lao Ba to step forward. He clasped his hands together, his face determined, and told everyone to move aside. Then he delivered an extremely powerful punch aimed at the spot where the sign had been. The punch seemed strong, sending rubble flying and shattering. A large hole appeared. The entrance was clear. Lao Ba stood there, looking very confident. Lu Kai turned and said, "Lao Ba has the highest strength index in the team. I think it's 12. Zhang Ze thought to himself, "Only 12? That's even lower than mine." Everyone entered together. Lu Kai cautioned, "Pit monsters like to hide in the dark. It's pitch black inside this area, so monsters might be lurking there. Everyone needs to be careful." With flashlights in hand, the team walked through the dark corridor, surrounded by human skeletons. After a while, they reached an iron door. Lu Kai stepped up and gently pushed the door open with both hands. They entered the museum's exhibition hall. Lu Kai told everyone to split up and search, but to remember to be careful. After everyone scattered to search, Lu Kai shone his light on an ink-wash painting, shining the light on its name below. The painting was called Spring River Boating Diagram. He read the painting's name, and it seemed it wasn't the one their boss needed. Zhang Ze behind him asked, "Is it this one? A farewell to Wang Zijun?" Lu Kai took out his phone, looked at the photo, and compared it with the painting in front of him. It seemed to be the right one. He was elated, his face clearly showing joy. Then, he immediately and professionally took down the painting, and gently rolled it up, putting it into his bag. Fengzi laughed loudly. "Success! Once we get the money, I'm heading to Van Den Hoi to find some girls to have fun with." Zhang Ze wondered, "Isn't someone missing?" Everyone looked around. Fengzi asked, "Where's Thiet Quam?" Lu Kai quickly took out his walkie-talkie and called out, "Thiet Quam, do you read me?" Lao Ba, standing next to him, frowned. "You were just here. Where'd you disappear to?" As the team leader, Lu Kai was a bit worried. He said, "We can't wait here. This place is too dangerous." He decided to leave a message for Thiet Quam, and the team would leave first. But from a hole above their heads, a pair of red eyes, filled with danger, looked down. It was crawling out and staring down at the 4 people below. With his keen senses, Zhang Ze noticed something amiss and turned to look, wondering. "What's that sound?" With a loud crash, something large fell from the floor above. Lu Kai and everyone else were utterly terrified. "Damn it, I can't believe we ran into it." From within the dust, a large green foot stepped out. It was a level 2 pit monster with a huge eye in the middle of its belly and hideous teeth. Seeing it, Lao Ba immediately jumped up, threw a punch, and told everyone, "You guys go help the others first. I'll deal with it." He jumped up with the dagger in his hand and slashed straight at it. Lao Ba tried with all his might, slashing down with the weapon in his hand. But the monster, with its thick skin and tough flesh, broke the dagger, much to his astonishment. Lao Ba cursed. Damn it, this one really has thick skin. Immediately, it used its huge hand with sharp claws to strike down at Lao Ba. He raised his two hands, crossed in front of his chest, to defend. The punch, with immense force, kicked up dust and debris. The others worriedly called out Lao Ba's name. Beneath the monster's massive form, he slowly stood up. He was in extreme pain. His hand bruised and limp, he said. Only my hand is crippled, I'm fine. Zhang Ze worriedly thought, this monster is too terrifying. Lao Ba weighs over 100 kilograms, and the monster hit him once, sending him straight into the wall. The monster turned its hideous mouth towards them and roared, sending dust flying. He clenched his jaw, his face clearly showing fear. Suddenly remembering something, Zhang Ze quickly took out the chicken from his bag. Then he threw it straight towards the pit monster. Taking advantage of the moment it opened its mouth to eat the chicken, the team told each other to run out quickly. But the small chicken wasn't even enough to fill its teeth, so it immediately chased after them. Seeing the two people behind moving slowly, Zhang Ze turned back to look. Seeing the monster about to strike, Feng Zi and Lao Ba didn't know what to do. He took off his glasses and cursed, "Damn it." Then he pulled out his gun, fired, and shouted, "Big bro, everyone run ahead. I'll fight these monsters to the death." Caught by surprise, the monster quickly raised its hand to block the bullets. Lao Ba, holding a grenade, said, "Today, we two brothers will fight them to the death. If we die together." With that, he threw the grenade towards the monster and yelled, "Big bro, run quickly." As soon as the grenade touched it, it immediately exploded. The monster was blown to pieces, while the fate of the two men remained unknown. Lu Kai and Zhang Ze witnessed the huge explosion in front of them with heartache. While he worried about how the two others were, Lu Kai could only cover his face in sorrow, but he immediately composed himself and told him, "Now is not the time for sadness. Let's get out of here first, then we'll figure out what to do next." Then he grabbed Zhang Ze's hand and pulled him to run outside. Reaching the hole they first crawled through, Lu Kai said, "As long as we crawl out of this hole, we'll be safe." So the two men scrambled out, and in no time, they were outside. The two stood at the mouth of the hole, about to exit. Suddenly, Lu Kai froze. What awaited them astonished and terrified him. Right in front of them was another huge and ferocious pit monster staring at them. Amidst the ruins, there wasn't just one, but nearly a dozen pit monsters surrounding them. Seeing fresh meat, the monsters were incredibly excited, their belly eyes wide and red as they lunged at the two men. He took out his gun and threw the backpack with the painting to Zhang Ze, instructing, "The painting is in the bag. You run first. Please take care of my sister for me from now on." He exclaimed, "No, if we're going together." Lu Kai held the gun and charged forward, pointing it at the monsters and shouting. Then he rushed forward, firing continuously and cursing, "Go to hell, you disgusting things." The bullet seemed ineffective, and its belly eye followed Lu Kai's movements, while its hand was raised, ready to strike down. As the team leader, his agility was not bad, so Lu Kai quickly jumped backward to dodge the attack. But before he could land, another pit monster jumped to attack him. He quickly took out another grenade and pulled the pin with his mouth. Then he threw it straight ahead, and the explosion blew the monster to pieces. As the smoke and dust cleared, the familiar mouth with 3 layers of sharp teeth appeared. A pit monster stood right behind Lu Kai, drooling as it looked at its prey. Seeing this, Zhang Ze shouted a warning, "Big bro Lu, be careful." But it seemed too late. The monster had already caught him. Lu Kai froze, looking at it, his body held tightly in its giant hand, unable to move. It swung its arm and threw him against the wall, causing the gun in his hand to fall out and break in half. Lu Kai himself was in immense pain, his face contorted as he tried to endure it. He clung to a nearby rock, trying to stand up but couldn't. Lu Kai sank to the ground with a sigh, "Damn it." Looking at the monster running towards him, he thought, "Do I really have to die here?" The monster leaped forward, sharp claws ready to strike down, while Liu Kai almost sat there, resigned to his fate, without any resistance. He gritted his teeth, looking at the monster, almost having accepted reality. Seeing this, Zhang Ze clenched his fist and immediately charged forward at maximum speed. In a flash, he stood right in front of Liu Kai, blocking the way. Seeing that speed, Liu Kai looked at the kid in front of him with extreme astonishment. Then he cursed, "You damned monster." He then clenched his fist, jumped up, and went solo against it. He punched straight into the palm of the pit monster. The extremely powerful force sent it flying backward, away from them. Liu Kai was surprised. "Oh my, your strength is so powerful. You can even take on a monster." The pit monster landed, slightly unsteady, while the two brothers watched it. The battle had only just begun. Zhang Ze rubbed his arm, turned, and said, "Although it's not a problem, confronting monsters directly is indeed not effective." He continued, "There are too many monsters. If they all rush at us at once, we won't stand a chance." Hearing this, Liu Kai replied, "Don't worry. Pit monsters have a characteristic that they won't fight over prey unless one actively gives up. Otherwise, they won't charge at the same time." Indeed, besides the one in front of them, the surrounding ones only growled but absolutely did not rush forward. Zhang Ze clenched his fist confidently. "If that's the case, then I'm relieved." Having just been pushed back, the pit monster was furious, its veins bulging on its face. Seeing the eye on its belly wide open, he asked, "Your strength is immense, but what about your speed?" It only roared, saliva spluttering from its mouth, then stretched out its two large arms to grab him. But with a speed of 15, what it grabbed was only air. Zhang Ze had already jumped away. He leaped into the air, forcing it to look up. He clenched his fist, preparing to punch down, and shouted, "Die, you bastard!" Zhang Ze landed a punch that shattered its face, making it fall backward, its teeth and lips mangled. After taking a punch, one of its eyes was damaged, and a green liquid flowed from it, which was the blood of these monsters. It roared in pain, while Zhang Ze quickly landed and regained his balance. The pit monster took that opportunity to quickly reach out and try to grab him. Liu Kai sat there, half closing his eyes, praising Zhang Ze. "You're amazing, little brother. That punch was incredible." Then he coughed weakly. Having one eye punched out, the pit monster was now extremely enraged. The moment he touched the ground, it also charged forward, bringing its hand down to strike. The huge hand with sharp claws was about to touch Zhang Ze's body, but it suddenly froze. Then its entire body collapsed right in front of the two brothers. He raised his fist and said, "That last attack was really dangerous. Luckily my speed was fast enough." Looking at his heavy fist, he sighed. One down. But as soon as one died, another rushed in to take its place. Zhang Ze stood there looking at them. 3 more to go. Today, I'll fight you to the end." The two monsters looked at each other to see which one would go first. One of the 3 ran towards him, while the other 2 stood still behind, observing and waiting for their turn. Zhang Ze took a stance, raising his fist, ready to fight the enemy. Suddenly, something at his side caught his attention. Someone's foot stepped on his shoulder. A red-haired girl in a very seductive tight outfit, wearing neon glasses, used his shoulder as a springboard to jump forward, astonishing him. She leaped up and punched the pit monster in the face, then immediately jumped back, moving incredibly swiftly. It quickly turned to face the girl, then raised its hands to attack her directly. As the monster slammed its hands down, with her agile movements, she gracefully leaped behind it. Then she used her foot to deliver an extremely powerful kick to the monster's back, making it stagger. That slashing kick contained critical damage, shattering the monster's bones and splitting its body into 2 parts. It was then defeated, to everyone's astonishment. Zhang Ze watched, intimidated. This girl was too powerful. The force of that kick was at least over 2,000 Jin. The girl stood there, turned, and called out to him, "Hey kid," which startled him a little. While he was still stunned and stammering, a yellow car approached from behind. The car drove up to the girl, and the remaining monsters also prepared to act. She told Zhang Zhe, "Bring your friend and get in the car quickly." He unconsciously let out a loud okay, and Lu Kai also scrambled to sit up. Someone in the car called out, "Big sis, hurry and get in the car. Another swarm is coming." Hearing that, the girl immediately turned and quickly ran into the car. Jumping into the car and closing the door, she told the person next to her to drive. Behind them, several monsters were trying to chase. The driver immediately shifted gears, hit the gas pedal, and the car sped off at an insane speed, full throttle. Bumping and rattling, the car skimmed over potholes, flying into the air. Behind them was quite a large number of monsters. The car sped on, and the monsters gradually gathered, becoming more numerous and relentlessly pursuing. Zhang Ze looked back, a little surprised. This was his first encounter with real-life monsters. A large one blocked the car's path, preparing to attack. The car crashed straight into them, sending the entire group tumbling onto the road. The driver spoke up, "Big sis, if we lead this many monsters to the city wall, and they attack Tianfeng City, it'll be big trouble." Looking at the number of monsters and hearing those words, she agreed it made sense and sat for a moment, thinking of a solution. Then she turned back and called Zhang Zhe, "Hey kid, stop staring." It turned out he was engrossed in watching the monsters chasing through the car's back window. Hearing her call, he turned back, startled. The red-haired girl opened the car's sunroof and continued, "If you don't want to die, come help out." Then she picked up a bag, tossed it onto his lap, and said, "Get up and work. Don't let me have saved you for nothing." He opened the bag to find it full of grenades and smoke bombs. He was still wondering what they were when the red-haired girl immediately ordered, "These are stun bombs. Throw them out the back to drive those monsters away." The car kept speeding along. The two of them had climbed onto the roof, while behind them, the giant monsters relentlessly pursued. Grenades and stun bombs were thrown, leading to continuous large explosions, and the monsters were sent flying into the air. Zhang Zhe and the red-haired girl stared at them. They were almost at the city wall. The girl took out a grenade and pulled the pin. On this side, Zhang Zhe also pulled the pin on a stun bomb, ready to throw. It wasn't just one. Both of them simultaneously threw nearly a dozen bombs of various types towards the monsters. The monsters, not very intelligent, just charged forward, with the bombs about to explode right in front of them. Loud explosions followed one after another, along with the charred flesh of the monsters. The small car darted away through the smoke and fire. In a flash, they had driven far away, losing the monsters that lay scattered. Sitting back in his seat, Zhang Zhe wondered, who exactly is this girl? How does she have so many weapons and bombs? The driver turned around and asked them, "What did you guys do? Why were those pit demon monsters chasing you?" Lu Kai placed a hand on Zhang Ze's shoulder and replied, "We didn't do anything. We just wanted to go back to our hometown for tomb sweeping, and unexpectedly ran into pit demon monsters. Thank you both for saving our lives." The two didn't pay much attention to the absurd explanation. They didn't believe it, but didn't care either. The girl turned back and asked Zhang Ze, "What's your name, kid? You were very agile and brave when fighting the monsters just now. I've taken a liking to you." He frankly introduced himself as Zhang Ze. The girl praised his good name and added, "Next time, don't go to the Luanham area to dig for artifacts. You'll lose your life easily, unless you're a demonic realm powerhouse." He thought with a bit of worry. Although this girl's identity is a mystery, it seems they don't have any ill intentions. The girl added, "The city wall is ahead. One of you is injured, so you need to get to the hospital quickly. We'll drop you off here." The two brothers immediately thanked them both. Zhang Ze helped Lu Kai down and asked, "Who exactly are they?" He replied, "I don't know who they are, but they're probably demonic realm powerhouses. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so easy to defeat pit demon monsters." He turned to look after them. "How unlucky! My backpack was torn by the monsters, and the painting box must have fallen out." Lu Kai clutched his chest, groaning in pain. "Fate has arranged it. Consider it a loss to save a life." Walking back to the city wall, he added, "What's lost is lost. At least we still have our lives." That afternoon, at the city hospital, after leaving the wheel ship zone, Truong Trake brought Luke Kai here for a checkup. Walking down the hospital corridor, he pulled out his phone, scratching his head, and said, "Today was really full of obstacles and dangers." Looking at his phone, Truong Trake thought to himself, "If that girl hadn't suddenly appeared, then perhaps Luke Kai and I would have died in the wheel ship zone." Walking up the stairs, he was still regretting the loss of the painting. Otherwise, today would have yielded some results, not just empty-handed like this. As he walked, he accidentally bumped into a man wearing a hat and a tightly worn mask. On his back, he carried a container box. Truong Trake, with his keen senses, noticed, "Why does this person's figure look so familiar?" The two walked past each other. The man looked a bit chubby and pulled his hat further down. He recalled that the figure looked very similar to Thiet Quang, who had suddenly disappeared when everyone was searching for the painting. He watched the man walk downstairs and thought, "He suddenly disappeared, and now he's showing up here." Thinking so, he secretly followed him to see where he wanted to go and what he would do next. Truong Trake kept his distance, quietly trailing the man in the hat. The man walked through various streets, while he tried not to be discovered. After that, the man entered a small, deserted alley. Truong Trake stood pressed against a wall, observing. He slowly peeked out, avoiding detection. The young man took out his phone and called his boss. He reported, "Yes, I've arrived. No one followed me, don't worry." Truong Trake cursed under his breath. That scoundrel. Could it be that he's behind everything? A moment after the call, two shadowy figures approached him. The boss walked ahead, smoking, followed by his bald bodyguard with a long scar on his face. The boss smiled, looked at him, and asked, "Did you bring the item I need?" Thiet Quang took the box from his back, handed it over, and smiled. "Of course I brought it." He opened it and asked, "What about my money?" The boss took the painting and replied, "You won't be short a single coin." He unrolled the painting to inspect it, saying as he examined it, "I admire you greatly. Your actions are ruthless and extremely decisive." After verifying the painting, the boss rolled it up, looked at Thiet Quang, and praised him. "To monopolize 3 million, you even betrayed the friends you've played with for over a decade. Truly cruel." Hiding behind the wall, hearing the entire conversation, Truong Trake cursed under his breath. That damned Thiet Quang, to do such a thing for money. Once the boss confirmed, he signaled his bald bodyguard to bring a large suitcase. He opened it. Inside was 3 million in cash. Thiet Quang quickly snatched the money-filled suitcase, turned his back, and said, "Ruthlessness is the key to success." But behind his back, the bald man drew a gun and cocked it. Then he aimed it directly at Thiet Quang's head, making him freeze. He turned back, nervously stammering, "Sir, what do you want?" Before he could get an answer, what he received was a bullet to the head. Then he fell backward, lifeless. The boss stood there, looking at him lying in a pool of blood, repeating his words about ruthlessness, and agreeing that it made perfect sense. In terms of ruthlessness, he was only superior, not inferior. After that, the bald bodyguard approached to retrieve the money-filled suitcase from Thiet Quang's body. Holding the painting in his hand, the boss smiled. "I have to be many times more ruthless than you." The boss turned and walked away. I hate despicable petty people like this the most. In the small alley, a lone corpse lay. In this apocalyptic world, a person being dealt with wasn't too significant. The other two quietly left. Witnessing the scene that just happened, Truong Trake could only raise his hand to cover his mouth to avoid making a sound. He was stunned. A shot straight to the head, killing without blinking an eye. He wondered, what kind of background does this boss lie actually have? Noticing that the two had gone far down the alley, Truong Trake decided to leave this place and head home. It wasn't too late yet. Soon it was dark. He walked home, where Chu Fong was already waiting at the door. Truong Trake walked quite quickly. After witnessing the entire incident, he was a bit worried. Truong Fong smiled brightly and waved to his older brother. "Brother, you're back. How was your work today?" His face a little sad, he replied, "Don't even ask. Today was really a bit hard to explain. Let's go inside quickly." Just as they were about to go in, someone next door opened their door and came out. Chu Feng quickly called out, "Uncle." The little girl said, "This is our neighbor uncle who gave us apples." He turned to look at him, and it turned out to be none other than Boss Lee's bodyguard, the one who had just shot Thiet Quang. As if nothing had happened, he smiled, turned to greet him. "Hello, you must be Truong Fong's older brother, right?" He vaguely realized and thought to himself, why is the scar on his face exactly like Boss Lee's bodyguard? Truong Trake instinctively stepped forward, blocking in front of Chu Fong, and replied with a forced smile, "Hello, sir. Thank you for the apples." He maintained a calm demeanor. "Don't be so formal. We're neighbors. We'll have to help each other out in the future." Little Chu Fong innocently spoke up. "That's right, sir. Would you like to come to our house for dinner?" Truong Trake stopped her. "I'm too tired today. Let's invite you another time, sir. We're going inside now." With that, he pushed his adopted sister into the house. The girl still turned back to wave at the uncle. "If you have time, come to our house for dinner." Then the door slammed shut. The scarred uncle, with a trash bag in his hand, still stood there, watching. He also realized something at this moment, his attitude becoming somewhat cautious. Just as he entered the house, while Truong Trake was still thinking about that uncle, Truong Fong proactively spoke up. "Going to prepare dinner." He pondered. "No way. Why is the scar on that uncle's forehead exactly like the assassin's? Could it be the same person?" He immediately turned around and said he needed to go out for a bit, which made Truong Fong very curious, as he had just returned and was already leaving again. Truong Trake walked to the window, turned around and instructed, "Stay home and wait. Don't go outside." He decided he had to clarify this matter, otherwise the two siblings would be in danger. After that, Truong Trake jumped from his balcony to the neighbor's house. Unexpectedly, the neighbor's house had lime powder spread on the balcony. He realized it, but fortunately, his agility index was 15 at this time, so avoiding it wasn't too difficult. Truong Trake slowly opened the window. Indeed, no normal person would set up defenses like this. Entering the neighbor's room, the furniture was a bit too simple, and there was lime powder on the balcony. This guy is definitely not a normal person. After searching for a while, he found a small box under the bed. He took it out and slowly opened the box. Inside, there were files and some documents. Right at the top, what caught his eye was a certificate of Level 1 domain breaker, bearing the name Hong Han Fai. Holding the certificate in his hand, he frowned. It's him. He even disguised himself as an uncle and rented the house right next to mine. What exactly does he want? While deep in thought, he heard clattering footsteps from the staircase getting closer and closer. Truong Trake startled and looked towards the door. Han Fai opened the door and stepped in, saying, "Hey kid, come out yourself, or do you want me to drag you out?" He wasn't wearing a hat, revealing his bald head and a hideous long scar, smiling sinisterly as he looked around the room. Hearing Han Fai call him out, Truong Trake, hiding under the bed, thought, "I hope he doesn't find me. If I'm exposed, then I'll just have to fight him with all I've got." He stepped in, smiling sinisterly with a gun in his hand. Truong Trake tried to stay still, but was full of worry, sweat dripping down. He approached the bed, walking and saying, "Don't hide anymore. I know you're still in this room." Han Fai cocked his gun, smiling maliciously, ready to eliminate his opponent. Truong Trake was a bit scared now. Oh no, he found me. He's truly a domain breaker. However, the clock was ticking. Only a little bit more until 8 p.m. As the clock turned 7, the alarm sounded. He startled. Oh, it's 8 o'clock. At the same time, the clock's alarm kept ringing. Han Fai's wicked eyes lit up with delight. Found him! The alarm inadvertently revealed Truong Trake's position. His face showed a hint of fear. He stood there and fired towards the alarm sound. The bullet was hurtling towards him at an incredibly fast speed. As the bullet was about to hit him, Truong Trake's watch emitted a flash of electricity. The bullet was just inches from his face, but it was also the moment he entered the demon domain. Truong Trake disappeared at that moment. From the outside, Han Fai's room glowed with a blinding blue light accompanied by the sound of gunfire. He stood there, the gun barrel smoking, looking towards the bed. Then, he kicked the bed up to find Truong Trake. But before him, everything was empty. He pulled out the bullet lodged in the floor. Han Fai observed and said, "The demon domain gate opens at 8 o'clock. That kid must have entered the demon domain." He smiled sinisterly. "Little brat, I'll wait here for you to return." He couldn't hide the evil in his eyes and his excitement over his prey, then threw the bullet to the ground. On this side, on the path into the demon domain, Truong Trake's attire had transformed, taking on the identity of a Rakshasa. As he looked at his attribute screen, he thought, "He found me. That guy will definitely be waiting by the bed for me to return, and I can't stay in the demon domain forever." Truong Trake worried. "In 12 hours, when my stamina runs out, I'll be kicked out of the demon domain. What should I do?" The system screen asked him which level of the demon domain he wanted to return to. Truong Trake thought, "I have to become incredibly strong within 12 hours, otherwise I won't be able to fight that criminal." After that, without a moment's hesitation, he immediately chose the 4th floor. Returning to the 4th floor altar, everything was still the same. The adventurers were still gathered here, not daring to go outside because of the concerns from the domain. Truong Trake's image slowly appeared. He had officially returned to level 4. Looking around, he was a bit surprised, asking himself, could it be that the death void hasn't disappeared yet? If he can't leave the altar, then how can Truong Trake fight monsters to increase his strength? In front of him, several people were discussing. Someone from the Demon Domain Management Bureau said, "The death void is about to appear," and told us to wait a bit. The guy next to him cursed. "Damn it, I've been waiting for over 10 hours. How much longer do I have to wait?" Everyone around was asking each other about the current situation. Someone said, "The death void will only disappear when the boss inside it is defeated, and I heard a group of top experts is preparing to enter." Others added, "To enter the death void, you need a death void invitation letter. Without it, you can't step inside. Only by defeating bosses is there a 1% chance of an invitation letter dropping." Truong Trake quietly stood, listening for information. Newcomers like us shouldn't dream about it. The rewards in the death void are very tempting. But the dangers are also immense. It's a sure death in there, so even if someone gave me an invitation letter, I wouldn't take it. From his inventory, he checked the information for the death void invitation letter. It was a one-time pass that disappeared after use. After reading the information, he was a bit surprised, not expecting to obtain an invitation so easily. In his hand was the very item needed to enter the death void, which he had obtained after defeating the superhuman archer. After he used it, a blood-red void appeared along with a question from the system. "The death void's gate has opened. Do you want to use the invitation letter to enter?" Truong Trake mused. "I've already cleared the previous 3 levels, and fighting monsters there again won't give me any rewards, but I can't enter level 4. Furthermore, in the real world, there's also that demon domain expert who's trying to kill me. It seems I have no other choice." Thinking so, he clicked agree. Using a death zone invitation to enter is the only way to quickly enhance one's strength. A notification appeared, "Successfully used. You will enter the death zone in 3 seconds. Please prepare." The system began counting down, and the invitation was gradually consumed. Streams of green aura were swirling around his body. When the countdown reached 1, a teleportation gate lit up beneath Truong Trake's feet. His entire body was surrounded by mysterious green and black light, officially entering the death zone. In a flash, he was teleported to the death zone. In front of him, several adventurers had already arrived. The surrounding space was an eerily blood-red. As a newcomer, he didn't quite understand what was happening. Some people were also novices, but still risked their lives to enter. Moreover, there were foreigners. Truong Trake wondered, aren't the demon zones between countries separate? Why are there so many foreigners here? Looking around, he saw people of color and, judging by their attire, even people from Japan. While he was deep in thought, a hand patted his shoulder, calling out La Set. He was startled and immediately turned his head to look. Standing before him was none other than the girl he had saved that day when the elite Iron-Fanged Wolf boss appeared, Noyetan. She gently raised her hand to greet him. Noyetan, looking quite cheerful, said, "I finally found you." She stepped forward, grateful. "You saved my life last time. I've been looking for you to repay your kindness, but I couldn't find you. I never expected us to meet here." The silver-haired old man with a sword on his back behind her let out an "oh" and asked, "Noyetan, is he the one who helped you distract the Wraith Tomb last time?" She smiled and replied, "That's right, Uncle Luke. He was the one who saved me that day." Chuang Trake waved his hand dismissively. "Oh, that was just a small matter, not worth mentioning." Noyetan introduced, "This is my Uncle Luke. His name is No Satrui Fong, and behind him is my younger brother, Trong Hada Trimak." The young boy behind them, holding an orb in his hand, waved to Chuang Trake. Uncle Luke praised him. "Well done. You entered the death zone alone. That's quite daring." He warned, "But this place isn't like the regular demon zones. Not only are the monsters more ferocious, but there are also many foreign adventurers. Fights often break out here over monsters and items." Uncle Luke extended an invitation. "So, don't go alone. It's best to come with us." Chu Dain also agreed. "Brother La Sat, Uncle Luke is an elite-tier adventurer. If you come with us, you'll be absolutely safe." Hearing the three words elite tier, Chuang Trake was a little surprised. This person's strength was quite high. According to the Demon Zone Handbook, adventure strength ratings are divided into 6 tiers: novice, proficient, elite, powerful, transcendent, and finally, the supreme title. He didn't expect the man in front of him to be elite tier. It was clear his strength was not to be underestimated. Chuang Trake pondered, "This is my first time entering the death zone. I'm a bit unfamiliar, and it truly is dangerous." He shook Uncle Luke's hand and said, "Actually, this is my first time entering the death zone. If you agree to let me join you, that would be wonderful." The old man put a hand on his shoulder and praised, "Not arrogant or conceited. I like your character." Noyetan, standing nearby, also smiled faintly. She felt a bit fond of him. She had been worried he would refuse, which would mean she couldn't repay him for saving her life. After that, the system screen announced, "La Set has joined the team." Uncle Luke spoke up. "Since La Set has joined the team, we are now teammates. I think we need to know each other's talents so we can coordinate better if we encounter problems later." Chuang Trake readily agreed. Uncle Luke raised his hand to the sword on his back and introduced, "My talent skill is repulsion." An image illustrating repulsion showed a green monster charging. The sword on Uncle Luke's back glowed, and he immediately cast repulsion, sending the monster flying far away. The skill description read, "Repel the target 10 paces away and incapacitate them for 30 seconds. Chu Dain's skill is illusion, which can create an illusion of the target, lasting for 1 hour. Immediately, Chu Dain used his skill to create a copy of himself. However, the illusion could only stand there and not fight. It was Noyetan's turn. "My talent skill is Light Slash. I'm sure you saw it last time. What's your talent skill?" Chuang Trake thought, "Sooner or later, others will discover it anyway, so I might as well tell them now." "My talent skill is Summoning," he said, then created a green glowing circle under his feet. Then he raised his hand and created a glowing circle in his palm. The light was quite dazzling, causing Chu Dain to shield his eyes. A goblin appeared before everyone. It was the goblin warrior monster from the 3rd floor. It appeared directly in front of him. This was what he called summoning. The 3 witnesses were quite surprised. Noyetan exclaimed, "Wow, that's amazing." Uncle Luke also praised, "This skill is excellent." Noyetan asked him, "Do these monsters you summon follow your command?" Chuang Trake nodded. Uncle Luke turned and walked away, saying, "That concludes the introduction for now. The others have already entered the village. If they claim all the bosses, we'll only return empty-handed. Everyone quickly entered. Chuang Trake asked, "The Death Realm bosses are more dangerous than the Demon Realm, right? What items do they drop?" Uncle Luke replied, "That's right. The Death Realm is a standalone dungeon. It drops good items like unaligned magic soul orbs, high-tier equipment, and rare props, but the danger is double." He continued, "This time, I brought Noyet on and Chu Dain here to broaden your horizons." The four quietly entered the Death Realm's village path. It seemed there was a struggle ahead of them, and a large explosion occurred. Chuang Trake saw it and wondered, "What's going on?" Two factions were fighting. One side was adventurous, and the other looked like villagers, but were mutated. Uncle Luke said, "These villagers are probably controlled by something, which is why they ended up like that. Let's go into the village to find the boss first." Leaving the conflicts and explosions behind, the four ran forward together. Uncle Luke led the way, reminding everyone, "Stay close to me. Don't get lost." They turned into another alley. This village seemed like a maze. Uncle Luke added, "The length of the houses here is also quite similar." The hurried footsteps of the four continued without stopping. Suddenly, something appeared that caught Chuang Trake's attention. He turned around and said to everyone, "No, something's wrong. I think we just passed this place earlier." Noyedan also agreed, "That's right. It seems we just made a full circle." Chuang Trake froze. He sensed something approaching. Noyedan seemed to have realized it too. The ground trembled slightly, and eerie sounds echoed from afar. The four-person party stood isolated in the winding road of the town. A hideous zombie monster appeared, its mouth agape with bloodlust. Behind it was a bizarre horde of zombies with weapons in their hands. The monsters were advancing towards them, and their numbers were simply too many. With the pounding footsteps of the monsters, they were surrounded. Large numbers of monsters were advancing towards them from both ends. Uncle Luke spoke up to calm everyone. "Don't panic." He drew his great sword and said, "I'll defend the front, Noyedan will defend the rear, and Chu Dain and Rakshasa will handle the middle. We'll fight while moving. Absolutely do not separate." Everyone agreed, and they immediately took positions, resisting the enemy while moving. The zombies roared together, revealing sharp, incredibly gruesome fangs. They leapt to attack from all sides with weapons in hand. Chuang Trake quickly extended his hand to use the summoning spell. He shouted, "Come out now, Elf Mage and Elf Warrior." Two elves jumped out, ready for battle. Behind them, Chu Dain stood frozen, somewhat afraid. Chuang Trake thought, looking at his expression, he must be a newbie too. Compared to the monsters, the elves seemed much weaker. In direct combat, their HP dropped too quickly. Meanwhile, these zombies only lost 1/3 of the elves' HP. Chuang Trake was also a bit startled. What? How are these monsters' damage and defense so strong? While he was lost in thought, a large monster jumped up, ready to strike him down. Realizing this, Uncle Luke quickly stomped his foot, spun around, and jumped towards him. Then he dashed forward, delivering a horizontal slash that made the monster vanish. Uncle Luke glanced at him, thinking, "I thought if he could rescue Noyedan, his strength would definitely be good, but unfortunately, it seems not as expected." With the advantage of the attack, he continued to charge in, slashing at a few more monsters to support Chuang Trake and Chu Dain's flanks. Suddenly, a ray of light appeared in the sky, accompanied by large lightning bolts. Noyedan spoke up to warn, "Uncle Luke, be careful." But it was too late. A large lightning bolt struck him. Uncle Luke was startled. "What is this? Someone's ambushing me." Just as he realized it, he was hit by another attack, causing him to lose nearly 300 HP. At this moment, a figure in a red cloak stepped out and said, "Well, great hero, we meet again." He was known as the Mysterious Doctor. With the staff in his hand, the lightning just now seemed to have been created by the orb attached to it. It seemed they had known each other before. Uncle Luke spoke up, "So it was you." No sooner had he finished speaking than the other man raised his staff again. The orb and the surrounding lightning turned red. He directed the orb upwards, mumbled, and then unleashed his skill. Fireball spell. A fiery red lightning orb appeared above Uncle Luke's head, with long lightning bolts shooting out. He shouted, "Paralysis effect. I can't move. Everyone be careful." No sooner had he finished speaking than a massive explosion echoed through the sky. Uncle Luke knelt down, one hand on his knee, the other on his sword, his entire body emanating a black aura of killing intent. Noyeon called his name worriedly, then quickly ran towards him. But from a distance, an arrow aimed directly at her shot towards her. The arrow was just about to hit, but luckily Zhang Zhe reminded her to be careful just in time. Noyeon immediately swung her sword, cutting the arrow in half. From behind, on the roof of a building, a dark silhouette of an archer was there. She was a night elf, with the appearance of an elf, and she was the one who had just shot the arrow. Zhang Zhe summoned a goblin warrior and commanded, "Goblin, advance quickly." It had barely run a bit before another dark figure, holding an axe, blocked it. Then he brought down an incredibly powerful blow in front of him, with immense pressure. His name was Harry's son, with a dark complexion, a large axe, and Viking hair. He was a foreigner. Zhang Zhe looked at him worriedly. This guy's attack power is very strong. Uncle Luke seemed to know them from before, pointing and scolding. "Damn it, it's you three wraiths again. I spared you once last time. I didn't expect you to dare seek death again." The three of them looked very calm at this moment, as if they had prepared before coming here. Uncle Luke gritted his teeth and continued to scold. "You truly are shameless." The mysterious doctor spoke up. "I didn't expect you to bring 3 novices to the death realm today. How could we miss this opportunity?" He pointed his staff towards the sky and continued, "As long as we're the ones laughing in the end, what's wrong with being shameless?" No sooner had he finished speaking than the staff in his hand called down a large lightning bolt, striking Uncle Luke directly. Successive blows left him feeling a bit numb from blood loss. He cursed under his breath. "Damn it, it's the paralysis effect again. If this continues, I might die here." Uncle Luke pulled out a bottle of green liquid from his body and thought, "These beasts really want to fight to the end, but I still have 2 juniors from my family behind me." He drank the liquid in one gulp, much to the astonishment of the 2 juniors. He was especially worried about Noyeon. She was the family's future hope, so nothing must happen to her. After drinking it, Uncle Luke crushed the bottle, and his entire body glowed with a green aura. His health immediately recovered quickly. He then raised his great sword and roared, "Come on, you lot." The mysterious doctor laughed heartily. "I didn't expect the old man to dare use the activation potion. While it grants a 30-second buff of immunity to all adverse effects, the price to pay is taking an additional 20% damage." Noyeon's face clearly showed worry as she softly called Uncle Luke's name. She knew that by using the activation potion, he must be resolved to fight to the death. At this moment, he stood alone, blocking the 3 foreigners, determined to use his old body to protect the juniors. Then he turned and shouted, "Noyeon, I'll retreat immediately. Don't worry about me." Although they heard him, she and the other 2 knew that the current situation was unfavorable for him, but there was no way for them to retreat either. Harry's son immediately jumped up, brought his large axe down, and shouted, "None of you will escape." Uncle Luke stepped forward to block him, shouting, "Don't waste words." Then he swung his sword, sending Harry's son flying backward, and the axe in his hand fell out. Noyeon remained rooted to the spot, watching and worrying. Then she turned and walked away decisively, telling the other 2 to follow her. "It's not that simple," the night elf said, drawing her bow. 3 arrows aimed at the 3 of them. "Want to run? Let's see where you'll go." No sooner had she finished speaking than she released her bowstring. The 3 arrows shot straight towards them, but strangely, the arrows moved agilely instead of flying in a straight line. Seeing this, the 3 immediately ran, but the arrows got closer and closer. Moreover, even if they dodged, the arrows would move and chase them relentlessly. Noyeon worriedly warned, "This is her innate skill. Everyone must be careful." After saying that, she drew her sword, then used her ultimate move to try and deflect the 3 arrows in front of her. However, the level difference was too great. Noyeon could only deflect 2, and 1 arrow broke free and flew towards her. Her eyes widened as she exclaimed, "Oh no!" The arrow embedded itself directly into Noyeon's chest, causing her to lose over 400 HP in one hit. Fortunately, the arrow was only slightly below her shoulder, not a fatal hit to the heart, so she endured the pain and pulled the arrow out. Clutching her painful wound, Noyeon said, "Their target is Uncle Luke. They won't aim at us for now." Xiao Tian next to her anxiously asked, "Sister, what should we do now?" The 3 continued to move, and Noyeon replied, "Let's quickly find a place to hide first. After the boss of the Death Realm is killed, we can leave this place." Hiding behind some fallen rocks, they continued to see a large lightning bolt strike in the distance. It seemed the 1vs3 battle over there was extremely intense. Zhang Ze stepped forward and asked, "All right, I have a question. I remember that adventurers from each country are only allowed to fight monsters in their own magic realms, right? How did your Uncle Luke end up making enemies with those foreign adventurers? In your summon list right now, there are only 2 goblin mages and a few low-level bosses left and used." Noyeon replied, "The demon realms of each country are actually not connected to each other. But the Death Realm is different. Perhaps Uncle Lu had a conflict with them before." Xiao Tian crouched down, blaming himself. "It's all my fault. If I had known the Death Realm was so dangerous, I wouldn't have insisted on coming here. My innate skill is basically useless." Noyeon frowned. "Are you even a man? You're already scared over such a small thing." Zhang Ze stepped forward to encourage him. "Don't be so pessimistic. Your innate skill is actually very powerful. It's just that you haven't fully understood how to use it yet." Xiao Tian hugged his head, whimpering, "Don't comfort me anymore. What's the use of me summoning illusions?" Noyeon suddenly tensed up and asked, "Stop talking, everyone. Do you hear something?" All 3 turned around at the same time. Something made them gasp in surprise. A huge foot with iron shackles and chains on its ankle. A wide mouth with enormous teeth, drooling. Before them was a giant mutated monster, holding a huge cleaver in its hand. It was called by a terrifying name, the Butcher of Death, and in its belly was another wide mouth, with extremely sharp teeth. The 3 quietly hid behind a large rock, looking at the monster. It seemed like it hadn't discovered them yet. Noyeon exclaimed in panic, "Oh my God, I think we've run into a boss." Xiao Tian clutched his head. "Oh no, why are we so unlucky? We just escaped from one tiger's den, and now we've met a boss." She worried. "What do we do now? If Uncle Lu were here, there might still be a chance, but relying on just the 3 of us is practically asking to die." Zhang Ze raised his hand, signaling, "Don't be nervous. The boss hasn't found us yet." Xiao Tian sat there, trembling. "What should we do? Foreign adventurers behind us, the Butcher of Death boss in front of us. This time we're dead for sure." Zhang Ze looked at the boy and thought, "I can't just stand here and wait to die." He closed his eyes and said, "If that's the case, then let's eliminate the boss together, the 3 of us." His words surprised Noyeon a little. Zhang Ze took out a bow from his item box, his eyes filled with determination and confidence. Hearing this, Xiao Tian immediately stood up and said, "That's a Death Realm boss. How can we defeat it?" Noyeon also agreed. "That's right. Are you sure you can kill the Butcher of Death?" Zhang Ze replied, "I'm not 100% sure, but rather than just standing here waiting to die, we might as well take a gamble." Xiao Tian placed a hand on his shoulder and said, "That won't work either. What if, while we're fighting the boss, those 3 guys from earlier come and corner us from behind? Then we'll definitely be dead." Zhang Ze smiled. "That's a very good question. At that time, your innate skill will have its use." Xiao Tian was stunned. "My innate skill? What do you mean?" On this side, it's unknown what the outcome was, but the 3 foreign adventurers stood there among several monster corpses. Harry-san stepped on a monster and cursed, "Damn it, I can't believe that Furious Slayer still had a random teleportation scroll he could use." Saying that, he let out a sinister laugh and swung his axe, killing the monster in front of him. Around them, many soul orbs dropped from the monsters they killed. He continued, I seem to remember that item being extremely expensive. The market price is at least tens of thousands of dollars. This guy is really rich, isn't he? Night Elf narrowed her eyes and bent down to pick up a soul orb. This time, he got lucky. Otherwise, today we would have surely avenged that old grudge. The mysterious doctor spoke up. No need for regrets. When he ran, his health was only 10%. If the teleportation location was surrounded by monsters, how could he have survived? Hearing that, he smiled. That's right. It's best if he landed right next to the boss, so the boss could kill him directly. Harry-san stood by and laughed loudly. I hope so. Suddenly, the mysterious doctor's eyes flashed. Something appeared, catching his gaze. Neither Night Elf nor Harry-san were an exception. They all looked in that direction and exclaimed, Look! Amidst the dust and smoke, the hideous face of the Butcher of Death boss appeared. They looked at the monster in front of them and exclaimed, It really is a boss. They faced the boss with extreme calm. For the boss, the dust and smoke gradually cleared, revealing its colossal body. Harry laughed loudly. This time we're rich. The amount of gold in this boss is enormous. Let's kill it before anyone else finds out. The doctor also agreed. How lucky. I can't believe it's our turn to fight the boss. The archer elf drew her bow and said with a smile, The S-grade equipment is mine. Then she used her arrow range skill, aiming straight at the boss. But strangely, the arrows flew right through its body. Where the arrows hit, small circles appeared, and the arrows passed straight through. The doctor exclaimed, Physical immunity? Then how about this move? He created a fireball in front of him, preparing to shoot it out. Both fire and lightning combined from the orb on the staff in his hand shot straight at the monster in front, but it remained unharmed and stood firm. The previous attacks also flew right through its body. The doctor exclaimed in surprise, What's going on? Why isn't this boss hurt at all by those two extremely powerful attacks? Harry, standing next to him with a slightly contorted face, wondered, How strange. I've never encountered a boss like this before. It has no form. The doctor thinks this is a boss skill. When attacked, it turns transparent. On this side, everyone was observing them through the blue orb in Xiao Tian's hand. These guys are overthinking things too much. It turns out it was just an illusion. Xiao Tian turned and said, Hurry up. You too. My illusion only lasts for an hour. Yuing asked, How do you want to fight? Zhangze replied, We absolutely cannot rush in directly. We must slowly find his weakness first. Saying that, he raised his hand to summon. Come out, my darlings. It's your turn to join the battle. As soon as he finished speaking, all the monsters appeared. The sky-swallowing frog, the goblin king, the small goblins, spiders, and even the elite wolf. Yuing covered her mouth in surprise. I can't believe you can summon the boss of the 123rd floor. I thought you could only summon small monsters. As soon as it appeared, the elite Ironfang wolf growled provocatively, its body exuding a murderous aura. It had transformed, upgraded to level 2. Looking much stronger, its eyes glowing brightly. Zhangze ordered, Time is critical. You two also charge in together. As soon as he finished speaking, the sky-swallowing frog and the goblin king behind him immediately jumped forward, combining with the small goblins and the Ironfang wolf to prepare to attack the boss. Seeing Zhangze's summoned monsters charging forward, the Death Butcher suddenly spoke up, A bunch of bugs. After saying that, it raised the large knife in its hand and chopped down at the Ironfang wolf. Sensing danger, Zhangze reminded the elite wolf to move aside. Obeying its master, it managed to jump into the air to dodge the attack, just as the large knife struck the ground. Then, it aimed at the target in front, preparing to counterattack. The Ironfang wolf swooped down, clawing a streak across the butcher's chest, but only dealing a little over 100 damage. It immediately counterattacked, striking the wolf's back with an extremely powerful blow and saying, Have you felt the air of death yet? D. The blow depleted nearly 400 of the wolf's health, a huge disparity. Struck by the painful blow, The Iron Fang wolf fell to the ground, seemingly in pain. Zhang Ze clenched his fist, thinking, as expected of a boss from the realm of death, its strength is truly terrifying. The boss, facing a large number of enemies, remained calm and confidently roared, "A bunch of bugs. Don't even think about defeating me." Zhang Ze told Yuing, "The realm of death boss's strength is indeed very powerful." She replied, "Your shadow wolf is no match for it. Let's charge together, otherwise it won't be able to last long against the Death Butcher." He agreed, immediately summoned the poison spider, and ordered it to use its web attack. Numerous spider webs shot towards the standing Death Butcher, confusing it greatly. Its 2 legs were fixed and bound to the ground by the webs. Taking advantage of that, Yuing leaped forward with her sword. She used a consecutive sword attack, striking continuously, causing the boss's health to drop steadily. Although not too much, it still depleted a considerable amount of its health. Zhang Ze also seized the opportunity while the butcher's movement was restricted, immediately ordering his monsters to launch long-range attacks. The sky-swallowing frog immediately spat a stream of fire towards the boss. Using sheer numbers to wear down the Death Butcher, it could only stand and take the hits because its legs were bound, losing health continuously. From the mouth on its belly, it roared, "I want to eat your flesh. Drink your blood." Zhang Ze looked at it in surprise. This boss's IQ is really high. It knew he was the one controlling the summoned monsters, so it focused all its power directly on him. Zhang Ze immediately called for the Goblin King to step forward and block the attack for him. The Goblin King's twin swords clashed with the butcher's weapon. The impact of the 2 weapons with extreme force startled Zhang Ze's monster. Still holding the large knife in its hand, it slashed through the Goblin King, shouting loudly "Die," causing the goblin to lose over 300 health. Zhang Ze exclaimed, "How terrifying! It's a bone-shattering skill, an attack that reduces defense and speed by 20% to increase damage." The elite Iron Fang wolf appeared right behind the boss, using its sharp claws to attack the Death Butcher's back. It was quite painful, but it quickly stabilized and counterattacked, launching a knife straight into the air where the Iron Fang wolf was hovering. A knife pierced through its body as it shouted, "Surrender your life to me," along with taking 687 health from the wolf. Witnessing it all, Zhang Ze frantically called out to the elite shadow wolf. It was too late. The wolf had been vaporized, much to his regret. He said angrily, "Damn it, he killed my elite shadow wolf." Yuing turned and said, "Now is not the time for sorrow. If we can't defeat the boss, we'll all die." On this side, Xiao Tian also said. Zhang Ze took out his bow and arrow. "All right, I'll risk my life with you." Then ordered the poison spider to continue using its web attack. Then he immediately ordered the sky-swallowing frog to continue its long-range attack by spitting fire to burn the boss. Its large body couldn't possibly run in time to avoid the frog's flames. It stood amidst a sea of red flames, its health continuously decreasing from being burned. Having the advantage, Noyedon seized the opportunity and ran up to attack. She continuously slashed at it and then said, "Let's charge together, group attack." Before long, the boss only had 30% health left. Although the damage wasn't high, their large numbers made up for it. They were about to successfully defeat the boss. Before they could even rejoice, a red aura emanated around the Death Butcher. Zhang Ze quickly warned, "Be careful, he's about to enter his second phase." Noyedon was also startled, raising her sword and backing up a little. But instead of attacking, the Death Butcher turned around and ran away. Much to their confusion, Zhang Ze wondered, "Why is this boss running? What does he want to do?" It ran back to the pile of corpses behind it. Then it continuously ate to restore its health, chewing and saying, "I want to eat meat." By this point, it seemed a bit too late. Noyedon could only exclaim, "Oh no." Zhang Ze also asked in surprise, "This boss can eat meat to restore health?" The entire team, along with the summoned monsters, watched the Death Butcher eat meat to restore its health. Zhang Ze immediately ordered, "Quickly stop it from healing. Long-range attack squad, attack and charge up fire for me." The sky-swallowing frog immediately clamped its mouth shut, holding a large flame inside to gather a powerful blow. Then it spat out an enormous fireball, aiming directly at where the butcher boss stood. The impact created a terrifying explosion. Rocks and dust flew everywhere, and the fire lit up a corner of the sky. Attacked, unable to continue eating, it immediately roared and charged towards them. Zhang Zhe ordered the spider to use its web attack to immobilize the boss, preventing it from reaching the sky-swallowing frog. At this moment, its two legs were again ensnared by the spider web, unable to move, only able to wildly swing the weapon in its hand. Noyeon seized the opportunity, jumped up, and used her ultimate skill, Light Slash, directly striking the boss. Behind it, the Ogre King, with dual blades in hand, also launched a surprise attack, leaving it no time to react. The extremely powerful slash across its back made the boss reel and scream in pain. Zhanze shouted, "Everyone, just a little more. This boss can't hold on much longer." Noyeon agreed, cheering everyone on and boosting the team's morale. Continuous long-range attacks, combined with the Ogre King's swift close-range assaults, caused the Death Butcher to continuously lose health, its HP plummeting uncontrollably. Zhang Ze took aim, then drew his bow and aimed directly at the boss. He yelled, "Go to hell!" As soon as he finished speaking, an arrow struck directly between the boss's brows, causing it to fall backward. The arrow was a critical hit. The Death Butcher looked up at the sky and screamed in agony. It tried to reach out to him, stammering, "I'm not reconciled." As soon as it finished speaking, its massive body collapsed to the ground. Truly unexpected, Xiao Tian turned to ask his sister, "Did we really kill the boss?" The system continuously displayed notifications. The Death Butcher boss of the Shadow Realm has been successfully defeated by Luo Sha. Congratulations to him. From the boss's corpse, many soul orbs dropped, along with various equipment. Xiao Tian smiled. "I'll take one. This is so exciting, so amazing. We finally defeated the boss." Among the dropped items, there was a beautiful-looking bow. Zhang Ze walked over and picked it up. The information displayed. It was the Bloodthirst Longbow, S-tier, damage 400 to 600, special attribute. Converts 10% of damage into health for the owner. Zhang Ze held it, exclaiming, "This is an S-tier weapon, and coincidentally, it's exactly the type of weapon I use." Noyeon said cheerfully, "This weapon has a health-boosting attribute. Your luck is really good. This bow suits you perfectly. Many people have struggled in the Shadow Realm for decades and haven't gotten an S-tier weapon." Zhang Ze held the bow and raised it to the sky. A powerful blood-red aura emanated, feeling as if it could pierce the blue sky. He thought to himself, "This weapon is truly powerful. I can even feel a bloodthirsty aura emanating from it." Zhang Ze itemized the loot. A total of over 16 attribute soul orbs, 1 blink scroll, and 4 urgent effect healing potions. "I'll keep the scroll. The rest will split evenly." Noyeon quickly raised both hands to wave them away. It seemed she didn't want to accept these items. But before she could say anything, a notification immediately appeared. Luo Sha has sent gifts to Noyeon's mailbox. He looked at her and said, "I've already sent them to your mailbox. Don't refuse. We defeated the boss together." She felt a bit embarrassed, thinking to herself, "These things can help me challenge the second level of the demon realm, but this time, the credit for defeating the boss mainly belongs to him." As they were sharing, the mysterious doctor appeared, shouting, "So you're here, you damn great Xia people." The 3 foreigners stood there, looking extremely angry because they had been tricked and held back by Chu Dain's illusion for quite a long time. The boy saw them and was a bit worried. "Oh no, it's them." Noyeon also stepped forward and said, "So it's you." Harrison roared, "Don't waste any more words on them. Just kill them all and take back our stuff." As soon as he finished speaking, he lunged furiously towards Trong Trachis' 3 people, wielding the large axe in his hand. Looking back at the summoned monsters, only a few remained. If we were to fight head-on, I'm afraid the chances of winning aren't high. We should quickly leave this death zone. Chu Dain also agreed. "That's right. We've already defeated the boss anyway. It's better to run first." But Noyedon disagreed. She decided to stay. Then she drew her sword and said, "You two go ahead. These guys killed Uncle Luke. I must get revenge." Hearing Noyedon say she wanted to stay and get revenge, Chu Dying quickly turned around in fear. "I don't know. I don't want to die. I'm leaving first." Trong Trake still stood there, thinking to himself, "This Lu Noyedon is so stubborn. Am I really going to leave her here alone?" She saw that he still hadn't left and turned to ask, "Why haven't you left yet?" "This is my personal vendetta. It has nothing to do with you." Trong Trake replied coldly, "It's true that your personal vendetta really has nothing to do with me, but I absolutely cannot stand by and watch these three foreigners kill you." He immediately summoned a monster and said, "Come out, let them taste your power." In front of the three people, dust stirred with the appearance of the monster. Both Harry and Night Elf's eyes widened in horror when they saw the summoned monster appear before them, because it was the Death Butcher, the boss of this death zone, slowly manifesting itself. As soon as it appeared, filled with accumulated rage, it roared and swung the knife in its hand straight forward. The foreigners wondered, "What the hell is happening? Has the Death Butcher revived? I've never heard of a boss in the death zone being able to revive after dying. Am I seeing things?" The mysterious doctor remained quite calm. "You're not seeing things. Another Death Butcher has really appeared." Harrison immediately asked, "Why isn't this Death Butcher attacking those two great Xia people?" Noyedon slightly bowed her head, concealing her falling tears, and said, "Uncle Luke, I'm here to avenge you." As soon as she finished speaking, her mailbox received a notification. She had received a letter from No Fong Trui Sat, who was her Uncle Luke. Through a quick conversation between the two, it turned out he was still alive and asked them to quickly leave that place. After confirming, Noyedon immediately prepared to leave. She turned to Trong Trake and smiled. "That's great. Uncle Luke is still alive. He told us to go back quickly." Hearing that, he also breathed a sigh of relief. That really is good news. As soon as he finished speaking, Noyedon immediately left and arranged to meet him again at the altar on the 4th floor. Trong Trake smiled awkwardly. "This girl really is something. I don't even know what to say to her." Meanwhile, in front of them, the Butcher Boss and Harrison were preparing to clash. As soon as he brought his axe down, the boss was no longer there. The axe struck empty air. He wondered, why did the Death Butcher disappear? Back at the altar on the 4th floor of the Demon Realm, all 4 members of the team had returned and gathered. Noyedon was overjoyed to see her Uncle Luke safe and sound. Seeing them, he laughed loudly and praised, "Lasat, Noyedon, you two did very well." He patted Trong Trake's shoulder approvingly. "You boy are indeed an outstanding individual. Excellent, I certainly wasn't wrong about you." Then he turned and said to Chu Dayin, "You should learn from Lasat. Look at yourself, you're good for nothing." Uncle Luke approached, put his arm around Trong Trake's shoulder in a friendly manner, and whispered, "Well, kid, our family is also considered quite prominent. Coincidentally, Noyedon doesn't have a boyfriend yet, and I think you two are around the same age. You should keep in touch often." Noyedon heard this, her face flushed with embarrassment. "Uncle Luke, that's too rushed." Then she added with a gasp, "Uncle Luke, what are you saying?" He stood there laughing loudly. All right, I won't say any more. Let you two develop naturally." Trong Trake turned to ask, "By the way, Senior, I have something I'd like to ask you." Hearing this, he told him to speak freely. He wanted to ask about how to defeat a Tier 1 Demon Realm powerhouse. Trong Trake thought, "I'll deal with future matters later. For now, in the real world, a killer is still waiting to murder me." He thought, although the Lu family isn't the biggest family in Great Xia, it's still ranked among the top, and its power is considerable. Uncle Luke heard this and immediately asked, "A Demon Realm powerhouse? Is something difficult happening to Brother Lasat?" He raised his hand and continued, "No need to be polite. Just tell me directly. I can help you get justice." He smiled. "Thank you for your kindness, but I feel I can handle this myself." Looking at his own stat screen, he thought to himself, The hardest thing to repay in this world is kindness. I should still handle this myself. I have 8 high-grade attribute-less demon soul orbs in my hand. Absorbing them will definitely increase my strength significantly. Xiao Tian said, Brother Lasat, the demon realm powerhouses are much stronger than we think. You definitely shouldn't act rashly and risk your life. Uncle Luke added a reminder. If you want to deal with a demon realm powerhouse, besides having enough strength yourself, you also need to pay attention to targeting the opponent's weaknesses. Zhang Zhe immediately wondered, what does that mean? Uncle Luke explained, to become a demon realm powerhouse, one must pass an examination, and level 1 is very simple. One only needs to meet the 4-dimensional attribute standard to pass. But some powerhouses, wanting their strength to stand out even more after reaching the final stage, chose to strengthen a certain attribute from the very beginning. If a demon realm powerhouse invests a lot of resources into power, their strength will be immense, and their attack power will be greater than other demon realm powerhouses, similar to the speed of the assassin class, or the spirit of the mage class. Zhang Zhe seemed to gradually understand, saying, even demon realm powerhouses of the same level will have different gaps due to different 4-dimensional attributes. Then he looked at his own panel. Among the 4 attributes, his agility was 15, which was already at its highest. If he continues to add to it, his movement speed and attack speed will increase, giving him an advantage in combat and a higher chance of winning. Then, thinking of Huang Hanfei waiting outside, he wondered, I wonder what his advantage lies in. Xiao Tian raised his hand and interrupted. Uncle Luke, Sister Yute, our time in the demon realm is almost up. Let's go home. Hearing Xiao Tian's reminder, Yuding walked over and said to Zhang Zhe, if there's nothing else, we'll head back first. Before leaving, Yuding sent him a friend request. Her figure slowly disappeared, not forgetting to remind him, remember to be careful by yourself. Zhang Zhe said he knew and bid her farewell, then accepted the friend request. After an exhausting boss hunt, finally preparing to face the guy outside, he could only sigh. Looking at the number of demon soul orbs in his inventory, it's finally his turn. He must absorb all these demon soul orbs first. He stood there absorbing them, a glowing circle emanating around him. His speed had now increased to 26 points. After that, he decided to leave the demon realm, confront the challenge, and prepare for a desperate fight. From outside Huang Hanfei's apartment window, a dazzling light flashed along with small lightning bolts. Zhang Zhe appeared, but there was no one in the room. He wondered, where did the Huang Hanfei go? He suddenly realized, he had been gone for so long, and Xiao Feng was home alone, could it be? Thinking this, he quickly rushed outside and ran home. It seems Chu Feng is in danger. He opened the door and rushed into the house, shouting Chu Feng's name. Huang Hanfei was sitting next to the girl on the sofa in the living room. Seeing him, the little girl just softly called brother. Hanfei held a knife in his hand, peeling an apple, waiting for him to return. He cut a piece of apple, held it up and said, Kid, you came back sooner than I expected. Biting the apple and looking at Trong Trake with cunning eyes and a dangerous smile, he said to him, sit down first. We'll discuss this properly. Trong Trake, a little angry and worried, exclaimed, release my sister now. We can talk about the rest later. He raised the knife, looked at Chu Feng and smiled, saying, releasing her is impossible. If she's seen my true face, she'll definitely be able to report me to the police. He immediately asked him, so what exactly do you want? Chu Feng, frightened and teary-eyed, said, I won't call the police. Please let me go. I beg you, uncle. Hanfei raised the knife to the girl's neck and said, you ask what I want. Of course, it's to sell your and your siblings' organs on the black market. It'll bring in a lot of money. He laughed loudly, telling them, now you 2 siblings are my lucky charms. Then, he leaned close to Chu Feng's ear and whispered, how could I possibly hurt you 2? Amidst the tension, a continuous knocking at the door from outside startled all 3 of them slightly. Han Feng frowned, looked at Trong Trake and asked, did you dare to call the police? He quickly denied it, clearly not having called them. He demanded him to open the door and not to try anything, as Chu Fong was still in his hands. As he stepped outside the door, Trong Trake thought, I only messaged Teacher Lu Vi just now. He couldn't have arrived so quickly. As he cracked open the door, a delivery bag appeared. It turned out to be a delivery girl, holding up the box and saying, Hello, the food you ordered has been delivered. Enjoy your meal. Trong Trake replied, quite surprised. I didn't order fast food. It seems you've delivered to the wrong address. The girl still stood there, puzzled. How can that be? She slightly tilted her head to the side, looked inside, and continued, The address is clearly here. Isn't this just messing with people? The girl asked, Or did those two order it? Trong Trake, angry and not wanting to involve an innocent person, pushed the girl away and scolded. I already said we didn't order any food. Just go home. The delivery girl stood there, angrily knocking on the door. That's too much. What kind of attitude is that? Are we delivery people not human? The door slowly closed, and the girl turned and walked away, muttering, What kind of people, honestly? Is being in a hurry really that great? Honestly. But suddenly, the girl smiled dangerously, then took off her hat and said, It is here after all. 1.5 million bounty is almost mine. Seeing something was wrong, Han Fai stood up, one hand holding the knife, the other firmly holding Chu Fong, and said, Open it, we're going to this place. The three of them got into the car outside. Trong Trake wondered where they were going, but he was told to get in the car. Don't waste words. Getting into the car, he reassured his sister. Don't be afraid. I'll definitely protect you. Han Fai was impatient. Don't dawdle there. Hurry up a bit. From a distance, something was flying toward them, but he was a rank 1 demon realm expert after all, and immediately reacted, dodging the object. He cursed, Damn it, who's that? Come out, or I'll kill this girl. It was the delivery girl from earlier, standing there, raising her hand and squinting, saying, I can't believe I missed. However, if you want to kill her, go ahead and kill her. The girl had changed her outfit, spinning a dagger in her hand. She walked closer and continued, That way. It'll be easier for us to deal with each other. Trong Trake realized it was the same delivery girl from earlier. Han Fai laughed and said, This little girl is a bounty hunter, right? How much do you want? But do you really think you can capture me all by yourself? The girl, full of confidence, gave a bright smile, holding several shurikens in her hand, and replied, Uncle, don't judge others by their appearance. If you don't believe me, try it. As soon as she finished speaking, she immediately threw the shurikens straight at him. Han Fai laughed loudly. Don't forget I have a human shield in my hand. Trong Trake rushed out in a panic, worried for his sister. He managed to block one, but the other shuriken flew between Han Fai and Chu Fong, forcing him to let go of the girl. Lightning fast, an opportunity. Trong Trake immediately turned around. Then he dashed forward, pulling Chu Fong aside right in front of Han Fai. He then leaped far away. To Han Fai's astonishment, his speed had greatly increased. The girl was shocked. This person's speed is so fast, I can't believe he could catch my shuriken with his bare hands. He stood in front of Chu Fong, scolding, You almost injured my sister. She put her hands on her hips and replied, I didn't do it on purpose. Who told her to stand in front of that criminal? Han Fai chuckled, interrupting, I didn't originally intend to go on a killing spree today, but it seems I have no choice. He smirked, raising a hand to rub his bald head. The girl immediately rushed forward, not forgetting to warn, Uninvolved people, move away quickly. My shurikens have no eyes, you know. Han Fai adjusted his glasses and chuckled softly. This girl seems to have very high speed stats. He took off his glasses, and his eyes emitted a faint purple aura. Caught by the move, the girl seemed to fall into a floating void, as if hypnotized. Looking at the stunned girl, he laughed loudly. Putting all attributes into agility, her mental strength must be very low. Of course, she won't escape my mental control technique. Want to catch me? Today. Just wait and see how I send you all on your way. Trong Trake worriedly thought. This is bad. Why isn't she moving? It seems she's been controlled. Could this be a mental control technique? I can't believe his specialty is mental strength. He immediately clenched his fist and charged towards him. If that's the case, let's seize the opportunity to eliminate him. Taking advantage of his inattention and using his speed to his advantage, Trong Trake rushed towards him. Han Fei immediately pulled out his gun, loaded it, turned around and cursed, "You brat!" But before he could even look, he took a powerful punch from him right in the stomach. As he was falling backward, he still managed to raise his gun towards Trong Trake, ready to shoot. Don't get carried away. But before he could pull the trigger, he was immediately kicked in the face by him, sending the gun flying. Falling face first to the ground, he muttered, "This brat, why is your speed so fast?" He sighed. If he had taken out his gun from the start, I don't know what the consequences would have been by now. Chu Feng walked over and asked, "Brother, are you okay?" He replied, panting, "I'm fine," and Han Fei took a heavy blow and is lying unconscious over there. He walked up to the girl. Chu Feng wondered what was wrong with her, and he replied, "She's probably been hypnotized by him. This bounty hunter really only has money in her eyes. Just now, she almost injured my sister." Chu Feng stepped forward, peeking and asking, "Should we help her?" Trong Trake stated resolutely, "She brought it upon herself. Why should we help her?" The little girl secretly turned around and said, "Do you have a pen? A long-lasting one would be best." He quickly went to get one. About 10 minutes later, law enforcement arrived at the scene. The surrounding residents also came out to watch out of curiosity. Teacher Lu Vai approached him and said, "Trong Trake, you're bold. I sent you a message telling you not to act hastily and to wait for the police, didn't I? Do you know that 7 victims have already died at his hands?" He scratched his head. "Sorry, Teacher Lu Vai. I didn't have time to check my phone for messages then." A police officer came and patted the teacher's shoulder, saying, "Don't scold him anymore. Today he's considered a great hero of our Thien Phong city. We've been hunting him for 2 years, and he always escaped. Today, he was caught by your student. You should be proud and honored." Teacher Lu smiled. "Of course I'm proud, but what I'm worried about is the safety of these 2 siblings. However, I also have to ask, Trong Trake, how did you defeat this guy? He's a powerful demon realm warrior." He looked stunned and thought, "For now, I should hide my true strength. It's not yet time to reveal it to Teacher Lu." Pointing to the girl beside him, he replied, "Of course I couldn't beat him alone. It was all thanks to that girl's help. It seems she was hypnotized by Han Fei and can't move anymore." According to the police officer, this girl is Tam Mong Deep. She's a bounty hunter who disregards her own life for money. Standing in front of the girl, the police officer continued, "She's a long-time bounty hunter, a first-level demon realm powerhouse. Although she's caught many criminals, she's also caused us a lot of trouble." He turned to Chu Feng and asked, "By the way, what's wrong with her face?" The little girl blushed and secretly replied, "I don't know. Her face was like that when we met her." Mong Deep's face was painted with a turtle and 2 streams of tears, which looked quite amusing. The police would take her and the criminal to the police station. The police officer didn't forget to remind Trong Trake, "Han Fei's 1.5 million bounty will be split equally between you and Mong Deep," and he advised him to bring his certificate to the police station when collecting the money. Trong Trake was surprised. "What? 750,000 each? That much money?" He joyfully hugged Chu Feng. "Thank you, officer. This is great. The total amount is enough to pay for my sister's surgery fees." 8 p.m. at the Trong siblings' home. Han Fei's house next door had been sealed by the police. Trong Trake lay on his bed and pulled out his demon realm watch. It's time. The death realm has been cleared, so the 4th floor of the demon realm should be freely accessible now. He pressed the watch, and a flash of electricity appeared. 4th floor of the demon realm. Here I come. At the altar on the 4th floor of the demon realm, many people had appeared after being restricted for many days due to the death realm. There were continuous calls for new members with generous rewards. Trong Trake thought, it seems this place has returned to normal, and people can enter and exit freely now. Opening the guidebook, after the previous battle, many slots in the team were empty. However, he now had the Death Butcher, plus the Great Goblin King and the Sky-Swallowing Frog, so it shouldn't be a big problem. Trong Trake checked the list of monsters on the 4th floor. Pig-headed monsters with 2 large spiked maces, winged humanoids, and an unknown Minotaur boss. Trong Trake thought to himself, the monster data is quite simple, but their damage doesn't seem weak. I need to scout first. He went alone, stepping into a desolate and gloomy place called the Barren Trace Forest. Behind the withered branches, monsters appeared, lurking with their glowing red eyes. They were pig-headed monsters with sharp fangs, silently observing. Noticing their appearance, Trong Trake immediately prepared to summon monsters. These pigheads came at just the right time. Raising his arm with 2 summoning slots, he said, 2 big bosses, come out and greet our guests. The Great Goblin King and the Death Butcher immediately appeared, full of imposing aura. The pig-headed monster scowled, seeing humans, and started drooling. Facing them were 2 bosses, one of whom was an extremely powerful boss from the Death Realm. 2 pig-headed monsters leaped up, swinging their maces straight at him. Trong Trake immediately ordered the Great Goblin King to step forward and prepare to surround them. It raised its 2 large blades, blocking all their attacks and damage. Trong Trake frowned. Wow, their damage resistance is really high. Taking advantage of the opportunity, he ordered the Death Butcher to immediately ambush them. As soon as he finished speaking, it launched a hooked knife connected to a chain, flying straight towards the necks of the 2 pig-headed monsters. One attack hit both monsters, each losing nearly 500 shield HP, causing Trong Trake to exclaim, "This damage is too terrifying." But behind him, a winged humanoid flew towards him, attempting a sneak attack, ready to sink its sharp claws into him. He quickly stomped his foot and jumped to the side to dodge the attack. Fortunately, Trong Trake's speed wasn't bad either. Watching it fly back up, he said, "Is this a winged humanoid? So fast." Immediately, he took out his S-grade weapon. He raised the Bloodlust longbow and said, "I'll let you taste the power of an S-grade weapon." He aimed straight at the winged humanoid in the sky and shouted, "Die." However, the draw strength seemed insufficient. The arrow fell short before it could even reach the monster, making him feel embarrassed. He then summoned the Sky-Swallowing Frog and ordered it to use fireballs to chase away the winged humanoid. To avoid further awkwardness, the Sky-Swallowing Frog tightly closed its mouth to accumulate energy. Then it launched a fireball into the air, aiming directly at where the winged humanoid was hovering. But with its high speed, it dodged back, left, and right to avoid the attack. With high speed, it dominated the air, constantly dodging, with fire scorching its feathers. But suddenly, a fireball larger than usual flew towards it, confusing it. The range was too wide for it to evade, causing it to lose over 300 HP. Trong Trake laughed heartily. "Let's see where you'll run now." About an hour later, he collected more summoned monsters on the 4th floor to replace the lost goblins. While collecting the demon soul orbs, he said, "Fortunately, the defense of the pig-headed monsters and winged humanoids wasn't too high. Otherwise, I might not have been able to deal with them." He raised his hand to summon and shouted, "Only you are left." A summoned winged humanoid appeared before Trong Trake. With the additions of the pig-headed monsters and winged humanoids, his summoned army was complete again, significantly bolstering his power. Looking at his list of summoned monsters, he was quite satisfied. This number is enough to complete the set. Looking at his summoning board, Trong Trake felt confident. I can go meet the boss of the 4th level of the Demon Realm now. Suddenly, a sound echoed from afar. "Help! Someone wants to kill me." He paused, silently observing the situation. It turned out to be a little rabbit girl, being chased by a man who yelled, "Stop right there! Today I will definitely teach you a lesson." The 2 were gradually approaching Trong Trake's location. The man kept shouting, "Today I will definitely take care of you." He stood there thinking, why do these things happen everywhere? I shouldn't meddle in others' business. Before he could leave, Moonlight Rabbit jumped and hugged his leg, pleading, "Big brother, please save me. Someone is chasing and trying to kill me." It showed a pitiful face, eyes welling up, and continued, "Please, big brother, save me. They want to kill me." Trong Trake spoke coldly and decisively. "Sorry, I can't save you. Go back to your clan immediately. You'll be safe there." But it held on tightly and continued, "I've completed everything you asked me to do. Now that they've chased me here, you can't just abandon me like this. I've already handed over all the items to you, too." Trong Trake felt annoyed. What nonsense is this girl spouting? So she's trying to shift the blame onto me. The man walked over, the temperamental Dragon King. He said, "So you're the one behind her, ordering her around? I hate people like you the most. Today, I'll definitely eliminate this menace for the people." Trong Trake tried to explain, "Brother, you're being too temperamental. I don't even know this girl." However, he didn't listen to the explanation. He stomped his foot and continued, "When things go wrong, you just abandon your comrades. Are you even a man? Go die." As soon as he finished speaking, he swung his staff down, using his ultimate move, Mountain Shaking Staff, aiming directly at him. Little Tho took the opportunity to jump behind him and flee. Trong Trake cursed, "This madman. Not only is his temper bad, but is his mind problematic too?" Little Tho, running away, didn't forget to wave, splashing mud onto him. "Big brother, I'll leave this place to you. I'll be going now." Suddenly, the system announced, "Moonlight Little Tho has taken 3 mid-grade demon soul orbs from you." He pulled out his item list to check, saying, "So she's a petty thief. No wonder the temperamental Dragon King was chasing her like that. She must have stolen his stuff too." The Dragon King was still swinging his staff, preparing to strike, and said, "Quickly hand over the items that girl stole." Trong Trake tried to explain, "I really don't know her. Plus, she just stole 3 demon soul orbs from me too." But he didn't listen, throwing another strike and saying, "Don't try to fool me." At this point, words failed him. He sighed, "What a blockhead. It seems you won't give up until we fought it out." Trong Trake summoned the sky-swallowing frog and the venomous spider to attack with webs. The staff was held tight by the web. The temperamental Dragon King wondered, "What's going on? How can venomous spiders appear on the 4th level of the demon domain?" He asked him in a panic, "You know summoning magic? Is this your innate skill?" Trong Trake didn't answer. Next up was the sky-swallowing frog. He gestured to it, ordering it to use a fireball attack. Tied up and standing still, taking the blows, the fireball came and the Dragon King could only stand there, raising his hands to block. The light hit blew away nearly 200 of his HP. Taking out a potion, he said to him, "Damn it, if you've got the guts, don't use webs to tie me down. Let's fight head-on and see who's stronger." With that, he brought a red liquid to his lips and gulped it down. Afterwards, the Dragon King's entire body glowed red. He flexed and broke free from the binding web. Trong Trake wondered, what did this guy just drink? I can't believe he managed to escape the web. Just then, the Dragon King jumped and struck down with his staff, the weapon almost hitting Trong Trake's face. But with his extremely fast speed, he nimbly leaped backward to dodge the attack. Seeing this, he exclaimed, "This kid is really fast." But his face still showed great determination. "Don't think that's all it takes." Before he could finish, a large blade slashed directly at the staff in the Dragon King's hand. The Great Goblin King appeared. He worried. Just how many monsters can this guy summon? He thought, although the Great Goblin King is only a 3rd-floor boss, I'm alone now. Without teammates, I'm afraid I can't face it. Trong Trake didn't hesitate, continuing to raise his hand to summon beasts to show his power. The huge Death Butcher appeared behind the temperamental Dragon King, making him stammer, "Oh my God, no way!" Its massive body, grotesque face, and huge knife standing there made him tremble with fear. The temperamental Dragon King dropped his staff and sighed. "This is the Death Butcher. I can't believe someone can summon this thing." He crouched down, raising his hands. Stop, no more fighting. I surrender. Then he drank a healing potion and gave a thumbs down, saying, even though I've surrendered, I'm not convinced. If you're so capable, recall all your monsters, and let's go one-on-one. Trong Trake stepped forward and replied, wouldn't that be too unfair? He stood there and continued, my innate skill is summoning. If you don't let me use my skills, what am I supposed to fight with? What did that Moonlight Little Though steal from you? He crushed the potion bottle, grimacing. Then I'm not convinced. Aren't you and her in this together? Now you're asking me, are you trying to make me mad enough to die? Trong Trake closed his eyes, speechless. She and I are truly not in this together. He showed him the notification that he had lost items and continued, my things were also just stolen by her. If you don't believe me, see for yourself. It was only then that the temperamental Dragon King realized, scratching his nose awkwardly. I really misunderstood. The temperamental Dragon King scratched his head awkwardly. Well, that was really a misunderstanding on my part just now. I apologize. Trong Trake didn't hold it against him and recalled his monsters. He looked at him and thought, although this guy has a straightforward personality, and his mind is a bit problematic, his moral character is surprisingly good. He knows his mistakes and corrects them, which is quite rare in this era. He smiled brightly as if nothing had happened, extending his hand for a handshake. Well, we met through fighting, so let's be friends, all right. Trong Trake smiled at him. It's been a long time since I met someone so friendly. Your personality is quite to my taste. He reached out his hand, shook it, and laughed loudly in agreement. A notification appeared. You have added Fiery Dragon King to your friends list. After becoming friends, he turned and waved goodbye. If you need any help in the future, just find me. I have an appointment with some friends to hunt monsters. Goodbye for now, see you later. He also waved back at him. This Dragon King's way of doing things is a bit simple and crude, but it's also quite interesting. Zhang Zhe opened the guidebook and thought, I've wasted so much time just now. I must hurry and find the 4th floor boss to fight. This floor is like a labyrinth, without a map. It would be very easy to get lost. He looked ahead and said, according to the map, if we keep going this way, we'll reach the boss's location. After walking for a while, Zhang Zhe arrived at a place called the Barren Stone Forest, where tall stone pillars stood like trees, and he heard cries for help from a distance. He wondered, why do I always hear cries for help every time I get to a boss's area? But this voice sounds a lot like Little Rabbit's. Sure enough, looking from this side, he saw Little Rabbit cowering behind a large rock, while the boss with a large axe in its hand was striking down, and behind it, a pig demon stood with its hands clasped behind its back, watching. That boss was the Oxhead leader, radiating a powerful and fierce aura, its entire body glowing with green energy. Raising its axe, ready to strike down, Little Rabbit trembled behind the cracking rock, shouting, is anyone there? Help me! Save me! The little girl held a short staff in her hand, crying desperately, someone come save me! I don't want to die! Zhang Zhe watched and thought to himself, it really is that girl. Has she finally met her comeuppance? Suddenly, he noticed the pig-headed monster behind. Its name was a bit strange, and its expression didn't seem normal. The pig demon suddenly opened its mouth and said, you damned girl, daring to steal my things. You deserve to die. From the system, he learned its name was Bai Ri Wu. Zhang Zhe thought, although Moonlight Little Rabbit specializes in stealing other people's things and is quite annoying, her crime doesn't warrant a death sentence. Doing this seems a bit cruel. Meanwhile, the Oxhead leader remained in high spirits, continuously striking the rock in front of it. Zhang Zhe decided he couldn't just stand by, so he drew his bow and aimed to rescue Little Rabbit. The arrow lodged directly into the boss's head, causing it to lose over 100 HP, let out a soft cry, and then freeze. Then it turned and looked around, roaring, who dares to ambush this commander? The pig demon Ri Wu pointed menacingly. Who are you? If you know what's good for you, don't meddle in other people's affairs. She's a thief. She deserves 1,000 deaths. Zhang Ze jumped onto a stone pillar and said, I know she's a thief, but you don't have to force her to her death. She's still young. Can't you give her a chance to make amends? However, the Oxhead leader didn't bother to listen to explanations. It immediately rushed towards him, swinging its axe to strike. The pig demon Riwu angrily retorted, those who haven't experienced others' suffering should never advise them to be generous. You want to be a hero saving the beauty? Let's see if you have the ability. He loudly declared, this is the fourth floor boss. You can't possibly handle it alone. Hearing this, Zhang Ze smiled. Don't worry, I can handle it. It was time for the summoning show to begin. He raised his hand, and the familiar green halo appeared. Come out and let them witness. As soon as he finished speaking, the summoned army assembled, from the Death Butcher to the Great Goblin King, plus several other monsters he had just collected on the fourth floor. Riwu stood there, lamenting. Are all these monsters summoned by you? I never expected such a unique talent skill. Facing the numerical superiority, but being an ignorant boss, the Oxhead leader showed no fear, using a skill to create a thick dark green aura that surrounded its body. Still using the old strategy, Zhang Ze immediately summoned the poisonous spider to use its web attack to immobilize it. This forced the Oxhead to stand still and swing its axe. He drew his bow, ordered the entire group to charge together, and the heaven-swallowing frog to charge its fire. The summoned monster formation surged forward, 3 flying birds above, 3 pig demons in the middle, plus the Death Butcher and Great Goblin King charging in at close range. From a distance, a single blow from the Butcher caused the Oxhead to lose over 400 HP. The damage was terrifying. Zhang Ze was still aiming, ordering the heaven-swallowing frog to launch fireballs to burn the Oxhead boss. He ordered all his summoned monsters to launch an all-out attack to achieve a quick victory. Riwu stood there, looking on and thinking anxiously. I can't believe this brat can even summon bosses. Doesn't that make him invincible? He clenched his fists and cursed under his breath. In this situation, my disguise talent skill is useless. Fine, Rakshasa, I won't forget your face. It turned out he was a player disguised as a pig demon. He turned to the cowering little rabbit and cursed. You damned girl, consider yourself lucky this time. Some fool is willing to save you. The little girl could only sit there crying, while behind her, the fierce battle was raging but was nearing its end. With the overwhelming numbers and power of the summoned bosses, the Oxhead leader was quickly defeated. Its large axe fell from its hand and rolled onto the ground. In an instant, just like other times, the summoned ox-headed monster slowly vanished before Zhang Ze's eyes. A red system screen appeared. Congratulations, you have defeated the fourth floor boss, Oxhead leader. Zhang Ze walked over to collect items and soul orbs. The full team was truly formidable. Only sacrificing one pig-headed monster was enough to kill the fourth floor boss. While picking up items, Little Rabbit approached him from behind and offered an apology. Zhang Ze turned to look at the girl. Little Rabbit offered him the soul orb she had stolen, saying, I know I was wrong, big brother. Thank you for saving me. Here, take all of these back. After that, Little Rabbit left. Zhang Ze, standing at a distance, warned her, don't casually steal from others again. Next time, I won't be so kind as to save you. Holding the soul orbs in his hand, he said, all right, stop lying there. It's time to advance to the 5th floor. And as always, the innate skill activated, and the Oxhead leader slowly appeared before its new master, Zhang Ze. He walked to the gate and said, let's go to the 5th floor, then go home and get some rest early. In some old room, a beam of light appeared. An adventurer returned from the demon realm. That person was none other than Bai Ryu, an ugly bald old man. He frowned and muttered, damn it. That girl was clearly about to be killed by the boss. Then suddenly an interfering Rakshasa appeared. It really makes me furious. What bad luck. He slurped his noodles, eating while scrolling on his phone, then stopped at a piece of information. On the screen was a bounty board. The person was Zhang Ze, with the demon realm name Rakshasa. The bounty for information ranged from 1 to 5 million. and the bounty placer was Dawn Human. Ryu laughed loudly. This time, you're definitely dead. Monday morning at Tianfeng High School. In the hallway, students walked around, chatting and discussing all sorts of things. Zhang Zhe overheard two people behind him talking about the Demon Realm Forum. There was a bounty posted to find someone, and the reward was very high. The person with the bounty on them was probably in deep trouble. Hearing this, he immediately pulled out his phone and entered the Demon Realm Forum to see what was going on. The Demon Realm Forum didn't belong to any organization, and its true location couldn't be traced. Global adventurers could post and interact there. It was currently the most influential social networking site. Looking at the bounty information, he thought, I can't believe someone actually spent 5 million to find me. He was a little worried when he saw that the bounty placer was none other than Dawn. Zhang Zhe thought, it must be that before he died, Deathwing secretly sent a message, which is how those guys knew he died by my hand. It looks like trouble is unavoidable this time. It seems this time, he'll have to find some reliable friends in the demon realm. With them, he wouldn't have to fear those who stab people in the back. In his mind, he thought of Uncle Lu, Moon Shadow, and even the hot-tempered Dragon King. As he opened the classroom door, someone inside said, the other day, a death zone appeared in the demon realm. The 4th floor was locked, and no one could get in. That person added, I heard the boss was defeated by someone from our great Xia. Those foreigners all turned pale and quietly left. His two friends seemed very proud when mentioning this. Great Xia country truly brought us glory. Zhang Zhe sat down at his desk, pretending not to know anything. The other person added, at that time, everyone in the death zone received a notification. The one who killed the boss was Rakshasa. He's really too cool. Fatty Yang immediately ran over, excitedly calling his name. Did you hear that? My idol, Rakshasa, defeated the boss of the death zone. If I ever meet him, I must become his apprentice. Zhang Zhe pushed his friend away, saying, then go find him. Why are you suddenly hugging me? I'm not Rakshasa. Suddenly, a loud shout from outside the door startled Fatty Yang and Zhang Zhe, making them look. Which one of you is Zhang Zhe? A guy with curly purple hair named Inyo kicked the door open and swaggered in. Get out here now. He stood with his hands on his hips, yelling. What are you looking at? I'm looking for Zhang Zhe. Get out here, old man. His friends peered in from outside the door, whispering. He awakened his B-rank talent. I'm afraid Zhang Zhe is going to get beaten to death. Fatty Yang warned. That's Inyo. I heard his strength is extraordinary. He can kill a bull with one punch. Zhang Zhe stood up, said it's okay, and told Fatty Yang to move aside. Seeing this, Inyo grabbed a chair and approached. So you're Zhang Zhe. You've got guts. I heard you want to replace me. He immediately replied, I don't think I know you. He lunged forward, swinging the chair down, and shouted, Your arrogant look is pissing me off. Die, get out of my sight. But he remained unfazed, clenching his fist, eyes fixed forward. With his high agility stats, it was no problem. While dodging the attack, Zhang Zhe delivered a punch that dislocated his jaw. The extremely powerful punch sent the guy flying backward, hitting the wall and screaming in pain, blood spurting from his mouth. His two subordinates quickly ran over, calling for their boss and helping Inyo up. He cracked his knuckles, thinking, I thought he was some formidable character. The watching classmates were astonished. I can't believe he was knocked out with one punch. Since when did Zhang Zhe get so strong? Chun Hao, watching through his phone, thought, the power of that punch must be over 4,000 pounds. How did this guy do it? Why did his speed and attack power increase so much? A few days ago, in the test, it was only nearly 500 pounds. Now it's over 1,000. Chun Hao clenched his fists. No, I must get into Wuching University. No one is allowed to steal my spot. That evening at home, Zhang Zhe asked his sister, All right, Xiaofeng, the security outside school hasn't been very good lately. Remember to be careful when you go to school. She replied while washing dishes, Don't worry, brother. The guards at our girls' school are all Demon Realm powerhouses. Zhang Ze wiped the table, relieved. If that's the case, then it's good. It's not early anymore. I'm going into the demon realm. Xiaofeng asked her brother. I see you go into the demon realm every day. What's your talent? He smiled and replied, wait until you awaken your own talent. Then I'll tell you. The little girl turned around, pouting as she washed dishes. What's so great about that? I'm about to awaken my talent skill too. After returning to his room to enter the demon realm, the system displayed the floors for Zhang Ze to choose from. And of course, he chose the 5th floor. Surrounding the altar was a vast, enveloping sea, with seagulls flying in the sun. Zhang Ze opened the demon realm guide and looked around. He noticed that the 5th floor was even more crowded than the 4th floor. The people around him looked at him with murderous intent. It seemed the bounty board had worked. Those people might very well attack him for the huge reward. Zhang Ze thought, I can't leave this place right now, or I'll definitely be attacked by them. Looking at his summon panel, he decided it would be better to return to the 4th floor to collect bosses and build a perfect army, then come back later. No sooner said than done. He immediately vanished from the 5th floor altar, to the astonishment of the surrounding adventurers. They were quite frustrated by that. His keen sense had helped him perceive the danger. Those few people didn't know which floor he had fled to now. Next time they met, it probably wouldn't be this easy. Returning to the barren wasteland of the 4th floor of the demon realm, Zhang Ze was entering the forest, walking and thinking. Good thing I got away quickly. Otherwise I might have been discovered by those people. For now, I need to quickly go and summon a boss. Noticing someone following him, he spoke up. Who's there? Come out. From behind the big tree, the familiar figure of Moonlight Little Rabbit appeared. He turned around, ready to punch if the other party had ill intentions. Immediately, Little Rabbit rushed forward and hugged his leg. Zhang Ze exclaimed, It's you again? Why are you using this trick again? The little girl cried and apologized for the theft, saying she needed money and was begging him to help her get to the 30th floor. Zhang Ze bent down and asked, What's going on? Tell me slowly. Please let go of my leg. Little Rabbit whimpered, If you don't agree to help me, I won't get up. Worried that Little Rabbit's loud crying would attract others' attention, for his own safety, he hastily agreed to help the little girl. Little Rabbit immediately stood up, bowed, and offered her possessions, saying, Thank you, Big Brother Rakshasa. These are the most valuable things on me. They're all for you. He told the little girl to put them away, saying it was no trouble to take her along while fighting bosses. However, his abilities were limited, so he couldn't promise anything, only that he would do his best. Little Rabbit hastily thanked Rakshasa and followed him. A notification appeared on the screen. Moonlight Little Rabbit has joined your team. Zhang Ze turned and asked, Little Rabbit, is your talent skill stealing things from the target? The little girl replied, Yes, it's the snatch the sheep in passing skill. Although I don't like it, there's no other way. He suddenly had an idea and suggested he would control the monster, allowing Little Rabbit to use her skill on it to steal items and see what happened. Little Rabbit happily agreed. She had never stolen from a boss before. Zhang Ze asked further, Why do you want to go to the 30th floor of the demon realm? Is there something there? She answered with some sadness, My father went missing there, so I want to go and find him. He sighed. People who disappear in the demon realm are either eaten by monsters, killed by others, or expelled by the demon realm after a period of time. Finally, the two arrived at the 4th floor Minotaur boss's location. It was engaging in combat with someone, and sounds of distress appeared again. Consecutive critical hits caused the previous adventures to evaporate. Zhang Ze turned to Little Rabbit and said, It looks like the Minotaur commander has wiped out the entire team. Now we'll charge straight in. He raised his hand and summoned his army of monsters. Nearly a dozen summoned beasts immediately charged forward on command, heading straight for the Minotaur commander. Zhang Ze instructed Little Rabbit, I'll provoke the boss to come over here. You take the opportunity to steal from it. Don't worry, I won't let it touch you. He drew his bow and commanded his treasures to charge and attack. The Death Butcher used its large knife to strike the Minotaur's shoulder, causing it to lose nearly 700 HP. The salamander spat fire, the flying bird harassed, and the Goblin King along with its goblin horde attacked in melee, causing the boss to retreat in confusion. It immediately used rage, increasing its HP and combat power slightly. As expected, the Minotaur leaped to where Zhang Zhe was standing and swung its axe to attack him. He immediately called out the venomous spider to use its web to entangle the boss's feet, then turned to Little Rabbit and told her to activate her talent skill. Held firmly by the spider web on its two legs, unable to move, the Minotaur struggled. Little Rabbit quickly moved behind the boss. The little girl eyed it for a moment, then prepared to cast her skill. Little Rabbit extended her hand, and a pink glow emanated, aimed directly at the Minotaur commander. A notification appeared. She has acquired a hard bullhorn. It was indeed an unexpected harvest that surprised Little Rabbit herself greatly. The Minotaur felt a bit of pain and immediately turned back to look where Little Rabbit was standing, still preoccupied, wondering what to do with the horn. The Minotaur roared, an extremely loud sound that felt like it ripped eardrums. Little Rabbit covered her head, grimacing, and crouched down to the ground. Zhang Zhe then walked over and stood next to Little Rabbit, saying, "Don't be afraid. With me here, it won't be able to touch you." Ignoring the enraged Minotaur, he told Little Rabbit to keep stealing. "Don't be shy." The little girl hesitated for a moment, but then immediately closed her eyes and reached out to steal again. This time, she got a set of bull hide. Stripped of its skin, the Minotaur roared in pain. Little Rabbit taunted the boss. "You stupid bull, you won't be able to touch me. I'll steal everything on you." Holding the items she had just stolen, and cross-referencing them with the Demon Realm Guide, Zhang Zhe concluded that these were likely materials, but were not mentioned in the book, so he would temporarily keep them. Realizing that everything seemed fine, and the boss had been completely stripped, he immediately summoned the Butcher of Death behind him. Then he ordered it to finish off the Minotaur, a single fatal blow. As soon as the boss was eliminated, Zhang Zhe turned to Little Rabbit and said, "We've got the key. Go to the 5th floor and wait for me first. I'll be back to fight the next boss." The little girl stepped into the teleportation gate, waved goodbye to him. "Big Brother Rakshasa, I'll wait for you at the altar on the 5th floor." Little Rabbit left, and Zhang Zhe stayed behind to revive the Minotaur commander, recruiting it into his summoned army. The Minotaur slowly appeared behind him as Zhang Zhe walked, saying, "Hurry up! There's still a boss on the 5th floor waiting for us to collect." Returning to the Demon King area on the 3rd floor of the Demon Realm. With their current strength, dealing with the 3rd floor boss was too simple for Zhang Zhe. He defeated it in the blink of an eye. "No one is contesting the boss. I can enjoy it alone, and collecting more Supreme Star Kings is enough for 10 summoned monsters." Looking at the fully summoned monster list, all of them are quite strong. Zhang Zhe confidently entered the 5th floor. "This time, even if other adventurers surround me, I won't be scared anymore." Returning to the altar on the 5th floor, it was all water around, seemingly a floor in the ocean area. As soon as he appeared, Little Rabbit ran over and called out, "Big Brother Rakshasa." The girl said, "These people must have seen the bounty board looking for you. Be careful. They'll try to harm you." He turned and replied, "Don't worry. They definitely won't dare to have any ill intentions after a while." In the distance, Moon Shadow's team was approaching, and she waved, calling out to him, "Hello, Rakshasa, we meet again." Dragon King, agitated, pointed at Little Rabbit and said, "That's the thief." He turned to Zhang Zhe and asked, "Brother, why are you two together? Are you really in cahoots?" He replied, "It's not what you think. Little Rabbit has turned over a new leaf and promises not to steal anymore." The girl offered some soul orbs to the Dragon King and said, "I'm sorry, I won't dare to steal anymore. Please forgive me." Dragon King scratched his head and said, "Good men don't hold grudges against girls. I'll let you off this time." Giant God walked over and extended his hand to introduce himself. "Hello. Moon Shadow mentioned last time that you helped her kill the iron-fanged wolf. You're truly courageous. I hope we can become friends." Zhang Zhe was flustered Befriending me right now might not be very safe. A bunch of people are waiting to kill me for the bounty." The little princess heard money, and her eyes lit up as she asked, "What was that?" "You're the target of a bounty hunt." She stepped forward, took his hand, and asked, "What's the bounty on you worth? Good water shouldn't flow into other people's fields. How about you let me claim the reward?" Dragon King stepped forward. "Are you going to sell out your friends for money? Besides, didn't you just earn 1.5 million in bounty money before?" The girl pouted. "Don't even mention it. That guy named Zhongze took half of it. It pissed me off so much." Hearing that, he was startled and thought, "So it was her. I really didn't expect the money princess to be the bounty hunter, Shinmengdai." Giant God stepped up and said, "Little princess, that's enough joking. Rakshasa is Moon Shadow's savior and Dragon King's friend. We should help each other wholeheartedly." Dragon King patted his back and laughed. "Let me tell you guys, Rakshasa's innate skill is top-notch. He can summon monsters to help him in battle, and even summon bosses." The young man holding a long staff, named One Night Autumn, stepped forward and asked in surprise, "What? Summon bosses?" Everyone murmured. If that's the case, Rakshasa's skill must be S-rank or higher. He humbly replied, "A little higher than S-rank." Dragon King's mouth fell open. "What? Isn't that SS-rank, Grandpa?" He added, "There are less than 500 adventurers with S-rank or higher innate talents in this great drought." Giant God was surprised. "I can't believe we're meeting an adventurer with an SS rank innate skill." Zhangze scratched his head. "You flatter me. I'm just a beginner. I'll still need everyone's care and guidance in the future." Giant God stepped forward and said, "If everyone's acquainted, let's be friends. I've never befriended someone with an SS rank skill before." Very quickly, he became friends with the little princess, One Night Autumn, and Giant God. Little Rabbit looked at him with admiration. "SS rank talent, so strong. I can't believe I accidentally latched onto such a powerhouse." Zhangze turned to her and said to everyone, "If we form a team, please add Little Rabbit. I promise to take her to the 30th floor to find her father. She doesn't need to share any spoils. She just needs to clear the floor." Dragon King scratched his face and said, "It's no problem for me. I just don't know about the others." The little princess spoke up from behind, breaking the silence of the crowd. She turned and walked away, saying, "None of you are speaking up, planning to be good guys? Anyway, we're the ones clearing the path ahead, so we should at least charge a service fee." Dragon King reprimanded her for only caring about money. It turned out that Giant God was the leader of this team, and he agreed to pay the service fee for Little Rabbit. Moon Shadow stepped forward and smiled. Little Princess is the old lady of the group. Although she gets excited by money, she's actually very kind-hearted. Her technique is quite good too, only her temper is a bit bad, so don't mind it. After talking, Giant God turned back to everyone and said, "Get ready, let's set off. This time, we'll definitely defeat the Black Flag, which boss on the 5th floor. With the help of Brother Rakshasa, we're sure to succeed." The whole team set off, and the other martial artists no longer dared to stare at him. Moon Shadow reminded them, "From the 5th floor upwards, monsters and bosses are very strong, so we must be careful." As they moved and fought monsters, everyone reminded each other, "There are many small monsters to eliminate. Everyone pay attention to a quick battle to avoid wasting energy and potions." The monsters on this floor were like fish in the sea, with sharp fins and teeth. Giant God led the way, using the large shield on his back to cover everyone behind him. Besides that, he was the center of the formation, supporting his teammates with his S-rank defensive aura skill, which increased the defense of those standing within the formation. Zhangze thought to himself, "I can't believe his innate skill is an S-rank defensive aura." The monsters on the 5th floor are called surfing warriors, fish-headed monsters with sharp fins, teeth, and claws. But this team is indeed quite strong. Dragon King charged forward and hit a monster with his staff, causing it to lose 400 HP. However, as soon as it lost some HP, it was immediately healed by a tide changer using a healing skill. Moon's Shadow immediately drew her sword, charged forward, and shouted, "Leave it to me!" Then she used a light sword strike to slash directly at the Wave Rider. The strike hit its neck, causing it to lose over 400 HP. She stood there, smiling confidently. While the monsters were still disoriented, their bodies suddenly turned cold, and their feet were frozen, unable to move. They turned around and saw One Night Autumn using Ice Storm. He shouted, "Let's finish this quickly." The entire group of merman monsters was almost completely frozen and gathered in one spot, only able to stand there and wail. Zhang Zhe exclaimed in surprise, "This team's coordination is amazing." Little Rabbit also widened her eyes and praised, "They're really good." With the monsters' movement restricted, Dragon King impatiently rushed forward to finish them off with his staff. Moon's Shadow was no less capable. With her sharp sword in hand, she dealt with them with ease. Zhang Zhe thought, joining such a strong team is very beneficial for me. I won't have to fight alone anymore, but I haven't had a chance to act. After dealing with all of them, the team continued forward to a large stone pillar on the shore. Ancient patterns were carved on it. Giant God walked over, touched it, and said, "Everyone, come touch this stone. After receiving the protection of the water god, we'll dive into the sea." Zhang Zhe wondered, "What is the water god's protection?" Moon's Shadow replied, "Because the fifth floor boss is at the bottom of the sea, we must dive to fight it. So, we absolutely need the water god's protection." Zhang Zhe also followed everyone, touching the stone with his hand. After touching it, a notification appeared. Water god's protection lasts for 60 minutes. Effect: move underwater without needing to breathe. This meant they had to clear the stage within 1 hour. Dragon King laughed and said, "If we run out of time, we'll enter a drowning state, losing 10% HP every minute. We failed several times before. I hope we can defeat the Black Flag Witch this time." The entire team stepped into the sea. Zhang Zhe immediately asked, "The handbook doesn't have any detailed description of the Black Flag Witch. All I know is that it's a magic-type monster. The guide to clearing this stage is extremely valuable, so no one is willing to write it in the handbook." He thought to himself, "I can't believe it can stump such a strong team. It seems that Black Flag, which is very difficult to deal with. I must get it for my summoned monster team." Before long, the whole team reached the bottom of the sea. They were heading towards the fifth floor boss area. Dragon King laughed heartily, turning to tease little princess. "Has your fear of water been cured yet? I heard the next few floors all require fighting monsters underwater." She pouted immediately. "I won't heal you anymore." As they were moving, a greeting was heard. "Hey, Giant God, little brother, are you also here to fight the boss?" Giant God saw an acquaintance and replied, "Brother Black Turtle." An old man leaning on a staff, along with his bandaged team behind him, raised his hand and said, "We failed again. This Black Flag, which is too hard to fight. We reached stage 3 and almost lost all our HP to 2 sacrifice attacks. If we hadn't run quickly, the whole team would have been wiped out." Giant God sighed. "Its stage 3 skill is really tough to handle. Last time, we also failed at stage 2. Black Turtle walked away, saying, "Good luck, little brother. We're heading back to shore first. We really can't beat it." Giant God turned and said, "He's an adventurer with an S-rank talent, but he's been stuck here for almost a month too." Inviting an expert probably costs millions. Zhang Zhe asked immediately, "Can you tell me anything special about this boss?" Moon's Shadow explained from behind, "The Black Flag, which is different from previous floor bosses. The battle process will be divided into 3 stages. In stage 1, he won't appear himself, but will summon small monsters to protect him. After 3 such waves, if there are still adventurers alive, he will personally enter the battle and proceed to stage 2. In stage 2, he uses an attack called Dark Strike, dealing massive damage to the target and simultaneously causing a knockback effect on enemies. When his HP drops below half, he will enter stage 3, which is also the most difficult stage. He will use the Death Sacrifice skill, dealing damage to all enemies. Moreover, its effect stacks. The first attack will deal 20% damage, and then with each subsequent cast, the damage of death sacrifice will increase by 20%. When it reaches 100%, the entire team will be wiped out. Zhangze pondered. So that's how it is. It certainly sounds very difficult to deal with. The first two stages aren't a problem. The last stage is the hardest. Giant God assigned roles. I'll block attacks. Moon Shadow will deal damage. One Night Autumn will control. Dragon King and Rakshasa will be responsible for guarding the areas where small monsters appear. In Stage 3, if we can prevent it from summoning small monsters, we can defeat it. The entire team, filled with determination, moved forward. Giant God, representing the team, encouraged them. Black Flag Witch, we're back again. The team was approaching an altar in the deep seabed, where a shadowy figure emanated a mysterious purple aura. Before long, the distance was close enough for engagement. That was the Black Flag Witch, the boss of the 5th floor, holding a fish-headed staff with a magic orb in one hand, and accumulating energy into a massive dark orb in the other. Then it raised its magic staff, creating a dark, evil aura as if performing some ritual. Giant God lowered his shield to cover himself, telling everyone to stand behind him, then called for One Night Autumn to use Ice Storm to control the small monsters. Everyone gathered within Giant God's defensive aura to collectively receive the defense buff. Meanwhile, One Night Autumn immediately froze the small monsters with Ice Storm. The battle to clear the 5th floor officially began. As previously arranged, after the small monsters were controlled, Moon Shadow and Dragon King impatiently launched continuous attacks to defeat them. Zhangze also summoned Sky Devouring Frog and Fairy Queen and said, "Right now, we shouldn't attack them recklessly. Just stand here and defend." The entire team gathered within Giant God's defensive aura, maintaining maximum HP. The uncontrolled small monsters immediately jumped to attack the Fairy Queen. Continuously attacked, it quickly went down without being able to resist. Zhangze exclaimed, "Damn, the monsters on this floor are too scary. Even the small ones already deal so much damage." The Black Flag Sorcerer continued to stand there, pointing at the team and ordering the small monsters to attack them. Noyadon tried to clear out the small monsters as quickly as possible, not forgetting to remind everyone, "Heads up, we're about to enter Phase 2. A purple shadow flashed past in front of Giant God. Then it materialized in front of him. It was the Dark Flag Sorcerer with its familiar staff. Realizing the danger, Noyadon quickly shouted, "Long Vong, be careful." The Black Flag Sorcerer had somehow appeared behind him in the blink of an eye. Hearing the warning, but not knowing who it was from, Long Vong only knew that there was truly danger behind him. It used its dark gaze, along with a magic orb already charged in its hand. A surprise dark impact immediately caused Long Vong to lose over 1,500 HP, making him scream in pain. Zhangze was astonished. "What? It can teleport?" This was the perfect opportunity for the little princess to showcase her innate skill, using Green Blessing to heal her teammates. Immediately, Long Vong, almost fully healed, slowly stood up and grumbled, "This is so annoying." He grimaced and yelled, "Why do you always attack me first?" He then angrily swung his staff down at the Black Flag Sorcerer. However, strangely, the staff only hit empty air, and the boss had vanished without a trace. This time, it had teleported behind Noyadon, continuing to use the same move it had used on Long Vong. Another dark impact, striking her back, caused Noyadon to drop her sword in pain. Stunned by the unexpected blow, she fell, floating in the seabed. Seeing this, Zhangze immediately jumped out, catching her with both hands, Noyadon resting fully in his arms. He looked at the girl in front of him, concerned, and asked, "Are you okay?" Noyadon's cheeks flushed, and she shyly replied, "I'm fine." On this side, Chi Thursday tried to continue using Ice Storm, hoping to hold the boss back. The Black Flag Sorcerer immediately brought its staff forward to defend and block the attack. But in the end, it was still frozen solid and stood there. Chi Thursday shouted, "Long Vong, seize the opportunity." Hearing that, he swung his staff up, preparing to strike the block of ice in front of him. A mighty blow shattered the ice block, revealing the boss's figure within. But immediately, it vanished quickly right before everyone's eyes. In a flash, it had returned to its altar, while the team continued to maintain their position within the defensive light sphere. The Black Flag Sorcerer seemed to be on the verge of a transformation. The previous attack had also caused a considerable HP loss, and it stood there making hissing sounds. Giant God reminded, "Pay attention to the Black Flag Sorcerer's HP. It's about to enter Phase 3. Everyone, get into formation as we discussed earlier." Long Vong quickly moved, not forgetting to turn and remind Zhang Zhe, "Let's get into position." Hearing that, he immediately rushed forward too. Zhang Zhe took his assigned position, quickly opening his Summon Monster panel to summon monsters. The monsters on the 5th floor were too strong, and in an instant, only 3 bosses remained: the Sky Swallowing Frog, the Minotaur Commander, and the Butcher of Death. He hoped they could stand firm against him. Giant God shouted, "We've entered Phase 3. Everyone, prepare for the enemy." In front of Zhang Zhe, a large summoning gate appeared. From within, a series of Tide Riders appeared, charging out fiercely. At this point, Zhang Zhe was almost surrounded by the 5th floor monsters. Their numbers were incredibly vast. He yelled, "It looks like I'll have to use monsters to fight monsters. Just watch the power of summoned beasts." The Butcher of Death continuously attacked from behind, defeating a large number of Tide Riders. During the battle, Zhang Zhe had also subjugated some 5th floor monsters. Now it was time for these new recruits to fight their own kind. Long Vong was astonished. "Oh my God, that's awesome. Worthy of an SS-Rank talent." While he was busy praising his teammate, monsters surged out from the gate on this side, ambushing Long Vong. Their considerable numbers flustered him. He cursed and used his staff to strike them. The Black Flag Sorcerer had not stopped. The staff in its hand emitted dark aura, and the small monsters gathered around it. Then it immediately used Death Sacrifice. All the small monsters around it were successively converted into power for the Black Flag Sorcerer and increased the magic of the staff in its hand. The Black Flag Sorcerer continuously drained the life force of the small demons to replenish its own strength. The entire team still held their formation within the defensive light circle, observing the Death Sacrifice. The death aura emanating from the altar rushed to attack the adventurers. Chuang Trake immediately lost over 800 HP. He checked the system information. That death aura was actually a death curse, and when hit, they would receive an additional 20% magic damage. Chuang Trake cursed under his breath, "Damn it, this skill is terrifying." Siyu then turned around and called, "Chi Thursday, quickly freeze all the remaining mermen. Deal with them as quickly as possible. Don't give the Black Flag Sorcerer any more chances to use the Death Sacrifice skill." Chi Thursday received the order, raised her staff high, and used Ice Storm. As soon as the skill descended, the mermen were immediately frozen motionless. Waiting for just that, Noyeton drew her sword and charged to deal with them. She swung her sword, dashing through them, and all the ice chunks shattered. Long Vong was no less. He swung his staff to strike, cursing, "Damn mermen die." Chuang Trake stood there thinking, "Currently, we don't have enough power to attack the boss. If this drags on, the Water God's protection will expire. I need to find a solution." Meanwhile, sensing trouble, the Black Flag Sorcerer cackled a few times, then continued to use Death Sacrifice to prevent the team from slaughtering the mermen. The Death Curse attacked the front line. This time, one move took away over 1100 HP. Fortunately, the team still had the little princess standing behind, immediately healing her teammates. It wasn't Long Vong's turn yet, but with his HP low, he hastily turned back and urged, "Little princess, quickly heal us." She snarled, "Do I look like I have free hands, sir?" At the same time, a charging Wave Rider rushed to attack Noyeton's position. She slashed it away and said, "Dragging this out isn't the way. We fundamentally can't wipe out these mermen." Not to mention the altar side. The Black Flag Sorcerer continuously sacrificed the small demons and used that power to attack them. One by one, Each time it led to small demons. It drained their life force. As they gradually disappeared, that was also when the death sacrifice was completed and the curse was unleashed. Just like that, each subsequent attack was stronger than the last. The amount of HP lost in the previous move had already reached over 1,500. A death curse plunged directly into Noyedon's chest, making her exclaim in pain. Damn it! She staggered, bringing a hand to her chest, propping her sword on the seabed, her whole body trembling slightly. Just one move left the entire team with very little HP. Chi Thursday exclaimed, "This isn't good. If this continues, everyone will die." Noyedon thought, "Could we fail again? Life and death in the demon realm are no joke." While the entire team was worried, several magic staves were raised, using healing spells on everyone. Immediately recovering nearly full HP, Noyedon quickly asked, "What's going on?" Long Vong laughed loudly. "It's healing magic. Our HP has increased. Everyone look." It turned out to be the Tide Shifter Merman, tamed and summoned by Truong Trake to support his teammates. He asked everyone, "My summoning spell finally came in handy, didn't it?" Long Vong laughed loudly. "La Sat, you're amazing. If it weren't for you summoning these mermen to heal the whole team, I'm afraid everyone would have fallen." Siyu then also praised him. "La Sat brings so many surprises. Truly worthy of an SS-Rank innate skill." "Excellent," the little princess rejoiced. "With so many mermen healing us, we'll definitely have enough HP to fight." Siyu then raised his shield and reminded them, "Everyone, give it your all. Let's defeat the Black Flag Sorcerer. We're about to clear this stage. No need to spend money to invite experts anymore. All together, everyone cooperate." They continued with the initial arrangement. First came the ice storm for crowd control. Then Noyedon attacked for the finishing blow. Truong Trake also took out his bow to support with long-range attacks. He ordered the sky-swallowing frog to attack with him. He thought to himself, "I must be the one to defeat it with my own hands to be able to summon it." The Black Flag Sorcerer was currently trying to sacrifice its comrades to maintain its offensive, but it was also being harassed by long-range attacks. A fireball was slowly flying towards it. Seeing the fireball, its face was like, "What the hell is flying towards me? How can there be fire under the sea?" With just one hit, a massive explosion occurred, and nearly 2,000 of the boss's HP vanished. Everyone was stunned by what had just happened before their eyes. The Black Flag Sorcerer, which they had struggled to defeat with every possible method, was wiped out by that single blow. The little princess exclaimed joyfully, "It's the portal! We succeeded!" Long Vong laughed loudly. "We cleared the stage." Siyu then sighed. "Finally, we got the key. We can go to the 6th floor now." La Sat's notification screen congratulated him on defeating the Black Flag Sorcerer. Many items appeared after killing the boss. Long Vong proactively said, "Your contribution is the greatest. You choose the reward." Without hesitation, Truong Trake stepped forward. He noticed that among the pile of items, a Death Realm invitation had appeared again. He thought, "Last time I went to the Death Realm, I summoned the Death Butcher. If I could go again, who knows, I might encounter something even better." Holding the invitation in his hand, he turned back and said to everyone, "Everyone can split the remaining items. Can I take this invitation?" Everyone agreed. Chu, though, didn't participate, so she didn't get a share. The girl just needed to clear the level. As for Long Vom, he was very eager to see what the 6th floor looked like. Siyu then turned and said, "If everyone's so eager, let's go quickly. The Demon Realm Handbook states that the 6th floor is a mine cave, and the monsters inside are dog-headed miners." While everyone was happily putting their arms around each other, preparing to go to the 6th floor, a voice called out from behind. It was Hack Lai Kui who had returned and spoke up. "Oh my, little brother Siyu then." He and his teammates asked in great surprise, "You guys already cleared the level?" Siyu then scratched his head and smiled. "We just got lucky. Good luck, big brother Lai Kui. This time you're sure to succeed. See you on the 6th floor." The hired blonde guy complained, "You invited me but didn't check. The boss has been defeated and won't reappear for 24 hours. What a waste of time. I'm not giving back the deposit. Like we turned back, dumbfounded. He quickly apologized to that person and took the blame himself. Truong Trake stood there, observing everything. Noyedon saw him in a daze and called out, "La Sat, let's go." As he stepped into the teleportation gate, he thought, once I become a master of the demon realm, surely many people will bring money to ask for my help too. On the 6th floor of the demon realm, the altar was located in a cave, surrounded by shimmering red and blue gems, along with mining pickaxes and axes. Looking down from above, this cave was enormous, capable of holding hundreds of people, and there were smaller cave entrances around it leading to the ore mines. According to the guide, the 6th floor cave was like a maze, with no fixed paths, and it would constantly change inside. Cu then reminded everyone to be careful not to get lost. The little princess peered around, wondering, where's that annoying Long Vong? He just disappeared. Truong Trake also took the opportunity to look around, but couldn't find his teammate. From inside the cave ahead, Long Vong was running as if chased by a ghost, screaming for help. Behind him, a large pack of dog-headed humans was in pursuit. Who knows what he had provoked this time? But fortunately, Long Vong managed to run inside the altar. Upon reaching the boundary, the dog-headed humans stopped. They stood outside, howling, while Long Vong lay face down, breathing heavily. Chi Thursday stepped forward and asked, "What happened to you? Why are the dog-headed humans chasing you?" He held out a piece of ore and said, "Because I took this stone from their mining cart." The little princess ran over, grabbed the stone, and held it up, asking, "What kind of stone is this? Is it very valuable?" An adventurer dressed in a cowboy style walked over and asked, "Are you guys new to the 6th floor of the demon realm?" He wore a large sword and smiled, saying, "The ore here is very valuable, especially black gold ore, a black but glowing stone. On trading platforms, one block of black gold can cost up to 500,000 dong." Hearing about money, the little princess's eyes lit up. The cowboy added, "That's right, because these ores are used to strengthen weapons." In a blink of an eye, the stone in the little princess's hand disappeared. Truong Trake held the stone in his hand and asked, "So this is strengthening ore. How do you strengthen weapons?" The cowboy explained, "To strengthen weapons, you have to go to the dwarf blacksmith's house on the 10th floor. The higher the equipment level, the higher the grade of ore needed. The one in your hand is just a normal ore, probably only worth about 10,000. The little princess snatched it, her eyes sparkling. 10,000 isn't bad. If you collect a dozen blocks at once, you'll be rich." Truong Trake thought, although the damage of this S-rank bow is very high, its level isn't that high. It's time to strengthen it. Chi Thursday stepped out and said, "Since we're already on this floor, besides fighting monsters, we can collect some ore. We might need it later." The little princess was excitedly eager to set off. See you then, as the team leader, smiled and said, "It's already quite late. Defeating the Black Flag sorcerer took too much time. Everyone should go rest and regain their strength." Nguyenon agreed to rest up and fight again tomorrow. While the little princess wanted to find more ore for money, she ultimately agreed to everyone's wishes. Truong Trake bid everyone farewell and logged off, as it was getting late. His little sister was probably asleep by now. After saying goodbye to each other, everyone simultaneously left the altar on the 6th floor and returned to reality. The next day, at the city police station, Truong Trake arrived to collect his reward money as scheduled. Beside him, Mong Deep was still leaning against the wall, waiting for him. She spoke up. "So you're Truong Trake, huh? I remember your face now." She stepped forward, grumbling. "Not only did you take half of my reward money, but you also drew a turtle on my face. You're really annoying." He immediately protested. "I didn't draw a turtle on your face." Mong Deep pointed, still denying it. "Even though I was hypnotized, I was very clear-headed. You and your sister did it. It took forever to wash off." Truong Trake ignored her. "You're worse. You don't care about others' lives or deaths for money." The girl turned around and replied, "To me, Money is more important than anything else. Everything besides money is an illusion. Chuang Trake wondered, could this girl have suffered some kind of blow, making her worship money like this? While they were arguing, a large number of reporters rushed over with microphones in hand, saying, "They are the heroes who apprehended the criminal Hong Han Fai." They continuously asked and demanded that they recount the situation at that time. Chuang Trake was stunned. Other reporters asked about the academy he would choose in the near future, and also delved deeper into the details and his thoughts when he saved Mong Deep at that time. Hearing that, she stepped forward and reacted, "I didn't need him to save me at all." But the reporter reminded her, "At that time, you were clearly hypnotized, standing still, and even had a turtle drawn on your face." Back home, Chu Fong was watching the news. City hero Chuang Trake, the teenager who helped the police defeat criminals. In just one night, he became famous throughout the city. He walked away saying, "It was just catching a criminal. We don't need to exaggerate anything. Everyone will forget very soon." Chuang Trake walked back to his room, then turned to tell his sister to study and rest after eating, while he prepared to enter the demon realm again. Chuang Trake returned to the 6th floor of the demon realm. The scenery was the same, but this floor seemed to have significantly fewer adventurers. He gazed at the list of summoned beasts, thinking, adding 4 tidal reversers to help with healing, it should be fine overall. Additionally, there are 3 wave chargers, the Black Flag Witch Doctor, along with the Sky-Swallowing Frog Boss and the Butcher of Death. The little princess appeared, waving and greeting, "You're here so early." He looked at Mong Deep, thinking, "Why am I running into her again?" Luckily, she doesn't know my true identity. Noyedon stepped up from behind and asked, "The bounty for catching you has now increased to 5 million. What did you do to offend Thuong Quang?" He scratched his head. "I didn't want to mess with them, but trouble just keeps coming my way." She reminded him, "You should be careful. In the demon realm, act and move together with everyone on the team." She stepped forward sincerely. "If necessary, you can contact me. I'll go online and fight monsters with you. At least it'll be a bit safer." Noyedon's phone number appeared on the screen, which she had just sent him. Chuang Trake asked, "A personal phone number related to security? Is it really okay to give it to someone you don't even know, like me?" But she believed he wasn't a bad person, while he decided not to save the number. Noyedon sadly walked away, saying, "Then suit yourself." Looking after her, he wondered, is she mad? She's truly a strange girl. Everyone on the team had also arrived. Siyu then asked, "Is everyone ready? Let's go." Long Vong laughed loudly. "Head miners, I'm here. Let's just pick a cave and charge in." The team moved through the cave. Chuang Trake thought, the demon realm monsters are getting stronger and stronger. At first, the lava turtles seemed quite strong, but now they're as weak as snails. They can't even withstand one blow. Suddenly, a clanging sound echoed from within the cave. Siyu then warned everyone to be careful. On this side, an axe struck the ground. In front of them was a smaller cave with 2 head miners standing guard. They had burning candles on their heads, iron collars around their necks, and held axes in their hands. Seeing them charge, Siyu then shouted, "Same strategy. I'll block the monsters. Chi Thursday will control them. Little Princess will heal, and the rest will focus on attacking." With the support of the shield and defensive aura, the monster's attack still dealt 79 damage to Siyu Then. Chuang Trake was surprised. Their strength is immense. Siyu Then's defense is so high, yet he's still taking damage. He immediately used his defensive aura, not forgetting to remind everyone to be careful not to get hit because the attack power of these head miners is very high. Chi Thursday stepped out with Ice Storm, a rain of ice falling down, freezing the monsters and causing them to lose a small amount of health. Adding to that was Long Vong's melee attack, nearly 400 health per hit. Combined with Noyedon's continuous sword strikes, the head miner's health plummeted rapidly. Chuang Trake summoned his beasts for support, but temporarily didn't summon the Black Flag Witch Doctor because its defense was relatively low, and it would be too wasteful for it to die right now. One of the head miners was frozen but was trying to break free. In an instant, somehow, it broke through the ice and escaped. Almost immediately, with the pickaxe in its hand, it swung down towards Long Vong. He took a painful hit, losing nearly 500 health. Chi Thursday wondered. The freeze duration of Ice Storm is 60 seconds, but it's only been a little over 10 seconds, and it's already worn off. Can they resist it? Chuang Trake was surprised. Can an A-rank innate skill be resisted this much? He told himself, if I don't upgrade my equipment, I'm afraid it won't be effective on higher floors. Long Vong, under attack, quickly turned back, requesting healing assistance. The little princess immediately used the green blessing, and Chuang Trake ordered the tidal reversers to assist with healing as well. They helped Long Vong recover a significant amount of health, while Noyeton also jumped in to attack and rescue him. Her attack power was indeed very high. Seeing the monster defeated, she sighed. Finally, one down. Despite his high defense, Siyu then couldn't counterattack. After losing more than half his health, he quickly yelled, "There's still one more on this side. Focus your attacks on it." Chuang Trake raised his bow and, along with the sky-swallowing frog, attacked from long range. The attack created a large explosion that sent the monster flying, causing it to take over 600 damage. At the same time, the Death Butcher, Long Vong, and Noyeton dealt additional damage, attacking continuously to take it down. Siyu then started to feel intimidated. Just two monsters were already this difficult. They needed to wait for their strength to increase. These small monsters had high damage and not insignificant health. He wondered how terrifying the boss would be. From the cave entrance behind them, two pairs of eyes and two glowing spots appeared, barking woof woof. Siyu then reminded everyone to be careful. Next, two more pickaxe-headed humanoids emerged, wielding ferocious pickaxes and advancing towards them. Upon seeing them, Chi Thursday immediately cast Ice Storm to freeze them. Because the crowd control didn't last long, Long Vong seized the opportunity, jumped up, and swung his staff down. Just as it made contact, the pickaxe-headed humanoid broke free from the ice and lunged out, knocking him back and making him drop his staff. On Chuang Trake's side, he also ordered the Death Butcher to attack the monster to relieve Long Vong. He turned back, complaining, "I can't take it anymore. Let's go back to the 5th floor." Siyu then encouraged, "Everyone, don't be discouraged." Noyeton turned and asked, "La Sat, what are you looking at?" Chuang Trake replied, "I've suddenly made a discovery that might help us deal with these pickaxe-headed humanoids." He continued, "Haven't you all noticed? They all have the exact same thing on their heads." Noyeton pointed and realized, "It looks like they all have a candle on their heads. Do they use that to light their way and observe?" Chuang Trake immediately raised his bow towards the charging pickaxe-headed humanoid and replied, "That's right. When the battle first started, I accidentally shot down the candle on one of their heads, and it immediately stopped attacking and spun in circles on the spot." As he finished speaking, he released his hand, and the arrow flew. The pickaxe-headed humanoid's weakness is their candles. Let me show you all. As soon as he finished, the arrow also shot down the candle on the little monster's head. Having lost its light source, it stood there spinning around, losing its direction. Noyeton smiled. "It looks like they can't see the way anymore." Long Vong also laughed loudly. "Indeed, the candles are their weakness. Brother La Sat is truly skilled." Seizing the opportunity, he immediately jumped in and repeatedly smashed the pickaxe-headed humanoid, which could only stand there and take the blows until it died. Noyeton also joined in the fun, making a few sword slashes that caused its health to plummet rapidly. Seeing the small monster vanish before them, everyone was overjoyed. Siyu then stepped forward, eyes gleaming with a smile, praising Chuang Trake, and not forgetting to suggest an offline party after they cleared this stage. The little princess was also quite excited. However, Chuang Trake was extremely cautious, as he had a bounty on his head, and revealing his true identity would cause trouble for everyone. Siyu then almost forgot about this. While everyone was picking up items, Chuang Trake looked over the boss's information. According to the Abyss Guidebook, the deepest part of the 6th floor was the boss's lair. It was called the Pickaxe-Headed Miner Boss, with a large amount of health, relatively high defense and attack, along with an explosive bomb skill, promising to be a very tough boss. Siyu then told the team, "Now that we know their weakness, dealing with them will be much simpler. Let's hurry and face the Floor 6 boss." Everyone looked quite excited. They successively moved through the deep mineral caves, the only light radiating from the green and red rock formations around them. A moment later, a very deep and dark cave appeared before them. Chuang Trake pointed to it and said, "This is the boss's lair." Long Vong looked in and laughed. "Finally found it. Let's go in and check it out." Siyu then reminded, "Everyone must be careful. This boss is very powerful. He has a very strong skill called Explosive Bomb that causes high damage and also stuns." However, upon entering, they witnessed another team focusing on fighting the boss, whose health was already low. Chuang Trake's voice held a hint of sadness. "Looks like someone else got to it first." Nearby, a long-haired girl was leaning against the stone wall, observing everyone fighting the boss. She seemed to be an acquaintance of the little princess, who exclaimed, "Why is it her?" The girl heard the voice and glanced over. She was Lac Nan, the little fairy. As soon as she saw the little princess, she turned and sneered. "I wondered who it was, but it's Miss Shun, the eldest daughter." She covered her mouth and continued, "The abyss is truly small. I didn't expect to meet Miss Shun here. Have your family's debts been paid off yet?" The little princess retorted irritably, "Don't be so smug. Although the Shin family has declined, it's not yet your turn, a nouveau riche, to look down on us." Lac Nan turned and sneered, "What's wrong with me being rich? Those on that side are all my subordinates, while yours are weak and old." The little princess retorted sharply, "Shut your stinking mouth. They are my friends, not subordinates." As they were arguing, one of Lac Nan's subordinates, holding 2 guns, jumped over to report, "Miss, the boss is almost dealt with. Do you know those people?" She arrogantly pointed at the little princess and replied, "Of course I know her. She used every means to humiliate me before. I'll never forget it my entire life. At that time, I swore I would definitely regain my dignity." Lac Nan smiled and said, "Listen, everyone behind me. As long as you leave your team and join my troop, I promise all boss drops will be yours, plus an additional 1 million reward." Hearing her sow discord among teammates, the little princess trembled with anger. Dragon King shouted, "Take back your filthy words. Though I may be poor, I have never betrayed my friends." Giant God stepped forward and agreed, "No matter what grievances you two had before, she is our friend now. I advise you to give up on trying to bribe us." Lac Nan on that side still arrogantly said, "A bunch of idiots. If you want to be poor ghosts like her, then get lost. The boss of this floor has already been claimed by me." Dragon King was annoyed. "The demon realm isn't yours. What gives you the right?" The subordinate standing behind stepped out, pointed his gun at the team, and said, "Based on this, if you don't believe me, just try it." Dragon King really wanted to try, but Zhang Zhe stopped him. "They all have S-tier weapons and equipment. How can we fight them?" Lac Nan confidently said, "It seems you guys know a thing or two." The cowboy holding a gun added, "You know you can't beat us, so why aren't you getting lost?" Dragon King wondered why he was stopped. Zhang Zhe immediately replied, "Don't rush. I've already thought of a way to deal with them." While the battle with the boss was nearing its end, the boss only had a sliver of health left. Outside, an arrow caused the barrel to explode. Seeing the huge explosion behind her, Lac Nan panicked and asked, "What's happening?" Everything was fine. Why did these explosive barrels blow up? It didn't stop there. The arrows shot by Chuang Trake continued to target the barrels placed there. Continuous massive explosions shook the entire cave. The people fighting the boss saw this and scattered in panic. Lac Nan stood there, only able to scream at them not to run around and to defeat the boss first. Observing from outside, the little princess looked utterly gleeful, laughing with delight. Long Vong enthusiastically praised, "Brother La Sat, well done." Hearing this, Lacknan turned around, pointed at them, and cursed. "Did you do this? You low-class scoundrels!" While they were arguing, the ground shook, then cracked into pieces. It seemed there was another cave below, and the recent explosion caused this. Everyone was a little worried. "What wonder? What should happen?" "It looks like the cave is about to collapse." In an instant, the cave collapsed, and both people and the boss fell downwards. For other adventurers, it wasn't too difficult to land, but for Princess Lacknan, the fall felt like a death blow, and she cried out for help. From the stone steps around them, familiar blood-red eyes appeared. The masked cowboy anxiously reported, "Too many dog-headed humans, miss. We're surrounded." Lacknan fearfully demanded that he quickly find a solution, because simply put, dying in the demon realm also meant dying in the real world. But at this moment, her only remaining subordinate also abandoned her. He was out of options because the small monsters were too numerous, and he didn't want to die either. So he used a teleportation talisman, leaving the deep cave and abandoning his miss, who stood there cursing him as an ungrateful wretch. As soon as she finished cursing, several dog-headed humans leaped and charged towards her. Lacknan raised her hands to cover her face, screaming loudly, mentally prepared for the worst. Just then, Bang Fong Vu appeared, freezing the small monsters right in front of her. Above was Trong Traka's team. The little princess spoke up. "Hello, Miss Quach Dai." Seeing everyone, Lacknan quickly pleaded for her life. Mong Deep smiled and said, "We can save you, but there's a condition. You know we're very poor, so how about 5 million per person?" Surrounded by a pack of dog-headed humans, Lacknan exclaimed, "What do you mean? 5 million per person?" Hearing this, Mong Deep turned around. "If you think that's too much, then we'll leave." But money wasn't as important as her life, so she quickly held them back, accepting the condition of 5 million per person. Then she added, "I'll give you my butler's phone number, and he'll transfer the money. Just save me first." Mong Deep stood with her hands on her hips, smiling. Since Miss Quach Dai is so generous, things are easy to resolve. She then threw a rope down. The strong Long Vong was in charge of pulling her up from the deep cave. 10 minutes later, a transfer notification for the promised amount came from the butler. The team members beamed with joy. After receiving the money, they immediately let Lacknan go. She was utterly furious, clenching her fists with a displeased look on her face. "Don't worry, I'll remember you all." Long Vong praised the little princess for getting 35 million from her in one go, but Mong Deep slyly responded, "Her family is rich, and this amount of money to save her life is worth it." But what Trong Trake was concerned about was the boss below. If they couldn't defeat it, the gate to the next floor wouldn't appear. The whole team wanted to deal with this boss, but looking down from above, things seemed quite complicated, as it was protected by a large number of small monsters. Long Vong turned and said, "Brother La Sat, we'll have to rely on you again this time. Only you here have long-range attack capabilities. We'll lure the monsters out, and you ambush them from up here." With that, the team jumped down. Everyone relied on Trong Traka's archery skills. This team had been fighting together for a long time, so their coordination was beyond question. As soon as the battle began, everyone was in position. CU then only had to say old rules for everyone to understand and prepare for battle. Suddenly, Long Vong paused slightly because the dog-headed human in front of him had more candles on its head than usual. The boss, larger in size, had something like firecrackers strapped to its body and 10 candles on its head, which startled Long Vong a bit. He was a bit surprised. "Leave the candles to me. I'll find an opportunity to take care of them." As soon as he finished speaking, an arrow shot off one of the candles on the boss's head. The remaining arrow was immediately broken by the boss, which pulled out an enormous anchor and struck it. He was a bit surprised, not expecting this boss to know how to protect the candles on its head. Because the number of small monsters was too large, Chi Thursday quickly froze some of them first to reduce pressure on her teammates. Noyedon also seized the opportunity to launch a continuous sword attack, but the damage wasn't much. This would take a relatively long time, making her a bit uncomfortable. Meanwhile, The boss now threw out a heavy explosive charge. Seeing the large explosive floating above, Long Vong reminded, "No yet on, be careful. Absolutely don't get hit by the explosion. Its damage is very strong." As everyone was worried, an arrow pierced the explosive charge, causing it to explode in mid-air. It turned out that Truong Trake had dealt with it before it could fall, and Long Vong immediately gave him a thumbs up. Noyedon looked up gratefully. "He saved me yet again." He summoned another long-range weapon, Zichthan Tien, ordering it to attack the boss with fireballs. Receiving the order, it unleashed high-powered fireballs. Hit by 2 fireballs on its back, the dog-headed boss also lost over 600 HP. Long Vong encouraged everyone. "Just wear it down until it's exhausted. With enough persistence, we'll definitely clear this stage." Struck by a painful blow, the boss put its hands into its pants and pulled out something, surprising Long Vong slightly. It pulled out 2 more explosive charges, barked a few times, then threw them upwards. Truong Trake above only managed to remind everyone to quickly duck. Those below, however, took considerable damage from the area of effect attack, losing a lot of HP. See you then, hiding behind his large shield, reminded Chu Tsong Chua to watch her HP. She worried that the boss would continue to use its skill. Is this skill unlimited? After regaining the advantage thanks to the explosives, the boss roared and charged at the team. With 2 explosive charges in its hands, it was quite fierce, but Truong Trake shot an arrow that both blocked it and extinguished a candle on its head. He shouted, "Take this chance to defeat the boss. I'll be in charge of shooting down the candles, otherwise it'll keep using those explosives." After being healed by Chu Tsong Chua, Noyedon rushed forward to attack. "We have to defeat it quickly. Its skill damage is too great." She jumped over its head, using a continuous sword attack. The damage was already increasing. Long Vong also charged forward, hitting the boss's head with his staff. He shouted, "I'll fight it to the death. Either it dies or I do." On this side, Siyu then tried to maintain his defensive aura to support everyone, not forgetting to cheer them on to attack with all their might. Above, Zichthan Tien and Truong Trake also didn't rest, continuously launching long-range attacks. Attacked from all sides, the boss could only curl up and endure, waiting for an opportunity. However, because its HP was already too low, it was quickly defeated. Its body glowed red, and it slowly fell. Long Vong laughed joyfully. "We finally defeated it." Siyu then quickly warned, "No, something's wrong. It looks like it's about to self-destruct." Everyone's faces were filled with shock upon hearing that. Self-destruct. Siyu then risked his life, charging forward with his shield. "You damn dog, come play with your grandpa." Everyone watching was extremely worried. This was a truly dangerous act, one that could cost him his life. But it was too late. He pushed the boss away, and a huge explosion rang out. Truong Trake also hurriedly jumped down, thinking, "This boss is too terrifying. I can't believe it even has a self-destruct skill." Everyone anxiously looked around the dust cloud, asking each other about Siyu Van's whereabouts. His shield lay on the ground, shattered into many small pieces. Everyone knelt before the shield fragments, mourning Siyu Van. As Truong Trake landed, a familiar voice said, "What are you crying for?" Behind the rock in front, a hand reached out. It was Siyu Van. He sat there, clothes tattered, smiling. "Don't cry yet. I'm not dead." Everyone gathered around him, all worried about his reckless act, and reminded him not to do it again. Looking at the boss they had just defeated, Siyu then sighed. "This time I suffered a heavy loss. All my equipment is damaged." Chu Tsong Chua excitedly called out to everyone, "Come quick and see what good item this boss dropped." She picked it up. "This is black gold ore. Just one piece like this is worth over 1,000,000. Chu Tsong Chua handed it to Siyu Van, saying, "This is for you. Your contribution was the greatest." Everyone agreed, especially Chi Thursday, while Siyu then wanted to divide it equally among the team. He turned to look at Siyu Van, adding, "And this time, La Sat's contribution was also very significant." But he, like everyone else, wanted him to accept this token of appreciation and use it to buy new equipment. No longer hesitating, CU then reluctantly accepted the black gold ore, but he reminded everyone to stop here today. After changing their equipment, the team would proceed to the 7th floor. Everyone happily agreed. They had successfully cleared another stage, despite some difficulties. Afterwards, everyone helped each other out of the boss's cave and headed towards the altar. The little princess, walking behind, asked Chuang Trake if La Sat would be busy later. He said frankly, "It's still early, and I'm not busy at all." She excitedly said, "Then let's gather at the 6th floor altar in half an hour. You, Long Vong, and I will go make money together." He agreed, logged off first, and arranged to meet everyone again in half an hour. Back at Chuang Trake's house, he sat on the bed, pulled out his phone. They wouldn't gather for another half hour, so he took the opportunity to check the exchange and buy some more equipment, along with the 5 million Little Though gave him. Today he had already earned 10 million. He wanted to exchange for S-Rank equipment, but their prices seemed a bit expensive. He noticed that a pair of S-Rank shoes seemed suitable for Little Though, so he decided to buy them as a gift. He couldn't just accept her kindness, and it would also help her be safer. Besides that, he also noticed an item called a silver necklace, which increases innate skill by 10%. Chuang Trake thought, "This is a good item. For others, it might not be much, but for me, it means I can summon one more monster." So he decided to buy it. A notification appeared on the screen. "The 2 items you selected have been successfully purchased. Awaiting seller's transaction confirmation." Chuang Trake smiled. "It's almost time. I need to head to the 6th floor to gather." Returning to the 6th floor Demon Realm altar, preparing for a new money-making hunt, the 4 of them had all gathered. Long Vong asked the little princess how they were going to make money. She replied, "The job is very simple, of course. It's collecting ore." "Do you still remember the ore location we went to last time?" He remembered, but he asked, "Don't you think this is quite dangerous?" She immediately pushed Long Vong outside, saying as they walked, "It's not dangerous at all. This time I'm here for healing, plus La Sad is in charge of shooting the candles, so don't worry." The little princess didn't forget to mention that ore collection relied on oneself, and anyone not participating wouldn't get a share. Little Though understood and immediately said, "Don't worry, I won't take anyone's share, but whatever I get, I'll only give to Big Brother last Saturday." Upon reaching the previous area, Long Vong threw a small stone towards the cave entrance to scout. Immediately, 2 dog-headed men leaped out from inside to attack. Chuang Trake reminded everyone to be careful and prepare for battle. He immediately shot down the candles on their heads. Long Vong, having just been healed, charged in to attack the other one. Little Though also used her skill, appearing behind the small monster. Seeing this, Long Vong reminded her, "Little Though, don't mess around here. Be careful, they might switch targets to you." However, she continued moving around the small monster, saying, "Don't worry, I'll protect myself well." Then she jumped back to Chuang Trake, boasting, "I just stole some junk." He cautioned her, "Girl, be a little careful, watch out, you might get hurt." After hitting the remaining boss on the head, Long Vong said, "Exiting this cave is the same place I stole ore from last time." The little princess quickly ran ahead. "Then don't dawdle, let's go." Long Vong interrupted her. "Just go there and you'll see. It's not simple at all." In front of them now was a very large ore mine, with many dog-headed men mining below. The little princess looked down excitedly. "So much ore! If we take it all, we'll definitely sell it for a lot of money." Long Vong smiled wryly. "Are you foolish? One piece I took last time was over 10 kilograms. That's why the amount we can collect won't be considered much." Chuang Trake thought, "Carrying capacity depends on strength stats. I currently have 16 points, which is over 1,000 kilograms per punch. A bag of ore weighs about 2,000 kilograms, so it seems I can't carry it all." He reminded everyone to check their attribute points and estimate their carrying capacity. Chuang Trake could carry about 60 pieces, Long Vong about 50, while the little princess, having invested many points in spirit, could only carry about 18 pieces. Chuang Trake decided, the plan is to lure each small monster and kill it, otherwise, it will be quite dangerous. Long Vong also agreed. We can't lose our lives for ore. Chuang Trake was responsible for luring the monsters. Then everyone would surround and eliminate them. He reminded Little Though to find a safe place to hide. He went down, shot an arrow past a dog-headed man to attract its attention and lure it. It turned its head to look back and saw him jumping upwards. Instinct kicked in, and it immediately gave chase, only to be ambushed by Long Vong. An hour later, killing individual monsters exhausted everyone. While Long Vong complained, the little princess said, just a few more monsters and we're done. When we finish, I'll treat you to a big meal. Holding the ore in her hand, the little princess said, we can take this amount back and sell it first. Chuang Trake then called Little Though out. The girl smiled. I went for a walk outside for a bit. I'll have a good gift for you later, big brother. Chuang Trake was quite curious, but she wanted to create a surprise, so she didn't say anything beforehand. So everyone carried the ore and left. Upon returning to the altar, Long Vong complained again. I'm exhausted. I hope it sells for a high price. Inside the altar, there were many merchants buying and selling ore. In the middle, 2 ore buyers were shouting loudly, buying black gold ore at a high price, over 500,000 above the market price. The little princess came to ask about selling regular ore, but those guys wouldn't buy it. They only bought black gold ore. This made the little princess a bit unhappy, and she even scolded them about how they did business. A person in armor came to ask the 2 of them, how many pieces have you collected? The young master is in a great hurry. They reported that after an hour of transactions, they had only managed to buy 1 black ore. They were immediately cursed at. You 2 good-for-nothings. Young Master Tran Fong has been stuck on the 7th floor for days and needs ore to craft more equipment. If you delay the young master's entrance exam to Votan Dai Academy, watch your pathetic lives. Hearing this made the 2 extremely terrified. Long Vong was annoyed. This guy is really fierce, scolding those 2 like children. Chuang Trake remembered the debt from the Van Bin conference. Tran Fong, I must surpass you and reach the 8th floor first. The little princess greeted everyone. If they don't buy it, take it to the trading room and then split it evenly among the 3 of us. So they said their goodbyes offline. Indeed, it wasn't early anymore. It was time to leave the demon realm. Little Though shyly approached. Brother Lassat, I have something I want to give you. She held out a piece of black gold ore. Brother Lassat, look what this is. He was surprised. Black gold ore? How did you get it? Little Though recounted. While everyone was fighting monsters, I secretly stole it from a gourd-head humanoid's body from behind. He smiled. You already gave me money before, so keep this one. But she shook her head. This ore will help you increase your strength and soon take me to the 30th floor, so I can meet my father sooner. He nodded. Then consider it that I owe you a favor. The 2 agreed to log off and meet again tomorrow. Although the S-Rank bow isn't powerful enough, using black gold ore to strengthen it a bit will surely make his weapon more effective. The next day at the hospital, Chuang Trake went to see Dr. Duong to inquire about buying the permanent usage rights for an artificial kidney. He reported 2 permanent kidneys would cost around 10 million. For him, it would be a large sum of money. He scratched his head. Can I buy one first? Dr. Duong then suggested, next month, a new batch of kidneys will arrive, a better type, but a bit more expensive. Perhaps you should wait until then. Chuang Trake agreed, deciding to wait another month to buy the best one for his sister. While they were talking, someone opened the door and walked in. Both of them were startled and looked towards the door, not understanding what was happening. A fierce bald man in a black suit said, I have an urgent matter. I need to speak with Dr. Duong privately. The doctor patted his shoulder and told him to go home first, promising to call him with any news. Chuang Trake agreed, adding, if anyone tries to cause trouble, I'll help you. With that, He walked past the scowling bald man. Dr. Duong asked him, "What's the urgent matter?" He replied, "Headquarters has issued an order for us to carry out a major operation in the demon realm tonight." Leaving the hospital, Chuang Trake thought, "Still not enough money. Within a month, I must get the best artificial kidney for my sister. I need to find a way to earn more money in the demon realm." On the 7th floor of the demon realm, in a vast place called the Giant's Cave, there were huge bone fragments around the altar. Everyone murmured, "It's terrifying. It kills anyone it encounters." Uncle Luke stood in the middle, reassuring everyone, "Don't panic. Stay calm." Seeing Chuang Trake, he greeted him, and the boy returned the greeting. "So, Uncle Luke is also from the Demon Realm Management Bureau? What's happening here? Why aren't people fighting monsters?" Long Vong explained, "A madman appeared, killing anyone he meets. He's very strong. He's killed over 10 people already." Uncle Luke reminded them, "Currently, on every floor, there are criminals preying on lone adventurers. Everyone, wait until things are resolved before entering the demon realm." Outside, someone was being restrained. Someone shouted, "It's over. There's a killer." Everyone pointed in that direction, saying, "The killer." He was holding a rather high-end weapon. His name was Devil Smile, and in a twisted act, he held a knife to an adventurer's throat, saying, "Demon Realm Management Bureau, this is the fate of those who meddle." With that, he immediately slit the man's throat. The person instantly died. It was utterly brutal. After killing the man, he immediately vanished before everyone's eyes. Uncle Luke exclaimed, "It's someone from Dawn. I can't believe they dare to openly challenge us." He drew his sword and headed outside to find him. Noyedon followed along. The adventurers in the altar pointed and whispered. Someone rushed out of the altar. They warned, "You guys, hurry back. You're walking into certain death." The two didn't listen and continued to chase after Uncle Luke. He saw them behind him and asked, "Why are you two following?" Noyedon replied, "There are 2 turns here. Uncle Luke, which way should we go?" The uncle replied, "There's no time left. Just pick a path. You two, stick close to me." So they went in, and behind them, a lizard was secretly observing. The lizard's form gradually transformed into Devil Smile. He laughed and said, "Today, all 3 of you will become my prey." His talent was shape-shifting, level 2. When used, he could transform into a monster, increasing all stats and lasting for 60 minutes. Detecting something unusual, all 3 stopped and turned to look behind them. Uncle Luke warned, "Be careful, it's a savage giant, one of the minor monsters on the 7th floor. Its intelligence isn't high, and its speed is slow, but its strength is immense." In front of them now, in addition to 2 savage giants, there was also a formidable cannibal giant. It had a large amount of health and, most annoyingly, a silent skill. Chuang Trake finished reading the information and said, "This cannibal giant's skill is quite formidable." Uncle Luke nodded. "That's right. Its skill can seal adventurers' innate talents." Uncle Luke jumped up and said, "The only way to get past this spot is to kill all 3 giants. I'll lure one first." On this side, Chuang Trake also drew his bow and shot. Then Noyedon also jumped up to attack, using a continuous sword technique combined with Uncle Luke. He summoned a few more murlocs to heal, and continuously shot arrows at the giant. Uncle Luke, healed, laughed loudly. "Your 4 murlocs heal quite a bit, don't they?" Under continuous attack, the giant fell. Chuang Trake jumped forward and said, "The remaining 2 are not easy to deal with at all." Observing silently, the 2 giants stood too close together. They absolutely had to kill the cannibal giant first. Although its skill was powerful, its health and defense were very low. After agreeing on a plan, he jumped forward and told Noyedon to focus on attacking the cannibal giant. Lasat would be responsible for healing them both and ranged attacks. The cannibal giant was extremely quick-witted. Upon detection, it immediately directed the savage giant to attack the enemy. Moreover, he created 2 eerie red circles in his hands, mumbling something to use his silent skill. Then he aimed straight at Noyedon, who was leaping in the air, to unleash his move. Hit by the attack, she exclaimed. Oh no, I can't use Light Slash anymore. Noyedon was silenced for 80 seconds, so Uncle Luke immediately jumped forward and swung his sword. The savage giant swung its club and stammered, "Enemy very strong, kill enemy." He parried the attack with his sword and asked, Noyedon, how much longer until your skill recovers? She replied, 40 seconds left. Noticing something was wrong, Chuang Trake stepped forward to shield Uncle Luke from the skill, which surprised him a little. He turned back and said, Uncle Luke, you're the main force of the team. Your skills absolutely cannot be sealed. I'm responsible for ranged attacks, so let me handle this cannibal giant's silence magic. He didn't forget to remind everyone, focus on taking it down first. Don't let it keep using its skills. As soon as the silence wore off, Noyedon rushed forward with a continuous slash, and combined with Uncle Luke's damage, the cannibal giant was defeated. It shrieked, spitting blood, then slowly collapsed and vanished. On the other side, Noyedon was still attacking, with only one left. Victory was leaning towards the three of them, but Chuang Trake felt something wasn't right. He then asked, if this place has two giant demons blocking the way, how did that assassin get through? Something is flying towards Uncle. Chuang Trake only managed to blurt out, Uncle Six, look out. Hit on the shoulder. He wondered, what the hell is this? The lizard rushed out. Uncle Luke wondered, why is there a chameleon on the 7th floor of the demon realm? But with his experience, he quickly realized this was the assassin's shape-shifting spell. He took over 2,000 damage from 2 of its attacks. Uncle Luke immediately cursed, damn it, this guy's damage is too high. He chuckled sinisterly, you guys found out too late. You'll be my delicious prey today. Uncle Luke immediately called his 2 nephews closer to him for protection. He reminded them, that guy shape-shifted into a chameleon, changing colors to camouflage himself. Be careful of sneak attacks. Chuang Trake immediately replied, if that's the case, I'll make him reveal his true form. He immediately raised his hand and used a summoning skill. A series of bosses from the summoning list appeared. Initially, he intended to deal with the archer first, but when he saw a pile of bosses appear, he was extremely surprised. He thought, there's even a death butcher too. That's a boss from the death realm. Could it be that these bosses were summoned by him? Chuang Trake ordered the sky-swallowing frog to spray fire everywhere to make the demonic grin reveal himself. The widespread attack of the fireball immediately exposed him above. Immediately, the death butcher, with its extendable blade, along with Chuang Trake's arrows, struck him directly in the back, making him scream in pain. Hit by the attack, he fell and revealed his true form. However, he held a scroll in his hand, smiling defiantly. Perhaps he intended to use it to escape this place. A teleportation circle appeared, and he laughed loudly, saying, we of Dawn will not stop the pursuit. Just you wait. Uncle Luke swung his sword but was too late. He cursed, damn it. Noyedon asked, just how terrifying is Dawn after all? Uncle Luke replied, never underestimate them. That year, the administration sent a team to destroy Dawn's lair. The result was the entire team perished, even though its members were all extremely powerful individuals. Noyedon and Uncle Luke were quite worried and told him to be careful. Chuang Trake knew that, but he could only deal with problems as they arose. The three left. Uncle Luke said, I don't know where that guy ran off to. We should still return to the altar and log off. We'll discuss this further after it's resolved. The demonic grin teleported somewhere. He sat muttering, that lost sat truly isn't easy to deal with. I must report this to the boss. In the Dawn team chat, he recounted what had just happened. At the wall of Tianfeng City, a large explosion occurred, causing everyone to run in panic. Chu Fong rushed in asking, brother, what happened outside? Chuang Trake looked out. The sound came from the city wall. You quickly change your clothes first. I'll go out and see. A monster appeared in the building opposite. Chu Fong screamed in fear. Brother, look. That's a pit demon monster. He shielded his sister. Don't be afraid. I'm here. Chu Fong anxiously retreated behind her brother. In a flash, The monster leaped over and shattered the house's window. Chuang Trake said anxiously, "Let's quickly go to the shelter first. It'll be safer there." The two siblings immediately ran out of the house. Outside, many people were also panicking in fear. Desperate cries for help were heard everywhere. Monsters have invaded. A large monster was about to attack a child. Chuang Trake anxiously ran to rescue them. He hugged the child and kicked the monster, then told Chu Fong to quickly go to the shelter first. But it was too late. They were already surrounded by three monsters. He tried to reassure her. "Don't be afraid. I'm here." Suddenly, a spear flew down from somewhere along with a voice. "Damn monsters, aim for me." Chuang Trake recognized her. It was the woman who appeared in the ravaged area before. It was the red-haired girl who rescued him and Lu Kai that day. Noticing a monster about to ambush her, Chuang Trake shouted, "Look out!" The mysterious girl quickly leaped into the air, successfully dodging its attack. He exclaimed, "What speed!" Chuang Trake watched her unleash deadly moves and thought to himself, "And her strength is immense too." Very quickly, the mysterious girl defeated the pit demon monster. It was fierce, but ultimately had to concede defeat to her. From a distance, a few panicked people ran over, shouting to the girl, "Commander!" She calmly told them, "Take this monster back and hand it over to Professor Yu Duong." The four men responded in unison, "Understood." She looked at Chuang Trake. "So you live here? Go to the refugee camp first. Come back when the monsters have retreated." He happily replied, "All right." Watching the girl fly away into the night, his sister asked, "Brother, do you know her? She seems really powerful." Chuang Trake merely hummed in response. He was currently deep in thought. "Give me some time, and I'll definitely surpass you." In the morning, the TV news quickly reported that all monsters had been cleared. However, this invasion by the demonic realm monsters caused severe damage to transportation in many areas of the city. He lay at home scrolling on his phone, thinking to himself, the Dawn organization rampaged in the demonic realm, and that very night, Forbidden Cave monsters invaded the city simultaneously. Could the Dawn organization and the Forbidden Cave monsters be working together? On his phone, everyone was buzzing about the monsters from the Forbidden Cave, begging the demonic realm masters to eliminate them. He sat up. This matter is definitely not simple. Tonight, I must enter the demonic realm to find out what's going on. Night quickly fell. Many people had gathered here, as if for a festival. Chuang Trake's group had arrived at some point, and they seemed to be waiting for him. At the same time, Chuang Trake also appeared. CU then immediately approached him. "This monster invasion is quite serious." Long Vong was annoyed, regretting that his strength was too low. Otherwise, he would have risked his life fighting the monsters. CU then agreed. First, they had to level up themselves because the Dawn organization members had retreated. They needed to discuss how to fight this floor's boss. La Set stepped forward. The demonic realm guide's records say that this floor's boss can only be fought by a maximum of 3 people. Long Vong didn't understand why only that many people could fight. CU then also spoke up. "That's right. I've heard about this too. Let's discuss our strategy as we go." Everyone accepted. He explained that the boss's lair only opens once every 12 hours, and each time, only one team can enter. The number of people couldn't exceed 3. Little Princess worried because everyone had a specific role, and missing anyone wouldn't work. CU then turned around. "I have an idea. We can split into 2 waves, 3 people per wave. The first wave will include me, not to Chi Thursday, and Gold Coin Little Princess. I'll handle the tanking. Chi Thursday will control the field, and Little Princess will heal. The second wave will include La Sat, Noyedan, and Long Vong. Brother La Sat is a multi-talented expert. His mermaid nurse can help everyone heal. Furthermore, both Long Vong and Noyet are primary damage dealers. Their monster-slaying efficiency is very high. I'm sure your team's clear speed will be faster than ours." Long Vong pondered. "Sounds not bad." Little Thursday spoke up. "What about me? What should I do?" La Sat turned. Little Thursday, don't worry. After I clear it, I'll definitely come back for you. Little Thursday obediently listened. Okay, see you, then pointed forward. All right for now. Let's proceed with that plan. Ahead is the lair of the two-headed giant monster. Everyone, let's go. He observed that there were no small monsters ahead, so someone must have been here before. Everyone quickly stepped forward. Indeed, there were people, and a lot of them. La Sat looked around. The person in front is Tran Jia Quang Thieu. Just hearing the name, he felt arrogant. He wondered if that person was Tran Fong. Siyu then stepped forward and said, "That's Scholar Fong Van. You can tell he's an expert just by looking at him. At least elite tier or above." Scholar Fong Van proudly declared, "Today is a crucial moment for our Tran Jia Quang Thieu to fight the boss of the seventh layer of the demon realm. Please wait a moment." The crowd buzzed with indignation. "What for? The boss belongs to everyone. We'll fight when we want to. Can you stop us?" He impatiently said, "Youngsters, words are based on strength. If you don't listen to my advice, don't blame this old man for being impolite." As soon as he finished speaking, he drew his sword and plunged it hard into the ground, sending everyone flying back and creating an empty space. La Sat exclaimed, "So strong." Siyu then wasn't surprised. That old man is indeed incredibly formidable. Let's just observe from outside for now. La Sat followed his advice, but Long Vong quickly stepped forward. "You stinky old man, what's with the pretense? I want to see how strong you really are. Take a hit from me." As Long Vong's staffs came down, the old man quickly raised his sword and parried them effortlessly. Scholar Fong Van became even more arrogant, pulling back his hand and sheathing his sword as he looked at Long Vong. "Youngster, you don't know your place." Long Vong's HP significantly dropped. He angrily gritted his teeth. Is this old man really that powerful? He only used one strike, and he could already hurt me. La Sat and Siyu then quickly moved forward to stop him. He only used one sword strike, and was already so formidable, and he has another sword strapped to his back. Old Scholar Fong Van's strength is incredibly profound, and his spiritual power is also very high. Tran Jia Quang Thieu was smug. The demon realm is a place where the big fish eat the small. If you don't have enough strength, then behave yourselves. It won't be too late to enter after this young master finishes fighting the boss. Long Vong was so angry he gritted his teeth, but couldn't do anything. He furiously charged forward, wanting to hit Tran Jia, but everyone pulled him back, stopping him, because at this moment, he was no match for Scholar Fong Van. Tran Jia was impatient because half an hour had passed, and the small monsters hadn't appeared yet. Fong Van reassured him, "Don't be impatient. The respawn time for those small monsters isn't fixed, but once they appear, the gate will open, and they would be the first to rush in and deal with the boss." Little Princess was surprised. She didn't know what kind of small monsters they were waiting for. La Sat thought to himself, if the time isn't fixed, then it's like they're waiting for luck to fight the boss. A passerby explained, "Normally, this gate won't open. Only when small monsters come to bring food to the boss can they rush in. That's also why those people are blocking the door." La Sat finally understood after hearing that. He said he had an idea. Noyedon was curious. What idea? Before he could finish speaking, small monsters quickly appeared. Everyone exclaimed, "They've appeared! Everyone move aside. After these two fight the boss, it'll be our turn." The small monster quickly brought a suckling pig on a plate and slowly entered the lair. As soon as Tran Thieu saw it, he became impatient. "After the gate opens, can we go in and fight the boss, Senior Chow?" He replied, "That's right. Soon, young Master Tran will reach the 8th floor." From afar, a red arrow flew aggressively, shooting straight into the small monster and causing it to fall. Tran Thieu unexpectedly cursed, then angrily turned back. "You, La Sat, are you crazy? Why are you attacking the small monster like that? If I can't defeat this boss, it'll never be your turn, even in the next life." La Sat calmly said, "Whether it's our turn to fight the boss or not isn't important. What's important is that today I must kill this small monster." Tran Thieu had never been spoken to so arrogantly. He was annoyed. Damn it, you're crazy, aren't you? How dare you block this young master's way? La Sat still didn't back down. If you won't let us fight the boss, then you won't get to either. Let's see who's afraid of whom. Siyu Van and Long Vong also stepped forward in support. At worst, both sides die together. Tran Thieu angrily shouted, "All right, today I'll show you the power of I, the Mad Master Tran Thieu." But Van Fong stepped forward to stop him, because today, Thursday Kwong had caused chaos in the Demon Realm. The Demon Realm Management Bureau and the National Security Bureau were both investigating. If a murder occurred at this time, it would bring trouble to the Tran family. He was also a bit scared. Consider yourselves lucky today. However, if I don't get to fight the boss, then neither will you. You all can stay here and wait in vain. La Sat wasn't intimidated. You don't need to worry about that. Even if I defeat the small monster, everyone can still fight the boss. Tran Thieu laughed loudly, bragging shamelessly. Everyone can fight the boss? Just wait. Wait until next year, then you can fight it. Faced with such a boastful person, La Sat didn't want to say much. He raised his bow and arrow and shot an arrow straight forward. The small monster was continuously hit by arrows. Very quickly, La Sat defeated the large small monster in just an instant. Everyone present was amazed. Tran Thieu was furious about this and cursed him severely. Van Fong stepped forward to advise him to rest now, assuring him that after the small monster reappeared, the boss would still be his. He kept yelling, "It's really bad luck to encounter people like this. You two stay here. Chow Lao and I will go rest first." The two followers quickly obeyed. One of them was discouraged, wanting to go offline because he didn't know when he would get to fight the boss. But La Sat told him to wait a little longer, because earlier he had said that everyone would be able to fight the boss together. The crowd grumbled and stirred, because the small monster had already been killed, and it would take at least 4 or 5 hours to refresh. By then, that Tran family guy would be back. They knew he was just trying to comfort them. No one believed La Saturday. Seeing that everyone didn't believe them, La Sat's group didn't explain further and left. Everyone behind him scoffed, saying he dared to challenge Mad Young Master was truly asking for death. Siyu then wondered, "Brother La Sat, though I greatly admire your actions just now, I still don't understand why you did it." La Sat just smiled lightly. "No need to rush. I'll explain why to everyone now." No sooner had he finished speaking than he summoned a small demon. To the astonishment of everyone present, Noyadon exclaimed, "I understand now." Long Vong also happily said, "We were really stupid, weren't we? How could we forget Brother La Sat's innate skill, summoning magic? Brother La is so clever." After summoning the small demon, he immediately gave it an order. "Little giant, quickly go knock on the door." The small demon quickly followed La Sat's command, carrying the suckling pig to the door and standing in front of it, calling out loudly. The door quickly opened, astonishing everyone. "What on earth is going on? How did the door open?" Siyu then said, "It's thanks to you for coming up with 2 great ideas in a critical moment. According to the plan, the 3 of you go in first now. I'll wait here." Everyone quickly agreed. Noyadon said they would come back for everyone after they finished fighting. The 2 men Tran Thieu sent to guard the door immediately said to each other, "Quick, go back to the altar and report to Tran Thieu." The 3 walked into the cave and saw a huge monster with 2 heads, seemingly asleep. Seeing strangers intrude, the other head woke up and stared fiercely at La Sat's group. The horned head innocently asked, "Food, where's the food? I'm hungry." The other head angrily shouted, "Idiot, there's no food." "It's an intruder," the horned one argued. "You're the dumb one. Kill it quickly. Kill all those intruders." While the 2 were arguing, the Dragon King quickly rushed forward and punched the horned one in the face, who screamed. "It hurts so much." The other one angrily said, "Counterattack and kill them all." The aggressive monster held a sharp axe and brought it towards the Dragon King. He was startled and cursed. The axe quickly struck the ground hard. The Dragon King was knocked flying a distance and 1185 HP was deducted. Azura was startled. This guy's power is extremely dangerous. Everyone be careful. Azura quickly summoned his geckos, ready to fight. Moon Shadow aggressively slashed at it, but only 102 HP was deducted. She angrily said, "The damage is too low." She leaped up, intending to attack its head directly, when suddenly a large, aggressive hand grabbed Moon Shadow's leg, startling her. The twin-headed monster aggressively pulled her down, causing Moon Shadow to hit the ground hard, and the strong impact kicked up a cloud of dust. Seeing the critical situation, the Dragon King rushed forward. "Moon Shadow, let me help you." As soon as the twin-headed monster saw the Dragon King, it became even more furious. It grabbed Moon Shadow's leg and whipped him repeatedly. Both couldn't help but spit out fresh blood. The two quickly stood up and took a defensive stance. Azura's small monsters also quickly advanced to heal them. The sky-swallowing frog was also summoned by Azura to attack. It breathed a large fire towards the twin-headed monster, and at the same time, he shot an arrow. Not only the sky-swallowing frog, but many other helpers were also dispatched to launch an all-out attack on the twin-headed monster. It was annoyed. "Damn it! How can they summon so many helpers? Quickly, let them witness our power." With that, both heads simultaneously merged. It roared once, then struck powerfully. Then, it extended its hand to do something, and a head emerged from the ground, its two blue eyes glowing. Very quickly, another twin-headed monster appeared before their magic. These two twin-headed monsters were no less aggressive. One of them advanced towards Azura, who was surprised. "I can't believe this giant twin-headed monster also knows clone jutsu. We must quickly eliminate one of them first." Moon Shadow anxiously shouted, "Be careful." The other one was surrounded by Azura's monster soldiers, and it was fiercely fighting back. On this side, Azura's group dealt with the other one. He loudly said, "The Oxhead Commander is a boss after all. I didn't expect it to be so easily defeated by us in an instant. This giant twin-headed monster is truly difficult to fight. It seems we'll have to find another way." That twin-headed monster continuously attacked the dragon lying on the ground. It roared loudly, "Die, die, die." Azura was startled. "This boss is truly terrifying. I must defeat it." On this side, Moon Shadow shouted, "Dragon King, let me help you." After that, both rushed forward. Azura summoned the Death Butcher. "Go forth and attack for me." The Butcher also aggressively moved forward and powerfully attacked the twin-headed monster. With the combined efforts of all three, the monster quickly lost 5,755 power. Azura continued, "Combined attack. The damage is too high. How did you two do that?" Noyedon was surprised. "What's going on?" Long Vong also looked bewildered and swore. The twin-headed monster roared, "It hurts so much, they've wounded me." The one-horned one also added, "That's right. It hurts so much. Quickly kill them all for me." Azura raised his bow and arrow. "Why don't you two try again?" Long Vong and Noyedon quickly agreed and followed. They advanced, both simultaneously attacking the two heads. Their power was indeed significantly reduced. The monster raged. "Kill them." Azura was bewildered. "What's happening? Why didn't a combined attack appear this time?" Long Vong's power was reduced by 1297. He shouted, "It hurts so much. Brother, quickly call out your mermaid nurse to heal me." Noyedon was also surprised. Why did it fail this time? Could it be that there's a certain probability of success? He continued, "I think I understand. Long Vum, Wutang, eat one more time." After that, he also told the Death Butcher to advance. The two listened and charged forward simultaneously. Long Vong was annoyed. "You big oaf, I'll risk my life to fight you." At this moment, the twin-headed giant's HP was indeed significantly reduced, meaning they had to combine their efforts to eliminate it. Wutang Wusovodo. It worked. Azura landed, just as expected. It requires combining innate skills and coordinating attacks to perform a combined strike again. It seems my summoned beast can also increase the success rate. The twin-headed monster was now enraged. It charged forward, roaring, "Kill! Kill all these hateful invaders!" Azura saw it approaching and shouted, "Careful! Quickly dodge!" Everyone followed his instructions and soared away, dodging a critical blow from it. Azura calculated, because it has 2 health bars, we just need to take down both to defeat it. After that, he said, "Everyone, let's combine our attacks to take on the one who can cast magic first. Eliminate them one by one." The sky-swallowing frog quickly breathed intense fire towards the one-horned monster first. The powerful flame blazed up. With ang atak farumbehin, Dragon King, let's combine our attacks one more time. We might be able to defeat the boss soon. He laughed loudly. Good. Indeed, one of its health bars was depleted. The remaining head panicked. "Brother, what's wrong with you, brother?" Lasat drew his bow and arrow, aiming straight ahead. Let me finish it off. That way, I can summon it." His arrow swiftly flew out, shooting straight towards the 2-headed giant. At this moment it could only stand still, unable to fight back. Finally, he delivered a finishing blow. The arrow flew over and fiercely plunged into its chest, causing the monster to fall. Lasat was overjoyed. "We won. We've cleared the stage." Everyone was very satisfied with their results. After the headless giant fell, Lasat immediately used his summoning spell to bring it under his command. System notification. "Congratulations. You have defeated the 2-headed giant boss of the 7th floor." Dragon King was excited. "That's awesome. We've defeated the boss of the 7th floor." After completing the mission, the 3 of them approached the golden mountain in front to observe. Standing before such a sparkling mountain of treasures, the 3 couldn't help but be bewildered and overjoyed, wondering what they would decide to take from it. Lasat stepped forward and reached for a red sword amidst the pile of treasures. It seemed this was the first thing that caught his eye. "Lasat, look at Muitang. An A-grade sword is very suitable for you." Receiving such a precious gift, she couldn't help but be moved. "An A-grade sword? But," seeing her hesitate, he said, "Don't hesitate anymore. Only you can use this sword. You are its owner." Muitang wustauchet, Tangju. Lasat gave Dragon King an A-grade armor. He was greatly surprised. The 2 of them agreed that these valuable items had been given to them, so Lasat could take everything else. He raised his hand. "All right then. So, let's collect the items and go to the portal on the 8th floor first. Then we'll return to find them." Everyone agreed to that. The 3 of them quickly reached the 8th floor of the demon realm. Noyedon exclaimed, "Wow, this place is beautiful." Dragon King recounted that his father had told him that before the goblin monsters invaded, the grassland was their homeland. It's a pity the grassland is no more. Lasat thought to himself that the last time he saw such a beautiful scene was in his previous life. Suddenly, a strange sound made Lasat curious. "What's that?" An army was advancing towards them. Dragon King looked over and frantically yelled, "They're centaurs! So many centaur cavalry!" From afar, many people were running desperately. "Help! The centaurs are so scary," Dragon King said. "That's an entire army. Hundreds of monsters gathered in one place. How can we fight them?" An old man spoke up. "We definitely can't defeat them alone. It would take at least a 100-person army to eliminate this cavalry unit." He pointed at them. "Are you 3 new adventurers to this floor? Do you want to join our team? Currently, we still need a few dozen more people to reach 300. Then we can act together to destroy the cavalry unit." Lasat stepped forward. "Hello, old man. Are there any requirements to join your team?" He said, "Of course there are requirements. First, you must follow command. Then, the war spoils will be distributed by the captain. Finally, each member must pay a joining fee of 10 soul orbs. He's old, and commanding many people in battle is very difficult. Surely they wouldn't begrudge him this small amount of money." Lasat thought to himself, "As expected, we've encountered a swindler again. Thank you for your kindness, old man, but we currently have no intention of joining a team. Our friends are still waiting on the 7th floor. We'll be going now." As soon as he finished speaking, they vanished. He called after them, "Don't rush off. The joining fee is negotiable. If 10 orbs isn't enough, 5 will do." Dragon King was annoyed. That old swindler really thinks we're rookies who don't know anything, huh? If Lawset hadn't stopped him, he would have chewed the old man out. Ewing advised him that it's best to ignore such people and not bother with them. Lawset also agreed with her. From afar, everyone saw Ju Shun's group. Ewing called out, "Ju Shun, little princess, we're back." Cho was happy. "Big brother Lawset, you're back." They had indeed been waiting there for everyone. Chen Xiao was startled. "Why are you here?" "My subordinate said you had already entered the boss's area." That person stepped forward. "Young master, it's this archer named Lawset. It seems he summoned the little giant to deliver food." Chen Xiao was annoyed. How could that be? Lawset didn't care. "Ju Shun, I'll open the gate for you. After you three are done, please come back here. I want to guide little rabbit through the stage with you." Ju Shun was happy. "Okay, no problem." Ju Shun continued, "Lawset, you all be careful. We'll be back as soon as we're done fighting the monsters." Lawset agreed. "We'll wait for you here." Van Fong stepped forward. "I can't believe this innate skill truly exists. Hey, Lawset, I just saw you summon a small giant to deliver food. Your innate skill is really interesting. May I ask if it's A rank or S rank?" Long Vong stepped forward. "My friend's innate skill is S rank. How about that? Pretty amazing, right?" For a moment, Lawset didn't know what to say. Fong Yun Cuc continued. "So it's an S rank innate skill. No wonder. Lawset, I have some connections with the security department. The country desperately needs talents like you. Do you want to join the security department?" Hearing this, Long Vong, startled, asked again, "What? The National Security Department?" Lawset thought to himself. He didn't expect Fong Yun Cuc to have connections with the National Security Department. The National Security Department is the most important agency in Great Xia, but he refused. "Thank you for your kind offer, but I'm still a student and haven't even obtained a Class 1 Demon Realm Warrior certificate yet. For now, I don't plan to join the security department." Chen Xiao was annoyed. "Elder Gao, were you trying to recruit him to our side just now?" He replied, "Yes. His innate talent is very strong. If he joins us, the Chen family will greatly benefit later. If he goes under Old Man Dong Fong, then we must eliminate him." Long Vong followed up. "Lawset, I really don't get you. You even rejected the security department. So where do you want to go? To heaven?" Lawset replied, "I don't have a good feeling about Fong Yun Cuc. I feel like he's very cunning." Long Vong was speechless. "I think you're crazy." Ewing explained, "Please don't blame Long Vong for being too blunt. Because his father hopes he can work at the security department, so." Lawset interrupted, "I understand. Everyone has their own path." 3 hours later, everyone finally gathered on the 8th floor of the grassland. Nakto marveled. "This place is as beautiful as a dream. I can't believe I made it to the 8th floor." Chi Thursday was delighted. "You two are incredible. You defeated the two-headed giant in less than 30 minutes. Siyu then modestly said that it was because they had fought this boss twice before, and the boss summoned by Lawset was also very strong." Long Vong spoke up. "It's very late. It's 3 a.m. now. If I don't rest, I'll collapse." Everyone agreed, as they were all exhausted today, so they decided to go offline and rest. So they all quickly went offline. Ewing didn't forget to say goodbye to him before leaving. The next morning, early, Zhang Zhe came downstairs and said to his younger sister, "Xiao Feng, I'm going to school." The little girl obediently said, "Okay." As soon as he stepped out the door, a luxurious black car stopped right in front of the house. A woman in a flowing red dress stepped out of the car. Zhang Zhe was surprised. "Sister Jiang." The woman quickly approached. "Little brother Zhang Zhe, get in the car. I'm taking you to participate in the biggest charity event in Xianfeng City." But he said he wasn't very interested. She insisted, "Because this isn't an ordinary event. All the celebrities of Xianfeng City are gathering here. And today's main character is the head of the medical equipment group that sold an artificial kidney to your sister." Hearing this, Zhang Zhe became interested. Sister Jiang continued, "Get in the car, I'll tell you then. I have to take you to change and get spruced up first." The event is about to begin. He was bewildered. Huh, I have to change clothes too. A moment later, they stood before a luxurious high-rise building. The press and celebrities had quickly arrived early. The scene inside was like a magnificent castle. Everyone was dressed very elegantly and nobly. Zhang Ze arrived with Sister Jiang. They both looked like a very good match. He was bewildered by the magnificent scene here. Sister Jiang said proudly, I wasn't lying to you, right? All the influential figures in Xianfeng City are gathered here. Go take a look around. I have to go greet some big bosses first. He told her, if you're busy, you can go ahead. After that, he went alone to explore the hall. Suddenly, Zhang Ze saw Wang Yang. He was happy. You're here too. Wang Yang approached. Zhang Ze, who brought you here? You can't get in without an invitation. Before Zhang Ze could answer, Chen Feng walked over. Wang Yang was startled. What? You know Chen Feng? Zhang Ze immediately said he didn't. Chen Feng haughtily took a sip of wine, looked into the distance. Isn't that? He swaggered over and exclaimed, Wow, is that Sister Yuing? I've been looking for you everywhere. Chen Feng shamelessly approached. Sister Yuing, weren't you quite formidable in the demon realm yesterday? She was annoyed. Mr. Chen, please take your hand off. Chen Feng didn't give up. Sister Yuing, you're too fierce. Anyway, we have an engagement, so why don't we start cultivating our relationship now? Yuing grew increasingly angry at his impudence. Are you crazy? I don't understand what nonsense you're talking about. The thick-skinned man still wouldn't give up. He continued to tease. Sister Yuing, don't leave. She clenched her teeth in anger, unable to speak, when suddenly a familiar voice from afar. Lu Yuing. It was Zhang Ze. Seeing her so flustered, he stepped forward to help her out, but it seemed she didn't recognize him. This young man feels so familiar. Who is he? Zhang Ze stepped forward. Yuing, come here quickly. I'll introduce you to some of my friends. The young master aggressively said, Stop right there. I remember your name is Zhang Ze, right? Zhang Ze casually replied, Do I know you? Are you mistaken? I don't know who you are. Ah, I remember now, so you're that scumbag? Chen Feng's shame turned to anger. He raised his fist and lunged straight at Zhang Ze. You bastard! You want to die! But Zhang Ze remained calm. He stood still and raised his hand, easily blocking the punch. Suddenly, Uncle Six approached from afar. Mr. Chen, that's enough. Do you really think this is Jiangbei? Yuing and Zhang Ze were both happy about this timely appearance, while Chen Feng was startled, gritting his teeth unwillingly. He stepped forward and said that indeed their families had arranged a marriage in the past, but times had changed, and this wasn't Jiangbei either. Chen Feng was filled with resentment. He left, but didn't forget to say again, after the martial arts competition ends, I'll come to your house to propose. Yuing angrily stepped forward. That guy is truly a scumbag. Uncle Six consoled her. Yuing, don't worry. I'll find an opportunity to talk to your grandfather. Then he walked over. Young man, thank you for helping Yuing. We've met before, haven't we? He happily replied. I also find you somewhat familiar, but I can't remember where we met. My friend is waiting over there, so I'll excuse myself first. Zhang Ze felt that he shouldn't reveal his identity to them right now. Watching him leave, Uncle Six asked Yuing, Don't you feel this young man is very familiar? Yuing also said she felt a strong sense of familiarity, but couldn't remember who he was. Realizing she had been teased, Yuing blushed. Uncle Six smiled. No more jokes. The important person must be arriving soon. Come with me over there. This is the true nature of today. Wang Yang came forward. You've got some nerve, daring to cause trouble with Chen Feng. He calmly said, I didn't exactly want to cause trouble with him. Suddenly seeing everyone bustling by the door, Zhang Ze wondered, Who are they waiting for? A voice rang out, welcoming Minister Dongfang. Everyone quickly stepped forward. Minister Dongfang, greetings, sir. He also happily greeted everyone. Zhang Ze looked at the girl walking beside him. It's her. Yang Wang was surprised. No way. You even know Minister Dong Fong of the Ministry of National Security? He looked bewildered. So it's the Minister of Security. The girl also looked toward Zhang Ze, thinking to herself, I didn't expect him to be here too. Ms. Zhang, acting as MC on stage, loudly announced, next, the party will begin its second segment, the auction. The main auctioned item is this calligraphy painting, a gift from Prince Wang's residence. As soon as he saw the painting, he was surprised. Huh, how did this calligraphy painting end up here? Could it be? As he thought, he quickly looked around. Sure enough, Boss Lai is indeed here. This scumbag made money by sacrificing old Eight and Feng Zi's lives. It's truly inhumane. I must get justice for them. He stepped forward. Hey, I need your help with something. Yang Wang was surprised. What is it? We don't know what he said, but Wang Yang was surprised. Zhang Ze, this is very dangerous. He encouraged him. It's okay. If you find it too difficult, I can figure out a way myself. But Wang Yang immediately agreed. All right, no problem. I'll help you with this. After that, Wang Yang secretly and quietly went backstage. The MC announced, the starting price for the work gifted by General Wang's residence is 5 million. Those who love this painting can start bidding. The crowd below began to stir, and the price quickly rose to 6 million. Suddenly, a large image appeared behind the MC. It was a picture of that boss holding the painting in his hand. Everyone murmured, the person on the screen is Boss Lai, right? The painting in his hand looks like the one gifted by Prince Wang's residence. Boss Lai shouted loudly, what is this? Who played this video? In the video, after getting the painting, he ordered his men to shoot the person who had given it to him. The MC shouted, Boss Lai, why is this happening? Do you have anything to explain? He panicked. Who is it? Come out now. Who dares to slander and frame me? Zhang Ze stepped forward. If you don't want others to know, then don't ever do it. Your methods of murder and robbery can't be hidden forever. Do you all want to know who the murderer in this video is? He looked at him angrily. Who are you to dare slander me? Zhang Ze walked up to Xiao Jin. Hello, sister. I'd like to trouble you to help me confirm. He continued, is the identity of the murderer in this video Huang Han Fai, the serial killer who was just arrested by the police a few days ago? Everyone was abuzz. What? Boss Lai involved with a serial killer, really? The girl quickly spoke up. I just checked. The man in the video is indeed Huang Han Fai. Immediately arrest that Mr. Lai. After the truth was exposed, everyone couldn't believe it. Some even thought he was a patriotic businessman, not a murderer. They couldn't believe he was this kind of person. They had all been fooled by his fake appearance. Afterward, everyone praised him, but Zhang Ze didn't care. He thought to himself, Old Eight Feng Zi, I've avenged you. The minister said with interest, Xiao Jin, you truly have discerning eyes. This young man is indeed extraordinary. She admitted, thank you for the compliment. He smiled happily and said, he really doesn't know how to be modest, but he sees this young man as no ordinary person. He needs to be taught properly later. Uncle Six was also happy. This young man is very capable, both brave and intelligent. He will surely become a talented person in the future. Let's go. I'll take you to meet Minister Dong Fong. Ewing watched his retreating figure and unconsciously said, yes. Uncle Six stepped forward respectfully, inquiring about the minister's health and introducing Ewing as his granddaughter. He wanted to recommend her to join the Ministry of National Security. The minister happily waved his hand. Santham, how is your father's health? It's been almost 10 years since he and I had a chance to meet. Uncle Six continued. Ewing was quite lucky to awaken an S-Rank talent. She's only a Tier 1 strong person, but he guarantees that his granddaughter will receive a Tier 2 Demon Domain strong person certificate. I hope the minister can accept her. Ewing also quickly greeted him. The minister was pleased. Good. Indeed, the new waves push the old. He stepped forward. Santhong, personally I have no objection to this, but we still need to follow the procedures. After all, we shouldn't let others gossip behind our backs, should we? Uncle Six stammered. About that. The minister continued. Department Head Xiao Jin is currently in charge of personnel for the Ministry of National Security. You can discuss it with her. I will not get involved in this. Uncle Six happily said. Regarding my granddaughter joining the Ministry of Security, please help us with this, Mississippi. Xiao Jin also enthusiastically said. As long as she meets our criteria, joining the Ministry of Security won't be a problem. But if she doesn't meet them, then I hope you understand. Over here, Ms. Zhang approached. Zhang Zhe, you're so cool. I can't believe you dared to expose that wicked boss lie. The leader of the medical equipment group has agreed. The new artificial kidney product will be prioritized for you first. He happily thanked her, saying, if everything goes smoothly and there are no more problems, then I'll be going now. But Ms. Zhang tried to keep him, asking if he didn't want to get to know the powerful and influential people here. Zhang Zhe politely declined, using the excuse that he wasn't good at socializing. After that, he quickly said goodbye to her and left. Ms. Zhang, bewildered, thought to herself, he's still too green. So many people wished for the opportunity tonight. Uncle Six saw her bewildered and comforted her. Yuing, don't worry. Joining the Ministry of Security won't be a problem. But she said, no, Uncle, I was looking at the person who just helped me out. Suddenly she remembered. Uncle, don't you think he looks a lot like someone? He wondered. Who? Yuing said, it's Rakshasa. Uncle Six was surprised. Rakshasa from the demon realm? That archer guy. Yuing continued. That's right. I feel like they're similar. He told her. Then why don't you go to the demon realm and ask him directly? Yuing seemed to realize. That's right. Why didn't I think of that? I'll go to the demon realm and ask him right away. After that, she quickly said goodbye to her uncle and left. Uncle Six thought to himself, it seems this girl is really smitten. Rakshasa, oh Rakshasa, you're so charming that you could even captivate the beloved granddaughter of the Lu family. On the 8th floor of the demon realm, many people had already gathered, making it crowded. Rakshasa quickly appeared here with his bow and arrows. It seemed he went online as soon as he returned. Chi Thursday sighed. This isn't monster hunting, it's clearly self-sabotage. Dragon King replied, that's right. It's never been this miserable before. Zhang Zhe hurried over to ask about the situation. Dragon King explained that Yuing was busy today and couldn't go online, so they went monster hunting by themselves. Unexpectedly, they encountered an army of over 100 centaurs. They almost didn't make it out alive. Zhang Zhe was surprised because with only a few of them, they couldn't possibly defeat that army, unless they had hundreds or thousands of people. Juggernaut said that because it was almost time for the Level 2 expert examination, if they kept dragging it on, it would be difficult for them to improve their strength. At the same time, Yuing also came online. She shyly apologized for being late. Dragon King said it was fine. It's just that they had just been beaten badly. As soon as she arrived, she wondered why Rakshasa didn't admit he was Zhang Zhe. Could he have some hidden difficulty? Little Princess stepped forward. All right, everyone's here. So let's go monster hunting. Zhang Zhe took out his notebook. The monsters on the 8th floor of the demon realm are centaurs and are divided into 3 types of professions. Juggernaut said, since everyone is here, let's discuss the plan as we go. The 3 types are centaur archers, who specialize in long-range attacks and are very skilled at shooting arrows. Once they encounter danger, they will immediately widen the distance from adventurers. Centaur's warriors don't have outstanding movement speed, but they are fully equipped with iron armor and giant axes, and their strength is enormous. Additionally, centaurs are very agile with extreme speed, possessing thick leather armor, causing immense damage to moving targets on the ground. Finally, the boss is the elite centaur, always scouting the high ground of the camp. It is guarded by 3 armies, so it seems our hunt this time will be very difficult. Rakshasa said, everyone must be careful not to be discovered. There will surely be centaurs ahead. Everyone quickly chorused, okay. Suddenly, Juggernaut shouted, Everyone be careful. It's a centaur warrior. After that, he quickly used the shield on his back to cover the front of him. Juggernaut hastily said, Rakshasa, it's been difficult for you to collect a boss. If you're surrounded and attacked by centaurs, it will be very dangerous, so it's best not to summon it temporarily. He asked if he could try to lure one first. He then thought, that's right, I must use summon bosses appropriately. If I have to keep waiting and recollecting, it will waste a lot of time. Rakshasa quickly raised his bow and shot an arrow towards the centaur closest to them. The centaur, taken by surprise, let out strange horse-like cries. Zhang Zhe was satisfied with his attack. It worked. Only he's charging over here. Let's focus on defeating him first. The centaur charged towards Juggernaut and swung its axe. Dragon King and Yuing, seeing the situation, also rushed forward to assist. On this side, Chi Thursday launched a large number of his ice shurikens. Rakshasa shouted, I'll attack him from afar. Everyone focus on attacking his lower legs, which don't have armor protection. Everyone quickly agreed. Chi Thursday focused on his attack, gritting his teeth and launching even more ice shurikens. The centaurs for lower legs were quickly frozen, standing still in one place, unable to move. Yuing seized the opportunity to fly up and slashed directly towards his head. Finally, that centaur also perished. Dragon King exclaimed, Yuing, the damage from your light slash has increased quite a bit recently. The giant god stepped forward. I'll temporarily hold the items. We'll split them later. Everyone agreed, but Rakshasa felt that killing them one by one like this was too slow. What if we take care of the rest of them all at once? As soon as he finished speaking, he placed his hand on the ground and summoned the Crimson Heaven Frog to attack both the Butcher and the Wolf Boss. Dragon King and everyone else agreed with his idea, but the giant god said they had to be independent so they could fight stronger monsters on higher floors. Dragon King chuckled. I know I have to train myself, but can't I rely on you guys a little bit? Rakshasa remained silent. Let's deal with these centaur warriors first, then discuss further. Everyone quickly charged forward, fiercely attacking the remaining centaur army. The giant god's protective shield quickly grew large, acting as a sturdy barrier for everyone to rush forward simultaneously. The Butcher and the Wolf also fiercely attacked a group of centaurs at the same time. The omniscient frog supported from behind, spitting out a large flame that burned many of the centaurs. Very quickly, many of them fell due to everyone's combined assault. The giant god was satisfied, dealt with 3 at once. Rakshasa continued, Excellent. I suddenly had this thought. Why don't we form our own guild? Everyone said they hadn't thought about it, but forming a guild would cost a lot of money. Who would pay for it? Plus, there'd be spirit orbs, healing potions, weapons, equipment, and many other things need to be fully provided to members. Furthermore, if a member dies unexpectedly, the guild has to pay a compensation fee. Rakshasa calculated. It's truly not simple. However, adventurers joining guilds will be the inevitable trend in the future. The giant god spoke up. That's right, but with our current strength, we'll have to wait until later to consider it. Everyone walked a bit further and quickly reached the centaur's lair. The giant god said, Ahead is the centaur stronghold. The boss is inside. Rakshasa wondered, Those people, haven't we met them before? The giant god explained, That's Big Brother Hakwilai. Everyone quickly approached the crowd to greet them. They were excitedly discussing how to fight the centaur army. The giant god cheerfully stepped forward. Big Brother Hakwilai, what's wrong? Is someone trying to monopolize the boss again? He turned around warmly. Ah, it's my little brother, giant god. No one's monopolizing the boss, but the centaur general inside isn't an ordinary boss. It's an elite boss. Everyone was startled to hear this. How terrifying must an elite boss from the 8th floor be? No wonder everyone's just standing around here. Rakshasa thought, a 1st floor elite boss is already very strong. What will an 8th floor elite boss be like? Dragon King despaired. Oh, let's not even think about it. It seems we have no hope today. The giant god stepped forward. For now, There's no way to clear the stage today. Everyone, return to the altar and log off early. Everyone had no other choice but to do so. Ewing stepped forward. Rakshasa, I have something I want to. She hadn't finished speaking when he quickly logged off. Ewing sighed. Oh well. At school, a familiar voice rang out again. Truong Trake, you finally made it. One of his classmates spoke up. Hey buddy, what took you so long? Do you know who came looking for you earlier? Truong Trake was surprised. Someone came looking for me? His friend continued. Tell me, what exactly is your relationship with Goddess Lunoyedan? She came looking for you twice this morning. Truong Trake stammered, unable to explain in time. At the same time, Noyedan stood silently at the door. Truong Trake, come see me for a moment. Seeing Noyedan looking for him, everyone upstairs gasped in confusion, asking each other, why is Goddess Noyedan looking for Truong Trake? Because they felt Truong Trake wasn't worthy of Noyedan. Are they dating? Vong Duong stepped forward. That's because you don't know yet. The person who understands Truong Trake best is Vong Duong here. Let me tell you all about him and Goddess Noyedan. Everyone became agitated because Vong Duong was his best friend, so he must know some secret. Vong Duong began to brag. Actually, my friend has liked Goddess Noyedan for a long time. He's flirted with her countless times. But how could someone of Noyedan's caliber agree? So she's always rejected him. This story made everyone's jaws drop. Vong Duong continued. Well, everyone, think about it. What kind of inconvenient thing would a man and a woman have that they wouldn't want others to know? The girlfriend stepped forward. Are you saying Sister Lu Ying already has Zhang Zai's child? Wang Yang panicked. I didn't say that, okay? I didn't say anything. On the basketball court, Ewing handed him a notebook. Thank you for yesterday. I don't have anything to repay you with, so take this notebook. Inside are notes and insights on martial arts. Perhaps it will be useful for you in the upcoming National Martial Arts Competition. But Zhang Zai said this notebook was too precious for him to accept. Ewing revealed that this time the school only has 2 spots for Qing University. As far as she knew, 1 spot was already decided. That means there's only 1 spot left for you. Try to get it. I'll be waiting for you at Qing University. Zhang Zai secretly thought to himself, she doesn't know my identity, does she? Probably not. The scene shifted back to Zhang Zai's house. His little sister called out, Brother, you're home. The little girl continued, Brother, she's our school's new homeroom teacher. Teacher Hang. He couldn't help but speculate internally. Why is it her? Could it be because of what happened at the charity gala before? Xiaoqin stepped forward. Hello, Zhang Zai. Today I'm mainly here to visit parents. Why are you just standing at the door? Are you scared of me? Zhang Zai's little sister happily said, Brother, have some fruit. Teacher Hang brought it. Zhang Zai politely said, Thank you, Teacher Hang. Xiaoqin continued, I've looked over Zhang Feng's information. He sat down politely. Teacher Hang, you don't need to worry about this. I can take good care of my sister. She continued, the annual rent of tens of millions isn't a small amount of money. Xiaoqin asked, Zhang Zai, do you have any plans for the future? Her sudden question left him speechless for a moment. Xiaoqin stood up and got straight to the point. I know your identity. If needed, you can contact me at this phone number. You're not young anymore. Even if not for yourself, you should think about your sister. Consider it carefully. After that, Xiaoqin left, leaving Zhang Zai deep in thought. Does she want me to join the National Security Department? His little sister stepped forward. Teacher Hang, why are you leaving so early? Won't you stay a little longer? After Xiaoqin left, Zhang Zai immediately asked his sister, Xiaofeng, when did Teacher Hang start as your homeroom teacher at school? The little girl innocently replied, About last week, big brother. He thought, she just started last week, and this week she's already visiting parents. It seems she's been watching me for a while now. Then he turned away. Xiaofeng, cook for yourself, okay? I have to go to the demon realm a bit early today. Xiaofeng wondered, Going to the demon realm every night? Is there something really interesting there? I want to go see too. At the 8th level of the demon realm, Shen Yuan was incredibly beautiful, with picturesque scenery. As Rakshasa came online, the Dragon King quickly approached, calling out loudly, "Rakshasa, over here!" The Dragon King was anxious. I hope the elite boss hasn't been defeated by some master. Juggernaut also spoke up. We'll know once we get there. Suddenly, Rakshasa saw two people talking animatedly on the other side. He was curious. What's going on? One arrow-piercing heart was arguing with someone. Why aren't you accepting archers? What's wrong with us archers? The crowd also expressed discontent. Yeah, why not? The other person replied, compared to mages, archers' damage output is too low. Their performance isn't great, and they even need to support healing. Plus, it wastes team slots. So, please find another team. Juggernaut, standing nearby, sighed upon hearing this. Archers in the demon realm really aren't in a good position. Rakshasa stepped forward. Hello, I'm also an archer. Just now, seeing you get rejected, an idea came to me. I want to form an archer guild. Would you guys like to join? Juggernaut was surprised. Rakshasa. The archers were all taken aback. What? An archer guild? Did I hear that right? Rakshasa said he knew they didn't believe him, but if they joined the guild, he wouldn't charge them any money and would also guarantee to help everyone clear the 8th level. Dare to give it a try. Upon hearing this, everyone scoffed, thinking Rakshasa was bluffing to trick them into joining and then collect money later. Juggernaut and the Dragon King also spoke up to dissuade them, as they believed a guild composed solely of archers couldn't defeat the Centaur army. But Rakshasa had his own calculations. Don't worry, you two. If I say I'll do it, I'll definitely do it. One arrow-piercing heart quickly decided. Okay, I'll trust you. It's just joining a guild. What's the big deal? An outsider also chimed in. That's right, I'll join too. We archers can't keep suffering injustice forever. Right, let's just join. We'll fight it out. At worst, it's a lose-lose situation. Rakshasa was satisfied. Excellent. Then he quickly befriended one arrow-piercing heart and asked, Are there any other archers who want to join? Today, I'm only accepting exactly 100 people. There's no fee to join, but after today, once we clear the 8th floor, anyone who wants to join will have to pay a fee. Everyone, please consider it quickly. Very quickly, everyone rushed to join Rakshasa's guild, deciding to take the risk. They, the archers, didn't want to suffer injustice anymore. Titan calculated. Rakshasa has already committed. He's recruited so many members that it's too late to disband the guild now. Dragon King said, Rakshasa is our brother. We should trust him. How about we join too? Chi Thursday also agreed with Dragon King's suggestion. Little Princess exclaimed in shock. What? Are you kidding? How can we fight with only archers? But Moon Shadow and Little Bunny completely trusted him. Both joined the guild, and the rest quickly agreed with his decision. Dragon King smiled. Rakshasa, does your archer guild accept people like us? He smiled cheerfully. Of course we do. Not only do we accept you, but you'll also be premium members, enjoying the highest privileges and benefits. Little Bunny happily yelled, Awesome! I'm a premium member too. Titan stepped forward. Rakshasa, let's talk about privileges and benefits later. First, we need to clear this stage. How do you plan to lead this archer team to defeat the Centaur General Boss on this floor? Rakshasa decided to keep it a secret until then. One arrow-piercing heart rejoiced. Guild leader, we now have 100 archers. What should we do next? Lasat was surprised by the fast recruitment speed. Everyone, immediately go to the trading post, and each buy an iron spade and a shovel. Shui and Tom was surprised. What? Iron spades and shovels? Lasat said, That's right. If those aren't available, then buy weapons that can be used for digging, such as long swords, axes, etc. They'll be used for fighting monsters. After advising Shui and Tom and everyone to buy items from the shop, he immediately got to work. The fun's about to begin. The people who didn't join his guild couldn't help but stir when they saw so many people joining. They thought that those who followed him had water in their brains. What could a bunch of archers gathered together possibly accomplish? But La Sat's group said nothing. They just quietly went to the Centaur boss's location. Very quickly, along the prairie road, there were quite a few Centaur soldier patrols. La Sat signaled with his hand. Everyone stop. He continued. Next, everyone must seriously follow my command. Shui and Tom shouted loudly. Understood, guild leader. What's our battle plan? La Sat announced. I'll attack first. Everyone else stands behind and shoots arrows. Chi Thursday warned. Be extremely careful. These Centaur cavalry are very fast. In less than 5 seconds, they can charge dozens of meters. La Sat stopped Siyu then. Big brother, you don't need to trouble yourself this time. It's fine, everyone just wait. Mwitang wadit, La Sat, them bimbuto bekafao. He stepped forward. All archers, listen to my command. Don't attack for now. Prepare your bows and arrows. Lock your targets on the Centaur cavalry I pull. Then wait for my command. Everyone shouted in unison. Understood. Then La Sat drew his bow and shot an arrow straight ahead. His arrow cut through the wind and flew straight towards the Centaur's hind leg. It was startled and turned around but couldn't react in time. Then it angrily charged forward, holding dual blades, leaping towards him. La Sat shouted, Prepare your bows and arrows. Everyone quickly got into position. Another command was given. Shoot. A barrage of arrows simultaneously flew towards it. Very quickly, the Centaur's health was completely depleted. Long Vong exclaimed in shock. Oh my God, the combined damage of 100 people, 100 damage. That's truly terrifying. The little princess was also stunned by this sight. Next, 100 more sharp silver arrows were simultaneously fired, flying straight towards the remaining centaurs. At this point, many of them had fallen. Shui and Tom laughed loudly. This is so satisfying. It turns out we archers aren't useless. We just haven't chosen the right way to fight. The others were also bewildered. So, this is the correct way for archers to fight, not fighting individually. La Sat spoke up. That's right. This is the true power of archers. Then he continued. Clear the battlefield. There's still many small monsters ahead that need to be eliminated. Shui and Tom now completely obeyed his commands. Those who had mocked them earlier now gaped. Such terrifying damage. That's right. Everyone's shooting 1 arrow each. I never thought archers combining their strength could be this powerful. La Sat used himself as bait to lure the next group of centaurs. Then he ran towards the archers and quickly gave the order. Shoot. Around him, arrows flew past like a fierce rain of arrows, relentlessly attacking the centaurs. They had no way to resist this formidable might and could only watch helplessly as they died. Siyu then watched the battle from afar, constantly exclaiming, La Sat is truly a genius. Long Vong happily stepped forward. La Sat, how did you come up with a way for archers to combine their attacks? It's truly a brilliant move. But he was modest. It's nothing spectacular. I just remembered the Warring States period of Qin. There was an incredibly powerful army that won every battle, sweeping through the 6 vassal states, and their weapon was the bow and arrow. Long Vong wondered, Warring States period, Qin state? Why haven't I ever heard of it? La Sat gave a wry smile, thinking to himself, Of course you haven't heard of it. That's history from another world. La Sat's 100-man army quickly arrived before the Centaur boss's camp. Shui and Tam spoke up. Guild leader, you still haven't told us what we need to do next. Another person also spoke up. That's right, guild leader. Why did you tell us to buy iron spades and axes anyway? Don't tell me you want us to use these as weapons to fight monsters. He pointed towards the camp and said to everyone, Dig a pit around the gate. The pit's depth must be greater than the centaur's height, and its width must be more than 10 meters. Siyu then quickly realized he intended for them to fall into the pit, and then wipe them out all at once. Long Vong laughed loudly. La Sat is truly a genius. Everyone quickly followed suit. A large and long pit was dug around the centaur boss's living area. Cu then said, "But there are over 100 centaurs. How can they lure them out to fall into the trap?" Lasat said, "Leave this problem to me." But Cu then and Noyedon both felt this was too dangerous and immediately spoke up to stop him. Cu then said, "If a decoy is needed, just let me do it. My defense is high enough." But Lasat didn't agree. He said, "My agility stat is almost 50, and my dodge skill has reached its maximum level. Plus, I have this item to ensure safety." The vial in his hand was a B-grade agility potion. Its effect was a 200% increase in agility for 60 seconds. Cu then knew he couldn't dissuade him, so he could only tell him to be careful. 10 minutes later, a large pit had been completely dug by everyone. Lasat said, "Everyone get ready. I'll lure the centaur cavalry by myself, then use this rope to jump over the pit." Cu then was still uneasy. Lasat, safety first. If things don't look good, run immediately. Noyedon also worried. "You must be careful." Lasat told everyone not to worry. Then he jumped over by himself and went straight towards the centaur's encampment. On this side, Longvong worried. Will Lasat succeed? Although Noyedon was very worried, she tried to reassure herself and everyone else. "We have to believe he can do it." Lasat walked and thought. So many tents. No wonder the boss can summon hundreds of centaur cavalry. Lasat hid in a tent not far away. It seemed he had spotted the centaur boss. He thought, "Oh, it's still an elite boss. Looks like no one has managed to defeat it yet. Whatever, I don't care if it's elite or not. You're done for." As soon as he finished his thought, he pulled out his bow and arrow, aiming directly at the target. As soon as the arrow flew, the centaur boss managed to dodge his attack in time. Then he gritted his teeth and furiously shouted, "Damn intruder!" The centaur boss raised a yellow flag to the sky and loudly declared, "Soldiers, heed my command. Drench your weapons in enemy blood." Lasat looked over and secretly calculated. A yellow command flag. These must be ordinary cavalry. Very quickly, a troop of centaur cavalry rushed aggressively towards him. Their numbers grew larger and larger, and he was thrilled that his plan was working. Come quickly, come on and charge." Then he pulled down his face mask, tilted his head back, and chugged the entire bottle of liquid from the vial. Running, he taunted, "Come and catch me. Can't you four-legged plagues keep up with someone who only has 2 legs like me?" But in his mind he secretly thought, "Their speed is truly fast." Outside, everyone saw him coming out and said to each other, "He looks like he's about to leave the stronghold. Everyone get ready." Seeing Lasat's figure approaching closer, the whole team quickly raised their bows and went on high alert. The centaur cavalry also charged madly, full of murderous intent, ceaselessly shouting, "Kill, kill, kill." Lasat thought, "Victory or defeat will be decided by this one step. Let's see if those centaurs fall into the trap." He quickly sprang up and jumped onto the rope stretched over the pit. Lasat's body was like a bird. On this side, Noyedon's heart was practically leaping out of her chest. She worriedly called out, "Lasat." On this side, the centaur army was still surging with vigor, charging madly, without looking ahead. Many of them actually fell into the pit and tumbled down, with screams continuously echoing. Seeing this sight, Lasat immediately gave the order, "Everyone shoot arrows." Everyone in the guild started to comply. Hundreds of arrows continued to be shot towards that pit. Arrows have no eyes. They just fiercely flew with force towards the centaur horde. Very quickly, they were all eliminated in one go. It seemed Lasat's method was truly successful. Those centaurs were quickly resummoned by Lasat as his subordinates. Longvong was stunned. "Oh damn, why am I covered in goosebumps?" "That's terrifying." The little princess also admired him. "Archers are so scary. I won't dare to underestimate archers anymore." Everyone standing on the pit joyfully cheered. That was a satisfying shoot. "Since I chose the archer profession, I've never felt this great." Others chimed in. "That's right. Before we only used a hit-and-run tactic. with monsters chasing behind us while we ran ahead. Every now and then we'd shoot a couple of arrows. It was so boring. This time I feel so proud. Now I no longer think archer is a useless profession. Everyone looked down into the pit at their results, constantly feeling proud of themselves and their teammates. Lasset stepped forward. All right, everyone prepare to clear the battlefield. All spoils of war will be put into the guild shared storage, then distributed equally. Everyone joyfully jumped into the pit to collect their spoils with glee. One person excitedly shouted, "Nearly 300 centaur cavalry. So how many demon soul orbs would that be?" How amazing is that? Long Vong felt aggrieved. Suddenly I feel like we're redundant. We didn't help at all. CU then was always the most careful person. He wasn't complacent but worriedly warned. The boss will summon a total of 3 waves of centaur cavalry. This was just the first wave. The next 2 waves will be even more ferocious. Lasset, you must be careful. With ang anso avet witguten. Lasset said everyone didn't need to worry because he had prepared enough agility potions. As soon as he finished speaking, he jumped to the other side. Everyone quickly clear the battlefield. I'll go lure the monsters first. With-ang avet, bekafao. Very quickly, Lasset advanced towards the centaur bosses' camp once again. A more aggressive army than last time was lured out by him. Lasset nimbly ran back towards everyone. But this second army was indeed much more ferocious than the first wave. Every single one had a pair of blood-red eyes. CU then was vigilant. Oh no, this time it's heavy centaur cavalry. As soon as he saw Lasset, he shouted, "Can arrows penetrate the armor of heavy cavalry?" Lasset replied, "There's no time to hesitate. Try it first." Then hundreds of arrows were shot. He ordered, "Shoot forcefully to penetrate their armor." Next, he shouted, "Everyone, try your best to attack them. Use your skills if you have them. We cannot let everything fall apart at this crucial moment." Arrows were shot, but against those sturdy armors, there was no way to pierce through. Even if they were hit, the damage was very low, hardly affecting them at all. CU then worried. I didn't expect the damage to be so little. Archer arrows have no effect on the heavy cavalry's armor. What should we do? Long Vong was also anxious. If we keep shooting like this, even if the boss summons new waves, we won't be able to kill them. CU Van and Long Vong were already flustered. They thought, should we retreat first to preserve our strength? Lasset secretly thought, if we retreat now, all our efforts will be wasted. It will definitely shake the trust of all guild members in me. He put his hand to his chin, calculating carefully. There might even be a situation where a lot of members leave the guild. As soon as he finished his thoughts, Lasset raised his hand, ordering everyone to stop shooting. CU then was surprised. Lasset, are we retreating? He smiled sinisterly. Retreat? How can we retreat before killing the boss? Everyone was surprised. We can't kill these heavy cavalry. He continued. Then we don't need to kill them for now. CU then wondered. Not kill them, Lasset? Why do I feel more and more confused? He said, anyway, killing them won't work. They should temporarily trap the centaur cavalry in the pit, and I will lure the boss and the last group of cavalry here. We'll just directly eliminate the boss. Noyetan and Long Vong were surprised. What? You're luring the boss and the small monsters here by yourself? That's very dangerous. You must be kidding, right? You'll face a situation of 10 deaths, no life. CU then tried his best to dissuade him because being so proactive was too dangerous, and even if they followed his method, they still wouldn't be able to eliminate them. But Lasset told everyone to trust him. He had a plan, and they should wait here. Suddenly, as he was about to leave, a hand gripped Lasset and pulled him back. You can't go. Muetang shouted, Don't forget, catch dein Elite. One hit from him can instantly kill anyone. Don't risk your life. Retreat with everyone. Lasset ignored her words and only noticed, why is her face so red? At this moment, Lasset could still joke. If you want to convince me, then you have to let me kiss you. Noyedon was surprised but also blushed and agreed. Fine, I'll let you kiss me. As soon as she let her guard down, he leaped over the pit. Just kidding, don't take it seriously. Muetangan gili sautet, lasat, du hatfagwi. Shuyan Tom also called after him. Guild leader, we'll wait for your return. Lasat summoned the wolf boss and shouted, Don't worry, everyone, I'll be fine. He thought to himself, I didn't expect to be so important to her. The archers gasped in astonishment. Oh my God, am I seeing things? Is the guild leader really riding the doghead miner? One person and one wolf fiercely advanced directly into the centaur camp. Everyone was still buzzing. He looked so cool. Lasset shouted on his side. No need for many words with him, my dog-headed friend. Let's detonate the bombs. The bombs were quickly thrown by the wolf boss towards the other boss. The doghead miner barked a few times, as if it understood and acted. The centaur boss on this side also fiercely roared, You lowly human, you're tired of living. His last group of cavalry finally charged forward with their general. Lasat landed on the ground. My dog-headed friend, I'm counting on you. Throw bombs to your heart's content. The wolf barked a few more times. It seemed to understand everything he said. So the wolf boss furiously threw bombs, while Lasat quickly used a potion to move faster. The loud explosions sent a few cavalry flying. Lasat thought, There are too many cavalry. If I don't thin them out, there's no way to fight the boss. He drew his bow and aimed straight at the centaur boss. This is the last potion. Sorry, my dog-headed friend. I have to sacrifice you. The boss advanced, shouting loudly, Bold human, dare to invade my camp. You shall only find death. Lasset didn't back down. We'll see who dies. Come, chase me. The centaur cavalry fiercely charged towards the doghead miner. It barked a few times, but it seemed unable to escape. Lasset quickly escaped from the camp, leaving the wolf alone, surrounded. He apologized. My dog-headed friend, sorry once again. I have to sacrifice you. It was quickly taken down by the centaur cavalry, painfully howling with earth-shattering sounds. Suddenly, a loud explosion occurred, shaking the whole area. Everyone wondered, what happened? Did the doghead miner self-destruct? Look, it's Big Brother Lasat. The centaur boss had actually chased him. Lasat had succeeded in the first step. He happily thought, Come here, come here. I want to see how powerful an elite boss can be. Seeing him, everyone exclaimed, Lasat is amazing. He wiped out over 100 cavalry by himself. See then shouted, Everyone get ready. When the boss enters attack range, focus all your power to defeat him. Lasat quickly soared over the rope. The elite centaur boss shouted loudly, Die, lowly human. He loudly said, Brothers, the boss is here. Attack with all your might. Everyone enthusiastically shouted, Brothers, just shoot. Shoot him dead. The guild leader risked his life to bring the boss here. We cannot fail. At this moment, his army was incredibly united. Hundreds of arrows were fired, fiercely soaring straight towards the centaur forces. Seeing them as numerous as an army, the archers on this side also focused all their strength on the arrows in their hands. Brothers, we have to risk our lives. Shoot him dead. Dozens of them who charged forward either died from arrows or fell into the pit and perished. In this way, quite a few of these cavalry were eliminated, but the boss was still unharmed at this moment. Not even a single arrow could pierce his armor. Just a few tricks, and you think you can injure me? General Ba-Ren-Ma yelled irritably, Damn humans, I will use your blood to dye my flag red. On this side, Shuyan Tam commanded the archer squad to aim directly at him and shoot. Boss Ba-Ren-Ma launched a sharp spear from his back. As soon as that long spear was launched, it pierced straight through Shuyan Tam, reducing his HP by 2183. CU then panicked. Damn it, no way. That boss can not only block all arrows, but also possesses incredibly high damage. Everyone advanced to surround Shuyan Tam for support. CU then spoke up. Everyone, be careful to dodge. Don't let a spear hit you. Seeing the scene before him, Lasat immediately had an idea. As expected, an elite boss. If that's the case. He slammed his hand on the ground and yelled, "Appear. It's finally your turn to enter the battle." Hakkai Vusu was quickly summoned. It was massive and fierce, ready to await its master's command. Everyone gasped in awe. Isn't the Hakkai Vusu? How did it appear here? Long Vong was excited. Lasat is really clever. He actually thought of this. How could I have completely forgotten about this move of yours? Hakkai Vusu was fierce, and Lasat was no less so. Hakkai Vusu, it's time for you to show your dark sorcery. As soon as he finished speaking, it radiated a dark aura, roaring as it looked towards Boss Bar and Ma. Something very dark and evil was summoned by it. It held that thing in its hand, then ferociously attacked Boss Bar and Ma. The scene was utterly deadly. General Bar and Ma, standing in the middle, was completely enveloped by a death sacrifice. He looked stunned. The system announced, Death Curse Layer 1, Level 1. When hit by Hakkai Vusu's curse, magic damage will increase by 20%. CU then happily said, Death Sacrifice is a magic that these cavalrymen can't resist, and the damage is also calculated based on the target's HP percentage. The more HP, the higher the damage. If HP is low, the probability will be lower, but regardless of HP amount, when the Death Curse stacks to Layer 5, the target will definitely die. Boss Bar and Ma also recognized Hakkai Vusu's skill at this moment. He furiously threw his spear forward. So it's a curse. You damn merman die. The wind-splitting spear was thrown powerfully, whistling straight towards Hakkai Vusu. But CU then quickly held his shield in front of it and yelled, We can't let the boss attack Hakkai Vusu. He lost 486 HP from that single blow. Noyedan and Long Vong advanced together. Then, Noyedan, let's engage the boss in melee. Damn it, I've tolerated him for too long. Noyedan quickly agreed. On this side, Ekthong Tien and the remaining archers also quickly attacked. Lasat shouted, Long-range attackers, focus fire on the boss. The Death Curse was cast once more, causing Baren Ma to lose 37,598 HP. At the same time, Noyedan and Long Vong also quickly attacked. Lasat monitored the situation nervously. Still not dead. At this moment, General Baren Ma was truly enraged. He wildly roared, Damn it, wretched humans, die all of you. A huge explosion occurred. This was thunderous shock, dealing 1,000 damage to all targets within a 5m radius and stunning them for 15 seconds. Long Vong and Noyedan struggled to stand their ground, preventing themselves from falling. Seeing the critical situation, Lasat and CU then also gritted their teeth and charged forward, simultaneously shouting to the other two, Danger! Lasat quickly shielded Noyedan. He summoned the two-headed monster. Boss Bar and Ma still roared ferociously and charged through. Wretched humans die. It seemed Lasat didn't block this blow in time. That spear fiercely struck towards Hakkai Vusu, and at this moment, no one was there to shield it. Lasat panicked. It's over. This attack from Boss Ba Renma successfully left Hakkai Vusu in a near-death state. With only a sliver of HP left, it refused to give up and used Death Sacrifice to strike Boss Ba Renma one more time. Facing this breath of death, he could not resist. But it seemed Hakkai Vusu had used its last bit of HP to unleash this move, after which it completely collapsed. The system announced, Your summoned minion Hakkai Vusu has been defeated. Lasat was very annoyed. Damn, that critical damage is insane. Seeing General Baren Ma leisurely standing on the other side, he angrily fired an arrow, yelling, Damn it! Forget everything, we have to risk it all. All long-range attackers, focus fire on the boss. Ekthon Tien, flamethrower, it's all up to you. Hundreds of arrows, obeying Lasat's command, quickly flew straight towards Boss Baren Ma. Ek on this side was no less, spewing a large amount of fire towards him. Suddenly being attacked relentlessly like this, Boss Baren Ma was momentarily unable to resist, and his HP began to dwindle. Noyedan unhappily, Oh, why is the damage so high? Lasat stood on this side, carefully observing which attack could drain that guy's HP the fastest. Seizing the opportunity, Noyedon fiercely charged forward with her sword, seemingly wanting to deliver the final blow. Lasat shouted, "I understand. It's because the curse debuff on the boss hasn't been removed yet. Magic damage will be increased. Even the damage from the light slash has increased quite a bit." Lasat fiercely gripped his bow and arrow. "My weapon has a lifesteal effect, so the damage dealt must also increase significantly, right?" On this side, the centaur boss roared, "Despicable humans, you can't kill me." But everyone ignored his words and continued to charge forward. He fiercely kicked his hooves towards Noyedon and shouted loudly, "Die!" Lasat grumbled, "Damn it, why is my damage so low? It's completely unreasonable. Devouring Toad, keep spewing fire. Don't let him have a chance to use skills." The Toad quickly obeyed his command. A large flame was swiftly blown towards the centaur boss. As soon as the fire was spewed, a huge explosion rang out, forcing Long Vong and Noyedon to use their inner strength just to stand firm. This attack successfully deducted another large amount of HP from that guy. At this point, the centaur boss was truly depleted of HP. He let out a loud, earth-shaking roar. Finally, Lasat successfully defeated the boss of the 8th floor. He fell to the ground, completely vanquished. Long Vong stared blankly at the corpse in front of him. The elite boss was really killed? He didn't expect them to be able to defeat this aggressive guy. The system announced again, "Congratulations, you have successfully defeated the 8th floor of the Demon Realm, Centaur General." Lasat laughed heartily with satisfaction. Everyone was also surprised. Shuyan Tam spoke up, "Oh my goodness, we cleared the stage. Guild leader, you're amazing." Chutho was also excited. "Fantastic. I can go to the next floor now." The crowd buzzed. "The guild leader is amazing. He truly walks the talk. Guild leader, I'll follow you to the end of my life." Little Princess's eyes lit up. "I've never seen so many items before. We're rich this time." Lasat said loudly, "Everyone, let's clean up the battlefield together." On this side, everyone cheered and quickly rushed down the chasm to retrieve the spoils of war. Lasat stepped forward. "Let me see if the elite boss has any good, valuable items." As he spoke, he moved closer to examine them. The system announced, "Golden War Blade, level 5. Damage, 1600 to 3400. Effect, increases attack speed by 20%. Durability, 700/700. Lasat said to himself, "So it's an S-grade weapon." He was happy. 20% increased attack speed. The stats aren't bad either. It truly is an S-grade weapon. Then he raised the sword. "Centaur General dropped this S-grade weapon. If anyone wants it, tell me. We'll discuss and decide who needs it." Everyone unanimously said to each other, "No need to discuss. Guild leader, just take it." Without the guild leader, we wouldn't have cleared the stage and would still be looked down upon as archers. This reward is our thank you to you." They felt they had already gained a lot from this deal. For archers, honor and confidence were the most valuable things, so no one asked for anything more. If they wanted a master to lead them through the stage, each person would have to spend at least 100,000, but Lasat didn't charge them any money. This was already showing immense dedication and kindness. Goliath stepped forward. In today's battle, Lasat was the one who devised the strategy. He also exerted himself to turn the tide and eliminate the monsters, so the spoils of war belonging to him were perfectly fair and reasonable. Lasat said loudly, "I understand everyone's sincerity, but there are too many spoils of war today. I cannot monopolize them. Now everyone is a member of the guild. As the guild leader, I have a duty to protect the interests of all members. Therefore, in this battle, regardless of whether you contributed a lot or a little, as long as you participated, you will get a share." Little Princess excitedly cheered, "Hooray! My credit cards are all maxed out." Everyone in the group of archers was also happy to have found such a good leader. Goliath stood aside and reminded them, "It's time. We should head to the teleportation gate leading to the next floor. The people who followed were surprised not to see the elite boss and the Centaur cavalry squad. One of them saw Lasat's group of archers and couldn't help but be startled. He thought they had been completely wiped out by the boss. Looking at their arrogant demeanor, could they have really cleared out the boss and the Centaur cavalry? These people couldn't believe their eyes, thinking what could a bunch of useless, trashy archer professionals do? But there were no bosses or cavalry left, only those archers. This probably means they also invited an expert to help them clear the stage. They reassured themselves. On this side, Lasat's group quickly advanced towards the gate to go to the new floor. Chu, though, couldn't help but cheer. It's getting hot. Demon Realm's 9th floor, here I come. On the 9th floor, the surrounding atmosphere was extremely gloomy and exuded a deadly aura that made people tremble with fear. Everyone exclaimed, "Holy cow, where is this? Is this the underworld? It's so scary." According to the Demon Realm Handbook, this is a very terrifying place. The monsters here are all cultists, extremely brutal and bloodthirsty. It seems the handbook's records are not wrong. Little Princess cowered behind Lasat, trembling. "Can we skip this floor? I'm afraid of blood." Giant God stepped forward. "Everyone just went through a tough battle today, and everyone's exhausted. How about we tell everyone to go offline first? Tomorrow night, the two of us will explore the 9th floor of the Demon Realm." Lasat found it reasonable. "Then let's do as you say." Noyedon stepped forward. "It's really late. Dragon King also said he's so tired today his limbs feel like they're falling off." Lasat agreed with everyone that today's battle was indeed extremely difficult and fierce. Giant God said, "Everyone is tired. Go offline and rest early. See you tomorrow." Noyedon approached Lasat, stammering, "Lasat, get some rest early, okay?" He was surprised by her attitude but calmly replied, "Okay." Watching Lasat gradually disappear, Noyedon still stood there, thinking, is he really that person? The next day at school, everyone was bustling and playing around. Wang Yang panicked. "The national competition is coming soon. What should I do?" Zhangze looked over. "I think you should focus on studying these past few days. There might still be a chance." Wang Yang continued, "I heard that one of the 2 spots for our school to enter Qingda Academy has already been decided." Zhangze acted as if he didn't know. "A predetermined candidate, you say?" Wang Yang told him, "That's right." Zhangze continued, "No matter who the predetermined person is, I must get into Qingda Academy." In the middle of the schoolyard, the crowd was buzzing. De Biao is so humiliated. How could he lose to a girl? Don't make us look bad. Wang Yang was surprised. No way. Why are they suddenly fighting here? It's always like this close to exam day. People start fighting at school. The girl boasted, "Is everyone here as weak as a snail? You want to get into Qingda Academy with that little strength?" She was He Li. Seeing Zhang Zhe, the girl yelled, "Little brother standing over there, come fight me." Seeing that he ignored her, she shouted, "I'm calling you. Didn't you hear me?" Wang Yang whispered, "He Li seems to be a student from Qingda Academy. She's so fierce. But he doesn't care. Don't mind her, let's go." It seemed this was the first time she had been ignored like that. Li was unwilling and angrily gritted her teeth. Then she ran aggressively toward Zhang Zhe, yelling, "You annoying brat." He Li seemed truly arrogant. Without a word, she furiously charged forward and threw a punch straight at Zhang Zhe. But he didn't go easy just because she was a girl. Zhang Zhe raised his hand and firmly grabbed her leg, successfully blocking the kick. Feeling that her attack had been countered, He Li annoyedly gritted her teeth, looking at him with hatred. But she still didn't back down. "Little brother, you're quite agile, able to avoid that." "To see if he can block this time," Li said as she delivered another kick toward Zhang Zhe's head. He ducked to avoid it, thinking to himself, "It seems He Li's specialty is leg attacks. I remember Noyedon's handbook had some moves recorded to counter these kicks." As soon as he thought it, he bent down and swept his leg forcefully towards her, causing Li to lose her balance and stumble. She panicked and screamed loudly, then fell hard to the ground with a seemingly painful thud. Zhang Zhe successfully defeated Li Li thanks to the book Noyeton gave him. Li Li seemed to recognize the move. She thought, that move just now seems to be Van Jia Noyet. I remember both the boss and the young mistress used this move. Why does this brat know it? Annoying. Zhang Zhe didn't linger. He didn't want to get involved in this mess. I'm busy. I'm not playing with you anymore. If you still want to fight, wait until I get into Qingda Academy. Then come find me. The crowd buzzed. Isn't that the guy who cleans the martial arts hall? I can't believe he defeated that violent girl. I think it's him. He's usually quiet and doesn't say anything, but I never thought he'd be a master. No matter who he is, at least he chased those fire-breathing women away. That's awesome. On the 9th floor of the demon realm, everyone had quickly gathered. Lasat hastily went online. He panicked. Oh no, I overslept. Half an hour late. As soon as he arrived, he saw a series of messages left by everyone, specifically telling him that they had gone ahead to explore the 9th floor. If he saw this message, he should just wait for everyone at the altar. One person saw him and happily stepped forward. Guild leader, I've been looking for you everywhere. Lasat was surprised. Are you a guild member? The young man named Maktuk said, Yes, I'm a member of the guild led by the guild leader. Lasat politely said, Oh, my apologies. I suddenly added so many friends that I can't remember everyone. Is there something you need from me? Maktuk said, Guild leader, quickly come to the 8th floor of the demon realm to save our guild brothers. Lasat was surprised. The 8th floor of the demon realm? Didn't you guys go exploring with Big Brother Giant God? He cried as he recounted that because they were too weak, they didn't go with one arrow through the Heart's Guild, but went to the 8th floor to train instead. Unexpectedly, they were fiercely chased and attacked by 5 centaur cavalrymen. They panicked and ran into a nearby crevice to hide, only to find it was a dead end. Guild leader, please hurry and save them. Lasat quickly agreed. All right, don't cry. Wait for me to send this message. Then I'll go with you to see what the situation is. Maktuk said he would go ahead and lead the way for the guild leader. While Lasat was focused on leaving a message for everyone, this guy revealed a sly smile. On the 8th floor of the demon realm, the surrounding scenery was incredibly quiet, as if nothing had ever happened. He pointed to him, saying it was inside, almost there, but Lasat felt this place didn't look like a normal crevice. He asked again, Are you sure we haven't gone the wrong way? Why does this crevice have so many flags and fortifications? Maktuk said there was no mistake. The flags on the ground were left by the centaur cavalry. Then he pointed into the distance. Guild leader, our people are trapped up there. Let's hurry and save them. Lasat silently observed and assessed for a moment, thinking, Don't be hasty. He was a bit surprised when he suddenly saw him acting like that. He calculated, 7 heavy centaur cavalrymen, but saving people is the most important. Then Lasat slammed his hand on the ground, seemingly intending to summon his monster to fight. The centaur general he had previously subdued immediately appeared. Maktuk panicked. Oh, this is the centaur general. It seemed this guy didn't know Lasat had subdued this boss. He told him, Don't be afraid. This is my summoned monster. Centaur general, advance. After Lasat gave the command, the centaur also let out a fierce roar and charged forward. This one moved forward at a very high speed, spear in hand, fiercely charging towards the enemy. A troop of centaur cavalry quickly charged out, having detected strangers infiltrating their lair. The centaur general broke through the encirclement alone, fiercely attacking those lower-level cavalrymen. Lasat said, Why are you just standing there? I'll lure the monsters away. You go save the people quickly. Maktuk then remembered and quickly stammered. Oh. Lasat stood still, shooting arrows to lure the remaining centaur cavalry, while that guy turned away, a cunning look clear in his eyes. He quickly ran into a nearby tent, bow and arrows in hand. But Lasat still had a strange feeling. He thought, Quick battle, quick victory. This place feels off. The centaur general leaped up, fiercely using a thunderous stomp. His kicks sent these cavalrymen tumbling. So many had been killed, yet more cavalry kept appearing. Lasat was surprised. Still half a star? What the heck is this? Centaur General. Suddenly, someone was stealthily rushing past last Saturday. He quickly detected it. Who's there? The Centaur General also seemed to have sensed the danger around him. He kicked out with a powerful stomp. His sturdy feet stomped the ground, letting out a loud sound, and the earth and rocks shook with it. Lasset said, "Sure enough, something's wrong. Attack!" The masked man quickly revealed himself, lying sprawled on the ground from the Centaur boss's kick. But before Lasset could ask anything, the Centaur General fiercely threw a spear into his back, quickly killing the masked man. From a distant tower, an arrow fiercely tore through the wind and shot straight towards Last Saturday. But he quickly dodged the attack. He looked in the direction the arrow came from and was surprised. "Fine Maktuk, you tricked me." It turned out he was only pretending to say that to lure Lasat away, so he could act easily. Maktuk laughed loudly. "Guild leader, don't blame me. If you must blame someone, blame yourself for offending Thuong Quang. Now your bounty has reached tens of millions. With so much money, our eyes are bloodshot with desire." Lasat quickly raised his bow and shot towards them. "Just 3 of you? You won't kill me." His arrow quickly flew out, piercing Maktuk's left shoulder. He cried out in pain and cursed, "Damn it, Lasat. Today you're dead for sure. Let me tell you, this isn't a normal crevice. It's actually the training camp of the Centaur army." He said smugly, "The Centaur General is currently returning. You can't escape, unless you can single-handedly kill a whole horde of Centaur cavalry." Lasat turned his head, hearing a loud noise. Many cavalrymen were fiercely charging towards him. Just as Maktuk said, a troop of over 100 men quickly surrounded him and his Centaur boss. Maktuk cheered. "They've returned. The Centaur cavalry has returned." Then he laughed loudly. "Lasat, you're dead for sure." Record the entire scene of Lasat being killed by the Centaur cavalry. Don't miss even the smallest detail, then send it to them as proof to claim the reward. The guy standing next to him was also excited. "Don't rush, I'm recording now." They thought they were about to get rich. But contrary to his thoughts, a Centaur cavalryman quickly approached the boss. The system prompted, "Confirm use of random teleportation scroll." Lasat thought, "I can't believe I was tricked by these scoundrels. I won't let them succeed." The people above still called down, "What's going on? Why isn't he using the random teleportation scroll to escape? Has he given up? Does he want to commit suicide?" They even thought he would beg for mercy, fearing the Centaur army, but they certainly wouldn't help him because Lasat had to die today for them to collect the reward. Maktuk pointed forward and shouted, "Lasat giving up? Or do you want to beg me for your life? Don't dream about it. I won't spare you unless you offer a higher price than the bounty." Meanwhile, the Centaur army finally charged towards him. They laughed even louder. "Lasat, today is the end for you. The 15 million reward is about to be ours." Rakshasa stood proudly. "It seems you've misunderstood. Now I'm coming for your lives. How dare you use my kindness to deceive me? You'll pay for that." Moshu laughed loudly. "Are you scared out of your mind? You're the one who's going to die. The 500 Centaur cavalry behind him aren't just display puppets. Deal with them first before coming for us. Just wait to die, Rakshasa." But contrary to their expectations, the cavalry only stood around him like a commander, without attacking. He laughed loudly with satisfaction. "I told you. Now I'm coming for your lives." Moshu's eyes widened and his mouth dropped in surprise. He stammered in fear. "What? How is this happening?" The two standing beside him were also surprised. Everything that happened was beyond their imagination. The Centaur cavalry should have quickly killed Rakshasa. They whispered, not understanding what was happening. Rakshasa spoke. "General, order the cavalry to attack the watchtower." The Centaur general immediately obeyed. Then he held the red flag and gave orders to the 3 armies. "Everyone charge!" The cavalry, obeying their commander's orders, aggressively charged towards the watchtower. They shouted, "Forward! Forward!" They were as numerous as ants, and Mo Shu's group was alarmed. "Damn it! Why are the Centaur cavalry charging towards us? Something's wrong." They saw Rakshasa first. They should be focusing all their attacks on Rakshasa. They were still bewildered, not understanding why this army suddenly listened to Rakshasa so much. But these cavalry didn't say anything. They just focused on destroying the tower as ordered by Rakshasa. A stammering voice yelled, "Rakshasa, Chung Guang will not spare you." After that, Mo Shu's group was quickly killed by the cavalry. Rakshasa stood outside and said, "Remember what I said? Whoever dares to deceive me will die miserably." On the cliff, a masked figure observed his actions. Rakshasa is truly a tough nut to crack. The figure quickly sent a recorded video of the battle and a message, and reported that Mo Shu's group had all been killed by the Centaur cavalry. The recipient of the information was quite surprised by this. After Rakshasa finished the task, he quickly returned to the 9th floor. Everyone else had also returned. Xian Xian spoke loudly. "Guild Master, the 9th floor of the demon realm is extremely abnormal." He began to recount. "There are traps everywhere, and the cultists on this floor are nothing short of insane." Rakshasa took out his notebook and jotted down that the monsters on this floor were mainly cultists, including red-robed cultists and green-robed cultists. After the red-robed cultists die, their bodies will transform and become hideous monsters, continuing to fight adventurers. Both their attack and defense stats will double, and the damage from normal attacks is extremely limited against them. The green-robed cultists are even more terrifying. Although their attack and defense stats aren't high, adventurers can easily kill them, but after being killed, they will curse the adventurer who killed them. Zhu Shun continued. "That's right, the curses include, but are not limited to, reduced defense, reduced attack, reduced speed, continuous HP loss, stun, and so on. There are over 10 types, making Dragon King annoyed just thinking about it, and they last for an hour in Demon Realm time. How are we supposed to fight like that?" Zhu Shun added, "The most frightening is still the boss. That great high priest is truly difficult to deal with. His room is full of venomous snakes. The venomous snakes' attacks are poisonous. Once an adventurer is poisoned, they will continuously lose HP and need to be detoxified immediately. Only when all the venomous snakes are eliminated will the great high priest act. He uses dark magic to attack, and if hit, all of the adventurer's stats will drop to 0, rendering them completely useless. This state will persist until the boss is killed. Not only that, after dying, the great high priest will advance to phase 2. He will be possessed by an evil god and become a gigantic evil creature. To defeat the great high priest, at least 10 adventurers rated as excellent are needed. Otherwise, don't risk it." Rakshasa said, "We need adventurers who can provide support to cleanse debuffs. Otherwise, it will be very difficult to conquer this floor." But Dragon King said there was no way to find support adventurers. The Dragon King's suggestion is for everyone to buy activation potions. That item can nullify any debuff and also helps increase damage resistance. However, the price was a bit high, but no one agreed because it was not only expensive but also a rare potion. Rakshasa wondered, "Why isn't Yuying here today? Is she not coming?" Dragon King said Yuying's family had an urgent matter, and she also had to register for university entrance exams tomorrow, so she didn't come today. Rakshasa said, "Then let's rest early today. Many people are currently cursed, so we can't continue fighting anyway." Jushin sighed. "Guess we have no choice." Everyone looked gloomy. "It's really hard to fight. Where can we find support?" Everyone quickly went offline. At the Liu family's manor, Yuying was wearing a competition outfit, her face full of determination. She stepped forward to greet her sparring partner and then began to prepare for the match. The person standing opposite was Tang Xiaowei. She said, "Cousin, I'm so clumsy. You have to go easy on me." Yuying exposed her. "Tang Xiaowei, don't pretend to be weak with me. You're the champion of the 40th Student Martial Arts Competition. The one who has been directly admitted to Qingdai University, a genius with S-Rank talent, already on the list to join the National Security Department. Xiao Wei charged forward. But you still said I couldn't get into Qingda's Class A. Watch this. Ewing said she shouldn't underestimate her, because Class A of all grades had hidden masters. For example, there are quite a few people in our Class A who received very high ratings in the Demon Realm and are also Level 2 Demon Realm powerhouses in the real world. Xiao Wei replied, Cousin, is this all your strength? I think Class A strength is just SOSO. While the two were fighting fiercely, Lily walked over. Young Miss Ewing. Xiao Wei looked over in surprise. Lily, are you hurt? Lily said irritably, Today I came to school to find someone to challenge, and encountered a detestable kid. I didn't expect him to know the Tang family's martial arts. Xiao Wei was surprised. What? The Tang family's martial arts? You didn't see wrong, did you? Lily said she absolutely didn't see wrong. Xiao Wei said irritably, I can't believe something like this happened. He must be Dad's illegitimate child from his past escapades with another woman. Let's go. Come home with me to confront him. Lily ran after her. Young miss, don't be too agitated. The two of you don't look much like real siblings. Xiao Wei insisted. No need for more words. I must confront my philandering father directly to get to the bottom of this. Ewing sighed as she watched them go. This cousin of mine has never truly strived for anything, yet she can easily get into Qingda University. Natural talent truly is something to be envied. At the National Martial Arts Competition, Zhang Ze had arrived early. A student whispered, Today's the day to submit our university applications. Have you decided which school to apply for? Another person said, What's there to decide? It's just those few third-rate schools. Suddenly, Zhang Ze's phone rang. He quickly answered, Fan, is something wrong? On the other end, a hurried voice said, Brother Zhang Ze. Zhang Feng is busy today and can't come to school. The teacher asked me to call and inquire about his absence. Zhang Ze was startled. What? Can't come to school? This morning, he and I left the house together. Fan said she understood and would call his sister right away. Suddenly, a strange message was sent to his phone on the exact day his sister was reported absent from school. The message contained a picture of his sister tied up with the message, If you want your sister to return home safely, quickly withdraw from the National Martial Arts Competition. Leave Xianfeng City. Don't even think about causing trouble. And do not call the police. Otherwise, come collect your sister's corpse. Zhang Ze gritted his teeth in anger. Who is it? Who kidnapped Xiaofeng? Could my identity in the demon realm have been exposed? No way. If they wanted ransom, they wouldn't tell me to withdraw from the competition. What should I do now? Zhang Ze looked around in a panic. What should I do? My sister is the only family I have left in this world. Suddenly, he remembered Xiao Qin, then quickly pulled out a card with Xiang Xiaoqin's information on it. As soon as Zhang Ze answered the phone, he got straight to the point. Is this Xiang Xiaoqin? I need to trouble you with something. Please help me find my sister. At the abandoned area, everything was dilapidated. It seemed like there was no one around. A few thugs talked amongst themselves. When is the boss coming to take this kid away? I don't want to spend the night in this gloomy, run-down place. The other guy replied, You asked me. Who should I ask? This is what the boss ordered. We must do it well, otherwise. Suddenly, he stammered in fright and screamed, Bro, the person. The other guy was annoyed. What do you mean person? The two thugs were now so scared they couldn't speak. Zhang Ze had quickly found them. He violently kicked the door open and rushed in. Where's my sister? The thug was surprised. Zhang Ze, don't come any closer, otherwise, don't blame me. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Ze brutally punched him in the face, knocking him backward. He stammered as he knelt down. Your sister is inside there. She's safe. Nothing happened to her. He yelled, Tell me, who ordered you to do this? Confess truthfully, and I'll spare your lives. He said fearfully, It was Chun Hao. He told me to kidnap your sister and said that you were an obstacle preventing him from getting into Qingdao University. Zhang Ze gritted his teeth. It was him? Just to get into Qingdao University. He resorted to kidnapping my sister. What a scoundrel. Zhang Ze angrily rushed straight to the martial arts training room. He yelled loudly, "Get out of the way! Get out of the way!" It seemed like he was truly enraged. He flew past the astonished eyes of everyone there, but he didn't care. Chen Hao was on the phone. Was I exposed? Zhang Ze really isn't simple. Before he could finish the call, Zhang Ze burst in, kicking the door hard and yelling, "Chen Hao, get out here!" As soon as he saw him, he got straight to the point. "Chen Hao, I can't believe you conspired to kidnap my sister to make me withdraw from the competition. You've made a serious mistake." He didn't deny it. "Your strength exceeded my expectations. You are far stronger than I am, and you pose an obstacle to my path to Qingdao University." He continued, "To be admitted to Qingdao University, I need to eliminate all obstacles, and you are no exception." Chen Hao then drank some kind of purple liquid. "I don't know what he's up to." Zhang Ze angrily yelled, "What did you drink?" At this moment, Chen Hao seemed to have gained double the strength. Chen Hao smiled sinisterly. His face had changed. "What I drank, you'll know soon enough. But once you do, it'll be time for you to meet the King of Hell." As soon as he finished speaking, he fiercely threw a punch. Zhang Ze raised his arm to block, gritting his teeth. The power is terrifying. He was pushed back, secretly calculating. This punch has at least 200 kilograms of force. How can he have such immense strength? Zhang Ze asked, "What the hell did you drink?" Chen Hao aggressively charged forward. "Go ask the King of Hell down there." Another punch was swiftly thrown, heading straight for Zhang Ze. It seemed Chen Hao had a massive obsession with his friend. Seeing him constantly dodging, he smirked. "Are you only capable of dodging?" Chen Hao's fist slammed into the wall, and the ground quickly cracked. Chen Hao scoffed. "Zhang Ze, as a man, don't keep dodging. Fight me head on." He replied, "I'm not foolish enough to fight fire with fire. To counterattack, I need to choose the right moment." Chen Hao continued to charge at him like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey, while he continuously searched for his weaknesses. Finally, he made his move. Zhang Ze delivered a direct blow to Chen Hao's stomach, sending him to the ground. Zhang Ze declared fiercely, "This punch is my revenge for my sister." Chen Hao trembled. "Zhang Ze, you despicable scoundrel." But he quickly gritted his teeth and tried to get up to fight back. This surprise attack left Zhang Ze unable to react in time. He stared wide-eyed. "Oh no!" Chen Hao lunged forward and fiercely squeezed Zhang Ze's neck. He could only let out a single cry. Like a madman, he pinned Zhang Ze to the ground, smirking. "Let's see how you dodge this." But at that critical moment, Chen Hao was thrown far away. Zhang Ze was also surprised by this, momentarily bewildered. The force was so strong it sent Chen Hao flying straight into the wall, which quickly cracked. He was in so much pain his face turned purple. It turned out to be Xiaoqin. With just one kick, she had made Chen Hao struggle so badly he couldn't bear it. Xiaoqin said coldly, "Zhang Ze, are you all right?" It seemed this Chen Hao was no match for her. Zhang Ze coughed a few times. "If you had arrived any later, I really would have met the King of Hell." Xiaoqin said indifferently, "Knowing that, I should have arrived a bit later then." Then she ordered her people, "Take him back first, directly to the lab." Everyone immediately obeyed and left. Chen Hao at this point was like a corpse. His eyes were blank and lifeless, his face pale and utterly devoid of energy. Zhang Ze said, "I don't know what he drank earlier, but his strength suddenly increased abnormally." Xiaoqin said, "My purpose in coming is also because of this. What he just drank could be the Forbidden Devil Domain drug I've been investigating recently." This surprised him. "What? The Forbidden Devil Domain drug? How is that possible? Items from the Devil Domain cannot appear in the real world." She explained, "Many records in the Devil Domain handbook are outdated. In the past 2 years, some malicious individuals have created special containers, using them to bring items from the devil domain into the real world. What he drank could very well be the forbidden drug I mentioned. I'll only know the specifics after I interrogate him. As Xiaoqin finished speaking, two police officers brought his sister to him. The girl whimpered, "Brother." As soon as Zhang Zhe saw his sister, he was overjoyed. Xiaofeng choked up. "Brother, I'm so scared. Tianfeng City is too dangerous." Zhang Zhe comforted his sister. "Don't be scared, Xiaofeng, I'm here." Xiaoqin spoke up. "All right, Zhang Zhe, you take your sister home first. I still need to stay and handle the scene." He didn't want to linger and agreed. "Then we'll head back first. If anything happens, just contact me." Xiaoqin indifferently hummed in response. Xiaofeng said to him, "Oh, right, brother. Today is the day for exam registration. Have you registered yet?" Zhang Zhe reassured her. "Don't worry, Xiaofeng. I've registered. I'll definitely get into Qingdai Academy, and then I'll earn money to cure your illness." The girl asked, "So, when that happens, I can also enter the Devil Domain, right, brother?" On the 9th floor of the Devil Domain, everyone had already gathered. It seemed many had cleared the 8th floor. As soon as she saw him, Ewing worried. "Rakshasa, why are you so late? Did something happen?" He said awkwardly, "Sorry about that. I ran into a bit of trouble, but it's all resolved now. Don't worry." "That's good then." Jushin stepped forward. "Guild Master, you're finally here. Everyone is gathered. But how do we conquer this 9th floor?" Xian Chuan also spoke up. "Without auxiliary adventurers, it's very difficult to clear this stage." Rakshasa said he had posted on the forum to recruit auxiliary adventurers to cooperate, promising to share a portion of the spoils with them. But so far, no one has contacted him. Jushin sighed. "Auxiliary adventurers are already hard to find, and elite ones are even rarer." Dragon King said, "Actually, I know a very powerful auxiliary adventurer, and that person even has a whole group of auxiliary adventurers who work with them. It's just that." He stammered at this point. Jushin was annoyed. "Dragon King, why didn't you say you knew someone earlier?" Little Princess also chimed in. "That's right. It's just that?" "Stop stammering. Tell us quickly." Dragon King was helpless. "It's just that this person is very selfish and very greedy." Little Princess asked again. "Very greedy? How greedy?" Dragon King recounted. "Based on that person's past demands, it's very likely they'll take all the spoils of war." Moon Shadow and Jushin both exclaimed in shock. "What? Take all the spoils by themselves?" Princess was also annoyed. "I can't believe they're even greedier than me." Chi Thursday and Rakshasa were also bewildered by this. Dragon King said, "That's why I didn't introduce him to you all. He's my father's classmate. I heard that this person used to be one of the top performers in the National Security Department, but later, for some unknown reason, left the department. After that, he recruited his own group of auxiliary adventurers." Jushin guessed, "If he's from the National Security Department, his strength and skills must be very impressive." Rakshasa said, "It's him. He's the one we need to find. I really want to know how powerful he truly is." Rakshasa told Dragon King and the others that they urgently needed talented auxiliary adventurers now. Dragon King immediately understood. "Tomorrow I'll contact him. After all, he's an old classmate of my father's, so it'll be easier to talk to him. You all just wait for my news." Xian Chuan continued, "It seems like there's nothing to gain today. Let's log off early." Rakshasa said, "I have a plan. I want to go to the temple to check it out." Xian Chuan and Big Brother Jushin, if you two aren't busy, come with me to see the situation. Xian Chuan quickly and happily agreed. Jushin also replied, "Then let's go. Everyone else can go rest first. The three of us will go to the temple to observe the situation." Jushin said, "The monsters on this floor are all concentrated inside the temple, so as long as we don't step through that door, we'll be very safe." Rakshasa said, "Then let's go directly inside." Everyone agreed. The surrounding people stirred as they saw them enter. Only 3 of them dare to come here, another group heading to their deaths. They quickly arrived in front of the temple. Jushin spoke up to warn everyone. Be careful, this is evil energy. The system announced, effect under the influence of evil energy. Human skill damage increased by 10%. Rakshasa said, this place is indeed terrifying. We haven't even fought any monsters yet, and we're already suffering from debuffs. Jushin continued, beyond this corridor is the boss area. There are many cultists inside. Xian Chuan also echoed, that's right, last time after we stepped inside, those damn curses got us. Rakshasa told the 2, then let's stop here today. It seems it's really difficult to clear this stage without auxiliary adventurers. Xian Chuan, tonight you still need to go online with the Archer brothers to level up on the 8th floor, okay? Xian Chuan quickly agreed. Rakshasa continued, let's head back for now. Hopefully, tomorrow Dragon King will find that powerful auxiliary adventurer. On the outskirts of Tianlong City, luxurious cars were driving on deserted streets. It seemed these were government vehicles. A police officer looked at Tranhao. I can't believe you're so young yet so stubborn. But we're almost at the National Security Department headquarters. You'll have to confess everything there. The police officer driving also chimed in. Hey kid, wait until you meet Professor Ojung. You'll willingly tell the whole story. Suddenly, Chu Cam panicked. Something's flying towards their car. She yelled, look out, watch ahead. But it seemed the warning was a little too late. Large rocks, seemingly from nowhere, rolled down and blocked the police car's path. Chu Cam quickly leaped out of the car, shouting, look out. Some cars overturned, while others couldn't move anymore. They seemed to have been cornered. Chu Cam observed from high above a ruined building. It seemed a silhouette was standing there. The masked figure looked at her, his emotions unclear. Indeed, your reputation precedes you. Upon seeing her target, Chu Cam swiftly leaped and flew straight towards him without hesitation. She yelled angrily, who are you? And fiercely attacked the masked figure with a weapon in her hand. But as her attack passed, he successfully dodged it. Chu Cam gritted her teeth in frustration. The masked man replied. Chu Cam asked in surprise. As soon as she finished speaking, he flung his cloak open, and dozens of bats flew out from within, obstructing Chu Cam's vision. Then she panicked. When she looked back, the car holding Tranhao had already exploded. In the morning, at the National Martial Arts Competition, everyone quickly gathered there in crowds. Jung Trake walked down the stairs, telling himself. A familiar voice loudly called. He was surprised. Chu Cam said indifferently. She got straight to the point. Trong Trake panicked. Chu Cam reassured him. Trong Trake didn't hesitate. Chu Cam was satisfied. Trong Trake was a bit awkward. Chu Cam handed him a piece of paper. Trong Trake took it, bewildered. Chu Cam left, but she didn't forget to explain. I guarantee you'll be able to get into Ton Dai Academy. Trong Trake was stunned. Scene change. At a small house, a woman, carrying her child and many large and small gift bags, arrived. Professor Bong, please tutor my son. I'll pay any amount of money. At the same time, Trong Trake looked at Chu Cam's paper, muttering as he walked. As soon as he arrived, the woman looked at him with an unfriendly expression. Trong Trake paid no mind and knocked on the door. As soon as she heard her name, the person opened the door. Trong Trake was surprised by her way of addressing him. Suddenly, Professor Bong launched an attack towards Trong Trake, who quickly dodged it. Then she swung her hand to strike him again, and Trong Trake once more managed to evade. But it seemed he couldn't keep dodging forever. A kick landed on his stomach, sending Trong Trake flying. He cried out in pain as he fell to the ground. The little boy, seeing the scene unfold, also ran in fear and clung to his mother. Professor Bong turned to the other woman and said. Then the professor pointed at him. Trong Trake, clutching his chest in shock. Very quickly, shouts echoed from inside the professor's house. Soon it was evening. Trong Trake's younger sister called out loudly. He was muttering. Chu Fong was surprised. He stood up and excitedly shouted. Chu Fong jumped. He explained to his sister. Tonight, I must seize the opportunity to go to the demon realm and find more demon soul orbs to increase my stats. The little girl was bewildered. She worried about her brother. Trong Trake scooped a full bowl of rice, saying, after dinner, on the 9th floor of the demon realm, everyone quickly went online. As soon as Rakshasa arrived, he asked, has the Dragon King not arrived yet? Could there be a change? Giant God said, not yet. We've been in the demon realm for half an hour. As soon as the two finished speaking, the Dragon King's voice rang out, Rakshasa, we're here. He led a middle-aged man, whose name in the demon realm was Lanfong Shui Qua. Giant God spoke up, you're finally here. You were the only ones left. The Dragon King quickly said, let me introduce him briefly. This is the extremely formidable support adventurer I mentioned. He will help us clear the 9th floor of the demon realm. He spoke up. You're the guild leader he mentioned, right? The terms are clear. All spoils of war will belong to me. Rakshasa spoke up. No problem. As long as you can help us clear the 9th floor, all rewards will be yours. The system announced, Lanfong Shui Qua has joined the team. He was satisfied. All right, it's a promise. Let's go. Shuyan Tom was surprised. Just you alone? Our team has over 100 people. How can you control them all? Lanfong confidently said, so what if it's just me? I can still guarantee that all of you will meet the final boss. Seeing that everyone was still bewildered, he smirked. Don't believe me? Take a look. Lanfong quickly summoned a green barrier. Everyone present was enveloped by green light, and they all stood still, bewildered. The system announced, this skill's effect is, teammates within a 100m radius are affected by the soul orb effect plus 100%, receive 60% less debuff effects, and the effect lasts indefinitely. Everyone exclaimed, this buff effect is amazing. Shuyan Tom gasped and shouted, oh my god, 60% debuff reduction? And it lasts indefinitely? So he wasn't boasting. This is truly a master. Lanfong was satisfied. Now that you've seen it, let's go. My time is precious, don't waste it. The whole group quickly moved towards where the cultists were. Rakshasa whispered, Dragon King, Lanfong's innate skill is truly formidable. Is it S rank? The Dragon King replied, no, I heard my father say it's probably A rank. Rakshasa wondered, an A rank innate skill is that powerful? Are you sure you're not mistaken? The Dragon King said he wasn't mistaken. He pointed. Do you see the crystal orb weapon he's holding? That's no ordinary weapon. Rakshasa uttered in. The item in Lanfong's hand was an S-rank blessing orb, dealing 240 to 400 damage. Its effect was to increase innate skill effects by 100%, and its durability was 99/99. Rakshasa wondered. It increases innate skill effects by 100%. No wonder he was so confident just now, because this soul orb doubles his A-rank innate skill, even surpassing S-rank innate skills. Lanfong continued, once you enter this area, enemies will start attacking. As long as you stay within my green barrier, I guarantee you'll be buffed. If you step out of the magic circle and fall asleep then, don't blame me. The deeper they went, the darker and colder the atmosphere became. Chu, though, was scared. This place is so terrifying. On the ground, corpses lay scattered. Most people died with their eyes wide open, their eyes rolled back, looking very frightening. From a distance, the cultists stood ready, waiting for everyone to arrive, like grim reapers waiting to take lives. Lanfong said, I'm only responsible for buffing and preventing curses. You'll have to take care of killing the monsters yourselves. Rakshasa immediately agreed. They gradually approached the cultists. Giant God and Dragon King went ahead cautiously. Rakshasa gave the order. Group 1, focus fire on the red-robed cultist on the left. Group 2, focus fire on the blue-robed cultist on the right. Group 2, focus fire on the blue-robed cultist on the left. Fire. Following his words, hundreds of arrows tore through the air, whistling towards the cultists. Shuyan Tom laughed triumphantly. Taste the feeling of being defeated in an instant. An arrow shot through and hit the blue-robed cultist, and the oil lamp at his hand began to flicker. It fell to the ground and shattered, and a strange purple gas quickly spread out. Rakshasa told everyone, "Everyone pay attention. The curse has appeared." The system also quickly announced, "Evil Curse Level 1 Effect, 10% increased damage, affected by evil aura, effect, 10% increase in character stench." Immediately after, a green light enveloped everyone, making the whole group bewildered. Lan Fong said, "I promise to lead you through this floor, so feel free to unleash your attacks." With the help of such a master, everyone quickly regained their spirits, happily picked up their weapons, and said in unison, "Okay." Long Vong laughed loudly. "This feeling is amazing. Finally I can fight to my heart's content." Chi Thursday also stood by, reminding everyone, "Let's fight quickly and win decisively." On this side, Yu and La Sat are also focusing intently. A chaotic battle ensued. Archers stood at the back, supporting everyone fighting at the front. Lan Fong looked at Chu though. "Hey kid, why aren't you fighting monsters?" She replied blankly, "My combat ability is terrible, I can't fight." He retorted irritably, "Your teammates are fighting their hearts out, and you're just sitting here enjoying yourself?" What does that have to do with you? Aren't you also sitting here enjoying yourself? He was exasperated and speechless. This kid! A rain of hundreds of arrows and spears flew rapidly towards the cultists, momentarily making them seem to be at a disadvantage. Lan Fong stood in front of a door. "After collecting all the spoils from this round, remember to hand them all over to me." He turned his head and continued, "Also, beyond this door is the final boss, the Grand Cult Leader. I have something to say." Lasat was surprised. "What is it?" He said, "Because there are too many of you. If you want me to come and fight the boss with you, you'll have to pay extra." This surprised Lasat. "What? Extra pay?" Long Vong also panicked. "Uncle Tai, wasn't it clear before? Now you want more money? That's very unfair." He gave a sinister grin. "Chulong, I'm only here to help out of respect for you and your father. The price for everyone to invite me should be 1,000,000 gold. That meager reward isn't even a fraction of it. Your team is too big, and the poisonous snakes in there are difficult to deal with. Protecting fragile targets like archers isn't easy." See you then spoke up. "The poisonous snakes released by the boss spit out potent venom. If not detoxified in time, you'll die instantly." Lasek got straight to the point. "So, how much money do you need?" He greedily replied, "I'll charge per person, 500,000 each." This uncle was too greedy. The price he quoted made everyone gape in unison. "What?" Everyone spoke up. "Your fee is outrageous, uncle. There are so many of us. Where would we get such a large amount of money?" Chu, though, angrily pointed at him. "You're being too much. You're abandoning your integrity for money." She, who was usually gentle, suddenly stepped forward fiercely. "Selfish people like you won't have true friends. When you die, you'll be alone on the Yellow Springs Road. Even fake ghost spirits will look down on you." Hearing her curses, Lan Fong suddenly became agitated. "What did you say, kid? Who taught you those words?" Seeing his agitation, La Sek quickly stepped forward to shield her. "I apologize. My friend is a bit emotional. Please, sir." But he ignored his words and went straight to her, asking, "Hey, kid, where did you hear those words? Tell me quickly." Chu, though, stammered, "My dad said it." Lan Fong was curious. "Your dad? What's his name? Is it Tao Gi?" Chu, though, was surprised. "My dad's name is Tao Gi. Do you know him, uncle?" She stepped forward and pressed. "Do you know my dad?" Lan didn't deny it. "Of course I know him. Your father was my superior, and more than that, he was my mentor." She was emotional. "What? You and my dad are colleagues. You also work at the Ministry of National Security? So, do you know what happened to my dad on the 30th floor? Why hasn't he returned yet?" Lan Fong panicked, suddenly clenching his teeth helplessly. "My life, Tai Chi-Kiet's life was saved by her father. Chu, though, urged, "Please tell me quickly, where exactly is my dad? Is he alive or dead?" Long Vong stepped forward. "I once heard my father mention that something very big happened that year, which led Uncle Tai to leave the Ministry of National Security." Lan Fong recounted, "That year, our team had a total of 7 people. Your father was the team leader. He led our team, along with 3 A-rank powerhouses, to explore the 30th floor of the Demon Realm. At that time, our team were the first adventurers to encounter the boss of the 30th floor." La Set stepped forward. "The 30th floor, is it the Snow Maiden?" Lan Fong admitted, "Yes, it was indeed the Snow Maiden." He continued, "Our team was deceived by her gentle and fragile appearance. The entire team had 10 people, with 4 S-rank talents alone, and everyone was very powerful, but unexpectedly. The Snow Maiden only used 1 skill, yet out of the 10 people, 6 were frozen into stone. Captain Chow, in order to protect the remaining members and ensure their safe retreat, was also hit by the Snow Maiden's skill and frozen into stone." Xiao cried out in anguish, tears falling. Lan Fong stopped her. "The reason I'm talking to you is to advise you not to go. Your current strength is too weak. Going there would only waste your life." But Xiao was completely confident. Lan Fong was surprised. Xiao turned and said, "La Sat said." Lan Fong calculated. Siyu then was surprised. Xiao was touched. He looked embarrassed. Lan Fong instructed. Everyone shouted in unison. Inside, it was truly a terrifying sight, with various venomous cobras slithering on the ground. The aggressive boss of the 9th floor said. As soon as he finished speaking, those snakes turned and stared at La Sat's group. Long Sat shouted loudly. La Sat instructed. "Understood." Hundreds of arrows flew towards the venomous snakes. Everyone tried to maintain a safe distance from them. The snakes were quickly eliminated, but there were still many more. Lan Fong stepped forward and praised. On this side, Chi Thursday also quickly launched ice shurikens at the snakes, freezing them to death. Arrows continued to fly. It seemed that in the first round, everyone successfully eliminated these venomous snakes using La Sat's method. Items quickly littered the ground. Dazzling, colorful orbs appeared before everyone's eyes, delighting them all. La Sat said. Lan Fong gave a helpless smile. Shuyan Tom excitedly shouted. Everyone murmured. Xiao, though, happily looked at him. Lan Fong gave a helpless smile. La Sat stepped forward. He said, "The damage isn't high, so everyone can rest assured. The only thing to watch out for is his dark magic. That thing is very formidable. Once hit, all stats will be reduced by 50. Long Vong stepped forward. Lan Fong explained. So when they were reduced to 0, they mistakenly thought it would directly drop to 0. The duration of the dark magic is similar. It won't last forever, only for 60 minutes. La Sat realized. Lan Fong continued. When the Great Hierarch enters Phase 3, he will transform into a giant serpent demon with incredibly terrifying attack power, and also riots that can poison over 10 people at once. Not only that, he also has the ability to drain blood, each time draining 50% of an adventurer's HP to replenish his own blood, prolonging his life. Noyedon was scared. It sounds really terrifying. Everyone around also trembled. La Sat said, "Don't be scared, everyone. There are so many of us, and Uncle Tai is also here to help, so we'll definitely be fine. Let's give it a try." Long Vong stepped forward. Finally, it's our melee group's turn to act. Noyedon also quickly stepped forward. La Sat instructed, "I'll attack the boss. Everyone get ready." An arrow tore through the air, flying straight towards the chest of the 9th floor boss. He roared in annoyance. The hierarch continued. "Arrogant unbelievers in the divine, lowly mortals die." La Sat shouted. "Elder brother Siyu, hold the boss's aggro. Chi Thursday, control the enemy. Melee and ranged attack groups, deal damage. Everyone watch your safety." Everyone shouted understood. In unison, then a protective aura enveloped everyone present. Long Vong angrily shouted, "I'm so mad. This time, I'll avenge Jietro." Lan Fong praised. not panicking in the face of danger. La Sat's command ability is excellent. Chu, though becoming friends with him was the right choice. Chu, though, also happily said, "That's right, elder brother La Sat is amazing. He can even summon bosses." Lan Fong was surprised. "Are you saying his skill can summon bosses?" She replied, "Wild Village Toad, Doghead Man, elder brother La Sat can summon them all." Uncle Tai trembled. "Oh my God, does such talent really exist? If he can summon bosses, then can he also summon Snow Maiden from the 30th floor?" Long Vong stepped forward, shouting fiercely, "Take this strike of mine." Noyedan and Siyu then also provided support from behind. La Set said loudly with satisfaction, "Exactly. Everyone keep it up, keep attacking." The boss had indeed lost a significant amount of health. He furiously roared, "Lowly mortals!" Finally, he unleashed ultimate skill. La Set shouted, "Everyone be careful, it's dark magic." Siyu then angrily used his shield to block. Damn it. But unfortunately, Siyu then was hit by the dark magic. He exclaimed in a panic, "Oh no!" The system announced, "You have been afflicted by the Great Hierarch's dark magic." Siyu then's health had been significantly reduced. He was knocked back, unable to react, and could only let out a cry. Long Vong was startled. "Damn it, the damage is too high." He then continued to attack Siyu then. Noyedan charged forward with her sword, striking directly at the hierarch. At this moment, she and he were in direct melee combat, but it seemed Noyedan was no match for this boss. He directly knocked her far back, and Noyedan's health had also been significantly reduced. Siyu then worried, "Noyedan, be careful." The boss seemed even more aggressive now. Noyedan lay helplessly on the ground. Her stats had dropped to 0. She couldn't heal anymore. Then she turned her head, and was surprised. The Centaur Overlord boss had been quickly summoned by last Saturday. Everyone from Shuyan Tam was also surprised and delighted by this sight. Centaur Overlord boss shouted loudly, "By my master's command, I will kill you." Then he fiercely stomped towards the hierarch. Lan Fong ordered, "Melee fighters afflicted by the curse, retreat quickly. Wait until the dark magic disappears, then continue fighting." Long Vong quickly obeyed the order. Lasat ran towards Noyedan worried, "Are you okay?" She shyly replied, "I'm fine, thank you." Siyu then weakly said, "Lasat, this isn't the way. With stats reduced to 0, everyone's attacks no longer deal damage. If this drags on, the Great Hierarch will attack again." Lasat also agreed, "Indeed, we must think of another way." On this side, the Centaur Overlord boss was still fiercely attacking the hierarch, but his health was quickly drained by the other one. Long Vong panicked. "It's over, General Lasat. Your Centaur Overlord is almost done for." Noyedan was also anxious. "Damn it, this boss's dark magic is so annoying." Lasat raised his hand to recall the Centaur Overlord boss. "Dragging this on isn't the way. I need to verify my hypothesis." Suddenly, the Centaur Overlord boss, who was fighting the hierarch, became transparent. He ferociously turned left and right, then roared, "Lowly mortal, come out and receive my judgment." After that, Lasat summoned the Centaur Overlord boss once again. This time, the Centaur's aura was more aggressive. Long Vong was surprised. "Has General Centaur Overlord's cursed status disappeared?" Lasat said with satisfaction, "It was exactly as I predicted. Just recalling the summoned creature will remove the buff. General, teach him some manners." General Centaur Overlord was more aggressive this time. He launched the long spear in his hand towards the heretic cult leader. The ferocious, sharp spear tore through the air, directly striking the cult leader's chest, completely depleting his health. The system announced, "Congratulations, your summoned subordinate has defeated the cult leader." Lasat clenched his fist in satisfaction. Everyone was surprised to see the cult leader killed. The grand cult leader is dead? The great cult leader was killed by the guild master. Long live the guild master. But the cult leader didn't seem to be dead. He trembled and let out a cunning laugh. Then he lifted his head and roared, "Do you think you can defeat me like that? You fools!" Lan Fong panicked. "Everyone pay attention. The Grand Cult leader is about to enter Phase 3. Fan Tien was ready, and everyone quickly raised their guard. A dark red smoke enveloped the Grand Cult leader. He was beginning to transform. A colossal snake, as big as a pillar, quickly appeared before everyone. He ferociously looked at La Sat's group. "Today will be the end for you, you lowly beings." He charged wildly. Everyone dodged, but the surrounding rocks and earth were shaken and shattered. One person among them panicked. "This guy's power is too terrifying." La Set stepped forward. Brother Siyu then has drawn aggro. Ranged attackers prepare to shoot the boss. Fan Tien quickly spat a large flame towards the Grand Cult leader, dealing a small but negligible amount of damage. The arrows shot at him were like tickles. An archer grumbled, "Damn it, is this possible? Why is the damage so low?" Lasat replied, "It must be because the scale defense is too high. Don't worry, keep attacking." The Grand Cult leader roared louder, "You lowly beings, turn to dust." A purple poison was quickly shot towards everyone. In the crowd, someone yelled a warning, "Watch out, it's the boss's venom." Lan Fong shouted, "Everyone, focus on healing. If your health is low, quickly use healing potions. You must not stop firing arrows. Everyone, hold on a little longer. He's almost at half health." Fan Tien quickly breathed fire towards the Grand Cult leader, but he seemed to have no intention of dodging, directly standing there to endure all attacks. It seemed his heavy body made it difficult for him to move. General Centaur Overlord quickly charged and struck the Grand Cult leader, and this time, his health significantly dropped. The Grand Cult leader immediately changed targets and turned towards General Centaur Overlord. La sat worried. "This isn't good. The boss's aggro has been drawn by General Centaur Overlord." Suddenly, the Grand Cult leader ferociously bit General Centaur Overlord's shoulder, lifted him into the air, and squeezed him tightly, rapidly depleting the general's health. Lan Fong panicked. "The serpent demon is draining General Centaur Overlord's blood. Stop him quickly." After successfully draining the general's blood, it spat out its target's corpse. Its health quickly recovered by more than half. The great boss smiled cunningly. "How delicious fresh blood is." La Set stepped forward. "General Centaur Overlord only has 15% health left. We'll have to wait until he recovers before he can rejoin the battle." Shuyan Tam stood beside him. "Without General Centaur Overlord, the damage output is significantly reduced. Currently, we can only rely on Long Vong and Lu Noyedon." Lan Fong grumbled, "Hey kid, your command ability is excellent, but your team is too weak." Lasat said, "My friends aren't strong enough yet, but they are actually very talented." He continued, "I don't mean to say your friends aren't talented, but your team composition is illogical. There's a huge problem. Haven't you noticed?" Lasat stammered. Lan Fong explained, "Your team has one tank, two melee warriors, one crowd control mage, and one healing mage. While it seems like a reasonable combination, in reality, it harbors a huge hidden danger, a severe lack of damage output. In the demon realm, how far a team can go depends on whether their damage output is high or low, especially magic damage. The Ice Mage, not the Chi Thursday, can control enemies and dictate the pace of battles, but the most important role of a mage is still to kill monsters. Currently, your team is lacking a profession responsible for magic damage." Lasat thought, "The current team indeed has this problem. If I want to add members, I need to discuss it with Brother Siyu, Thence Group." He added, "Not only that, but the higher the floors, the monster's defense will increase dramatically. You're still missing a support profession to help the team improve its dungeon clearing ability. If necessary, I can introduce you to some potential candidates. As long as they agree to join your team, I'm sure your team will grow stronger." Lasat got straight to the point. "How much money will it cost to invite these people to join?" Lan Fong said, "Currently, 500,000 for A-tier talent. If you want to find stronger individuals, the price will be higher." La Sat declined because his team didn't have much money, and the demon realm was a dangerous place where one could not trust people's intentions. Lan Fong said, "You can consider it, but with your current strength, you can at most reach floors 20 or 23. Going higher than that will be very difficult." On this side, Long Vong fiercely charged forward and shouted, "You bastard die! See you then worried. Long Vong, be careful." The Grand Cult leader charged and used his strong, thick tail to sweep hard at Long Vong, knocking him down. Little Princess was anxious. "Annoying Long Vong, you're getting attacked and don't know how to dodge. Do you think you're a tank? I can't heal fast enough." Noyedon also turned and shouted, "Long Vong, are you crazy? Quickly get to the back." The Grand Cult leader smugly looked at the small group of people in front of him and laughed loudly. "The end for you lowly beings has come." The venomous explosive spell was quickly unleashed towards Siyu, Vance's group. He frantically shouted, "Be careful." Long Vong also clenched his teeth. "Little Princess, quickly heal us. We're counting on you." On this side, everyone was quickly suffocated by the poison. Little Princess said she was healing, but her mana was almost depleted. "Quickly think of a way." La Sat pondered. "We can't keep dragging this on. The snake demon scales are as hard as steel. Normal attacks can hardly cause damage." Then he shouted, "All ranged attackers, listen to my command. Aim for the snake demon's mouth. The moment he opens his mouth, shoot your arrows." Shuyan Tam was pleased. "That's a good idea. I don't believe his belly has scales either." The snake demon took a deep breath to gather as much toxic gas as possible in its mouth, seemingly wanting to deliver a decisive attack. La Sat stepped forward and shouted, "The opportunity has come. Everyone, get ready to aim straight for the snake demon's mouth." At the same moment it opened its mouth, preparing to spray another mouthful of toxic gas, La Sat shouted the command, "Shoot arrows." Hundreds of arrows whizzed powerfully towards the great snake's mouth. It seemed they had succeeded in the first step. Its health bar was almost depleted. Noyedon shouted, "Long Vong, seize the moment. The snake demon is about to die." Long Vong struck with satisfaction. "Well done." It ferociously swept its long tail across to block everyone's attacks. Long Vong was surprised. "What's going on? Why is he curling up into an egg?" Lan Fong shouted, warning everyone, "Don't get complacent. The snake demon will escape." Long Vong turned back, surprised. "What? After fighting for so long, he's just running away." Suddenly, a small white snake secretly slithered quickly towards the back of the temple from out of nowhere, but it was spotted by Chutho, who shouted, "Look, there's a small snake." Lan Fong said, "Don't let him escape. If he hides in a hole, all our efforts will be in vain." La Sat picked up his bow and arrow. "I've got this." Then he aimed straight at the target. The arrow whizzed straight towards the snake, strongly lodging itself in its neck. The Grand Cult leader screamed, "Damn you lowly beings!" La Sat sighed with relief. "Thank goodness, we almost let him get away." The system announced, "Congratulations, you have successfully slain the Grand Cult leader." Red orbs and treasures quickly dropped after La Sat eliminated the Grand Snake Cult leader. Little Princess's eyes lit up as she happily cheered. So this annoying guy had hidden so many good things after all. Shuyan Tam and everyone else also cheered excitedly. Everyone had given their best for this battle. La Sat bent down to look at the treasures, to see what valuable items there were. Suddenly, Lan Fong stepped forward, his face solemn. La Sat, hearing his name called so suddenly, looked back curiously. On this side, everyone excitedly quickly divided the treasures. Lan Fong and La Sat stood aside. He said, "The boss is defeated. My mission is also complete. La Sat, I have something I want to discuss with you." He was surprised. "What is it?" The two talked for a long time. La Sat listened intently to Lan Fong, deep in thought. He continued, "So, you mean you hope I'll go to the 30th floor to save Chutho's father?" Lan Fong said, "This is exactly what I wanted to ask you. I hope you can save my former superior. If there's a price to pay, I'm willing to accept it. La Sat continued. There's no need to pay any price. I've already promised you, though. If I'm able to save her father, I'm very willing to help. However, the journey to the 30th floor is extremely difficult. There will be times when I'll need your help. Lan Fong said, No problem. Just contact me whenever you need me. See you, then stepped forward. La Sat, the loot is almost sorted out. Let's go to the 10th floor. He quickly agreed. Lan Fong continued. You all quickly go to the altar on the 10th floor. I'm old, and this battle has lasted too long. My body can't take it anymore. Please take care of Chu though for me. Also, every 10 floors there will be a boundary separating levels, and the difficulty of the demon realm will gradually increase. Everyone needs to be careful. Rakshasa reassured. Don't worry, uncle, I understand. After collecting the treasures, everyone quickly went to the altar together. The crowd murmured, I can't believe we reached the 10th floor. It's all thanks to our guild leader. That's right. Long live the guild leader. On the 10th floor of the demon realm, it was like a desolate desert, and there were also many animal skeletons appearing there. Everyone marveled. This place is so desolate. According to the Demon Realm Handbook, this place is a boundless ancient battlefield. Look, there are indeed many skeletons of the dead on the battlefield. Little Princess stretched, fighting the 9th floor snake demon for 7 hours. It must be 3 a.m. now, right? I'm so sleepy. Noyedon said, How about we meet tomorrow? The exam day is approaching. Many people need to prepare for the exam. Rakshasa looked at her and thought, Did she realize my identity? Does she know I'm about to take an exam? No way. See you, then step forward. Yeah, everyone's tired. Let's just go offline for now. What do you think, Rakshasa? He quickly agreed. Everyone go rest. Everyone said goodbye and simultaneously went offline to prepare for the upcoming conquest of the 10th floor. Noyedon and Rakshasa also quickly said goodbye. It seemed both of them stayed till the end, waiting for everyone to go offline before they left. Rakshasa opened the system to calculate. 5 high-grade demon soul orbs, 7 mid-grade demon soul orbs, and 4 low-grade demon soul orbs. I'll absorb this much first. After that, he absorbed all of them. Strength increased by 1, speed by 2, and spirit by 2. With this level, I can definitely pass the Tandai Academy exam, right? The sky quickly brightened. At Professor Bang's house, a familiar voice said, Hello, little Trake. You're here early? He turned around in confusion. You called me little Trake? Just call me by my normal name, sister. Professor Bang immediately hit him hard and shouted, Don't get distracted. Focus your mind. Follow what I taught you. Chuang Trake screamed. He launched a strong punch forward, his eyes showing intense focus. Just like that, Chuang Trake continuously threw punches, and the machine soon trembled. Looking at the board, his punch force reached 3,010 kilograms. Chu Kam, observing from behind, gasped in surprise. Chuang Trake was also surprised. I can't believe it reached 3,000 kilograms. Chu Kam shrieked in alarm. What? He completed the initiation in just a few days. Really? Chuang Trake humbly said. This is all thanks to Professor Bang's guidance. The professor was satisfied. It seems you've grasped the basic content of the dragon breath technique. After that, Professor Bang continued to tap Chuang Trake's head hard with the stick. Stop talking nonsense. Keep practicing. Chu Kam came closer. Unbelievable. He comprehended the dragon breath technique in just a few days. Professor Bang happily said, Chu Kam, where did you find this kid? She said smugly, Of course, it's thanks to my keen eyes. I worked so hard to find such an excellent student, and yet the professor scolds me. Professor Bang chuckled. You annoying girl, almost 30, and still not acting like an adult. This kid is truly a talent. After practicing, Chuang Trake was about to leave when Chu Kim called out from the door. Chuang Trake. He quickly turned around. She stepped forward. I won't be in Tian Fong City for the next few days, so I can't cheer for you. So I'm sending my wishes now. I hope you pass the Tandai Academy exam and become my schoolmate. She continued, these days, you must pay attention to the person in the picture. This guy stole Tran Hao. He's extremely dangerous. Truong Trake picked up the photo. It's Thursday, Quam. Okay, I'll keep an eye on this person. Before leaving, Chu Cam reminded him, I have some work at the security department. I'm leaving now. If you need anything, just contact me. Truong Trake replied, okay. After finishing his studies at Professor Bang's house, Truong Trake quickly went online. On the 10th floor of the Demon Realm, everyone had already gathered. Seeing him arrive, Long Vong stepped forward and called out, Rakshasa. Seeing everyone, Rakshasa asked, Shuyan Tam, what's wrong? Why do you look so gloomy? Shuyan Tam sighed. Lan Fong was right. Starting from the 10th floor, the monsters are becoming increasingly unpredictable. Dragon King comforted. What's so hard about it? Men shouldn't complain about difficulties. Shuyan Tam grumbled. Then why did you run away when we encountered the 10-meter-tall monstrous war chariot? Dragon King stammered. I just wasn't ready yet. Rakshasa said, I've looked through the Demonic Realm Handbook. It says there's an extremely giant monster on the 10th floor. Have you all encountered it yet? Dragon King said, That's right, that's it. He described it. Over 10 meters tall, when it moves, the ground shakes violently, and there are 3 beast-human warriors on its back. One holding a bow, one holding a spear, and it's like an armored vehicle itself. How are we supposed to fight them? Rakshasa stepped forward. Now that everyone's here, let's go find that terrifying monster together. Rakshasa's group advanced, and everyone around exclaimed, This team is huge. 100 people, really? What's the use of so many people? A bunch of archers as weak as snails. How can they withstand the monster's attacks? Just as his group passed, dust filled the air. A loud noise reverberated fiercely, and everyone stopped to observe. Titan shouted, Everyone be careful. Something with terrifying destructive power is flying towards us. Dragon King and Shuyan Tam gritted their teeth and watched, but they couldn't see clearly yet. In the mist, 3 ferocious monsters stood before them, roaring fiercely. Titan exclaimed in alarm, The size of that monstrous war chariot is too great. Even I can barely resist it, Rakshasa. To protect the Archer Guild's safety, I suggest we maintain a safe distance to prevent being hit by the monstrous war chariot. Shuyan Tam disagreed. If we're too far, they won't be able to shoot arrows. Can't the archers help at all? Moonlight stepped forward to ask, Rakshasa, what do you think? He said, Everyone, do you see the beast human holding the chain? Look at his movements. He's controlling the monstrous war chariot with that chain. I think that's the key. He continued, First, Big Brother Titan must advance to draw aggro. We'll deal with the beast human in the front, and then the monstrous war chariot will lose control. Its danger level will decrease. Once we deal with the monster, we'll have a way to handle the remaining beast humans. Titan quickly advanced. He held his shield and fiercely charged towards the enormous monster in front of them. The leader held a large horn and blew loudly, seemingly signaling the monster. It roared fiercely and charged. They quickly rushed forward, heading straight for Titan, preparing to attack. In an instant, he was fiercely rammed by the monster and sent flying a great distance. Titan's shield broke in half, and he exclaimed in shock, This guy's strength is terrifying. The beast didn't stop. It pushed its long snout towards Titan, but he still tried to resist. Rakshasa shouted, Everyone prepare, fire lethal arrows at them. Hundreds of arrows, at his command, quickly rained down. The beast human was quickly hit by arrows and fell off his monster. The 2 remaining on top also looked down in alarm, observing the situation. The one below was shot by arrows and lay on the ground, unable to stand. The monster, now enraged, roared loudly, its eyes glowing, and it fiercely attacked Titan with even greater intensity. Rakshasa shouted anxiously, Oh no, the monster's gone berserk. Titan run. Due to the monster's frenzy, the 2 beast humans on its back were also thrown off. It madly charged forward without anyone's guidance. Dragon King gritted his teeth. The giant has escaped. Moonlight, let's deal with those two beast humans. As soon as he finished speaking, Dragon King and Moonlight, weapons in hand, charged towards the two beast humans. Moonlight had barely fought a few moves when he exclaimed, "These beast humans react quickly and know how to dodge attacks." Rakshasa, holding his bow and arrows, commanded, "Attack together." Everyone then focused all their forces on the two beast humans. They were quickly sent flying, and an arrow shot straight into the beast human's chest. Dragon King said, "Finally defeated them, but unfortunately the monster got away." Moonlight exclaimed, "Everyone look!" From a distance, someone's figure was standing near the ferocious monster. Rakshasa said, "It looks like there's someone over there." He said, "It's that monster from earlier. It's charging towards that person. Let's go save him." Titan panicked. "It's too late." The ferocious monster looked towards the young man in armor, aimed straight, and charged. But it seemed he wasn't afraid at all, even squinting his eyes into a smile, then fiercely gripping his weapon and advancing. That young man's sword quickly glided through the air a few times, striking straight at the monstrous beast. The speed was truly fast. By the time the young man retracted his sword, the monstrous beast was already defeated. It turned out to be none other than Nati Thursday Kwong. He happily looked at him. "La Sat, I finally found you. I didn't expect to meet my sworn enemy in this demon realm." Long Vong was annoyed. 9,000 damage, finishing off the monstrous war chariot in one blow. La Sat thought in shock. His attack power is terrifying, and I could barely even see his sword draw. Nati Thursday Kwong spoke up. "La Sat, I found you. They said you were on the 10th floor of the demon realm. I wasted so much time searching everywhere." La Sat stepped forward. "Nati Thursday Kwong, I don't think I know you." He replied, "Let's be direct. I'm from Thursday Kwong, and I'm here today to invite you to join us." La Sat was surprised. "Join? I'm not interested in criminal groups." He continued, "This world will eventually be overrun by monsters. Only by joining Thursday Kwong will you have a chance to survive. So I hope you'll consider carefully whether you want to join or not." La Sat challenged, "What if I still don't want to join?" Nati Thursday Kwong's expression changed at his refusal. He drew his sword. "Hey, young man, are you really not afraid of death?" The sharp blade was quickly pressed against La Sat's neck. Si Yu then was annoyed. "We're not afraid of you." Noyedon also spoke up. "La Sat, don't join them." Long Vong was agitated. "That's right. You guys do nothing but evil deeds." La Sat added, "With our current strength, we're definitely no match for you, but I will absolutely not bow down." The two stared at each other with daggers in their eyes. It seemed Thursday Kwong hadn't expected La Sat to be so stubborn. He retracted his sword and smiled faintly. "Indeed, a bunch of naive people who don't know their place. La Sat will meet again." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned and left. Long Vong was annoyed. "Are we just going to let him go like that?" La Sat said, "Currently, we're not his match. Now isn't the time for a fight. The most important thing is to get stronger." He continued, "Exactly. Before he left, Lan Fong told me the coordinates of a secret camp in here and said that place can enhance equipment. Let's go check it out." Si Yu then was surprised. "Enhance equipment?" In the distance, Nati Thursday Kwong quickly reported the situation to his group. They planned to infiltrate Tan Dai and kill all the students. One of them said, "The teachers at Tan Dai Academy aren't just for show." La Sat's group quickly moved forward. Long Vong was surprised. "I didn't expect someone to arrive first." La Sat observed carefully. "It seems we're not the only ones who know about the existence of this camp. Others know about it too." The little princess looked ahead. "Those two adventurers look familiar." La Sat was surprised. "It's them." Long Vong was annoyed. What a small world. The two people in front were Van Fong Cuc and Tran Thieu. He immediately recognized him. Van Fong said, "Young Master Tran, just do your job well. Don't worry about other things. One of them rejoiced. S-Rank. I finally have an S-Rank weapon. Then he laughed heartily. The other old man with a beard spoke up. Give me all the other materials, too. That will help increase the quality and the success rate of enhancement. But I must warn you, equipment enhancement isn't 100% guaranteed to succeed. There's a chance the weapon could be damaged, so you must consider carefully. Lasat calculated. It seems the failure rate for enhancement is quite high. If we're not careful, we could damage our weapons. Long Vong agreed. That's right. My son is only level 3, but I still can't bear to lose it. Van Fong spoke up. Young Master Tran, calm down. It's just one piece of equipment. You're someone who's meant for great things. You shouldn't get bogged down by trifles. Tran Thu sweated but agreed. The other person considered. The weapon stats are quite good, and with the additional materials, the enhancement level will significantly increase. Then he raised his hammer and fiercely slammed it down onto the crossbow on the table. The little princess and Long Vong stood nearby, constantly mocking. Fail. Fail. That bearded old man persisted, and suddenly the system displayed a notification. Congratulations. Your weapon enhancement was successful. Tran Thu secretly cheered in joy. Excellent. Attack 2700 to 3800. Freezing effect lasts 20 seconds. 10 seconds longer than before. Good, good. The little princess and Long Vong were annoyed. Heaven has no eyes. Tran Thu's subordinates also marveled. Wow, SS rank. That old man looked towards Lasat. Next one. You, bring your bow and arrow forward. Van Fong calculated. Lasat's weapon must also be S-rank. Sure enough, he can't be underestimated. Tran Thu replied. It must be pure luck that he got an S-rank weapon. He said, do you have materials? The higher the grade, the better. It can significantly boost the enhancement's effectiveness. He was surprised. Snake demon scales? Even snake demon tendons? Good, good. These materials are all very effective. Van Fong was surprised. Snake demon scales? Snake demon tendons? Perhaps these are things taken from the snake demon boss on the 9th floor of the demon realm. Tran Thu was annoyed. Why didn't we get these things when we fought the boss? That person quickly took the hammer and slammed it down hard onto Lasat's bow and arrow. The first strike created a resounding shock, and the sound of metal clashing emitted a golden light. Chu, though, happily said, Big brother Lasat, don't worry. It will definitely be successfully enhanced. He stood there, holding his hands tightly, waiting. Tran Thu stood beside him. The probability of enhancement failure reaches 40%. The higher the equipment rank, the higher the chance of failure. I succeeded, but you might not be so lucky. Suddenly, the old man joyfully lifted the bow and arrow. Congratulations to you. The system announced, congratulations, your weapon enhancement was successful. Its rank has also increased to SS. When attacking a target, damage will also greatly increase, changing to your own HP. The effect is that the hit target will be pierced by spikes, losing 1% of HP every second. The effect lasts for 50 seconds. Lasat was surprised. The attack power is too high. The minimum is 3,400. From now on, I won't have to worry about not having enough powerful attacks. Noyedon stepped forward happily. Congratulations, Lasat. You have an SS rank weapon now. Long Vong happily said, Lasat, tell everyone else to come and enhance their weapons too. Long Vong was dissatisfied. No, my luck has always been bad. I'm sure the enhancement will fail. Yu then quickly said, Iron staff weapons are rare in the demon realm. Although Long Vong's weapon is A rank, if it breaks, he won't have a weapon to use. Tran Thu angrily turned around and cursed. I can't believe he succeeded. Van Fong stood beside him, comforting him. Young Master Tran, let's go. It's getting late. You still need to prepare for the competition. Yu then said, It's late. Everyone should go offline to the altar. Long Vong will go home to check on his father. Noyedon also went back to prepare for her exams. Lasat stepped forward and said, See you all tomorrow. It was quickly morning at the martial arts training room. Chuang Trake exclaimed in surprise. Oh, really? 1907 kilograms. The examination teacher read the results. Strength 1907 kilograms. Speed 2100 m/30 seconds. Stamina 624. Push-ups over 60 seconds. Mental and neurological examination stable for 34 minutes. Oh my goodness. The teacher handed him the result sheet. Chuang Trake, your performance truly exceeded my expectations. He humbly said, Teacher Lu Vai, I will continue to work hard. The teacher happily said, Well done, Chuang Trake. You haven't disappointed me. Rest well and focus on preparing for the exam. He happily said, Yes, I'll head back now, sir. As he was wiping his sweat with a towel, Lai Lai and Zhao Vai also walked over. The three of them brushed past each other without realizing it. Zhao Vai casually ate a candy and looked around. This is the place. The boys in the school buzzed. Who are these two beautiful girls? They don't look ordinary. Oh my goodness. Their brooches are the Qingda Academy emblem. They're students from Qingda Academy. Really? What are they doing at our school? But they didn't care. Lai Lai said, Miss, the test area is up ahead. The teacher politely greeted. Hello, your name is? She didn't waste words. Duong Zhao Vai. The teacher continued. Go ahead and start. Zhao Vai gently breathed into her hands twice, then stepped forward to the punching machine. She lightly swung her arm and punched, but the force seemed immense, creating an incredibly piercing sound. The impact force is 1,566 kilograms. It seems her strength is on par with Chuang Trake's. The crowd grew even more excited. 1,566 kilograms. This beauty is amazing. Zhao Vai smugly said, How boring. This result is definitely first place. What's the point of participating in this test? I might as well directly get into Qingda Academy. A student started discussing, but she's still not as good as the student before her. The other person replied, That's right. He achieved over 1,900 kilograms then. Zhao Vai was startled and turned to ask, What did you just say? Someone is better than me. Achieved 1,900 kilograms. It quickly got dark. Chuang Trake had returned home. He said to himself, I'm exhausted. I finally finished the test. Chu Fong happily stepped forward. Brother, you're back. He worried. Chu Fong, what's wrong? Why do you look so pale? Suddenly, those two uninvited guests feigned a smile. Chuang Trake is back? Your uncle and dad have come to see you about something. He thought to himself, after his parents passed away, those two had always coveted this house. Their sudden visit surely means nothing good. He asked irritably, Uncle and Aunt, what brings you here so suddenly today? Chu Fong said, They've come to take money. Chuang Trake asked in surprise, Take money? His aunt spoke up. What do you mean, take money? That sounds awful. Your cousin Chuang Bak has gotten his test results. He's qualified to be admitted to Dongdai Academy, but as you know, Dongdai's tuition isn't cheap at all. His uncle also spoke up. Your aunt and I are a bit short on cash lately, so we'd like to ask you to pay the tuition first. After all, your cousin got into a good school, and you're the elder brother, so you should congratulate him, right? He calculated silently. Dongdai Academy is considered a second-tier academy, but compared to Tandai, it's far inferior. His aunt cut him off. Don't make excuses about being poor to us. His uncle shamelessly said, You helped the police catch criminals before and received a large sum of money. We saw it on TV. They only need 400,000. You can keep the rest. Chuang Trake said cheerfully, Auntie is absolutely right. My cousin got into Dongdai, and as his older brother, I should congratulate him a little. Chu Fong said indignantly, Why? They're so shameless. His uncle spoke up. It seems you still have a conscience. When your parents died, if it weren't for us taking care of things, I'm afraid they wouldn't have had a place to rest. His greedy aunt laughed loudly. Exactly. Hurry up and give us the money. Chuang Trait continued. Auntie, don't be so impatient. Today I also took the test and registered for Tan Dai Academy. If I'm lucky enough to be selected, shouldn't you and uncle also show some appreciation for your nephew? His aunt and uncle were so surprised their mouths fell open, asking, Tan Dai Academy? Then both husband and wife laughed until tears came to their eyes. His uncle said, You got into Tan Dai Academy? That's the top martial arts academy in Dai Ha. He didn't believe he could get in. His wife also mocked. Chuang Trait said he wants to get into Tan Dai Academy. Uncle, did you hear that? He calmly responded by handing them a piece of paper. Don't believe it? Then see for yourselves. It was the notification that he had been accepted into Tan Dai Academy. Chu Fong joyfully yelled, Brother, congratulations. You're on the admission list for Tan Dai Academy. Both his aunt and uncle were shocked. No way, absolutely no way. It must be a mistake on the list. His uncle angrily said, That's right, it must be a mistake. How could such good fortune fall upon a useless person like you? Don't try to trick me. Hand over the money. Chuang Trait angrily said, Even if I had money, I wouldn't give it to you too. Chu Fong chimed in with her brother. Exactly. Why should we give you money? His uncle, humiliated and enraged, raised his hand to slap his sister. She screamed in fright, but a hand quickly grabbed his wrist and squeezed hard. Chuang Trait yelled, This is the last time I'll call you uncle. If you ever dare to lay a hand on my sister again, I won't be lenient. Now, get out of my house immediately. He shrieked in panic. Ah! Ow! Let go of my hand. The couple frantically ran out the front door. Before leaving, he didn't forget to curse. You damn brats. Chuang Trait was now strong enough to protect his sister. Chu Fong stood behind her brother, gleefully mocking them. She cheered in satisfaction. I've wanted to teach them a lesson for a long time. Today, I finally got my wish. Brother, I have to tell my friends that you've been admitted to Tan Dai, so they can celebrate with me. But Chuang Trait said, This is just the admission list. I haven't been officially accepted yet. What if I'm eliminated in the end? Wouldn't that be too embarrassing? We've already chased those two evil spirits away. Chu Fong, get dinner ready. I have to go to the demon realm soon. She continued, My brother won't be eliminated. Chu Fong was surprised. You're going to the demon realm today too, brother? Aren't we celebrating? He said he had to seize the time to improve his strength. He couldn't be lazy if he wanted to get into Tan Dai. On the 10th floor of the demon realm, everyone had quickly gathered. Chu, though, asked with concern, Did you pass the test? Shui and Tam sighed. Don't even mention it. It didn't go well at all. La Sat approached. Big brother, see you then. Congratulations. Your shield has been successfully enhanced. See you then happily said, Anyway, we've reached the 10th floor. I heard the Swordmaster boss's attack power is incredibly strong. If I don't increase my defense, I'm afraid I won't be able to hold on. Long Vong laughed loudly. Noyedon's weapon has also been successfully enhanced. He looked towards Noyedon. Congratulations. She happily hummed an affirmation, then asked, Guild leader, everyone's pretty much here. What's our plan for today? Chuang Trait thought to himself, Today, we'll seize the opportunity to meet the boss of this floor, who is the Sword Master, according to the records in the Demon Realm Handbook. The boss of the 10th floor of the Demon Realm is a very strong beast-human warrior named Sword Master. His sensory skills are extremely terrifying. He has the speed of a whirlwind, a very clear mind, and excellent swordsmanship. To defeat him, we need to maintain our resolve to fight to the death. Long Vong sighed. It's still uncertain whether we can get the boss or not. First, we're still figuring out how to deal with the colossal war chariot. The piercing strike also worked. Last time, it was thanks to a glimmer of hope. Otherwise, relying solely on our archers, we wouldn't have been able to defeat that giant rhino. Moon Shadow spoke up. About this, I've already asked Uncle Six. He suggested finding 20 armored warriors to surround the beast war chariot. Afterwards, the rest will focus their attack. However, Casualties will be unavoidable. Giant God reckoned that they couldn't possibly find 20 armored warriors right now. Rakshasa spoke up. I've thought of a way. But I need everyone to cooperate. Everyone quickly agreed with him. From afar, the fierce giant beast glared its eyes towards Rakshasa's group. On its back, the three giants were still waiting, as before. Because they hadn't killed the monster yet, nothing had changed. Dragon King spoke up. Brother Giant God, we're counting on you. Giant God advanced fiercely. All right, watch me. He used his S-grade berserk blade to attack the giant beast. Just as Giant God charged, it attacked. He tried his best to block the attack. It seems Giant God's new shield is effective against this giant beast. Dragon King happily said. Giant God's new shield has a damage reflection effect, which will help hold aggro more steadily. Once he firmly holds the beast war chariot's aggro, we'll start our action. Rakshasa was satisfied. Excellent. It's time. Everyone act. Dragon King charged forward, shouting loudly. Charge! Take this staff. Moon's shadow also slashed towards the giant beast at the same time. Under the simultaneous total attack, its health quickly dropped significantly. Dragon King gritted his teeth. Moon's shadow, your attack stats are that high. This surprised him a little. Rakshasa stood from afar, raising his bow and arrow, aiming directly at the target and shooting. His arrow successfully shot straight into the chest of one of the beastmen, causing him to fall backward. It seems that this one died from just one of his arrows. An archer's jaw dropped. Wow, over 6,000 damage. Guild Master, this amount of damage is incredible. Finally, the giant beast was startled. It roared fiercely and then fled again. It was the same old scene. Giant God yelled to everyone, "Be careful, the beast is enraged again." Rakshasa ran up. Brother Giant God, those two beastmen warriors are yours. I'll lead people to chase the beast chariot. He and the others observed its direction of escape. Rakshasa spoke up. While the giant beast is enraged and has no aggro target, we'll chase and attack at the same time. Hundreds of arrows were immediately shot, and its health bar was significantly reduced. Rakshasa loudly said, "Everyone keep going. This guy is a tank. His HP is at least over 50,000. We must seize the opportunity to eliminate him before he recovers." The remaining two beastmen also fiercely advanced towards Giant God's group. On this side, Moon Shadow Dragon King and Giant God also focused their attacks on those two. Giant God said loudly, "Dragon King, Moon Shadow, seize the opportunity to attack. As for you, stay in front and use your shield to protect everyone." Moon Shadow also quickly rushed forward. She directly slashed with a sword of light. That beast man had his health significantly depleted. Dragon King was surprised. "Oh my goodness, Moon Shadow, your current damage output is truly amazing." Giant God also marveled. An upgraded weapon specialist's effects are anything but ordinary. Dragon King stepped forward, yelling, "I also upgraded my weapon." Then he quickly took his staff and struck forcefully at the remaining giant. Dragon King was satisfied. "Finally, it's done." Moon Shadow spoke up. "We must quickly chase after Rakshasa's group. Otherwise, when the giant beast's berserk state ends, they'll be in danger." Giant God immediately agreed. "That's right, let's go." So, Giant God and Moon Shadow's group quickly ran to find Rakshasa. On this side, they were focusing on attacking this gigantic monster. Although its health had been significantly reduced, it still wasn't dead. Moon Shadow quickly thought, "We must make the most of our time. Before the beast's berserk state ends, I must quickly draw the giant beast's aggro. Otherwise, Rakshasa will be in danger." He didn't care about anything around him, secretly thinking, "I must end this battle quickly. I hope this hit will be a critical strike." Then a fierce arrow shot towards the monster. Its health was reduced by 15,777. Finally, he successfully killed the huge monster. Rakshasa was overjoyed. Success. Moon Shadow was stunned. Such frighteningly high damage. Heartpiercer also shouted loudly, "Success." Rakshasa continued, "Everyone, go collect the spoils of war." Giant God was pleased. Your damage has increased a lot. He didn't deny it. Yes, but I still have an even bigger surprise. Moon Shadow exclaimed. Oh, could it be that you? Rakshasa said. Exactly. What an appearance. Then his hand quickly went to the ground. It seemed Rakshasa wanted to summon the giant beast. Now this monster was his mount. Rakshasa stood proudly on its back like a majestic general. Everyone below was astonished. Heartpiercer's jaw dropped. Wow, the guild leader can even summon a giant beast. Giant God was pleased. Rakshasa's summoning spell is truly amazing. Rakshasa said loudly, Big brother Giant God, now that I have the giant beast as a mount, you'll have an easier time from now on. Heartpiercer, you get on too, and keep an eye on the enemy situation. Heartpiercer and Giant God answered in unison. Everyone quickly got to ride on the back of the giant beast. Dragon King laughed happily. Rakshasa, you're really amazing. If we keep this up, we'll be invincible. Rakshasa was determined. As long as we kill a few more giant beasts, then everyone can ride a giant beast. By then, we'll become a giant beast army. Thinking of this, he laughed happily. His group, riding proudly on the backs of the large beasts, strode past the players here, leaving everyone stunned. Heartpiercer shouted, Watch out, there's a monster ahead. His expression quickly changed, becoming more tense. Over there was another giant beast. Rakshasa said, It's a good chance to test the giant beast's power. Then he raised his bow and arrow, aiming straight ahead, observing the target. Rakshasa quickly fired an arrow, making the beast man fall. After successfully launching that attack, he shouted, Speed up and charge. His giant beast aggressively advanced, its opponent being the giant beast in front of them. Both beasts fought each other, but it seemed Rakshasa's beast had the upper hand. He shouted, Moon Shadow Dragon King, go forward and quickly end this battle. It's those two giants again. Everyone responded and quickly attacked the two remaining giants. The archer team stood above. Rakshasa yelled, All long-range attacks, focus on the giant beasts. Hundreds of arrows quickly flew and shot straight towards that giant beast. Rakshasa raised his bow and arrow, fierce as the Grim Reaper. It's my turn to grant it rebirth. An arrow successfully pierced the head of the remaining giant beast. Its health was significantly reduced. Dragon King was happy. I'm about to get a mount. Many treasures appeared from its body. Next was another giant beast, then another. Many of them had been defeated by Rakshasa and his army. The other players buzzed amongst themselves. Does everyone know what happened? I heard there's a group of people controlling giant beast chariots. They formed an entire giant beast army. I heard they're from the Demon Realm Management Bureau. I heard rumors there's an adventurer with a special skill who can control giant beast chariots with mental power, making those giants obedient. Dragon King excitedly cheered. Oh my God, Rakshasa, this feeling is amazing. Let's go find the Beastman boss, Sword Master. We're coming. Rakshasa calculated. Ahead is the Beastman boss, Sword Master. Everyone get ready. This will probably be the toughest opponent we've ever faced. He turned and said, The Demon Realm Handbook clearly states that to defeat the Beastman Sword Master, there's only one way, to fight desperately to the very end. Heartpiercer, you lead the long-range attack group and provide support from the surroundings. Heartpiercer immediately responded. Everyone quickly entered the Sword Master's dwelling. Upon entering, they saw a giant beast with red skin, unlike the ones they had just subdued. A person was proudly sitting on it. That was the Beastman Sword Master. He was calmly holding a cup of water, resting on his giant beast, with two terrifying skulls under his feet. He looked like a Grim Reaper from hell, come to claim lives. Seeing strangers intrude, he grumbled angrily. Insignificant humans dare to invade my beastkin's territory. I will kill you all. Titan advance. He's very fast. Everyone retreat behind my shield. Indeed, his speed was incredibly fast. He instantly vanished from his seat. No one was sitting there. Sword Master yelled as he charged. You will become lost souls beneath my sword. A rapid explosion erupted, shaking the entire space. Rakshasa stood behind, calculating the time it took for him to move, and use his skill to understand the opponent. Dragon King yelled, "Over there! This Beastman Sword Master's skill cooldown is so short." Or maybe he doesn't need a cooldown at all. Rakshasa frowned. 3 seconds. Everyone, pay attention. The boss's attacks will be 3 seconds apart. Dragon King responded, "Rakshasa, you're observing very well." Then Rakshasa raised his bow, aiming directly at the Sword Master, his face extremely focused. One of his arrows flew towards a spot near the enemy's chest. Sword Master was surprised when he saw it, but he quickly swung his sword, cutting Rakshasa's arrow in half. He quickly ordered, "Dragon King, Moon Shadow, now's our chance." Both shouted understood in unison. Moon Shadow and Dragon King quickly flew over, attacking simultaneously, but the Sword Master vanished just as quickly. He used his teleportation skill, jumping up, showing off his tricks. Dragon King was astonished. He can teleport. Sword Master quickly unleashed a 100-shred strike. The moment the sword energy was released, it instilled fear in everyone. Rakshasa frantically yelled a warning. "Watch out! It's Whirlwind Slash!" Dragon King cursed angrily. "He's infuriating. And he doesn't even need skill cooldowns. How are we supposed to fight this?" Little Princess turned around. "The red giant god war chariot is attacking us too." On this side, the ferocious red monster charged at the archers, ramming into them and sending them tumbling. The archers standing above were also knocked around, unable to continue firing arrows. Sword Master ferociously swung his sword towards the Titan. Moon Shadow, standing behind, was startled. "Be careful. His power is indeed too formidable." Titan gritted his teeth. "We have to think of something. Like this, we can't counterattack." Pierceheart stepped forward. "Pierceheart, command the beast chariots to attack and eliminate that red beast. As for the Sword Master, leave him to me." Pierceheart focused all his strength. "Understood, Captain. Leave that redhead to us." The ferocious red monster rammed into Rakshasa's beasts. It seems this red one is stronger than the others. Rakshasa slammed his hand on the ground ferociously. "Appear. Grand Archpriest, let him know the power of dark magic." Very quickly, the Grand Archpriest of the 9th floor was summoned by Rakshasa. The 2 bosses from the 2 floors will now engage in battle. Grand Archpriest yelled, "Receive your punishment." The swordsman stared at the red dark magic, momentarily bewildered. He didn't know what it truly was. But then he swung his sword, slashing fiercely at the strange things before him. Everyone here panicked. "What?" The Dragon King gaped. His blade. Could it even cut dark magic? The little princess was also startled. This Beastman swordsman is ridiculously strong. Moon Shadow stepped forward. "I heard Uncle Six say that only adventurers ranked above Grandmaster can use physical attacks against magic attacks. I didn't expect this boss could do it." Rakshasa was tense. "This is completely outside my expectations." The little princess panicked and yelled, pointing forward, "Quick, think of something. He's charging again." On this side, the Beastman swordsman aggressively charged straight at Rakshasa with his twin blades. This surprise attack caught him off guard, but the Titan quickly rushed forward with his shield, protecting Rakshasa. The Titan said with difficulty, "Rakshasa, if this continues, you won't be able to hold on." The Dragon King also replied, "That's right. Maybe it's best we retreat first." Rakshasa asked, "Retreat? All right, everyone fall back. Let's get out of here and then figure out a plan." Everyone quickly obeyed the order and retreated. It seemed the swordsman had anticipated their intentions. He roared, "You lowly scum, don't think you can escape." Then he used a whirlwind slash, attacking Rakshasa and his group. The Titan, startled, held up his shield and yelled, "You guys retreat first, I'll block him." On the other side, Moon Shadow looked at the swordsman in alarm. "Oh no, Rakshasa, your Grand Archpriest." The swordsman, riding the wind, aggressively attacked the Grand Archpriest at a terrifying speed. The Grand Archpriest was momentarily unable to withstand this fierce attack, and he died once again. Moon Shadow regretted, What a pity! Has the Grand Archpriest fallen? The Titan comforted him. No need to regret. The information in the Demonic Realm Handbook is quite reliable. The only way to deal with this boss is to persevere to the very end. The Grand Archpriest quickly fell to the ground. From his corpse, white smoke and unusual red marks emanated, just like before he was summoned by you. After dying, the Grand Archpriest transformed into a large serpent demon. The system quickly announced, your summoned minion, the Grand Archpriest, has transformed into a serpent demon. The Centaur General Boss was also quickly summoned. Rakshasa continued, if we have to persevere to the very end, then let's fight him to the death. On this side, a serpent demon quickly slithered towards the swordsman. It was huge and aggressive, with sharp claws. The swordsman gritted his teeth and charged angrily. You lowly scoundrels dare to desecrate my beastkin territory. He continued to use the whirlwind slash, attacking the Grand Archpriest and the Centaur General Boss fiercely. The Centaur General fiercely gritted his teeth, using his sword to block. The Serpent Demon Grand Archpriest also didn't want to be outdone. A significant amount of health was deducted. The Titan stepped forward. Dragon King, Moon Shadow, the Serpent Demon, and the Centaur General are holding off the swordsman. Let's use this opportunity to attack him together. Following the Titan's command, the two quickly advanced to assist the Centaur General and the Serpent Demon. 4 against 1, the Beastman swordsman struggled left and right. It seemed Rakshasa was determined to eliminate him completely. He loudly said, Moon Shadow, why are you spacing out? Attack! Moon Shadow snapped back to reality. Sorry, I found the Beastman swordsman's moves very fascinating, so I subconsciously watched him to learn. Sorry about that, but I've discovered a weakness of the swordsman. Rakshasa's eyes widened in surprise. What weakness? She continued, if you don't believe me, watch. When he attacks, he won't dodge. Moreover, the damage he takes when hit is extremely high. You also know that when he starts attacking, the swordsman won't defend, but the damage from his skills is too terrifying. He continued, that's why the Demonic Realm Handbook recorded that the only way to deal with him is to persevere to the very end. The Snake Demon and the Centaur General had successfully dealt significant damage to the swordsman. He angrily launched a direct attack towards the Centaur General. You lowly beings will turn to dust. The system announced, your summoned Centaur General subordinate has fallen in battle. It was unexpected that just a single blow from the swordsman instantly killed the Centaur General. Rakshasa angrily cursed, damn it, how dare he kill my elite general? He shouted loudly, Dragon King, Moon Shadow, find an opportunity to attack his weak point together. Moon Shadow worried, Rakshasa, quickly retreat. Your defense is too low, it's dangerous. On this side, the swordsman had already seen Rakshasa preparing to shoot an arrow at him. He angrily gritted his teeth, holding his twin blades and slashing towards him. Your courage is admirable, but you won't escape death. Rakshasa was not to be outdone. He quickly sprang up to dodge. The damage, of course, couldn't be compared, so he had to rely on his speed and fight desperately to the end. Rakshasa quickly dodged and jumped behind the swordsman's back. He couldn't believe his eyes. How could he dodge that? At the same time, he spoke up again. Dragon King, Moon Shadow, now's the time. As soon as they heard Rakshasa shout, Dragon King and Moon Shadow simultaneously unleashed their ultimate moves on the swordsman, causing him to lose a significant amount of health. At the same time, Rakshasa aimed his bow and fiercely shot an arrow straight at him. At this point, the swordsman's health had successfully dropped to almost zero. He screamed in pain. The swordsman collapsed, trembling. Before dying, he uttered a few final words. Human, you have won. Finally, they successfully eliminated the swordsman. He was finished off by Rakshasa's arrow. Dragon King stood dumbfounded, looking at the corpse in front of him. We won. The system announced, congratulations on successfully defeating the swordsman. Rakshasa stepped forward. That's right, we took down the swordsman. Everyone was overjoyed. We defeated the boss of floor 10? Are we dreaming? I can't believe I made it to floor 11, the guild leader said. Rakshasa continued. To subdue you, I had to sacrifice a centaur general. Then he placed his hand on the ground and shouted, Revive, swordsman. He was quickly summoned. Your wish is my command, master. Rakshasa ordered. Show me your strength. Send this giant war beast back to its ancestors. At this moment, the red giant beast was fiercely killing Rakshas's beasts. The swordsman quickly obeyed and then bowed. He swiftly drew his great sword. Suddenly, only a small figure was seen charging frantically towards the enormous monster. Just a few sword slashes from the swordsman successfully eliminated it. The large red giant beast roared once and then collapsed. Facing the swordsman, it was easily defeated, and of course, Rakshasa also brought it under his command. Shuyan Tam shouted, We have so many people, and we still haven't finished fighting, but he dealt with it in the blink of an eye. The swordsman's damage is ridiculously overpowered. Just a few slashes dealt thousands of damage. So no one is as strong as the guild leader then? Everyone buzzed. On the ground, the dead red giant beasts left behind a pile of treasures. Everyone stepped forward to collect them. Rakshasa said, Shuyantam, what's wrong? Is there something you can't say? He checked. 3 archer brothers have disappeared. I checked the friend list, but I can't find their names. They probably met with misfortune. Rakshasa comforted. The demonic realm is inherently a dangerous and cruel place. Those who step foot here are already mentally prepared. We shouldn't grieve too much. He continued, Go ask around if anyone in the guild knows the 3 of them, then allocate a portion of the guild's funds as consolation money for their families. Shuyantam quickly agreed. Rakshasa told everyone, It's getting late. Everyone has been fighting for 6 hours. Let's head to the altar on floor 11 now. Everyone happily followed. Dragon King shouted, I can't believe we actually made it to floor 11. This is great. Dragon King looked ahead. Our journey ahead is still very long. Everyone looked forward, as if thinking about their future. Upon arriving at floor 11 of the demonic realm, everyone was buzzing. Where is this? A seaport. Rakshasa interjected. Didn't you read the demonic realm handbook? The combat location for floor 11 is on the sea. Titan said, We have to get on that ship, set sail, and travel to our final destination. Someone mumbled, I hate the sea. I get seasick. Titan advised, Everyone is exhausted today. It seems we'll have to wait until tomorrow to start exploring this floor. Rakshasa quickly agreed. I probably won't be able to come for the next few days. I have some busy matters. Moon Shadow stepped forward. Sorry, I probably won't be able to come for the next few days either. Dragon King said he felt the same way. Recently, with the entrance exams, the Academic Affairs Office has assigned us tasks. The little princess sighed. I can't believe you guys at Tandai Academy. They don't even pay for temporary staff for admissions. Rakshasa mused to himself. The Tandai Academy entrance exams last for several days. I can't believe they're all from Tandai. That means I'll meet them in the real world soon. Titan stepped forward. All right then, let everyone finish their busy few days. Then we'll meet later. Today was really too tiring, so let's go home and rest early. In Tin City, tall buildings crowded together. It seemed like a very prosperous place. Zhangze stood in front of a grand school. This was Tandai Academy, the pillar of the Great Xia nation. Suddenly, an unfamiliar voice rang out from behind Zhangze. Hey there, hello. Could you help me with directions? I can't see clearly. The person calling him was a blind girl. Zhangze happily offered his hand. It's nothing. I'll lead the way for you. Ruodong politely said. Thank you. My name is Sun Ruodong. What's your name? Are you also a new student this year? Zhangze introduced himself and said he was also a new student. The crowd murmured, everyone saying it was very difficult to pass the Tandai entrance exam, and many would be eliminated. I'm so worried. Everyone looked at her and whispered, What's this? A blind person can qualify for the Tandai exam. Is there a mistake? An admission slot to Tandai Academy is so precious. Why would they give it to a blind person? How can a blind person fight the abyss monsters? Exactly. I don't know what the Academy is thinking. Seeing her disability, everyone felt a sense of dislike. Zhang Zhe comforted her. Ignore them. You're qualified to take the Academy exam just by your own strength. Ruo Dong happily said, Thank you, Zhang Zhe. At the registration site, everyone was lining up, waiting together. Someone announced, line up, one by one. Looking at the person speaking in front of him, Zhang Zhe was secretly surprised. Oh my, he looks so much like the Dragon King. Suddenly, that person pointed at Rakshasa and shouted, Hey, what are you staring at me for? Is there something on my face to look at? Quickly get your documents out and get in line. Guang Shanwei said, Jushin, this kid is your responsibility. Take him to the student dormitory. Jushin annoyedly said, Hey, old Guang, don't call my demon realm name here. Old Guang indifferently said, Oh, I know, old D. Yong stepped forward. Hello, new friend. I'll take you to the N13 student dormitory. If your bag is too heavy, I can give you a hand. Zhang Zhe happily thanked him and said he could carry it himself, but in his mind, he secretly thought. So, the Dragon King's name is Guangshan Wei, and Jushin is called Yong. At the N13 male dormitory, everyone was bustling about. The atmosphere of the school was extremely serious. Yong walked ahead. The N13 dormitory is straight ahead. After you get there, you can rest for a bit. We'll gather in the auditorium at 5 o'clock. Don't be late. Zhang Zhe said thank you and that he remembered. Then the two quickly said goodbye. Zhang Zhe called out, Thank you. I have the key already. See you later. Yong also happily waved goodbye to him, but in his mind he thought, Strange. Why do I feel like he's so familiar? In the auditorium, the teacher loudly said, Silence, everyone. Let's give a round of applause to welcome Principal Ran Tianqiu to the stage. The benevolent principal said, Good evening, everyone. I am the principal of this prestigious school with a history of over 100 years. I hope to cultivate all of you to become the pillars of our nation. This is also the guiding principle of our school's student education. Zhang Zhe stood silently. Someone in the crowd murmured, The principal is so long-winded. The young man continued, Exactly. Let's get to the main point. What are this year's admission criteria? After speaking, Lei Zhenlong continued, Thank you for Principal Ran Tianqiu's words. Congratulations to everyone who met Tan Dai Academy's admission standards, but this does not mean you have officially become students of the school. Next, I will announce the most anticipated content. This year's entrance exam format will still be an elimination match. Immediately after, the location and time were quickly stated. Everyone is forbidden to bring anything, including food, water, communication devices, or weapons, to ensure the fairness of this exam. Inside the military rank zone, 26 tokens have been placed. Within 72 hours, those who retrieve a token will pass the exam and officially become Tan Dai students. Unfortunately, if you don't pass the exam, you'll have to leave here and find another path for yourself. During the exam, we will randomly drop emergency supply kits. These will help everyone overcome obstacles. As for who will get more of these items, that depends on your luck and individual strength. Finally, a series of regulations were announced. A student spoke up. Teacher, may I ask a question? Are there abyss monsters in that military rank zone? Are we guaranteed safety? He explained. The military rank zone has been inspected. There are no abyss monsters. Everyone can rest assured about safety. Additionally, if anyone wishes to withdraw, simply find an observation plane and call for help. You will then be arranged to leave the examination site and will simultaneously be considered to have forfeited the exam. If there are no further questions, please hand over your personal belongings. The bus outside the auditorium will take you to the examination site. Everyone murmured, we have to hand over our personal belongings? We can't even bring weapons. Exactly, isn't that too strict? Everyone quickly left the auditorium, and the pushing and shoving crowd caused Ruo Dong to be momentarily knocked aside. A familiar hand quickly pulled her back. "Let's go. I'll help you onto the bus." Ruo Dong quickly recognized him. "You're Zhang Zhe, right?" "Thank you." Zhang Zhe replied. "We're all classmates. No need to be so polite." The principal observed from the side. "Zhang Zhe? A few days ago, Pang Taihua said he just accepted a new disciple, whose name seemed to be Zhang Zhe. Please check." The teacher quickly took on the task, surprised that Professor Pang had accepted another disciple. The school buses quickly transported everyone to a mountainous area. The road here was extremely desolate and remote. Zhang Zhe sat in the car looking out. It was too dark outside. The sky was gloomy, and he couldn't see anything. Ru Tong spoke up. "It's going to rain soon." Zhang Zhe was surprised. "How do you know that?" She said, "I'm wearing headphones. I can hear thunder striking about 10 kilometers away. It'll reach here soon. My eyes can't see, but my hearing is incredibly sensitive. I can distinguish hundreds of types of sounds, and based on that, I can know everything happening around me." She continued, "In the 5th row in front are 2 boys. They've been secretly cooperating and helping each other during the test. The chubby girl sitting in the 9th row didn't eat enough for dinner, so she's complaining. As for the 14th row, Zhang Zhe was happy. Ru Tong, your hearing is amazing. I want us to cooperate to pass the test. I'll be your eyes, and your hearing will also be a great help." Ru Tong was happy. "Great, I agree. Zhang Zhe, you're a good friend. Regardless of whether I get to stay after this test or not, I want you to become a great student." The 3 school buses quickly took them to an extremely desolate and dilapidated place. Everyone quickly got off the buses. Zhang Zhe looked around to assess the situation. The teacher continued, "This is the test area. Everyone is free to act. Remember to pay attention to the information on your communicators. I wish everyone a successful test." Zhang Zhe and Ru Tong quickly checked the system to observe. The system announced, "Tokens and first batch emergency supply bags have been dropped." Red symbolizes tokens. Yellow symbolizes emergency supply bags. Note that location information will be updated once every 8 hours. Immediately after, everyone dispersed, each running in a different direction. It seemed they had begun to act to claim the items they desired. One of them spoke up, "Quick, quick, let's get there fast." The other responded, "He who strikes first wins. Let's go." Ru Tong worried. "We should also act quickly, otherwise the tokens will be taken by others. Don't worry about me. I don't want to drag you down." Zhang Zhe replied, "We won't look for tokens. First, we need to find emergency supply bags." Ru Tong was surprised because, for her, tokens were more important, but he explained, "The most important tokens still have 72 hours before the test ends. Having enough supplies is necessary for survival. If we can survive, we'll find a way to snatch the tokens. Calm down, the test has just begun." The 2 walked very quickly. 8 hours had passed. Zhang Zhe calculated, "Surely some tokens have already been acquired. We need to find a safe place to hide and rest, waiting for the second batch of emergency supply bags." Ru Tong spoke up, "Zhang Zhe, about 15 meters to the southwest from here, it seems to be a basement." He was surprised. The 2 quickly followed her guidance. Ru Tong tapped her stick on the ground. "This is the place." Zhang Zhe was surprised. "How did you discover it?" She continued, "I heard mouse squeaks coming from below, so I guessed it must be a very large space." They both quickly went down to explore, and he couldn't help but praise, "Your hearing is even more sensitive than radar." She continued, "The results information seems to have been updated. The second batch of emergency supply bags has been dropped. One of them is very close to our location." Zhang Zhe stood up and said, "Ru Tong, stay here. I'll go get the supply bag." She remained worried and didn't forget to remind him to be careful. Zhang Zhe hid behind a large rock and thought, "Great, no one has taken this supply bag yet." Then he used all his strength, and quickly ran to snatch the bag. But an arrow flew straight towards Zhang Zhe from somewhere. The person spoke up. "Do you want to die?" The opponent approached. "This supply bag is ours. If you dare to take it, don't blame me for being impolite." Zhang Zhe frowned and calculated. The opponents outnumber us, and they have weapons. Direct conflict is not suitable. Getting the supply bag is more important. As soon as he finished thinking, he quickly ran to the supply bag and reached out to grab it. 3 arrows were continuously shot toward Zhang Zhe, but he successfully grabbed the supply bag and took it away. Zhang Ze's speed was very fast. In a flash, he had run deep into the forest. The other 2 had no way to shoot him. The leader gritted his teeth in annoyance. Damn it, he got away. The chubby person standing nearby also fumed. His speed is too fast. I wonder what his stats are. It was drizzling outside. Under the shelter, Zhang Ze quickly returned and exclaimed, "I'm back." Ru Tong stood up anxiously. "Zhang Ze, you're back." Upon noticing a stranger, she immediately became wary. "Who's that?" Xiao Wei, who had been silent by the side, finally spoke up. "What? You're Zhang Ze." He looked at the girl in front of him with high vigilance. "Who are you? I don't think I know you." Xiao Wei assumed a stance. "You're Zhang Ze. Who got first place in the test? I'm not convinced. I want to fight you." But suddenly her stomach growled, making Xiao Wei blush. It seemed she was hungry too. Zhang Ze didn't pay attention to her words. He directly sat down next to Ruodong and opened the supply bag. He complained while eating. "Compressed biscuits again. If we're frugal, it'll still be enough for us until the test ends." Ruodong shivered. "It's so cold. I wish we had some hot water to drink." Xiao Wei stepped forward. "Hey, I have a lighter. How about I trade it for your compressed biscuits? That way you can start a fire." Zhang Ze continued. "I can only give you 1 piece. After you eat, go find food yourself." Xiao Wei looked at the tiny biscuit in her hand. How can just 1 piece be enough? She crouched down. Damn admission test. If I'd known I'd be tormented like this, I wouldn't have participated even if it killed me. Zhang Ze stretched frankly. "Now that you've finished the biscuit, it's time for you to go, right?" Xiao Wei protested. "Why? This basement isn't your home. What gives you the right to kick me out?" Zhang Ze replied irritably. "If you don't leave, what's on you will harm us." Suddenly, Ruodong heard a strange sound and pointed upwards. "Zhang Ze, someone's coming." The person from above spoke. "The map shows it's in this area. Everyone search carefully. There are stairs here. Could this be it?" The group walked down aggressively. "So there really are people hiding here. The keepsake just appeared nearby. Which of you took it? Hand it over now." Xiao Wei slyly pointed at Zhang Ze him. "He has the keepsake." He silently cursed. "She's playing dirty." The leader approached. "Hey, classmate, I don't want to make things difficult for you. Obediently hand over the keepsake to avoid suffering." Zhang Ze said he didn't have the keepsake. "If you take another step, don't blame me for being impolite." The fat guy among them aggressively threw a punch straight at Zhang Ze. Without a word, he simply spun and delivered a kick, easily sending the fat guy flying far away. The girl who was with them also aggressively attacked him, but Zhang Ze delivered a single blow that sent her sprawling to the ground. The leader was even worse off. He was kicked by Zhang Ze, breaking a tooth. After defeating the 3 of them, Zhang Ze said aggressively, "Get out before I lose my temper." As they left, they talked among themselves. "His speed is terrifying, and his strength is extraordinary. We're no match for him." Zhang Ze picked up the object they dropped on the ground. "So this is what a keepsake looks like." Ruodong came over. That group was really annoying. They already had keepsakes, but still tried to take others. Zhang Ze turned to look at Xiao Wei, who stammered, "You're a man. You wouldn't hold a grudge against a young lady like me, would you?" Zhang Ze held out his hand. "Give me your keepsake, and I won't hold a grudge against you." Xiao Wei was startled and stammered, "You dare to take my stuff? I'll fight you to the death." But she's secretly worried. His speed is too fast, and his strength is not weak at all. If we really fight, I'll have to find an opportunity to escape. Zhang Ze quickly cracked his knuckles. Ruo Dong, standing by, worried. Be careful, her internal energy is very profound. I guess she's either from the Lu family or the Tang family. Zhang Ze, you shouldn't underestimate her. Zhang Ze heard her and wondered. The Lu family? Then he stepped forward. Do you know Lu Yuing? Xiao Wei didn't deny it. Lu Yuing? She's my cousin. Do you know her? Zhang Ze waved his hand and sighed. If you're her younger sister, then I won't make things difficult for you. Don't do that again next time. You can go. Xiao Wei stepped closer to be friendly. Oh, so you're my cousin's friend? She continued. Then what kind of friends are you two? Is it some special relationship? Are you lovers? Zhang Ze replied irritably. Lovers, my foot. Go quickly. I don't want to see you anymore. Xiao Wei mischievously smiled brightly. Turning red with anger, it's definitely something. When I go back, I'll ask Lu Yuing about it. I never expected to hear such an interesting story this time. As soon as she finished speaking, Xiao Wei leaped and quickly disappeared. Zhang Ze said irritably, What a troublesome girl. Our location has been exposed. We need to quickly pack up, leave here, and find a new safe place. Ruo Dong quickly agreed. Zhang Ze looked at the sky. Although the rain isn't heavy, we still have to hurry and find a new hiding spot. He thought, I originally planned to hide first and only figure out how to snatch keepsakes near the end. But unexpectedly, I've accidentally obtained one now. So, I can't hide safely anymore. Ruo Dong warned, Be careful. There's someone 100 meters northeast from here. It seems to be someone heavily injured. But they're still alive. Zhang Ze was curious. You stay here. I'll go check out the situation there. Ruo Dong worriedly reminded him to be careful. At a large ancient tree, the young man inexplicably spat out a mouthful of blood. Yuing stepped forward. Hey, student, just hold on a little longer. Suddenly seeing someone approaching her, Yuing vigilantly shouted loudly, Who's there? She looked at him in surprise. Zhang Ze. He was also surprised. Lu Yuing, why are you here? Yuing said that an extremely serious situation had occurred. 5 students had been accidentally killed. I don't have enough time to explain in detail. In short, please return to the bus at the rallying point. That's the safest place. Zhang Ze agreed but was also curious. Is it the ghost pit monsters? She said, This is caused by a few unknown individuals. The specific situation hasn't been determined yet. I still have another mission. You must be careful. As soon as she finished speaking, Yuing darted away. She quickly informed everyone. Minister Lei, another male student has fallen victim. The culprit has not been found. Emergency announcement. Stop the test. All examinees return to the bus at the rallying point. Return immediately. Ruo Dong saw him return and stepped forward. Zhang Ze, something's happened. Emergency announcement. The test is stopped. He said, The problem seems very serious. Let's hurry back. As the two were walking, they suddenly heard a loud scream. Help! Don't come any closer. Ruo Dong said. To the front right, a male and a female. The female student is injured. Zhang Ze anxiously said, Let's go there and see. Ahead was a stranger. He held a long knife and advanced towards Xiao Wei. It seemed this guy's martial arts were not ordinary, which was why she couldn't fight him. He stepped forward fiercely. It'll be quick. In just a blink of an eye, I'll free you from pain. As soon as he finished speaking, he smirked. From a distance, a voice rang out. What's so great about bullying a girl? Upon hearing someone approaching, the man turned his head to look, his expression dark. Zhang Ze stepped forward and kicked him straight in the head, causing the clown to stagger, but he quickly recovered. Xiao Wei huddled behind him. Brother-in-law, you finally came. You're so cool. Zhang Ze grumbled. Who's your brother-in-law? You're almost dead, and you're still joking around. The clown sneered. How interesting, how interesting. 2 more, huh? Then I'll send all 3 of you on your way. Zhang Ze secretly made his judgment. Judging by that punch, this guy is at least a level 1 Demon Realm expert, perhaps even close to level 2. I must take the initiative to attack, to secure a win. As soon as he finished thinking, he instructed, Zhao Vai, you must protect Nuok Dong and try to get out of here. Zhao Vai quickly replied, understood, brother-in-law. Trong Trake channeled his internal energy. A golden light enveloped him as he unleashed the soft strength flow. The clown was slightly overwhelmed. He raised his hand to block the powerful attack from Trong Trake, but he quickly recognized the technique he used was soft strength flow, and he loudly asked, what is Bong Thiat Hoa to you? Trong Trake didn't back down and continued his assault. If you already know my master's name, you must not be an unknown nobody. There's nothing to regret dying by my dragon's breath technique. He continued, I've put all my strength into enhancing the power and speed of the dragon's breath technique. This one strike will determine victory or defeat. The clown was surprised and gritted his teeth. What? Dragon's breath technique? Before he could recover, a punch landed directly on his face, causing the clown to spit out a mouthful of blood. He let out a scream, then fell to the ground. It seemed he was truly no match for Trong Trake. He thought to himself, the strength increased incredibly. It must be incompatible, causing backfire damage. 2 of my 5 fingers must be broken. Nuok Dong stepped forward worriedly. Trong Trake, are you all right? Trong Trake turned and told Zhao Vai, let's go quickly, in case he still has accomplices. The mischievous girl said, Okay, brother-in-law. That punch of yours was so cool. At the bus stop, an announcement echoed again. All contestants, please board the bus quickly. Roll call is beginning. Zhao Vai shouted from afar, Cousin. Noyedon looked at her. Zhao Vai, you're injured. Are you okay? Zhao Vai smiled. Just a minor hand injury, but it was really dangerous just now. Luckily, brother-in-law showed up in time. Nguyen stay Lang Li, what? Brother-in-law. Trong Trake was speechless with his talkative cousin. At the bus parking lot where everyone gathered, a girl screamed in panic. It's a monster! A pit monster! The ugly monster opened its mouth full of sharp teeth and grinned cunningly. Food! Hungry! Nguyen wusu vien, even, hudyut, get on the bus. Dike Dung also quickly gave orders. Lu Hao, Vong Hu Thien, Feng Vien, you are in charge of protecting the new students. Nguyen imeditan vipot minitsterloy. As soon as he finished speaking, he grabbed his shield and charged forward. Nguyen ansuli sautet, dik jum, come back now. You can't handle it alone. Dike Dung spoke up. There's no time to hesitate. We must protect the new students and get them out of here. Dike Dung alone advanced towards the aggressive monster. It lunged at him with its sharp claws. Dike Dung quickly used his shield to block it, but it seemed this thing had no effect on the pit monster. It let out some unpleasant sounds, then raised its claws and plunged them straight down. Dike Dung panicked. This is bad. Trong Trake, from behind, delivered a powerful kick to the monster, causing extremely high damage that broke several of its teeth. Dike Dung worried. You're new. What are you doing charging in? Do you want to die? That's a monster. Trong Trake said, You're very similar to a friend of mine. You're both very brave, so I want to help you. The pit monster had now knocked Dike Dung's shield away. It charged forward ferociously. Noyedon also quickly grabbed her sword and charged forward to assist him. She fiercely struck the pit monster, but it seemed this attack had no effect on it. Noyedon launched into the air, frustrated. That skin is really tough. On this side, its arms relentlessly swung out to catch targets. Then, when it saw her, it quickly changed its attack direction, extending its clawed hand towards Noyedon, making it impossible for her to dodge in time. Trong Trake channeled his inner energy, gritting his teeth and shouting, Noyedon, get out of the way. It seemed Trong Trake had put all his ability into this attack. He ferociously charged at the pit monster. A powerful kick was unleashed towards it. He used the dragon's breath technique once again. The monster was quickly knocked down. Noyedon was stunned. This is the dragon breath technique. I can't believe he's from the gentle strength flow sect. Dike Dung was startled. That kick was really strong, classmate. You took down the pit monster. That's a great achievement. A foot landed next to the monster's corpse. Not bad. I really have to praise you all for being able to persevere against a mid-level pit monster. It was another masked individual of unknown origin. Because he was wearing a mask, no one could clearly see his attitude at that moment. Trong Trake was curious. Who are you? The man's face darkened. Who I am isn't important. You just need to know that the light of Dawn's victory will shine across this entire place. Dike Dung aggressively pointed at him. As expected, it's you people from Dawn playing tricks. How dare you lay hands on students? You're too despicable. Dawn drew his weapon. Hey, little friends, today you will all perish here. As soon as he finished speaking, he quickly lunged towards Noyedana's group, preparing to unleash a killing move. Botenwit angendik hit. They were momentarily unable to resist this powerful attack. Seeing her in such a predicament, Trong Trake rushed forward and shouted, Look out! He quickly blocked in front of Noyedan, which caught her by surprise. Dawn quickly changed his target to Trong Trake, unleashing his sharp claws towards him. Dawn continued, Hey, little friend, you want to be a hero, huh? I'll grant your wish. Against his relentless attack, Trong Trake gritted his teeth. On this side, a man in a vest also fiercely channeled his internal energy. It seemed he was siding with Noyedana's group. The man quickly rushed forward to block Dawn's killing move. It seemed they were evenly matched. Everyone rejoiced when they saw this man, shouting, It's Minister Loy. Minister Loy's group is back. He continued, I can't believe you people from Dawn dare to cause trouble at Tandai Academy. Are you tired of living? In the police cars, police officers quickly poured out and rushed to assist. Dawn laughed smugly. Minister Loy truly lives up to his reputation as one of Tandai Academy's top 10 masters. Very capable. He continued, but today, I can only play with you all up to this point. Minister Loy didn't let up and charged forward. Trying to run? It won't be that easy. Dawn stood on the back of the pit monster, then leisurely said, See you later, little friends. The monster lunged towards Minister Loy, savagely roaring, but was quickly dealt with by Minister Loy. The monster was quickly defeated and lay sprawled on the ground. The minister stepped on it, angrily looking towards Dawn. With bats flying everywhere, he irritably shouted a curse. Damn it, he got away. Then he said to everyone, Security team and senior students, immediately take attendance. Return to school quickly and treat the injured. Scene changed to the 11th floor of the demon realm. Everyone had quickly gathered here. La Sat also quickly came online. As soon as he arrived, he called out Long Vong's name. Long Vong stepped forward. La Sat, you're here? Long time no see, I missed you. Long Vong quickly noticed. La Sat, what happened to your hand? Are you injured? He raised his injured hand painfully. It's nothing, just a minor scratch. Noyedan also came forward. See you, then won't be able to come for the next few days. He's also injured. Chi Thursday worried. Is See you then all right? Long Vong sighed. Don't remind me. Something happened during this inspection. See you then was injured and hospitalized. He'll probably need to rest for a few days. Shuyan Tom was also sadly dejected. With See you then's tank position empty, it'll be hard to fight relying only on us. Lasat looked at the girl peeking from behind Noyedan, secretly thinking, that girl looks like Duongzeo Vi, doesn't she? He spoke up, Witeng, this is? Noyedan immediately replied, This is my best friend. She wants to join our guild to conquer and explore this place. Chu Ju whined and spoke up. Hello everyone, I'm a newbie. Please take care of me. Noyedan was helpless. This cunning girl is putting on another act. Lasat raised his hand to greet her, but secretly thought, no mistake, it's the master actress Duongzeo Vi. Shuyan Tom shouted, Guild Master, everyone is gathered. We can set off now. La Sat quickly agreed. Then let's set off. Long Vong was also eager. Let's go onto the boat. Wai Nen murmured, Cousin, why are everyone in this guild archers? Is that guy named La Sat the guild master? Why is his face covered? Mwit Eng Witspe, speak Mokweli. All of La Sat's people quickly got on that big boat and set sail. Mwit Eng Sight, Evili don't understand you. Why aren't you going with your own guild, but insisting on coming to mine? Wai Nen proudly said, It's because I'm curious. Uncle Sao said there's a good candidate in the demon realm. He's interested in you. So I'll help you assess if he's worthy of our Miss Lu. Noyeton blushed from the teasing. Stop joking around. Don't believe Uncle Sao's words about me either. Zhao Vi continued. Uncle Sao also said La Sat's talent is really formidable, perhaps S-Rank or even SS-Rank. Is it as formidable as my talent? I'm S-Rank too. Noyeton was speechless. How would I know? You two have never fought before. Winan wasn't modest at all. I'll find a chance to fight him and see who's more formidable. On this side, the little beast curiously asked, Big Brother La Sat, there's something I've always wanted to ask you. Why did you come to the demon realm? He pondered, Because I want my loved ones to have a better life. By then, I'll hang up my sword, leave the demon realm, and enjoy a peaceful life. For me, spending time with family and loved ones is the most important thing. Whine and boldly stepped forward. Big Brother La Sat, I have a small request. I wonder if you can agree to it? La Sat politely said, Hello, what is it? Just say it. He secretly remained wary. The master actress is trying something again. Let's see what she wants. Whine continued, I think a good person like Big Brother La Sat definitely won't refuse me. La Sat impatiently said, What is it? Just say it. Whine smiled brightly like a flower. Fight me, okay? But he immediately rejected her proposal. Whine immediately tried to entice him. What? You're refusing. Ip ju fi me, ilala tao ju a sikadit about liumwitang. La Sat was curious. What secret? Zhao Vi said, I know what she likes to eat. La Sat replied indifferently, Not interested. Whine still didn't give up. I also know what color clothes she usually wears. La Sat still didn't care. Nonsense. Whine was surprised. Aren't you trying to pursue my cousin? Ohat, I min liumwitang. I'm creating an opportunity for you. La Sat said, You're mistaken. We're just normal friends. Zhao Vi stubbornly said, No way. There's no such thing as pure friendship between a man and a woman. I know all about it. But La Sat didn't care. Think what you want. Suddenly everyone screamed in panic. Oh my God, it's pirate ships. The crowd buzzed. Damn it, why did we run into pirates? Didn't the Demon Realm Handbook say there's no danger when traveling by sea? Another person added, Don't you know? There were rumors that the Demon Realm Handbook was compiled 100 years ago. It's very outdated. The contents in it are just for fun. Don't take them as truth. Oh no, we're about to collide with the pirate ship. Long Vong panicked. Damn it, my first time sailing and I run into pirates. It's truly beyond imagination. La Sat tensed up. Everyone, don't panic. Gather here and prepare for battle. The two ships seemed about to collide. The distance no longer far. La Sat's people panicked even more. It's about to hit. Everyone nervously watched the situation. Ultimately, the collision couldn't be avoided. His ship and the pirates had crashed into each other. The octopus-like people on it aggressively shouted, Charge! Kill! Everyone clamored, Help me! Pirates are coming! We're surrounded by pirates! The pirates are too fast. Our formation is broken. I'm being surrounded by 5 pirates. Help me! La Sat quickly gave orders. Shui and Tom, you lead everyone. Don't let yourselves be separated. Everyone, focus your attacks. Then La Sat quickly summoned the Grand High Priest. Use dark magic to deal with these invading pirates. The Grand High Priest immediately obeyed. Yes, Master. A stream of red dark magic was unleashed towards those pirates. Lasat said, "Shui and Tom, target the cursed pirates. Try to take them down with a single arrow." Shui and Tom replied, "Understood, brothers. Focus on the targets." Hundreds of arrows flew towards the pirates, who were momentarily at a disadvantage. But the ones who were killed suddenly had their eyes glow brightly. They ferociously opened their mouths and quickly got back up. Lasat was annoyed. These pirates' HP isn't low at all. Everyone be careful. He thought to himself, this is bad. If it continues like this, I'll have to summon the beast swordsman. Chu, though, stood beside Zhao Vai. Looking at your equipment, you must be a mage, right? Why are you going up to fight? Zhao Vai proudly said, such a trivial battle isn't worth my effort. I'm afraid you'd be shocked if I told you my innate skill level is the highest among all these people. Chu, though, contemptuously said, bragging shamelessly, I can also say I have an S-rank innate skill. Zhao Vai, intending to show off, said, you don't believe me? Then let me show you. As soon as she finished speaking, a pirate rushed towards her, shouting, Grr, grr, beautiful lady, no one compete with me. I must have her. Long Vong shouted loudly, hey, little girl, run away. What are you standing there for? Noyedon calmly said, Long Vong, no need to worry about her. She can handle it herself. Suddenly, Zhao Vai smirked cunningly. She quickly used her oppressive force to strike the pirate. He panicked. What's happening? Why can't I move? Just one attack, and it's already done for him like this. She explained, because I've increased your gravity by 100 times, maintaining it for 100 seconds, and you won't be able to move during that entire time. Then Zhao Vai grabbed her knife and approached him, slashing him multiple times. The pirate's HP was significantly reduced. The pirate panicked and screamed, it hurts so much. Help me. Chu, though, exclaimed, that petite lady is terrifying. Lasat also assessed, her innate skill is indeed very powerful. Once hit by her skill, for 100 seconds, they can only let her hack and slash them. Suddenly, in the distance, another pirate smirked, just relying on you incompetent fools. And you want to set foot on my sea fortress? I'll throw you into the sea to be shark food. As soon as he finished speaking, he leaped down ferociously. Everyone stood there, dumbfounded. Captain Jiak ferociously fired his gun continuously at the archers. One of them was hit by his bullets and flung far away, while the others panicked, only able to stand there stunned. They whispered in agitation, damn it, isn't that Captain Jiak from the 11th floor? Why is he here? Didn't the Demonic Realm Handbook say he would wait at the sea fortress for adventurers to challenge him? Why is he here earlier than expected? Then everyone also rushed forward recklessly. Coincidentally, we have strength in numbers now. Captain Jiak is alone. If we work together, we can definitely take him down. What are we waiting for? Let's fight. Long Vong, bewildered, said, Lasat, let's rush forward together. We can't let those others hog all the good stuff. Lasat quickly stopped him. Don't be rash. Observe the situation. The final boss appeared earlier than expected. According to game logic, this could be a fake boss, or he might retreat when the battle reaches a certain point. Jiak stood still, letting everyone charge. On this side, the archers also cheered each other on to rush forward and kill him. Jiak gripped the rope above him and laughed loudly. You want to capture the great Captain Jiak? You're still too green. Many bullets were fired at everyone. Most players couldn't withstand this one attack from him. Long Vong, bewildered, thought, good thing I didn't rush in. The damage from this boss isn't high, but his firing speed is too fast. What if I could cut that rope of Captain Jiak's? As soon as he thought it, Lasat quickly raised his bow. The rope is swinging constantly, too fast. I need to seize the right moment. Suddenly, he fired an arrow, successfully cutting Jiak's rope, which surprised him. Captain Jiak fell heavily to the ground. He had no time to react, only letting out a cry. But he quickly got back up. It seemed this guy wasn't easy to deal with. He smirked. You did well, but it's useless. It's time to show these damned fools Captain Jiak's true power. Polly transform. The parrot on his shoulder let out a cry. Then it flapped its wings, its eye color changing from black to red. The bird shrieked several times. Polly obeys, master. I'll eat you all. As soon as Polly spread its wings, it used its sharp talons to snatch at the people below, causing them to panic. Then it ferociously dropped the archers to the ground, causing them a lot of pain. Long Vong panicked. Oh no, that giant black bird is flying towards us. Xiao Tu also panicked. What should we do? Luo Sha was at a loss. There's no other way. Let's prepare for battle. Little bird, how many targets can your innate skill restrain? She quickly replied, 1. Luo Sha continued, use gravity suppression to deal with the giant black bird. You must make it stay completely still, unable to move. Leave Captain Ju to me. The bird person quickly agreed. Both of them coordinated their actions. She quickly used her gravity suppression to control the black bird, then shouted loudly, don't just stand there, move forward. The bird annoyedly shrieked a few times. Polly can't move. On this side, the archer team quickly followed Luo Sha's command, drawing their bows and preparing for battle. Captain Ju laughed loudly. That's enough for today. You're very welcome to visit my sea fortress. Polly and I will give you a warm reception. As soon as he finished speaking, a cloud of black smoke enveloped him. Ewing stared blankly. Oh no, he escaped. Before leaving, Captain Ju didn't forget to remind him, you absolutely must come. The bird on his shoulder seemed to understand its master's intention and also chirped a few times. Luo Sha quickly told everyone, everyone, regain your spirits. Our next destination is the captain's lair, the sea fortress. Soon, Luo Sha's ship arrived at the sea fortress. Everyone paid close attention. Wow, so the sea fortress is built on a turtle's back. Above, it looked like Captain Ju's minions were preparing to attack them. Luo Sha calculated. It seems the Demon Realm Handbook records were not wrong. The sea fortress is built on a turtle's back, surrounded by solid city walls, and there are cannons on the walls. To meet Captain Ju, we must pass this wall to get inside the fortress, but this isn't easy. To climb up there, we can only use rope ladders. He continued, it seems getting close to the rope ladders won't be easy. The guarding pirates are attacking from above with cannons. Luo Sha explained, after getting up there, we'll also encounter fully equipped pirates. Long Vong impatiently asked, so what should we do? How do we defeat them? He told everyone, let's go there and see, then decide. Don't you see there are already over 100 people in front of us? Ewing asked, how high do you all think that city wall is? Shen Xian said he guessed about 10 meters. Luo Sha was satisfied. 10 meters, that's good. I have a way to cross this place. No need to fight others for the rope ladders. We'll go directly onto the city wall. Ewing immediately saw Chen family young master's group. She was surprised, and the little princess annoyed. What a fated encounter! Young Master Chen stepped forward. My dear future wife, what a coincidence. I didn't expect to meet you here. Xiao Wei was surprised, pointing at them. So, sister, you really had an engagement with the Chen family since childhood? Ewing annoyedly said, don't listen to his nonsense. My marriage is my own decision. Young Master Chen stepped forward. Hey, my dear future wife, come with me. My team will help us cross the city wall to reach Captain Ju, the boss. We'll clear this stage at the fastest speed. She looked disdainful. I don't need you. Stay away from me. He still didn't give up. Stop acting so arrogant in front of me. If you insist on going with these useless people in the demon realm, I won't stop you. Wait until our wedding night. Then we'll see how I teach you a lesson. Long Vong was annoyed to see this. That guy is so arrogant. I want to kick him in the face. But Ewing quickly stopped him. Don't clash with him here. I'll handle my own matters. Luo Sha stepped forward to comfort her. Don't be afraid. I'll always stand by you. Xiao Wei also chimed in from the side. Ewing looked at him happily. Thank you, Luo Sha. She thought to herself. Did I say something wrong? I'm feeling more and more that Luo Sha resembles someone. Who could it be? On this side, everyone had quickly charged forward, cheering enthusiastically. Eliminate the pirates. Charge. Meanwhile, on the fortress, Captain's minions quickly lit the cannons. They laughed loudly. Kill them all. Very soon, loud shouts echoed below. Everyone screamed fiercely as they were hit by cannon fire. He observed for a moment. It's the Chun family, young master. They've also started attacking. The Chun family group seemed very well prepared. Dozens of shields were placed in front of him. The cannons quickly fired, but the impact was deflected by the shields, sending the cannonballs flying into the sky. Luo Sha speculated. So the Chun family young master cooperated with Fairy Luo Yan to use her manpower to break through the pirates' defenses. Long Vong spoke up. This method isn't bad. It's a pity our team only has archers. The little princess was annoyed. That's right. Guiyu hired a large number of adventurers to earn money in the demon realm. Those warriors are all her subordinates. Guiyu spoke. Everyone's doing great. Keep it up. We're almost at the city wall. Young Master Chen annoyedly said, That foolish girl. By the time we defeat the boss, I bet she still won't have crossed the city wall. Yun Feng also replied, Young Master Chen, Yu Ying and Luo Sha are very close. It's probably not a simple relationship. You'd best quickly finalize the marriage to avoid any complications. He was annoyed. Recently, the university has been locked down, so I couldn't go out. When the time is right, I'll immediately go to the Lu family to propose marriage. Lu Yuying will definitely marry me. Luo Sha led the way. It's time. Let's begin. Long Vong impatiently. Luo Sha, how are we going to attack? He clenched his fist, his brow furrowed slightly. Let's show them how we attack. Appear. Colossal war chariots. These huge creatures were quickly summoned. Shu Yantam laughed loudly. I forgot about them. Long Vong was also happy. That's right, with these big guys here, we don't have to fear the pirates' cannons anymore, nor do we have to compete for ropes with other adventurers. Luo Sha rode onto the back of a giant beast. He gestured and moved forward, preparing to attack. The people ahead stirred. The pirates' cannons are terrifying. I charged 3 times, and each time I was blown away. If I hadn't healed in time, I would have been shot dead. My friend was shot dead. Even his body vanished. He could just explode. It's terrifying. Some people were already scared. Now they couldn't advance or retreat. One of them exclaimed, Oh my God, everyone look. What's that? Such a giant monster. Isn't that the colossal war chariot from floor 10? Why is it appearing on floor 11? And there seem to be people on top of it. Everyone continued to chatter. It's that archer group. How did they get colossal war chariots? They look so cool. Even cooler than Tranthew's formation. Moving to the city wall so easily. It's amazing. Captain Jiak's soldiers looked at the scene before them in bewilderment. What the hell is that? Fire! Another shouted. Attack! On this side, Luo Sha also quickly ordered everyone. Attack! Hundreds of arrows shot directly towards the pirates, who panicked and abandoned the fortress, scattering. How did those infiltrators get so close? Luo Sha warned. Everyone be careful. There are still people under the giant beast's feet. Don't step on them. Everyone quickly obeyed his command. Chu Tiannu shouted, Quatch Diet, I'm going to stomp you to death. The girl below panicked. Tamong Deep, are you crazy? You want to stomp me to death? That's murder. A loud explosion quickly rang out, sending dust and debris flying into the sky. It seemed the pirates had been eliminated, and items quickly dropped from the fortress. Luo Sha ordered, Brothers, everyone can now enter the fortress. Then he jumped to the ground and continued, Everyone, seize the moment, maintain our lead. We must be the first to defeat this floor's boss. Tranthew stood afar, observing. His face turned angry, seemingly unresigned. Tranthew lost his composure and rushed forward. I won't accept this. I must definitely surpass that damn Luo Sha and defeat this floor's boss. Suddenly, as he charged, something made Tran Thu stop. Many pirates quickly rushed out with sharp swords, attacking him relentlessly. He was so panicked he could do nothing but stand still and scream. Suddenly, powerful slashes came from nowhere. Van Fong said to him, "Young Master Tran, please wait for me. Don't be so rash." But he was already blinded by hatred. "Elder Chow, don't stop me. Today, I will definitely have a proper fight with that Luo Sha. He stole my person. I must kill him." Van Fong patiently reassured him. "Young Master Tran, calm down. Luo Sha's fan skills are very strong. You saw it just now. He can even summon colossal war chariots. And he summoned 5 at once." Tran Thu was unconvinced. "So what should we do? Let them snatch this floor's boss." Van Fong pondered. "Know yourself, know your enemy, and you will win 100 battles. For now, let's observe how they deal with Captain Jiak." Tran Thu, thinking something wicked, smirked. "All right, this time I'll catch them off guard." Captain Jiak quickly appeared, sitting high above. "I didn't expect you to break through my solid wall. I'll turn all of you into food for my pet." Polly let out an excited cry. Very quickly, it swooped down towards Luo Sha's group with astonishing speed, its eyes glowing brightly. In just a moment, it transformed into a gigantic black bird. Luo Sha was startled. "Everyone be careful. Chi Thursday, quickly control it." Chi Thursday quickly used her Ice Wind skill to strike the giant bird, temporarily delaying its speed. But it still glared fiercely and boomed. "Damn humans! You want to hold back Polly." Luo Sha ordered the healer. "You handle that giant bird. The rest of you, deal with the captain with me." Then he summoned the Grand Elder. From above, the captain quickly fired his gun towards everyone below. Luo Sha shouted loudly, "Grand Elder, unleash your move." The Grand Elder quickly obeyed his command, extending his hand. "Receive the holy god's punishment." Meanwhile, Captain Jiak's gun quickly fired directly at the archers, causing many casualties. Noyedon was alarmed. This boss's evasion stat is too high. Dark magic can't defeat him. Dragon King spoke up. "Then let's try close combat with him. Noyedon, let's advance together." Luo Sha ordered the Grand Elder to charge once more. He calculated. Captain Jiak's speed is fast, but his movement trajectory seems fixed. I can definitely predict his movement direction. Tran Thu and Van Fong hit on the side, observing the situation. Old Van Fong couldn't help but praise. Calm, decisive. "Luo Sha is indeed extraordinary." Tran Thu grumbled. "What do you mean extraordinary?" "Damn it," Van Fong told him. "Don't get agitated. Just let him handle them." Captain Jiak continued to fiercely point his gun at everyone, firing relentlessly. He just stood there, moving and shooting frantically. The Grand Elder was quickly hit by this captain's bullets. Dragon King saw the Grand Elder defeated and laughed loudly. "Luo Sha, so that's the move you wanted to use." A huge python quickly appeared right after the Grand Elder's defeat. Luo Sha drew his bow and arrow, commanding, "Let the serpent demon draw aggro. Everyone, take this chance to attack the boss." Behind him, Shuyan Tam also quickly shouted. As the serpent demon charged, hundreds of arrows from the archer team flew towards the captain. He was momentarily unable to dodge and was hit by several arrows, while the serpent demon also successfully bit the captain's shoulder, causing him pain. Tran Thu panicked. "Oh no, they're about to defeat the boss. I have to go kill Luo Sha." But Van Fong still tried to stop him. "Young Master Tran, don't be reckless. This floor's boss isn't that easy to deal with." The captain seemed enraged. He roared, "You fools! You've angered me. Now I'll make you die a miserable death." As soon as he finished speaking, he let out a sinister laugh, and the ship suddenly shook violently. Luo Sha cautioned, "Be careful. What's happening? Everyone watch out." Noyedon also panicked. "What's happening now? Why is the ground shaking so violently?" From underwater, A giant octopus pierced through the ship, its fierce tentacles lunging towards everyone. The little princess jumped up in fright. What the heck is that? So annoying. Captain Jiak laughed triumphantly. Allow me to introduce one of my pets, the Emperor Octopus. Luo Sha was surprised. He even keeps a giant octopus. Everyone, focus on dodging the tentacles. As soon as Luo Sha finished speaking, one of its tentacles slammed down, killing many people. The octopus also struck Dragon King with a blow, reducing his HP by 2400, but when Dragon King attacked it, its damage was only reduced by 599. Dragon King angrily cursed, "The damage is too low. Damn octopus." Chu, though, hid behind Luo Sha in fear. It's terrifying. This is only the 11th floor of the demon realm, and the boss is already this hard to fight. Seeing the tense situation, Luo Sha finally had to use his ace in the hole. The Beastman swordsman was quickly summoned by him. He held two fierce blades, glaring at the captain. Luo Sha commanded, "Destroy that hateful Emperor Octopus and kill that damn Captain Jiak." The Beastman swordsman quickly obeyed then. Holding his sword, he lunged straight towards the octopus. He quickly rushed forward, approaching those terrifying tentacles. The twin blades in the swordsman's hands danced ceaselessly. He used his sword-intense skill, and two parallel blue lights radiated fiercely towards the octopus. Very quickly, its tentacles were cut into many pieces. It seemed the Beastman swordsman might be able to defeat it. The cut tentacles were followed by many more. Its current target was the Beastman swordsman. But the swordsman didn't give up. He moved with incredible speed, charging towards the remaining tentacles, severing them. On this side, everyone watched the battle excitedly. "Beastman swordsman, you're the best." Noyedon was also joyful. What a powerful technique. If only I could learn it. On this side, Tran Thu gritted his teeth in annoyance. Luo Sha can summon a Beastman swordsman? Damn it, that's not fair at all. Van Fong calculated. Luo Sha is only on the 11th floor, yet he already has such a powerful summon subordinate. He truly is unfathomable. Captain Jiak was furious. "Damn Beastman, how dare you come to my domain?" Emperor Octopus, appear. As soon as he finished speaking, a strong tremor erupted on the sea, tossing the ships into the air. A massive octopus with sharp teeth quickly emerged. Long Vong exclaimed in shock, "That octopus is huge. If we cut it into sashimi, it'll probably be enough for us to eat for days and nights." Chi Thursday gritted her teeth. "Everyone, don't panic. Be careful not to be swept away by the seawater." Luo Sha spoke up. "Swordsman, we're relying on you." The Beastman swordsman stood with his twin daggers before the mouth of the giant octopus, which kept opening wide to threaten its opponent. The Beastman swordsman gritted his teeth, his eyes gleaming. Whirlwind Slash was quickly unleashed. A powerful whirlwind rushed into the mouth of the giant octopus. Then, the swordsman lightly leaped onto its body and fiercely plunged his twin daggers from his hands downwards. The octopus roared in pain. It seemed it had finally been defeated by the swordsman. Luo Sha observed the situation. At this moment, everyone was extremely tense. He said, "Swordsman, finish off Captain Jiak." The swordsman quickly obeyed his master's command. "Understood." Then he swiftly charged towards the captain. The swordsman leaped straight into the air. On the other side, the captain quickly drew his gun and continuously fired at him. Seeing his attacks had no effect on the swordsman, he became annoyed. "Damn Beastman." Very quickly, the captain was defeated by the swordsman using his wind-like sword movement. He flew into the air, then fell to the ground, unconvinced, mumbling, "No way." The system quickly announced, "Congratulations. You have eliminated Captain Jiak and his pets." Long Vong laughed loudly. He messed with the wrong person. Everyone cheered happily. We defeated Captain Jiak. We can go to the next floor now. The gate to this floor quickly opened after the captain was eliminated. Everyone advanced to the next floor. After the captain died, a pile of red orbs and weapons fell from his body. Luo Sha stepped forward to pick them up. Shuyan Tom scratched his head awkwardly. Guild Master, I have something I want to discuss with you, but please don't overthink it. Luo Sha was surprised. What do you want to talk about? Shuyan Tom stammered. I want to leave my brothers to temporarily separate from the team for a while. This decision surprised Luo Sha. Shuyan Tom explained that in the recent battle, everyone realized their attacks were too weak. The damage dealt when hitting monsters was mostly just a few odd numbers, so we want to return to the previous Demon Realm floors to enhance our strength. Then we'll come back to find you all and fight alongside everyone. Luo Sha said, I don't think you're causing any hindrance. You don't need to put pressure on yourselves. Everyone awkwardly scratched their heads and chuckled. Shuyan Tom continued, even if you don't think we're a hindrance, if we continue like this, we'll become more and more useless. So, Guild Master, don't worry, we won't leave the guild. The Archer Guild will always be our home. It was so hard to find a team like this. We will absolutely not betray you. We merely want to train more and improve ourselves. If we genuinely encounter difficulties, we will ask you for help. Luo Sha felt that everyone was very determined. If that's the case, then I respect everyone's choice. You must ensure your brother's safety. If you encounter any problems, feel free to contact us anytime. Shuyan Tom replied, Yes, definitely, Guild Master. You all should go to the next floor now. I'll lead the Archer brothers to hunt monsters and become stronger. Before leaving, Luo Sha didn't forget to remind Shuyan Tom, remember to contact us when necessary. We'll be waiting for you ahead. Shuyan Tom happily said, You all must be careful too. On this side, Tran Thu was annoyed. Damn Luo Sha, sooner or later I'll kill you. Van Fong spoke up. Young Master Tran, the boss is dead. Let's go back first and wait for the monsters to appear. Luo Sha's group has reached the next floor. On the 12th floor of the Demon Realm, everyone was astonished by the scenery here as soon as they arrived. Chu, though, exclaimed, The night sky on this floor is so beautiful. Chu Tsongchua added, There are stars too. I love stargazing. But in the night sky here, there were some strange things, like beasts looking down at them from above. Luo Sha said, The monsters on this floor are all elemental monsters. They are immune to physical attacks. Only by using countermagic will attacks be effective. Otherwise, they won't be able to deal any damage. Noyedon continued, So, that means for fire elementals, we'll need to use water or ice magic to deal with them. And for wood element monsters, we'll use fire magic to deal with them? Luo Sha hummed. One of them stepped forward. Currently, the team only has Not Chi Thursday and Chu Ju Wai Nan as mages. Chi Thursday is an ice mage who can deal with fire element monsters, while Wai Nan's magic is a non-elemental gravity attack. I can deal with all elemental monsters, but cause no damage. Luo Sha calculated silently. The currently known magic elements include fire, ice, water, earth, wood, lightning, non-elemental, and undead systems. Right now, we can only use ice to deal with fire element monsters. It seems we still need to find mages of other elements. Noyedon said it wouldn't be easy to find so many mages in a short time. Luo Sha agreed with her. It's late already. Everyone go rest. We can't rush the progress anyway. Yu then is still in the hospital. We'll have to wait for him. Long Vong quickly agreed. Morning at Tan Dai Academy's office building. Principal Neem, I received a commission from Minister Dong Fuang to specifically assist the Academy in investigating this incident. The principal spoke. Teokum Site? Minister Loy spoke. The principal said he and Chu Cam had already discussed this issue. The test will proceed as usual, and results will be out within 3 days. Whoever should stay will stay. Whoever should go will go. Minister Loy was surprised. Chu Cam reassured him. Minister Loy panicked. Chu Cam said it's a virtual reality combat system, abbreviated as VCS. It's a specialized security device used to train new recruits. A virtual reality combat system. Each test group consists of 10 people. In the system, contestants will face pit fiend monsters as if in real combat for the test. Xiao Wei asked Ruotong, I'm in Group 9. Hey, blind girl, which group are you in? Ruo Tong said she was in Group 11. Then she asked Zhang Zhe, "You're testing in Group 3. Ruo Tong was surprised. "Group 3? So it's almost your turn, isn't it?" "It's already Group 2 now," Zhang Zhe calmly said. "Yes, Qin Feng's group is in Group 2. He's at level 15 in this test. Right now, Qin Feng is fighting a giant monster." Everyone excitedly watched on the screen. Level 15 Pit Fiend monster. Total time 1 hour 56 minutes. He broke the record. As expected of young Master Chen, he brought honor to our Jiangbei. Young Master Chen is the best. No one would dare claim first place if young Master Chen is second, right? Where's that Jiangdong guy who was just bragging to us? Come here and see young Master Chen's achievement. If anyone from Jiangdong can get half a score, I'll call them dad. The head examiner announced the end of Group 2's test. Now it's Group 3's turn, Zhang Zhe's group. Ruo Tong said that in the test system, levels 1 to 15 correspond to low-level fiend monsters. Level 16 to 30 correspond to mid-level pit fiend monsters. Level 30 and above correspond to high-level pit fiend monsters. Young Master Feng is too amazing. He can defeat a level 15 monster. In Chun Feng's mind, he smirked. Actually, I've been using this virtual reality combat system for a long time. This time, I'm definitely going to be number 1. Xiao Wei cheered. "Brother-in-law, it's your turn. You have to do your best." Chun Feng walked past him, looking disdainful. "Zhang Zhe, keep your eyes open and watch how I crush you this time, you piece of trash." Zhang Zhe wasn't to be outdone. He glared at Chen Feng. "Young Master Feng, don't get too cocky. We'll just wait and see." Xiao Qin stood beside him. "Don't disappoint me." Zhang Zhe quickly replied, "I'll do my best." Then he quickly put on the VR goggles, and the competition swiftly began. After the examiner announced the start of the test, Zhang Zhe's eyes quickly sharpened. A pit fiend monster was walking absently. Zhang Zhe looked at his hands. This is the virtual reality combat system. It feels so real. Suddenly, the monster ferociously pounced towards him, surprising him greatly. It launched an immediate attack towards him. Zhang Zhe quickly dodged to the side. Then he threw a counterpunch at its face. The force of the punch strong enough to deform the monster's face. Everyone in the audience cheered. "Wow, he's not weak at all. His name is Zhang Zhe. Is he from Jiangdong?" Ruo Tong asked curiously. "Did Zhang Zhe win?" Xiao Wei calmly said, "He won. Don't worry. You can't see anyway. Why are you so anxious?" The level 9 monster quickly rushed towards him. Zhang Zhe, in the virtual reality, was also continuously advancing. Everyone below buzzed. "Oh my, that guy named Zhang Zhe is so strong. He's already reached level 9. I remember him. He seems to be from Tianfeng City in Jiangdong. I didn't expect Jiangdong to have such a formidable person." "Don't celebrate too soon. It's only level 9. He might be eliminated soon. Want to catch up to our young Master Chen? Zhang Zhe is still too green." On this side, Zhang Zhe threw another powerful straight punch at the pit fiend monster. It couldn't defeat him and could only endure the blow. Zhang Zhe panted. "My stamina consumption is a bit too high." Although Dragon's Breath technique and Soft Strength technique are very powerful, they also put pressure on the body. I need to limit their use unless absolutely necessary. The level 9 monster was quickly defeated by him, but very soon a level 10 monster appeared, ferociously charging straight at Zhang Zhe. He and the monster engaged in close combat. Sweating, Zhang Zhe threw another punch at it, but it seemed this level 10 monster was smarter. It was able to dodge his attack. Down below, Chen Feng smirked. Level 10 pit fiend monsters already possess rudimentary intelligence. If you're not familiar with their attack style, they'll be very difficult to deal with. Zhang Zhe, just wait to die. Zhang Zhe thought to himself, it'll be a bit difficult to deal with if I don't use my true power. As soon as he finished thinking, Zhang Zhe pounced forward and grabbed its neck. He used soft strength technique. It seemed he wanted to break its horn. The principal sat observing. Soft strength technique. It seems he's Pang Chiehua's last disciple. Xiao Qin stood by, chiming in. That's right, Principal. It's him, Zhang Zhe. He quickly reached level 16. Everyone murmured. All around are mid-level monsters with bodies covered in tentacles. Did he really reach level 16? Zhang Zhe really did reach level 16. Generally, others were eliminated at level 7 or 8. Only he and Chen Feng made it to the top 16. Now, let's see if he can defeat the level 16 Pit Fiend monster. If he succeeds, then he deserves to be first in the entire school. Chen Feng, standing below, saw everyone cheering for Zhang Zhe and gritted his teeth. No way. Pit Fiend monster, defeat Zhang Zhe for me. Xiaoqin was also startled. Zhang Zhe can really break the record. The system's highest record ever only reached level 15. Minister Lei continued. If the power of a level 16 Pit Fiend monster is truly on par with a mid-level Pit Fiend monster, then Zhang Zhe has no hope of a successful breakthrough. Xiaoqin said, Minister Lei, shall we make a bet? The minister was surprised. A bet? On what? On this side. Zhang Zhe had started to pant. Continuous fighting consumed too much stamina. Defeating the level 15 monster just now was already incredibly difficult. Yet, the level 16 monster quickly appeared. Its shape was vastly different from the previous ones. It had fangs and sharp iron tentacles on its back, and teeth on its belly, making it look incredibly gruesome. As soon as it appeared, it lunged toward Zhang Zhe. He made up his mind and shouted, I won't give up. Come on, unleash all my power. Zhang Zhe threw a punch and was surprised. What? It's so fast, yet it can still block. The Pit Fiend monster and Zhang Zhe quickly engaged in close combat. He used his head to smash directly into its head. It seemed Zhang Zhe was truly fighting with all his might. Very quickly, the monster delivered a kick that sent him flying far away. He looked at it and quietly calculated. I can only use Dragon's Breath technique 1 or 2 times at most. I need to prolong the time and wait for the critical moment. This guy attacks more powerfully, and its speed is even faster than mine. I can't use the quick strike, quick victory tactic like in previous battles. Everyone watched the match excitedly. What's he going to do? Surrender? Is he giving up resistance? Idiot! If he were giving up resistance, he would have quit directly. Why stay in the virtual reality space? I don't understand what he's planning. But I think he's reached his limit this time. If his speed and strength aren't as good as the Pit Fiend monsters, what can he even fight with? Ruodong worried. Zhang Zhe. Xiao Wei angrily gritted her teeth. Don't give up. You still have to be my son-in-law. On this side, Zhang Zhe stood in place, gritting his teeth. It seemed he was waiting for his stamina to recover. But very quickly, the monster aggressively charged toward Zhang Zhe again. It seemed it also wanted to deliver a decisive blow. In his eyes at this moment, a hand with sharp claws was rapidly lunging towards him. The distance was already very close, but he calmly dodged its attack. Zhang Zhe's thoughts were unknown. He grabbed its tentacle. The most essential move of soft strength technique is Tai Chi. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Zhe quickly dashed backward, creating a sufficient distance from the monster. Then, before it could react, he lunged forward again and tightly embraced the monster's neck. At this moment, it roared fiercely. Suddenly, the system announced, Congratulations on defeating the level 16 Pit Fiend monster. In 5 minutes, the level 17 Pit Fiend monster will appear. Xiaoqin praised. Amazing. Zhang Zhe used its own strength to counterattack. I really didn't misjudge him. Minister Lei, you've definitely lost. Minister Lei smiled broadly, satisfied. Everyone murmured excitedly. Finally, our Jiangdong has gained face. Zhang Zhe is too powerful. Chen Feng shouted angrily. No way. How could I lose to him? Xiaoqin spoke up. What do you want to do? The test isn't over yet. You're not allowed on the stage. At this moment, Zhang Zhe seemed to be sweating, but he remained still with no sign of giving up. The level 17 Pit Fiend monster quickly appeared after 5 minutes. This one was much larger and more terrifying than the level 16 one. As soon as Zhang Zhe saw it, he angrily shouted, Looking down on me, huh? Then come on. Charge. The pit fiend monster quickly lunged towards him. Zhang Ze didn't back down. I'll fight with my life. Suddenly, the level 17 monster disappeared. Zhang Ze was surprised. What happened? A voice rang out. Test complete. Preparing to exit virtual reality space. Please prepare yourself. Countdown starting. Zhang Ze regretted. It's over already? I hadn't even gotten into my stride. I just found the feeling. Who knows? I might have been able to break through the current situation. Is it really over? The virtual reality machine quickly opened, and Zhang Ze cried out, blinded by the light. Xiao Qin was satisfied. Xiao Zhe, you did great. The level 16 pit fiend monster was defeated by you. You'll definitely succeed in the Demon Realm Stronghold test, and the Security Department test too. Zhang Ze was bewildered. Down below, everyone cheered excitedly. Jiangdong Zhang Ze! Jiangdong Zhang Ze! Everyone saw him coming down and clamored. Great Master, you're amazing. How did you defeat it? I was eliminated at level 4, but the Great Master surpassed level 16. Please accept my sincerest admiration. Big Brother Zhang Ze, do you take disciples? I'm willing to be your ox and horse. You're confused. What exactly is going on? Xiao Wei annoyedly. What else? You reached level 16. They're all your fans, brother-in-law. Someone rushed forward. Big brother, I'm also from Jiangdong. Where are you from? Lan Tian school student. We're from the same hometown. Please help me out in the future. Zhang Ze quickly escaped the crowd. What fans? I feel a bit tired. I'm going back to the dorm first. I still have to go to the Demon Realm later. Ruo Tong quickly followed. He turned his head. Ruo Tong, is something wrong? She stammered. You said you'd go to the Demon Realm. I'm still stuck on floor 11. Can I ask you to help me clear the level tonight? Zhang Ze said. That's fine, but you're visually impaired. Entering the Demon Realm is very dangerous. Before he could finish, Xiao Wei quickly ran over. There's no way to stop this crowd. Let's get out of here quickly. Ruo Tong, I'll take you back to the dorm. Before leaving, she didn't forget to call back. Zhang Ze, my attire is a green mage's robe. He quickly agreed, but this made him wonder. She can't see. So how does she know she's wearing a blue mage's robe? Perhaps someone told her. On floor 11 of the Demon Realm, everyone had quickly gathered there very early. Lasha squeezed into the crowd. A green robe. Is she Sun Ruo Tong? I should go say hello first and see. Lasha quickly approached to greet her. Is that Ruo Tong? The girl joyfully. Are you Zhang Ze? You said you're Zhang Ze. I'll lead you to fight the boss on this floor. Your eyes can't see, so just follow me. Ruo Tong, who was known as Yue in the Demon Realm, stammered. I didn't mean to hide it. Actually, in the Demon Realm, my eyes can see everything. Lasha turned around in surprise, startled by her words. Yue blushed at his reaction. It seemed she felt apologetic, so she stammered. I'm sorry. Lasha thought to himself. So, she already knows my true identity? She continued. I'm sorry. I swear I won't reveal your identity. If I break my oath, I'll suffer the consequences. Lasha said. All right, you must keep my identity a secret. Only you know about this. If it gets out, it'll be a lot of trouble. Yue said. I can swear an even more solemn oath. Lasha waved his hand. No need, I trust you. Dragon King left a message saying that Giant God is online. He can now get out of bed and move around, so he has come to the Demon Realm. Everyone is currently on floor 11 to help Giant God catch up. Lasha said. Coincidentally, I also have a friend who needs to clear a level. Everyone, let's go there together. Dragon King said that they would come now and meet him at the Emperor's altar. Lasha told her, my friends are coming soon. I'll introduce you to everyone. Yue happily agreed. Dragon King's group quickly arrived. Lasha immediately introduced to everyone. Sky Yue is my friend. She wants to explore this floor with us. Yue stepped forward. I hope to receive everyone's help. Dragon King laughed loudly. If she's Lasha's friend, there's nothing to discuss. Moon's Shadow thought to herself, what's her relationship with Lasha? A girlfriend. Xiao Wei also secretly mused. Why does this girl look more and more familiar the more I look at her? Lasha continued. Everyone's here, so let's begin. Today, we must successfully clear floor 11. Help Giant God and Sky Yui get the key. Then tomorrow we can explore floor 12. Giant God gratefully. Thank you, everyone. Lasha worried. Giant God, are you all right? Giant God reassured him. Don't worry. The doctor has arranged for my discharge. Only then did Lasha relax. That's good. Everyone wondered. Oh, this time it's so smooth. Where are the pirates? Where's Captain Jack? Before, it was probably an unexpected situation. Normally, the probability is very low. We just happen to be lucky enough to encounter them. So, this time isn't exciting enough. Everyone quickly rode the beast war chariots and successfully approached the Captain's Sea Castle. The morale of Lasha's army was high, and the beast war chariots aggressively attacked the pirates with all their might. Little Rabbit annoyedly. Take your hand off. Don't touch my big brother Lasha. Lasha looked over. Little Rabbit, don't be so rude. Yui was startled. Oh, I'm sorry. This is my first time riding a giant beast, so I haven't quite adapted yet. Yui was still not used to the name Lasha. She miscalled him, then paused. You're so powerful, and you can even summon beast war chariots. What level is your innate skill? Little Rabbit bragged. Oh, that's nothing. Big brother Lasha can even summon bosses. Yui was surprised. What? He can even summon bosses? Little Rabbit said smugly. That's right, just you wait and see. Lasha shouted. Everyone pay attention. A swift victory. Clear this stage quickly. The next floor is waiting for us. Swift victory. Meanwhile, the captain also fiercely fired his gun rapidly at everyone. But with previous experience, his team successfully cleared the stage. Dragon King spoke up. I didn't expect to deal with that octopus so quickly this time, Moon Shadow said. Because we had previous experience, this time was much easier. Lasha thought. All 10 slots are full, right? There's no way to recruit a second Captain Jack. He quickly checked his summoning system panel. His summoning spell's level was still 1, but he had already accumulated half of the experience points. He hoped to quickly level up to 2. Then he'd be able to summon 30 followers. He continued, Colossus and Yui have both acquired the keys. Let's head to floor 12. Dragon King sighed. There's nothing we can do there. We don't have any elemental mages. Lasha said they were still missing fire, lightning, and earth elemental mages and had to figure out a solution together. Colossus said he knew a fire mage, but she and her team were currently stuck on floor 10 and couldn't come here. Little Fairy said, Is the only way to post on the forum to recruit elemental mages? Those guys are bloodsuckers. They love money even more than I do. Yui said, Perhaps I can help. Dragon King was delighted. You have mage friends? What element are their spells? Yui said, I don't know any mage friends. My skills are element dependent and can provide elemental attribute support for weapons and equipment. Little Fairy was surprised. You're a support mage? Colossus laughed loudly. Fantastic. You're truly a stroke of luck, sent from heaven to help us. Lasha secretly calculated. Element dependent, providing elemental attribute support for weapons. With this, we'll be able to deal with elemental monsters that counter us, and we'll successfully clear floor 12. He said, It's already late today. Even if we go to floor 12, we won't be able to fight for long. Plus, I have something to do tomorrow, so how about everyone goes back to rest first? The guild's vault has accumulated quite a few soul orbs. I'll distribute a portion for everyone to use. Tomorrow, we'll challenge floor 12 in our best condition, all right? Dragon King agreed, saying, Tomorrow the Academy also has a placement test. Colossus and I both have to go assist. Lasha said, Then we'll end here today. I'll send the soul orbs to everyone directly in a bit. Colossus, get some early rest to recover quickly. He quickly agreed. We'll continue fighting tomorrow. The next morning arrived quickly. Minister Lay announced, next up is the placement test. Everyone can choose to form a team or go solo. This is the homeroom teacher of Class A, Teacher Gu Tianyang. Lasha wondered, why isn't Xiang Xiaoqin here? Did she complete her mission and leave? Minister Lei continued, Teacher Gu, although you are the homeroom teacher of Class A and have priority in selecting students, you must also pay attention to maintaining your image. Tianyang spoke up. My test is very simple. If you're ready, come to the small auditorium on the other side to find me. I will personally test everyone. Ruodong stepped forward. Zhang Zhe, I want to team up with you. Xiao Wei also quickly said, I'll team up with you too. I won't hinder you from getting into Class A. Zhang Zhe was surprised. Oh, aren't your relationships not very good? The two guys with Chen Feng smugly said, Don't get too ahead of yourselves. Getting into Class A is like daydreaming. Why not follow our young master Chen to have someone to rely on? After mocking Zhang Zhe's group, the three guys laughed loudly and then left. Xiao Wei was annoyed. That Chen Feng, I really want to see him get beaten to a pulp. Zhang Zhe said, Don't be impatient. Let them go in and take the test first. About 5 minutes later, the homeroom teacher's office door burst open. The three people inside lay sprawled on the ground, and one of them angrily cursed. What kind of teacher is he? His moves are too cruel. My right leg is broken. Everyone murmured. They were beaten by Gu Tianyang. Even Chen Feng was beaten. I don't want to participate anymore. It's too scary. This is outrageous. It's just a placement test. Why is it like a battle to the death? Chen Feng was unwilling to give up. I am young Master Chen of the Chen family. My coming to Qingda Academy is an honor for your school, yet you dare to reject me. If it weren't for my grandfather insisting I come here, I would have gone to study abroad in country M a long time ago. Minister Lei reminded, Chen Feng, don't be so arrogant. The Chen family is indeed prominent, but that's not a pass to Qingda Academy. He cursed, I don't need it. I'll go study abroad. Minister Lei was annoyed. Get out of here quickly, next team. Zhang Zhe went first. It's our turn. The three of them had just entered when the homeroom teacher was already standing there, waiting. Xiao Wei spoke up. Could this drunk old teacher be our future homeroom teacher? He looks so detestable. Zhang Zhe said, to be able to beat Chen Feng so badly, he's definitely not simple. Tianyang calmly asked, Are you ready? The rule is, if you just touch me, it counts as passing. Remember, you don't need to hold back, because I won't hold back either. Ruo Tong said she could hear the sound of energy moving inside his body. It's very powerful. Zhang Zhe also took a defensive stance. It seems he's just pretending to be drunk. Everyone be careful. Stick close to me. Xiao Wei quickly agreed and also took a stance. Zhang Zhe and everyone rushed forward together. He shouted commands. I'll attack from below. Xiao Wei attacks from above. Ruo Tong attacks head-on. Seeing the three of them coordinate so smoothly, the homeroom teacher exclaimed, Oh, you're coordinating well. Facing Ruo Tong's attack, he quickly and lightly gripped the staff in her hand. Then, with just one move, Ruo Tong and Xiao Wei were both sent flying. Zhang Zhe attacked from behind. The teacher calmly said, Interesting, trying to ambush me. Then he successfully dodged the boy's attack with ease. Another kick was thrown out. So what? Watch this. But it seemed this attack also failed. He gnashed his teeth in frustration as Tianyang lightly landed on the ground. You three are stronger than the previous students, but to touch me, you're still far from it. Zhang Zhe asked worriedly, How is it? Are you okay? Xiao Wei said, annoyed, I'm fine. This drunk old teacher's moves are too fast. We can't even touch him. Zhang Zhe said, I have a way. Xiao Wei asked curiously, What way? He said, Xiao Wei, you and I will attack head-on, and Ruo Tong will assist from behind to help us predict his movements. Then, the three of them discussed their plan together. The homeroom teacher calmly took a sip of wine. These three kids are interesting. I'll play this entire match with you. Up above, the principal's assistant observed. Why are teacher Gu Tianyang's movements so slow? He usually finishes a team in 10 minutes, always quick and decisive. Is he not fighting this time? But the principal quickly understood. Ah, he's interested. He must have taken a liking to these three students. Just wait and see. Zhang Zhe thought as he fought. My speed has reached its limit. Even using the dragon's breath technique, I still can't keep up with him. How high is his agility stat after all? Tianyang asked curiously. Your name is Zhang Zhe, right? Your speed is decent, but you still need to try harder. On this side, Ruo Tong was counting quickly as Qiao Wei impatiently asked, How is it? Have you clearly seen his movements yet? She told him, Don't make noise. Then Ruo Tong quickly told Qiao Wei, Left. As soon as she heard her friend's words, Qiao Wei quickly leaped forward. Tianyang found it amusing. What? Predicting my movement position? Ruo Tong shouted loudly. Jump! Retreat! The homeroom teacher smiled. So, you're using your hearing to predict my position. Now it's my turn to fight back. Then he fiercely struck towards Ruo Tong. I'll deal with you first. But suddenly, Ruo Tong smiled. You fell for it. For a moment, Tianyang didn't understand what this student was saying. Unexpectedly, Zhang Zhe appeared and used the soft force technique to strike towards the homeroom teacher, then told everyone, Attack together. He hugged and locked the homeroom teacher's leg. As soon as Tianyang heard soft force technique, he knew the boy was a disciple of Pang Taihua, but the teacher only needed to circulate a bit of his internal energy to successfully send all three of them flying away. Qiao Wei and Ruo Tong screamed together. The three quickly lay sprawling on the ground, but Zhang Zhe still didn't give up. He scrambled to his feet. Such incredible strength! The principal walked in, smiling with satisfaction. Excellent, excellent. To make Tianyang use the seal technique. You three are truly outstanding. This test was very special. Tianyang was satisfied. It was worth coming to participate in this year's test. You three kids are very interesting. The assistant stepped forward. Congratulations to you three for passing the placement test. You will be placed in Class A under the guidance of teacher Gu Tianyang. Qiao Wei was delighted. It's a gold badge. Only Class A students are qualified to wear it. I finally got it. Now I can go back and show off to my cousin Yuing. Ruo Dong held the badge in her hand, extremely moved. Seeing the three of them come out, the crowd buzzed. I thought they would also be carried out. I didn't expect them to pass the test. That's amazing. They're the first team to pass the test, right? I heard that usually, Class A has no more than 5 students. Now there are already 3, meaning only 2 spots left. We'll have even fiercer competition. Minister Lei spoke. After the test, go home and rest. Be at Class A at exactly 8 a.m. tomorrow for roll call. Don't be late. Zhang Zhe quickly replied. Qiao Wei eagerly called to announce. Hello, Dad. I passed the placement test. I'm a Class A student. Dad, get ready to buy me a reward gift. Ruo Dong ran over and whispered to him. Zhang Zhe, are we going to the Demon Realm tonight? He replied happily. Of course. Tonight, we'll try to clear the 12th floor. She quickly agreed. Night quickly fell. On the 12th floor of the Demon Realm, everyone had already gathered. Dragon King spoke. Finally, you two are here. Yu-E, quickly show me your elemental affinity. I can't wait. Rakshasa stepped forward. Yu-E, let's open everyone's eyes. Then Yu-E raised her staff and shouted, Elemental affinity. Streams of colorful light quickly appeared around her. The system quickly announced, Your weapon has been imbued with the lightning element. Duration, 30 minutes. Dragon King looked at his weapon excitedly, smiling happily. He was satisfied. Lightning element for 30 minutes. All my attacks will have lightning properties, right? Yui said, That's right, but my innate skill has a few drawbacks. Namely, I can't specify the element as I wish. It can only imbue randomly. So I don't know what element will come next. Rakshasa said, "That's right. If it's not the element we need, then we'll just wait until your skill's cooldown ends. Then use your innate skill again." Yui thought this was a good idea. Afterward, Noyedon quickly had her skill imbued by Yui. She looked at her weapon in surprise. Noyedon happily exclaimed, "Great! My weapon is imbued with the fire element." The Colossus was also imbued with an element afterward. Dragon King was satisfied. "Finally, we can go fight monsters." Rakshasa said, "Not bad luck. Generally, we have all the basic elements." Little Fairy observed, "Those people are really rich, using magic scrolls to boost weapon elements." Dragon King looked on enviously. "The price of one item is hundreds of thousands. We can't afford it. Yui's innate skill is still more practical." Suddenly, Rakshasa shouted, "Everyone be careful. It's a fire elemental monster." The monster quickly charged aggressively towards everyone, then spat out a huge flame. The Colossus also charged forward at the same time, using his shield to block the flames. He took 100 points of damage. Dragon King attacked simultaneously, but his attack seemed to deal too little damage to the monster. Chi Thursday saw the tense situation and quickly used her ice element to support. Rakshasa aimed his bow and arrow. Using counter-elements to attack is indeed much easier. The monster was quickly defeated. It flew far away in fear to maintain distance, seemingly wanting to escape. Chi Thursday said loudly, "Using counter-elements is even easier than I thought." Dragon King wondered, "Which elemental group should my lightning element attack?" Rakshasa guessed, "Probably wood element. When we encounter a wood elemental monster later, you can try." Dragon King quickly agreed. Rakshasa continued, "This monster-slaying journey is easier than I expected. Ahead is the Elemental Lord Boss's palace. Everyone get ready. The Elemental Lord still hasn't appeared. It's been a long time since the last wave, hasn't it? Normally, he should have appeared by now. Could it be that there's a problem in the demon realm? If the boss doesn't appear, how can we clear the stage? The forum says the demon realm has been very unusual lately. Sometimes the boss appears continuously, sometimes none appear for days." As everyone walked closer, the crowd was already buzzing with discussion. Dragon King was uneasy. Is what they're saying true? The demon realm boss won't appear. Rakshasa speculated, "Probably not. However, with so many people gathered, we'll have to queue. We won't be able to clear the stage today either." Yui was flustered. "So what should we do? It's still very early." Rakshasa said, "How about we go back and continue fighting small monsters? We can get familiar with the rules of counter-elements and earn more spoils of war." Noyedon felt that was also acceptable. Dragon King sighed, "We'll just have to accept it. Let's kill more monsters quickly, or my elemental buff will disappear in a bit." Just as everyone was about to leave, chaos broke out ahead. Rakshasa wondered, "It seems something happened up ahead. Let's go check it out." Everyone grumbled and retreated. "Run!" The elemental attribute boss suddenly appeared outside the palace. "Damn it! He didn't come when we waited earlier, and isn't he supposed to appear inside the palace? Why is he running out here? Our team doesn't have enough people today. Otherwise we would have defeated him." "Don't brag. Your skills don't deal damage." Dragon King saw the boss and panicked. "Oh my God, he's gigantic." Rakshasa quickly shouted, "Everyone prepare. Little bird, use gravity suppression." She stepped forward indignantly. "It's Little Bird, Aaron. Don't call me Little Bird." The elemental boss aggressively attacked Rakshasa's group. It had a more bizarre form than previous bosses. The Colossus attacked once, but the damage dealt to it was 0. He panicked. "Why is the damage 0? Dragon King also stepped forward and launched an attack at it. "No way, all damage is 0. Then how can we fight him?" Everyone advanced together, but no one could inflict even a little damage on this boss. Rakshasa speculated, "Could this boss be a tribute less?" Lunar Shadow was surprised. "What? A tribute less?" But when this guy charged through, just one of his attacks could easily send a few people flying. Dragon King, after being hit, was also annoyed. Damn it, that hurts so much. Lunar Shadow advised, Dragon King, be careful, don't advance for now. Xiao Wei was tense. We have to think of something. My skill can't suppress it for too long. Rakshasa agreed with this. If it's attribute-less, then there's no counter-element. Is there a way to change its state? Yui stepped forward. Or let me try. Rakshasa wondered, how do you plan to do it? She said she wasn't sure, but she could try. Then Yui stepped forward and used her subordinate element to strike the elemental boss. After being attacked, its entire body was now covered in a blazing fire. Dragon King's mouth fell open in surprise. Ooh, this method can be used? This method is truly amazing. Rakshasa praised. The boss has transformed into a fire element. Everyone, prepare to attack. Yui, you're so clever. Now that the boss had an attribute, One Night Autumn stepped forward and powerfully attacked it with his ice element. This method was indeed effective. One Night Autumn continuously attacked, significantly reducing the boss's health. Rakshasa laughed joyfully. It really worked. Little bird, pay attention to gravity suppression to control the boss. Little bird stepped forward. Got it. Colossus also quickly rushed forward to support One Night Autumn. The two of them coordinated incredibly well. The boss's health is down by more than 1/3. Keep cornering him. Rakshasa continued. Suddenly, Colossus shouted, Everyone be careful. Xiao Wei exclaimed, Oh no, my gravity suppression doesn't seem to be working on him anymore. At this moment, it aggressively advanced towards Rakshasa. What are you talking about? It seems the elemental lord is starting to self-transform its elements. Dragon King gritted his teeth and asked again, What? The elemental lord struck Colossus, causing him to lose a good amount of health. It truly has transformed. The attack is no longer effective. Rakshasa continued, In a bit, its element will change. If it's a counter-element, the damage will be higher. Seeing the boss transform again, Rakshasa warned everyone. The boss has transformed again. It's turned into a metal element. At this moment, Rakshasa calculated. Metal element? Lunar Shadow, you are a fire element. Find an opportunity to attack the boss. Lunar Shadow quickly obeyed Rakshasa's words. She held her great sword and fiercely attacked. Indeed, Lunar Shadow's attack dealt very high damage to the elemental boss. Dragon King was stunned. Lunar Shadow, your damage is really amazing. This compliment made her blush a little. Rakshasa shouted, Lunar Shadow, watch out. The aggro has shifted to you. The elemental boss angrily attacked Lunar Shadow. At the same time, one of its arms also struck Colossus, making him struggle a bit. Lunar Shadow was annoyed. My sword draw was a beat too slow. If it were Beast Swordsman, I'm sure I could have slashed him 2 or 3 times just now. Dragon King was impatient. When will the boss's element change again? My lightning element can't wait any longer. The elemental boss approached Lunar Shadow more closely, attacking her from behind, giving her no time to react. Rakshasa shouted loudly, Lunar Shadow, careful. The elemental lord struck Lunar Shadow, sending her flying far away. She only managed to let out a scream in time. Xiao Wei and Rakshasa were extremely worried. He panicked, shouted, and rushed towards her. Rakshasa quickly picked up Lunar Shadow. Are you okay? Why have you been so distracted lately? Lunar Shadow stammered. Rakshasa, I need your help with something. Rakshasa wondered, what is it? She said she wanted to learn swordsmanship from Beast Swordsman. Rakshasa said, That's too simple anytime. But first, we have to defeat the boss. Lunar Shadow politely thanked him. On this side, the elemental boss quickly changed elements. Xiao Wei shouted, You too, stop flirting. Be careful. The boss has turned into a lightning element. Rakshasa raised his bow. My arrows are an earth element, which coincidentally can counter him. Each of Rakshasa's arrows tore through the wind, flying straight toward the elemental boss. The arrow fiercely pierced directly into its chest. Dragon King was startled. What's going on? Why did it not deal any damage? Suddenly, the elemental boss exploded. Everyone marveled. Dragon King shouted, "Ooh, Rakshasa, how is your damage so high?" Rakshasa also didn't expect the damage to be so high, and it even triggered a critical hit. But very quickly, the elemental boss reemerged into a normal form. Colossus shouted, "Everyone, retreat behind me." Colossus sighed. My role as a shield warrior is becoming less and less important. My attack isn't high, and I can't even hold aggro. If only I had a taunt-like talent skill. Seeing his teammates so discouraged, Rakshasa raised his bow to support. Colossus, just a little more effort. As his arrow flew past, the elemental boss continued to lose 5,799 health. Dragon King laughed happily. Everyone keep going. The boss's health is only 1/3 left. Lunar Shadow exclaimed in alarm. This isn't good, everyone look. Little Bird Aaron was dumbfounded. Oh no, more and more people are coming to watch. Will they steal our boss? Dragon King was annoyed. Let me see who dares. Rakshasa said, Everyone, don't worry, I have a plan. As soon as he finished speaking, Rakshasa stepped forward and placed his hand on the ground. A green light surrounded his body. It seemed Rakshasa wanted to summon someone again. Very quickly, the beast swordsman and giant beast were summoned by him. Even the captain was summoned to help. The Dragon King laughed loudly. Rakshasa's underling boss was still more powerful. He told everyone, Let's make this a quick battle and a quick victory. The people who had been watching were aghast. Oh my God, where did these bosses come from? They look like summoned bosses. If you live long enough, you'll see everything. Summoning monsters is one thing. Damn it, if even bosses can be summoned, who can compete? How can ordinary adventurers like us survive? The demon realm is truly becoming more chaotic now. Rakshasa, annoyed, grabbed his bow and arrow and charged straight towards the elemental boss. Go die. Rakshasa's critical attack caused the elemental boss to explode. In the air, only screams could be heard. The system quickly announced, Congratulations, you have defeated the elemental lord. Rakshasa was satisfied. It's over. The Dragon King looked at the red orbs and weapons scattered all over the ground and laughed loudly. So much equipment dropped. Rakshasa picked up a necklace. This is an A-grade elemental necklace. Spirit plus 17. No effects. Durability 900/900. He told Yuichi, This necklace isn't bad. It gives plus 17 spirit. It suits you well. Take it, Yuichi. This battle was lucky to have you. The Dragon King was also happy. That's right. We were lucky to have your skill. But Yuichi quickly refused. No, I can't take it. Noyadon tensely said, Rakshasa, I've discovered a very serious problem. He wondered, what problem? Noyadon said, It seems there's no teleportation stone gate leading to the 13th floor of the demon realm here. Everyone was aghast. What? Little Rabbit worried. It seems it's true. Why isn't the stone gate appearing? Giant God said, Could the stone gate not appearing be related to the unusual state of the demon realm? The Dragon King looked bewildered. The stone gate still hasn't appeared. Xiaowei said, So, did we fight the boss in vain? But we already got the key. The crowd quickly grew restless. It seems the demon realm stone gate isn't appearing on any floor, not just yours. The Dragon King said, If there's no teleportation gate, everyone should go back first. If something really happens in the demon realm, this place will become extremely dangerous. Noyadon said, I'll go back and ask Uncle Six what exactly happened in the demon realm. He definitely knows. Rakshasa quickly agreed. Everyone, return quickly. These days, we need to pay more attention to the news. We might find a conclusion. In the morning at school, everyone was discussing. This time the demon realm is really chaotic. Haven't you heard? Even the guide spirits are gone. There's no way to choose the demon realm floor you want to go to through the spirits. What? Doesn't that mean it's all over? In the past few days, even the trading platform has stopped working. Xiaowei shouted loudly. Zhang Zhe, wake up quickly. Hurry to Class A for attendance. Everyone in the male dorms was confused. Who's that girl? Shouting here, so early in the morning. She looks pretty too. Chuang Trake lazily walked out. Didn't they say it starts at 9 a.m.? It's only 8 o'clock now, she grumbled. I heard 5 people got into Class A this term. Let's quickly go see what the other 2 look like. Chuang Trake said he hadn't even had breakfast yet. Zhao irritably grabbed his hand and pulled him along. What breakfast? Let's go. In Class A, a student said to Nuok Dong. Hi, you're also in Class A, right? My name is Lam Tuan Duong. I'm from Hong Tin Academy in Chao Vien City. Nice to meet you. Nuok Dong smiled. My name is Tun Nuok Dong. As he and Zhao stepped into the classroom, Nuok Dong quickly recognized them. Chuang Trake, you guys are here. The young man happily raised his hand. Hello, my name is Lam Tuan Duong. He stepped forward to greet him cheerfully. Hello, my name is Chuang Trake. You're also a Class A student, aren't you? Tuan Duong said slyly. Yeah, and that guy with glasses over there is Chuang Thursday Vu. He just sits there reading, not saying a word. I tried to talk to him, but he wouldn't even pay attention. Good thing you guys showed up, or I'd be bored to death. Zhao stepped forward. Oh, right. How did you pass the placement test? That drunk teacher wasn't easy to deal with. Thanks to Chuang, my efforts, the 3 of us managed to pass. Tuan Duong scratched his head. Teacher Ko Tian Duong is indeed very powerful. He recounted. Back then, I used all my might to hold him off. My nose even bled. I had a headache for several days straight. Chuang Trake asked in confusion. You said you held him off? What do you mean? Tuan Duong said. I've had a special ability since I was little. I can control objects with my mind. He demonstrated as he spoke. Zhao stared in astonishment. There's an ability like that? Nuok Dong also exclaimed. That sounds amazing. He continued. I could originally only control small objects, but to prepare for this exam, I absorbed a lot of mental soul orbs, which significantly increased my stats. I can now move larger and heavier objects. Thursday Vu finally spoke. Your mental strength is still too weak, especially when facing a powerful figure like Ko Tian Duong. It's nothing but trouble. Zhao found it jarring. You seem to know a lot, don't you? So how did you fight that drunk teacher? Thursday Vu said, I didn't fight him. I was directly admitted. This surprised her so much that she shot up. What? You mean you didn't fight Ko Tian Vong, and you directly passed the test? La Sathan thought. Could he have pulled some strings? Otherwise, why would he be admitted to Class A without an exam? Zhao grumbled. What? Tandai Academy can also be influenced by connections. La Sat didn't believe it. As she was yelling, the homeroom teacher walked in. What's all the shouting about? Then he burped. Zhao defiantly said, I'm going to report it. Someone used connections to get into Class A. By what right was he assigned to Class A without an exam? Tuan Duong mocked, pinching his nose. Oh dear, he's been drinking again. The teacher said, You're talking about him? Yes, I made an exception for him because he solved a problem that has bothered me for 3 years. Zhao was unconvinced. By what right? That's unfair. The homeroom teacher said, You'll know whether it's fair or not later. Chuang Trake intervened. This shouldn't be argued about anymore. Teacher Ko certainly has his own reasons. Teacher Ko continued, No more small talk. I've taught at Tandai Academy for 6 years, leading 2 classes, a total of 10 students. But only 4 have successfully graduated. The success rate is quite low, so everyone needs to be mentally prepared. Tuan Duong asked in confusion, So why didn't the other 6 graduate? The homeroom teacher took a sip of wine and darkened his face. Because they all died. Zhao gasped, What? They all died. The teacher calmly continued, Mediocre abilities, ultimately dying at the hands of monsters from the demon pit. No one else can be blamed. These words from the teacher caused everyone there to fall silent in contemplation. He continued, "My requirements are very strict, so you must maintain your resolve to pass my tests. Don't think you're exceptional. When you face my tests, you're nothing." Having said that, he turned and left. That's all for today. Training starts tomorrow. Cherish this last moment of comfortable relaxation today. This is good wine. Zhao Vai was bewildered. Is that all for today's class? Tuan Duan said. Didn't you hear the teacher? Cherish this last moment of comfortable relaxation. On the street, a man walked and talked to himself. I've arranged a replacement for Kwang Dao. If Kwang Dao can't handle it, then just send him off. 2 guys are following me. I'll contact you later. As soon as he finished speaking, he ducked into a small alley in the neighborhood. This man wore a mask and looked very sinister. The 2 people following him had badges of the Ministry of Security. It seemed this man was a criminal. One of them stepped forward. National Ministry of Security. Tu Lu, we currently suspect you're involved with the Tu Kwang organization. Please come with us. The man quickly leaped up. You think you can catch me with just you 2? Then, the Ministry of Security agents quickly drew their guns. But the Tu Kwang guy wasn't easily defeated. His speed was very fast. We 4 from the Ministry of Security quickly opened fire, shooting rapidly towards Tu Kwang. But after all, human speed still can't match bullets. He was hit repeatedly in the back. But this guy remained calm. He flashed a strange smile, then ripped off his cloak. Demon Realm equipment works even better than bulletproof vests. Bullets won't kill me. Tu Lu angrily charged forward, throwing a punch at Tu Kwang. But he spoke scornfully. National Ministry of Security. A few thousand dong a month. Is it worth risking your life for? Don't say so much, just die. The 2 fighting created a powerful surge of energy. In the end, that Tu Kwang guy still lost to the Ministry of Security agent. Something like an armor wrapping appeared on Tu Lu's arm. He looked at Tu Kwang lying on the ground, annoyed. Damn it. So what if you have Demon Realm equipment? I have it too. But it seemed this battle left him slightly injured too. Tu Lu coughed a few times, then ordered his men to quickly take him away. The scene shifts back to the classroom, where the teacher says, everyone is no stranger to virtual reality combat equipment. I've adjusted the settings to suit each person. Now, use the devices and begin training for 24 hours. Zhao Vai was surprised. What? 24 hours? So no sleep at all? He angrily said, Sleep? Monsters will wait for you to sleep. Enemies will wait for you to sleep. They will only strike to kill you while you are still deep in slumber. Tuan Duan was surprised. Why isn't Chuang Trake here yet? The teacher said, You don't need to worry about that. I've arranged special training for him. After all, he's Pang Thiad Hoa's disciple. Zhao Vai was curious. What kind of special training? On this side, Chuang Trake shouted, Damn it, this rock is too huge. He was annoyed. Even though I used the dragon breath technique, I could only move it a few meters. I can't push it at all. The homeroom teacher appeared. Breathe. Pay attention to deep breathing. It's been dozens of minutes, and you've only moved it a few meters. Is Pang Thiad Hoa's disciple's ability only this much? Chuang Trake concentrated. Deep breathing, huh? Could the dragon breath technique be related to breathing? When teaching the dragon breath technique, Professor Pang did indeed tell me to practice deep breathing more. 1 month later, an airplane was soaring through the sky. Today's sky was quite beautiful. Tranthu said, Mom has prepared everything for me. Someone will pick me up as soon as I land. The person sitting next to him said, Why not use a private jet to pick you up? It's an insult to your status to have to sit with lowly people on a rundown plane. He said his mother didn't want to be too ostentatious. After all, the Tran family is one of the 4 great families. Sending their descendants abroad to study is not something glorious. He continued, Tonight, Lieutenant Colonel Andrew, the Deputy Minister of Hoa Kwok's Ministry of National Security, leader of the Dao Action Team, wants to discuss future plans with you. Tran Thu exclaimed, Excellent, the Dao Action Team. In his heart, he always harbored the intention of taking revenge on Chuang Trake and his group. After a month of training, he could now lift a rock with one hand and answer the phone with the other. Chu Fong, why are you calling me so urgently? On the other end of the line, his younger sister announced, Dr. Duong just called and said they finally have a new artificial kidney. The surgery will be in a few days. At that time, he cut her off. That's great. Don't worry, I'll definitely come home to you then. On the other end, the little girl smiled innocently. Brother, there's one more thing. Yesterday afternoon, our homeroom teacher guided us into the demon realm. Chuang Trake was overjoyed. What? You also entered the demon realm? Chu Fong continued. That's right, but the demon realm is still in a chaotic state. The guiding spirits have vanished, and we new students can't awaken our talents. Brother, what's your name in the demon realm? He said, the situation in the demon realm has been unstable for the past month. You must be careful inside. I'll tell you my name later. Chu Fong obediently said, Yes, I know. I miss you so much. His whole body quickly trembled as a surge of power enveloped him. All right, Chu Fong. I'm still training. I'll ask Teacher Ko for leave in a bit. On the day of the surgery, I'll be there with you. As soon as he hung up, he clenched his fist, and the large rock from before quickly shattered into pieces, scattering everywhere. Chuang Trake was startled. Oh no, I was too strong. The rock fragments are everywhere. I'm about to get scolded again. On the 11th floor of the demon realm, La Sac quickly logged in. At the same time, Noyedon also arrived. He was surprised. You're here. She said, I'm here. You came early today. Lasset said that he had some matters to attend to in a few days and might not be able to practice sword fighting with her. Noyedon was surprised. What's the matter? Do you need my help? He said, It's fine. I can handle it myself. Let's make the most of our time and start practicing. Noyedon was determined. Today, I must defeat you. Kim Hao replied, Free-flowing sword. The person you must defeat is yourself. Kim Hao began to instruct Noyedon. When drawing your sword, you have too many distracting thoughts. To defeat me, you must abandon your current sword technique. Noyedon patiently said, Again. This girl is truly diligent, practicing continuously for a whole month, and her passion hasn't waned. In the operating room, Chu Fong had already entered surgery. The doctor said, Inject the anesthetic for the little girl. The doctor quickly reassured her. Don't be scared. Just relax as usual. Don't be too tense. Chu Fong said, I hope after this time, I won't have to be on the operating table anymore. The doctor monitored her heart rate. You're too tense. Your heart rate and blood pressure are a bit high. You can chat with me to reduce stress. She politely thanked the doctor. This year I turned 18. A few days ago, the teacher guided us into the demon realm. Dr. Duong spoke up to congratulate her. So, what kind of innate skill did you awaken? She replied, Currently, the demon realm is unstable, so it seems I can't awaken my innate skill, but I'm really looking forward to it. The girl said, If only I could be as powerful as my brother, that would be amazing. Dr. Duong, $100? Is Zhang Zhe's innate skill really that powerful? Xiao Feng happily replied, Of course. My brother awakened an SSS-Rank innate skill. My eyelids are so heavy, I'm so sleepy. The doctor injected anesthetic while replying, Really? SSS-Rank. This is the first time I've heard of someone awakening an SSS-Rank innate skill. Dr. Duong was curious. Your brother is that powerful? What's his name? The innocent girl said her brother wouldn't let her say. The doctor pressed on. Xiao Feng, I'm not a stranger. Tell me, what's your brother's name? Xiao Feng groggily replied, My brother's name is Rakshasa. This surprised the doctor, making him alarmed. He stared, What? Rakshasa? At this moment, the doctor smiled sinisterly and took off his mask. Zhang Zhe, Rakshasa, what a surprise. The assistant doctor next to him said, I didn't expect it, big bro. Shall we continue? He stopped the surgery. This girl is very important. Arrange for someone to take her. I'll use her to exchange for something with Rakshasa. No, Zhang Zhe. Outside the operating room, Zhang Zhe was already waiting anxiously. He sat and stood restlessly for a while. She'll definitely be fine. Nothing will happen. Suddenly, as he was reassuring himself, his phone rang. Rakshasa frowned. Who keeps calling me at such an important time? On the other end, Xiaoqin said anxiously, Zhang Zhe, why are you only answering now? Don't let your sister go into the operating room. That doctor isn't a good person, she said, alarmed. He was startled. What do you mean? Explain clearly. Xiaoqin irritably said, I'm telling you, that Duong NOC is the leader of Shu Guang. Don't let him operate on your sister. It's dangerous. As soon as he heard this, he shouted in alarm. What? The leader of Shu Guang. As soon as he hung up with Xiaoqin, Zhang Zhe frantically rushed into the operating room, his heart burning with rage as he cursed loudly. Damn it! A doctor quickly came out to block Zhang Zhe. The surgery is in progress. Relatives are not allowed inside. He furiously threw a punch at the man. Get out of my way! But that doctor quickly used his hand to block Zhang Zhe's attack. After fighting him for a bit, Zhang Zhe knew he was Trin Hao. He took off his mask. Zhang Zhe, you've gotten stronger. But the stronger you are, the better. Otherwise, it'll be boring if I kill you too easily. Nurses and security guards were alarmed. Someone's fighting in the operating room hallway. Zhang Zhe furiously yelled, Get out! Then punched Trin Hao hard. Hospital security was horrified. Oh my God! Are these two even human? Just one punch made a hole in the wall. Another security guard was also scared. Big bro, if we rush in, it'll be suicide. It's better to wait for the police to arrive. Trin Hao laughed loudly. After my previous defeat, I've trained hard. My goal is to defeat you. Now your sister has been operated on. You can't save her. Trin Hao's words infuriated Zhang Zhe. He put all his internal energy into his punch. Trin Hao, go to hell. As soon as he finished speaking, a punch landed squarely on Trin Hao's stomach, leaving him no way to defend. Zhang Ze's strike was too powerful. Trin Hao was sent flying into the wall, where he hit, cracking a hole. Trin Hao trembled. What kind of move was that? He saw Zhang Ze's hand glowing. He explained, This is one of the... Zhang Ze was about to deliver a finishing blow to Trin Hao when suddenly something exploded, forcing him to retreat. The person who appeared surprised Zhang Ze. He stared blankly at his opponent for a moment. It turned out to be Dr. Duong. He happily said, Xiao Ze, didn't I tell you to quietly wait outside? Trin Hao, finding an ally, gritted his teeth. Uncle, hurry up and help me deal with him. Zhang Ze silently calculated. That power just now was terrifying. It seemed like power from the demon realm. How is that possible? He angrily asked, Where's my sister? What have you done to my sister? Dr. Duong reassured him. Don't worry, your sister is very safe. However, if you want to see her, it's best you do as I say. Zhang Ze angrily shouted, What do you want me to do? Dr. Duong said simply, Tonight at 8 p.m., enter the demon realm. We'll make an exchange. Zhang Ze said, The demon realm is unstable right now. I'm still stuck on the 13th floor. What should I do? Before he could finish speaking, a black-tipped spear fiercely flew towards Dr. Duong. He laughed loudly. So the domineering girl is here too? It's really lively today. Xiaoqin and the police officers quickly rushed over. Duong Nak, you won't escape today. He smirked. Can't escape? I don't think so. Xiaoqin looked confused. Oh, is that an item from the demon realm? He continued. Zhang Ze, no, Rakshasa. Tonight at 8 p.m., the gate to the death realm opens wide. We won't leave until we meet. Zhang Ze shouted unwillingly. Why are you looking for me? What exactly do you want to use me for? Before leaving, he didn't forget to leave a message. Because right now, you are the only one in this world who possesses an SSS-Rank innate skill. Xiaoqin was also stunned after hearing that. What? Zhang Ze, you awakened an SSS-Rank talent. At this question, he didn't know how to answer for a moment. At the place where Xiao Fong was held, those people saw him return and spoke up. Big brother. Duong Nak was annoyed. My identity has been exposed. I can't stay here anymore. Once I get what I want, we'll leave this place. He irritably helped Zheng Hao sit down on the chair. Zheng Hao now looked like a dog, utterly miserable. One of them panicked. What? Big brother has been hiding in Tianfeng City for so many years. Why suddenly expose himself? Duong Nak laughed loudly. Because there's been a variable. Duong Nak ordered. Tomb Digger, tonight we're going into the death realm. I'll leave the boss to you. Make sure the boss stays alive until I get what I want. She fiercely replied. Understood, big brother. He continued. Beast, you and Pang Zi will stand guard outside when the boss appears. Don't let other adventurers disturb us. Deal with a few of them if necessary to deter them. The other two quickly followed orders. Zheng Hao spoke up. Uncle, you must help me kill Zhang Zhe. He instructed. Xiao Hao, your injury is too severe. Stay here and watch Zhang Fong. I'll have Beast record the entire process of Zhang Zhe's death for you to watch. Then he continued. It's still early. Everyone go prepare. This time, I'll make sure there are no mistakes. On the 13th floor of the Demon Realm, Rakshasa came here alone to make a deal with Duong Nak. As soon as he logged in, he secretly thought, the Death Realm has really appeared. The system announced that the gate to the Death Realm has opened. Do you want to use the invitation letter to enter? The Dragon King's group was happy to see him. Rakshasa, why are you here so early today? Rakshasa was surprised. Oh, why are you all here so early? The Dragon King laughed loudly. Rakshasa, we heard that you and Moon Shadow have been secretly practicing sword techniques together these past few days. So today we came to see what it's like. Rakshasa said. Today I'm afraid I can't. I have something important to deal with. Moon Shadow stepped forward. Something important? What is it? Can I help? The Dragon King worried. That's right, Rakshasa. Come on, tell us. Your eyebrows are tightly furrowed. You look very anxious. Rakshasa said his sister was taken by Nati Thursday Kwong. What? Your sister was kidnapped by Nati Thursday Kwong. Rakshasa said he wants him to go to the Death Realm to find him. The Dragon King was angry. What? Damn it, Nati Thursday Kwong kidnapped a girl? A man doing something like this. Rakshasa, I'll go with you. The Dragon King said. Rakshasa is our brother. When friends are in trouble, we definitely won't ignore it. I'll definitely go. What about the rest of you? Chi Thursday spoke up. Do you even need to ask? I'll go too. Zhao Vai's group also wanted to follow. The little fairy said, normally, if you want my help, it costs a lot of money. But since we're friends, I'll do it for free. Rakshasa quickly thanked everyone. He continued, but the Death Realm is very dangerous. I hope if anything happens, everyone must ensure their own safety. The Dragon King continued, all right then, don't waste any more time. Let's depart now. Moon Shadow also interrupted. That's right. Your sister's safety is more important. Since everyone was so united, Rakshasa didn't prolong it. All right, then we'll enter the Death Realm first. At the haunted amusement park, the sounds of melodious music emanated, giving everyone a creepy feeling. Zhao Vai was scared. What kind of strange song is this? It's so creepy. Yu Not said. This is the main amusement park of the Death Realm. This is my first time in the Death Realm. Are those people foreign adventurers? Titan said. That's right. Adventurers from all over the world can enter the Death Realm. Dragon King gritted his teeth. What's there to be afraid of? There are so many of us. No one would dare cause trouble with us. Lasset said. Let's follow them. That side must be the park entrance. Lasset quickly checked the system and received news. That Thursday Kwong guy is waiting for you at the park. Come quickly. He said he's at the central stage of the Clown Boss Park. Uncle is waiting for you there. Lasset quickly agreed and told everyone. Let's go to the park entrance to find a friend. Then we'll all go in together. Nahan Naata had been waiting for Lasat very early, and she was also the top-ranked UCAM. As soon as you arrived, you got straight to the point. I'm here. I just received a message that he wants me at the central stage of the park. Nada showed no respect. Are these people your friends? They don't have any power at all. Lasat said, That's right. Everyone's here to help. If the situation isn't good, I'll tell them to go back first. Nahan Nata said, The opponents aren't ordinary characters. They are Thursday Kwong, who kill people without batting an eye. Nguetang spoke up. Don't worry, we'll put it outside. Dragon King also chuckled. That's right, we won't be a hindrance. Nata said coldly, All right, I'll go ahead and lead the way. Everyone, protect yourselves and stay safe. This park was as terrifying as its name suggested. Zao Vi shivered. These monsters are so disgusting. Nahan Nada picked up her weapon. Quick victory is key. Don't be overly aggressive. Dragon King quickly replied, Got it. I want to see how powerful the monsters of the Death Realm are. Dragon King was hit by an attack from a rotten wooden horse, losing 3,752 HP. He was annoyed. Damn it, the Death Realm monsters' attacks are too strong. On this side, Nahan Naata also quickly attacked the monsters, each of her blows causing the opponents to lose a lot of HP. Noyedon exclaimed, That's a lot of damage. Zao Vi also looked stunned. So powerful. Lasat, where did you find such a powerful character? Lasat's group quickly moved towards the entrance. From a distance, everyone complained. The stage entrance is blocked. We can't get in. One of them angrily said, That damn defense tower. Its attack power is abnormally strong, and there are so many of them. What should we do now? Let's all rush forward and try. I don't believe that with so many of us, we can't get past. Are you crazy? Didn't you see that assassin who rushed and first get killed on the spot by over a dozen lightning bolts? Or how about you go first and we'll follow? Lasat stepped forward to investigate. What's going on? Why are so many people gathered at the entrance? Those people continued to curse. I got here first, thinking I'd be the first to kill the boss. Looks like I celebrated too soon. Oh, that's right, everyone look. Lasat also looked in the direction everyone was pointing. He was surprised. Above, there were many lightning rods, and lightning was continuously gathering there. Anyone who approached those poles was electrocuted to death, quickly leaving only charred skeletons. Naha Nato explained, Those are lightning-type defense towers. Don't get close. They'll attack anyone who enters their range. Many defense towers are placed together. If we attack any one tower, all the towers will attack us, and we'll be killed instantly. Nguetang Wunda, Touchus Jenna. The entrance is blocked by defense towers, so how did those Thursday Kwong people get in? Dragon King asked. Is Thursday Kwong playing tricks? Naha Nada said, Everyone, stop talking. The urgent matter now is to quickly go and save him. Suddenly Lasat fell silent. Someone's coming. The person looked at him. Brother Lasat, we're waiting for you inside. Come in quickly. My defense towers won't harm you. Bong Bong smiled. Big Brother instructed to welcome only you. Everyone else must stay outside. Don't even think about rushing in, or you'll be struck by lightning and turned to ash. Lasat quickly stepped forward. All right, I'll go in alone. Noyedon stopped him, worried. Facing Nati Thursday Kwong alone, I'm afraid you won't stand a chance. He said, I don't care about that much. Saving him is more important. Everyone, stay here and be careful. Dragon King was flustered. What should we do? We can't let Lasat risk it alone. We can't just stand by and watch Lasat rush to his death. Everyone clamored. Damn it, I don't believe it. He can go in there. There's no way we're just going to stand here and wait. Then everyone, disregarding the danger, rushed forward together. Go, charge. Very quickly, those people were struck down by the lightning rods, and only screams could be heard. Naha Nada said, I can't get past either. The lightning magic attacks are not only powerful, but also have a stunning effect that impacts my speed. Once I'm stunned, I can only stand still and wait to die. Little Princess said no one could withstand being attacked by over a dozen defense towers at once. What should we do? It seems that charging in there resolutely will only lead to death. Yunat said, I have a way, but I don't know if it's feasible. Noyedan and Nahan Nata said in unison, What way? La Sat wondered as he walked. Did you set up these defense towers? Pang Pang said, Exactly. My innate skill is Defense Tower Master. I can summon defense towers to help me fight quickly. As long as they're within the defense tower's attack range, even high-level adventurers will be severely battered. La Sat couldn't help but praise. Very powerful. I didn't expect such an innate skill. Pang Pang said, It's just a minor skill, far inferior to your innate talent. I heard your summoning spell can summon bosses. That's amazing. Truly the top figure of our summoning group. I'd love to see it for myself. La Sat said, There'll be a chance later. Don't chat anymore. Quickly take me to see Natai Thursday Kwong. As soon as you arrived, you saw Dao Mo and Natai Thursday Kwong standing there waiting. As soon as he heard the noise, he knew you had arrived. Oh, you're here, nephew? Duong Nac continued. Welcome to my stage. La Sat, you will witness the birth of a miracle right here. He was impatient. I'm here. Release my sister first. He prolonged it. Don't be impatient. My performance hasn't begun yet. Then Natai Thursday Kwong spoke up. My dear, it's your turn to appear. Tai Van Trianoyet quickly appeared, her face filled with killing intent. Truong Trait was stunned as soon as he saw this girl. He suddenly blurted out, Huh, Lu Noyedan. She looked at La Sat in surprise. You know my sister? He was surprised. Sister? You're Noyedan's sister. Nat Di Tu Kwang spoke up. My dear, let's pause the chit-chat here. It's time to get to the main topic. Don't keep the audience waiting too long. Truya and Noyet hummed in acknowledgement. Then she looked towards him. Sorry, last Saturday. As soon as she finished speaking, Truya Noyet stepped forward and placed her hand on his chest. He didn't know what she intended to do, only seeing a surge of energy being transmitted inside. La Sat was wary. What are you trying to do? The system announced that Tai Van Truya Noyet was using an innate skill on you. La Sat secretly calculated. What is Truya Noyet's innate skill? What is she trying to do to me? Natai Thursday Kwong stepped forward. Don't move, or your sister will die. He angrily thought to himself. What should I do? Chu Fong, are you okay? On Chu Fong's side, Trin Hao pointed directly at her face and yelled, You dare to keep playing tricks on me? Watch out, or I'll hit you. Chu Fong yelled louder. I really can't stand it anymore. You won't let me go to the restroom, so I'll just have to relieve myself right here. Finally, he ran out of options. Damn it, that's disgusting. Get to the restroom now. Before closing the door, he yelled, I'm giving you 5 minutes. Hurry up and finish. Don't play any tricks on me. Chu Fong let out a cry. As soon as the door closed, the innocent, frightened little girl quickly disappeared. Chu Fong cunningly thought, 1 minute is enough. If you're so capable, come find me in the demon realm, you idiot. Chu Fong's two tied fingers quickly rubbed against each other. She vanished very quickly. It seems Chu Fong wanted to use the demon realm to escape from here. In the demon realm, Chu Fong panicked. Is this the demon realm? Finally escaped. Ah no, I'm not completely out of danger yet. I need to quickly contact my brother and tell him my location so he can save me. Chu Fong quickly opened the system and left a message. She said she had entered the demon realm and was temporarily not in danger, asking her brother to come save her quickly. After that, Chu Fong provided her brother with the address. The guide spirit quickly appeared. Dao Chiyu. Welcome to the demon realm. I am your guide spirit. Yu was happy. The guide spirit has appeared, so I can awaken my innate talent now, right? The spirit then said, Next, Please choose your attire in the demon realm. Yu Yu chose a pink dress and also wore a mask. He once said the demon realm is a lawless, unsafe place, so you must protect yourself very carefully. After hearing Yu Yu's words, the spirit quickly swung the magic wand in its hand. A cute outfit was quickly put on her. The spirit continued, Yu Yu, if you're ready, we will proceed to activate your innate talent. Please place your hand on the orb. Your innate talent skill will automatically appear. Yu Yu quickly followed the guide spirit's words. She placed her hand on the crystal clear orb. A stream of golden light quickly appeared. Yu Yu thought, I'm so nervous. What will my innate talent skill be? It can't be SS rank like his, can it? Then she chuckled. I'm really overthinking. It'll probably be C or D. At most A, right? The guide spirit quickly said, Congratulations, you have awakened. Back to Noyedan, she eagerly wondered, Yu not, what method did you think of? Long Vong stepped forward. Yes, what method is it? Hurry and tell us, I'm so impatient. Yu not said, I've carefully observed the attack targets of these defense towers. It seems that the lightning attribute can counter the lightning attacks of the defense towers. Naha Nada said, It seems so, then what? Yu not continued, Although my elemental affinity is random, there's so many of us. There's only one person with enough lightning attribute. Before she finished speaking, Nahan Nada understood. That sounds feasible, but even with the lightning attribute, it won't nullify all damage. There are too many defense towers. A normal person can't withstand them. We must have a healing adventurer accompany us. The little princess happily exclaimed. That's me. I have good skills and can guarantee healing. Long Vong was also eager. Then what are we waiting for? Let's try it. Nahan Nada urged. We can't delay this. There's no better way right now. Cast the spell on me first. Yu not said. I'll start casting the spell. Yu not quickly extended her magic staff, using her elemental affinity power on Nahan Natu. But unfortunately, Nahan Natu's element wasn't lightning, but fire. Yu not said. The cooldown is 60 seconds. Next person, prepare. Noyedan stepped forward. I'll be next. She hoped she would be lightning element. Yu not quickly cast a spell on Noyedan. But she wasn't lightning either. She was ice element. Yu then stepped forward to comfort them. It's okay. We still have a chance. Continue. It was Yu then's turn, but he was earth element. It seemed incredibly difficult to find a lightning element user at this moment. Noyedan was anxious. What do we do? There's no lightning element at all. Weinan was also wood element. There was only one person left, Long Vong, but he reassured everyone. We still have a chance. Yu not concentrated her inner strength on this cast. It seemed Long Vong was everyone's last hope. Luckily, this time they found the element everyone needed. Long Vong joyfully shouted, It's lightning! It's lightning! On this side, La Sat's entire body seemed to be on fire, surrounded by a golden glow. But he still didn't dare to move because, according to Natai Thursday Kwong, if he moved, Chu Fong would be in danger. The system quickly notified, You have received a message from a friend. Please check. La Sat was surprised. When he read the message, he whispered happily, It's Chu Fong. Chu Fong escaped into the demon realm. I need to find a way to save Chu Fong. On this side, Trui Noyet was still casting some spell on La Sat, with no sign of stopping. At the same time, she quickly announced, The skill has been fully executed. La Sat thought to himself, What is this? My stats haven't changed, and my body hasn't reacted at all. What exactly did she do to me? Natai Thursday Kwong stepped forward. Darling, how is it? Was it a success? She said it was a success, but the situation isn't what I predicted. Natai Thursday Kwong wondered. Not the same? Not the same as what? Trui Noyet showed Duong NOC, a copy of the summoning skill book. If you don't have SSS tier talent, it's impossible to copy. He shouted in annoyance. What? Scholars must have SSS tier talent. The phrase, scholars must have SSS tier talent, kept echoing in Natai Thursday Kwong's head. His face darkened as he muttered, "No way, no way." This annoyed Na Tai Thursday Kwong. He gritted his teeth, not believing what he had seen. "I wanted to use the copy spell to turn your SSS tier summoning talent into a skill book. That way, I'd possess extraordinary innate skills, commanding a retinue of bosses to win every battle, invincible in the world." He continued, "Unfortunately, man proposes, God disposes. This performance has to end early, and your life is about to be over." He approached Lasat. "I can't let an enemy possessing such powerful skills exist in this world, so I can only send you to your death." Dao Mo said teasingly, "Boss, can you let me kill him? I hope to tattoo the name of the first SSS tier talented adventurer onto my body." Not Tai Thursday Kwong looked at her. "All right then, I'll leave first and give you 10 minutes. You must kill him before your charm spell wears off." Dao Mo laughed loudly. "Thank you, boss. I'll try my best to cherish him." As soon as she finished speaking, she looked at him again. "Lasat, you'll become the 342nd name on my body." Lasat was bewildered. "Here is." From the other side, a fierce electric current blasted an entire route. Dragon King emerged from behind the thick smoke, surrounded by purple lightning bolts. Noyedon quickly spoke up. "Lasat, we're here." Pang Pang was surprised. "This is truly cursed. How could you possibly get past my defensive formation?" Dragon King angrily retorted, "Don't get cocky. Your towers have all been ground to dust by us." Chu Cam quickly informed Lasat, "I've received your sister's address and sent people there. You don't need to worry." Lasat felt relieved. "Thank you." He looked at Dragon King teasingly. "Dragon King, this new haircut really suits you." Dragon King angrily said, "Get lost." Noyedon worried, "Lasat, what did they do to you?" He said, "Let's talk about this when we get back." "Oh right, Noyedon. Just now there was a person named Tai Van Trui Noyed who looked a lot like you. She said she was your sister." Hearing this, Noyedon's mouth dropped open in surprise. "What? My sister and Thursday Kwong?" Chukam said, "Let's not talk much for now. The boss of this death zone is about to rush us." CU then wondered, "Why does this boss have a charmed status above its head?" Dao and Mo laughed happily. "Little ones, the show is about to begin. Are you ready to die?" Pang Pang was also extremely excited. "Dao and Mo, there's so many of them. I'll help you." Dao and Mo told her comrades, "Except for Lasat, you can choose the rest." CU then shouted, "Be careful. The person above might have charmed Boss Chuhi." Dragon King said, "Regardless if he's charmed or whatever, I'll defeat him right now." Lasat began to summon all his subordinates. "Not bad, if it's a direct confrontation. Then try this firepower." Dao Mo found it interesting. "If you little ones are so excited, then I'll give each of you a surprise." As soon as she finished speaking, Boss Joker also gave a sinister laugh, then snapped his fingers. Surprise! From the sky, countless boxes fell. No one knew what was inside. Dragon King was knocked down by a box. "Gift box," the system announced. "This is a horror box. If given to all enemy targets, the horror box randomly contains 4 types of bombs: explosion, freeze, sleep, silence." Nahan Na to shouted in panic, "It's Boss Joker's skill, the horror box. Everyone get out of the way." Very quickly, several horror boxes exploded. The destructive power of these boxes wasn't very great. What everyone received were bombs, but these bombs had unique special characters in front of them, and the bombs exploded simultaneously, startling everyone. Little Princess panicked. "What is this silence status? I can't use my skills." Noyedon quickly fell into a sleeping state. Yu Not Here was also frozen. Lasat said, "I've been silenced too, but I've already summoned my familiar, so it doesn't affect me much." Nahan Nata was annoyed. "No wonder it's a boss from the Death Realm. Its skills are too vicious." Dao Mo gloated. "Your numerical advantage is gone. Do you still have a chance to win?" Suddenly, An arrow from La Set fiercely tore through the wind and shot straight towards her, reducing Dao Mo's HP by quite a bit. With each arrow, La Set continued to aim and shoot again. Whether there's a chance to win or not, try it yourself and you'll see. Dao Mo annoyedly thought, that brat, I can't believe his damage is so high. After that, she ordered Chu He to kill La Set. Chu He fiercely obeyed, extending its sharp claws, its eyes glowing menacingly. Boss Chu He yelled, that kid, you didn't buy a ticket. Then it fiercely charged towards him. La Set told everyone to retreat, protect those who were sleeping and frozen. He told Nahan Na to that this boss was his to handle. As soon as he finished speaking, he grabbed his weapon and charged forward. One attack from Nahan Na to reduce the boss's HP. Lost more than 9,000 HP. He yelled. It hurt so much. La Set quickly summoned, and Jian Hao, the Grand Master, rushed forward to kill the grave robber. Her enchantment spell has been dispelled. Above, Jian Hao, wielding dual blades, quickly charged at the grave robber with the sword as wind technique. But she laughed loudly and quickly disappeared. La Set, are these the minions you summoned? They're too weak. These low-level demon realm bosses of yours are, to me, not even as good as Small Fry. Then she fiercely struck the Grand Master with a blow. Her attack killed the Grand Master. Very soon after, he transformed into a giant snake that coiled around the grave robber. But the grave robber wouldn't be outdone. She laughed loudly, then took out her weapon and slashed directly at the snake demon. A significant amount of HP was almost gone after taking this attack. The Dragon King frantically told the little princess, quick, heal the snake demon. She annoyedly said, do you think I don't want to? It's not over yet. In silence, the giant god said, the damage is too high. This is a member of Nati Thuong Quang. Nati Thuong Quang and Trui Noyet observed the situation from afar. He was thrilled. Interesting. On this side, La Sat's group fought fiercely against the boss and the other two members of Thuong Quang. Trui Noyet looked over and said to Nati Thuong Quang, my love, can you spare them? He asked back, spare them? Then his expression became cunning. The gate of divine law opened. This demon realm and world are about to become servants of the gods. I must help the gods eradicate these ignorant fools. Trui Noyet seemed hypnotized. Will a new world truly come? On this side, Zhao Vai and Noyet On had finally woken up. Zhao Vai yawned widely. That was a great sleep. Nguyet Eng thubet her head, wincing, Sodi. La Set anxiously said, Noyet On, you're finally awake. Be careful. Bong Bong, as if playing a game, said, grave robber, finish the fight. The giant god stepped forward to shield her and Zhao Vai. Let me block him. La Set commanded, healer, quickly kill that enchanter. Nguyet Eng Fawan Opotini Toatak. Both quickly followed his instructions, stood up, grabbed their weapons, and charged. The archer is trash. La Set flew up and used the dragon's breath technique to attack the grave robber. She screamed, this speed? How is this possible? La Set told Zhao Vai, take this opportunity. After he finished, he signaled Zhao Vai, who quickly used gravity to suppress the grave robber. She cried out in alarm, what kind of skill is this? The grave robber's entire body quickly became heavier. Muetang yeah, go die. At the same time, Jianhao also used sword as wind to attack. The two combined to unleash the whirlwind/joint attack, sending the grave robber flying far away. She fell onto Bong Bong, who couldn't react in time and could only let out a cry. On this side, Nat also activated her SS-Rank, Overlord Spear skill, utterly devastating the clown boss. La Sat's face darkened. That's 110,000 damage, instantly depleting its HP. So her skill is that terrifying. Nada stood in front of the grave robber. Grave robber, your clown isn't going to make it. Prepare to die. But she refused to give up, still standing. Not so fast. My clown still has one last skill, and it's extremely interesting, you know. As soon as the grave robber finished speaking, the mechanical clown sat up. Everyone was surprised, not understanding what trick he would pull next. The death card was thrown out. The clown continued, "Sorry, little friends. Although I didn't perform this act very well, it's all right. I guarantee the final act will satisfy you all." Zaovi was surprised. "Look, all our names are written on the cards." Nata took one look and knew this was the death card. Whoever's name was drawn was forced to die. Zaovi gritted her teeth in anger. "What? Forced to die? There's even a skill like that." Little Snow Girl was also annoyed. "That's so twisted. I don't want to die yet." The clown laughed menacingly. "Starting the draw now. Who will be today's first lucky person, I wonder?" La sat. "No matter who gets drawn, in the end, be ready." Then he held a card in his hand. "The first lucky person is Thanthianoa." Damn it, it actually hit a toad. Everyone was surprised. "It's Thanthianoa." Very quickly, a sharp, dark hand reached out towards a frog. Just one squeeze from him killed Thanthianoa. Lasat was stunned. "Damn it." Nata was annoyed. "Lasat, what are you waiting for? Quickly seized the opportunity to kill the clown." As soon as Lasat heard her, he fiercely grabbed an arrow, aimed at the clown, and said, "Pay for my Thanthianoa." Each arrow he shot made the clown boss lose more than 17,000 HP. The clown lay sprawled on the ground. The grave robber was annoyed. "My clown." Finally, Lasat successfully eliminated the bizarre clown. Everyone was delighted as the system announced to all players, "The boss from the Abyssal Rift has been killed by Lasat. Congratulations to him." Everyone murmured, "What? The boss from the Rift has been killed?" "The rift has only been open for less than 2 hours. What kind of monstrous speed is this? The difficulty of this abyssal rift isn't small. To be able to kill the boss so quickly, it must mean this Lasat is not simple at all. Which country is Lasat from? I really want to become friends with him." The crowd outside was now constantly discussing him. Bong Bong was stunned. His clown was taken care of by him. "I'm out of here." The grave robber was annoyed. "Fatty, you sure run fast." On this side, Lasat and Nata also quickly charged forward. He said, "Don't let them escape." Nata scoffed, "Run? Let's see where you'll run to." Nata charged forward ferociously. "If you want to leave, leave your life behind first." Bong Bong quickly said goodbye and disappeared, leaving only the grave robber behind, who was terrified. "This is where I stop playing with you, little kids." Nata fiercely flew up with her weapon. "Let me deal with her." Lasat stood there, staring. "Still trying to run?" The grave robber was annoyed. "Damn it." Suddenly, a wisp of black smoke flew straight towards Natu. She was surprised. "Oh, it's not Teeth Wong Quong. Finally appearing. My subordinate is not for you to deal with." The grave robber sadly said, "I'm sorry, boss, I failed." Not Teeth Wong Quong told her to retreat and leave things here to him. Lasat wondered, why did he suddenly appear? No matter how fast he is, it shouldn't be possible. Nata guessed. This must be his innate skill. Thuong Quong asked with a very arrogant and skeptical look, "Why? How did I appear instantly?" Lasat, "I once said I wouldn't let you leave here alive." Nata told him, "The clown is dead. We can freely withdraw from the abyssal rift. Don't risk your life with not Teeth Wong Quong. Let's go quickly." But just as Rakshasa was about to leave, he quickly appeared in front of him, surprising him with his incredible speed. One thread Shangguang said everyone else could leave, but Rakshasa was forced to stay. I frantically warned him, "Rakshasa, be careful of his skill." Suddenly, Rakshasa felt something strange in his body. A sharp pain shot through him, making him cry out involuntarily. One thread Shangguang used Death's Bet. The effect is that after casting the bet on himself and another target, it lasts for 15 minutes. If one of the two parties dies, the bet ends. If both survive until the time runs out, both will die together. Xiaowei panicked. "Death's Bet? There's a skill like that." Giant God said directly, "He wants Rakshasa Brother's life." One thread Shang Guang laughed maniacally. Rakshasa, I mean what I say. Within 15 minutes, only one of us can live. Today, I want you dead. Who dares to let you live until tomorrow? The day the gate of divine consciousness opens. That will be your doomsday. I angrily charged straight at him. Self-deceiving liar. I'll kill you first. He cheered. Not bad spear technique. Then successfully dodged my attack. Moon Shadow and Dragon King also quickly advanced. Let's go together. I don't believe we can defeat him. Giant God said. Within 15 minutes, we must win quickly. Rakshasa observed the situation. The barrier is ineffective. More people are coming. If I summon the clown here, it might be difficult to control. Everyone outside was buzzing. Rakshasa killed the boss. Why are they fighting? Could Rakshasa's group be from the Demon Realm Bureau, intending to attack the Shang Guang organization? And One Thread Shang Guang is here? Why is he here? That's great. The Shang Guang organization harms people everywhere. I have a few friends who died at their hands. Everyone cheered him on, but it seemed Moon Shadow's group couldn't even touch him. Rakshasa quickly ordered the healer. Quickly suppress him. But he constantly moved instantly, so she couldn't lock onto his position. Rakshasa turned and told Chio, "You must find an opportunity to slow him down." Chio quickly gave the order and began casting spells. One Thread Shang Guang spoke. "No matter how many people come, your low-level skills are nothing but trivialities to me." Rakshasa saw that he was frozen and quickly told the healer, "Act now." But One Thread Shang Guang quickly channeled his inner energy, shattering Chio's ice layer. I couldn't stand his arrogance. I used my Overlord Spear, then quickly charged forward, shouting fiercely, "Die now." Onlookers outside couldn't help but exclaim, "What kind of innate skill is that? The burst effect is insane." So cool. I want to record it and post it online to share with my friends. Today truly opened my eyes. I got to see the moves of so many masters, and their innate skills are all top-notch. Xiao Wei also quickly helped, locking the target in place, so I could easily defeat One Thread Shang Guang. Seeing how calm he was, Rakshasa thought, could this guy have another trump card? Just as he finished his thought, he used a holy light shield to block my attack. The holy light exists with me. You insignificant riffraff will surely be annihilated. His shield successfully withstood my powerful attack. Rakshasa exclaimed, "How many skills does he have?" Overlord Spear is an SS tier skill, and it was just. Not just him, but I was also extremely surprised. Little Snow Girl anxiously asked, "What exactly is that golden armor?" Dragon King also gaped. That golden armor actually blocked 110,000 damage. That's incredible. One Thread Shang Guang grew even more arrogant. Very surprised, aren't you? I still have other innate skills I haven't even used yet. But the death's bedtime is almost up, so I guess you won't get to see my other skills. As he said, only 7 minutes remained on the bet. At this moment, Sword Hero and Moon Shadow also charged forward together. Time is running out. I don't believe his armor can block all of our skills. Rakshasa could only try. Sword Hero, I'm counting on you. One Thread Shang Guang scornfully said, "Teaming up with such low-level bosses, you are as naive as your sister." In my eyes, a combination like you guys is just trash. Sword Hero quickly used swift blade movement to attack. Moon Shadow was annoyed. "Don't insult my sister. Now I'll kill you and bring my sister back." She and Sword Hero teamed up to unleash a swirling light slash. Indeed, Moon Shadow's attack drained a significant amount of One Thread Shang Guang's health, but he still stood arrogantly in place. Combined skill, not bad momentum. Xiao Wei was anxious. "Hurry and think of something. The suppression time is almost over." Moon Shadow, go. Let's do it again. I don't believe we can't break through the shield. Sword Hero quickly charged forward, using swift blade movement once more. Dragon King observed the situation. It seems his shield isn't absolute defense. Let's break it together now. Rakshasa was encouraged. That's right. Let's fight him to the death. At that moment, everyone charged forward together, combining their strength to break one-thread Shangguang's shield. Rakshasa's arrow also shot through simultaneously. Very quickly, the shield finally shattered completely. Moon Shadow fiercely said, "Break him apart." I was also fierce. "Now's our chance. Kill him." One-thread Shangguang was furious at this moment. Originally, I only wanted to kill Rakshasa, but now I've changed my mind. He had a sinister, fierce look on his face. "Now I want all of you to die here. Die, die, all you weaklings." No sooner had he finished speaking than One-Thread Shangguang unleashed his ultimate skill towards everyone. Chasing Moon appeared from out of nowhere behind One-Thread Shangguang. "My love, please stop." Moon Shadow lost her composure the moment she saw her sister. Everyone was also startled when they heard her scream. Chasing Moon regretfully dared not look directly at her sister. "Moon Shadow, I'm sorry." At this moment, it seemed One-Thread Shangguang was truly enraged. He had lost his reason. "No one can stop me from killing you. You are all about to face your death sentence. I'll open your eyes to my ultimate skill, Great Dark Zen Black." Everyone around was startled. "What the hell? I can't see anything anymore. This One-Thread Shangguang is so annoying, using such a despicable skill." Rakshas's group was surprised. "Damn, what kind of skill is this? Why is it so dark all of a sudden? I can't see anything at all." He spoke up, warning everyone to be careful. "This darkness isn't simple. We've lost our vision. Everyone gather in one place, rely on each other, and defend." A fierce red ghost face laughed loudly. "Whoever chooses to receive the judgment of the divine immortal." No sooner had he finished speaking than One-Thread Shangguang emerged from the darkness, wielding his long sword fiercely towards I.U. was startled. At 6 o'clock, "He's here." But immediately after, he changed his target. I.U. was startled again and warned, "No, it's 10 o'clock." But it seemed to be too late. I was slashed in the back. She cried out in pain. Rakshasa shouted loudly, "Everyone be careful. Pratiktiyu." Then he entrusted her with the task of discerning directions. Xiao Wei thought to herself, in this state of lost vision, relying on hearing to discern directions, could she be? To confirm her suspicion, Xiao Wei spoke loudly, "Su Ruatom." I.U., hearing her real-life name, involuntarily cried out. One-Thread Shangguang observed from above. "I didn't expect someone to have such sharp hearing. It seems I'll have to strike fast and win quickly." I spoke loudly, "Rakshasa, your skill cooldown is almost over. It's very likely One-Thread Shangguang will target you first." Rakshasa calculated. "If that's the case, I'll lure him out. Moon Shadow, you and Sword Hero get ready." But she thought it was too dangerous. You shouted again, "Rakshasa, be careful. His target is you." One-Thread Shangguang fiercely slashed down. "Rakshasa, go to hell." Just one attack significantly reduced his health, but it seemed to be all part of his plan. "Moon Shadow, Sword Hero, now's the time." Sword Hero used swift blade movement to attack, and at the same time, Moon Shadow also charged straight forward with Vanguard Light Slash. One-Thread Shangguang remained perfectly calm. I said from the beginning, low-level bosses like this are just puppets to me. Sword Hero fiercely said, "The sword perishes, the person dies." Moon Shadow was stunned. "Sword Hero, my sword master," just like that. She was heartbroken and couldn't utter another word. One-Thread Shangguang fiercely swung his sword. "All of you go to hell." Rakshasa screamed in alarm. "Moon Shadow, be careful." In her mind, she thought, "Is it time to part? Rakshasa, I still have so many things I want to say to you." Everyone was stunned and ran towards her, but it seemed they were still too late. Chasing Moon quickly appeared, blocking the attack for her sister. Moon Shadow was surprised. "It's sister. What are you doing?" Chasing Moon collapsed. She struggled to say to One-Thread Shangguang, "My love, please stop. Spare them." The darkness was slowly dissipating. One-Thread Shangguang was enraged. "You foolish woman. Why did you do that?" Moon Shadow heartbrokenly helped her sister up. Little princess, quickly save my sister. Chasing Moon weakly said, It's useless, Moon Shadow. You must live well. I was enraged. You are the one who caused this tragedy. Now, quickly undo the death bet, then surrender and confess your crimes. I think this is also the wish of Tai Vanchu Noyet. He shouted loudly, Surrender? I personally killed the one I loved most, and none of you are innocent. I want to make you all die with her as sacrifices. Moon Shadow also fiercely charged forward with her sword. I will kill you and avenge my sister. The death bet countdown only has 58 seconds left. Luo Sha quickly shouted, Everyone protect me. Then he placed his hand on the ground, using a summoning spell to summon someone. The Joker was quickly summoned by Luo Sha. Everyone shouted loudly, Protect Luo Sha. Everyone, rush forward together and stop him. Dragon King was annoyed. This guy's really crazy. Natu told everyone, Let's fight him to the death. One ray of light shouted loudly, Go die. All of you die for me. The Joker spoke up. The next act is called Draw of the Death Demon. His cards quickly flew towards one ray of light. He quickly used his holy light armor to block the Joker's attack in a panic. It stared fiercely at one ray of light. Only one person playing this game. How boring. We need an answer right away. Today's lucky winner is one ray of light. Luo Sha secretly rejoiced. We got him. The Joker's fierce hand squeezed one ray of light shield hard, making him grit his teeth with difficulty. Is it really all going to end now? That giant hand fiercely squeezed tightly and finally broke through the shield. A loud explosion rang out. Rocks and fragments of the shield flew everywhere. The system quickly announced that the death bet had been lifted. Dragon King's group cheered happily. We won. We really won. Natu stepped forward and said, I'll take his belongings to the Bureau for investigation first, to see if we can find any other clues. She approached the items that fell from Ray of Light, wondering, What is this? Divine Gate Pass card. Luo Sha came closer, curious. What is that Divine Gate? I've never heard of it. Natu observed it. It seems I need to report this to the director quickly. Luo Sha secretly sighed. This guy actually has so many skill books. It seems he really did kill a lot of adventurers. Natu said, Let's take it back and study it later. The death zone is about to disappear. Let's leave quickly. Moon Shadow was sad. Before, I didn't believe in fate, but now I feel as if fate truly exists somewhere. Luo Sha approached to comfort Moon Shadow. Sometimes we're forced to learn to let go. This is the path that life forces us to walk. She said she hoped her sister could live a little happier in another world. Luo Sha urged, Let's go quickly. Xiao Wei quickly said, Let's leave here quickly. Gather at the altar on the first floor of the demon realm. The group quickly agreed. Everyone around cheered loudly. Great fight. You defeated Ray of Light and rid the people of the menace. That clown in the end really had a brilliant move. It was the decisive step. This is the most spectacular battle I've ever witnessed. You Chinese are truly powerful to be able to defeat such a strong opponent. On the fourth floor of the demon realm, many people were gathered here. As soon as Luo Sha arrived, his sister ran up to him, waving happily. Brother, I've been waiting for you for so long. He was surprised. Sister? Luo Sha told everyone, Thank you all very much today. I won't prolong this any further in the future. Zhu Shin stepped forward and interrupted him. My brother Luo Sha, why say thanks? It sounds too formal. However, too much has really happened today. Everyone go home first. Natu also said, Everyone is very tired today. If it weren't for everyone, we wouldn't have been able to kill Ray of Light. My mother quickly bid farewell to everyone. Well, everyone go home and rest. I also need to go investigate. I'll inform you all if there's any news. Luo Sha also quickly said goodbye to her. Xiao Feng was curious. Who were the people who kidnapped me? Where did they say you went? Luo Sha held his sister's hand. Let's go home. Then I'll tell you. Suddenly, He remembered and asked Xiao Feng what talent she had awakened. Xiao Feng playfully ran off. The talent I awakened is, I won't tell. He was speechless. You really are mischievous. In M Country, California, at the public dojo, a person walked up. Chen Feng, stop training and go prepare. You're returning to the country next week. Chen Feng was annoyed. Return to the country? Why? I want to stay and train hard to pass the second-tier Demon Realm Powerhouse assessment. That person said, the Young Demon Realm Powerhouses Exchange Convention, held every 3 years, is about to take place. The host this time is your country, Great Xia. I've calculated that you and a few others should prepare to participate. Chen Feng still didn't care. What exchange convention? I'm not interested. I want to continue training. The man tried to explain. Also, your family informed me that your fiancé has been very close with someone named Zhang Zhe lately. Upon hearing this, Chen Feng angrily removed his boxing gloves. Damn it! I'm going to prepare to return to the country right away. He thought angrily. How dare that woman be so promiscuous? She's truly a pig-headed idiot. After he left, the man ordered the person standing next to him, tell Henry and his group to prepare. They will return to Great Xia with Chen Feng. The other person quickly obeyed. In Japan, the maid spoke. My sincere apologies, Mr. Junichiro. Miss Takahashi is busy today and cannot entertain you. Please forgive her. The other person patiently said, if that's the case, then I'll come another day. The maid quickly entered. Your Excellency, Junichiro has left. Miss Takahashi, lying on the bed, said, he's a cabinet minister, still very useful to our ray of light. Tonight, you go serve him. Say it's to make up for his disappointment today. The maid quickly obeyed. As soon as she finished speaking, she sat up. You may withdraw. Don't let anyone disturb me. On the screen, 2 men quickly contacted Takahashi. She wondered, what's so urgent? The old man quickly informed her. Yang Nuo is dead. This news shocked her. What? Dead? The 2 men continued. The video shows that someone named Luo Sha killed him. He's very strange. It seems he can summon bosses. If Lord Divine Envoy knows Yang Nuo has been killed, he will definitely be furious. The one-eyed guy looked over. Bro, don't act rashly. Don't mention Lord Divine Envoy's name so casually. It makes me nervous. Illich continued. While Lord Divine Envoy was in a deep sleep, one of the 5 leaders of Ray of Light was actually killed. Furthermore, Lord Divine Envoy once bestowed a pass card upon Yang Nuo. Takahashi calculated. The only way to save the situation now is for us to complete his destiny in Yang Nuo's stead, activate the code, or in Great Xia. As far as I know, this time, the Demon Realm Powerhouses Exchange Conference will be held at the Demon's Den. She will plant someone in the Japanese Demon Realm Powerhouses delegation. At that time, we'll see who has the potential to receive a reward from Lord Divine Envoy's chamber. She said she wouldn't spare any effort to complete this mission, otherwise, when Lord Divine Envoy blames us, we'll be truly finished. Illich said he hoped doing so could save the situation. The one-eyed guy said, as far as he knew, that bunch from Country M would also attend the exchange conference. Returning to Zhang Zhe's side, he worried. Xiao Feng, how are you feeling? The little girl said she felt well enough to be discharged. Zhang Zhe dotingly said, Xiao Feng, don't be mischievous. At the same time, his teachers and classmates all came to visit his sister. It seems Xiao Feng is recovering quickly, after all. Then I'm relieved. Zhang Zhe stood up. Teachers, everyone, you are here. Xiao Feng quickly greeted the teachers. The teachers got straight to the point. Can you participate in the exchange conference this time? Zhang Zhe was bewildered. What exchange conference? Xiaoyu was surprised. No way. You don't know about the International Young Demon Realm Powerhouses Exchange Conference? It's held every 3 years, and this time it will be in Great Xia. Teacher Gu shouted. Zhang Zhe, you all prepare well together. Don't make me lose face at the exchange conference. I heard the first place winner of the exchange conference can receive a mysterious reward. After informing him, Teacher Gu and everyone left first because they needed to practice. Zhang Zhe quickly bid farewell to the teacher and saw everyone out. Before leaving, he called out, "Xiao Wei, wait a moment." He asked her if she knew what Yuang had been up to recently. "She came here the other day and said some strange things to me, almost as if she was bidding me farewell." Xiao Wei asked, "Isn't she still against him? She's getting married soon." This surprised Zhang Zhe. Xiao Wei continued, "Her fiancé has returned from country M and requested to hold the wedding." Xiao Wei heard from her father that old Master Lu's attitude was very firm, insisting that her cousin marry that Chen Feng. Zhang Zhe understood. No wonder she was so strange that day. Will she agree then? Xiao Wei said, "With Yu Ying's personality, she probably won't agree. But if she doesn't agree, she'll be kicked out of the house." Zhang Zhe asked, "When is the wedding?" Xiao Wei thought, "It seems to be today." This made him astonished and panicked. "What? Today?" Then Zhang Zhe quickly left Xiao Feng at the hospital and ran out himself. She yelled in confusion, "Zhang Zhe, why are you dragging me?" Zhang Zhe grabbed Xiao Wei's hand and ran out. "Let's go to the Lu family's house to snatch the bride." At the Lu family's villa, everyone had gathered early. Old Master Chen politely said, "Brother Lu, I've been busy and haven't had time to visit you. You won't blame me, will you?" Old Master Lu said, "You're a government official, working hard for the country. How could I blame you? Unlike me, I can only stay cooped up at home. It's stifling me to death." Then Old Master Lu ordered the butler, "How is Yuing? Hasn't she finished getting ready yet? Go and urge her." At the same time, she walked down from upstairs. Old Master Lu said, "Yuing, come here quickly and meet your future parents-in-law." Today, she was specially dressed gorgeously, standing bewildered, looking towards Old Master Lu. Yuing approached. "Grandpa, I'm sorry. I've thought it through. I don't want to marry Chen Feng." Chen Feng's mother fiercely said, "What did you say? You don't want to. Don't you look at yourself? What kind of person are you? Many people want to marry my son. It's also because my old master promised marriage to your family. Otherwise, I wouldn't agree to this marriage. What the hell is this?" Old Master Lu trembled with anger. "You don't agree? Are you trying to anger me? Don't be stubborn like your mother and your sister." Yuing said, "This is my personal decision. Don't drag my deceased mother and sister into this." Old Master Lu became even angrier. "In short, you must get married today at all costs, otherwise. Get out of the Lu family. I don't have a granddaughter like you." Yuing was also annoyed. "Fine, I'll get out." Sixth uncle stepped forward to mediate. "Yuing, don't get agitated." She bowed respectfully. "Grandpa, I thank you and the family for raising me. From now on, I will relinquish my identity as a member of the Lu family and cut all ties with the Lu family." The Chen family scoffed. "Brother Lu, you really need to discipline your granddaughter. What if word gets out? Where would the Lu family's face be?" Old Master Lu yelled, "Wei San, enforce family law." These words startled Sixth Uncle. As soon as he finished speaking, Old Master Lu's men stepped forward, causing everyone to look in that direction simultaneously. Wei San approached with a broom. "Young miss, I'm sorry." Yuing glanced over, secretly breaking into a sweat. Chun Feng's mother disdainfully said, "I heard the Lu family's family law is very strict. Those who are expelled from the Lu family must face family law and have their arms and legs broken. I wonder if it's true." Wei San said, "Young miss, you know that. If you leave the Lu family, you cannot use the Lu family's martial arts." Yuing said she knew. "Go ahead and strike." Sixth uncle was anxious. "Father, she's your only granddaughter. One lash will hurt her to death. Father, quickly tell Wei San to stop." But old Master Lu still valued his reputation more. "I cannot let my Lu family be ridiculed. Enforce the family law." Wei San quickly obeyed. He fiercely swung the whip, striking directly at Yuing. She tightly closed her eyes, preparing to receive a blow that would cripple her martial arts. Suddenly, a fierce hand blocked in front of Ying, firmly gripping the whip and squeezing hard. Wei San looked at Zhang Zhe and shouted loudly, "Who are you? How dare you stop me from enforcing family law?" Facing Wei San's imposing presence, Zhang Zhe's expression remained unchanged. "I am Zhang Zhe." The crowd buzzed. "He's a powerful expert from the demon realm. Why would a demon realm expert come to cause trouble at the Lu family? Is there a reason? Could it be because of the marriage alliance between the Lu and Qin families?" Ying blushed. "It's Zhang Zhe. He suddenly appeared here and even hugged me in front of everyone. He declared loudly, 'With me here, I won't allow anyone to harm you.'" Old Master Lu fiercely shouted, "Who are you and why are you barging into my Lu family?" Chen Feng cursed in annoyance. "Zhang Zhe, damn it! How dare you come here to steal my woman?" Zhang Zhe declared loudly, "Who I am is none of your business. All you need to know is that today, I'm taking Lu Ying away from here." Old Master Lu angrily shouted, "Wei San, what are you doing? Hurry up and beat this brat and that ingrate girl to death. Beat them until they die." Wei San charged forward. "Die." Ying warned, "Wei San's whip array is extremely powerful, Zhang Zhe. Hurry and leave. Don't worry about me." Zhang Zhe insisted, "What are you saying? I came today to take you away, and no one will stop me." He looked at her. "Ying, are you willing to come with me?" This action deeply moved her. "I am willing." Wei San charged aggressively with his whip. Zhang Zhe didn't even look, but still accurately caught it. He looked intently at Ying. "Good. Then I'll deal with these people first." Then he easily dodged Wei San's attack. As soon as Old Master Lu saw his technique, he knew immediately it was the gentle strength flow, the disciple of Pang Taihua. Wei San said, "Hurry and kneel to confess your sins to the Lu family's old master. Otherwise, even if your Pang sect leader comes here, you will still die." Zhang Zhe annoyed, "You talk too much." Wei San felt that the young man in front of him wasn't listening to his words, infuriating him to the point of gritting his teeth. "All right, you fearless brat. Iron Chain Dragon Formation." Ying and the crowd gasped in fear, because once this technique was unleashed, it could make an opponent extremely difficult to handle. Uncle Six secretly worried. Iron Chain Dragon Formation. This time Zhang Zhe is finished. Wei San shouted, "You brat, let's see how you escape my formation." Zhang Zhe remained calm and countered, "Escape? Who said I wanted to escape?" Then he also gritted his teeth. "I rarely get angry, but today, you people have truly infuriated me." People attacked Zhang Zhe from all directions, but he easily dodged them. Then Zhang Zhe gritted his teeth and punched a person hard in the stomach, sending them flying. Wei San was kicked far away, stirring up clouds of dust. The Chen family was stunned. This brat, he actually shattered Wei San's Iron Chain Dragon Formation with a single palm strike. Old Master Lu gasped. Could this be Dragon's Breath? Suddenly, someone rushed in from outside, distraught. "Bad news. Fire. The backyard is on fire." Everyone was in an uproar. "It's really on fire. Run. Protect Old Master." Wei San calmed everyone. "Don't panic. Let the distinguished guests leave first. Use the emergency exit. And don't push each other." Old Master Lu panicked. "What's happening? Someone dares to set fire to my Lu family." "He didn't point his finger at us. It must be that brat. I've already called the police. Let's see where you'll run to." Ying anxiously pulled him. "Zhang Zhe, let's go." Old Master Lu pointed his finger at him and said, "You brat, you dare to play such a rogue trick in my Lu family." Uncle Six approached and whispered, "Zhang Zhe, hurry and take Ying away. After all, this is young master's home. If the National Security Bureau personnel really come, it'll be too late." Zhang Zhe quickly pulled Ying's hand. "Let's go." Amidst the chaotic crowd, she suddenly felt a warmth. Ying asked Zhang Zhe, "Did Xiao Wei tell you to suddenly appear here today?" "He said he came himself, and I won't let you marry Qin Feng." Ewing blushed. Why? I'm nothing to you. Zhang just said frankly. It might be a little late to say it now, but you're someone I used to like. I won't give you up to anyone. The National Security Bureau personnel arrived very quickly, pointing a gun at him, telling him to stop. Some of them spoke up. Even if you are National Security Bureau personnel, you can't just arrest me arbitrarily. Another person said, you illegally trespassed, committed arson, assaulted people, and another crime is kidnapping. Zhangzhe was surprised. What? Kidnapping? Can you people be reasonable? The police officer shouted. What nonsense are you talking about? Explain it at the station. Cuff him for me now. He glared fiercely at Zhangzhe. Don't resist in vain. You don't want to go against the National Security Bureau, do you? Ewing was flustered. What should we do? Zhangzhe said. Then we'll just have to risk it with them. Suddenly, a voice spoke up from behind them. Xiaoqin's outfit this time seemed very different from usual, and she approached Zhangzhe. The police officer was flustered. Director, I received orders from my superior to arrest these two troublemakers. Xiaoqin said she would take the two of them, and he could go back and report to his superior. He insisted, Director, if you just take people like this, I'm afraid I won't know how to explain it. Xiaoqin said loudly, You don't need to explain. These two are the people Director Dongfang wants to meet. Do you dare to stop them? He stammered. The people the director wants to meet? I wouldn't dare. After successfully rescuing the two, Xiaoqin quickly told them, Get in the car. Zhangzhe was still dazed. Oh, okay. Xiaoqin teased. Zhangzhe, you're quite something, huh? Daring to break into the Liu family and kidnap their eldest young lady. At this, Ewing became flustered. Things aren't as you think. Zhangzhe immediately spoke up. You're slandering me. I came to save someone. Otherwise, Liu Ewing would have been beaten to death by her own biological grandfather. Xiaoqin also spoke while driving. A kid like you shouldn't play the hero, saving the damsel. The director and I can only temporarily suppress this matter for you. The next step depends on how you perform in the Youth Demon Realm Power Exchange Conference. Ewing also looked at him and said, The Demon Realm Power Exchange Conference? Do you really want to go participate in that conference? Before he could answer, Xiaoqin spoke up next to him. You absolutely have to get first place this time. Otherwise, you'll be in trouble when you return. Then the car immediately sped off to the airport, changing scene to a deserted street. A man walked with a voice full of hatred. Zhangzhe, sooner or later I will personally kill you to avenge him. Before he could finish speaking, he immediately hid stealthily to one side, quickly putting his hand into his pocket. It turned out he was taking out his phone with a joyful expression. No one knows this phone number. Could it be him? It was a message informing Zhang how that he no longer had any relatives left in this world. Upon hearing this, Zhang Hao not only wasn't sad, but his expression was very cunning. As he walked to a place with the number 89, he muttered, Number 89, Huanghe Street, Dongshan City. Could I have come to the wrong place? Despite this, he still determinedly went inside to scout the situation. Zhang Hao walked around, looking left and right. Is anyone here? I must have come to the wrong place. Just as he was about to leave, a voice suddenly rang out, startling him. His death truly makes me very sad. The sound came from a white cat with a cunning expression. When Zhang Hao saw the cat, he was startled. What is this? Has this cat gained sentience? It can actually talk. The cat actually spoke, introducing itself. I am the one you seek. This cat is merely my clone. Zhang Hao was surprised. The person. Is it Lord Emissary? You may call me that. If your uncle arranged for you to come here, have you prepared yourself to serve the deity? Zhang Hao replied, As long as it can make him strong enough to take revenge, he's willing to serve anyone. Lord Emissary licked its paw. Making you strong is very simple, but you must complete the mission your uncle failed to complete. Hearing that he could become strong, Zhang Hao was excited. As long as it makes him strong, he'll complete any mission requested. Lord Emissary raised its paw. a blue light emitting from the cat's foot. Pious believer, I bestow upon you power on behalf of the deity. Incredibly, in just a short moment, the progress of completing the key lock had already reached 85%. Even with only 85% of the key lock power, you are already very lucky, Lord Emissary replied. It told Zheng how that he could now activate his innate skill in the demon realm, but with only 85% of its power. Zheng Hao was surprised. What? Did I hear that right? You mean I can now use my innate skill in the demon realm? Lord Emissary was annoyed. Was what I said not clear enough? If you don't believe it, you can try it yourself. Zheng Hao immediately tested it. Power burst. With just one punch, the ground shattered. Damn, this power, it's truly incredible. He was so excited that he almost destroyed the place. Lord Emissary promptly stopped him. Don't be so agitated. Why are you destroying my hiding place? Zheng Hao no longer cared about anything. Ha ha ha, Lord Emissary, let your pious slave take you home. A week had passed just like that. Zhang Jie, Sun Ruotong, and Xiao Wei had arrived. Xiao Wei felt the place was wonderful. Wow, the sea view here is so beautiful. The three of them went into the city center. This place is great. Our great Xia is the host country. We wouldn't treat our own people badly. Look, there are so many foreigners. Haven't you ever seen foreigners before? You're acting like you're at a zoo. Suddenly, someone interrupted their conversation. Zhang Jie, stop right there. Xiao Wei crossed her arms, annoyed at seeing that guy. This Chinfeng guy is truly bad news. He blocked their path with a rude and arrogant attitude. Chuang Trake, don't think you've won just because you stole my woman. Don't rush, we still have time. I'll take my time playing with you, go ahead, he replied. Fortunately, a woman diffused the tense conversation. You are the representative of Tan Dai Martial Arts School, aren't you? Please follow me. I will lead everyone to their accommodation. Saw Vi recognized this person. This is Minister Thachtan Truck. She's calling us. Even as they left, Tran Fong didn't hold back. Chuang Trake, sooner or later I'll make you watch. I'm waiting, he retorted without fear. Seeing this, Saw Vi told him, take care of that useless guy. In a crowded place, he wouldn't dare do anything to them. Let's go quickly. Chuang Trake had a question. Tan Truck, may I ask, what is the procedure for this year's exchange conference? She explained. The procedure for this year's exchange conference is still the same as every year. It is mainly divided into two categories, singles and team matches. Both are elimination style. It's just that this year, as the host, Great Hot Country has raised the championship prize to 50 million. The other teammates couldn't believe the prize money they heard. What? 50 million? They must win the championship. Tan Truck seriously reminded them. Such a high prize will also attract many formidable opponents. It is said that this year, delegates from various countries are all English. Country M has won the championship 5 times in a row. This year, their team leader is Duncan Austin, currently the only rank 5 Demon Realm powerhouse in the world. Everyone was shocked by this opponent when they heard, what? A rank 5 powerhouse? That's terrifying. Tan Truck continued, not only Country M. Countries like Country D, Japan, and Country M June have also sent outstanding individuals. Everyone must not take this lightly. After entering the hotel, Tan Truck distributed to everyone. Here are the room cards. Everyone go back to your rooms and rest first. Saw Vi happily took it. Finally, I can rest for a bit. She wanted to take a shower first. As he didn't feel tired, Chuang Trake thought the scenery here was not bad. He wanted to go see the sea. Tuan Jung felt the same way. He wasn't tired either. How about we go together? The two of them went out to the beach to enjoy the scenery. The place was full of girls in hot bikinis, sunbathing under the clear sky. Tuan Jung was excited by all the beautiful women around him. Wow, is this paradise? Should I also change into my swimwear and go play in the sea? Chuang Trake had no interest at all. If you want to, go by yourself. I'll just sit here. Suddenly, a girl with a hot figure and a sweet swimsuit approached Chuang Trake to strike up a conversation. "Hello, student. I'm Chihiro from Japan. Could you please help me apply sunscreen?" Chuang Trake replied, "Oh, hello, ma'am. Apply sunscreen." Chuang Trake handed the sunscreen to Tuan Jung and introduced him to Chihiro. "Tuan Jung, this student needs someone to help her apply sunscreen. You help her. How could you miss such a good opportunity?" Okay. I promised to help Miss Chihiro apply it evenly all over her body." But it seemed Chihiro didn't like it, so she snatched the sunscreen back. She coldly walked away. "Suddenly, I don't want to apply sunscreen anymore. Sorry for the trouble." Tuan Jun was confused. "Oh, why don't you want to apply it anymore?" Chuang Trake didn't seem to like the crowded atmosphere here. He stood up. "Tuan Jun, it's too crowded here. You go back to the room first." As for him, he was engrossed in admiring other girls' bodies, so he only gave a perfunctory reply. But right after that, Chuang Trake saw a strange group of people that caught his attention. He found it really hard to understand. These people, wearing completely covered hats in broad daylight, looked really strange. This group of people dressed identically, then moved to a remote place. "Over there, up ahead, we're almost there. Why choose such a secluded place? This mission is very important. It's better to be a bit careful. It has begun. Let's quickly go inside." They didn't notice that Chuang Trake had already followed closely behind them. Based on the current situation, he saw this group of people run into the cave. There must be something suspicious going on. Inside the cave, lamps illuminated the entire area. The group of people from earlier knelt down. "Your Excellency, the Divine Emissary, why did you risk coming here personally this time? If there's any mission, just entrust it to us to carry out." Chuang Trake had also followed and managed to sneak into the cave. The Divine Emissary lay still on Trin Hao's shoulder. "This mission is very important. Failure is not an option. I've received information that many others have also come here, seemingly with the same objective as us. Therefore, you must not reveal any flaws." Those below obediently followed the Divine Emissary's words. "Your subordinate understands. Furthermore, I have chosen a new leader for the Greha country, who is right before you. When you return, report it to your leader. You are my slaves, and I will take care of you." The Divine Emissary introduced Trin Hao. "May the divine light soon reach the human world. Now go and attend to your own affairs." Chuang Trake hid behind a rock, witnessing the entire event clearly. "It's Trin Hao. Could it be that these people are from Thursday Quang? What's with that talking white cat? All of these things are too bizarre." Trin Hao discussed with the Divine Emissary. "Why are your slaves so devoted to you?" "It's very simple. They all want to obtain the Divine Gate Pass, to go to the Divine Realm." He wondered what the Divine Realm was. "It's fine. It's a place that every mortal dreams of. If he completes the God's mission, he will also have a chance to go there. But before that, let's meet the little bug hiding in the corner." It turned out Chuang Trake had been discovered. Trin Hao roared, "Who's there? Come out now." Chuang Trake stepped out of his hiding place, pointing directly at them. "Your actions have long been discovered. The National Security Bureau's protection team is coming soon. You won't escape, so confess honestly. What conspiracy are you Thursday Quang people gathering here for?" The Divine Emissary was not easily fooled by Chuang Trake's words. "Indeed, a brave little bug. Do you think a lie like that can fool me? Trin Hao, don't you want revenge? Make your move." He had finally waited for this day. "Chuang Trake, I haven't even come looking for you, yet you've already found your own way to the afterlife." Trin Hao lunged at Chuang Trake with hatred. "I'll send you on your way." Chuang Trake recognized it at a glance. This was a skill from the demon realm. Fortunately, he managed to avoid the attack. Currently, he could only dodge Trin Hao's dangerous attacks. He didn't understand why his strength had suddenly increased several times. What should he do? Trin Hao was overjoyed to see Chuang Trake fleeing like that. "Ha, Chuang Trake, this is where you'll be buried." He threw a large rock, wanting to crush Chuang Trake. In this desperate situation, he tried to think. He had to quickly find a way. Was he really going to die here? Suddenly, a hand grabbed Chuang Treka's shoulder. Follow me. Without thinking twice, Chuang Trek immediately followed the stranger. Trin Hao wanted to chase after them, but couldn't catch up. He was furious. How could he have let him get away? The emissary, however, was not as rushed as he was. Don't be impatient. We will definitely meet again. They had fled to a place far away from the previous cave. It's fine now. This place should be safe. Chuang Trek panted, wondering, who are you two? And why did you save me? Now they introduced themselves. The blond person spoke. I am Sun. This is our prophet. We are the Salvation Army. This name felt familiar to Chuang Trek. He seemed to have heard of this organization before. They are sworn enemies of Thursday Kwong. He agreed with Chuang Trek's thought. That's right. The reason we saved you is because of your identity. My identity? The child on the ground looked directly at Chuang Trek to confirm. Because you are my father. He was startled when such a grown child called him father. What? You're my father? I'm not even married yet. The child explained. I'm not joking. My name is Trong Yuosi Lu. Iam zoda guter, and mi motash nim es liumwiteng. I even know you have 3 moles under your foot. This made Chuang Trek even more incredulous. No way. How can something so ridiculous happen? A daughter suddenly appears out of nowhere. The girl also knew his talent was SSS-Rank summoning magic. Hearing this, Chuang Trek thought, are you a transmigrator? Yuosi Lu affirmed that his thought was wrong. No, it was you, father, who sent me back to the past before you died, so I could become a prophet to lead the Salvation Army and protect this world. Chuang Trek still couldn't believe the current situation. The more she spoke, the more confusing it became. What did you say? Before I died? Why would I suddenly leave? Yuosi Lu worriedly replied, not just you, father, but everyone. Our world was destroyed. Humanity was annihilated. The girl began to recount the events she had experienced. In 3021, all the demon pits around the world were activated, divine envoys awakened, and the war between humanity and monsters erupted. In 3029, humanity defeated the boss of the 100th floor of the demon realm, successfully opened the divine gate, and cleared the path to the divine kingdom. But what awaited humanity was destruction. After the divine gate was opened, the demon realm and the real world completely merged. Divine beings came to the real world to plunder Earth's resources, and humanity was turned into livestock. Earth's inhabitants were plunged into suffering, and in the same year, Chuang Trek established the Salvation Army, resisting the divine beings, rescuing the people from their misery, and was hailed as the savior. In 3035, humanity's victory was within reach, but the king of the divine kingdom cast an SSS-Rank forbidden spell on Earth, destroying it and annihilating humanity. At the moment of annihilation, Chuang Trek used time travel to send his daughter, Trong Yuosi Lu, back to the past. Chuang Trek couldn't believe it. That's too terrifying. If everything you said is true, isn't 3021 this year? Yes, the cat you saw earlier, father, was a divine envoy. Yuosi Lu replied. Chuang Trek couldn't stand steadily anymore. The amount of information in your words is too much. I can't fully comprehend it all at once. It's okay. It's certainly hard to accept these things suddenly. The girl replied, because he just had to flee and heard such shocking information. Chuang Trek felt tired. He had to go back to the hotel to rest a bit, and then slowly process it. Oh, and the girl looks really cute. If she's really his daughter, it proves his genes are pretty good, right? Yuosi Lu ran, clinging to her father. By the time they got back to the hotel, it was already dark, and the rooms were lit up. Everyone gathered in one spot. Savai saw the two of them. Chuang Trek, you said you were going for a walk, but instead you kidnapped a little girl? Yuosi Lu quickly greeted everyone. My name is Trong Yuosi Lu, and I'm... Before the girl could finish, Chuang Trek quickly and loudly interjected. My sister. She's my sister. Trong Yuosi Lu, let me introduce you. These are all my classmates. No need for introductions. I recognize all of them. Aunt Savai was really beautiful when she was young. Aunt Tun is also a beauty. No wonder someone always carries pictures of both ants with them. Up, Liu Cheaper. Then she turned to look at the two people next to her. Uncle Lamb, haha, did you really control dumbbells with your mind when you were young? You must usually have an IQ as high as 200, right? My dad often mentions you, saying that if you hadn't passed away early, humanity wouldn't have. Chuang Trake quickly covered his daughter's mouth. I'm so sorry. My sister has been watching too many transmigration shows lately. She's not quite normal. Please don't mind her. Girl, quickly shut your mouth. Who knows what will happen if you say anything more? Looking at them, anyone could tell they were father and daughter. The only problem was that Chuang Trake accepted her as his daughter, but 97 didn't. But everyone seemed to find it strange. So Vi, brother-in-law, why are all the members of the Trong family so odd? Nuok Dong asked him. Chuang Trake, it's almost 8 o'clock. Isn't it time to enter the demon realm? He replied, it's almost time. Everyone promised to be online punctually. Nuok Dong hoped the demon realm had returned to normal. Uoc Lu sat on the side, reminding Chuang Trake, once the divine envoy awakens, the demon realm will return to normal. Remember that. You must protect my mother safely. Savai asked him, Hey, brother-in-law, what is she talking about? Is she okay? He tried to brush it off. It's nothing. Don't mind her. On the 12th floor of the demon realm, sorry I'm late. She ran over and took his hand. It's okay. Did something happen at the exchange conference? Chuang Trake felt it was a long story and would tell her in detail later. The other teammates immediately teased the two of them. You two, stop being lovey-dovey. Let's go to the boss. Someone on the forum said that the demon realm has returned to normal. The stone gate has also appeared. We can go to the next basement level of the demon realm. Noyedon shyly withdrew her hand. The gate has appeared? That's great. Look, the stone gate, it really appeared. No sooner had she spoken than it was there. But for some reason, the numbers jump every few minutes. What's going on? Do we have to wait until it reaches 100% to enter? While the door is only at 16%. The others who had gathered there earlier told them not to wait. They had already tried. They couldn't enter the stone gate. Hearing this, Sun Nguai immediately got angry. Damn it, false alarm. Trong Trake stood still observing this phenomenon. According to what that girl said, when the divine envoy awakens, the demon realm will return to normal. It seems that the divine envoy has not awakened yet. Seeing Trong Trake lost in thought, Noyedon patted his shoulder. She asked him what he was thinking. Oh, nothing. If we can't get to the next floor, then everyone just do what you want. He had a lot to tell her. Noyedon gently said she also had a lot to say to him. Having been subjected to too much PDA, everyone decided to leave to give the two some privacy. People in love are truly terrifying. If we can't enter the stone gate, then I'll go back and rest first. I still have to prepare for tomorrow's match. I'll go back first too. Meanwhile, Trin Hao and the divine envoy were sitting on a rock by the seashore. Seeing the envoy in this state, Trin Hao wondered, Hey, Lord Divine Envoy, are you all right? The divine envoy's body seemed to be on fire, and there were also cracks. It's nothing serious. In 30 hours, my true body will awaken, and I will leave this cat's body. Trin Hao, we can't meet for now. Trin Hao thought, so when you're not around, I can freely command everything a bit, right? The divine envoy quietly reminded him, I advise you not to be too arrogant. The envoy's words did not register with Trin Hao, who secretly harbored a profound thought. Earth or the divine realm, neither matters. Everything will eventually belong to me. Ha ha ha. Equipment operating normally, body condition stable, expected awakening in 29 hours, 52 minutes, 9 seconds. Uoc Lu stood outside Trong Trake's room, knocking on the door to wake him up. Because he was so tired, he slept quite deeply today. Trong Trake barely managed to open the door. The girl laughed at her father's appearance. Uoc Lu took Trong Trake's hand and pulled him along. The contestants who had accumulated points had gathered at the stadium. Ton Truck explained today's match. Today's match is divided into 4 rounds, with a relatively high danger level. Although I very much hope everyone wins, I also don't want anyone to get hurt. Everyone must know their limits. Zhao Wei looked at him. Why are you only just arriving? It's almost old Trung's turn. Uosi Lu held Trong Trake's hand. We're here. The first match was about to begin, and the crowd in the stands cheered continuously. Everyone look, it's old Trung's turn. Tan Truck didn't expect to fight against Su Tu, the match of the first disciple. Trong Thursday Vu is in danger this time, but he might not think so. Don't worry, with old Trung's personality, he will definitely use his wits to win. He won't be like an egg hitting a rock. Images of the match were projected onto the screen for everyone to observe more clearly. Thursday Vu's opponent asked the young man, "Young friend, are you ready?" Thursday Vu smiled confidently, then raised his hand to adjust his glasses. His next words startled everyone. "Referee, I forfeit the match." The referee was surprised and asked again, "Player, are you sure you want to forfeit?" "I'm sure," Thursday Vu replied. Zhao Wei below didn't understand. What's going on? He said he'd win with wisdom, so why forfeit before even fighting? Trong Trake and Uosi Lu beside her agreed. Haha, if you can't win, you concede. That's smart. Uncle Thuong made a very wise choice. Tan Truck reminded everyone, Zhao Wei, Nuoc Dong, and Tuan Jung, it's your turn in the next round. Get ready quickly. She then turned to Trong Trake. And you too. Your opponent in round 3 is Tran Phong. I hear he's been doing special training before the match. You shouldn't underestimate him. Brother-in-law, you definitely have to teach him a lesson. Zhao Wei interjected. Don't worry, Trong Trake replied. The referee announced, round 2 is about to begin. Please, contestants, get into position. Tran Phong rushed towards the arena. Trong Trake, this time he'll surely make you leave in pieces. Tuan Jung's fight had also begun. His opponent looked fierce. Zhao Wei, though a girl, wasn't outmatched when facing a burly opponent. Nuoc Dong wasn't outmatched either. She made it difficult for her opponent to attack. All of them observed the match from below, without missing a single detail. Now it was Trong Trake's turn. He confidently stood up. Uosi Lu cheering for her father from behind. Zhao Wei landed a decisive blow straight to the stomach. Go back to England. Dung Sao Vi wins. Lam Tuan Jum wins. I told you, I can't lose to a girl. But Nuoc Dong didn't fare as well as her two friends. She was kicked far away by her opponent. Zarawas wins. Round 3 is about to begin. Please, contestants, get into position. The team captain grabbed Tran Phong's shoulder. Tran Phong, it's time to assess the results of his special training sessions. Don't worry, Captain. He will definitely defeat Trong Trake and make him suffer. Tran Phong was so agitated that veins popped on his face. Indeed, enemies often cross paths. He's been waiting for this opportunity for a long time. Both of them stood in the arena. Tran Phong took off his jacket, a jacket he'd worn for nearly a year, never taking it off except to shower. Today he took it off. Tran Phong threw his jacket to the ground. Trong Trake observed that the jacket weighed several tons, indicating Tran Phong's training process over the past period had been very rigorous. To take your life. With that, he bolted towards Trong Trake, like a hungry tiger. Too fast. Tran Phong lunged at Trong Trake, who used the dragon's breath technique. But this time, he was thoroughly prepared for the fight. This feeling is amazing. Trong Trake, let's see how long you can avoid me. Thursday Vu observed. His speed is incredible. Trong Trake is in serious danger this time. Tan Truck didn't expect Tran Phong to use a titanium jacket for training. He truly is a man of wealth. Zhao Wei outside was anxious. Why isn't he fighting back? This is infuriating. Uosi Lu, sitting next to her, calmly said, Don't rush. He's not my father's, my brother's opponent. Tran Phong continuously attacked him with kicks. Trong Trake, isn't your strength speed? Haha, let's see it then. You're no match for him now. Come on, fight him. Not only that, he easily kicked him high into the sky. This kick is mine. And this punch was a lesson from all of them. Trong Trake put all his strength into the punch. With just one punch from Trong Trake, Tran Phong was sent flying so far that he shattered a wall. Trong Trake stood tall, cracking his knuckles. To me, his speed is no different than a crawling turtle. Tran Phong lay on the ground in pain. The referee announced, "The winner of this match is Trong Trake, representing the Great Xia team." The audience in the stands cheered incessantly. With such speed, how did he win? I couldn't even see it clearly. The Great Xia athlete is truly strong. Dorothy grumbled to the captain, "I told you, Tran Phong is useless. He shouldn't have been given this precious opportunity to participate in the exchange competition." The captain told her to go take care of Tran Phong. "This Trong Trake truly has some skill. I'll personally handle him." "Understood, Captain," she replied. His teammates below cheered. "Trong Trake, well done. Go for it. Brother-in-law is so cool. Seeing Tran Phong beaten black and blue is so satisfying. I'll definitely tell cousin when we get back." He asked if Tuan Jung and Nuok Dong were okay. Thursday Vu replied that Tuan Jung was seriously injured and couldn't continue fighting. The next semifinal round relies entirely on you and Zhao Vai. A moment later, the semifinals began. The referee announced, "Next up are the semifinals. Please, semifinalists, prepare yourselves." Including Henry and Duong Zhao Vai, Trong Trake and Zarawas. Tan Truck thought for a moment and then warned Zhao Vai, "Henry? He's a very terrifying opponent. Zhao Vai, you must be careful." In the arena, Henry continuously attacked Zhao Vai. "Hey girl, if you don't concede, I'll get serious." The MC outside made unpleasant comments. Zhao Vai is simply no match for Henry. Continuing to persevere won't give her a chance to win. Hearing such words angered her. "You hateful foreigner, don't look down on me. This Zhao Vai will not concede." But the truth was, at her current level, Zhao Vai truly couldn't defeat Henry. He had inflicted severe injuries on her with just one blow. A single blow made Zhao Vai cough up blood, and her entire body flew uncontrollably into the air. Tan Truck and Trong Trake, observing from below, couldn't bear it. "Salvi." Luckily, Trong Trake quickly ran to catch Zhao Vai. Otherwise, she would have been even more severely injured. Henry's attack was truly terrifying. Even Trong Trake was dragged nearly 10 meters. The medical teams immediately rushed over to check on Zhao Vai's condition. "Zhao Vai, are you okay?" Trong Trake asked worriedly. Henry stood in the arena, provocatively raising a finger. "Trong Trake, I'm waiting for you." Trong Trake below clenched his teeth in anger, but now was not the time to act. The MC announced, "The winner of this match is Henry, representing Country M's team." Old Trong's taste in music is terrible. All those old, stale songs. Zarawas flashed a horrifying smile, opening his palms to reveal two demon-like red eyes, which emitted sinister sounds. Trong Trake was still confused. "What's happening? He has eyes growing on his palms. Or have I been?" Zarawas thought he had hypnotized Trong Trake. "I thought he was some formidable character, but isn't he also hypnotized by me? Trong Trake, it's pitch black around you now. You're slowly walking forward." Trong Trake's body couldn't move, as if hundreds of chains were holding him, and a giant pair of eyes constantly watched his every move. Where is this? His body was out of control. Fortunately, Thursday Vu contacted him through his Bluetooth earpiece. "Trong Trake, you're hypnotized. Breathe deeply. Try to keep your heart rate stable." Zarawas still believed his plan was going well. "Yes, exactly like that. Slowly step closer. This match is even easier to win than I thought." Zarawas lured Trong Trake closer, wanting to finish him with one move. "Goodbye, you damn brat from Great Xia." Because he was too careless, Trong Trake kicked him backwards with one blow. "You freak, this kick is revenge for Nuok Dong." Next was a punch that instantly broke Zarawas's arm. "Go back to your country." The referee announced the result. The winner of this match is Trong Trake, representing the Great Xia team. Thursday Vu was surprised that Trong Trake's Dragon's Breath technique could overcome the mental barrier. It was truly powerful. Tan Truck updated them on Zhao Vai's condition. Her injuries were not life-threatening. Currently, only Trong Trake remains. Next is the final round, facing that Henry guy. Trong Trake's chances of winning are very low. Thursday, Vu stated his assessment. Henry stepped into the arena with an arrogant attitude. Hey kid, you've got some skill, but that's all. It's not too late to concede now. Trong Trake was no less confident. He originally didn't intend to make things difficult for him, but since he injured Zhao Vai earlier, he now had to pay the price for what he did. The two finished talking, then charged at each other. You're too weak, kid. Too fast. Both simultaneously threw a punch. Who would be injured first, they wondered. As expected, Trong Trake's arm was injured. Henry was somewhat surprised by him. No one has ever dared to fight me head-on like that before. You're the first. Ton Truck couldn't sit still. Oh no, Trong Trake's arm seems to be broken. The situation isn't good. Tell Trong Trake to concede. Henry is indeed very scary, but you don't understand Trong Trake's personality. He will definitely not give up. Thursday Vu truly understands Trong Trake. He was in so much pain that his arm kept trembling. He broke an arm right at the start. The situation was truly unfavorable for him. Henry asked him, "You've broken an arm. Are you still planning to fight me?" Trong Trake didn't answer the question. He was now using the dragon's breath technique to enhance cell activity and speed up healing. Henry realized what he was doing and lunged at Trong Trake. He can heal himself. Eastern martial arts are indeed miraculous, but they're nothing compared to Country M's superior science and technology. Luckily, Trong Trake managed to dodge. His power is too terrifying. I can't fight him head-on. He switched to a different fighting style, attacking from behind, using the dragon's breath technique to block Henry's meridians, neutralizing his power. Ton Truck felt good. Excellent. Trong Trake has blocked Henry's meridians. Seized the opportunity to take him down. But Thursday Vu felt it wasn't that simple. Henry spun backward. You think that's enough to control me? Not only that, Trong Trake was trying his best not to give him a chance to counterattack. He delivered a powerful punch to Henry's vital spot, shouting, "Damn you! This blow is my payback for Zhao Vai." Trong Trake successfully injured him, even making him spit blood. Henry became even more excited. Strong, aren't you? Huh. But the power difference between them was truly too great. Trong Trake, you're very lucky to witness the ultimate power of the god of war serum. He blew Trong Trake away. Luckily, he managed to control his body, so it didn't impact and get injured. Henry's body transformed, looking like a goblin. Not only that, his body looked truly bizarre. Trong Trake couldn't believe his eyes. Oh my, what did he inject? Henry jumped very high, wanting to finish off Trong Trake. Haha, hand over your life now. I'll smash your skull. With his agile body, Trong Trake avoided that attack. Otherwise, he would truly have gone to meet his ancestors. Where Henry struck, everything shattered. The audience below was about to lose their minds. What's going on? Was there an explosion? Thursday Vu also couldn't understand. That power had completely exceeded the limits of a normal human. As the thick smoke and dust gradually dissipated, it revealed a terrifyingly sunken crater. Suddenly, a roaring howl echoed from somewhere, sharp teeth accompanied by disgusting slime. It was Henry. Unbelievably, he had transformed once again, but his current appearance was no different from a demon from hell. Ha ha ha, no one can defeat me. Trong Trake didn't expect the person he'd been fighting until now to look this terrifying. Henry was truly a bloodthirsty demon. He lunged at him as if hunting prey. Is this a demon hole monster? His teammates also couldn't understand. What's happening? Why did the captain turn into a demon hole monster? Dorothy seemed to realize. Could it be the war god serum? Was the war god serum made from the head of a demon hole monster? What a bunch of lunatics. The referee quickly began evacuation. Due to an unexpected incident in the match, everyone please move away from the scene in an orderly fashion. Henry's body was now several times larger than Trong Trake's. The security team moved forward to assist. His teammates also ran over. UOC Lu worriedly asked, "Brother, are you okay?" "I'm fine," he replied. The security team used guns to restrain the monster. Though still a bit difficult, They managed to hold it back. Trong Trake clutched his arm. He didn't expect him to suddenly transform into a demon whole monster. He must have injected forbidden drugs before the match. UOC Lu worried for him. Brother, it's chaotic here. Let's go. Ton Truck urged. That's right. This area is already being handled by management. Let's leave here and find a doctor to treat your wounds first. Okay, he replied. On another front, a man observed the red dots on the screen, nodding in satisfaction. Very good. 90% of the demon tiger has been activated as planned. The next stage is to execute the master's plan. He smirked maliciously. Push humanity to the brink. You lowly humans, try to fight until level 100. My master is very hungry. At the hospital, where the students were recovering, Trong Trake sat on the bed, looking at Zhao Vi and saying, You're not lightly injured. Please lie down and rest. Tuan Jung, lying next to him, happily said, Old Trong, you're still the strongest. The doctor finished bandaging Trong Trake's wounds and softly said, Nothing serious. Your body is very special. Clearly, the injuries weren't light, but his bones and muscles recovered very quickly. He nodded slightly. Thank you, doctor. At this moment, Director Thatch came over and instructed, Those who are injured, please rest well. I'll go to the organizing center to clarify the situation. Trong Trake, you should rest too. However, he said he was fine and would go with her. Just then, a sudden tremor occurred, startling everyone. Director Thatch frowned fiercely, asking suspiciously, What's happening? No sooner had he spoken than a monster broke through the wall, causing the hospital doctors to fall to the ground. Trong Trake frowned slightly, his expression a little grim. That's a mutated demon tiger monster. The monster relentlessly attacked everyone. In an instant, this place turned into ruins. In a flash, many monsters emerged. Seeing this, Trong Trake frowned. Why are so many monsters suddenly appearing? Prioritize evacuating everyone. Gather at the beach. Director Thatch nodded in understanding. Trong Trake called Zhao Vi and Tuan Jung, who were lying on the hospital bed, to leave while he stayed to hinder the monsters. Zhao Vi was a bit reluctant. Just then, the monster lunged at Trong Trake, making it difficult for him to resist. But the people behind were slow to leave. He had to yell again to remind them. Don't dawdle, hurry up. Director Thatch had no choice but to pull people away. Trong Trake created a large rock on this side. Then he aggressively threw it, pinning the monster's body. He shouted, Run from here. Gather at the beach. UOC Lu worriedly called out, Dad, run. Director Thatch annoyedly corrected her. That's your brother. In just a moment, the hospital shook violently. Rocks scattered everywhere, and Trong Trake's group also ran out. However, the monsters were still chasing behind. Seeing their numbers like a flood, Director Thatch's expression turned grim. This time, we're certainly dead. They were now surrounded by the monsters, who looked at them like food. At this moment, a monster opened its large mouth towards Trong Trake. He dared not be negligent, quickly generating energy and raising his hand to defend. Thursday Vu cried out in a panic. What do we do? Are we just going to stand here and die? Trong Trake gritted his teeth and said, I'm afraid there's no safe place left. But even though he wasn't sure, he wanted them to take a chance. Just then, a ray of light suddenly shot from afar. Immediately after, a sword fiercely pierced through the monster's head. Seeing this, Zhang Zhe's face immediately lit up, and he exclaimed, Sister Xiao Jin. At this moment, a girl was descending from a sky. It was Xiao Jin, and there were also many helicopters and people from the Demon Realm Management Bureau. Xiao Jin quickly landed on the ground from above. Zhang Zhe looked at her happily. Sister Xiao Jin, you really are our savior. She also raised an eyebrow smugly. You guys are very lucky. The landing spot is right here. Then she immediately instructed, Follow me closely. I'll lead everyone from here towards the beach, where there's an evacuation plane. Immediately after, the group quickly followed Xiao Jin, but some realized that they were all injured and found it a bit difficult to move. Xiao Jin was running ahead, blocking monsters for everyone, when a fierce tentacle lunged towards her. Zhang Ze immediately cried out in panic, "Be careful!" As soon as he finished speaking, he quickly ran over, using his bare hands to defend her. The monster was quickly pushed back by Zhang Ze, still with disgusting slime clinging to its mouth. It was a monster with many heads on its colossal body, looking very terrifying. Seeing this, Thursday Vu couldn't help but feel nauseous. They looked so disgusting. Realizing the situation was dire, Xiao Jin suggested, "The power of this colossal monster is terrifying. Zhang Ze, take them to the evacuation beach first," but he let Director Thatch lead everyone to run. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to use Dragon's Breath to maximize his speed, unable to let them cling to him. Thinking this, he shouted loudly, "Sister Xiao Jin, I'll hold back the giant. You take care of the others." Xiao Jin nodded slightly, turning towards the smaller monsters to attack, not forgetting to urge everyone, "Hurry and evacuate. Don't delay any longer." Yuosi Lu didn't want to leave Zhang Ze, constantly calling for her father. Thursday Vu quickly pulled the little girl away. "Your father isn't here. Come with me." He also told Zhang Ze to survive. Immediately after, only Zhang Ze, Xiao Jin, and the people from the Demon Realm Management Bureau remained to hold them off. Zhang Ze continuously attacked the colossal monster to find its weakness, but before he could get close to it, it quickly evaded. He frowned fiercely, a bit angrily muttering, "What a high-level monster! Its speed is really fast." As he charged, one of his legs was entangled by a monster's tentacle. Not only that, even his hands were no exception. Xiao Jin, seeing this from her side, anxiously asked, "Zhang Ze, are you all right?" But before she could get an answer, the monster on her side attacked fiercely, forcing her to grit her teeth and resist. She bit her lip and said, "Hold on a little longer." Zhang Ze's situation on his side wasn't good. He was tightly bound by the monster's tentacles, which continuously squeezed his neck, making it difficult for him to breathe. A glimmer of despair rose in his heart. Xiaofeng and Yuing. He couldn't take care of them anymore. The tentacles of the monsters continuously tightened around his body, making him tremble uncontrollably. Elsewhere at the beach, evacuation had begun. People were lining up to board planes to leave, with shouts constantly echoing. However, fully armed soldiers came and forced everyone back. He furiously yelled, "Get out of the way! This plane is for our country's ambassador. There's no room for people from Daiha." Hearing this, Director Thatch's group, who had just arrived, became anxious. "So many people. It seems there's no room for us. What should we do?" The place quickly descended into chaos. But at this moment, a strange phenomenon occurred. Many monsters suddenly appeared on the beach, making the people there continuously pray to the heavens. Director Thatch led everyone in shouting, "In such a dangerous situation, we must fight them. Otherwise, no one will survive." At this point, some people began to regret, "If only I had known, I would have stayed home. Why bother participating in the competition?" At the same time, in Zhang Ze's battlefield, he still couldn't escape the monster's tentacles. But suddenly, the monster trembled and spoke, "Why can a human consciousness like yours invade my brain?" At this moment, red light suddenly appeared around its eyes. It seemed to be controlled by someone. Its eyes became hazy, and then it released Zhang Ze to the ground. Suddenly free, Zhang Ze muttered suspiciously, "Was that voice just now from this monster?" But the monster actually replied, "That's right. Your consciousness can read my thoughts." Xiao Jin, seeing this from afar, was startled and asked anxiously, "What's wrong, Zhang Ze? Why aren't those monsters attacking you?" He gently shook his head. He wasn't sure either. But at this moment, something even more unexpected happened. The monster suddenly spoke, "Human, I agree to obey your commands." Zhang Ze immediately widened his eyes in disbelief. "Obey my commands?" Xiao Jin walked over and asked suspiciously, "How did you make these monsters not attack you?" He frowned and thought, "It seems I'm controlling them." She was a bit surprised, but still told him to quickly clear a path to leave. Zhang Ze nodded slightly, then ordered the monster in front of him, "Block the other monsters coming our way. Cover us." The monster readily complied. At the same time, on the beachfront, the crowd was in chaos evacuating, But Director Thatch's people still weren't allowed on the plane. She shouted in dissatisfaction. "The plane has so many empty seats. Why don't you let us board?" The soldier pointed his gun at her and scoffed. "This plane is prepared for our M-Nation representatives, not for you great Xia people." As soon as he said this, he received criticism from the great Xia citizens. Unfortunately, he remained unmoved, not allowing them to board the plane. At this moment, the monsters were almost upon them, causing everyone to panic. They immediately turned and ran, desperate screams continuously echoing. In a critical situation, they saw their savior. Yu Lu excitedly cried out, "My brother is back." Thursday Vu also happily said, "It's old Zhang who's back." Indeed, Zhang Zhe was walking over with Xiao Jin, with a group of monsters behind them. The moment they saw those monsters, everyone was startled, frowning suspiciously. "Why are you with those monsters?" But at this moment, Zhang Zhe loudly ordered, "Clear a path for us." Immediately, the monsters behind him received the order, continuously attacking the monsters blocking their way. Smoothly, Zhang Zhe quickly reached Yulu's group. Thursday Vu suspiciously asked how he managed to subdue the monsters. He said he accidentally controlled the giant one, and the others seemed to be its subordinates. But now was not the time for talking. The monsters were almost here. They had to leave. Yu Lu then complained, "Those hateful M-Nation people, don't let them get on the plane." Zhang Zhe nodded slightly, looked at Thursday Vu, and said, "You lead Xiao Wei's group. We'll run over there." Then he ordered the monsters to attack the M-Nation people. Upon hearing his words, the monsters charged forward, beginning to attack the M-Nation people. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Ze's group also ran onto the plane. In an instant, the great Xia people seized this chance and quickly ran onto the plane. Thursday Vu's group also safely boarded the plane. Thursday Vu urged Zhang Ze to hurry up. He nodded slightly, then used his thoughts to communicate with the giant monster there. "This plane isn't big enough. You find a safe place for yourself. If fate allows, we'll meet again." It agreed without hesitation. After everyone had safely boarded the planes, the aircraft took off and departed from the island. 3 days later, at Zhang Ze's house, Xiao Feng frowned and exclaimed after watching the news about the Grand Conference, "This exchange conference was really dangerous. Just hearing about it makes me scared." Zhang Ze heard her and said in a deep voice, "I'm more worried about the demon realm invading the real world. Everything that's happened recently is related to the demon realm. The world is getting more dangerous, so you must quickly become stronger." Yu Lu also chimed in, "Dad's right. You have to become stronger quickly. You have a very important role in the future." Xiao Feng happily asked, "Really? What else will happen in the future?" She was about to tell her, but Zhang Ze patted her head to stop her. "Don't listen to her talk nonsense. Let the future unfold naturally. Eat your meal, then come with me to the demon realm." As soon as he said this, Xiao Feng immediately shouted excitedly, "You're really going to take me to the demon realm to train my powers?" He smiled and nodded. "No matter what the future holds, it's time for you to grow up." On the first floor of the demon realm, many people had gathered, clearly indicating that the threat of monsters had made everyone take the demon realm more seriously. At this moment, everyone was continuously discussing the contestants from other countries. Zhang Ze and his sister were also there. Xiao Feng observed for a bit, then suspiciously asked, "Where are all your friends and sister-in-law?" He calmly said, "They're on the 12th floor. Today, I'll help you get stronger. You need to be serious." Just then, a voice suddenly rang out, calling for Zhang Ze. He turned his head in surprise, looked at the person who arrived, and asked suspiciously, "Why are you on the first floor?" Yi Jian happily replied, "I heard you were on the first floor, taking your sister to level up, so I brought a few guild brothers along." The appearance of Yi Jian and his group caused everyone there to continuously discuss, some surprised, others exclaiming. On this side, Zhang Ze greeted the guild members, then praised Yi Jian. "Thanks to you, the number of members has increased significantly." Yi Jian scratched his head awkwardly, saying it was what he should do. Xiao Feng observed from aside, unable to help but exclaim, "You're really amazing. You even have such a big guild." Zhang Ze shook his head slightly and said solemnly, "This is nothing yet. We need to be even stronger." At this moment, Yi Jian looked at the guild members behind him and shouted, "Brothers, let's get to work. Help the guild master's sister clear the floors as quickly as possible." Immediately after, Zhang Ze led his group into the first floor of the demon realm. With the help of Yi Jian's group, as soon as they ascended, they used bows and arrows to attack the monsters. The relentless rain of arrows poured down, making the monsters terrified. In an instant, they were defeated by Yi Jian's people. As soon as one fell, another appeared, and Yi Jian's group fiercely shot arrows at it again. In an instant, the lava turtle was defeated by them. The soul orb dropped by the lava turtle. Yi Jian gave entirely to Xiao Feng to increase her stats. Xiao Feng nodded slightly in thanks. Then she hesitated and said, "You guys are so amazing, defeating monsters in the blink of an eye, but I want to try." Hearing this, Yi Jian encouraged her without hesitation, saying, "It's true that you should master combat techniques yourself. Go ahead and try to kill a monster. We'll protect you." Xiao Feng excitedly stepped forward, her eyes firm, and said, "Thank you, big brother Yi Jian. I'll show everyone how strong I am." As soon as she finished speaking, she used magic to attack the monster in front of her. However, the damage was too low, and she quickly retreated. Nevertheless, she didn't back down and continued to attack it. But just as she landed one attack, 3 men appeared from the side, rushing towards her and sneering contemptuously. "Little sister, you're struggling so much with this monster. Shall we give you a hand?" Immediately after, they teamed up and instantly killed the monster. Quite a few items dropped from the monster, and they laughed smugly. Xiao Feng, encountering this for the first time, angrily shouted, "Why did you steal my monster? Give me back my loot." With a cold snort, those people mocked. "The lava turtle was killed by us, so the loot naturally belongs to us. If we hadn't acted in time, little sister, you would have been dead." Then they turned and left. Xiao Feng looked at their arrogance and angrily exclaimed, "These people are nothing but robbers." Big brother was right. The demon realm is indeed full of malice. Yi Jian said helplessly, "Don't be angry. Everyone will teach them a lesson." Hearing this, Xiao Feng was a little confused, but Yi Jian didn't explain, happily saying, "Little sister, let's go fight the boss." At the same time, in an open area, a group of people stood before a teleportation gate. A moment later, a wolf also emerged from it. Seeing it, the group immediately rejoiced. Immediately after, they ferociously rushed forward to attack the shadow wolf. However, just then, a rain of arrows suddenly came from afar. Their main target was the wolf in front of them. The arrow rain was too dense, and it was killed just like that. The other group stared blankly at this scene, discussing animatedly. While they were bewildered, Yi Jian arrived with his people, his mouth full of sneering remarks. "Little sister, did you get the key? If you go through the stone gate ahead, you'll reach the second floor." Xiao Feng nodded gratefully and said, "Thank you, big brother." Yi Jian smugly instructed the person behind him, "Dark Arrow Nan Feng, you and the 2 brothers stay here. As soon as the boss appears, kill it immediately. Let those guys know the consequences of daring to bully our guild master's sister." As soon as these words came out, those people immediately looked at Xiao Feng, pleading, "Big sister, please tell them to help us. We were wrong. We won't dare to do it again, even if you beat us to death." Xiao Feng frowned, looked at them for a moment, then spoke, "Big brother Yi Jian, how about we let them go?" However, he shook his head and said, "Ignore them. Let Dark Arrow and Phone play with them for a few days. They won't repent." At the same time, on the 12th floor of the demon realm, there were quite a few people here too. A moment later, Zhang Ze arrived and said, "Sorry, I was a bit busy." Diyong shook his head slightly and said, "It's nothing. We know you had to help your sister. Yi Jian already sent us a message." Zhang Ze walked over to Yu Ying and asked, I heard Uncle Santong came to pick you up. Did anyone at home cause you trouble? She said she was temporarily staying at Uncle San's house, and he had declared that he wouldn't acknowledge her as his niece. The two of them stood there just like that. Xiao Wei couldn't stand it anymore and couldn't help but clear her throat. You two, stop with the PDA already. I have something to say. Next Friday is her birthday, and she wants to invite everyone to her house to celebrate. Everyone heard it and happily agreed. Most of them had never met in real life, so this was a good opportunity. Xiao Wei nodded slightly, smiling. Giant God, Chi-Chio, Dragon King, Little Princess, and Little Rabbit. I want to see what you all look like. At this moment, Zhang Zhe suddenly cut in. Oh, right. Does everyone know about the new battle power rankings in the Demon Realm? Di Yong nodded. I've seen it. In the top 10, only 2 are from the Great Xia Nation. The rest are from other countries. Zhang Zhe said, aside from I Act As I Please, who once helped us get to 19th place, we didn't even make it into the top 500. Di Yong frowned slightly and said, we've only reached floor 13, so of course we can't compare to masters who've already set foot on floor 20. 30. Xiao Wei asked doubtfully. Rakshasa's talent skill is so powerful. How come he's not on the list? Zhang Zhe shook his head slightly and said, this battle power ranking is based on the adventurer's own strength. Summoning skills don't increase my own strength. That's why I'm not on the list. We should focus on improving our own strength instead. As soon as he said this, Di Yong nodded and smiled. The demon realm is back to normal. We must quickly reach floor 13. Shuang Nai nodded in agreement. I'm really impatient. I'll go first. After more than a year, we've finally reached floor 13. A moment later, on floor 13 of the demon realm, many demon beasts gathered. The dragons on this floor are divided into flame dragons and frost dragons. The final boss will be the Dark Dragon King, and its size is enormous. When it flies up, it will cover the entire sky. However, Shuang Nai didn't care much. He excitedly shouted, no matter what it is, it won't stop us. Let's go. It's been a long time since we fought monsters together. Just then, something appeared in the sky, and everyone looked up. They saw a fire dragon continuously spewing dazzling flames at someone, causing that person to fall from above. Seeing this, everyone's expressions immediately changed. If he falls, he's dead. The path to the mountain peak is too treacherous, and with dragons attacking, it won't be easy to clear this floor. However, at this moment, Zhang Zhe suddenly suggested, leave this floor to me. Shuang Nai asked doubtfully, Rakshasa, have you come up with a plan? He nodded slightly in response. First, I'll kill a giant dragon and turn it into a minion. Then I'll keep it in the air for protection. Di Yong praised him after hearing this, but we still need to observe their weak points to see how to lure them down. Someone suggested trying to attack the dragon's wings. Zhang Zhe frowned in thought, and after a long time he said, I think we can try. Di Yong nodded and smiled. It's decided then. Long-range attacks will depend entirely on Rakshasa and Chi-Chio. At this moment, Yuing shouted, don't hesitate any longer. Before the dragons lock onto us, let's quickly cross that bridge. Zhang Zhe looked at Di Yong and said, Giant God, you lead the way then. Di Yong nodded without hesitation, then ran forward, shielding himself with a shield, leading everyone across the bridge. Not long after, everyone reached the other side of the bridge, but as soon as they set foot, everyone was immediately startled because a flame dragon was charging towards them. In the sky, a fierce flame dragon was rushing towards them. Di Yong quickly said, everyone, quickly fall back to avoid it. The other teams, seeing this, immediately turned and ran. Just then, the flame dragon spewed fire, and Di Yong quickly raised his shield to block it. He bit his lip fiercely, trying to hold on. A moment later, the flames gradually receded. He then let out a sigh of relief. That fire breath attack is really terrifying. On this side, Zhang Zhe saw the flame dragon turn around, wanting to leave. He quickly drew his bow and arrow, coldly saying, Want to run? Don't even think about escaping. As soon as he finished speaking, he shot the arrow. The arrow came with a fierce momentum, carrying a trace of bloodlust around it. Immediately after, it pierced the flame dragon. Seeing it fall to the ground, Zhang Zhe immediately shouted, "Chi Chiu, quickly freeze it." Chi Chiu quickly nodded. Then he activated Ice Storm. Thousands of icy rays appeared, engulfing the flame dragon. In an instant, its body began to freeze. Zhang Zhe didn't give it a chance to escape. He then urged, "Everyone, quickly focus your attacks." Shuang Wei was the first to rush forward, excitedly laughing and saying, "Luo Sha, watch this. Watch me smash it to pieces." In a flash, Zhang Zhe's team attacked the flame dragon together. Outside, the people who were hiding saw this scene and their eyes widened. They took down the giant dragon. How did they do that? This is unbelievable. We barely managed to drive one away even with long-range attacks. On Zhang Zhe's side, he inflicted another blow on the flame dragon. Immediately, it was defeated. Zhang Zhe's group was excited. With it, we don't have to fear those giant dragons in the sky anymore. Zhang Zhe nodded slightly. He used summoning magic to summon the soul of the flame dragon. In a flash, the flame dragon quickly returned. Seeing this scene, the people behind were excited. "Awesome! Let's kill a few more giant dragons." Having an aerial bodyguard group is truly amazing. On this side, the observers outside took in the entire scene. They cried out in disbelief. "Am I seeing things?" They summoned the flame dragon. Is it that powerful? Regardless of everyone's reactions, Zhang Zhe led his group forward. With the protection of the giant dragons, their journey to the mountaintop was extremely smooth. Adding the one they just killed, they now had a total of 7 giant dragons. We should be able to fight the boss now. Just then, Yuing hesitated and said, "But it seems there are a lot of people gathered around the boss." Diyong also frowned slightly. He said seriously, "I heard experts say that the Dark Dragon King on this floor is nothing short of a nightmare." As they were talking, something strange happened here. Everyone's expressions changed, because the Dark Dragon King had now appeared before them. In an instant, chaos erupted in this place. People continuously discussed the Dark Dragon King. Zhang Zhe's group's expressions grew grim. Diyong glanced at Zhang Zhe. "Luo Sha, are you confident?" He shook his head slightly. He said in a low voice, "Not very confident. It could sweep us away with just a flick of its tail." Xiao Wei frowned fiercely and mumbled, "Then what should we do? Are we not fighting this floor?" Zhang Zhe shook his head slightly. He said firmly, "We must fight it." Then he pointed forward and said, "Everyone, look, what is that?" Everyone looked in the direction he pointed and saw a nest of dragon eggs. Shuang Wei called out in surprise, "Who knew? Turns out the boss is a female dragon." After a long silence, Zhang Zhe suggested, "It seems we'll have to deal with those eggs. But before we fight the boss, I have some gifts for everyone." As soon as he finished speaking, he took out many skill books. He had long wanted to share these with them, but due to some family matters and the chaos in the demon realm, it had been delayed until today. Shuang Niguai opened the book and looked at it. Then they excitedly said, "With this skill book, won't we have a second skill? I can't handle an S rank. I want the A rank cohesive violent strike." On this side, Dike Dung chose the heaven-shaking roar book. He felt it suited him very well. The S rank skill book he chose could emit a roar at targeted enemies within a 10-meter radius, reducing their damage by 10%. After a while of choosing, Noyeton couldn't find what she wanted. She looked at Chuang Trake and said, "There's no book here that suits me, but Separate Domain, Land Yejung Beat, is perfect for you." The book she just mentioned was an SS rank skill, which could create a domain with a 10-meter radius, establish its own rules for this domain, and all targets must comply. Chuang Trake also nodded in satisfaction after seeing it. This skill is very powerful. He immediately began to learn it, and then thanked everyone. Everyone unconsciously smiled, happily saying, "What are you being so polite for? You're the strongest, so of course you should learn the strongest skill. If you're strong, everyone benefits." A moment later, he finally finished learning it. He then suggested, "Once we're ready, let's go challenge the Dark Dragon King." Everyone excitedly nodded and moved forward. Just as they passed a group of people, one person suddenly scoffed and said, "You guys think you can defeat the Dark Dragon King? First time there. You don't look very strong. I bet you won't last more than one move from the boss." Ignoring his taunts, Chuang Trake still walked forward and suggested, "Let's try a battle. A bit later, I'll use the giant dragon to attack the boss first. Everyone follow my command." Everyone nodded in agreement without hesitation. At this moment, the dark giant dragon ferociously charged towards them. However, Chuang Trake wasn't flustered. He calmly ordered the giant dragon he summoned to advance together. Immediately, a group of giant dragons fiercely rushed forward. The Dark Dragon King opened its mouth and roared in anger, as if threatening the giant dragons in front of it to retreat. But they still charged, fiercely spewing fire and ice, causing it to take a lot of damage. The party gathered. The Dragon King raised its head. 7 dragons attacking the boss together. Isn't that absolutely amazing? CU then gritted his teeth, but the damage value isn't high. It seems the Dark Dragon King's defense is terrifying. The giant dragon flew in the sky. Snowflakes flew and enveloped it. The Dark Dragon King was frozen. "Seize the opportunity. Let's go." "Okay." The dragon let out a resounding roar, startling everyone. Its eyes glowed brightly. System notification, magic immunity. What? The boss has magic immunity too. Noyeon pointed to the sky. "You guys look quickly, it's over." Countless dragons flew out from the vortex in the sky. Dragon King was astonished. Why did so many dragons appear in an instant? Noyeon worried. "It's a boss summon. What should we do?" Dragon King planted his staff on the ground. "Brother Lasat's 7 giant dragons are being besieged. We need to think of a way." If that's the case." He knelt down and summoned the grotesque Little She. "It's time for you to enter the battle, Little She. Come out now." Little She laughed loudly. "Little friends, long time no see. I've missed you all terribly." The others were surprised. "Damn, I'm not seeing things, am I? That's Boss Little She from the Abyss. Didn't someone kill him in the previous video? Why is he here now? Look over there. It's the great god La Saturday. He can summon bosses. Little She must have been summoned by him. La Sat is the light of summer, my idol. Dark Dragon King is definitely dead. Don't celebrate too early. Dark Dragon King is no pushover either. Let's just quietly observe the battle. Brothers, today I'm so lucky to meet the great god La Saturday. Now I'll show you an amazing live broadcast. Let's watch how the great god defeats the Dark Dragon King." Little She summoned cards. "Little friends, I've come to play with you." Light blue dice floated in the sky. The dragons were surprised. Dark Dragon King roared. Giant God was worried. "This is bad. The boss is about to attack." Chuang Trake commanded. "Little bird, the boss's immunity time is almost up. Quickly suppress it." Duong So Vi used the gravity suppression skill. Red circles appeared on her hands. "Got it, I'm watching it." Noyeon and Dragon King ran over. Dragon King, while we have the chance, let's focus our firepower on the boss. "Okay." Chuang Trake raised his red bow high. "Little She, quick battle, quick victory. Quickly deal with those dark dragons." Cubes flew around. The clown laughed loudly. "As you command, my master." The dark dragons were quickly attacked. The system continuously displayed. -9,698 ice bomb, -1,063 highly poisonous bomb. Dark Dragon King activated magic immunity again. The entire large dragon was covered in purple lightning. "This is bad. The boss wants to escape." Someone couldn't help but curse. "Damn it, it only has half health left. Let's fight a bit longer. We can definitely kill it." Meng Dai worried. "We can't hit it." Zhang Zhe suddenly realized. He shouted. The dragon breathed out rolling flames, rushing towards the people below. "Be careful. It's the Dark Dragon King's Flame Dragon Breath skill." The team hid behind Colossus's shield. The clown was angry. "Damn flames, they've ruined my new clothes." Zhang Zhe was worried. He shielded Yueng. Everyone be careful. The boss is coming again. A loud roar rang out. Run away. It's freezing dragon breath. The dragon that just breathed fire is now spitting cold ice and snow onto the ground. Colossus still struggled to use his shield to cover the entire team. Brother Rakshasa, we have to think of something. We're running out of strength. Ewing cried out again. Xiaoxi is frozen. The clown was angry. So cold, I'm freezing to death. Zhang Zhe quickly instructed. Okay. Ewing pointed again. This is bad. The boss is charging over here again. It's over. This time it's spewing dark dragon breath. The damage value is even higher than flame dragon breath and freezing dragon breath. A powerful dark dragon breath surged forth. Everyone still stood behind the shield. The dragon breath's attack range covers almost everything. What do we do? Are we just going to wait for death? The Dragon King roared. There's no escaping. Are we just going to wait for death? Zhang Zhe pondered. No, there must be a way. He raised his fire-colored bow. Although I'm not 100% confident, I can only give it my all and try. Each arrow soared towards a nest full of eggs. It flew through, breaking the eggs. The screen displayed minus 1,104 HP. The dragon was startled, turning its head to look at the egg nest. The whole team burst into laughter. You thought of that. The boss is angry now. The clown charged forward. You burned my clothes and froze me. I'm going to kill this pet. Xiaoxi, seize the opportunity. Don't let it fly into the sky again. Ewing also called out to the Dragon King. Let's go up together. All right, let's ride this momentum and destroy it. Countless small puppets were summoned by Xiaoxi. They swarmed to obstruct the Dark Dragon King. Demonic puppets. The system showed the Dark Dragon King's health bar gradually decreasing. Consecutively, minus 1,102 demonic puppets, minus 1,154 demonic puppets, minus 993 demonic puppets. Meng Dai trembled. Xiaoxi's skill is incredible, but it's also very useful. The Dark Dragon King roared. The colossal dragon growled. Everyone quickly covered their ears. Careful, it's the colossal dragon's growl. The dragon's wings were wounded by the demonic puppets summoned by Xiaoxi. The Dark Dragon King struggled violently. It flew high, flailing. Oh no, it wants to fly into the sky again. Zhang Zhe clenched his fist. Meng Dai leaped up and shot out a blade. Then let's make it land again. The blade quickly shattered another egg in the nest. The Dragon King's lips twitched. Little princess, you certainly have your ways. Xiaotu worried. It's over. My dream of raising a little dragon pet seems to be ruined. The Dark Dragon King roared. It once again breathed fire toward the entire team. Zhu Shun blocked with his shield, activating the skill heaven-shaking roar to draw aggro. Everyone be careful. Quickly get out of the way. The shield shattered into many pieces. Zhu Shun was also flung far away. He sat on the ground, propping himself up with both hands. The boss's dark dragon breath broke my shield. Zhang Zhe stood nearby, holding his bow. We can't keep going like this. We need to think of a way. The Dark Dragon King swooped down from midair. Everyone was worried. It's charging again. What should we do? Zhang Zhe drew a blue circle. Leave it to me. Everyone quickly get out of the way. The Dragon King cried out. Brother Rakshasa, what are you trying to do? Ewing worried. He's about to activate it. She cried out. Rakshasa. No, it's too dangerous. The Dark Dragon King opened its mouth wide. It was gathering strength, preparing to attack. He drew a space around himself, activating the personal domain skill. Let me broaden your horizons a bit. The whole team stood outside worried. Brother Rakshasa has activated his personal domain. He wants to face the boss alone. Dragon King exclaimed. What? Him alone? That's too dangerous. Moon Shadow clasped her hands in prayer. Heaven protect him. He must be safe. Inside the domain, the system panel displayed 5 domain rules, including physical and magic damage increased or decreased by 50%, and physical and magic defense increased or decreased by 50%. HP limit increased or decreased by 50%. Movement speed and attack speed increased or decreased by 50%. Skill damage increased or decreased by 50% with a 10-second countdown. Truong Trake selected Rule 4. Dark Dragon King's eyes widened. The system announced decreased movement speed and decreased attack speed. He braced his hands on the ground. A large dragon appeared. He leaped onto its back. Come on, let's fight in my domain. Dark Dragon King was hit by the dragon's wing. The system announced freezing speed reduction. He rode the dragon soaring high. Your speed's down. Let's see how you'll dodge my charged attack. System announced minus 17,557 critical hit. He drew his bow, aimed straight. Keep going. I rule my territory, just die. Outside, Dragon King worried. Brother Rakshasa, why is it taking so long for him to come out? Moon Shadow snapped at him. Shut your crow mouth. She thought to herself, Truong Trake, nothing can happen to you. Dragon King exclaimed, Look, it's over. System announcement. Congratulations. Rakshasa successfully defeated Dark Dragon King. The dragon he rode had completely knocked out the Dark Dragon King. Dragon King rejoiced. Brother Rakshasa, you're amazing. Moon Shadow ran to hug him. Behind him were countless reward items. You really scare me to death. Next time you do something so dangerous, can you discuss it with me first? Okay, it happened so suddenly. And aren't I perfectly fine now? The others were astonished. He won. Great God Rakshasa defeated the Dark Dragon King. Oh my God! I can't believe it. Even the terrifying Dark Dragon King died at the hands of Great God Rakshasa. Great God Rakshasa is truly a god. This battle was amazing. Great God Rakshasa personally demonstrated and taught us a lesson. Now we also know how to defeat the Dark Dragon King. Great God Rakshasa won. My live stream room is full of rewards too. This month I can afford an extra meal. The whole team came to check the items. So much equipment dropped. Brother Rakshasa, what's this? You take this. It's an enhancement charm, good stuff. The system displays an SS quality enhancement charm. 0 damage, special effect. Upgrades an item of S-grade quality or lower, and 1-to-1 durability. Truong Trake pointed towards the vortex. Everyone collect the loot. We'll split it when we get back. There are too many people here. We'll be safer at the altar on the next floor. Okay. Dragon King hoisted his staff onto his shoulder. Demon Realm Floor 14. Here we come. On Demon Realm Floor 14, a huge forest. The whole team stood on the altar. That's right. The Demon Realm Guide says that the 14 Demon Realm floor is completely covered by dense forest, with countless tree ants living within it. Look, those are tree ants, aren't they? Giant tree men strode everywhere. I heard these tree ants are incredibly powerful and usually stick together in groups. They will embed themselves in the ground, disguised as trees. Once an adventurer enters their attack range, they will use their roots to surround and attack the adventurer. Truong Trake continued to explain. The main monsters on this floor are tree ants. Even the final boss is a tree ant. To deal with tree ants, it's best to use fire element attacks. This can only rely on Nuok Dong. We'll trouble her to grant everyone fire attributes. Nuok Dong cheerfully replied, No problem. It's just that my skills are highly random, so I can only try repeatedly. Everyone, please don't be impatient. Titan chimed in. But it's getting late today. If we keep fighting, we won't be able to handle it. How about everyone goes back to rest first? Dragon King agreed. Okay, I'm suddenly a bit sleepy. Dream Butterfly crossed her arms. Dragon King, you're always the most enthusiastic when fighting monsters. And you're also the first one to say you're sleepy. Zhangze nodded. Today we defeated the Dark Dragon King. Everyone's really tired. So let's go back and rest first, okay? Moon Shadow spoke up. Rakshasa, can we stay offline a bit later? I want to talk to you. Okay, we can talk for as long as you want. Early next morning, cheerful laughter rang out. Brother, I fought my way to the 6th floor. Zhangze walked over. Xiaofeng, why are you up so early? Fortunately, Big Brother Yi Jian and the others were there. They're really amazing. They led me through the levels all the way. If I hadn't said I wanted to rest first, they would have wanted to keep leading me to fight more. Oh, then you should thank them properly. He sat down at the table. When I go back, I'll definitely thank him. Brother, what floor are you guys on now? Just cleared the 13th floor. Now entering the 14th floor. Only 8 floors left. I can catch up to you guys. Zhang Zhe patted her head. Don't think about the demon realm anymore. The national competition is in a few days, isn't it? You need to prepare well for the exam. I know, brother. Hasn't Yu Lu woken up yet? A scream echoed. Both of them were startled. It's Yu Lu. What's wrong? Yu Lu. He pushed the door open and walked in. A stranger was in the room. Zhang Zhe spoke up. Who are you? The person quickly took a defensive stance. Don't even think about harming the prophet. Yu Lu quickly intervened. Stop. He's my father. The girl then introduced herself. Hello, I'm Gowing. Lord Thor sent me to protect the prophet. From now on, I'll be by the prophet's side 24/7. Zhang Zhe frowned. You're a girl living with a man like me. That's not appropriate, is it? Gowing crossed her arms. There's nothing inappropriate about it. Wherever the prophet is, I'll be there. The prophet is crucial to the future of the world. I must protect her with my life. Another stubborn girl, what a headache. But when we enter the demon realm, she can be responsible for protecting Yu Lu. He scratched his head. All right then. Yu Lu was happy. Great. This time someone will come to the amusement park with me. The future world no longer has amusement parks. At Demon Realm Floor 14, Titan asked concernedly, Rakshasa brother, what's wrong? You look very tired. Zhang Zhe sighed. Being a daycare owner isn't easy. In short, it's hard to explain everything. Let's not talk about it. One night Autumn spoke up. Misty Water has broken the record again, cleared Demon Realm Floor 18, and entered Demon Realm Floor 19. Dragon King sighed. Those guys, their speed is really fast. We should also hurry up. Ruo Tong encouraged. Exactly. We also need to boost our morale and speed up our progress. Ruo Tong. Give everyone fire elemental attributes first. Okay. Ruo Tong stood in front. Don't rush everyone, one by one. Who's first? Dragon King held his staff. I'm first. 10 minutes later, everyone was excited. Let's set off too. Charge. The whole team entered the forest. Damn it, it's easy to get lost here. Suddenly, Xiao Tu exclaimed. The scent is so fragrant. Xiao Tu, as if enchanted, approached the flower. This scent. Zhang Zhe only had time to shout careful before Xiao Tu fell unconscious. They must have been hit by the charm skill for 100 seconds. Meng Dai quickly used a cleansing skill on Xiao Tu. Xiao Tu woke up, rubbing her eyes. What happened? Why did I fall asleep? Zhang Zhe warned. This forest is full of dangers. Don't touch things haphazardly. It's very dangerous. The team continued forward. Strange, so many adventurers entered this forest, yet we haven't seen a single soul along the way. This forest is too big, and it's covered in trees. Even if we're not far from each other, it's hard to see anyone. Suddenly, Zhu Xin cried out, Everyone be careful. I hear footsteps. From a distance, a group of people were scattered, being chased by trance, running and shouting. The team quickly hid behind a bush. Those people led the trance this way. Be careful of those trance. Everyone hide for now. The trance were still roaming around the forest. Ewing wondered, should we ambush them? No, these trance aren't easy to deal with. We should still hurry and find the boss. Shouts echoed through the forest. The team was alert. This forest is too vast. It feels like a labyrinth. Where are we supposed to find the boss? That's right, this forest is too big. It would be great if we could climb to the top of a tree. Zhang Zhe rubbed his chin. I've thought of a way. Everyone rejoiced. What way? He knelt down and summoned. Come forth, Dark Dragon King. A large dragon emerged from a circle. The Dark Dragon King roared. Everyone was stunned. It's the Dark Dragon King. Brother-in-law, what a ride to fly, right? That's right. We'll ride this Dark Dragon King into the sky. It'll be much easier to find a boss. This is awesome. The Dark Dragon King spiraled in midair. It roared. He ordered, Dark Dragon, fly steadily. Everyone sat on the dragon's back. It's so high. Ruotong hugged her. Dragon King laughed. Ruotong, you're quite timid. Next time, I'll take you on a giant pendulum ride to train your courage. Jushin pointed down. Everyone look. What is that? A sky-high tree appeared before them. The team was astonished. This tree is so huge. Could it be the tree god? Hard to say. We've never seen it before. Zhang Zhe ordered, Dark Dragon, fly over there. The dragon circled around the tree. This is probably the world tree. Only the world tree could be this massive. Look, there are many treants. A group of people stood below, attacking the treants fiercely. Flame attack. Ice storm ready. Zhang Zhe looked down from the dragon's back. That team is really powerful. Let's go down and check it out. Skills were continuously unleashed. Flame attack. Ice storm ready. A girl in red was casting skills under the guidance of a man in a black cloak. Flame attack. Clear the battlefield. Brother, your team is amazing. I feel like we'll definitely win this time. He patted her head. Clear the battlefield, but don't be too careless. The opposing team is also elite. It's hard to say who will win. You definitely have to win. I heard that after defeating the tree god, there's a chance to get an SS grade staff. I want it. A dark shadow covered the two people, making them look up. The young man yelled, It's the Dark Dragon King. Everyone, quickly find cover. Why is the boss from floor 13 appearing on this floor? Ju Kwang pointed. Brother, look. There's someone on that dragon's back. Huh. Someone can actually tame the Dark Dragon King and even use it as a mount. Everyone cheered. Look. It's Great God Rakshasa. So cool. How did they do that? It's the Dark Dragon King. Yesterday, I saw his video of killing the Dark Dragon King on the forum. It was truly shocking. The whole team chuckled. It feels great to have everyone watching us. Little princess, less narcissism. There are so many people below. They seem to be waiting for something. Let's observe the situation first. Someone pointed. Captain, look. The tree god has appeared. From a distance, a gigantic treant, several times larger than the others, appeared and walked among the treants. Tai Tu Chao Ca crossed his arms. Later, everyone follow me closely. This time, we absolutely cannot let that TUC, Tai guy get ahead of us again. On this side, Ju Kwang also noticed. Brother, look. It's Tai Tu Chao Ca's group. I knew they'd ambush us. Everyone pay attention. We'll enter the tree hollow later. Yes, on the dragon's back, you also observe carefully. Brother Rakshasa. That's the boss, the tree god of this floor. But it seems there are two groups fighting over the tree god below. Let's go there too. How exciting. I'll see who dares to steal my boss. The tree hollow is too small. The Dark Dragon King can't get in. We'll have to get off. The whole team stood in front of the tree hollow. Truong Trake instructed. Brother, see you then. You go first later. Long Vong in the back. It's very dark inside the tree hollow. Everyone must stick together after entering, and be very careful. Okay. The group slowly entered. A tree root reached out and wrapped around Long Vong's staff. What's that? A treant lunged forward, roaring. Truong Trake quickly realized. It's a treant. Everyone, quickly get out of the way. A giant tree root suddenly shot out among the group. Everyone quickly dodged. You held your bow. Noyeon also drew her sword. Everyone use fire attributes and focus on it. Noyeon swung her sword, slashing at the tree root. She called out Long Vong. What's wrong? Dragon King has been captured by it. His health is continuously dropping. Minus 577 severe vine poison. Minus 583 severe vine poison. Zhang Zhe worried. It's over. Dragon King is poisoned. Little princess, quickly detoxify him. Okay. The little girl used a cleansing skill on Dragon King. Giant God raised his shield to block the root attack, activated the heaven-shaking roar skill. I'll aggro. Everyone attack. Zhang Ze drew his bow. Taste my flaming charged arrow. The arrow hit the Trent's forehead. The system reported a critical hit. The Treant lost 13,811 health. It roared. In just one hit, the Treant was defeated. Items dropped. Oh, that's a lot of damage. It seems these Treants have very low fire resistance. He bent down to pick up the items. Let's quickly clear the battlefield. We still need to find the boss fast. The two groups ahead are nowhere to be seen anymore. But Moonlight looked bewilderedly ahead. Which path leads to the boss? Giant God looked around. There are 4 tree hollows. If we split up to find the way, it's not only dangerous, but also too time-consuming. What should we do? Zhanze thought. If we split up to search, I have a way. He summoned Little Clown. Little Clown, come out quickly. Let your demon puppets help me find the way. It's too dark here, my master. He smiled. Demon puppets, don't be afraid of the dark. Dragon King was delighted. Rakshasa, good thing we have you. With so many demon puppets searching, we won't be afraid no matter how many forks there are. Brother Rakshasa, how did you come up with this idea? I just thought of it. At one hollow, 2 sides were in a standoff. Zue, we found this tree god first. So you lost this round. Don't say too much. You only win if you defeat the tree god. The whole team observed from afar. Sure enough, they got here first. Don't worry. The tree god probably isn't easy to deal with. Let's hide behind and observe the situation first. Okay, in front of the tree god, countless roots crawled like large snakes beneath the feet of the 2 armies. They looked at the roots, horrified. Careful, it's poisonous. Quickly drink the antidote. The bottles of poison immunity potions were emptied. On this side, Brilliant Light worried. Brother, they came prepared. What should we do? Don't worry. The tree god's true terror isn't its poison. Just wait and see. Although Tipsy Hai Song is a master assassin, his boss attack strategy seems very reasonable, but the boss still has a lot of health. Zhang Ze told everyone to continue observing. Hai Song's continuous attacks landed on the boss, with 2 daggers in hand. He didn't forget to remind everyone to hold their ground and maintain the attack to keep the boss in a paralyzed state. The accumulation of more than a dozen hits caused Hai Song's damage to the tree god to be relatively high and gradually increased. Brilliant Light turned to Zeze and said, Brother, the tree god's health is getting lower and lower. But he remained very calm because the tree god wouldn't be killed that easily. Soon, it reached 35 hits. Hai Song laughed loudly. My performance is excellent today. His subordinates continuously praised him and even recorded clips to post online. Dragon King observed, This assassin's weapon is fire elemental. His continuous attacks deal too much damage. Giant God agreed, thinking, There's no chance to make a move now. We'll have to wait for the next turn. Hai Song unleashed a few final blows, darted forward with a smile. Finally, it's done. His subordinates rejoiced, praising their boss to the heavens. Dragon King exclaimed, Such high damage, the boss was defeated so quickly. Zhang Ze realized something was wrong. The system notification hasn't appeared yet. A voice from afar echoed, reminding them, Don't celebrate too soon. The tree god isn't dead yet. Puzzled, Hai Song turned to look and saw the tree god's roots continuing to proliferate and writhe. A team member immediately used fire magic, intending to burn the newly grown saplings to death. Despite being burned by fire, the young saplings still roared ferociously. Their overwhelming numbers made it impossible for the team to burn them all, and worry began to show on their faces. Dragon King smiled. Look, everyone, the boss's corpse is growing so many treants. Xiao Wei shivered slightly upon seeing the swarming tiny treants. Jiu Ge drew his sword and told the team, Everyone, Keep fighting. They're just a bunch of tree ants." From the extending roots, new young leaves grew, along with round lumps, accompanied by cracks emitting a faint green aura. From those round lumps, dozens of eerie green eyes opened. Chao Cie's entire team was utterly astonished. This truly was a monster. That eye-covered root extended and let out a roar. Then it shot out sharp roots, directly attacking and stabbing the team members. Chao Cie frantically yelled for everyone to defend. "This monster's attacks are too strong. Everyone be careful. We also need to call for support mages to heal. Many people are being attacked and are dying." They all scrambled to their feet, looking at the purple flowers growing from the root tips on the ground. Then they bloomed like carnivorous plants and shot something towards them. Sharp, toxin-filled thorns aimed directly at the people in front of them, who screamed in pain. The toxins were terrifying. HP dropped uncontrollably. If they didn't deal with these flowers first, they would continuously shoot poisonous thorns. The large wooden body and roots also began to move. Seeing this, the entire team turned and scattered in a panic. Chao Cie was the fastest runner. Looking down from above, Suezue scoffed. "Chao Cie, you lost this round again." Chao Cie frowned and replied, "Don't get cocky. Even if I failed, you might not be able to defeat the tree god either." Yao Guang immediately asked, "Chao Cie's group ran away. What should we do?" Suezue replied, "We'll wait for 10 minutes without being attacked. Once the tree god returns to its original form, we will make our move." He had spent 300,000 to buy the tree god killing strategy from a master. However, at this very moment, Zhang Zhe's team stepped forward. Yuing asked, "Hey friend, are you guys fighting the boss? If not, then we'll take over." They recognized this team. Suezue said, "It's truly the great god Rakshasa. Your team has so many people. If you want to fight, then we'll yield the boss to you all." Yao Guang seemed reluctant and turned to ask, "We arrived first. Why should we give it up to them?" Moreover, he had spent 300,000 on the strategy. However, to Suezue, if the great god Rakshasa wanted to contend, they basically couldn't win. Zhang Zhe spoke, "How about we form a team? You'll be in charge of the strategy, and after defeating the boss, you'll have priority in choosing the loot." The offer was too enticing. The entire team on the other side beamed with joy. Suezue asked again, "Really? That's great. We won't be polite then." A notification appeared on screen. Suezue's team members successfully joined the party. Everyone was ready for battle. Zhang Zhe drew his bow. Chi Chiu was assigned the task of freezing them first, and Jurin was in charge of defense. Suezue used his spiritual energy orb skill and told everyone, "We only need to destroy the monster's main body. Then, everyone spread out quickly and remember to be careful of the thorns on the ground." The spiritual energy orb aimed directly at the tree god's multi-eyed body. Next, Yao Guang also jumped up with his long staff, unleashing a fire rain spell. From the circle of fire above, a continuous shower of fireballs rained down on the young trees below, burning them amidst their miserable screams. Zhang Zhe exclaimed, "Your innate skills are really powerful too." He reminded Xiao Niao to pay attention to interrupting, as the boss was about to cast a skill. She understood, immediately stepped forward, and cast a gravity suppression skill, causing the boss to freeze. Jurin jumped up and used hate attraction so that everyone could focus on attacking. Yu Wing attacked, not forgetting to remind, "Suezue, tell your teammates to stop at the right time. If Rakshasa gets the last hit, he can summon his attendants." Receiving the information, he ordered his team to stop, leaving the rest to Zhang Zhe. He drew his bow and channeled energy, the arrow creating an incredibly powerful fiery vortex. But before he could, he suddenly realized something was amiss. Someone was coming. It was none other than Chao Cie. He was jumping in, intending to snatch the kill on the boss. Seeing him, everyone was quite surprised, wondering why he appeared here. Chao Cie used his ultimate move, then jumped out with a sly smile. "Thanks, everyone. I'll gladly take this boss kill opportunity." Seeing him standing there laughing loudly, everyone was extremely indignant. After all their hard work, he took all the credit. It was truly despicable. Chausier took out a scroll and laughed loudly. Despicable or not, what can you do to me? Once I get the loot from the boss, we'll meet again. Sue Zue. I killed the boss this round. Don't forget our agreement. I can't believe this despicable guy had a teleportation scroll ready. From the divine tree's body, a green orb flew out. Holding it in his hand, Chausier wondered, "What is this? Is it a reward?" Before he could get an answer, it suddenly shot out a series of vines, astonishing him. No one knew what this monstrous thing was. Chuang Trake reminded everyone to be careful and step back. The spreading vines wrapped tightly around Chaosei's body, making him unable to move. Ju Kwang asked, "Brother, what's going on? Didn't you say earlier that was the divine tree's final form?" Tu Si Tai replied, "That expert told me it was. Why is this happening?" Chuang Trake watched Chao Sei slowly being completely covered by vines and reminded everyone, "Don't overthink it. Everyone be careful. Prepare for battle." After it was completely covered, a large flower appeared, along with gurgling sounds from inside as if it were digesting. Then it burst open with Chao Sie's hideous, deformed head in the center, and its vines stretched out terrifyingly. Everyone was astonished to see the figure of Tai Tu Chao Sie. Chuang Trake reminded, "He's been swallowed by the boss. Everyone be careful." The divine tree, in the form of a large flower with Chao Sei's head, laughed loudly. Surrounded by many vines, it ordered everyone to quickly retreat, not to get caught by the vines. The divine tree laughed loudly, shooting out vines to catch several adventurers, saying, "Don't even think about escaping. Die all of you." Chuang Trake's team quickly ran out of the cave. Everyone rushed out like a disturbed beehive, the vines endlessly stretching out to chase them. Ju Kwang wondered, "What do we do, brother? Is that expert trustworthy?" The world tree suddenly spoke, "You cannot escape. Intruders who anger the world tree must all die." Everyone worried. Could the world tree have awakened and merged with the boss? Chuang Trake confidently stood his ground and summoned a monster, saying, "No matter how powerful it is, it's just a tree. Dark Dragon King, burn it to ashes." As usual, the Dark Dragon King spat a stream of purple flame directly at the vines and the base of the divine tree. Ju Kwang exclaimed, "Am I seeing things? Is that really the Dark Dragon King?" The Dragon King laughed loudly. "Indeed, brother Rakshasa, this flame is formidable." The purple flame burned, and soon the world tree was completely charred, not a single leaf left. It cried, "I hate fire." Someone worried it would put out the fire itself, but the Dark Dragon King's purple flame wasn't so easy to extinguish. Chuang Trake raised his bow and said, "Everyone, use this chance to focus your attacks and defeat it directly." Yu Not, with fire attributes, immediately accepted the command. Tu Si Tai and Ju Kwang also jumped up excitedly. "I don't believe we can't burn this ancient tree to death." The Dark Dragon King's attack had immense damage. Everywhere was now covered in purple flames. The world tree was in extreme pain and discomfort. The adventurers below cheered joyfully as they watched it burn. Chuang Trake pointed and commanded, "Old hack, quickly destroy it." Receiving the command, the Dark Dragon King intensified its flames, making the fire's power even greater than before. It even lunged forward, biting the vines and swallowing them. The Dragon King worriedly asked, "Is that tree dead?" If the Dark Dragon King swallowed those vines, could it get parasitic inside its body? Chuang Trake replied, "Its flame temperature is very high. It can melt even steel, so that won't happen." Finally, a notification appeared. "Congratulations, you have successfully defeated the divine tree." The entire team breathed a sigh of relief and cheered. They finally defeated the boss, but no loot appeared. Looking up, a bright spot appeared on the Dark Dragon King's belly. Everyone guessed that the divine tree's seed and loot had all been swallowed by it, and it seemed to be about to lay eggs. Upon hearing eggs, the female team members seemed surprised but excited. They could raise a baby dragon together. Tu Tai's team stepped forward. Even without items, they had successfully cleared the dungeon anyway. They immediately thanked Chuang Trake and asked for a photo together. Many people around also want to take photos with him, like fans with an idol. Looking at the mesmerized group of men, Saw Vi whispered to Noyedan, "Big brother-in-law is really talented, isn't he? No wonder cousin fought against the entire family for him." She immediately reminded Saw Vi not to mention family matters in the demon realm. Tu turned to Duong Quang and said, "Little sister, dragon eggs hatch after 24 hours. Do you want one? Go ask him." She turned her head, feigning indifference. "Raising baby dragons is such a hassle. I don't need one." Truong Trake stood before the teleportation gate and told everyone, "It's getting late. Let's head to the next floor quickly." The excited team, led by the Dragon King, exclaimed, "Floor 15, here we come." At the altar on the 15th floor of the demon realm, a scene of flickering flames and smoke, along with a massive building, stood prominently in the distance. Everyone observed and exclaimed, "It's all steel and machinery." According to the guide, this floor is all machinery, and the final boss is a colossal steel titan robot. Steel monsters have very high magic resistance, so this floor will mainly require physical attacks. The Dragon King's iron staff finally has a chance to shine. Noyadon stood on the city wall, pointing downwards, and called everyone to come look at the situation. Below, a team was driving off-road vehicles, equipped with guns, cheering each other on as they charged forward. Dragon King laughed loudly. "This looks too interesting. Let's buy one ourselves for fun." Zhang Ze spoke up. "It's late now. Everyone's tired. Let's go home and rest first. Tomorrow, we'll gather and continue." The whole team agreed. Before leaving, he didn't forget to show concern for Noyedan. "Get some rest, big sister. We'll be back at school in a few days, and we'll see each other every day." She replied a little shyly, "Okay, I'll wait for you." That night, on the rooftop of a building, several figures were standing. They immediately asked, "Zheng Hao, why did you call us here? Just get straight to the point. I don't have time to play with you." He cracked his knuckles and replied, "It seems I need to adjust the way you talk to me. That way, it'll be easier for me to give you orders." The guy in the tank top jumped up, raised his fist, and yelled, "You damn kid! You dare order us around?" Zhang Hao stood there, perfectly calm, staring back. He used explosive strength to grab the tank top guy's head and shove him to the ground, leaving him unable to move. The other two were astonished. Such terrifying strength from just one punch. They immediately apologized, lowering their voices, asking Zhang Hao to calm down. His entire body seemed to be ablaze. He clenched his fist and said, "From now on, I am your new leader. Zhang Ze, I will make you pay with your life." At the Ministry of Security building in Tianjin City, Minister Lu Fang said, "Xiao Jin, I know you don't understand why I haven't reported the evidence to the leaders yet." He mused. Currently, the Chen family's influence is too strong, and the Zhao family is colluding with them. Intervention would be very difficult. If we don't eliminate these two threats soon, the future of Daxia will be very worrying. The minister stood up and asked, "We need a little more patience. Let's wait for the right time. Is Zhang Ze in Tianjin?" She replied, "His younger sister is about to take an exam, so he's here. I've already arranged accommodation." He mused, achieving success in the exchange conference, daring to confront the Lu family alone. He truly is a talent. The Zhou family is holding a birthday banquet soon. Please bring him along. Zhang Ze's new home in Tianjin was a very spacious villa. He woke up early to prepare breakfast, and as soon as he saw Xiao Feng, he reminded her, "Your exams are coming up. Aren't you going to use your time to prepare? I'll be entering the demon realm a bit earlier today. The dragon eggs are about to hatch." The little girl excitedly asked, "Dragon eggs? I want one too." But he reminded Xiao Feng to focus on her exams first. When Zhang Ze saw Gao Ying, he invited her to have breakfast with him and his sister, but she refused, saying that since the prophet was still asleep, she had to stay by her side to protect her. Returning to the 14th floor of the demon realm, the Dark Dragon King was flying in the sky, while below, several people surrounded 3 dragon eggs. Zhang Ze came over and asked, Noyadon, I'm here. How are the dragon eggs? They held hands, and she replied, The dragon eggs are fine. He worriedly asked, That's good. You've worked so hard. You must be very tired, right? Fortunately, Xiao Tu and Xiao Ju were always on guard. Suddenly, one of the dragon eggs cracked open, and Xiao Tu joyfully exclaimed, Look, the little dragon is about to be born. Everyone gathered around, focusing their attention on the situation. From the egg hatched a small dragon, but its color was red. It opened its round eyes and looked at everyone. Xiao Tu excitedly asked, The little dragon is so cute, Brother Luosha. Can I adopt this flame wormling? He happily agreed. From now on, you will be its owner. Cradling the little dragon, she joyfully said, Wonderful. Thank you, big brother. From now on, we'll call it Azure Dragon. The little dragon's information appeared because it had just hatched. All its stats were quite low. Xiao Ju also picked up a little dragon and laughed loudly. Then I'll adopt this blue one. You can tell it's an ice frost wormling just by looking at it. In Noyadon's hands was a pitch-black little dragon. If she wasn't mistaken, it would be similar to Luosha's monster, a black dragon, and would eventually become the Dark Dragon King. Just then, Jurin and Dragon King impatiently arrived and asked, We were fighting tree monsters, and we heard you talking from afar. Did the dragon eggs hatch? The eggs have all hatched. Zhangze stepped up, telling everyone to prepare to explore the 15th floor. Titan agreed, stressing the need to make the most of their time, because they'd later be spending soul orbs to feed their pets. That's their food. Seeing the three girls guarding the dragon eggs were tired, Chuang Trake suggested everyone rest, while he and Siyu then explored the 15th floor first. Chu Ju agreed to go back, also taking the chance to buy magic soul orbs for her pet. Noyadon didn't feel tired, so she would join him and everyone else on the 15th floor, along with Heavenly Dragon King. The team of 4 prepared to set off. Returning to the 15th floor altar of the Demon Realm, the machinery area was filled with smoke and fire. The Dark Dragon King was flying in the sky to observe the situation. Everyone believed that being on a team with Luosha reduced the difficulty by half. With his summoning abilities, he could defeat hundreds of enemies alone. Everyone descended and looked towards several off-road vehicles equipped with modern weapons, various guns, and a large crowd of people pointing and gesticulating. Over there, 2 robots were confronting adventurers, completely dominating them. Observing from the back of the Dark Dragon King, it seemed those adventurers were driving tanks to fight the robots. Seeing the terrifying attacks of the robots, he suggested going down to observe. Then he ordered Little Black to fly a little lower. The people below were all surprised to see the Dark Dragon King appear on this floor. Among them was an acquaintance of Jiren, who had previously refused to join their group. Suddenly, red laser beams appeared on their bodies, targeting them. It seemed trouble had arrived. In the sky, many planes were aiming at him. They made a sound. Intruder detected. By Lord Titan's law, this is a capital offense. Execute immediately. Immediately after that, they opened fire and attacked Zhang Ze's team. The drones continuously inflicted damage on them, though not high. The numbers were relatively large. He immediately ordered Lao He to fly higher to avoid their range of fire. Since they were short-staffed and couldn't fight, he suggested flying straight into the large building ahead to see what this floor's boss looked like. Seeing the robot in front of them, it was probably the Iron Titan, this floor's boss. Dragon King suggested Rakshasa destroy and capture it. So fighting monsters on this floor would be easier later, but to do that, they had to defeat it first. It seemed to have detected Dark Dragon King. Everyone was surprised. How could it see them from such a distance? The Titan's red eye parts lit up upon detecting a long-range target. It immediately raised its robotic arm. Its hand transformed into a weapon, emitting a dazzling green light, preparing to attack. Everyone was worried. They really had been discovered. It was going to shoot them down. As soon as he finished speaking, a stream of green bullets shot out, aimed directly at Dark Dragon King. Everyone just shouted, "Run!" But it was too late. Xiaohe took a hit to the tail and immediately lost 18,000 HP. Dragon King was surprised. Xiao He lost nearly 20,000 HP from just a graze. Its damage was too high. Sensing danger, Zhang Ze immediately ordered Lao He to turn back and retreat. Today, their team wasn't fully staffed. They needed to return and gather their forces. Plus, the Titan's attack was too terrifying. It continued to fire cannons, but fortunately, Lao He managed to evade in time. Finally safe, Zhang Ze announced that they would stop here for today. They had explored enough, and they would attack the boss later when everyone was present. At Tianjing School, an announcement requested all candidates to enter the examination room. Zhang Ze cheered Xiaofeng on, and she told her brother not to worry, because Yulu had said she would get good results. While the siblings were talking, Xiao Jin walked over and called Zhang Ze. He turned to greet her. She added, "I'm also Xiaofeng's teacher, so I had to come and cheer on my student." Holding a tablet in her hand, she looked serious. "Actually, I came here today because I needed to talk to you about something." She showed him a video and said, "This is a video from the demon realm, sent by spies planted abroad. They have now discovered flora of the demon realm that no one knew about. In it, there's a gorilla with sharp teeth and fierce red eyes. With a staff in its hand, its combat ability is very high, easily handling adventurers." He immediately asked, "That's terrifying. Did that gorilla massacre the entire team?" Xiao Jin replied, "We don't know the situation. We only received this video. It's true that the higher the floor, the greater the danger." Seeing Xiao Jin there, he felt relieved and said goodbye to her, heading back to enter the demon realm soon, not forgetting to ask her to take Xiaofeng home early. As he walked, Zhang Ze thought, "It seems I have to speed up the progress of exploring the demon realm. The higher I go, the closer I'll get to the truth." He wondered, what exactly do those people, the divine envoy Dawn, want to do? Upon returning, Zhang Ze immediately went back to the 15th floor of the demon realm. Observing his surroundings, he noticed that everyone else in the team hadn't arrived yet, which seemed a bit unbelievable. Suddenly, on his shoulder, Little Black Dragon appeared. This was the baby dragon Yuing had adopted. It immediately moved as if wanting him to follow it. 3 people were waiting over there. Yuing praised, "Little Hay is amazing, finding Rakshasa in a flash." He was quite surprised, not expecting it to know how to fly so young. Beside them, Azure Dragon was also practicing flying in Xiao Tu's hand. Xiao Jiao named her baby dragon Green Sprite. Zhang Ze saw that everyone had arrived, so he announced that they should prepare and set off, striving to successfully clear the stage in one attempt. Everyone agreed wholeheartedly. He summoned Dark Dragon King and said, "Lao He, let's depart now." Sitting on Dark Dragon's back, Zhang Ze reminded everyone about yesterday's reconnaissance, and that the monsters on this floor had terrifying attacks and high damage. Looking down, adventurers were fighting monsters with tanks, but by air, they could bypass them directly and challenge the boss, which was incredibly convenient. The people below looked up, a bit surprised, but upon seeing Dark Dragon King, they immediately recognized it as the great god Rakshasa's team. So cool. However, when they arrived at the large building, they couldn't find the Iron Titan, nor any other adventurers. Had someone perhaps already defeated the boss before them? The whole team then decided to go down to check the situation. Dragon King impatiently asked, "How strange, where is that Titan robot?" Yuing also wondered, "It's really strange. Why aren't there even small monsters?" Suddenly, a huge shadow appeared behind them. Xiaotu looked back and saw it. She exclaimed, "Is that the Iron Titan everyone was talking about?" Above them, a flying spacecraft with large engines appeared. Everyone looked up in astonishment, not expecting it could transform like that. That spacecraft was another form of it. From above, a deadly red laser beam shot down. A huge explosion occurred, and dust and rocks flew everywhere. Giant God immediately raised his shield and said, "Rakshasa, quickly take everyone onto Xiao Hei's back. I'll cover you all." The Titan spacecraft continuously attacked. Everyone hurriedly dodged. At this point, it was truly unsafe on the ground. Although he had raised his shield, the Titan's attack dealt nearly 20,000 damage. Giant God winced. The blow was too powerful. If not for the shield's healing effect, he might have been dead by now. Zhangze immediately reached out his hand and said to Giant God, "Quickly, grab my hand. We'll go higher and figure things out then. On the ground, we're just sitting ducks." The Steel Titan continuously fired destructive red beams around. Old Hay roared, flying and dodging simultaneously. The Steel Titan fired towards Old Hay. Everyone worried. This isn't good. We need to find cover to counterattack. Moon's Shadow suggested, "Otherwise, let's fly to the outer perimeter and use those steel buildings as cover." Zhangze agreed. "Good idea. Everyone hold on tight. Old Hay, speed up and get past them." The Steel Titan flew closely behind the large dragon. "Old Hay, speed up. The laser beam is coming." Hit by the shot, Old Hay fell backward to the ground. The large dragon fell from the sky, and dust billowed up from the ground. Zhangze quickly recalled him. "Everyone quickly run to that other cover to evade. Old Hay lost too much health. I have to recall him now, okay?" The group hid behind a wall. "Everyone hide. Don't make a sound." The Steel Titan continued to fly around, searching above their heads. Everyone discussed their strategy. "How can we fight it now? Compared to the boss, we're just ants. We'll be stomped to death immediately." "That's right, its body is too big. We just tried to suppress it with gravity, but it had almost no effect." Zhangze crossed his arms. "The boss's damage is too high. After just a brief exchange, Old Hay has already lost more than half his health." "What about Little She? Little She's defense is even weaker. She'd probably be instantly defeated." He looked at the display screen. "Brother Giant God is right. Now only the Divine Tree is left. But why does the Divine Tree remain in its sapling form?" Meng Dai hesitated. "Perhaps it needs water and fertilizer to grow into a towering ancient tree." He clicked on the sapling image on the screen. The system notified that the condition for maturity required a host. Zhangze suddenly thought, "A host? I know. Before, the Divine Tree parasitized Brother El Sentai, which is why it turned into an ancient tree with a human face. That's right." He clenched his fist and chuckled. "I figured out a way." "What way?" "I'll put the Divine Tree seed inside the Steel Titan's body." Moon's Shadow wondered. "Put the seed into the Titan's body?" "Yes, I understand. But how do we get close to it?" "Attacking from the air makes us too obvious a target. We must wait for the boss to switch to ground mode before we act." In front of the group, large robot spiders crawled haphazardly. Dragon King gripped his weapon. "We have to get through here. We must destroy these mechanical spiders first." "Okay, Giant God will tank. Moon Shadow and I will take care of them." "All right." A mechanical spiders I scanned with a red beam. One shouted, "Intruder!" drawing the attention of the other spiders. Intruder detected. Giant God blocked the laser beams with his shield. "I'll draw aggro." Dragon King charge. "Let's see how hard your metal shells are." A rope wrapped around Dragon King's staff. "Ah! Warning! Eliminate the intruder." A swarm of monsters appeared. "Damn it, it summoned more monsters." Zhangze joined the fight. "No, there are too many monsters. Little She, you help too. It's showtime." Moon Shadow drew her sword, quickly suppressing them. Meng Dai swiftly cast her skills, drawing 2 red circles with her hands. "Okay." Golden light slashed through, and the mechanical spiders exploded. Moon Shadow didn't stop. Dragon King combined attack. "Understood." The cold glint of the sword and the shadow of the staff formed arcs. Lu Yu's Berserk Dragon King. Success. Giant God still held his shield, blocking the laser beams. The power of integration is terrifying. Dragon King, quickly finish them off. The boss could detect us at any moment. No sooner had he finished speaking than the Steel Titan's red laser beam shot straight down, exploding the ground. He and Meng Dai quickly ran to evade. Meng Dai complained as she ran. "Brother-in-law, you always say unlucky things." The Steel Titan stood tall, its 2 arms transformed into 2 muzzles, charging energy for an attack. Zhangze shouted, "Moon Shadow, watch out." He rushed over and embraced her, dodging the monster's laser beam. He worried. "Moon Shadow, are you okay?" Her face slightly red. She replied, "I'm fine." He summoned Old Hay. "Now, Brother Giant God, you all pretend to attack on the ground. Remember to avoid getting hit by the laser beams." He mounted Old Hay, flying into the sky. "I'll fly up, looking for a chance to deal with it." Moon Shadow called after him, "Rakshasa, be careful. You're a big target in the sky." "Don't worry." Black laser beams crisscrossed and overlapped. He rode the dragon, diving down. "Old Hay, life or death, victory or defeat. It all depends on this strike." Old Hay roared. The system notified. Minus 5,552 to Steel Titan. Enduring, Old Hay flew closely to the top of the Steel Titan's head. Giant God worried. "This is bad. Black Dragon's health hasn't fully recovered, and now he's hit by a laser cannon." Moon Shadow cried out, "Rakshasa." Zhang Zhe controlled Old Hay to fly above the Steel Titan's head, judging the distance and timing. Old Hay breathed fire. Old Hay's flames clashed with the Steel Titan's laser beam. Dragon King pointed. "Look, Black Dragon is falling to the ground." Giant God worried. "No, Rakshasa." Zhang Zhe held the divine tree seed in his hand, diving down. He dropped the seed into a crevice on the Steel Titan's body, shouting, "Die for me." He collided heavily with the Steel Titan's arm. Ewing rushed over. "Rakshasa, nothing must happen to you." Giant God shouted anxiously, "Ewing, be careful." A loud explosion rang out, and smoke and dust filled the air. Ewing found him fallen amidst the rubble. "Rakshasa." He fell onto a patch of soft small plants. "Ewing, I'm fine." He stood up. Ewing hugged his arm. "You scared me to death. Let's get out of here." Vines began to invade the Steel Titan. The vines grew vigorously. The divine tree broke through its shell and grew, cracking the Steel Titan's body. Countless vines wrapped around the Steel Titan's body. Everyone below was astonished. Rakshasa succeeded. Someone held a camera, recording. What's wrong with this Titan? Vines suddenly grew from its energy core. I've never seen this fighting style before. It's a wonder. I have to record this and post it on the forum. The vines now covered the Steel Titan's body. The system issued a danger warning. Danger! Danger! The Steel Titan resisted fiercely, its two arms firing wildly. Smoke and fire filled the sky. Bullets scattered dust everywhere. Everyone ran in chaos. "Run!" He held Yu Ying's hand tightly. "Be careful. The Titan has gone mad. It's trying to resist one last time." Zhang Zhe held a bow in one hand and jumped onto the rooftop of a tall building. He drew the fiery red bowstring. "Let me finish it." The arrow, carrying intense flames, shot forward. The arrow hit the Steel Titan's body and exploded. "I represent the will of the gods. You cannot destroy the Titan's creation." Flames erupted, engulfing the Steel Titan's body. It cried out in pain. He covered his face with his hand. Ewing shouted, "This thing looks like it's about to explode. Everyone be careful." The Steel Titan exploded under the attack of the divine tree. Countless items dropped. Everyone laughed loudly. "It's over." The divine tree grew, wrapping around the Steel Titan. The system displayed, "Congratulations. You have defeated the boss of the 15th floor." Everyone was happy. "Oh my God, is this the Titan Divine Tree?" "No, it should be called the Steel Divine Tree." "Haha, we cleared the stage." Giant God was joyful. "That's right, Rakshasa. This is a divine tree. So, now that the Steel Titan has been killed, can we summon another one?" Meng Dai laughed. "What? So, wouldn't we have two of them? That's amazing. If we could really summon a Steel Titan, that would be defying the heavens. Logically, yes, but..." He pointed at the screen. "It seems to only retain its state when it was killed. Only the Titan's head remains. Just the head." The system announced that the condition for growth requires parts. Parts? Perhaps it's like the divine tree seed, also requiring a special method to restore it. Ewing pointed in a direction. Is that a mechanical factory in there? Zhangze rubbed his chin. Definitely. I need to go in and check. I'll go with you. All right. Meng Dai called out from behind. Ewing, where you two going? Don't tell me you're going into your own two-person world. I'm going with Rakshasa to restore the Titan. You lead the way. The boss has been defeated, so it should be safe here. You guys wait for us outside, okay? Okay. Both of them stepped inside the factory. A round robot flew over. Workshop number 18. Janitor Titan ready to serve you, sir. Both of them smiled. This is indeed a factory for producing mechanical creature parts. I'll summon the Steel Titan first. Yeah, it looks that way. The Steel Titan was summoned by him. I'll summon the Steel Titan first. Damaged machinery detected. Zhangze asked the Janitor Titan, Kid, can the Steel Titan be repaired here? Analysis complete. Estimated repair time is 5 hours, 33 minutes, 41 seconds. Ewing was surprised. Huh, that long? He nodded. Then let's start right away. Ewing, let's go down to the next floor first. Okay. Giant God shouted. Rakshasa and Ewing are out. He waved. Have you finished clearing the loot? We can go down to the next floor now. Giant God smiled. It's all cleared. Look, an S-grade Warhammer dropped. The system displayed. Steel Warhammer, quality 5. Damage 5500 to 7150, with 2 special effects. Increases attack damage by 50% or reduces attack speed by 15%. Durability 4000/4000. Zhangze examined the hammer. Awesome. It's perfect for a tank. Big brother Giant God, you take it. Giant God chuckled. I can't believe I have an S-grade weapon too now. Dragon King was also happy. Follow brother Rakshasa, and everyone will have S-grade weapons eventually. Meng Dai was excited. Should we go down to the next floor? The next floor is the 16th floor. Everyone ran towards the gate. That's right, let's go. Let's go to the next floor. Yu Guang Xiaotu laughed. It's the 16th floor. Getting closer to Dad. Dad, please wait for me. Zhangze comforted her. Don't worry. Everything will be all right. Demon Realm Floor 16. Darkness enveloped everything. The group looked around. Zhangze said, This 16th floor feels too gloomy. Ewing nodded. All the monsters on this floor are zombies and ghasts, and the final boss is a vampire. It's really terrifying. Zhangze suggested, Let's stop here for today. Everyone go rest. We'll continue tomorrow. All right, I'm starting to get tired too. Okay, I'll log out now. Otherwise, if you all leave, I'll be scared to death. Everyone said goodbye. All right, let's rest today and fight again tomorrow. Okay, see you tomorrow night. Zhangze's message screen suddenly popped up. It was a message from Tao Ji Tian Tian. Brother, quickly come save me. The conversation continued. Rakshasa messaged Xiao Feng. What happened? Are you in danger? Not me. It's Big Brother Yi Jian. We're at the final boss on the 10th floor. Big Brother Yi Jian, he's dead. What? Yi Jian is dead. I'll be right there. On Demon Realm Floor 10, monster corpses lay scattered on the ground. Rakshasa stepped forward. A voice called out, Guild leader, now there's hope. Zhangze spoke. Xiao Feng, what's the situation? The girl cried out, Brother, you're finally here. Everyone started explaining at once. Xiao Feng spoke first. At first, we were fighting smoothly, but we didn't expect to encounter the elite swordsman boss. His damage is too high. A blond boy continued. That's right. Immediately 10 archers were cut down by the beast-man elite swordsman. Zhangze comforted. Don't worry. Just speak slowly. Xiao Feng continued. Big Brother Yi Jian, to cover Xiao Feng and the others' retreat, fought against the Beastman swordsman alone, and the result was... The Beastman swordsman, a level 1 elite, slowly approached, riding on the back of a monster. Xiao Feng stepped forward. Brother, I want to use resurrection magic to save Big Brother Jian. You quickly deal with the boss. Xiaofeng, don't worry, I'll handle this. Zhang Zhe put his hands on his hips. Xiaofeng, everyone, stay away and find a safe place to stand. Okay, you don't need any help, right? No need. I'll take care of it myself. Everyone was astonished to hear that. Is the guild leader going to deal with the elite swordsman alone? The guild leader is truly heaven-defying. He put one hand on the ground, and a blue circle appeared. Old Black, summoned by him, roared. Smoke and dust filled the sky. Everyone was stunned. Old Black flew high, breathing fire down onto the beast-man swordsman. He watched in astonishment. The swordsman flew high to avoid the flames, holding two long swords in his hands. Everyone was stunned. Even though everyone said the guild leader was a Rakshasa god, this is just too strong. Oh my, our guild leader is truly heaven-defying. Old Black flapped his wings, flying in the sky, looking at the swordsman below, and roared. The swordsman unleashed the Silver Moon Nova skill. Old Black flew to avoid the sword's edge. Zhang Zhe, riding on Old Black's back, thought, a new skill. Is this the power of an elite-level boss? Xiaofeng worried. Brother, hurry up. In 20 minutes, Brother Jian won't be able to resurrect anymore. A green circle appeared in his palm. I almost forgot about the time. All right, UOC Swordmaster, you're forcing my hand. The light circle on the ground expanded, and the steel titan emerged. The others were surprised. Huh, what is this? I've never seen it before. Blitz combat. Amidst everyone's exclamations, it's huge. He commanded, use your fastest speed, destroy him. The steel titan quickly replied, understood. The swordsman, holding two swords, charged at the steel titan. He slashed at it. Those who trespass on OC sacred land shall surely be cut down by my blade. Even so, the steel titan remained unyielding. A series of attacks from the sword master. Yet this huge fellow took no damage at all. It's truly terrifying. A steel carnivorous flower bloomed. By the will of nature and steel, you shall surely be judged. The swordsman continuously slashed at the vines. Your attacks are ineffective. The steel titan extended its arm, energy gathering in the carnivorous flower's mouth at the end of its arm, acting as a muzzle, firing small, damaging projectiles at the sword master, making him cry out. The system continuously announced, 8,791 divine tree seeds deducted, 12,743 divine tree seeds deducted, 9,279 divine tree seeds deducted, 7,897 divine tree seeds deducted, 9,173 divine tree seeds deducted. The steel titan took another step. The system announced, congratulations, OC Sword Master has been eliminated. Everyone cheered. The guild leader is mighty, defeating the sword master instantly. The guild leader is truly extraordinary. He's cleared the stage. The eye-opening technique. The guild leader is indeed heaven-defying. Xiaofeng ran over. Where's Brother Jian's body? She quickly unleashed a skill. Brother Jian, you have to hold on. A green light pillar appeared, a resurrection skill. The boy lying on the ground sat up, rubbing his head. Everyone rushed over. Didn't I die? Am I resurrected? Brother Jian, luckily you're all right. Otherwise I'd regret it my whole life. Jian scratched his head. Guild leader, I failed your expectations. I couldn't take good care of your sister. Jian, don't ever say that. The power on this floor was already immense. Starting from the next floor of the demonic realm, I will personally lead Xiaofeng. He waved his hand. Brothers, you've worked hard these past few days. Everyone laughed. Not hard at all, not hard at all. The little sister is very sensible, never caused us any trouble. Everyone loves her very much. That's right, she's our joy. Zhang Zhe instructed. Everything went smoothly today, and it's getting late. Everyone is very tired, so go rest early. Okay, all right. Tonight I need a good night's sleep. I was almost scared to death. All right, guild leader, let's stop here for today. MM. The next day, at the villa. Sister Xiaojin, what are you doing? Can't you let me sleep a bit longer? The sun's already on your butt, and you're still sleeping? There's a big event today. Zhangze rubbed his eyes and walked over. What big event? Don't talk so much. Look at you. You look too rustic. Let me take you to change into different clothes. He was confused. Huh, I have to change clothes? I haven't even brushed my teeth yet. Xiaojin ordered. I'll give you 5 minutes. I'll wait in the car. Okay. At the Chu family's birthday banquet. Today is the 70th birthday of the Chu family patriarch, Chu Bin. All the dignitaries of the great Xia nation will be present, so you must pay attention to your words and actions. Huh, so troublesome. Can I not go? Don't talk so much. Someone wants to meet you. The car stopped. A blond man shouted. Zhangze. Qinfeng, is this guy still alive? Qinfeng pointed. Who do you think you are, daring to attend this birthday banquet? He crossed his arms. You can attend. Why can't I? You stole my woman, ruined my face, and humiliated me in front of the whole world. I'll settle this score with you soon. A voice rang out. Xiaofeng, today is an important occasion. Don't cause trouble. You must know to follow the rules. Yes, I understand. Xiaojin led the way. Zhangze, let's go. Don't waste time here. Okay, got it. He followed Xiaojin inside. She pulled his arm. Stop looking, follow me. She extended her hand and introduced. Director, Elder Chu. I've brought the person here. Director of the National Security Bureau, Dongfeng Dikang, and the Chu family patriarch, Chu Bin, sat together. You are Zhangze. Zhangze bowed. Junior Zhangze. Greetings to both seniors. Chu Bin extended his hand. A formidable young man. Young brother Zhangze. Please have a seat. Dongfeng Dikang continued. Your performance at the exchange event, we all saw it clearly. You brought glory to Great Xia Nation. He smiled. Representing Great Xia Nation in battle and bringing glory to the country is my responsibility. Indeed, well said. Xiaojin recommended you to join the National Security Bureau. What do you think? Zhangze clenched his fists. If it's to serve the country, I am very willing. Chu Bin continued. Joining the National Security Bureau is, of course, to serve the country. Xiaojin stood by. Not necessarily. If someone else becomes the director, it might not be the case anymore. Dongfeng Dikang interrupted. Xiaojin, don't talk nonsense. Chu Bin comforted her. Don't worry. Sui Wewen wants to take the position of director of the National Security Bureau. I will definitely not agree. Elder brother Chu, today is your birthday. Let's not discuss national affairs anymore. Xiaojin crossed her arms. Too bad. Someone actually wants to discuss it. As soon as she finished speaking, Deputy Director of the National Security Bureau, Sui Wewen, and the Chen family patriarch, Chen Kaiji, approached. Elder Chu, we're here. Elder brother Chu, may your blessings be as vast as the eastern sea, and your longevity as boundless as the southern mountains. The two sides stood up and chatted. Brother Chen, long time no see. Xiaojin led Zhangze away. Zhangze, let's go over there. Stay away from these people. Sister Xiaojin, if there's nothing else, I'd like to leave first. I'm not suited for parties like these. Xiaojin turned her head. Wait a little longer. A big figure will appear soon. He was curious. That silhouette looks familiar. And a big figure? Who is it? Everyone turned their heads to look. A man walked in, with 2 guards on either side. The leader is here. Zhangze was surprised. The leader himself came. Elder Chu has great influence. Xiaojin nodded. The Chu family is a pillar of Great Xia Nation, with immense power. He stepped forward to shake Chu Bin's hand. Elder Chu, you're so old, and I still troubled the leader to come in person. Zhangze suddenly ran over. Sister Xiaojin, it's not good. The leader is in danger. A man wearing a black mask leaped high. a purple energy vortex in his hand. Everyone shouted, "Protect the leader!" The masked man quickly injured the guards. He clenched his fist, gathering a stream of purple energy, raising his arm high, with a fierce look in his eyes. He opened his eyes wide in shock. Zhang Ze bent his knees, taking a stance, and blocked his punch with both hands. The two stood facing each other. Zhang Ze smirked, looking at him. He angrily said, "Don't get too smug, Zhang Ze. Sooner or later you'll die by my hand." He crashed through the glass door and escaped. Dongfang Dikang ordered, "Deploy men to intercept him. I want to see who dares to assassinate the leader at this party." The bodyguards quickly set off after receiving the order. The leader smiled. "Young man, thank you for saving me." "Your name is Zhang Ze." He scratched his head. "You're being too kind, sir. You are the leader. Protecting you is my responsibility." "Leader, I apologize for startling you." He chuckled. "It's all right. A minor situation like this can't compare to the dangerous years on the battlefield." "Everyone, don't panic. Please continue to enjoy the party." Xiao Jing crossed her arms. "Zhang Ze, what happened?" "Who was the assassin? If I'm not mistaken, that was Zheng Hao. I heard he's now taken over Ben Min." Dongfang Dikang smiled. "Young man, today you saved the leader. Now you're famous." Confused by his smile, he said, "Huh, famous. I don't like being famous. In a tall building. Damn it, I was so close. All because that Zhang Ze got in the way." Two men sat silhouetted on the sofa. "Being impatient is useless. Now that you've caused an alarm, you must be careful to stay hidden. Absolutely do not reveal your identity." "Don't worry, they won't catch me." Henry crossed his arms. "Don't forget your promise. As long as I kill the leader and help you become the director of the National Security Bureau. You must legalize Ben Min. You can also rest assured, I always keep my word." "That's good then." "At home. Brother, look, you're on TV. Recently, during the Chu family's birthday banquet, the leader was assassinated by a member of the terrorist organization Ben Min. In this critical moment, a young man named Zhang Ze bravely repelled the assassin, saving the leader." Zhang Yulu happily pointed at the screen. "Dad, you're famous." He scratched his head and sighed. "These reporters are fast. I'm afraid I won't have a peaceful day anymore." "Xiaofeng, stop watching. Hurry and join me in the demon realm. Today I'll help you clear this stage." "Okay." On the 11th floor of the demon realm, Xiaofeng looked at the vast ocean. "The sea, brother. Are we going to find the boss by boat?" "No need. We have a faster way to travel." He bent down, pressing his hand to the ground to summon the black dragon. "Old Hay, come out now." Xiaofeng exclaimed, "The dragon is so big." Captain Jiao stood on a thick rope, laughing loudly. "Who wants to come up and offer their life first?" Suddenly, a large shadow flew past, making him look up. Everyone watched in astonishment. What was that? Zhang Ze and Xiaofeng rode on the dragon's back. Behind Zhang Ze, a figure appeared. "Swordsman, go deal with Captain Jiao." The swordsman obeyed, jumped off Old Hay's back, and slashed down. "As you command, master. Swift sword like wind." Captain Jiao raised both hands and summoned. "Come out now." A giant octopus emerged from the sea. Its eyes were blood red, and its huge tentacles flailed. The swordsman slashed once, and the octopus's tentacles were severed into many small pieces. Swift sword like wind. The sword's edge reached Captain Jiao, and he fell backward, unwillingly yelling, "Ah, no, it can't be." The onlookers were astonished. I'm not seeing things, am I? He killed Captain Jiao instantly, in 10 seconds. Less than 10 seconds? Unbelievable. Old Hay roared, and a purple vortex appeared, surrounded by countless items. "Xiaofeng, hurry up, I'll collect the loot. You go straight to the next floor." "Okay." Old Hay soared. "Brother, you're doing this too fast. My big brother and I took almost a week to clear the previous 10 floors of the demon realm. I just have some experience. There are many people stronger than me. In front, a large dragon appeared, standing on the mountaintop, breathing fire. Brother, someone's already fighting the boss. Should we wait for the next one? Let's just see for now. The dragon breathed a large flame, and a scream echoed. Ah, help me. Everyone keep going. Zhang Zhe raised his hand, Xiao Feng behind him. This group just started fighting the boss, but their progress is too slow. It might take them another 10 hours to kill the boss. Let them go for the next one. A young man blocked the dragon's fire, warning, everyone be careful. The boss is about to use a skill. Huh, what's going on? What's that? Two huge robots appeared in the smoke. Oh my God, is that Steel Titan? Everyone get out of the way. Be careful not to get trampled. The robot's vine wrapped around the dragon, hindering its movements. Someone observant realized, no, the robot is charging towards the Black Dragon King. They want to deal with the Black Dragon King. Everyone looked up. It's the great god Luosha. He can summon boss-level minions. These two robots must have been summoned by him. What's going on? Why did he come back to steal our monster when he already has such powerful boss-level minions? Why doesn't he just go and clear the new demon realm directly? The great god has already made his move. There's nothing left for us to do. Let's just wait for the next wave of monsters. The dragon gradually disappeared, and the two robots also stood still. Old He spread his wings and flew towards the gate. Xiao Feng, you go ahead to the next floor. I'll clear the battlefield. We also need to hurry on floor 14. They're waiting for us on floor 15. Okay. Demon Realm floor 15, we're here. Xiao Feng happily walked over. Behind her was Zhang Zhe, and she waved. Sister Yuing, how are you? Long time no see. Xiao Feng, you've improved so quickly, haven't you? Zhang Zhe wondered, why is everyone here? How's the fight on floor 16 going? Dragon King sighed. Don't even mention it. The monsters are disgusting. Shin Mengdai also grimaced and stuck out her tongue. Exactly, especially those zombies. Their whole bodies are rotting, and there are maggots crawling around their faces. It's truly disgusting. He nodded. All right then, let's all help Xiao Feng get through the stage, and then we'll go clear floor 16. Okay, thank you everyone. The giant robot with red-eye beams shot at the players, who scattered in fear. Help me. Two large black dragons soared in the sky. Old He flew above the robot, making it look up. Old He roared and spewed fierce flames, incinerating the robot. Meanwhile, the two giant robots summoned by Zhang Zhe also jumped out, knocking down the red-eyed robot. All eyes emitted crisscrossing red beams of light. Dragon King laughed heartily. Two monsters this big fighting one boss. It's exhilarating. At the same time, Zhang Zhe also gave an order. Old He, let's rush in and help. In Old He's flames, the robot gradually disappeared. The system announced, congratulations on killing the Steel Titan. A golden light beam appeared. Yuing was surprised. Oh, what's with this golden light? The system announced again, congratulations, your summoning skill has increased to level 2. Zhang Zhe smiled happily. Finally, my summoning skill has leveled up. Jutai asked curiously, Luosha, what was that golden light just now? My summoning skill has advanced to level 2. Now I can summon 30 subordinates. Yuing also rejoiced. That's amazing. Dragon King was astonished. What? Summon 30 subordinates? Tang Xiaowei was excited. Summoning 30 subordinates at once. The next few floors will be much easier. Brother-in-law, you're amazing. Cheerful laughter echoed on the backs of the two dragons. Clear the battlefield. Let's quickly move to the next floor. We've been fighting for too long today. Okay. Demon Realm floor 16. Xiao Feng looked around. Brother, this floor is so scary. Zhang Zhe comforted her. It's okay. Don't be afraid. Meng Dai suddenly exclaimed. Ah! She spun around. It's 4 a.m. already. Today is my birthday. Dragon King was also startled. It's already your birthday? That's right. We agreed everyone would attend my birthday party tonight. Yuing turned to look at Zhang Zhe. Luosha, Are you coming to Xiaoji's birthday party tonight? Dragon King added, Luosha, you absolutely must come tonight. I want to drink with you until we're drunk. Yeah, I'll definitely be there. Everyone happily cheered. We finally get to meet Brother Luosha in person. It's really late. Everyone log off and rest. Okay. At home. Gowing crossed her arms. Sorry, I have to leave for a few days. The Salvation Army headquarters just sent a message. The Dawn organization has started its activities again. Zhang Zhe smiled. Oh, no problem. I'll take good care of you, Lu. Thank you. You're welcome. Yu Lu happily asked, Dad, is Mom going to the birthday party today? He nodded. Yeah, of course. Do you want to see Mom? The little girl excitedly said, Of course. I want to see Mom. My memories of Mom only go back to when I was 3. I'm going today, too. I want to see Mom. Oh, Dad, can you take me? He nodded. Okay. Dad will take you. In a bit, Dad and Auntie will take you to buy clothes, and you'll see Mom tonight. The little girl jumped up and down, hooray. I finally get to see Mom. Xiao Feng patted the little girl's head. Don't worry. Yu Lu is so cute. Mom will definitely love her. At the Tang Mansion. Is that Mr. Zhang Zhe? Please come in. He held Yu Lu's hand and walked into the villa with Xiao Feng. Yu Ying, wearing a purple evening gown, held a wine glass in her hand. She turned around. Zhang Zhe, you're here. Yu Ying, you look beautiful today. Yu Lu happily ran over and hugged her. Mom, I finally get to see you. Yu Ying looked at Yu Lu running toward her in surprise. Zhang Zhe, who is this adorable child? Yu Lu held out her arms, wanting a hug. Zhang Zhe scratched his head. Her name is Zhang Yu Lu. Xiao Feng interjected. She's sister-in-law. Yu Lu is your and my brother's daughter. Yu Ying was astonished. My daughter? I don't understand. You're not kidding, are you? Yu Lu looked up and smiled. Mom, I missed you so much. I finally get to see you. Xiao Feng explained. Sister-in-law, Yu Lu is from the future. She's really your and my brother's daughter. Zhang Zhe awkwardly waved his hand. Yu Ying, this is a bit complicated. I'll explain it to you in detail later. All right. Dragon King spoke up. Yu Ying, who are you talking to? Is that Luosha? A group of 4 approached. Yu Ying held Yu Lu in her arms. Dragon King, Giant God, you're here. Let me introduce you. This is Zhang Zhe, also known as Luosha. Hello, everyone. We finally meet. Dragon King waved. Brother Luosha, it's great to finally meet you in person. Mengdai pointed. So it was you, my bounty-stealing thief. Everyone was surprised. Huh, Mengdai, you and Luosha. Mengdai pointed. It's him. Last time, when we caught the wanted criminal, he not only stole my bounty, but also drew a turtle on my face. Zhang Zhe waved his hand with an awkward smile. Little princess, I didn't expect you to remember that for so long. A girl in a green dress walked up from behind. Is everyone here? Look who I brought. Behind her were 2 beautiful girls. The pink-haired girl spoke up. Hello, everyone, I'm Little Rabbit. The blue-dressed girl continued. I'm Enchantress. Dragon King smiled. So, everyone is here, right? Yu Ying added. That's right, everyone. Don't just stand there. Go over there and have something to eat first. At the dining table, everyone chatted lively. Haha, I can't believe Brother Luosha is our classmate. And he was even in Class A. Yu Lu was excited. Mom, I want to stay with you. Little Rabbit turned to Enchantress curiously. Enchantress, can you really not see? Yes, but I can use sound to determine locations. The butler approached. Miss, the Song family wants to see you, and they brought gifts for the celebration. No, I'm not seeing anyone. Tell them not to disturb us today. Yes. Mengdai raised her glass and smiled happily. It's great to meet everyone. Today is my birthday, so everyone must have a lot of fun. Everyone raised their glasses. Don't worry, it'll definitely be fun. Happy birthday. Giant God smiled. It's truly an honor to be everyone's teammate in the demon realm. In real life, if anything comes up, just say the word, and I'll help with all my might." Dragon King laughed, raising his wine glass. Come on, Rakshasa, cheers. As long as we stick close to Rakshasa, we'll sail through the demon realm. Joyful laughter echoed throughout the villa. In the game, Demon Realm, 16th floor. Mengdai looked at Dragon King. "Dragon King, why do I see you're not sober yet?" Dragon King laughed. "Kidding me? I have boundless alcohol tolerance." Mengdai waved her hand. "Come on, I don't believe you." Moon Shadow looked at Zhang Zhe. "Has Yulu fallen asleep?" "Not yet. Don't worry. Yulu is very well behaved." Everyone gathered. Dragon King asked, "Is everyone here? Let's quickly clear the way." Giant God nodded. "Yeah, everyone's here." Zhang Zhe continued, "I've checked the Demon Realm guide. This floor is mainly zombies and spirits. Zombies are easy to deal with. Just be careful of their poison. Spirits are more troublesome. They appear unexpectedly, and their forms are only visible when they attack. Normally, you can't hit them. As for the final boss, the Vampire Count, with the subordinates I summon, it shouldn't be a problem." Giant God crossed his arms. "In that case, everyone must be especially careful of the spirits." Mengdai suggested, "Can we do like the previous floors? Ride the Dark Dragon King and fly straight to the Vampire Count? Those spirits and zombies are both terrifying and disgusting." Zhang Zhe shook his head. "I'm afraid not. There's fog everywhere. We can't tell directions." He continued, "But we can ride the Steel Titan and let the Titan carry us through." Mengdai happily said, "That's a good idea. I've never ridden it before." Giant God also agreed. "Good idea. That way we only need to pay attention to airborne monsters." Zhang Zhe knelt on one knee, placing his hand on the ground. With a booming sound, 3 gigantic Steel Titans appeared. The others looked on in astonishment. "Oh my, 3 Steel Titans! Before, 500 of us struggled against one, and he alone has 3. This is unbeatable. No matter what monster it is, one stomp will kill it. If it doesn't die, take 2 more steps. To be able to gather such bosses, no need to think much. God Rakshasa must be here." Someone quickly started a live stream. "Hello, I'm here again. See, this is the great God Rakshasa you all admire most. If you want to see how God Rakshasa deals with monsters, send gifts." With every step of the Titan, dust flew up, obscuring everything. The fog is so thick, even with the Steel Titan this tall, we can't see the end of it. Mengdai and Dragon King stood on the Titan's shoulder. "What's going on? Where are all the spirits and zombies?" "That's right. Last time we just left the altar and encountered a pile of spirits and zombies. What's up today? Did they all go to sleep?" Dragon King gripped his weapon tightly, vigilant. Zhang Zhe shouted, "Dragon King, be careful." 2 bony hands appeared in front of Dragon King. He gritted his teeth and dodged. A red arrow flew over. A loud explosion. A green spirit appeared in midair. Everyone squinted, looking up. Zhang Zhe drew his fiery bow. "It's a spirit. Everyone be careful." Giant God also pulled out his shield. "Let me absorb it." He suddenly frowned, vigilant. As soon as he turned around, he saw 2 spirits approaching him. Zhang Zhe bent his knee to dodge. He braced himself, with one hand on the ground, holding the bow in the other, while a blue circle emanated from his hand. These spirits appear and disappear like ghosts. They're very fast. Everyone be careful. The swordsman summoned by Zhang Zhe. His swordsmanship was like the wind. He swung his sword. "Let me cut them down." He charged into the midst of the spirits. His swordsmanship like the wind. Moon Shadow leaned to dodge an approaching spirit. "Ah!" Zhang Zhe turned. "Moon Shadow, are you okay?" "I'm fine." They both leaned back to back. "At this rate, we'll be endlessly worn down. We need to think of something. These spirits appear unexpectedly. We can't lock onto them to attack." Zhang Zhe stopped. "I've thought of a way." "What way?" "Moon Shadow, you and the others focus on defense. Protect yourselves well." The colossal Titan robot continued its steady steps. "Everyone, stand close to each other. Hold your positions and protect yourselves. I'll draw them in." Jushin wondered, what is Rakshasa planning to do? Moon Shadow shook her head. "He must have a reason. Let's quickly regroup." "Okay." Countless specters flew toward Zhang Zhe, who was standing on the palm of the colossal Titan robot. Meng Dai was surprised. What exactly is brother-in-law doing, attracting so many specters? The system displayed Zhang Zhe's health bar, continuously dropping. Minus 1,659 from specters. Minus 1,582 from specters. Minus 1,701 from specters. They attacked him relentlessly. His health bar quickly dropped. He still stood there, the specters circling above him. Dragon King, watching from afar, worried. Rakshasa's health is dropping too fast. Ju Shun was also confused. Even if we go now, we can't save him. He looked up, waiting, watching the specters draw near. The time was almost here. Zhang Zhe placed his hand on the ground. Personal domain. Smoke billowed into the sky. The colossal Titan robot was surrounded by a blue energy sphere. The system displayed a notification board. Personal domain activated. Please choose to include 5 options. Increase or decrease 50% magic damage and physical damage. Increase or decrease 50% magic defense and physical defense. Increase or decrease 50% max health. Increase or decrease 50% movement speed and attack speed. Increase or decrease 50% skill damage. Zhang Zhe raised his hand. I choose option 4. Option number 4. Increase or decrease 50% movement speed and attack speed. He looked up. All Steel Titans, listen to my command. Use me as the center. Attack without distinguishing targets. The Steel Titans began to attack, red beams from their eyes exploding wherever they landed. Everyone looked at the sun, covering their eyes. This is truly terrifying. Is brother-in-law really okay? Moon Shadow frowned. Rakshasa, nothing must happen to you. Dragon King happily pointed. Look, I knew it. Rakshasa will be fine. He landed on the ground. Behind him was a scene of utter devastation. Everyone happily walked over. On the ground were countless items, dropped by the monsters. Wow, this is truly a huge harvest this time. Like real spoils of war, Rakshasa. This trick of yours scared me to death. I thought you were going to sacrifice yourself. He laughed loudly. Don't worry, within my personal domain, I can't die. Meng Dai teased. Brother-in-law, don't scare us like that next time. You almost made my cousin cry. Moon Shadow shyly retorted. Don't talk nonsense. There's no such thing. Everyone burst out laughing. Zhang Zhe stood there. Time is short. Everyone quickly collect the loot. All right. Meng Dai opened the display panel. I just checked the data. We've eliminated 252 zombies and 121 specters here. Moon Shadow was startled. Does everyone see it? The fog seems a little thinner. Meng Dai also noticed. That's right. It seems to have faded a bit. The sky quickly darkened. Zhang Zhe was vigilant. Everyone be careful. Something's not right. It seems like something is approaching us. Dragon King was also panicking. That's not right. Why did the sky turn so dark? A large black and red bat appeared in the sky. Giant God quickly raised his shield in front. Careful, it's the boss. Quick, everyone gather close to me. A swarm of dark bats rushed towards them. Moonlight Little Bunny cried out in fear. In the distance, a figure identical to Little Bunny approached, her body surrounded by a red outline. Who is she? She smiled. I am Moonlight Little Jade. Dragon King swung his staff to strike. Damn it, it's a monster. The staff swung past, and the figure dissolved into smoke. She smiled, looking at everyone. The whole group was worried. Dream Butterfly was angry. What the hell? It can transform into our exact likeness. Zhang Zhe instructed. Everyone pay attention to those around you. If you see anything wrong, immediately shout it out. A red vortex appeared. The Bloodline Earl appeared, smiling. Youth is truly wonderful. Zhang Zhe shouted. Everyone be careful. The final boss has appeared. His burning red eyes look down below. He seized a girl. A gray hand grazed the girl's cheek, frightening her into screaming. Soft skin, a face like a flower. Moon Shadow angrily swung a sword, making him release the girl. He gave a cruel smile. Facing Zhang Zhe, full of vitality, abundant energy. This is the smell of fresh blood. He spoke up. In my world, you only have two choices, surrender or die. Zhang Ze pointed. Sorry, but I choose a third option, kill you. The demons summoned by Zhang Ze. Time to get to work, brothers. The Bloodline Earl smiled. Do you think controlling these monsters can defeat me? How ridiculous. He flung his cloak, laughing loudly. You lowly creatures, face your death. Everyone looked up in astonishment. Dragon King exclaimed. What's happening? Black smoke is flying towards us. Zhang Ze retorted. No, that's not black smoke, it's a swarm of insects. The dark swarm of insects rushed towards us. Zhang Ze summoned the giant clown. Little clown, quickly protect us. Little clown, and the swordsmen worked together to destroy the insects. Moonlight Bunny exclaimed. Little dragon fruit, don't eat those insects, they're disgusting. Little dragon fruit breathed fire, destroying a group of insects. The insects flew in a swarm, swirling like a tornado. The vampire count laughed loudly. He created duplicates to surround everyone. My rage can only be quenched by your blood. A shadow lunged forward. Moon Shadow. Careful. Moon Shadow quickly raised her sword to block. The vampire count materialized. Girl, your swordsmanship isn't bad, but compared to mine, it's far too inferior. He drew his sword. The crimson sword lunged forward. This is a blood-soaked red rose for you. The sword's edge struck Moon Shadow's shoulder. She clutched her shoulder and dodged. The system showed minus 3,988 HP. Zhang Ze worried. Moon Shadow, are you okay? I'm fine, but his damage is too high. Dragon King and Giant God rushed forward. I'll stake my life against him. If you have the guts, don't run. Fight this old man for 300 rounds. The vampire count scoffed. Lowly, vulgar creatures, I'm done playing with you. He charged forward with his sword. Now, I will send you all to hell. Moon Shadow shouted. Everyone, be careful, don't get hurt. Zhang Ze murmured. Little clown, activate your skill. Little clown raised his hand, activating Deathline skill. Come on, I'm drawing cards now. Who will be the lucky one today? Two purple cards floated above the two vampire counts' heads. Suddenly, the two cards shattered. Zhang Ze was shocked. Huh, immunity? He laughed loudly. You dare use such a skill against me? He charged forward. Bearing my fangs, I will drain all your blood. The swordsman swung his sword. Like the wind? Your speed isn't even close to enough. He caught Dream Butterfly. Biting her neck, the system immediately displayed minus 3,108 vampire count, minus 1,555 blood drain, minus 1,394 blood drain. Dragon King was worried. What's wrong with the little princess? He laughed loudly. So delicious, this is virgin's blood. Excellent. Dragon King was surprised. Huh, the little princess is still. Moon Shadow glared. Shut up, why say so much? Suddenly, the system announced. Blood Curse Level 1 with a curse effect from the vampire count. It is currently in a dormant state. Once activated by the count, a mutation will occur. The girl turned pale with fear. Dragon King braced his staff. Huh, blood curse. Whatever it is, I'll kill him first. The vampire count raised his hand. Awaken, my most loyal slave. Offer your life to me. Dream Butterfly mutated. Her eyes glowed red. As you command, my master. Dragon King watched in shock as Dream Butterfly charged towards him. As you command, my master, huh? Truong Trake held Dream Butterfly back. Dragon King and Moon Shadow didn't understand. What is the little princess doing? What is the little princess doing? She's being mind-controlled by the vampire count. Dream Butterfly was enveloped in flames. I obey your summons, my master. The vampire count laughed maliciously. His hand gathered rings of red smoke. Enough playing. You will die. Explode. Let the arrogant blood flower bloom. Dream Butterfly flew high into the air. Her whole body exploded in a blast of orange-yellow light. She screamed in pain. There was a loud scream. Not good. Everyone, get away quickly. Dream Butterfly exploded amid the vampire count's laughter. Explode. Chuang Trake lay face down to reduce the pressure from the explosion. He looked back over his shoulder. Ah! Dragon King shouted loudly. Little princess. Moon Shadow also turned her head. Call Rakshasa. The red glow dissipated. Meng Dai lay tattered on the ground. Dragon King knelt down, gently lifting Meng Dai's head with his hands, whispering for the little princess to wake up quickly. Giant God also knelt beside her, shouting Little Princess. And Moon Shadow also called Little Princess. Zhang Zhe stood near Moon Shadow, looking over. He hesitated. Ah! Little Tu knelt beside her, calling out, Little Princess, don't die. I still want to argue with you later. Zhang Zhe stood watching. Ah! I have a way to save the little princess. Zhang Zhe turned and called out to Xiao Feng. The little girl can step up. Dragon King rejoiced. That's right. Xiao Feng's talent is resurrection. Little sister, it's all up to you. Xiao Feng sat down and used the resurrection spell on Meng Dai. Meng Dai spat out a mouthful of blood. Cough! Dragon King exclaimed. She's awake. She's awake. Meng Dai woke up. Why is everyone surrounding me? What happened just now? Moon Shadow said. You died just now. Meng Dai stood up, crossing her arms. Humph! I died. Purple Dragon King. You cursed me, didn't you? Dragon King laughed and waved his hand. There's no such thing. Your revival is all thanks to my little sister. Zhang Zhe turned his head. Oh no! Everyone, be careful. The boss is gone again. Everyone looked up. A ring of red smoke gathered in the sky. What's it planning to do now? Everyone, be careful. Count Vampire appeared amidst the smoke. I didn't expect there to be a mage proficient in resurrection. But if I kill all of you, you won't be able to revive again, will you? Everyone panicked. Dragon King cried out. This is bad. It wants to self-destruct, planning to blow us all up. Everyone run. Giant God took out his shield. Quick, take the little princess and run. Zhang Zhe stepped forward to block for everyone. He raised his hand to gather energy. Dragon King ran, turning his head. The bat is growing too fast. You guys go first, I'll deal with it. Noyedan also turned his head. La Sat, what are you doing? Dragon King called La Sat again. You hurry up. I have a way. Zhang Zhe unleashed an attack. A beam of green light burst from his hand. The vampire count spoke. You dare to try and capture me? Just by yourself? He replied. You're wrong. I don't want to capture you. I want to kill you. Zhang Zhe continued. You're not the only one who knows how to self-destruct. He used the Steel Titan, activating the self-destruct system. A robot appeared. The mechanical sound echoed, acknowledging the order. Self-destruct program initiated. Self-destruct program initiated. Countdown begins 10, 9, 8, 7. Zhang Zhe spoke again. Let you taste what it's like to be blown to smithereens. Flames erupted fiercely. Dragon King worried. Will La Sat be okay? Noyedan believed. He will definitely be fine. A huge explosion rang out. Everything was thrown far away. Everyone ran over. Look, it's last Saturday. He's fine. La Sat. A notification board appeared. Congratulations. You have defeated the vampire count. Zhang Zhe walked out. Behind him was thick smoke and dust. Noyedan approached. Next time, can you please not do such dangerous things? Zhang Zhe was calm. I'm fine. Even though I lost a titan, we finally overcame and captured the vampire count. MHM. Noyet Kwang Chu, though, pointed at the vortex that had just appeared. Everyone, look, the door to the next level has appeared. See you then was happy. Thanks to La Sat, we can proceed to the next level. Zhang Zhe spoke. The fog seems to be returning. Let's go through the stone door to the next level. Noyedan agreed. Okay. Zhang Zhe shouted loudly. Everyone, hurry to the next level. The fog is coming again. Stepping through the door led to the 17th level, Demon Abyss. Everyone was talking animatedly. This level doesn't seem like the previous Demon Abyss levels, as if a fierce battle just occurred. That's right. To clear this level, we don't kill a boss, but rather defend this fortress. Huh, what is this? We have to defend the fortress? Mong Deep was startled. What? Defend a fortress? Such a huge fortress. How can just a few of us defend it? Long Vong agreed. Exactly. You can't defend it without a few hundred to 1,000 people. Discussions arose. The guide also said it's recommended for 200 or more people to defend the fortress together. Look, guys, someone has already entered the fortress. The gate has closed. We can only wait for their round of fortress defense to finish. Someone wondered, but where are the enemies attacking the fortress? Why don't we see them? Suddenly, a battle cry echoed, startling everyone. Ah! Everyone turned to look. Those are cavalry. From afar, a massive horde of monsters came surging forward. Each one of them was equipped with iron armor, with ferocious faces. The echoing shouts of "Kill, kill them!" Duong Sovai exclaimed. There are so many of them. Noyedon was stunned. Could there really be tens of thousands of soldiers? It's truly terrifying. Siyu then agreed. It seems like this time, the adventure party and the city defense battle will fail. Truong Trake exclaimed. I didn't expect so many enemies. It looks like this level is going to be quite difficult. Truong Trake offered his opinion. It seems this level won't be easy at all. It's getting late. How about we stop here today and get some rest? Siyu then agreed. I agree. Once we're home, we can all research strategies for this level. Long Vong also nodded. All right. It seems there's no hope today. This level is truly terrifying. See you tomorrow. At home. Ah, Chow Vin. What's wrong? Brother, look. Truong Trake suggested. She's severely injured. Her wounds need to be bandaged immediately. Chow Din clutched her chest. No, I don't need to go to the hospital. They'll find out. Truong Trake scooped her up. Bring her to your room. Du Feng. Get the first aid kit, and don't wake Yuosi Lu. In the room, Truong Trake gave her first aid. Who on earth injured her? Chow Din whispered. It's Trin Hao. He gritted his teeth. It's Zhang Hao again. Zhang turned to look at Xiao Feng. Xiao Feng, I'll go out. You help her take off her clothes and bandage her wound. Xiao Feng refused. Brother, I don't know how, and I'm afraid of blood. Zhang hesitated, but Xiao Feng spoke up. No more dilly-dallying. Saving lives is important. I won't tell Sister Yuing. Zhang sighed. All right, saving lives comes first. At the security bureau, Xiaoqin walked over. What's going on? You said on the phone that Zhang Hao injured someone. Zhang replied. It's the Salvation Army, responsible for protecting your daughter. Xiaoqin was furious. It's Zhang Hao again. We must catch him quickly. Xiaoqin suggested. Xiaozhe, can you arrange for me to meet the leader of the Salvation Army? Zhang looked down. Yu Lu, can you help? Yu Lu pointed. Dad, you're the leader of the Salvation Army. Son is just temporarily taking on the role of leader to handle the organization's internal affairs. Zhang was surprised. What? I'm the leader? I'm not capable enough to be a leader. Can you contact Son for me? The little girl agreed. Okay, no problem. Zhang looked up. That's right, Sister Xiaoqin. There's one more thing I need to ask of you. I'm about to return to school to enroll, and I hope you can arrange someone to protect Xiao Feng and Yu Lu. She agreed. No problem. I'll take care of it. Yu Lu excitedly. I need to speed up and clear the levels in the demon realm to discover the truth soon. At this moment, on the 17th floor of the demon realm, shouts of kill fill the air. Hold your positions. Don't let them break through. Smoke and fire mingled with spells being cast continuously, punctuated by shouts of kill. And keep going. The group stood with folded arms, observing. Hey, this team is still the same group from yesterday. They've been holding out for 3 days straight. I heard many corporations are sponsoring them. Just the startup capital alone was millions. Dragon King nodded. No wonder those expensive potions and charms are being used like they're free. So they're not short on money, but each wave of enemies gets stronger. Relying only on money to clear this level will still be difficult. Shout too confidently. We're not scared. As long as we have Boss Rakshasa, we'll definitely get through it. Tang Xiao Wei folded her arms. That's right, brother-in-law. When are we going to act? Tomorrow is the start of school. We can't fight too late today. He agreed. Yeah, once this wave fails, we'll enter the fortress. Su Chui waved a greeting. Great God, what a coincidence. We meet again. Zhang turned his head. So it's you. What a coincidence indeed. Su Chui walked over. Great God Rakshasa. I watched the videos of you defeating Iron Titan and Vampire Count online. It was truly amazing. Just thinking about it still makes my blood boil. Thank you. Su Chui introduced a man. Hey, Great God Rakshasa, let me introduce a master to you. The man stepped forward. He looked at the world with indifferent eyes. Hello, Rakshasa. I've heard a lot about you. I hope we can be friends in the future. Hello, Su Chui suggested. Let's form a team together. There's strength in numbers, you know. The man hesitated. Ah, Rakshasa, are these your teammates? They don't look very strong, do they? Zhangzi didn't refute it. Yeah, we're all new and not very strong. I'm afraid we'd only inconvenience everyone if we came along. Never mind then. Su Chui pleaded. Oh, don't. I think it's a good match. The man turned his back. Time is pressing. If all goes well, once this wave is cleared, it won't be too late for us to come back and help them defend the stronghold. Su Chui could only wave. All right then, we'll go ahead first. Great God Rakshasa. Zhang waved. You don't need to bother. We can get through it ourselves. Good luck to you all. Yu Wing angrily scoffed. A thick mist rolled in. Everyone was surprised. Why is there mist? It seems like the second wave of enemies is about to arrive. Everyone prepare for battle. A giant green dragon appeared. All right. Everyone stood on the city wall, observing. Be careful. The second wave of enemies is definitely coming. Damn it, I can't see anything. How are we supposed to defend the city like this? Listen, what's that sound? Something seems to be roaring. What kind of monsters are these? There seem to be a lot of them. A command was given. Don't just stand there. Prepare for battle. Aim at the shadows in the mist and attack. Ranged attackers, archers, and mages attack. Fireballs flew into the mist. The demon still charged, howling. Everyone on the wall cheered. Hurry up, stop them. Damn it, there are too many zombies. We can't stop them. Someone panicked. I already cut off its head. Why isn't it dead yet? Someone screamed. Help me. I've been bitten by a zombie. Don't panic, everyone. I don't want to die run. Bodies lay everywhere. It was truly horrific. Yes, these adventurers died so tragically. Two large dark figures hovered in the air. A long line of people streamed into the city. Everyone looked up, astonished. Oh my God, it's the Dark Dragon King. The great god Rakshasa is here too. Today is really lucky, where is he? Don't stop me, let me live stream. It's just summoning. Is it really worth them all live streaming it like this? And even live streaming it. Two dragons swooped down from above. Those on the city wall looked up. Great god Rakshasa, you've come in too? He jumped down from above. The captain spoke. Rakshasa, even though we entered at the same time, it doesn't matter who came first or last, but there are only a few of you. Wanting to hold such a large fortress isn't realistic at all, is it? Zhang Zhe said. Do you mean you want us to retreat? Sorry, we don't have time. Su Zue stopped him. Boss, great god Rakshasa, everyone's friends, calm down. The captain had an idea. How about this? Su Zue continued. Today I also signed a contract. I must lead the boss through the 17th floor of the demon realm. If great god Rakshasa agrees, let's team up. You and your team, hold the second inner city floor. He shook the captain's hand. That works too. I don't want to make things difficult for others. The captain also shook his hand. All right, everyone's happy. Everyone gathered and discussed. Jasen turned to look at Zhang Zhe. This guy giving us the second floor basically looks down on us. He also spoke. He doesn't trust us, thinking we can't hold even one floor, but it's fine. Just wait and see. A loud shout. According to my arrangement, everyone to your positions. The enemies attacking the city will usually appear randomly in four types. First are the skeletal soldiers and zombies we've seen before. Hordes of monsters charge forward, layer upon layer. The voice continued. The second type are wild beasts like werewolves, minotaurs, and beast men. The third type are insect monsters. At this moment, red-winged monsters swarmed in. The last type are divine demon monsters. Demons and angels have both appeared before. They are all terrifying. The brown-haired man spoke. I hope divine demon monsters don't appear. Also, Captain, what about those people? The captain also turned to look. Don't mind them. Lucky us to encounter freeloaders. I just hope they don't bother us. All right. A loud voice. The city gate is about to close. The captain ordered. Everyone to your positions. The city defense battle is about to begin. Ranged soldiers, follow me to the city wall. From a distance, in the thick dust, a massive army of monsters poured in. Every single one of them looked fierce and murderous, fully equipped with helmets and armor, their roars echoing to the heavens. Ah! Ewing worried. It's terrifying. How many casualties will there be in this battle? Zhang Zhe said reassuringly. Don't worry. I'll protect everyone. Fire bullets were fired. Fireball spell. Fireballs fell amidst the monster army, but they were too numerous, still trampling over each other to advance towards the city. Arrows filled the sky. The captain commanded, attack fiercely. Don't let them climb up, come on. A large rock flew in. Someone screamed, beware of the catapults. In an instant, hundreds of large stones hurtled down onto the city. Little sister, watch out. 2 people were thrown backward. We must destroy those catapults first. The catapult convoys came rolling in, fully equipped and terrifying. Below the city wall, everyone panicked. Ah, this is bad. They're firing again. A loud explosion rang out. Everyone rejoiced. It's great god Rakshasa. He transformed into a giant dragon, flapped his wings, and flew up. Everyone defend against the enemies on the ground. Leave the safety of the sky to me. Tuc shouted. All right. Another wave of attack. Fireballs flew towards the monster legion. Prepare fireball magic fire. The fireballs exploded, sending the monsters flying and shattering into many pieces. A few humanoid monsters escaped, jumping onto the city wall. Everyone up there was scared. Where are the shield warriors? Where did they all go? Why can't we stop the humanoid monsters from attacking? Everyone ran in panic. Shouts rang out. Help! Ah, too many zombies. We can't stop them. Zhang Zhe and Ewing stood on the dragon's back. It's terrible. Those warriors seem to be in a bad situation. There's no way. There are too many zombies. I can't save them either. Tuc worried. Boss, too many casualties. Another person spoke up. Damn it, this is only the first wave. Can anyone hold them off? The captain continued. There's no way, for our lives, for our families. We can only continue to persevere. We must not retreat. Tuc suggested, or perhaps great god Rakshasa and his group could go out to help. But the captain refused. Forget it. They have no experience, no power. The more they help, the more. Before Tuc finished speaking, someone pointed to the sky in surprise. Everyone look, what's that? In the sky, azure orbs floated and rushed towards them. As they got closer, everyone clearly saw what was inside. Frightened, they're demons. Red demons with long wings are diving straight down. The demons are attacking the city. They're demons. The formation on the city wall hastily shouted, everyone to your positions. Prepare for battle. This wave is demons. Everyone be careful. The red demons swooped down from the sky, and the people on the city wall had to use their shields to block them. The system displayed a notification board. Monster introduction. These monsters are called archdemons. Level 1. HP 25,000. Attack 3,600 to 5,200. Defense 4,000. Possesses the teleportation skill. The captain also saw it. These archdemons know how to teleport. This attribute is truly terrifying. They're like miniature bosses. Hordes of archdemons swarmed in, filling the sky. Everyone began to lose hope. It's over. We definitely can't hold on this time. A person wielding a great saber charged forward, wanting to cut down a demon. He was impaled by a demon holding a spear. 2C Tai quickly yelled, "Retreat! Everyone retreat immediately!" Just then, everyone looked up at the sky. Everyone look! What's that now? In the distance, a giant stone golem appeared, attracting the archdemons. Another person also cried out, "Look! Another stone golem appeared. There's hope this time, it's a summon." It must have been summoned by great god Rakshasa. Miao Guang looked closely. It doesn't seem right. These two giant stone golems aren't bosses. The captain was puzzled. Could it be? There was a loud cheer. It's Big Brother. He summoned the stone golems. 2C Tai continued, quickly, while the stone golems are attracting the archdemons. Ranged squad, attack with all your might. I spent a huge amount of money to buy these two giant stone golem summoning scrolls. Someone remarked, the boss behind this really spares no expense. These two summoning scrolls must have cost millions in gold. Zhang Zhe and Yuing stood next to each other observing. Look, something new is happening. Zhang Zhe still stared intently into the distance. At this moment, a large red monster with a bull's head appeared, with two large wings behind it. The monster turned around, slammed its fist down, and under the blow, the unfortunate person was shattered. The group on the city wall was terrified. It's over, no way. The stone golem was shattered with just one punch. This is truly a disaster. The giant stone golem from earlier was also destroyed by this monster's punch. Crushed rocks flew everywhere. The captain shielded his eyes from the dust. It's over. Everything's gone. My several million just went down the drain. Everyone started whispering about running away. Ju Kwang was sweating profusely. It's over. This level of the demon realm never intended for us to pass. Only a few people stood around 2C Tai, blocking the monster's attacks. Now, it's completely impossible to explain anything to the boss. Blue circles appeared on the city wall. The vampire count appeared with a grotesque clown's head. Zhang Zhe spoke up. It's your turn now. Quickly go out and fight. A gigantic tree robot emerged from the ground. Huge vines spread out. Two large dragons spread their wings and soared in the sky. The tree robot blocked the bull-headed monster's attack. 2C Tai looked at the scene before him. That's right. That's right. Great God Rasha has made his move. See, that's a boss-level steel titan monster. It's 100 times stronger than the stone golem earlier. Ju Kwang was delighted. I can't believe that in just a few days, he's acquired so many powerful summon followers. Everyone cheered and rushed out. The steel titans are even larger than the giant demons, and there are two of them. We're definitely going to win this time. Kill all these demons. Don't leave a single one. As expected of great god Rasha, his summoned followers can definitely defeat these demons. More whispers grew louder. I still don't understand why Rasha didn't summon his followers earlier. If he had, we wouldn't have lost so many people. Well, I heard the captain thought great god Rasha's team was too weak, so he didn't let him intervene and only kept him in the inner city, on the second level. Of course he wouldn't take action proactively then. What? He's too foolish. If great god Rasha's strength is considered weak, then there's probably no one strong left in this world. The captain stared blankly at the scene before him. These are Rasha's summoned followers? It turns out I was the fool. Zhang Zhe commanded, attack with full force, annihilate all these demons. Leaves from the tree robot shot out like shurikens towards the demons. Cheers of kill echoed. It's so satisfying. The demons are being beaten. Crush all these demons to dust. Two dragons breathed fire, incinerating the demons. The vampire count laughed, and a swarm of bats appeared, flying around. The vines lashed out at the winged red demons, sending them flying afar. The onlookers exclaimed in awe. Great God Rasha is truly defying the heavens. Great God Rasha alone is holding the entire fortress steady. It's unbelievable. Everyone in the team gathered around, invigorated. Long Vong shouted, Brother Rasha, save a demon for me. Let me test my strength against these monsters. See you then added, Brother Long Vong, your fighting spirit is truly impeccable. Cheers spread. This is amazing. My fallen brothers can finally rest in peace. Keep going, continue annihilating them. Let's wipe out these demons. This time, it's thanks to great god Rasha. If it weren't for him and his summoned army, we would have suffered a terrible defeat. There's still one giant demon left among them. Once it's destroyed, this city defense battle will end. Look, the giant demon is so scared it doesn't dare to move. Green orbs appeared in the sky once again. Everyone looked up. The demons are appearing again. The final wave of attack has arrived. This time, for demons have appeared, it might be very difficult to deal with them. The demon stood opposite the tree robot. Zhang Zhe placed his hands on the ground. Fight fire with fire. I'll kill as many as they send. Blue circles continuously appeared on the ground. Everyone shouted, "Look! Great God Rasha is summoning the very giant demon that was just destroyed to fight." The long-haired man laughed. "Ha ha! Great God Rasha's summoning technique truly defies the heavens." The captain agreed. "This is incredible. Rasha is truly a god. I can't compare to him at all." They both approached Zhang Zhe. The captain clasped his hands. "Great God Rasha, I truly had eyes but couldn't see, failing to recognize a divine being. I didn't value you or your team. I was so foolish. I was truly blind, almost causing the deaths of our brothers. The fault is mine. I caused our brothers to suffer many losses. If I had let you go into battle earlier, none of this would have happened. I am truly an idiot. Thank you, great God Rasha, for your forgiveness." Zhang Zhe spoke up. "Everyone makes mistakes. You don't need to blame yourself too much. Quickly end the battle. We still have to go to the next level." The captain pointed into the distance. "That's right. Everyone look. The 4 giant demons have fallen." The teleportation gate appeared in the sky once again. Everyone cheered. "Ha ha! We've cleared this floor. The teleportation gate has appeared." The giant god crossed his arms. "But this floor caused such heavy losses. Yet there are no spoils of war." The captain agreed. "That's right, because this floor has no boss guarding it. There are no spoils." Zhang Zhe raised his hand. "All right, then let's quickly proceed to the next floor. Old Hay, quickly lead our team to fly to the next floor." Zhang Zhe climbed onto the dragon's back. They flew high. Su Chui waved. "Great God Rasha, thank you. We'll meet again on the next floor." Zhang Zhe agreed. "All right, see you on the next floor." The captain exclaimed, "With someone like Rasha, the day we conquer the demon realm is not far off." A loud shout echoed. "Demon realm floor 18. Here we come charge." On the 18th floor, everyone was vague. "It feels like I've been here before. Did we return to the 14th floor?" Zhang Zhe refuted. "No, this place only resembles the 14th floor because it's full of large trees." The giant god also agreed. "Rasha is right. According to the information I've gathered, the monsters on this floor are spirits. They have pointed ears, human-like faces, and are differentiated by gender." He continued, "Moreover, male spirits are all close combat types, comprehensive archers, while female spirits are more diverse, with mages, archers, and even support types." He added, "What's more terrifying is that these spirits know how to coordinate in battle, just like us." Dragon King was surprised. "They know how to coordinate in battle? It's like fighting against an expedition team." "It's truly terrifying," the giant god said again. "That's right. In addition, the boss of this floor, the Spirit King, is extremely formidable, skilled in both close combat and long-range attacks, and also knows how to use many types of magic." Zhang Zhe comforted. "Everyone, don't worry. No matter how difficult the boss is, we'll find a way, right?" Little Rabbit nodded. "Following Rasha, we've reached the 18th floor. What more is there to fear?" The giant god smiled. "Ha ha, but it's getting late today. Why don't we rest first?" Dragon King agreed. "I didn't realize it was so late. I'm a bit tired too, and I have to go back to school tomorrow." Let's sleep early tonight. Zhang Zhe also waved goodbye. All right. Let's stop here today. I have something important to do tomorrow. Moon Shadow worried. What is it? Is it dangerous? He comforted her. Don't worry. It's not dangerous. I'm just meeting two important figures to talk. She felt more at ease. That's good then. If anything dangerous happens, remember to tell me. He also agreed. All right, I will. Tang Xiaowei stood aside. Sleep, sleep. They're serving dog food again. At a construction site, at night, quickly take action. The man in the green jacket stood with his arms crossed, giving orders. You lot, work faster. A gloomy road full of dust and smoke. I can't believe the demon lair is right beneath a large city shelter. The group dragged a large sack to a broken wall, revealing a red patch with blood-like threads. A wide, fanged mouth opened, echoing with screams. He commanded, throw it in. Two men grabbed the bound, trembling girl. She opened her eyes wide in horror, staring ahead. The man smirked maliciously amidst the echoing, desperate screams. Very good. Just keep nurturing it. When I activate all 15 demon caves, the monster army from the demon caves will swallow the great Xia. The next day, in a villa, everyone had arrived. If there's anything, let's discuss it. Xiang Xiaoqin spoke. Hello, I am Xiang Xiaoqin. I'm sure you all already know my identity. Hello, I am Sun, currently the acting leader of the Salvation Army. Sister Xiaoqin, why don't we sit down and talk? Both sat down while he remained standing. Mr. Sun, I'll be direct. How many members of the Salvation Army are in Great Xia? And do you possess light and heavy weaponry? Sun smiled politely. Miss Xiang, I don't think I am your prisoner, and we are not terrorists. Sister Xiaoqin, your tone really sounds like you're interrogating a prisoner. Xiaoqin waved her hand. I apologize, my tone is a bit professional. However, I invited Mr. Sun here mainly to confirm that the Salvation Army will not pose a threat to Great Xia. That's also what we desire. We always hope to obtain a legal status, so we can operate freely in Great Xia. Xiaoqin stood up, hands on her hips. Possibly, but before granting legal status, I need to investigate information about the members of your organization. Sun stood up, crossing his arms. I apologize, that's not possible. Because they're spies from Tu Kuang within Great Xia's high-ranking officials, we cannot take that risk. If I can't thoroughly understand the Salvation Army's actual situation, I'm afraid we can't cooperate with you. Zhang Yulu spoke up. Stop arguing, Aunt Xiaoqin. You can rest assured about the Salvation Army's situation, because in the future, you'll also become a member of the Salvation Army. What do you mean by that? Sister Xiaoqin will also join the Salvation Army in the future? It's true. I'm not lying to anyone. Xiaoqin sat on the chair, confused. How can that be? That's impossible. I'm a high-ranking national official. How could I join an illegal underground organization? She stood up, signaling for them to leave. No, there's too much information today. Let's stop talking for now. Sun agreed. All right, as long as the Prophet agrees, I'll readily accept your invitation. Right, then that's all for now. Sun, please take care of Yulu. I have to return to the Great Martial Arts Academy. She walked out the door. We're going the same way. I'll take you to school. Zhang Trait told the little girl. Yulu, remember to be good at home. I know. When you see Mom, tell her I miss her very much and ask her to visit me when she's free. All right. At the school gate, the two stood looking at each other. Zhang Trait spoke up. Thank you for your hard work, Sister Xiaoqin. Also, I'd like to ask for some equipment. All right, just give me the list later and I'll arrange it. He happily waved his hand, turned around, and walked into the school. Thank you very much, Sister Xiaoqin. This kid, how many secrets is he hiding? The young man wearing glasses patted Zhang Trait on the shoulder. Chief Xiang personally brought you to school. Old Zhang, what's your relationship with them exactly? Old Xiang, long time no see, still doing well? Same as usual, it's very peaceful now. And you? As they walk side by side. It's hard to say everything. Now, I'm very envious of your peaceful life. Go back to the dorm quickly. There's still a lot to do today. Tonight, I still have to enter the demon realm. Oh, old John. Always busy. Can't sit still for a minute. In Demon Realm Level 18. 3 people met. Muetang wonder, why yes, this happen? Could it be that the boss is about to appear? See you then agreed. This feeling is so oppressive. I can't be sure. Let's wait a bit and see what happens. A group of people appeared in the dust. Everyone was surprised. Muetang tun her head, hail. Uncle Ba, why are high-ranking officials from the Demon Realm Management Bureau appearing in a normal demon realm? Could it be that the Death Realm has appeared? The old man with white hair and beard ordered the group behind him. Immediately seal off the altar. No one is allowed to leave. Yes, sir. The figures rushed away. Hurry up, everyone. No one is allowed to leave the altar. The surrounding players were surprised. What's going on? Has a Death Realm appeared on this level? If the Demon Realm Management Bureau said so, it must be true. But why would a Death Realm appear on this level? If SS items drop, the rewards will be even better. Awesome. I've been waiting for a Death Realm to appear. Brother, do you even know what kind of place a Death Realm is to be thinking about farming items there? But honestly, even though a Death Realm is dangerous, the rewards are great. Look at this S-Rank armor I'm wearing. It dropped from a small monster in the Death Realm. If we take down the boss, the rewards will be even more amazing. Everyone stepped forward to greet him. Muetang waver. Uncle Ba. Tam Thong also smiled. Noyetan. I didn't expect to see you kids here. How's everyone been lately? We're doing well. We just started school. He crossed his arms. That's good. Uncle Ba, what's happening here? Has a Death Realm appeared? Yes. A scream rang out. Help! You fools! I told you not to go out. Tam Thong rushed. Noyetan. I'm going to save people first. You all be careful. Yes, Uncle Ba, we won't go out. Truong Trake whispered. The death zone. She turned around. La Sat, you're not going to. Truong Trake fanned out the tickets. You guessed it right. Now that we've found it, there's no way we're not going. Does anyone want to come along? Everyone agreed. La Sat is right. I'll go with you. I'm going too. Big brother, I'll go with you too. If you're going, you can't leave me behind. We're a team. We have to act together. He pressed the button on the screen. Good. Then let's all enter the death zone together. System notification. Death zone invitation used. Successfully used. Countdown 3 seconds to enter the death zone. Please prepare. 3, 2, 1. The scene gradually emerged from the mist, a fiery red. Noyetan was vigilant. Why can't I see anything around us? Truong Trake also spoke up. Everyone be careful. A red staircase appeared. Look, there's a floating stone staircase ahead. Everyone was bewildered. Where does that lead? Look, there's only one path. Let's follow it. All right, it seems this time entering the death zone, the number of adventurers worldwide is quite high. The more people, the more dangerous it is. Everyone be careful. Beware of adventurers with ill intentions. Truong Trake's group also followed everyone up the stairs. Long Vong joked. Yeah, don't worry. I'll protect the girls. Tam Mong deep crossed her arms. You protect us? Oh, please. I can protect myself. See you then also laughed. Long Vong, the little princess looks down on you. Ah, he suddenly pointed. Everyone looked quickly. What's that? Everyone stood on a wide courtyard at the end of the stairs. Looks like we've arrived. Everyone be careful. Let's go forward and check it out. All right. They all stood opposite a man. That guy in red. What are you? Exactly. Where's the boss of the death zone? The man in red said leisurely. I am Max. Welcome to my world. Please allow me to introduce the rules of this world. A rude fellow couldn't wait, jumped up with a great saber, and slashed at the man in red. What rules? D. The reward is mine. However, he only slashed at an illusion. Huh, what's going on? Can't you let me finish talking? How rude. If you want to defeat me, ordinary attacks are useless. Amidst the rude man's furious slashes, Max continued, "This world is a world of cards and skills. Your potions and items will all turn into cards. To defeat me, use the cards in your hands." He sneered. He snapped his fingers. "If you fail, unfortunately, I'll take your lives." Everyone was startled. "Ah, my innate skill can't be used anymore. Oh my God, all the items in my backpack are gone." "Don't panic. My skills and items are all on the deck, and yours probably are too." Zhang Zhe lowered his head and looked at the stack of yellow cards in his hand. The cards appeared one after another. Basic health potion, with unique quality, restores 10% HP to the target. 1-to-1 uses. Summoning skill, SSS quality, has two effects. Summon a combat minion for you, and summon a lost minion. He pondered, then discussed with everyone. There are only 2 innate skill cards. The rest are all potions and scrolls, turn-based combat. If we use up all 10 summoning spells, the battle will almost be over. Tang Xiaowei was flustered. What should we do? Our skills are all unusable now. Everyone in the group stood behind Zhang Zhe. Ewing stated, "It seems he was right. All our skills have been neutralized. We can only use cards to defeat him." Max continued, "Don't worry, to ensure fairness, I allow you to exchange cards with each other." The man in red laughed loudly. "Aren't you comrades who faced life and death together? Give all your strongest cards to one person so he can fight me. I truly look forward to such a strong individual appearing." The others loudly protested. "How is this fair? Our biggest advantage is teamwork. How can we defeat him now?" Jushin also wondered if that person was right. Even if we can exchange cards, without the help of teammates, one person can easily fall into a deadlock or even a death trap. The Dragon King, however, said that the team representative must be intelligent, calm, and most importantly, possess extraordinary courage. Otherwise, they could easily fall into a state of mental collapse. Zhang Zhe finally spoke up. "This time, everyone, don't argue anymore. Let me go." "Rakshasa." Ewing held his arm. "Rakshasa, going alone is too dangerous. I have the highest innate talent in the team. I also understand everyone's innate skills, so using them shouldn't be a problem. If you trust me, give all your cards to me." The healing card was placed in his hand. "I trust you." Moonlight Bunny smiled. "I also trust Brother Rakshasa." One by one, the cards were handed over. "Everyone, please give all your item and potion cards to Rakshasa. I don't know how many we'll draw, but it's better than nothing. Thank you all for your trust." See You then smiled. "We're the ones who should be thanking you. You risked your life to fight the boss, while we just stood by and watched. Powerless. This feeling is truly awful." Noyedan nodded. "That's right, Rakshasa. You must be careful." "Everyone, don't worry. I'll be careful." Truong Trake looked at the cards in his hand. "Max certainly has stronger cards. I wonder if there's a chance to win with these?" The cards appeared. Summoning, Personal Domain, Gravity Suppression, Holy Barrier, Light Slash. Popeye stepped forward. "I'm ready. I'll fight you. I don't believe that with 50 skill cards I collected, I can't beat you." Max smiled. A purple circle appeared, enveloping both of them. "Excellent. You're the first to step out and challenge me. Very brave. Then let's not waste any time. Begin the match." Truong Trake was startled. "So it's a barrier. It seems outsiders can't interfere." Max raised his hand. "The guest has arrived. You go first." Popeye was helpless when he heard that. "Then I won't be polite." He played a yellow card on the very first turn. "Taste the power of my S-rank skill. Divine Judgment. This is an S-grade card, with the effect of dealing 10,000 damage to the target. The next attack doubles the damage, can stack 5 times, dealing a maximum of 320,000 damage, and can be used up to 10 times. The pink-bordered card with a hammer floated in midair, drawing gasps of admiration from the surrounding players who were watching. "Oh my God! This is an S-rank skill card. The effect is terrifying. After stacking 5 times, the damage will reach 320,000. That's incredible." Max truly brought trouble upon himself this time. He let Popeye gain the upper hand. This boss isn't very smart either. Don't jump to conclusions. The outcome is not yet decided. The shining yellow hammer struck down. The system displayed minus 10,000. Divine judgment. Max covered his eyes with his hand. It hurts. Popeye held the card in his hand. He laughed loudly. Within 5 turns, I will destroy you. Max smirked. He drew a card glowing purple. A large purple scorpion appeared in the sky, its eyes glowing red, and it plunged straight down. The system displayed. Desert Venom Scorpion, A grade, has 18,000 HP, 3,000 attack, 12,000 defense, no special effect, and 1 use. Popeye crossed his arms in front of his chest to block the attack. This scorpion has 3,000 attack. My defense is 18,540. It'll take a long time to break through my defense. Popeye once again played the Divine Judgment card. It showed Max was deducted 20,000. For more turns, and you'll surely die. Max leaned to dodge. Ouch, that hurts. Max held a card glowing with alternating yellow and purple light. I have to say, you're really too weak. Continuing this fight is just a waste of my time. I've decided to finish you off now to get a different opponent. The card displayed the Tribal Evolution skill, rank 5, with the effect of copying 5 targets to fight alongside, simultaneously upgrading the quality of each target by 1 rank, with 10 uses. The card flew up. The system announced that the Desert Venom Scorpion evolved to rank 0, with 28,000 HP, 10,000 attack, 18,500 defense, along with the Judgment effect, with 1-to-1 uses. Popeye stared up in shock. How terrifying! Cards flew in the air, and everyone below was terrified. 1 turned into 6, and there evolved scorpions. It's over. It's really over. How horrifying! Zhang rubbed his chin, deep in thought. The Desert Venom Scorpion card wasn't originally strong, but what's scary is that when combined with the S-grade Tribal Evolution card, it unexpectedly unleashed such an S-grade skill. At this moment, the scorpions attacked Popeye. Notifications of minus 10,000 Desert Scorpion kept appearing. Ah, no. No, I don't want to die. Popeye fell, and the card scattered. Everyone cried out, Popeye, I'll avenge you. He couldn't help but sweat. This Max guy is truly terrifying. Everyone was stunned. Ah, what should we do? My innate skill is gone. Damn it. I'll kill him to avenge Popeye. But even without our innate skills, how can we fight him? Max arrogantly put his hands in his pockets. This opponent was so boring. Is there anyone else who dares to challenge me? Zhang stepped forward. I'll fight you. Ewing stood behind him. Rakshasa, be careful. Don't worry. I'll be careful. Everyone was astonished. Rakshasa. Oh my God. That's the legendary Rakshasa of Great Xia. Who is Rakshasa? I'm not very clear about the situation in Great Xia. Can someone tell me? Loud discussions erupted. You don't know Rakshasa. He's an adventurer with an SSS-Rank innate skill, and he's also a hero of Great Xia, who personally annihilated the leader of the Dawn organization. That's right. His achievements in Great Xia are known by almost everyone. Really? An SSS-Rank innate skill. Oh my God. How can such a genius appear in Great Xia? That's not fair. Rakshasa has summoning magic. So can he also summon subordinates like Max? Rakshasa. Why isn't his name even on the power rankings? That's right. The power rankings are where adventurer's strength is most clearly displayed. Even if Rakshasa has summoning magic, if he isn't strong enough himself, he's just trash. Max raised his hand. Welcome. New adventurer Rakshasa. I greatly admire your courage and composure. Stop talking nonsense, Max. Let's start now. Blue flames appeared around Max. Very good. Then let's start right now. According to the old rules, guests go first. A timer appeared in the air. Zhang held a yellow card in his hand. Although this skill is only C rank, it has a very special effect. Max has many high rank cards, including S, SS, and even SSS. First, let's steal a card. The system displayed the Smooth Hand Shield card with C quality. Its effect is to steal 1 card from the opponent with 10 out of 10 uses. A card flew from Max's hand to him. Humph! You scoundrel! How dare you steal my card? Zhang looked at the card. Oh, not bad luck, an SS rank card. The card displayed the Fateful Choice skill with SS quality. Its effect is that each time the card is used, you have two choices: double the card's effect or upgrade the card's quality by 1 rank, with 10 uses. Everyone below was curious. Look, Brother Rakshasa has used his innate skill. Wow, Divine Rakshasa's luck is exploding. He's definitely going to draw a high-rank lucky card. Guess what? Is it Tribe Evolution? No, no, no. It must be the Forbidden Scroll. This card is stronger. It can turn the tide at the last minute. Max was annoyed. Such despicable tricks. I'll definitely get it all back, with interest. He threw out a mirror image card with a quality of 5. Its effect is to copy one card from the opponent's deck, with 1 use. He held the card in his hand. What? You copied a blank card again. Truly useless. Zhangze took out another card. Winning or losing isn't about card quality. The player is the deciding factor. Max tore up the card. So let me see. How will you defeat me with such a terrible deck? He played the Destiny's Choice card. All right, now let me show you. Max also played another Destiny's Choice card. This scoundrel dares to ruin my tempo. Don't blame me. I'll finish you off quickly. A squad of fully armored infantry appeared. Zhangze spun the card in his hand. So many soldiers appeared again. The next card is definitely Mass Evolution. If a B-rank soldier evolves into an A-rank soldier, I might not be able to resist. All right, let's do this for real. He played the SSS-Rank summoning card. Max was surprised. What? You also possess an SSS-Rank innate skill. Below, the Dragon King discussed. Rakshasa has used summoning. Rakshasa is about to unleash his ultimate move. Others also stirred, saying that God Rakshasa was enraged. This match is about to end. Don't be too optimistic. Did you forget that Max loves using Mass Evolution? He didn't stop. Double effect, summoning 2 units at once. Quantity over security. Option 1. Destiny's Choice activated. Please choose. A giant demon appear. A large red demon with 2 horns appeared. The system displayed a quality 5 giant demon with 250,000 HP, 4,800 attack, 6,000 defense, no effects, and 1 use. The 2 demons sprayed green gas towards Mac. He leaned back slightly. Ah, damn it. This demon stinks. I can't believe a human possesses such a divine summoning skill. Do you have some special connection with the goddess of luck? Mac quickly used full evolution. All the soldiers from before evolved into quality A archers with 2,500 HP, 900 attack, 2,100 defense, no effects, and 1 use. He smiled. It's my turn to act. The soldier's quality has been upgraded to rank A. It seems you intend to use a human wave tactic against the giant demon. Zhangze quickly thought. He's very likely to use the resurrection card next. What should I do? Should I keep using summoning magic? No, I have to take a risk to win. He drew the leading the sheep by the hand card. The card displayed Destiny's Choice activated, doubling the card's effect, stealing 2 cards from the opponent. Mac yelled again. This scoundrel dares to steal 2 of my cards in 1 turn. He worriedly looked at the cards in his hand. It's over. I was too confident, thinking I was the god of luck. But it turns out I'm unlucky. The 2 cards displayed the Flowing Water skill with quality A, an effect that traps an enemy unit in flowing water for 2 turns. The other card was Boomerang with quality B, an effect that deals damage to 1 enemy unit and has 1 use. Mac laughed loudly. Your luck is truly terrible. How many of these junk cards do you want? I'll give them all to you. Too bad. You don't have another chance. It's over. He used the resurrection card of SS quality with an effect that turns defeated units into undead zombies, reviving automatically after 2 turns and lasting for 1 turn, with 10 out of 10 uses. The zombie warriors, armed, charged forward. The giant demon had taken a defensive stance. Below, people cried out. This is bad. The giant demon can't hold on anymore. Damn it! Did great god Rakshasa use the wrong card? All hope is lost. Mac will definitely win this time. Rakshasa, please don't let anything happen. The Dragon King comforted. Don't worry, Rakshasa will definitely not lose. He raised a card. To win against him, I can only take a risk, but this time, I'll change my choice. This time the card has been upgraded. It has the skill to steal an SS quality card from the opponent's hand. Zhang Ze looked in surprise. On the card was Balanced Exchange with SS quality, an effect that sacrifices all units on one's field in exchange for an equivalent number of card plays. He held the card in his hand, thinking, "This doesn't seem to help me. My two demons definitely won't last until the next turn. What should I do?" Mac yelled, "You damn guy! Are you addicted to stealing cards? All right, I'll let you meet death right now." He played the Sam Lang Merman card. It has S quality, 10,200 HP, 3,300 attack, 4,200 defense, an effect that summons 4 mermen to battle, and 1 use. 4 ugly mermen leaped out, jumping to attack the demons. Max smiled. "Let's see how you deal with this now." He remained calm, looking at the 4 mermen charging. "Just 4 mermen are enough to deal with you." Zhang Ze raised 2 cards. "Too many monsters, no effective area damage skills. It seems I still have to put my hope in summoning magic." 2 white-haired, masked, sword-wielding figures appeared. "Swordplay like the wind. We await your summoning command." The 2 white-haired swordsmen charged out. "Swordplay like the wind. We answer your call." The undead were quickly dealt with. The swordsman's area of effect skill was truly suitable for dealing with these mermen and undead. Mac gritted his teeth. "Damn it, I can't believe he can still summon such elite subordinates." He played the Civil War card of quality A, an effect that makes 2 enemy retainers attack each other until one side is eliminated. "All right, let's see which of your 2 beast-human swordsmen is stronger." The card emitted a purple light, and the 2 swordsmen stood facing each other. Zhang Ze worried. "Oh no, this card." The 2 swordsmen had already started fighting. Below, people murmured, "This Civil War card is terrifying, making beast-human swordsmen die by their comrades' hands." It's truly a useless sacrifice. The situation is not good. Rakshasa must find a way to turn the tide. A sword slashed down. "Your swordsmanship ends here." Mac laughed loudly. "Your swordsman is indeed resilient, but with only 1 left, how can you fight against so many of my monsters?" "Give up." He remained calm. "Have you heard the saying? One comes to life only after facing death." Zhang Ze played the conveniently lead the sheep card. Mac laughed. "You dare to steal my card? Is this desperation?" Everyone below was worried. Did Rakshasa play the wrong card? How can one swordsman possibly stand against Mac's summoned creatures? That's right. Why doesn't he summon more subordinates? Giant God crossed his arms. Even if he summons more, if Mac uses full evolution, it won't change anything. What do we do now? He held a card in his hand. This is where it's decided. What? Is that this card? Isn't that the card Mac used? Is he planning to use this card to turn the tide? He looked at the 2 cards in his hand. Using recruit soldiers combined with equivalent exchange, can I finish Mac instantly? The system displayed the recruit soldiers card with SS quality, effect, summon an army of 100 soldiers to fight for you, and the equivalent exchange card with SS quality, effect, destroy all your followers on the field in exchange for an equal number of card plays. Mac played the fireworks card with equality, effect, launch 3 firework bursts into the sky, creating a lively atmosphere. Still not giving up? These dazzling fireworks will be your final farewell to your teammates. He played the card in his hand. Mac, just as you wished, I'll show you the most spectacular performance. Again, hundreds of soldiers appeared. Mac still laughed. You think just because you stole my card, you can turn the tables? Too naive. He played the card in his hand. I'm done playing. If you have any last words, say them now. For merfolk charged forward. Everyone was worried. It's over. Mac used full evolution. Rakshasa is finished this time. What card did brother-in-law steal anyway? Is there still a chance? Big brother Rakshasa, you still have to take me to find father. Rakshasa, don't give up until the very last moment. You promised me. Zhang Ze smiled. Mac, you finally lost because of your own arrogance. The card in his hand was played. It was equivalent exchange with the skill. Each time you destroy one of your followers, you get one additional card play. Mac was stunned. Wow, what is this? The system continuously announced, equivalent exchange activated, equivalent exchange activated. Mac exclaimed, 100 soldiers. Does that mean 100 card plays? Combined with Destiny's Choice. Could it be? He didn't stop. Next was the finishing blow. The Predator's Moment card was played. A series of cards were played by him. Icy Blizzard, Bright Slash, Mountain Quaking Staff, Blade Edge Attack, conveniently lead the sheep. Two large dragons soared in the air, breathing fire down on Mac. Mac knelt on the ground, dumbfounded, exclaiming, Impossible! I lost to a kid like you. He couldn't believe it and continued to exclaim, Impossible! Zhang said, You lost to your own complacency. If you had found a way to deal with my 1,000 soldiers in the previous turn, perhaps I would have truly lost. As a gentleman, Mac accepted the truth and sent him an item. I admit I lost. You are the most special, most intelligent, and strongest person I've ever met. This is your deserved reward. What's inside will be very useful to you now. Zhang opened the gift and exclaimed in surprise, Skill book. System information appeared. Card creation skill, SSS, experience. 0/1000, cost. 10 HP cooldown. 60 minutes, effect. Convert all your own items into corresponding cards. Items include, but are not limited to, skills, props, followers, pets. Note, after creating a card from a skill, the skill will not disappear. Note, card creation skill level 1 can create cards from items up to A grade. Card creation skill level 2 can create cards from items up to S grade. Card creation skill level 3 can create cards from items up to SS grade. Card creation skill level 4 can create cards from items up to SSS grade. Card creation skill S grade can create cards from unidentified items and below. Zhang held it in his hand, pleased. This skill book is truly overpowered for me. Then Mac disappeared before him. All right, it's time for me to go, Rakshasa. He said, One last piece of advice. If you meet a woman named Fei Chui in the death zone next time, you must be extremely careful. She's not as easy to deal with as I am. Looking forward to our next meeting, Rakshasa. Zhang looked up as Mac gradually vanished. So, that's just an illusion. Is your true self not here? The system appeared. Congratulations, Rakshasa, for successfully defeating Mac. Everyone who witnessed this scene was utterly surprised. The system continued to display continuous announcements. Global notification. Death Zone boss Mac has been killed by Rakshasa. Congratulations. Global notification. Death Zone boss Mac has been killed by Rakshasa. Everyone who received this news cheered and applauded Zhang. Even his teammates like Shan Wei and Xiao Tu were happy for him. At the same time, Yuing appeared, hurriedly calling out his name, Rakshasa. She ran and hugged Zhang, saying happily, I knew you would definitely win. Actually, I was very scared too, but I thought of you. I told myself I had to defeat Mac, and the others were extremely unconvinced and kept saying, Brother Rakshasa, so strong. Great God Rakshasa, take me as your follower. Looking up at the clear blue sky, Di Yong spoke up. The Abyss boss has been eliminated. The Abyss is about to disappear. Yuing also agreed while observing their surroundings. It's too crowded here. Still very dangerous. Then Zhang led his group to the teleportation gate. Everyone, come here. Let's return to the demon realm. They all responded in unison. All right. But behind them, cheers continued non-stop. Great God Rakshasa. Don't go. Sign an autograph before you leave. Yuing walked over and said happily, We're finally back. Xiaofeng was surprised, still not believing it was true. Brother, you defeated Mac. So can you summon him? Zhang replied, No, because that was just his phantom. Hearing this, Meng Dai exclaimed in surprise. What? A phantom? So, was our fight in this abyss all for nothing? Sean Y also agreed. That's right, a wasted trip. Almost lost our lives. What a loss. Zhang Zhe calmly replied. It's not that we gained nothing. Mac left me this card creation technique. Sean Y exclaimed in surprise. What? Card creation technique? This skill sounds quite amazing, doesn't it? Then he continued. From now on, I can help everyone create cards. Hearing this, Meng Dai wondered. Converting our items into corresponding cards. So can we sell cards to earn money? Sean Y heard this and was speechless. Little princess, is all you think about money? Zhang Zhe laughed and replied. Haha, unfortunately, the level 1 card creation technique can currently only create A-grade skill talents. Then Sean Y encouraged him. As long as there's a gain, it's good. You did very well. Rest a bit today. Dion continued. That's right. Tomorrow is the opening ceremony, and we've been fighting until now. Sean Y replied. Oh, I forgot about that. We also have to help decorate the hall. Then Zhang Zhe also agreed and said, I didn't expect one abyss to take this long. So, let's go rest, and we'll fight again tomorrow. Ewing waved goodbye to him. You get some rest early too. Sean Y spoke up. Then I'm logging off too. Zhang Zhe replied. Scene change. Tomorrow morning at home. Zhang Zhe was still holding the cards in his hands and marveled. This card creation technique is indeed extraordinary. The card had information written on it. Armored Tower, Grade A, Attributes, HP 10700, Attack 400, Defense 8800, Effect, Summon an Armored Vehicle, Uses 1-to-1. He reassured himself. As long as I can turn summoned creatures into cards, I won't have to worry when encountering monsters in the demon's lair in the future. Then Zhang Zhe continued. It's time. I have to go to the opening ceremony. It's been a while. I wonder how they're doing. Scene change. A beautiful morning in the auditorium. An announcement echoed. We warmly welcome the candidates who passed this semester's entrance exam. Everyone was abuzz about a shocking piece of news. Brother-in-law, why are you just arriving? Something big has happened. What's so big? Old Shang has been promoted. Just then, an announcement sounded. Next, I will announce the appointments for the new semester's department heads. New head of Martial Arts Department, Zhang Yeping. New head of Academic Affairs Department, Shang Qiuyu. Everyone, please give them a round of applause. Hearing this news, everyone was extremely shocked. What? Old Shang became the head of Academic Affairs Department. Yeah, that's right. This isn't by the rules. There must be something fishy going on. When I see Old Shang later, should I call him classmate or department head? He raised his hand to signal the crowd and said, Everyone, please quiet down a bit. Regarding Shang Qiuyu taking on the position of head of Academic Affairs Department, this was a unanimous decision after the school's discussion and investigation. We have conducted an assessment of him. His knowledge is extensive and very solid, making him fully capable of assuming the position of head of Academic Affairs Department. Xiao Wei heard this news and immediately disagreed. Junyang also agreed. This old Shang, I'm afraid his ambitions are not small. I'm afraid he'll even join the National Security Bureau later. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Tang Xiao Wei Zhang Zhe. Xiao Wei turned her head and wondered. Who's calling me? Chun Long announced gravely and clearly. Everyone pay attention, regarding Shang Qiuyu taking on the position of head of academic affairs. This was a unanimous decision after the school discussed and investigated. We assessed him. His knowledge is very broad and solid, making him fully capable of assuming the position of head of academic affairs. Xiao Wei, standing below, couldn't help but mutter. This old guy's ambition isn't small, it seems. Tuan Duong rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Maybe he'll even join the National Security Agency later on. Suddenly, someone called out loudly, Xiao Wei Zhang Trake. He and she jumped in surprise and turned around. Xiao Wei looked bewildered. Who's calling me? Hu Dong walked over, followed by two tall men. Zhang Trake wondered, Who are you? She asked irritably, Do we know you? Hu Dong challenged. I'm Tong Hu Dong. Don't you remember me? On your birthday. You didn't even want to meet me. Tuan Duong pondered. Oh, I think I have a slight impression. Hu Dong stepped forward and shouted. Let me tell you, don't think Class A is all that. You'll sooner or later pay the price for your arrogance. Just you wait. Zhang Trake realized. I think I remember now. On your birthday. She seemed to want to meet you. He muttered. This person is really strange. Suddenly there was an announcement. Next, the next part. Freshman placement test. Hearing the announcement, Xiao Wei waved goodbye. The placement test doesn't concern us. I'm leaving now. Tuan Duong replied. Yeah, I'm heading back too. I need to prepare tonight, to enter the demon realm early. He waved back. All right. The scene shifted to the 18th floor of the demon realm. Zhang Trake appeared in combat gear. Seeing this, Sun Nagui excitedly ran over, smiling and calling. Brother Rakshasa. He said, everyone's here. Because the death zone appeared and slowed down our progress, everyone should try their best to clear this floor tonight. He replied, That's right. Tonight we'll try to clear it quickly. Zhang Trake took the lead. He spoke up, reminding them, everyone stick close. This floor is a dense jungle. It's very easy to get lost. The whole team shouted in unison, Understood. Xiao Wei asked, Brother-in-law, why don't we ride the black dragon? That way it'd be easier to locate the elf king boss. He checked the situation ahead while answering her question. No, this floor is completely jungle. Even from the sky, it's hard to see the ground, and a large target is easily attacked. Dike Dung agreed. That's right, the jungle here is too dense. It's not conducive to target identification. Xiao Wei annoyedly removed the vines above her head. Then how do we find it? This network is like a maze. After a long while of walking and exploring, Zhang Trake spoke up. I've thought of a way. He placed his hand on the ground, and a light green circle spread out. Following that, countless imps leaped out. Zhang Trake commanded, First, let these little demons scout the way. We'll follow behind. The imps flew up into the sky. She was surprised. Brother Rakshasa, when did you summon these little demons? How come I didn't notice? Sun Nagui next to him also praised him profusely. Brother Rakshasa really has a way. You weren't paying attention, only focusing on the task at hand. I summoned them casually during the defense battle. They're perfect for scouting the way here. We just need to follow behind. The whole team had walked a long way, but nothing had appeared yet. Finding it strange, Dike Dung spoke up. He reminded, Everyone has been walking for so long, but we haven't seen a single spirit. It feels very strange. Noyeton also noticed the abnormality. It's truly a bit strange. Moreover, the little imps that Rakshasa released haven't returned either. Suddenly, a series of notifications appeared. Your little imps have died. Zhang Trake was surprised. Oh, the little imps are all dead. Everyone be careful. Sun Nagui's expression became serious. He asked doubtfully, Could there be spirits following us? Seeing the situation become tense, he thought, It seems I'll have to summon a powerful character to guide us. Green light enveloped Zhang Trake's arm. He shouted, Count Vampire appear. Count Vampire appeared. Greetings, Master. It's a pleasure to serve you. Zhang Trake pointed at him and commanded, Count Vampire, this strange terrain is your specialty. Use your bats to lead us out of the forest. He flashed a creepy smile, waved his hand, and a swarm of bats flew out and spread throughout the forest. After a moment, Count Vampire had a bad feeling. He spoke up. This scent is that of high-level spirits, very powerful. Master, I suggest we leave here. Zhang Trake disagreed. Your suggestion is invalid. We must defeat the Spirit King to enter the next level. This is the path we must take. He transformed into his spiritual form. Very well, Master. I can only obey. Follow me. Count Vampire led the team to a cliff. He pointed down at the dilapidated houses. That's the spirit filter ahead, Master. Zhang Trake's group approached and looked down. They wondered, why does it look so primitive? Dung noticed. Look, guys, what's wrong with those people? Everyone paid attention to where the sound came from and discussed. That mage doesn't look weak. What's happening? It looks like he's sealed. Sun Nguai was surprised. What? Sealed? Dung replied. That's right. He's been sealed and can't use his innate skills. Mong Deep observed. Do these spirits really have such magic? Suddenly, the mage, who was originally sealed, cried out, Save me, save me. Hearing the cry for help, Zhang Trake didn't think twice and shouted, He's calling for help, little princess, heal him. The girl received the order and quickly replied, Okay. Suddenly, someone's incantation echoed in the air. 16.755, Spirit Archer, attack the weak point. Everyone couldn't react in time to what had just happened. He was startled. What? Attack the weak point? Mong Deep was astonished. Too fast. There wasn't even time to heal. Even though he tried to remain calm, he had to exclaim, This damage is truly terrifying. After that attack, a blonde spirit appeared before everyone's eyes. She raised the bow and arrow in her hand, aiming it towards Trong Trake's group. Seeing this, Dung shouted, Everyone, be careful of that spirit archer. He exclaimed, These spirits can target weak points. It's truly frightening. Trong Trake summoned his soldiers. Sword Master, little clown, appear. Sword movement swift as the wind. No sooner had the two appeared than they started making a commotion. Oh my, why are we here? This place is too dangerous. The blonde spirit was slightly startled by the appearance of the two new enemies. She leaped over the tall trees and vanished. Seeing the blonde spirit flee, Sun Nguai was delighted. Rakshasa brother, you scared him off. Zhao Vi also looked. It seems that Archer has left. Sun Nguai looked around. Why do I feel like there are no more spirits here? Did they all run away? Trong Trake spoke cautiously. Don't be careless. I feel they're hiding around us, waiting for an opportunity to ambush. Sword Master shouted. Sword movement swift as the wind, murderous intent surrounds me. From afar, the clash of swords echoed, accompanied by someone's desperate cry. Help me. Mong Deep immediately noticed. Look, someone up ahead is calling for help. Dung's eyes blazed with vigor. He clenched his fist. I'll go help them. As soon as Dung finished speaking, he charged straight ahead. Sun Nguai smirked. His eyes gleamed brightly. Finally, I see some living spirits. Let me crush them. He decisively shouted. Sword Master, you go support them too. At this moment, at the battlefield, a bald man was holding up a shield, blocking attacks from a spirit sword. Upon seeing Dung, he became excited. Great! Someone's here to help us. He yelled from a distance. Try to hold on. Noyet on and Sword Master charged towards another spirit. The man laughed arrogantly, his voice triumphant. Let's see where you'll hide this time. Sword movement swift as the wind. With eyes we sap. She gritted her teeth and said to Sword Master, Let's go help them together. A black-clad figure with a covered face rushed over, shouting, I don't believe I can't kill you. As soon as he finished speaking, he flew quickly towards the sprite, his hand raising a sharp blade, ready to slash down. He proudly said, I don't need your help. I'll handle him myself. Chuang Trake stood watching the battle, secretly marveling. This sprite moves so fast, and it's strong too. Dung, on the other hand, assessed the masked figure. Judging by his appearance, this adventurer's strength isn't bad. After missing the slash, the sprite quickly fled. From behind, the mocking laughter of Dong Dao Kong Dong Tin rang out. Missed, didn't you? Immediately after, he advanced, swung his blade, and growled, Die. After that statement, the sprite was officially finished. Dong Dao Kong Dong Tin won the fight. Chuang Trake approached and praised. Not bad. Your technique is very good. Hearing this, he proposed a plan. You're planning to fight the Sprite King. Can I join you? I don't need any loot. You were suspicious. Meeting his fate, we welcome you to join. But there's one thing I want to ask. Why do you want to fight the Sprite King if you don't need the loot? Upon hearing this question, Dong Dao Kong Dong Tin's expression showed a hint of sorrow. Because my girlfriend died at the hands of the Sprite King, I want revenge. Mong Deep turned and whispered to Chu Tho. No wonder his name is Dong Dao Kong Dong Tin. Chu Tho found someone in the same predicament. So he's like me, both having lost loved ones in the demon realm. Sun Nguai suddenly spoke up, breaking the atmosphere. All right, welcome to the team. He said gratefully. Thank you. At this moment, text appeared before Dong Dao Kong Dong Tin. System, team invitation. Do you agree to join Lasat's team? Suddenly, something came hurtling from afar. Everyone was startled and panicked. Chuang Trek shouted, Careful! It turned out to be a sharp blade, rushing towards everyone at incredible speed. Dong Dao Kong Dong Tin deftly dodged it. Chuang Trek was full of fighting spirit, ready for battle. At this time, the sprites also warned each other. Everyone be careful. Chuang Trek's team was surprised. What? A team of sprites has appeared. Dai Dung firmly blocked in front of everyone. Dong Dao Kong Dongtin spoke up. Leave the sprite mages in the back for me to handle. With that, he dashed away. Mong Deep was excited. Having an assassin is really convenient. We can attack the enemy's rear. He turned back and reminded. Be careful. I don't think those 3 sprite mages are to be trifled with. As soon as Dong Dao Kong Dongtin left, the white-clad female sprite raised her staff high. Chanting an incantation, a green light enveloped the entire forest. Strange tentacles slowly emerged from the ground. Behind them a group of weapon sprites stood, eyes filled with murderous intent. Chuang Trek was uneasy. Oh no, Kong Dong Tin, come back quickly. The black tentacles, glowing green, gradually grew longer, rising higher. Immediately, they wrapped around Dong Dao Kong Dong Tin, catching him off guard. Behind him, a long-haired female elf raised a massive blade, pointing it at Dong Dao Kong Dong Tin. He squeezed one eye shut, his whole body trembling, waiting for the blade to descend. Without hesitation, Chuang Trek drew his bow, his eyes filled with determination. Chu Ju Wai and behind him was just as tense. A flaming red arrow shot forth, piercing straight through that female elf, making her fall instantly. A staff-wielding elf staggered and almost fell. Sun Nguai and Noyeton advanced together towards the white-haired elf. He shouted. Unfortunately, Sun Nguai's staff only struck the white-haired elf's shield. He was furious. Seeing the battle gradually intensify, Chuang Trek immediately used his summoning spell. At this moment, Dong Dao Kong Dong Tin had cut through the tentacles and freed himself. He looked at Chuang Trek admiringly. You use a bow to fight. Opposite him was a spear-wielding elf, who seemed to be their captain. Dong Dao Kong Dong Tin also advanced. The incoming attack made Chuang Thuong grit his teeth in resistance. Suddenly, Dong Dao Kong Dong Tin stabbed him from behind. Chuang Thuong painfully looked at his chest. From afar, someone shouted, Charge! Kim Hao led the charge forward. Sun Nguai followed up. He teamed up with Noyeton to attack an elf. On the other side, Dike Dung was trying to fend off the sword slashes of another elf. Kim Hao jumped with 2 blades, and he and Huyet Tak simultaneously massacred that elf. The nearby elves were continuously massacred, screaming in agony. After a while, the battle ended. Noyeton spoke. Chuang Trek commanded. He sat down on the ground, using his power to conjure elves. Dong Dao Kong Dong Tin asked. Chuang Trek humbly replied. Hearing that, he asked. He was surprised. Dong Dao Kong Dong Tin proposed. Chuang Trek waved his hand. Moreover, I don't know you well, let alone the person you want to kill. He said without hesitation. At that time, I was bedridden, and to pay for the surgery, a Hugh followed Q Van Long to fight a boss on the 18th floor of the demon realm. The more he spoke, the more enraged Dong Dao Kong Dong Tin became. He clenched his hands. Just because of his command error, a Hugh and 3 other members died at the hands of the Elf King. He frowned upon hearing that. If you say it was a command error, then it was an unexpected incident. You can't kill someone for that reason. He exclaimed agitatedly. No, that wasn't an accident. That guy sold a Hughes SS-grade weapon on a trading platform after she died. Later, I found out that person specializes in designing traps to harm others. He used the Spirit King to kill people. Then he resold the equipment he obtained. Chuang Trake sighed. Unexpectedly, even on the 18th floor, this kind of situation still occurs. Dong Dao Kong Dong Tin tried to persuade them. Luo Sha, you and your team are very strong, so I hope I can borrow your strength to help me eliminate this harmful gang. He turned his gaze to the members. Don't you guys trust me? Dong Dao Kong Dong Tin became desperate. If you don't want to, I won't force you. We'll part ways here. The system panel appeared. Dong Dao Kong Dong Tin has left the team. Watching him leave, Dike Dunk spoke up. This person has a terrible temper. Chuang Trake replied, we don't know anything about Q Van Long and his team. I can't put everyone in danger, so I didn't agree with him right away. Let's go find the boss first. Noyadon said, Luo Sha is right. Let's assess the situation before deciding. He pointed in one direction. Let's keep going. The group walked in the direction Chuang Trake had just indicated. Reaching the edge of a mountain, the group looked down in surprise. There are people ahead. Below, a chaotic battle was unfolding. High above, the Spirit King was sitting, smirking down. One of the fighters loudly said, Hey, those who come later have to queue up. First come, first served. You must know the rules, right? Chuang Trake's group appeared and loudly said, You guys fight your fight, we'll fight ours. That's right. The Spirit King isn't yours alone. A bald man saw him and ran. Ah, this person is Luo Sha. I can't believe he's on this floor. Dike Dunk saw him and smiled. Huh, why did that bald guy run as soon as he saw Luo Sha? Is it because he's afraid of Luo Sha? He looked puzzled. Huh, I'm not a killer. Why would he be afraid of me? The bald man ran to his team's gathering place. Boss, it's serious. Van Long growled. Why are you so flustered? What's the matter? The bald man quickly replied. Boss, guess who I saw? Luo Sha. It's Luo Sha, the one who can summon bosses, famous across the entire South and North. Hearing that name, the subordinates immediately started chattering excitedly. The man with rooster-colored hair's eyes lit up. He's a big fish indeed. He must have many valuable treasures on him. We absolutely cannot let him go. Van Long frowned thoughtfully. Luo Sha. I heard he's skilled in summoning techniques. He's not an easy opponent. The subordinate with tied-up hair suggested. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. If we can just kill Luo Sha, the treasures we get will be enough for us to live comfortably for a year. It sounded tempting, but Van Long was still a bit hesitant. But he also has teammates, so it doesn't seem easy to make a move. Another person asked, Are they going to challenge the Spirit King? Kwang Dao nodded and recounted the event. Yes, they were about to, but I stopped them. Seeing his sensible action, the man praised. Good. Go tell the people who just arrived that we're not fighting the Spirit King today. Tell them to get lost. Receiving orders from his big brother, Kwang Dao was a bit surprised and immediately asked, Why? Are we giving up on this? Meanwhile, in a place far from Van Long's group, an earth-shattering explosion rang out as a blade struck forcefully down on a giant crystal. A flash of light erupted, and the ground shook violently. Two spirits appeared from nowhere, aiming their bows at a group of people. Their leader was Deep Lin Hoa-Fi. She commanded, Hurry up! 2 more have appeared. Quickly eliminate them. Anyone else who dares to touch the crystal recklessly will be kicked out immediately. Immediately after Hoa-Fi gave the order, a giant fireball from her staff plummeted directly in front of the 2 newly appeared spirits. The ground shook, fire flared intensely, and the radiating heat scorched the surrounding vegetation. A subordinate asked curiously, Captain, why isn't Q Van Long's group helping us fight monsters? We already paid him $1 million. Hoa-Fi explained, that $1 million was only for fighting the Spirit King. The small monsters aren't part of their contract. The subordinate nodded in agreement. All right. Just as he finished speaking, Kwang Dao arrived. She spoke up. Brother Kwang Dao, perfect timing. The small monsters have been dealt with. We can fight the Spirit King now. He casually announced, today's plan is canceled. The elder said this day is unlucky, so we'll reschedule. Hoa Phi's expression darkened. What? You can't do that. We've already paid. Quang Dao replied irritably. It's just 1 million. The money will be returned. You all should leave here quickly. She clenched her fists, suppressing her anger. Or did another team offer you a higher price? He replied in a cold voice. This doesn't concern you. Hurry up and leave. Hoa Phi yelled. You're being completely untrustworthy. I'll expose you on the forums. You scammers, shameless. Quang Dao retorted bitterly. It's up to you whether you leave or not. But today, we definitely won't help you fight the Spirit King. The subordinate in the blue shirt asked anxiously. Captain, what do we do now? Hoa Phi said coldly. I don't believe we can't defeat the Spirit King on our own. At this moment in the distance, Zhang Zhe observed and announced, there are already 10 spirit guards. Xiao Jiao Yi-Run pointed in that direction. Brother-in-law, look, that team has already started attacking the Spirit King. In the direction Xiao Jiao Yi-Run had just pointed, Hoa Phi's group was fiercely clashing with the spirit group. On this side, he and Yu Eng were still observing. Sun Niguai angrily spoke up. We're one step too late. They've seized the initiative. Hearing that, Zhang Zhe calmly crossed his arms and observed. Haste makes waste. Let's first observe how the Spirit King attacks. Act 2 is still to come. At this moment, Quang Dao returned and informed Van Long. Boss, that bitch Yuan Hoa Phi absolutely refuses to leave. Now she's leading her people to fight the Spirit King herself. Seeing this, he sneered. She doesn't know her own limits. If they want to die, let them die. Having said that, Van Long stood up and instructed his subordinate. Ghost Axe, this little spirit girl is yours. Follow the plan. The others, follow me to see how these fools die. That 1 million for the job probably won't need to be returned anymore. In the fierce battle, Hoa Phi proudly swung her staff, and fireballs exploded violently, raining down. As she fought, she shouted, quickly dodge the attack. The spirits immediately counterattacked, sword light flashed, shields clanged loudly, and the battle became chaotic. Meanwhile, someone loudly commanded, Mages, freeze the spirit holding the spear. Shield warriors, protect the mages. Absolutely do not let the enemy break through. The spirits, too, refused to yield. The blonde-haired one directed, Archers, aim at the mages behind the shield spirits. He confidently said, Melee fighters, don't wander outside, charge in. We have strength in numbers, there's nothing to fear. At this moment, the Spirit King sat on the throne, observing the battle with disdain. Pitiful low-level creatures, coming here is just asking for death. The spirits continued to surge forward, straight into the midst of the battle. Seeing the situation become critical, Hoa Phi hastily took out a treasure. She angrily shouted, Damn it! You dare to underestimate us? It seems I have no choice but to use this. Since Hoa Phi used the treasure, everyone's power rapidly increased, and all were filled with fighting spirit. She shouted, Attributes boosted. Everyone charge. Hoa Phi continuously directed her subordinates. First, eliminate the shield spirits. As she attacked, she commanded, long-range attackers, deal with the mages in the back. Immediately after, thousands of fireballs flew straight at the spirits, giving them no time to react. With sharp eyes, a tense face, and magical energy exploding in her hands, Hoa Phi shouted, Long-range squad, eliminate the mages in the back line. Immediately after her decisive command, the battlefield became fierce, and blazing fireballs tore through the wind. They surged straight into the enemy army, and soldiers fell in panic, unable to react to the overwhelming power. After witnessing the battle, Xiao Tu exclaimed in surprise, That golden staff the female mage took out seems very powerful. Their team immediately broke through the spirit's defense line. Another person added, Maybe they really can defeat the Spirit King. Zhang Zhe spoke up, I'm afraid it's not that simple. The Spirit King is about to enter the battle himself. At the same time, Hua Fei was still encouraging her teammates. Everyone keep it up. As long as we defeat this boss, when we log out, I'll treat the whole team to a grand feast. Immediately after, the Spirit King entered the battle. He angrily said, "You arrogant low-level creatures, feel the fear of death." One of Hua Fei's teammates confidently said, "We finally lured the Spirit King into battle. I bet in less than a minute, all of them will be corpses." Even when the Spirit King raised his weapon in front of him, he remained calm. Hua Fei reassured everyone, "Don't be afraid. We have so many people. We can definitely defeat it." At the same time, the Spirit King was extremely furious. He growled, "You low-level creatures, invading my territory is seeking your own demise." Immediately, she directed her army, "Shield warriors, charge forward and block its attacks. Long-range team, focus fire, don't hold back." Immediately after that statement, thousands of fireballs flew straight towards the Spirit King. He couldn't suppress his anger and yelled, "Get out of here, you low-level creatures." The Spirit King charged in, fighting mercilessly. While fighting, someone suddenly wondered, "What's going on? Where's the Spirit King?" Another person exclaimed in a trembling voice, "The Spirit King seems to have disappeared." He reappeared and roared, "Low-level creature die." Following that were 6,571 spirit sword attacks in quick succession, then another 5,607 spirit sword attacks, and finally 6,518 spirit sword attacks. The Spirit King acted too fast. Only the desperate screams of those cut down could be heard. In the distance, everyone exclaimed in surprise, "The Spirit King's attack is too terrifying. Are even normal attacks this powerful?" A teammate of Hua Fei wondered, "How did the Spirit King manage to do this?" She reminded everyone, "Be careful, everyone, counterattack quickly. Even assassins can't continuously use stealth skills." Right after Hua Fei's warning, the battlefield erupted once again. The Spirit King roared, and a massive surge of power erupted from his body. A sharp blue light tore through space, as if wanting to crush all living beings before him. She did not retreat. The staff in her hand glowed brightly, and huge rings of fire burst fiercely, forming a sea of flames that covered a whole area of the sky. The crimson flames shot straight towards the Spirit King, incinerating everything in their path. But just as the flames seemed capable of devouring everything, he immediately erected a colossal wall of ice. The two surges of power clashed violently, exploding into scattered ice shards everywhere. Hua Fei exclaimed in shock, how can this be?" In the distance, Di Dung observed and lamented, "Too terrifying. That female mage seems to have no hope left." "Should we save her?" Zhang Zhe regretfully said, "It's too late. We can't save her." On the other side, the Spirit King was furious. He roared, asking Hua Fei, "You lowly creatures, have you embraced fear yet?" At this moment, she felt extreme fear. She trembled. "Am I going to die?" Suddenly, a blue light appeared directly above her head. Finally, Hua Fei could only let out a scream before falling under the Spirit King's sword. The scene was tragic. Her teammates' bodies collapsed one after another, lying motionless on the cold ground. The orbs of light were the remnants of souls, floating up into the air, emitting a faint glow. He floated high above with an arrogant demeanor. In the distance, Guang Tu observed the entire battle and exclaimed in surprise, 1 minute and 41 seconds. The Spirit King has broken the record again. Yun Long excitedly added, "It's looting time again. I like this part the most." He spoke up to stop him. "Hold on. Let the Spirit King deal with those Rakshasas first, then we can slowly pick up the loot." After defeating Hua Fei's group, the Spirit King arrogantly advanced towards his throne. At this moment, Di Dung spoke up to remind everyone, "Look closely at these spirit crystals." Zhang Zhe also observed and replied, "That's right. The Spirit King can use these crystals to teleport to any corner." In a bit, "We must be careful with these spirit crystals." Shan Wei angrily cursed, Damn it, too troublesome. We can't destroy the crystals. If we hit them, a spirit will appear. Seeing Yuing intently looking at something, Zhang Zhe asked, "What are you looking at, Yuing?" She seriously replied, "Rakshasa, don't you think this Spirit King's fighting style is very similar to a ray of light?" Di Dum wondered, "A ray of light? Isn't he dead already?" Zhang Zhe suddenly understood. "You're right. I also think it's very similar. I suddenly thought of a way to defeat it." He stood in a ready-to-fight stance, taking advantage of the guards not yet having respawned. "Is everyone ready?" Everyone was ready. They shouted in unison, "We're ready. It's been a long time since we felt this excited." The Spirit King scoffed, "You lowly creatures who don't know your place, coming to throw your lives away again." Immediately, Zhang Zhe directed his team, "Listen to my command. Brother Ju Shun and Dragon King, attack head-on. Be careful not to take risks. Be ready to retreat when necessary. Little princess, focus on healing." Everyone shouted in unison, "Understood." Then, everyone raised their weapons together and charged towards him, shouting, "Die." The Spirit King did not sit still. He rushed forward, swinging his powerful sword, and a blue light appeared. Immediately, Yuing reminded them, "Everyone be careful. The Spirit King has disappeared again." Suddenly, the Spirit King appeared right behind Zhang Zhe and angrily roared, "These lowly creatures were brought by you. First, I'll cut off your head." He nimbly dodged his sword, greatly surprising the Spirit King, who exclaimed, "I didn't expect you to evade that." Without hesitation, Zhang Zhe confidently said, "Spirit King, I know how to defeat you." A magic circle opened by Zhang Zhe left the Spirit King completely baffled. "You vile, lowly creature, what kind of magic circle is this?" He rushed toward Zhang Ze's teammates like lightning. "I'll kill all your companions first, then I'll deal with you, arrogant one." He exclaimed in panic, "This isn't good. They're in danger." Suddenly, the Spirit King appeared right behind Yuing, catching her off guard. Zhang Zhe shouted from afar, "Yuing, be careful." Immediately, Little Healer appeared and unleashed a move to protect her. Gravity suppression. Thanks to her, Yuing avoided the attack from the Spirit King's sword. She sighed in relief. That was close. He angrily swung his sword, breaking the barrier. "You despicable mortals, don't even dream of imprisoning me." At this moment, Zhang Zhe summoned swordsmen and the eerie abyssal clown boss. He reminded them, "Yuing, retreat quickly. Our skills can't bind it." Zhang Zhe then summoned Spear Master and some other spirits. He explained to everyone, "In such a confined space, we can't summon titans or dragon kings. We can only overwhelm it with numbers." The spirits rushed towards the Spirit King, making him furiously roar, "Damn it! You dare use my kin against me?" With that, the Spirit King ferociously slashed at the spirits. "I'll kill all of you." The spirits yelled, "Charge together and surround it." Swordsmen also charged towards the Spirit King, yelling, "Swordplay like the wind. I've come for your life." Not to be outdone, the Spirit King swung his powerful sword, preparing to deliver a fatal blow. Someone shouted a warning, "Danger! Be careful!" Immediately, the sword struck swordsman, his blood splattering everywhere. The Spirit King's eyes glowed red as he growled angrily, "Die!" With just one strike, he defeated swordsman. The latter dropped his swords, his body falling limply. Zhang Zhe and Yuing saw this and cried out in unison, "Swordsman!" Chicho exclaimed, "This boss's damage is terrifying." Di Yong agreed, "Absolutely a critical hit." He commanded everyone, "Bloodsucker, little clown, fight it with all your might. Charge!" From afar, Yun Long calmly remarked, "This Rakshasa fellow truly has some skill, but unfortunately, he'll die here today." Baldy replied, "Boss, even if the Spirit King is strong, killing Rakshasa isn't easy. At most, he can still escape." Hearing that, Yun Long sneered, "Escape? Once the Spirit King enters a berserk state, no one can escape." He turned to Elsa and sneered, It's time. Let's let the father and daughter meet. At this moment, on Zhang Zai's side, Little Clown frantically said, Master, there are too many monsters here. I can't unleash my ultimate skill. Bloodsucker also spoke up. Master, let me hold them back for a moment. Everyone be careful. Bloodsucker then created a dark red aura that shot straight towards the Spirit King. He swung his sword, shattering the aura, and sneered, Filthy creature! Immediately after, a blue light appeared. The Spirit King swung his sword and growled, Chain lightning. After that move, it seemed as if he had defeated Bloodsucker, but no. Two intertwined blue and red lights appeared, and Bloodsucker had vanished. Suddenly, Bloodsucker appeared right behind him and shouted, Die, Spirit King. He quickly bit the Spirit King's neck. The Spirit King covered the bite mark with his hand, his face furious, and swung his sword at Bloodsucker. Zhang Zai, from a distance, praised, Excellent, Bloodsucker. Seizing the advantage, Bloodsucker grinned sinisterly. The Spirit King's blood is truly delicious. Since I've sucked your blood, you've been afflicted by my blood curse. Only then did he feel the pain, and clutched his neck, roaring. The Spirit King was enveloped in a dark red light. He collapsed, forced to plant his sword into the ground to support his injured body. Now, the Spirit King finally believed that Zhang Zai's team was not as ordinary as he thought. Adventurer, I admit you are very strong. I can also sense the aura of the Creator on you. I've decided to spare you and allow you to proceed to the next level. Hearing the Spirit King say that, Zhang Zai was still half skeptical and asked, Can I trust you? Yuing also doubted. Is that true or false? He said he'd let us go to the next level. Dream Butterfly spoke up. His expression doesn't seem like he's lying. At this moment, the Spirit King had raised his sword and opened a teleportation gate. Everyone was still buzzing, really? The teleportation gate to the next level has appeared. Another person said, No matter how unbelievable it is, it's good to clear the stage. Suddenly, a figure appeared out of nowhere. It turned out to be Baldy and Yun Long. He spoke up to stop them. No, Spirit King, you cannot let them go. Meanwhile, he held a knife to Elsa's neck, threatening her. The girl screamed in fear. Dad, save me. Yuing was surprised by the appearance of those two. Jiu Yunlong. Shan Wai was surprised. He was holding an elf girl captive. Zhang Zai was suspicious. What's happening? That girl called the Spirit King father. Yuing angrily shouted. You scoundrels. Capturing a child. Are you even human? Elsa cried out in fear. Dad, save me. The Spirit King, seeing his daughter captured, was furious. He frantically asked, Elsa, how did humans capture you? The Spirit King cursed Guang Tu and Yun Long. You despicable people. Release Elsa immediately. He laughed arrogantly. Rakshasa, your strength is indeed great, but sometimes fighting a boss also requires brains. Spirit King, I now order you to kill all of them, or I'll kill your daughter. Hearing Yunlong's threat, he had no choice but to turn and point his sword at Zhang Zai. In just a flash, he turned mercilessly cold. His voice choked. The Spirit King's voice choked. I'm sorry, everyone, but for my daughter's sake, you must die. Zhang Zai wondered. Oh, it seems Jiu Yunlong exploited a system bug to bring people through this checkpoint. Di Yong asked worriedly, Brother Rakshasa, what do we do now? Chi Chio stated the solution he had just thought of. The only way is to save Elsa. Then the Spirit King will stop. I and Big Brother Jushin will hold off the Spirit King. Without further hesitation, the Spirit King swung his sword and rushed toward Zhang Zai's group. As his glowing blade swung down, the entire space seemed to crack from the terrifying power. Everyone was stunned, unable to react in time. However, at that very moment, a figure rushed out to shield Zhang Zai and his teammates. It was Di Yong. He tried to withstand the terrifying attack. Yuing, you guys find a chance to save Elsa. Yuing also wanted to do something, but was completely helpless. We don't dare to act rashly. Jiu Yunlong could harm the girl at any moment. Meng Dai was flustered. What should we do? Suddenly, a shadow appeared above the crystal, seemingly observing Yunlong's movements. Suddenly, something shot towards him and Elsa. It turned out to be Dong Dao Kong Dong Tin. He acted swiftly and silently. Yunlong angrily shouted, "Who dares to ambush me?" Seizing the opportunity while he was distracted, Dong Dao Kong Dong Tin quickly rushed over, grabbed Elsa, and yelled, "Run!" Zhang Zhe and his teammates were astonished. While everyone wondered who the shadow was, he spoke up. "It's Dong Dao Kong Dong Tin. Everyone go save her." Yu Ying and Shan Wei rushed forward to fight the other group. She angrily yelled, "You bastards!" Yun Long was furious at this moment. "Dong Dao Kong Dong Tin, it's you again, ruining my plans. You want to save her? Fine, but what you save will only be a corpse." Elsa cried out miserably. "Dad, Elsa's stomach hurts so much." Everyone was panicked and worried. As soon as he heard his daughter crying, the Spirit King immediately ran to hug the little girl and asked tenderly, "Elsa, what's wrong?" Di Yong next to him stated his speculation. "Could it be poison?" Hearing that, he was filled with rage. These people are truly despicable, daring to poison a child like this. The Spirit King used the purification skill to help his daughter detoxify, but it didn't seem effective. He was annoyed. "Damn it, my purification skill is useless." Seeing the Spirit King anxiously trying to save his daughter, he sneered arrogantly. "Don't waste your effort. She's been hit by the demon hand's ancient poison. Any purification spell is useless. You can only watch her die." Elsa cried out, "Dad, I hurt so much." At this moment, the Spirit King no longer maintained his angry expression. He pleaded, "Someone, save my daughter. As long as you save her, I'm willing to do anything." Zhang Zhe saw this and walked towards the Spirit King. "I can save her." The Spirit King was doubtful. "You can really save my daughter?" He affirmed with a confident tone. "That's right. First, put her down." He complied. "All right, I trust you." The Spirit King put Elsa down. Mong Deep still didn't believe it. She spoke up. "La Satya." Chuang Trake reassured her. "It's fine, I have a way." At this moment, he raised a sharp knife. His eyes looked incredibly cold. In the distance, Van Long saw Chuang Trake's actions and scoffed. "How ridiculous. If you kill the goo worm in her belly, she'll die too." That statement was followed by a burst of laughter from them. Chuang Trake maintained his steadfast gaze. Furthermore, his eyes also looked cruel. Without a moment's hesitation, he immediately plunged the knife decisively into Elsa's stomach. Purple liquid splashed out. The girl now looked as if her soul had been taken. The Spirit King saw his daughter lying motionless. He roared, "Elsa!" The Spirit King's eyes were bloodshot. He shouted, You killed my daughter." Everyone was extremely distraught at this moment. "Dik Jung spoke up, Lasat." "Net was Diu Inyan?" She asked in confusion. Didn't you say you were going to save her? Why did you kill her?" He explained. "Elsa was poisoned by a goo worm. Perhaps this is the only way for her to be free." Kwang Dao exclaimed in shock. "Holy crap! Lasat is truly ruthless. How could he harm such a small child?" He sneered. "You're really funny. When it comes to ruthlessness, how can he compare to us?" Van Long spoke up. "The kid's dead. Just wait and see the Spirit King go berserk." At this moment, he was extremely enraged. "You people, you killed my daughter. I want you to pay with your lives." Right after the furious roar, the Spirit King swung his sword, with explosions of green light spirals. He shouted, "Kill!" Zhang Zhe's group was in a panic. Everyone's expression changed. Some people screamed as they were knocked back by the energy wave. He was tense. This isn't good. The Spirit King has gone mad. Ewing watched the scene in despair. "What do we do now?" The Spirit King shouted, as if pronouncing a death sentence. "I'll kill all of you." Amidst the tense situation, Zhang Zhe suddenly shouted, "Spirit King, quickly look who that is." He immediately turned his head. His still bloodshot eyes flared with murderous intent. The Spirit King exclaimed in disbelief. "It's Elsa!" In the distance, the little girl stood smiling amidst a circle of green light. "Father, it's me." Overjoyed, he rushed to embrace his daughter. "Elsa, it's good that you're okay." Everyone on this side was extremely surprised. Ewing was bewildered. "What's going on? Has Elsa come back to life?" Xiao Jiaoyi Run replied with a smile. "Have you all forgotten? Brother Rakshasa has summoning techniques." Shan Wei immediately understood the situation. "I see. Since he couldn't save Elsa, Rakshasa chose another way to save her." Upon hearing this, Ewing proudly said, "I told you so." Big Brother would never kill indiscriminately. On Zhang Zai's side, the Spirit King stroked his daughter's head and said gratefully, "Thank you for saving my daughter." He calmly explained, "The situation was critical, so I came up with this method." At this moment, on Yunlong's side, the hooded boss exclaimed in disbelief, "Oh my! Can Rakshasa really revive the dead?" Baldy was also surprised. "I remember he only knew summoning techniques. How did it become a revival technique?" He hurriedly asked, "Big Brother, what do we do now? Rakshasa has revived Elsa, so the Elf King can't kill people anymore." Van Long also hasn't figured out a solution. He angrily cursed, "Damn it! Rakshasa has ruined our plan. Now the plan is ruined. Let's retreat." When he saw them fleeing, Zhang Zai angrily shouted, "Damn it! Jiu Van Long and his accomplices." The Elf King couldn't hold back and cursed when he saw that. Despicable, still trying to escape? Not letting them wait long. He gathered his strength and rushed towards Van Long. He gloated. The good show is about to begin. While fleeing, they were blocked by the Elf King. With no way out, he tremblingly explained, "Actually, this is just a misunderstanding." But at this moment, the Elf King's anger had reached its peak. He growled, "None of you will leave today." Baldy realized, couldn't move. Van Long understood immediately. That was the Elf King's imprisonment technique. Another member of the group tremblingly begged for mercy. "No, don't kill me. He forced me to do it." Without another word, he swung his sword, striking down all of Van Long's accomplices, leaving only desperate screams. At this moment, when the sword was pointed directly at his face, he began to tremble and plead, "Just spare my life. I'll do anything you ask." He calmly replied, "You must die." Just as he was about to strike, Zhang Zai intervened. "Elf King, please lower your sword." But he remained resolute. "This man's crimes are heinous. I absolutely cannot spare him." He explained, "You've misunderstood. My friend wants revenge on Jiu Van Long. Please hand this culprit over to him." Hearing that, the Spirit King agreed. "All right." Having received the Spirit King's answer, Chuang Trik turned and spoke to Dong Dao Kong Dong Tin. "Kong Dong Tin, go get your revenge. We'll pretend we didn't see anything." Hearing that, he advanced towards Van Long, raising his blade. "Today, I must avenge Chu Hu." Van Long quickly knelt down. His whole body was trembling. He tried to explain, "Big Brother, you're mistaken. I've never harmed anyone." Dong Dao Kong Dong Tin swung his blade straight at Van Long. "I'll draw every drop of your blood, stroke by stroke, so you can slowly feel death." And so, he continued to slash, one strike after another. "Atone for those you've murdered." After taking him down, Dong Dao Kong Dong Tin finally calmed down. "Chu Hu, I finally avenged you." At this moment, Chuang Trik raised his hand, urging everyone, "Time is running out. We should head to the next floor." Noyadon softly replied, "MM." Dong Dao Kong Dongtin approached and stood in front of Chuang Trik. "Thank you, La Sat, for helping me avenge Chu Hu." He calmly replied, "No need to be polite. Anyone has the right to eliminate this kind of scum. I didn't agree before because I didn't fully understand Jiu Van Long." Naturally, he knelt down and expressed himself. "You're a master. Money probably means nothing to you. I have nothing to repay you with. From now on, this life is yours to command." Seeing that, Chuang Trik came up with an idea. "Keep your life for yourself. If you want, join our team. My team is currently lacking an assassin." Dong Dao Kong Dong Tin immediately accepted. Of course. It's my honor. Chu though excitedly exclaimed. Awesome. We've got a new teammate. De Jong continued. With an additional assassin, our strength has increased significantly. Elsa was running back to say goodbye to the Spirit King. Father, I have to go too. Being held in her father's arms, the little girl advised. I can't leave my master. Father, please take good care of yourself from now on. The Spirit King choked up. Elsa. Chuang Trake was also moved. Spirit King, although Elsa can't stay here, I promise I'll bring her back to visit you often. Hearing that, he felt relieved. Thank you. Prodigy. My daughter. I entrust her to your care from now on. Then he snapped his fingers. For spirits appeared out of nowhere, carrying 2 large chests. The Spirit King said, This is a gift I'm giving to you and your friends. Please accept it. He felt awkward. This seems a bit. When the chest was opened, Xiaotu was surprised. So much equipment. Mong Deep exclaimed. An S-rank staff. Finally, I can replace my A-rank staff. At this moment, the Spirit King held 2 books in his hands. Chuang Trake was flustered. Skill books. This is too precious. He explained. You've misunderstood. These 2 skill books are for my daughter. Elsa will become the Spirit Queen in the future. These are special skills of the Spirit Royal family. When Elsa grows up, pass them on to her for her to learn. Chuang Trake replied. Understood. When he held the 2 books in his hands, he then realized with a start. These are SSS-Rank skills. Among them, one book was SSS Royal Swordsmanship. Requires Elsa level 30. Weapon-equipped sword. Increases damage by 50, block chance by 50, attack speed by 20, critical hit rate by 5%. Each hit increases damage by 20, up to 5 times. 100% chance to cause bleeding, dealing 5 damage per second for 10 seconds. 50% chance to break opponent's defense and immobilize target for 3 seconds. Can unleash sword light, dealing 200 damage. Note, inherited swordsmanship of the Spirit Royal family. 6 words to describe it. Abnormally powerful. Invincible. The other book is the SSS Grade Magic Mastery System. Requires Elsa level 30. Effect. Increases 50 magic attack, 50 magic resistance, 20 spell casting speed, 5 magic critical hit rate. When learning magic skills, automatically gains 1 additional level. Skill effect increased by 20. Reduces skill cooldown by 20. Increases skill area of effect by 20. Note, the Spirit race has a natural talent for magic. The Spirit Royal family created this domineering skill, considered the strongest magic mastery skill in history. After seeing the power of the 2 books, Zhang Zhe smiled and patted the little girl's head. Elsa's strength will be heaven-defying later on. Ewing chimed in from the side. She already has 2 SSS grade skill books from the start. She just needs to wait until she grows up to learn them. Her starting point is higher than all of ours. This gap is too wide. On the other side, De Jong urged, Brother, Zhang Zhe, the time has come, we must go. Elsa waved goodbye to the Spirit King. Father, take care. He instructed. Elsa, go now, and remember to visit your father often. The little girl obediently replied. Yes. After saying goodbye to the spirits, Zhang Zhe and everyone began to head towards the teleportation gate to start a new challenge. On the 19th floor of the Demon Realm was a magnificent city. The streets were bustling with people. In the center, a colossal magic circle appeared. Xiao Tu and Meng Dai stepped out, extremely astonished. Hey, what are these things? They look like machines, but they're not. Moreover, this place doesn't look like an altar either. Why are there robots all around? Is it safe? Zhanze looked at someone and spoke. It seems this floor is a cyberpunk world, and the rules are not the same as before. De Jong added. That's right. It's recorded in both the Demon Realm Guide and the documents I collected. On this Demon Realm floor, you cannot casually kill. Otherwise, it will be very difficult to pass later, because murderers will be put on a wanted list by the police, making it impossible to move an inch. Shanwai was puzzled. What? Can't kill monsters? Then how are we supposed to pass this? Ewing pointed and said, That's right. There's shops everywhere here. Over there, there's a shop specializing in simulation machines. Meng Dai asked, puzzled. What's a simulator program? Everyone started discussing. It seems this floor requires too much exploration. But it's late today. How about we continue tomorrow? That's right. I still have school tomorrow. No, I can't. I'm logging off first. All right then. Let's just rest for today. The whole group waved goodbye to each other. Ewing approached Zhang Zhe and said, concerned, Rakshasa, you should also rest early. He nodded. Before logging off, I want to try out some card crafting skills. She replied upon hearing that. Okay, I'll wait for you then. Zhang Zhe looked at the system panel in disappointment. Only 4 reality cards. Later, I'll have to ask Sister Xiao Qin for a few more. Elf Spirit Archer. Quality A. Attributes. HP 2400. Attack 900. Defense 1200. Effect. None. Uses. 1/1. Question. Do you want to craft all items into cards? Options. Yes or no. Looking at the 4 cards in his hand, he spoke. The attributes of the elf aren't bad. Shield armor. Mage. Spearman and archer. Made one of each type, for a total of 4 cards. Noyedon was excited. Is it done? Chuang Trake replied with a happy smile. It's done, he said happily. I've hired 4 bodyguards for our sister and daughter. Free of charge. She gasped in surprise. Outside, Tuan Duong exclaimed in surprise. You've all reached the 19th floor of the Demon Realm already? Oh my God, I've only reached the 16th floor of the Demon Realm. How is your progress so fast? Nhayat Dong replied with a smile. It's our classmate Chuang Trake. He led us through all obstacles. Hearing this, Xiao Vai next to him was displeased. The way you say it, it's as if we didn't contribute at all. Tuan Duong excitedly suggested. Old Chuang, next time, you should take me too. You guys have left me 3 Demon Realm floors behind already. He smiled and happily agreed. All right, but we might have to wait a few days. We just reached the 19th floor ourselves. Oh, right, Tuan Duong, what's your talent? He clutched his forehead in disappointment. Oh, an A-grade skill. Hunting trap. Can hold a target for 3 seconds. Chuang Trake heard him and stroked his chin. This is a crowd control skill, not bad. It can be very effective at crucial moments. Xiao Vai turned to interrupt. Brother-in-law, you really know how to comfort people. While they were talking, someone unexpectedly opened the door. Noyedon walked in with some documents. Chuang Trake, Xiao Vai, it's good you 2 are here. He stood up in surprise. Noyedon, why are you here? Xiao Vai smiled and said, Brother-in-law, my sister is now the student council president. So she must be a new official bringing 3 new policies. She replied a little annoyed. Xiao Vai, stop being so cheeky. You guys look at this. They all gathered around, puzzled. Freshman welcome party, freshmen challenging sophomores. What the heck is this? Resist oppression, fight bullying, correct wrong reasoning and evil, establish righteousness and integrity. Xiao Vai angrily said, What are these freshmen doing? We didn't bully them, yet they're slandering us and even want to challenge us. Noyedon frowned and added, These flyers are everywhere now. All the teachers and students in the school know about it. Unlike them, Chuang Trake chuckled with amusement. If that's the case, we can't refuse the challenge. So why not have some fun with them? Tuan Duong gritted his teeth. That's right. Let them learn to respect their seniors. Xiao Vai snorted coldly. I'm definitely going to teach them a lesson. Outside, students gathered and chatted. Have you heard? Freshmen challenging sophomores. This has never happened before. Popsicles, drinks, melon seeds, selling cheap here. Bets are open. Bets are open. First-year Class A versus second-year Class A. Whoever wants to earn some money, quickly place your bets. The best seats in the front row are being sold cheaply. Great spots for photos and videos. Damn it, you guys are doing business even here. That's really something. In the center of the sports field, a group of people stood waiting. Their faces were all sullen. Du Vin? Where's Can Luong? Can Luong said he had an urgent matter and already left. It's okay. There are 6 of us and 5 of them. We still have an advantage in numbers. After a while, Trong Treka's group also entered. We're here. The entire stands immediately erupted. Second-year class A actually arrived. 6 against 4. There's still a chance to win. As long as the first-year freshmen don't do anything foolish, I think there won't be any problems. Is that guy Thursday Vu here too? Is he here to represent the school and stop the duel? Doesn't look like it. He must be here to participate in the duel too. This guy is undeniably smart, but his combat strength is probably useless. What good is he here? In the main hall of the academy, two groups of students stood opposite each other, their eyes meeting with challenge. Thursday Vu sighed. Even with this level of skill, they dare to challenge us. It seems we're usually too modest, making others think we're easily bullied. Trong Trek calmly continued. Old merchant, let us handle the fighting. You just need to protect yourself. He rested his chin, full of confidence. Don't worry, they can't get to me. Thursday Vu's eyes quickly scanned each person opposite them. That big, burly guy likes boxing. His punches are fast and powerful, but his weakness is his unstable lower body. And the guy behind him has an iron cannon. But even without bullets, he can surely use something like telekinetic power to condense into a ball and shoot it out. To deal with him, just don't let him have time to concentrate his telekinetic power. His gaze stopped at Veen Thien. Finally, there's little Veen Thien. There's no data on her, but I saw her holding a Japanese flute, so that's probably her specialty weapon. Everyone remember to pay attention. Thursday Vu turned and waved lightly. All right, I've only helped you this far. Zhao Vi gritted her teeth in anger. Tung Tu Vu. This guy, I used to have a little good impression of him, but now it's all gone. Trong Trek sighed softly. I'm not surprised at all. That's exactly old merchant's style of doing things. On the other side, Hu Dong stepped forward. Are you guys ready? He replied decisively. Hearing that, she warned arrogantly. Immediately, 3 people from Hu Dong's group charged straight towards Trong Trek. Tuan Jun yelled, Let's see where you'll run. However, he didn't flinch at all. Leave these 3 to me. You guys be careful with the rest. Trong Trek began activating his power. His gaze was cold and resolute. His speed and strength are indeed as the old master said, but mine are a notch higher. He leaped into the air, dodging attacks like a breeze, then confidently shouted, Your speed is still far too slow. Below, the 3 watched in astonishment, unable to react in time. Tuan Jun yelled, Impossible. Another person frowned in worry. I couldn't see his movement technique at all. The remaining person quickly gave orders. Lote, I'll hold him tight, you attack. In the stands, students were bustling with discussions. These freshmen aren't pushovers either. The one with glasses. Both his strength and speed are formidable. That second year's movement technique is really fast. If freshmen are already like this, does that mean a third year like me is a bit inferior? While the fight was still ongoing, 2 girls stood facing each other. Zhao Vi angrily yelled, You won't study properly. Always stirring up trouble for duels. Let's see how I punish you today. Hu Dong retorted with a voice full of resentment. Remember your birthday party? Today you'll pay the price for your arrogance. She snapped. What nonsense are you talking about? Hu Dong couldn't control her anger. This arrogant fool. She unleashed a powerful sweeping attack from midair. Take this. Zhao Vi was utterly surprised. True martial flowing fist cannon. Hu Dongzhou. This is the martial art that our Song family has improved, the non-martial flow. In another corner, Nuok Dong sternly warned, Dun Jung, be careful. That kid has a very strong aura around him. Tuan Jung scoffed. Don't worry, he's just a little kid. The one with glasses calmly drew his bowstring and aimed directly. A psychic orb shot out like a rocket, leaving a crimson trail of fire in the air. It flew fiercely, hurtling straight towards its target. The man cried out in alarm. What's going on? Why can't my body move? It's him. He can control my body. Tuan Jun controlled the energy covering the one with glasses. I've only used 3 parts of my combined force, and you're already unable to resist. The man frantically looked towards Veen Thien and cried out, help me, Veen. She gently brought the flute to her mouth. Each note danced around Yuan Tian like enchanting waves, the sound echoing long in the air. Everywhere, everyone began to groan. So sleepy. What's going on? Why am I feeling sleepy? Can't take it anymore. I'm dying of sleepiness. It's this music. It's making us feel tired. Tuanyang tried to stay awake. What's happening? So sleepy. Ruo Tong, standing nearby, muttered, I want to sleep. As everything was slowly sinking into a daze, Zhang Zhe shouted loudly, Cover your ears. Don't listen to this music. He decisively launched himself into the air. Looks like I have to deal with you first. Xiao Tong covered her ears tightly and shouted in a panic, Be careful. Glasses nodded in response. Okay. Then he immediately fired 3 psychic energy spheres straight at Zhang Zhe with intense power. He caught them precisely with his bare hands, leaving Glasses stunned. What? He caught my psychic energy spheres with his bare hands? Zhang Zhe clenched his fist. Immediately, it shattered into fragments. He was utterly horrified witnessing Zhang Ze's power. Meanwhile, Zhang Ze powerfully swung his hand, snatching away the flute Yuan Tian was playing. Classmate, I'll hold on to your flute for you. Remember to find me to get it back later. Immediately, Yuan Tian reacted with astonishment. No way. You can resist my demonic music. Zhang Ze attacked with the flute, forcing his 2 opponents to quickly retreat and dodge. She gnashed her teeth in anger. Indeed, someone who can kill a glimmer of hope is no ordinary foe. Next time, I definitely won't be careless. At the same time, another fierce battle was taking place. Xiao Wei lunged forward with a powerful punch. Now it's my turn to counterattack. She continuously unleashed defensive, and counterattacking moves in rapid succession. Finally, Xiao Wei delivered a kick, and Xiao Tong was sent flying. She fell to the floor and cried out bitterly, Why? Why have I trained so hard but still can't beat you? In another corner of the arena, Glasses was breathing heavily, full of tension. Tuanyang stood in front of him, calmly remarking, Little brother, you're still too green. Glasses raised both hands, exhausted. Senior, I give up. The crowd outside cheered loudly. Freshmen, cheer up. It'd be really embarrassing if 3 of you fought one and still lost. That's right. Show the spirit of youth, fearlessly charging in as newcomers. You have to win. Win some face for all the freshmen. Don't be afraid, just one word. Fight. Lucy yelled and charged forward, holding both swords in her hands. I don't believe you can dodge my dual blades. However, her attack was neutralized with a single powerful punch, leaving Lucy no time to react. Just then, a male student rushed in when he saw his teammate fall. Lucy. However, as soon as he got close, he was immediately met with a powerful kick to the face from Zhang Ze. Another guy launched a powerful blow. This time, there's no way to dodge it. However, he immediately countered with a skillful move. Who said I wanted to dodge? The 3 of them lay sprawled on the ground, groaning. It hurt so much. A voice rang out from the stands. Brother Zhang Ze, well done. In a corner of the stands, Di Yong smiled and commented, Brother Zhang Ze, it looks like you're still holding back, aren't you? After that, Zhang Ze walked to the center of the arena with a calm expression. Xiao Wei, let's go. That's enough playing. We have important business to do. She, standing nearby, immediately replied, Oh, that's right. We need to get to the demon realm quickly, too. Let's go, let's go. In the distance, Jun Yong ran after him, wondering, Huh, old Zhang, are you leaving already? Didn't you say you'd lead me through the demon realm? When was that? The scene shifts to the 19th floor, demon realm. Zhang Ze powerfully declared, I'm here. Shuang Nai was excited. Brother Luocha, you fought beautifully today. Behind him, Di Yong nodded slightly in agreement. That's right. Normally you guys from Class 2A are too quiet, making many people think you're all weaklings. Zhang Ze replied coldly. We were forced to act too. Xiao Wei angrily clenched her fists. They deserve it, and my sister also said, if they don't listen to advice, they'll bear the consequences themselves. He calmly spoke. It's nothing. We want to be modest, but unfortunately, our strength doesn't allow it. Then Zhang Ze gently reassured. Don't mind them anymore. Let's discuss how to clear this floor. Ewing just replied softly. Oh, he raised a virtual screen. According to the records in the guide, this floor has a unique way of clearing it. Different. She wondered. How is it different? Immediately after, the image of the Godfather appeared on the screen. Zhang Zhe announced in a deep voice, "On this floor, we must first go to the police station to register. Then, after completing the bounty mission and returning to the station to collect the reward, we can get the key to the next floor of the demon realm." Swang Nguai offered an idea. What if we directly break into the boss's mansion? He seriously warned. That would be illegal. Not only would we not get the key, but we'd also be wanted by the police. He commented, "It seems this floor has a lot of rules. It's best to follow the rules of this world." Zhang Zhe pondered deeply. The next step is that we need to exchange some credit points so we can register at the police station. The statement surprised Dong. Credit points. What are those, and how do we exchange them? Zhao Vi smartly walked towards the building. It's right here. We use equipment to exchange for them. Half an hour after they had exchanged credit points, he frowned. These damn merchants, my A-grade equipment only got me 100 credit points. She indignantly chimed in. That's right. They even wanted my S-grade equipment, those bloodsuckers. Zhang Zhe spoke up. Never mind. We've already completed the registration process anyway. From now on, we can legally kill people. But right at that moment, another group of people appeared with an aggressive demeanor. The leader glared and asked, "Brothers, is this all the people you have in your team?" He coldly replied, "That's right, what's wrong?" One person from the new group scoffed, "With so few people, you want to enter the manor? I'm afraid you won't even be able to get past the main gate." Dung was startled. "What do you mean?" He just shrugged. "You'll see for yourselves when you get there." Chuang Trake clenched his fist and spoke. "It seems we'll have to see this manor with our own eyes." The manor was heavily defended. Cannon fire instantly obliterated anyone attempting to enter. Fire spread everywhere. Shouts echoed. "Charge! Follow me in!" Each wave of exploding bombs sent everyone inside flying into the air. Noyedan looked at the situation and exclaimed, "It seems that person wasn't lying to us." "This manor's defenses are too strict," Dung continued. "Just relying on my shield tower, I'm afraid it won't withstand the dense firepower of these mechanical cannons. If we recklessly charge in, no matter how many shield warriors or support mages we have, even carrying a pile of recovery potions wouldn't be enough." Suddenly, a boy appeared from behind. "Big brother, do you guys want to go into the old man's house?" "I can help you." Chuang Trake turned around suspiciously and asked, "Kid, who are you?" The boy replied decisively, "I'm Chew That." He knelt down to the boy's level. "Chew That, you said you could help us get into the old man's manor." Chew That stated his condition. I can, but I'll take 5 credit points." "No, wait. Make that 10 credit points." Mong Deep chuckled teasingly. "You first said 5 points. Now you're asking for 10 points. So, you really are Chew That." Chuang Trake wondered, Does the little princess know this boy?" The girl seriously replied, "I've read about him on the forum. The veteran said that even if you give him credit points, he won't get you into the city. He just knows how to swindle money." Sun Nguai interjected suspiciously, "Kid, instead of focusing on your studies, you're becoming a swindler." However, Noyedan showed sympathy. "But I don't think this kid looks much like a swindler. He looks so pitiful. And his clothes are so tattered." Chuang Trake sighed. "All right then, it's just 5 credit points. It's fine to consider it charity for him." Immediately after, he bent down and handed Chew That. "Here, 5 credit points, take them." The boy grinned excitedly. "Thank you, big brother." However, when they stood up, they realized Chew That had run off. Sun Nguai angrily called out, "Hey, why'd you take the money and run off?" Chuang Trake reluctantly accepted the loss. Never mind losing 5 credit points. Consider it a good deed. He sighed disappointedly. He's a swindler, all right. If I ever see him again, I definitely won't let him off. Chuang Trake said softly. Let's go. Just keep moving forward. Maybe we'll find another way. Unexpectedly, Chu that reappeared with a regretful and worried expression. Sun Nguai's voice rang out coldly from behind. You little swindler, you dare to come back? The boy looked up, his hands clasped tightly. Big brother, can you give me 5 more credit points? Chuang Trake looked at the boy suspiciously. Chu that, what do you need credit points for? Chu that's eyes welled up with tears as he choked out. Chu Luke is sick. I need money to buy medicine for her. I know swindling isn't right, but I have no other choice. We're too young. We don't have mechanical prosthetics, so no one will hire us, and we can't earn credit points. Noyedon gently asked, Is Chu Luke your relative? The boy bowed his head. Yes, she's my sister. She's the only family I have left. My parents and other siblings are all dead. Chuang Trake decisively held out a card. There are 95 credit points here. I'm giving them all to you. Chu that timidly took it and choked out. Thank you, everyone. I only need 20 points. That's enough. Immediately, the system displayed a notification. You have spent 20 credit points. The whole group watched the boy's receding figure. Noyedon sighed softly. He's quite pitiful indeed. Her gaze still fixed on Chu that in the distance. Let's go. We still need to find a way into the manor. Mong Deep chuckled softly. This kid Chu that is truly lucky to have met 2 people with bodhisattva hearts. Someone in the group said with exasperation, There's no other way. It seems we can only attack head-on. Chuang Trake suggested, If we can summon the Iron Titan, we might still have a chance to break in. The whole group said in unison, All right, get ready. But unexpectedly, a voice called out from behind, Big brother, wait. All eyes immediately turned back. Noyedon exclaimed in surprise, Why did the kid come back? Chu that was running hurriedly, his face full of determination. Dike Dunk spoke up. Chu that, why are you back? Don't you have enough credit points? The boy stopped in front of them. No, big brother. I can help you guys get into the manor. Sun Nguai was surprised. Really? You want to help us? Chu that replied, Follow me. As the group followed the boy, Chu that pointed, I know a secret tunnel that leads straight into the manor. Dike Dum was astonished. Good heavens, there's actually a secret tunnel? They were walking into a small alley, where the boy led the way. Chu that stopped in front of an iron gate. This is it. That iron gate is the entrance to the secret tunnel leading into the manor. Chuang Trake wondered, But how do we open it? Sun Nguai looked closely and assessed. That's right, this gate seems extremely sturdy. Even explosives might not be able to break it. The boy made a suggestion. There's a way in, but you guys need to change your clothes. Dike Dung was surprised. Change clothes? Chu that explained. Every night, the Godfather's butler comes to this tunnel entrance to pick up a band to perform at the manor. Immediately after, the whole group stepped into a room full of performance outfits. The boy further suggested, You all just need to disguise yourselves as a band. Trick the butler so he'll lead you into the manor. Sun Nguai ordered, Everyone quickly pick your outfits and instruments. Chuang Trake shouted, All right. And then everyone started changing their appearance. He confidently stepped out in a cowboy outfit. How about it? Do I look like a guitarist? Mong Deep chuckled teasingly. You look more like Tony the hairstylist. So Vi chimed in. That's right, but my dear aunt still looks the most dashing. Next, Chuang Trake hesitated as he stepped out. Stop joking. I've never conducted a band before. Will we be exposed? Dike Dung cheered. Brother La said is truly too cool. Finally, 2 beautiful girls stepped out in charming outfits. Noyedon shouted, We've changed too. So Vi happily pointed at them. Finally, I get to watch Sister dance Latin again. She chuckled, gently reminding, You're the only one obsessed with playing. Don't forget we're here for a mission. Chuang Trake said to the group, Time is short, everyone. Let's depart quickly. Immediately after, Sun Nguai enthusiastically added, "Yeah, let's go." The scene shifted elsewhere. Lai Fuk was strolling leisurely. He led the group and raised his hand. "Sorry, we're a little late." The man turned around, saw their group approaching, and asked, "Is that the Phoenix Band? Do you have any weapons with you?" Chuang Trake immediately replied calmly, "We only brought musical instruments." Lai Fuk led the way and sternly reminded them, "Later when you go inside, remember to keep quiet. The master doesn't like to be disturbed." He smiled and replied, "We understand." Immediately after, the gate swung open forcefully. Chuang Trake whispered a warning. "This butler looks really strange. Everyone be a bit careful." Up ahead, Lai Fuk continued to instruct, "Stay close to me." "I'll say it again, keep silent." As they went deeper inside, he reminded, "Wait for the previous performance to end, then you'll go on stage. No matter what you see, don't overreact." Chuang Trake replied, "Got it, we understand." Immediately after, a girl was brutally dragged away, her hands tightly held by two armored robots. She screamed in despair, "Help me, don't kill me." Witnessing that scene, the whole group froze. Chu though guessed, "Ah." Lai Fuk angrily snapped, "Silence." She turned to ask Chuang Trake, "Mr. Lawsat, will they kill us right after the performance?" Noyedon reassured, "Don't be scared, everyone's here." Chu though nodded slightly, "Ham." Just then, he turned back and ordered, "It's your turn to go on stage." One by one, they stepped up in a line. His voice softly echoed from behind, "Thank you." Lai Fuk turned back and smiled meaningfully, "I wish you a successful performance." Before them, the large door opened, and dazzling stage lights shone into a vast space, where the orchestra and microphones were already waiting. So Vai's eye sparkled. "It's so luxurious." Chuang Trake also couldn't hide his surprise. "It looks just like a medieval royal castle." Noyet unhappily said, "There are instruments over there. Let's go check them out." The whole group moved towards the stage area, where many musical instruments were arranged. Sun Nguai commented, "There are so many instruments here." Suddenly, he shouted, "Everyone look up there." On the high balcony, two figures in costume appeared. An announcement echoed, "Next, the Phoenix Band will perform for the young lady and young master's enjoyment. Please prepare, band." Chuang Trake held the microphone and signaled to the group, "We don't see the Godfather. Everyone just follow the plan. Perform as usual." Noyedon quickly replied, "Okay." The dazzling stage lights came on. He began to introduce, "Now, please enjoy the Megiddo performance." Chuang Trake began to sing with all his emotion. Following the singing, she blended into the music, dancing gracefully. So Vi played the piano with sharp eyes, while Sun Nguai stood behind playing the guitar. On another side, he held the microphone and sang softly. From the balcony above, Kwong Kwong enthusiastically commented, "Your performance is wonderful, especially yours." Male singer, "You are a perfect person, truly wonderful." Chan Chan coldly replied, "Your eyes are sharp, little brother." They continued to observe the performing group from above. He asked, "Sister, do you like anyone already? Is it the girl in the red dress dancing?" "The two girls playing the piano." She immediately replied, "Of course it's the dancer. Oh, her figure is too perfect. It perfectly matches my aura." Immediately after, Sovai stepped forward and declared, "We are here to deal with the Godfather, not to play with you two eccentrics." Noyedon politely said, "Distinguished young lady and young master, we have a request." Chuang Trake stepped forward. "We wish to meet the Godfather and perform directly for him." But from above came an angry voice, disrespectful. "Who do you think you are to demand to see my father?" He turned away unfazed. "In that case, we'll take our leave." Immediately, they lunged down from the balcony at terrifying speed. So Vi shrieked in horror, "Oh my God, those two are monsters!" Sun Nguai was startled. "They are two mechanical monsters." Kwong Kwong looked angry. Who are you calling a monster? Didn't Lai Fook teach you the rules? Anyone who breaks the rules must die. Seeing the situation escalate, he ordered, everyone be careful, prepare to fight. Xiaoxi, vampires, come out now. Ironically, Xiaoxi blurted out a blunt comment. How are you even uglier than me? Naturally, those words quickly enraged him. I will kill you. Immediately after, another vampire appeared and aggressively bit Kwong Kwong. He cried out in pain, Sister, save me. However, the vampire quickly recoiled. Gross. He smells fishy, like rusted iron. At this moment, Chan Chan rushed over from afar, calling worriedly, Little brother. As soon as she arrived, she was enveloped by a surge of magical energy from So Vi. What kind of magic is this? Noyedong quickly ordered, Dragon King, destroy this little girl first. He leaped into the air, preparing to strike. All right. Chan Chan exclaimed in confusion. You're not a band. Who exactly are you? Not letting things stop there, Chuang Trake, holding a glowing red bow radiating killing intent, said, We are the ones who came to kill you. The fiery arrows surged powerfully, striking her, splattering blood, and she screamed in pain. Kwong Kwong also panicked and fled. Intruders! Lai Fook, father, save me! Before his scream ended, Xiaoxi appeared, laughing maniacally. No one can save you now, punk. He was struck down amidst a painful scream. The whole group gathered now, and Chuang Trake calmly assessed the situation. It seems these two siblings are just ordinary lesser demons. Limited combat power. Noyedon regretted. It's a pity the sister got away. Now where do we find the godfather? He flashed a light but dangerous smile. I have a way. Chuang Trake bent down, and an ethereal halo spread out. Those around were astonished. She was utterly surprised. He's using the Rakshasa brothers' summoning spell. He gave a firm command. Lead us to the godfather. Kwong Kwong replied in a mechanical voice. Yes, my master. Immediately after, they stepped out into the hallway. Chuang Trake asked in surprise, Kwong Kwong, why are you only half a body? He laughed and replied, That's not my real body, but an energy and nutrient supply system provided by the godfather. Chan Chan and I survived thanks to those two pipelines. He gradually understood. Oh, I see. The remaining members of the group spoke up. We're here. Where's the godfather? Chuang Trake led the reply. Everyone's here. Let's take the elevator to the 13th floor. The godfather is there. Everyone shouted in unison. Okay. A furious scream echoed, making the whole group freeze. You bastards! How dare you injure the young lady and kill the young master? I will never forgive you. Kwong Kwong immediately recognized. That's Lai Fook's voice. The door opened and Lai Fook stepped heavily out of the shadows. He had now become a giant fighting machine with a massive round body and spinning discs attached to his arms. He warned without hesitation, Everyone be careful, prepare to fight. Lai Fook roared with murderous intent. I'll mince you all into ground meat. He quickly ordered, Everyone be careful, don't get greedy in battle. Xiaoxi charged forward, the others closely following the giant. As soon as there was an opportunity, they rushed straight for the elevator. Everyone shouted, Okay. Xiaoxi lunged, throwing a powerful punch towards Lai Fook. His face contorted in anger, his eyes fierce, as if wanting to tear his opponent apart. Not missing the chance, Lai Fook yelled loudly, I'll mince you all into ground meat. In a critical moment, Chuang Trake raised his bow and arrow, preparing for a counterattack from behind him. Just as Lai Fook was momentarily exposed, Chuang Trake shot an arrow, blasting one of his eyes out. Lai Fook yelled, My precious eyes. His anger made him swing his arm, determined to crush them all. However, Daikdung timely raised a shield to block the attack. He yelled, Ack! What incredible power! Without hesitation, Chuang Trake ordered, Little bird, gravity suppression. Don't get drawn into the fight, go around. He warned, Don't get drawn into the fight, go around. Lai Fuke could no longer keep calm and yelled in hatred, "Give me back my eye!" He rushed straight towards their group, who were in the elevator, but got stuck at the elevator door. Noyadon raised his sword. "Long Vong, let's work together and kick him out." Sun Nguai agreed. "All right." He immediately brought his saber down. With Lu Noyet and Long Vong's move, he was pushed out of the elevator. The elevator doors closed, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. We finally made it into the elevator. Going up to the 13th floor, Truong Hatch warned, "It's the 13th floor." "Everyone, be careful." Everyone replied, "Understood." The elevator doors opened to a garden. Chu Fong picked up a flower. Sun Nguai was surprised. "The scenery here is so beautiful, and those flowers are so vibrant too." Daikvu spoke up. "Perhaps the Godfather is monopolizing some resource in this world, which is why he has such immense wealth." Chu, though, pointed to a distant stone and exclaimed, "Look, there's a glowing crystal door up ahead." Chuang Trake demanded, "Let's go. The Godfather must be inside it." Suddenly, a voice shrieked, "I will not allow you to disturb the great Godfather." Everyone jumped and turned around. A giant robot appeared, and inside, the one controlling it was Lai Fuke. He yelled, "This place is your grave." Immediately, he unleashed a barrage of bullets. Everyone panicked. Chuang Trake yelled, "Everyone, dodge quickly!" Explosions echoed throughout the forest, with successive rounds of bullets firing from the cannon muzzles. He roared, "Go die! All of you die!" A protective dome appeared, blocking the bullets. He ordered, "Vampire Count, release the black mist." The vampire replied, "Understood." Lai Fuke unleashed a stream of firepower. He yelled, "I'll shoot you all into a beehive." A torrent of fiery bullets burst out, accompanied by thunderous explosions. He screamed, "I don't care what tricks you play, all of you, go die for me." Suddenly, a terrifying, smiling face appeared. Lai Fuke was stunned. "What the hell is that?" A barrage of them rushed out to attack Lai Fuke. He shrieked in terror. Noyet On and Dong Dao, without hesitation, immediately rushed forward and sliced off 2 cannons. Lai Fuke yelled, "I'll kill all of you." Truong Trake raised his bow for the final blow. He gnashed his teeth in fear. He then unleashed his fatal blow. Lai Fuke was thrown out of the robot. He screamed in pain. He lay on the ground, stammering, "Godfather, great sir." Lai Fuke's body was disintegrating. Sun Nguai scoffed, "Still so imposing at this moment. As soon as he leaves that machine, he becomes a piece of trash." Truong Trake spoke up, "Leave him. Now we must quickly open that door and deal with the Godfather." Everyone gathered in front of the crystal formation, observing and examining. "We just shot at it relentlessly, but this crystal door wasn't damaged at all. Its defense is truly incredibly strong. Moreover, there aren't any control switches on the door, so there must be a special way to open it." So Vi worried, "What now? Can't we open the door?" He thought for a moment, then said, "Not necessarily. I have a way." Everyone was surprised and curious. "Huh?" Truong Trake put his hand down and exclaimed, "Come forth, Butler Lai Fuke." Immediately, Lai Fuke appeared and bowed. Sun Nguai chuckled. "That's right, Brother Rakshasa can summon Butler Lai Fuke." Truong Trake ordered, "Lai Fuke, open this door." He activated the machine in his hand and replied, "Understood, Master." A giant metal pipe touched and moved the crystal formation. Sun Nguai was astonished. This place is so well hidden. If it weren't for Butler Lai Fuke, we might have racked our brains and still couldn't open it. Daik Dung added, "Exactly. Luckily, Brother Rakshasa has a summoning skill." The door opened. Lai Fuke respectfully said, "Master, please enter. Everyone, follow me inside." Everyone entered a long corridor with another door ahead. Truong Trake requested, "Hold your formation, girls in the center." He looked around. The walls on both sides housed various monsters. Everyone wondered, will they come back to life? Lai Fuke replied, "Reporting to Master, they will come back to life whenever the Godfather wishes." They were skeptical. Then, suddenly, a voice echoed, "You two betrayed me. Now prepare to receive my punishment." Everyone was stunned. "Who's there?" He panicked. "It's—" Kwong Kwong screamed in pain as he was shot in the skull. He collapsed and disintegrated. Everyone became alert. Chuang Trake yelled, "Careful!" A system sound announced that both had fallen. The door opened, and the Godfather, sitting on a chair, called out, "You greedy people! You deserve to go to hell!" Chuang Trake immediately drew his bow and shouted, "You're the one who should go to hell!" He dashed out, incredibly fast like the wind. Everyone was shocked. So fast. Is this guy a robot? He warned, "Dangerous, no yet on." He immediately jumped down and lunged his sword at Sun Nguai. He exclaimed, "My sword is extremely fast, so fast that you won't even feel the pain." Dike Dung quickly used his shield to block it. He shouted, "Everyone get back." The Godfather was counterattacked. He angrily yelled, "You greedy beggars! You have angered me!" The Godfather shrieked, "I will kill you all. Not a single one will be spared." She cried in fear, "Help!" Chuang Trake immediately ordered, "Vampires, protect them." The Blood Clan rushed forward, unleashing a move. "I'm coming." He turned and slashed the Blood Clan member. He shrieked in pain. "It hurts." So Vi charged out, her eyes filled with determination. "Let me deal with him." Chuang Trake stopped her. "Don't, he's too fast." So Vi immediately unleashed her skill, then screamed in panic, "He dodged my skill." Instantly, he darted past and slashed a vital point. So Vi's eyes widened in surprise. Blood splattered. She fell down in pain. Everyone cried out in horror, "Heikyo Vi!" She lay trembling. Am I going to die?" Noyedon angrily advanced. "I must kill you." He stopped him. "Noyedon, don't go there. You can't beat him." Noyedon continued, "We must quickly defeat the Godfather, then let Chu Fong revive Kyo Vi." He immediately swung his sword, and Noyedon was suddenly shocked. "This isn't good, everyone. Protect Chu Fong." As continuous attacks rained down on him, the Godfather turned, grimacing and gritting his teeth in endurance. The robot rushed out, firing a barrage of bullets. Sun Nguai yelled, "I'll risk my life against you." He requested, "Chu Fong, quickly revive Kyo Vi." The girl immediately replied, "Yes, big brother." Chuang Trake continued, "Long Vom, protect Chu Fong and everyone. Don't let the Godfather break through to them." He replied, "Don't worry. Let's see if you run fast enough, or if my bullets are faster." Chu Fong concentrated on reviving her. Noyedon worried, "Chu Fong, hang in there. Everything depends on you." Everyone waited anxiously, and she opened her eyes and woke up. Noyedon happily hugged her. So Vi was confused. "Cousin, did you die, or am I alive?" Noyedon smiled and replied, "Of course you're alive. What silly things are you saying?" He ordered, "Noyedon, quickly go to the giant god." She agreed. "Okay." Din Dung was shocked. The Godfather's speed and evasion ability are truly terrifying. He shouted, "Everyone, come here. Focus your minds. The Godfather is still alive. He dodges like lightning." Chuang Trake yelled furiously, "Damn it. We attacked 10 times, but only hit once or twice. How are we supposed to fight like this?" He scoffed, "It's useless. Your attacks can't even touch me." Chuang Trake said loudly, "The speed difference is too great. We can't hit him at all. It seems I have no choice but to use my personal space. But if even in that space the Godfather can dodge, then, Long Vong, I've discovered the Godfather has a fixed dodge rhythm. A window opens every 5 attacks. I need you to launch 4 attacks first, so I can ensure the 5th hit is guaranteed. Can you do it?" Sun Nguai was skeptical. "That's a bit difficult. He's too fast." Dong Dao Kong Dongtin approached silently. "Let me help you guys." Chuang Trake turned and asked, "Kong Dongtin, does your innate skill have high damage?" He shook his head. No, my innate skill is stealth assassination, an A-rank skill. But my weapon is SS-Rank, with a paralyzing effect. Looking at the information panel, he was surprised. An SS-Rank weapon, I never would have thought. Good, Kong Dong Tin. The fifth strike is up to you. You must be careful. He charged forward. Don't worry, I won't let everyone down. Chuang Trake shot an arrow and said loudly, Long Vong, prepare. He charged up energy, preparing to attack. Understood. The Godfather scoffed. Is it over? Is it my turn now? Behind him, Dong Dao Kong Dong Tin appeared stealthily. A critical hit from behind caused him immense pain. The Godfather's entire body convulsed as he yelled, What despicable wretch dared to ambush me? Damn it, it even has a paralyzing effect. Chuang Trake sneered. Now you can't move anymore, can you? Everyone together. Avenge them. Taking advantage of his inability to move, the whole group rushed in to gang up on him. Countless notifications appeared on the Godfather's body. Minus 3,599 Oyedon. Minus 9,274 Long Vong Baotak. Minus 22,587 last Saturday. From afar, Duong aimed his bow precisely at him. One strike shattered the Godfather's body. The whole group cheered loudly. Finally, we defeated the Godfather. We've cleared the game. He was left with only his head, but he sneered. Do you think this is the end? Death will only make me stronger. I will surpass all species to become the most powerful existence in this world. Zhang Ze stepped firmly, crushing his head. Go die. The whole group watched intently until the Godfather's entire body vanished. Suddenly, two murderous auras emanated. Zhang Ze's group sensed it and immediately got into a battle-ready stance. From the air, a thick cloud of black smoke appeared. From within, a monster resembling a monkey emerged. Zhang Ze frowned. This is simply blasphemy against the Creator. Terrifying monsters continuously appeared around them. Everyone be careful. The surrounding monsters are attacking. You disgusting things. Watch me blast you all to smithereens. Zhang Ze quickly fired an arrow. Vampire, release the black bones. Clown, release the doll. The two immediately complied. As you command, my master. The gorilla-like monster roared. You low-level creatures, you will all become nutrients for the Creator. Suddenly, an arrow struck it. The gorilla-like monster looked around in confusion, searching for the culprit. It angrily breathed fire toward Zhang Ze's group. Everyone get back. He told the clown to step forward. This won't do. We can only gamble everything on this one shot. The text in the image means, Clown, activate the death card. It grinned, replying, Understood. It's time for my favorite game again. A card with the clown's image glowed. It unleashed a massive burst of energy. Seeing this, Zhang Ze laughed loudly. We drew the right card. This time, the Godfather is definitely dead. The gorilla-like monster had a ferocious expression. What is this? How dare it defy the will of the Creator? The clown crookedly smiled. The exciting moment has arrived. The answer is revealed. Looking at the smoke surrounding it, it roared angrily. Impossible. I am the Creator. You lowly creatures. A huge explosion erupted, startling everyone. Dion was terrified, anxious to death, fearing that even a slight mistake would cost everyone their lives. The flames gradually died down. Everyone moved closer. Ewing admired. Brother Jushin is truly reliable. She, the girl, wondered. That's strange. The boss died, but why aren't there any reward items? Zhang Ze warned. Everyone stay alert. This boss might not be dead yet. Everyone was horrified. What? Not dead? He pointed downwards and exclaimed. Look, everyone. There's something moving there. Everyone was startled to see a strange creature crawling away. It looks like a living creature. Don't let it escape. Shan Wai swung his saber and shouted. It ran that way. It quickly crawled into the crevice inside. The door lowered. He angrily said, Damn it, it got inside. Everyone panicked. What should we do? Should we go check it out? Zhang Ze put a hand on his shoulder and suggested, "It's too dangerous for all of us to go down together. Let me and Brother Jushin go down first to check." Di Yong agreed. "All right, I'll break this door down." He charged forward with his shield, and the door burst open. Everyone stepped inside. Di Yong wondered, "Where's this place?" He, Zhang Ze, speculated, "It looks like a laboratory. The disinfectant smell is really strong." Before them was a person lying on a bed, covered in countless tubes and wires. Di Yong spoke up, "That looks like a bed." It resembled a corpse, with sunken eyes and a wide, lifeless mouth. The two were terrified. "This person is—" Suddenly, Zhen Zhen flew over, shouting, "You are not allowed to harm my father. I will kill you." He, Zhang Ze, was startled. "Careful." The two dodged to either side as Zhen Zhen flew past. Immediately, he, Zhang Ze, drew his bow. Zhang Ze shot an arrow into her face, exploding. The others entered. She questioned, could this dying old man be the Godfather's true form? Zhang Ze held a sword and cut through the cables. "That's right, your sinful life should end now." It groaned in pain. He sneered. Who'd have thought the creator would be a half-dead old man? Di Dung explained, "He must control the mechanical puppets outside through these devices." The system rang out, congratulating them on killing the Godfather. Mong Deep was overjoyed. "Finally, it's over." She breathed a sigh of relief. "That's great, but why haven't we seen the teleportation gate yet?" Di Dung speculated, "It might be outside the manor." He requested, "Let's check a bit more before we leave." Sun Nguai was pleasantly surprised. "I didn't expect it to be this dying old man, not that powerful mechanical godfather." The little girl knelt down, pointing at the cabinet and saying, "Everyone look, it seems like there's a safe here." It was a cabinet with a countdown timer and a lock. Sun Nguai affirmed, "It must be it." I saw someone write on the forum that this hidden layer quest might lead to the Godfather's treasure. The little girl was excited. "That's great. We're rich this time. But we don't have the key." So Vi was uneasy. "And what's that countdown timer for?" He realized, "Oh no, it's a self-destruct device." Everyone panicked. "What? It's going to explode? What are you standing around for? Run!" They all quickly moved away from the cabinet. They exclaimed, "It's okay if we can't open the treasure, as long as we save our lives. Let's get out of here." Chu, though awkwardly, held out a key. "Brother Lasat, it seems like I can open it." He curiously asked, "Chu, though, where did you get this key?" She happily said, "Chu, though, thanks to you. You saved us all." She replied, "When everyone was fighting the Godfather in the previous room, I casually picked it from him." Mong Deep laughed. "Chu, though, right now you're my goddess of wealth." She approached and inserted the key. Chu, though, excitedly said, "Let's open the safe first, then we'll see. We're rich, we're rich." The timer showed 20 seconds remaining. She successfully opened it. Inside were electronic cards. Chu, though, was bewildered. "It seems like these are electronic cards." Mong Deep was overjoyed. "This time we're really rich. There are millions of credit points." He was astonished. In this world, credit points are money. The Godfather is truly as rich as a nation. Sun Nguai reminded them, "Everyone, keep your electronic cards safe." She walked over to Zhang Ze and said, "La Sat, come here quickly. It seems like there's something else." He was surprised. "Huh." It was a red box. Zhang Ze was stunned. "Why is my gift here?" The walls began to crack. He announced, "Brother Lasat, it seems like the people outside are about to attack the manor. This place is probably about to collapse." Zhang Ze agreed and urged, "All right, let's get out of here first." Everyone walked outside. Chu that ran over happily. "Big brother, you're finally out." He unexpectedly asked, "Chu that, have you been waiting for us here all this time?" The little girl replied, "Yes." A group of people suddenly rushed out from the smoke, charging forward. "Finally, our team has broken through the outer siege of the manor." This time we're rich. On this side, Sun Nguai, Mong Deep and a person in a black cloak were happily chatting with each other. If they knew we already dealt with the boss, I wonder what their reaction would be. The person in the black cloak ran over to the boy. Chew that. This is for you. Thank you for helping us. Chew that was surprised and overjoyed. A whole 100,000 credit points? Am I dreaming? Then my sister is saved. Di Dung also laughed at the kid. This child. Meanwhile, Mong Deep and Sun Nguai excitedly discussed. Now that we have so many credit points, what should we buy? The kid quickly said, of course, a simulator. Everyone asked in surprise, a simulator? That's right. As long as we have a simulator, passing trials will be much easier. In front of a brightly decorated house, sparkling lights hung above. A voice spoke up. They have everything here. Inside, Mong Deep turned back to talk to the people behind her. A husband and wife life simulator. Brother-in-law, do you and my sister want to try? Noyedon immediately stopped everyone. Stop joking around, everyone. Come here and see. Truong Trake was also surprised by the machine she pointed to. He exclaimed, a Demon Realm Floor 19 simulator. Di Dung also came closer and curiously asked, does this Demon Realm simulator really simulate everything in the Demon Realm, including monsters and bosses? Sun Nguai, who was next to him, also paid close attention and added, too bad it doesn't cover floors from 20 onwards. Truong Trake picked up the machine, and after a few minutes of thought, he decided, there's a 5-minute free trial. Let me try it out. Truong Trake sat down in the chair, holding the goggles and putting them over his eyes. Seeing this, Noyedon placed a hand on his shoulder and reminded him, La Sat, be careful. Truong Trake calmly replied, don't worry. Immediately, a series of data appeared before his eyes, along with the system's voice. Welcome to the Demon Realm Floor 19 Simulator Trial. You will have a 5-minute free experience. The system transported Truong Trake to the middle of a forest, surrounded by an open field with bushes nearby. He realized that, indeed, the environment was exactly like Floor 19 of the Demon Realm. Behind the bushes, a goblin with blonde hair, wearing green clothes, held a bow and arrow pointed at Truong Trake. He frowned and thought, even the monsters are set up exactly the same. It's so realistic. The arrow in the hand of the blonde elf tore through the air and flew forward. At this moment, in a room in the real world, a robot approached Sun Nguai and Di Dung. It asked, how can I assist you, esteemed guests? Our simulator can simulate anything. As long as you can imagine it, we can create it. Sun Nguai was skeptical. Can it even simulate bosses? It replied, of course. By now, Truong Trake had returned. He picked up the machine and said, great, I'll buy it right away. But I also want to buy a replica of the Spirit King. Noyedon happily praised him. You're really smart. That way, Elsa can meet her father in the simulation and learn skills too. He replied, that's right. Sun Nguai, holding another machine, grinned. It can do that too? Then I'll buy a few as well, to practice in my free time. Seeing this, Mong Deep didn't want to be outdone. She looked at everyone with wide eyes, twinkling with hope. I want to buy one too, to see which floor has the most resources and is the most profitable. Dong Tin and Sun Nguai put on their goggles and sat down in the chairs. Outside, Truong Trake was talking with Noyedon. I can't let Elsa meet her real dad, so let this virtual dad play with her. She nodded in agreement. Yes, Elsa will definitely be very happy that way, and she'll also mature faster. Di Dung crossed his arms, turning to talk to Mong Deep, Truong Trake, and Noyedon. It's really late today. Aren't you all going to log out? Mong Deep raised her left hand and replied to him. I'll log out after I finish buying, but looking at Long Vong and Kong Dongtin's momentum, they're probably not logging out. Truong Trake and Noyedon also nodded in agreement. It really is late now. Those two are grinding like devils. Just leave them be. Whoever wants to rest can log out. A tall building appeared, with an unidentified black object on its roof, at Chuang Trek's residence. Chuang Trek had returned to the real world. He rubbed his head and walked towards the bed, tiredly exclaiming, "I'm so sleepy." A shadow flashed past, startling him. Chuang Trek turned his face back, gritting his teeth, and shouted, "Who's there?" He reached out and grabbed the wrist of the shadow that had just rushed past him, throwing him to the ground. In a defensive stance, Chuang Trek asked the person writhing on the ground, "Is that you?" Ken Luong scrambled up, his hood still covering his head, his left hand raised, his brows tightly furrowed. Chuang Trek loudly asked, "Are you a freshman? Why did you sneak into my room?" "Hand that over," he said angrily. Ken Luong looked terrified, staring wide-eyed at Chuang Trek. He shot towards Chuang Trek like an arrow, shouting, "She needs the divine gate pass. I must get for her." Ken Luong touched Chuang Trek's shoulder. Immediately, he grabbed his shirt and threw him flying outside. Ken Luong's body shattered the window and fell out. He fell to the ground, his clothes tattered. Chuang Trek followed him, jumping down, and punched him straight in the stomach, making him spit blood. Chuang Trek stomped on his chest as Ken Luong lay in pain. He realized, it seems this guy has been mind-controlled. Not far away, Vien Tien frowned angrily. As expected, he's useless. Holding a small red stick in her hand, her eyes revealed a scheming, calculating look. Vien Tien whispered, as expected, he's useless. The next day, the scene shifted to a tall building that looked ancient, luxurious, and majestic. A voice was heard, "Everyone, stay away from this area." The area below had been cordoned off into a rectangular perimeter, with a few black police cars outside, a scene that attracted many passers-by. Chu Kam was sitting on a chair at her desk, listening intently to Chuang Trek. "Sister Chu Kam, are you saying this person named Ken Luong is from the Dawn organization?" She nodded. "Yes, it's only a preliminary assessment." "He has been taken away and is still unconscious," Chu Kam gravely informed him. "Hearing from his mouth that he demanded you hand over the Divine Gate Pass, we can be certain he's connected to Dawn. However, he was mind-controlled. There must be a mastermind behind it." Chuang Trek immediately replied, "Speaking of mind control, I remember someone else. Could it be her?" Before Chuang Trek could think for long, Chu Ko patted his shoulder cheerfully. "Don't think about it anymore. Let the specialists handle this case. As for you, get ready for military training." Hearing this, Chuang Trek was stunned. "What? Sister Chu Kam, what did you say?" "Military training," Chu Kam happily said. "That's right. Didn't Ko Tien Duan tell you?" She raised a finger and recounted to Chuang Trek. "He applied for a spot for you in the military. It's arranged for you to go to the front lines for training tomorrow. The duration is 1 semester." Zhang Zhe's eyebrows were almost touching now. He asked uncomfortably, "What? Tomorrow? I had no idea about this. And it's for a whole semester? Sister Xiao Qin, can I not go? If I go, who will take care of Xiao Feng and Yulu?" Xiao Qin turned away, leaving her declaration behind. "The military order has been issued. It can't be changed. But don't worry. I've arranged for dedicated people to protect Xiao Feng and Yulu." Since it had come to this, Zhang Zhe couldn't refuse anymore. He scratched his head, exclaiming helplessly, "Looks like I'm being forced into it, with no way out." Zhang Zhe cursed furiously in his mind. "Gu Tianyang, my regards to your 18 generations of ancestors." Xiao Qin turned back to comfort him. "Come on. I'm sure Gu Tianyang has a reason for arranging things this way. Hurry home and pack your things." He sighed. "Yes, I'm going right now. Xiao Feng and Yu Lu will probably be very sad." Dazzling light shone upon every branch. Clothes fluttered in the wind on the drying rack, mixed with the voice of a child. "What? You have to go to the front lines for a year?" A voice replied, "It's a long story. I was pranked by a drunkard. In short, I cannot go. Refusing military service has very serious consequences." Zhang Zhe rubbed his daughter's head while comforting Xiao Feng. Yu Lu said to him, Dad, don't worry. I and Auntie Xiao Feng will wait for you to come home. Xiao Feng also chimed in. Sister Xiao Qin will send 2 people to protect us. Sister Gowing already left because she had something to do. Knowing that Xiao Feng and Yu Lu wanted to comfort him, Zhang Zhe still couldn't stop worrying. He was flustered, but I'm still a little worried. He held 2 transformation cards in his hand and said to the 2, Perfect, we can use these 2 transformation cards now. Zhang Zhe threw the 2 cards forward, shouting, Summon. Immediately, 2 spirits, one male and one female, appeared and knelt, responding respectfully, Master. Xiao Feng and Yu Lu were utterly astonished. Xiao Feng even shrieked, Spirits? Why are they here? Yu Lu had to comfort her. Don't be scared. Dad summoned them. They'll be our bodyguards. Looking at the 2 spirits he had just summoned, Zhang Zhe stroked his chin thoughtfully. Though they are only A-rank followers, their strength isn't weak. They're enough to handle ordinary dangers. However, I'll have to change their clothes later. He instructed the 2 spirits. Even if it costs your lives, you must absolutely protect my sister and daughter. They respectfully replied, Understood, Master. Yu Lu clung tightly to Zhang Zhe's pants, excitedly. Dad, these 2 spirits are so interesting. Can they play with me? He didn't stop her, answering his daughter. Of course. You 2 get to know them first. I still have to go into the demon realm to arrange other matters. Yu Lu happily replied, Okay. Returning to the in-game world, Di Yong excitedly greeted, Brother Juggernaut. He replied, Rakshasa brother, you're here. Moonlight and Dragon King are still in simulated training. I heard you're going to the front lines. He didn't deny it. Yeah, leaving tomorrow. I'm going into the demon realm to arrange a few things. Di Yong said kindly, Don't worry, leave anything to us. Zhang Zhe held a black box in his hand and replied gratefully, Thanks. I'll arrange Elsa's training, and then I'll be out. The simulated scene reappeared with the system's voice. Welcome to the Demon Realm Simulator. You still have 525,599 minutes remaining. Appearing in the empty plot created in the simulator, Zhang Zhe asked the system, Where Elsa and the Spirit King cultivating? Is it in the Spirit Village? Elsa was practicing swordsmanship with the Spirit King. The 2, one big and one small, looked incredibly diligent and determined. Zhang Zhe walked over and praised, This girl practices so seriously. The Spirit King saw him from afar and greeted, Master, long time no see. As soon as she heard that, Elsa spun around. The little girl threw the sword from her hand and rushed toward Zhang Zhe, happily exclaiming, Master, I've learned how to use a sword. He didn't spare his praise. Yes, I see. Elsa is very good. The system panel appeared before Zhang Zhe. He mused. Indeed, having a super strong follower is not an easy task. According to the simulation speed, Elsa gains 1 experience point per year. To reach level 30, it would take at least 90 years. Elsa, hearing this, was not discouraged. Full of vitality, she replied, Master, I'm not a child. Our spirit race has a lifespan of 1,000 years, and we don't age. Hearing this, Zhang Zhe took out a long sword, its body glowing with a faint blue aura. He handed it to the little girl and said, That's good then. Elsa is already an adult. This sword is for Elsa. Though its attributes are a bit lacking, it's still stronger than the wooden stick you used before. Elsa was overjoyed and quickly thanked him. Great! I'm so happy. Thank you, Master. Zhang Zhe bid farewell to the Spirit King and Elsa. All right, I won't bother your training anymore. I'm off to handle other matters. The 2 waved goodbye to him. Yes, Master. Goodbye, Master. Returning to the in-game world, Shan Wei excitedly announced, I've reached level 2. Did you know? Level 2 defense circle skill increases the entire team's defense by 70%. So Vi was not to be outdone, joyfully exclaiming, I've reached level 2. Did you know? Level 2 defense circle skill increases the entire team's defense by 70%. Seeing Zhang Ze return, Yuing immediately signaled them to stop. Let's not discuss it anymore. Rakshasa is here. So Vi quickly asked him, brother-in-law, tomorrow you have to go to the front lines, really? Zhang Ze didn't deny it, nodding. Yeah, it's true. But it probably won't affect our progress, farming the demon realm. Everyone's here. Let's get ready to go down to the next floor. Just what we've been waiting for. Shan Wai responded enthusiastically. Great. I've been waiting for this for ages. Everyone moved towards the door. Zhang Ze chatted with Di Yong. The teleportation gate is behind the police station. Let's go there first, Elder God. And while we're at it, tell us about the situation on the next floor of the demon realm. He immediately agreed. All right. Demon Realm Floor 20. Di Yong explained to everyone. The 20th floor of the demon realm is called the Clay World. Inside, it's full of clay monsters, divided into 3 colors, blue, yellow, and red. The main difference between the 3 types of clay monsters is that blue monsters don't split when they die. Yellow monsters split into 2 blue ones when they die. The red clay monster is the most troublesome. Not only does it split into 2 yellow ones when it dies, but it can also absorb any color of clay and gain the absorb monster skills. Zhang Ze couldn't help but exclaim, that really is a huge mess. Hearing this, he immediately replied, aren't they just weak, muddy monsters? What's there to be afraid of? Just smash them to pieces and it's over. Di Yong, standing beside him, continued, furthermore, clay monsters have a special ability. If they touch your body, they'll transform into you, mimicking your skills perfectly, becoming a complete clone. She couldn't help but exclaim in confusion. What? They can copy skills too. Doesn't that mean we'll be fighting ourselves? Di Yong folded his arms and calmly replied, exactly. She cautiously said, it seems we'll have to keep our distance from the clay monsters when fighting. No sooner had she finished speaking than she suddenly pointed upwards and shouted, look, what are they doing? Zhang Ze also frowned curiously, following her gaze. Someone whispered, it looks like they're placing something on the stone man's right hand. It looks like red stones. What are they doing? A person stood with their back to them, raising their hand, and a red light seemed to glow from their hand. Suddenly, a key appeared, much to everyone's surprise. So Vi exclaimed in astonishment, it looks like a stone gate key. She also saw it. Where did those stones come from? It seems they're used to exchange for keys. Di Yong quickly confirmed. That's right. Red stones drop from red clay monsters. 3 stones get you 1 key. So many people. It seems there are too many wolves and not enough meat. All blue and yellow monsters, no red ones in sight. Our group currently has 11 people. We need 33 red stones. This mission looks tough. Her eyes were firm and determined. It seems we'll have to figure something out. Shan Wai charged forward, gripping his weapon. Well then, what are we waiting for? Let's go. A bizarre scene unfolded before everyone. Someone couldn't help but exclaim, they look like they're fighting their twin brothers. She shouted, look, that person seems to have been chased away by their own clone. Suddenly, a loud roar came from the front. Di Yong shouted, careful, there's a clay monster ahead. He calmly told his teammates, according to the predetermined strategy, Little Rabbit, don't be afraid, just go. She replied, okay. Little Jade charged towards the gaping maw of the blue clay monster, its sharp teeth ready. She dodged the venom it spat out, grimacing. That's disgusting. The blue clay monster managed to touch Little Jade, letting out a strange growl before gradually transforming in front of her. Little Jade looked at the figure before her and exclaimed in surprise, oh my goodness, it looks exactly like me. Rakshasa, come quickly, it's turned into me. Di Yong gritted his teeth and shouted, don't be afraid, I'm coming. His attack was truly formidable. Under the impact of the large shield, the clay monster fell backward. Yuing and Shan Wai also immediately advanced. He laughed heartily. Little Rabbit, don't be afraid. The monster was quickly defeated. Shan Wai laughed. A clay monster transforming into Little Rabbit is so weak. This method is really easy. Hearing that, the little girl immediately retorted indignantly, "Damn Dragon King! What do you think Little Rabbit feels about that?" And Little Jade, after being helped, pouted and said, "Didn't you hesitate at all when you attacked? It's exactly like me, and so cute." He replied, "Little Rabbit, I'm sorry. I didn't think that far ahead." Little Jade also reciprocated, "Dragon King, it's okay. I was just kidding." The little girl looked at the item obtained and sighed. "Only a magic soul orb, huh?" Shan Wai replied, "Clay monsters are all just mud. What do you expect them to drop, items or equipment?" He pointed towards a monster. "Speed up. There's another monster over there." Dion quickly also paid attention in that direction. The group of clay monsters gradually softened and became mush after the battle. She let out a breath. "We've been fighting for so long, killed so many green and yellow ones, but still haven't seen any red ones." So Vi also wondered, "There are too few red monsters. When will we ever get enough?" He could only say, "There's no other way. Red clay monsters are inherently few, and with more people, the chance of encountering them becomes even smaller." Xiaofeng suddenly shouted, "Everyone look, isn't it a red monster over there?" He replied happily, "It's really it." Sure enough, it was indeed a red clay monster, but had touched an adventurer and transformed into that person's shape. "Everyone be careful. We don't know how strong that female mage it copied is." The red clay monster in the form of the female mage exuded an imposing aura. It crossed through a series of low-level monsters, approaching their location. Zhang Zhe frowned and said to her, "That female mage, why do I feel like I know her?" Yuing replied, "I also feel like I recognize her. Did we perhaps meet her on the tree god floor?" He immediately raised the bow and arrow in his hand and replied to her, "I remember now. It's Yao Guang. I can't believe those two siblings have also reached this floor. Let's lure her over here first." Zhang Zhe's arrow accurately aimed at the monster's abdomen. Its stats immediately appeared. 3821, Rakshasa. The red clay monster was indeed much stronger. It quickly went berserk and charged forward. "Xiao Yu volunteered. I'll go first. Turn all the monsters outside into me. Then everyone can make their move." Zhang Zhe agreed. He warned, "Be careful. If there are too many monsters, even if they all turn into you, it'll still be very dangerous." Xiao Yu nodded. "Got it, brother Rakshasa." Suddenly, the red-haired woman transformed by the clay monster launched an attack directly at Xiao Yu. It was the fire dance skill. Xiao Yu stood directly within the attack range of the red clay monster's skill. From behind, someone shouted, "Careful with the magic." He once again charged forward, quickly fending off the beast's attack. Diyong used his shield as a protective wall in front of him. "Don't be scared. Quickly get behind me." Xiao Yu replied, "Yes." He quickly turned back and gestured. "Chi Thursday, control the other clay monsters first. The rest of you, quickly deal with the red ones first." Everyone replied in unison, "Okay." Under Chi Thursday's ice power, the clay monsters were quickly frozen solid like stone in front of everyone. On this side, he and Yuing worked together to deal with the most formidable clay monster. Both unleashed Willow Moon Shadow and Brutal Dragon King. Their combined power quickly defeated the monster, and a prominent red-orange glowing stone appeared before them. Everyone cheered joyfully. "Look, it's a red stone." He crossed his arms and concluded, "It seems the clay monsters aren't dangerous. It's the ones that have transformed into adventurers that are truly dangerous, especially those that have defeated or killed their previous owners. They're even more dangerous." Yuing suddenly sensed something bad. "We must leave here quickly." Over there, a large group of transformed clay monsters is approaching. He frowned. "Damn it, every profession really has its own challenges." Shan Wai also said in a deep voice, "There are red ones too, and many of them at that." From afar, a series of transformed monsters were rapidly approaching. They no longer maintained their original clay monster forms, but had transformed into many different human figures. He felt the situation was extremely critical. No, there are too many. I can't summon my attendant. If the attendant gets captured first, we're done for. Diom also agreed. That's right, let's run. We need to retreat first. She suddenly stopped. Rakshasa, look. He also immediately noticed the person she mentioned. Could it be Su Chun and Yao Guang? From afar, three very familiar-looking people approached. The girl in the middle clearly resembled the transformed female mage they had just defeated. Someone cried out in alarm. How can there be two identical clay monsters? Diom was confused. Rakshasa, what's wrong? He lowered his voice and replied, It's Su Chun and Yao Guang. A message from Su Chun came to the information panel, and Zhang Zhe immediately heard his voice. Great God, Rakshasa, help me. My sister and I are trapped by an invincible super red clay monster. After hearing this, Zhang Zhe immediately reported to his teammates. The two siblings have been captured by a monster. It's probably not looking good for them. He immediately replied, Let's go rescue them. Even though Yao Guang is a bit unpleasant, Su Chun is really a good person. I want to save him. Moon Shadow didn't object either. I also agree to go rescue them. Motionless Blade, standing silently nearby, asked, What exactly is this super red clay monster he's talking about? He thought for a moment and then said, Blindly rescuing them is too dangerous. I'll let Su Chun explain the situation before we decide. Everyone unanimously agreed. They then received another message from Su Chun. We're about 3,000 meters northwest of the altar, in a large mud pit. The clay monster that captured us is very powerful. It must have absorbed many of its kind. It has super high attributes and many skills. Our team was wiped out in an instant. There are still many other clay monsters in the pit. Most of them have transformed into human form. Everyone, remember to be careful when you arrive. Zhang Zhe received the information and couldn't help but worry. Super high attributes and many skills. It looks like this will be tough to deal with this time. He worriedly asked, Isn't there supposed to be no high-level boss on this floor? Zhang Zhe replied, It seems this red clay monster is quite unusual. It absorbed its kin and evolved to a higher level. What do you all think? Should we go? She, standing nearby, immediately spoke up. I agree to go rescue them. Motionless Blade, following behind the three of them, said, I'm not interested in rescuing people, but there must be a lot of red clay monsters there. She nodded and replied, We can go check the situation first, then decide. Zhang Zhe immediately decided, All right, let's go. After a long journey, they reached an undulating cliff. She spoke up. This place is about 3,000 meters from the altar. Everyone be careful. The mud pit should be straight ahead. Hearing that, the whole team immediately became vigilant. Beyond the mountains suddenly widened his eyes. He shouted towards the front. Everyone look. As warned, countless colorful clay goblins were rampant before them. Someone couldn't help but shout, There are too many. There must be hundreds of clay monsters here. Is there any way to lure them away? Amidst the swarm of clay monsters, they discovered Su Chun and his sister struggling to cope. Zhang Zhe mused, What if we wipe them all out at once? After hearing that, he couldn't help but exclaim, Wipe out hundreds of them at once. Rakshasa, you're not joking, are you? Xiao Wei also couldn't help but panic. That's right, brother-in-law. Have you been scared stupid or something? He knelt down. I have a way to lure away the ones that haven't transformed into humans yet. Then we'll slowly clear the rest. Diong asked in surprise, You mean, use the vampire count to transform into a bat? He immediately agreed. Excellent, that's a really good idea. Zhang Zhe summoned his subordinate and ordered, Count, transform into a bat and quickly lure those clay monsters away. The image of the Count standing beside him implicitly obeyed his master's command. Very quickly, the Count transformed into a terrifying-looking bat. It replied to him, Leave it to me. The clay monsters, seeing the creature, were extremely frightened and all looked up. Swathes of bats darted across the sky, while below, hundreds of monsters surged towards them. Yao Guang said to her brother, "Brother, look, a flock of bats is flying in the sky." Su Chun quickly realized, "Bats? Could it be? It's them." They quickly spotted his group standing on the other side. They happily shouted, "Great God Rakshasa! I knew you'd definitely come to save us. You guys really came to save us. This time we're not going to die. I'm so happy I could cry." Zhang Zhe immediately commanded, "The distance is far enough now. We can deal with that big one." He held the precious sword in his hand, to try hitting it once to see what skills it had. Zhang Zhe agreed. "All right, Dragon King, be careful." He immediately unleashed a move, striking the monster directly. "Take this hit from me." Dragon King's skill, combined with his rage, was extremely powerful. Zhang Zhe stood aside, observing the situation. This pile of clay flesh had a massive body and couldn't dodge attacks. This single hit only made it lose about 5% of its HP. It seems both its HP and defense are very high. He shouted loudly, "Look, it seems to be recovering its HP." Shan Wai couldn't help but be surprised. "What? It fully recovered? Oh my goodness! How many more arms did it grow?" Tu Chun, seeing this, shouted a warning. "Be careful. It knows many magic spells." Jiao Guang also yelled, "Quick run." He sensed an unusual danger. "Dragon King, run fast." Before he could evade, a series of monstrous spells quickly rushed towards him. Shan Wai exclaimed in panic, "Huge fireballs, sharp wind blades, and even homing missiles?" A series of earth-shattering explosions rang out everywhere, shaking everyone. He yelled loudly, "Holy crap! Dragon King, hurry up and run." In front of them, dust and smoke filled the air. Indeed, the attacks of high-level monsters could not be underestimated. He said with a trembling voice, "Oh, I'm finished." Di Yong pondered, looking at the battlefield before him. A dozen types of magic at once. If they were hit, not even their bones would remain. He cautiously offered his opinion. "It's terrifying. I suspect it's keeping our comrades alive as bait to lure us into a trap." Jiang Wei agreed, asking nervously, "Very likely. So what do we do now?" He calmly said, "Although it absorbed many of its kind and has countless skills, its body also became cumbersome and unable to move. It can't even use close combat skills." Jiang Wei blurted out in reply, "Ah, Rakshasa, just tell us directly. If we can kill that thing, we'll follow whatever you say." He spoke his thoughts. "First, let's kill a few small clay monsters. This time, let's not send Little Rabbit. Let's send Yuing instead." She happily said, "I think I figured it out." He and Yuing dashed towards the clay monsters. "Yuing, let the clay monsters copy you. Then we'll destroy them." She immediately agreed to his suggestion. She charged into the midst of the monsters. "I understand. You want to use those clay monsters to deal with the big red one, right?" Zhang Zhe replied, "That's right." He rushed towards that monster, smiling broadly. "Rakshasa, this plan is really clever. You're so good at coming up with ideas." Finally, after half an hour, a series of clay monsters in Yu Ying's form were annihilated, lying scattered on the ground. It seems like Act 2 is about to begin. He unleashed his ability. "Come out." The clay monsters immediately glared at him. Shan Wai couldn't help but exclaim, "So many Yu Yings. That big one is definitely going to suffer this time." Xiao Wei teased excitedly, "Brother-in-law, you can't even handle one of my sisters." "With so many, can you handle it?" She stood next to him, forcing a smile and scolding, "What a blabbermouth." But before they could act, De Jong exclaimed in panic, "Damn it! Someone got here first." Ahead, a group of people had quickly approached the clay monsters. Someone shouted in annoyance, "What a small world! Why is it her again?" That's right. The red-haired woman was indeed Fairy Luo Yan. Why was she here? She happily said to the person next to her, "Boss Gun God, we're so lucky. This swamp used to be full of clay monsters. Now there's not a single one left. The man standing next to him also commanded, "All troops, prepare to attack." He shouted, "Shield warriors ready. Mages prepare from a distance." Suddenly, a voice spoke up, "Brothers, wait." Immediately, everyone stopped and turned to look. The one who spoke was Dike Dung. He said, "Gentlemen, our friends are stuck next to that red mass of flesh. Attacking might injure them." Ignoring Tu Si Thuan and Jiao Quang's continuous pleas for help, Lord Gun God indifferently said, "What does that have to do with us? I don't know them." Dike Dung retorted, "Friend, what you're saying is a bit much. Even if you don't know them, you can't just harm people." Lac Nan pointed at Mong Deep and said irritably, "Little princess, why am I seeing you again?" "Boss Gun God, don't mind them, they're all shameless," he said coldly. "I don't have time to worry about that. Quickly destroy that red clay monster. I still have to lead the team to floor 21. After speaking, he raised his hand and commanded, "All troops attack." Inside the encirclement of the clay devils, Jiao Quang and Tu Si Thuan continuously shouted, "Save us!" Suddenly, a huge source of power struck right into their midst. Boss Gun God frowned. He snapped irritably, "Harder to deal with than I thought, but it's fine. If you can block magic, then I'll attack physically. Quickly get close for melee combat." To his battle cry, his teammates charged towards the monsters. Lac Nan haughtily stood with her hands on her hips and said, "You've definitely lost this time. We have hundreds of people. Once we deal with this giant red mud monster, all your efforts will be for nothing." Trong Trake suddenly discovered something. He said, "Everyone look." On the other side, strange, colorful streaks of light suddenly shot out from the mouths of the monsters. Those clay monsters seemed to erupt, swelling larger and larger to a terrifying degree. The crowd below immediately became chaotic. Not a few dodged while shouting, "This is really awful." One of them blurted out, "Look, what's being spat out isn't ordinary mud. It's living mud monsters." Sun Nguai looked down from above and also exclaimed, "That's disgusting. That red mud monster must have become a spirit." Dike Dung also agreed. With so many clay adventurers, the Tough Gun God team is definitely done for. Below, those people also quickly fled in a panic. Someone helplessly shouted, "Those clay monsters have all turned into human forms. Run!" Seeing the situation was bad, the gun god asked, "This giant mud monster has such terrifying abilities?" Lac Nan turned pale and stammered, "I didn't think so either." Dike Dung said, "Finally, I understand why there are so many red monsters in the mud pit. It turns out they were all spawned by that huge red monster." Trong Trake also whispered, "We should retreat for now. The situation here is too dangerous. Getting caught up in it would be very troublesome." Sun Nguai blurted out, "Those scoundrels dragged all the clay monsters here. Dik Jung Klai Oat, Zun, run fast." Noyetan couldn't help but worry as she looked at the situation. She was apprehensive. "Too many. What do we do now?" He immediately cast a spell. "Old Hack come out." A large dark purple dragon immediately appeared at his command. The black dragon soared forward, gliding past Lac Nan and the other person. Mong Deep mischievously teased, "Little fairy, you'll have to run fast. Those clay monsters seem to be catching up to you." Trong Sach realized, so that person is the rumored god of Rakshasa. No wonder the name sounded familiar. Lac Nan was furious. Damn it. Right behind them, their teammates ran scattered, while the red clay monster continuously chased and hunted them. Trong Trake ordered, "They've all been dragged away. Let's also get ready to make our move." Dike Dung agreed. "That's right. We must act quickly while no one is looking." Sude Li Nguyen shouted, "What ode?" Right in front of Hak Long, that ferocious red clay monster rushed very close. He tensed up. "Damn it, we absolutely can't let that mud hit Hak Long Vong." Trong Trake ordered, "Old Hak, get out of the way quickly." But it was too late. That red clay monster was already too close to Hak Long. The two were almost touching. From its mouth, a red liquid sprayed out. He worried. Things are really not looking good. Liu Feng shouted, "Oh hot no!" He was touched by the mud monster. That extremely bizarre red mud continuously moved without stopping. Very quickly after that, a body looking exactly like Trong Trake gradually formed. He tensely pointed forward. "Quick! Don't let it use its skill. We must destroy it immediately." Noyeon rushed forward, gritting her teeth. "We absolutely cannot let this guy cast a summoning spell." Swang Nguai shouted loudly. "That's right. If it summons a whole bunch like the clown and the blood-sucking count, then we're definitely doomed." That clay monster ran away, and everyone chased it in a panic. Someone wondered, "Don't let him escape. That's strange. Why isn't he summoning his subordinates?" Everyone saw it heading towards the huge pile of slime and panicked. "Oh no, it looks like it's trying to merge with that giant red mud monster." Chunok spoke up. "So that's why that red fleshy tumor was so powerful. It relied on spitting out clay monsters to mimic adventurers. Then it swallowed them, thereby acquiring their skills and attributes." Trong Trake vigilantly yelled, "Absolutely don't let it succeed. Chu Jiu, quickly restrain it." So Vi immediately obeyed. She cast her gravity suppression move. Immediately, the red clay monster in Trong Trake's form was heavily wounded. Chu Jiu successfully inflicted nearly 6,000 damage points. So Vi happily exclaimed, "That's so cool. It even deals damage. Is this the effect when gravity suppression levels up to 2? Dike Dung chuckled. "Not just that. Within the skill's range, it can also control groups of targets." Hearing that, she couldn't help but exclaim, "Amazing! It truly is a top-tier talent." Trong Trake watched the monster's retreating figure and shouted, "It seems to be calling for help. Quickly concentrate fire to eliminate it." Everyone responded in unison. "Understood." They rushed into close combat with the monster, splitting into 3 directions, attacking it simultaneously. Waiting for the monster to show signs of weakening, Swang Nguai looked back. "Brother Rakshasa, let him finish it off, okay?" He immediately agreed to his suggestion. Trong Trake used his famous Rakshasa move, striking the center of that clay monster's body. Swang Nguai spoke up. "Brother Rakshasa, if you summon a clay monster exactly like you, will it also be able to summon subordinates like you?" So Vi heard that and was very excited. She softly cheered. "Just hearing it sounds amazing. Brother-in-law, quickly try to summon." Trong Trake whispered, "I'm afraid it's not that simple. Let me try." With that, he knelt down and channeled energy through his arm. Following the blue light from Trong Trake's arm, a body looking exactly like him appeared. It knelt down and respectfully called out, "Master." He gently said, "Please use the summoning spell to call forth the subordinate." The humanoid replied, "I apologize, Master. I cannot, because there are no subordinates in my summoning space." Trong Trake crossed his arms, his expression unchanged. "Indeed, just as I predicted." Swang Nguai, standing nearby, remarked, "There's a reason why it couldn't summon subordinates when we attacked it." Dike Dung agreed, adding, "It seems that even if the Rakshasa clay monster has the exact same attributes and skills as Rakshasa, there are no subordinates in its summoning space." So Nguai sighed, "Oh my goodness, I've been worried sick all this time. Turns out he's just a lone commander." So Vi joyfully exclaimed, "I have an idea. Let Rakshasa kill a few more Rakshasa clay monsters and make them his subordinates. Then let them continue to kill other clay monsters and recruit more. We keep repeating this, constantly expanding. Finally, we can build a giant clay army." Trong Trake replied, "That's a pretty good idea, but it's quite difficult to implement and takes a lot of time." Swang Nguai wasn't too concerned. "Other matters can wait. Let's deal with this disgusting thing first." So Vi agreed. "Okay, saving people is the most important thing." The Zhao Kuang and Tuc Thuan brothers saw their group arrive and shouted, "Lord Rakshasa, you've finally returned." "I knew it. You definitely wouldn't abandon us brothers." He said, "Don't rush. We'll save you right away." He summoned a series of moon shadow clay demons, and they all called out, Master. Trong Trake extended his hand and raised his voice. Everyone, let's work together to destroy that giant red clay monster. A series of figures dashed forward and obediently replied, Okay. He used his hand to create a magic circle, saying, Let's add a little spice to it. With that, a surge of powerful energy crashed down upon the giant clay monster. The system announced, Effect activated. Damage and skill power increased by 50%. On this side, Swang Nguai's group also rushed into battle, while the clay monster continuously tasted the might of Lu Noyet Kan. Raging Dragon King. A storm surged and earth-shattering explosions filled the sky, blocking all visibility with smoke and dust, trapping the clay monster within. Smoke and dust billowed everywhere, sweeping up thousands of clay chunks that flew around. A sudden loud explosion erupted, and from the monster's body, hundreds of thousands of human figures burst out, formed by lower-level monsters. Trong Trake exclaimed, I didn't expect this giant clay monster to have swallowed so many adventurers. From within the gooey mess emerged a woman, named Clay Yuyan La. Noyetan marveled. Who is that clay girl? She's so beautiful. So Vi also agreed. She's like a fairy descending to earth. Trong Trake said, Clay Yuyan La, huh? So, was her original name Yuyan La? He couldn't help but feel tense. Why is the clay monster dead, but Clay Yuyan La still exists? Could it be? She is the original form of that red fleshy tumor. Everyone, quickly raise your guard. Don't get close. Dike Dung cautiously raised a shield and shouted, Everyone be careful. Get behind me. The woman stood in the red mud, gradually turning her attention towards them. Everyone was bewildered. She seemed to be moving, and Clay Yuyan La's eyes turned cold. She suddenly closed in on Trong Trake's position amidst the team's shouts of Be careful. Trong Trake muttered, Too fast. Clay Yuyan La swiftly swung her sword, unleashing her ultimate skill, Dragon's Breath Control. Its eyes flashed, and it galloped forward. So Vi, Swang Nguai, and Dike Dung were vigilant. She shouted, Brother-in-law, step back, let me control her. With all her inherent strength, Clay Yuyan La pressed her hands down, resisting the gravity suppression. Its eyes were obscured. It clenched its fists, its entire body radiating killing intent. The surrounding light was dazzling. So Vi exclaimed in shock, It can stand up. How can this be? My gravity suppression skill is already at level 2. How can it not hold it down? From a distance, Swang Nguai ran over with his sword. Trong Trake, I'm coming to save you. Suddenly, Clay Yuyan La turned around and delivered a fatal blow towards him. Damn it, this girl is too strong. All 4 of them gathered in a circle, confronting it directly. Each person who charged was controlled by Clay Yuyan La, swinging them away with each strike. Witnessing that scene, Swang Nguai and Dike Dung were filled with tension. Suddenly, Trong Trake shot an arrow towards it. In response to his provocation, Clay Yuyan La jumped up and stomped down forcefully. Both sides unleashed their moves, charging at each other without fear. Trong Trake commanded, Old Black, stop it quickly. Black Dragon immediately spread its wings, growling to display its power. The icy breath of the dragon was exhaled from its mouth, filled with coldness and vigor. Clay Yuyan La stood there and was hit directly by the breath. Seeing this, Swang Nguai cheered. It's frozen. But suddenly, the ice cracked. It easily broke through the ice and stepped out majestically. Swang Nguai cried out in horror. I didn't expect it could break the ice. This Clay Yuyan La is too strong. Its previous owner must have been at least a master-level expert. Dike Dung frowned. Trong Trake, come to me. I'll use my shield to block the attacks for you. Trong Trake refused. No, it's too fast. Let me think of something. Both of them braced for the personal domain attack from Clay Yuyan La. It blocked each attack. The effect activated. Attack speed reduced by 50%. Reaction speed and attack reduced by 50%. Trong Trake launched a skill while attacking. 2 personal domains activated their effects. Let's see if you can still be fast. Its illusions appeared continuously along with its ultimate move. All Clay Willow Yuyan La dolls, Activate blade attack. Its blade seemed to tear through space, launching a blade attack. The scene was filled with dazzling light. Clay Yuan-La was knocked down, flying through the swirling dust and smoke. Trong Trake sighed in relief. That was close. It's finally dealt with. But suddenly there was a shout. Trong Trake, be careful. Once again, Clay Yuan-La stood up, looking otherworldly. Swang Nguai couldn't believe his eyes. Holy crap, it's still not dead. So Vi was stunned. Truly a monster. It once again charged forward like a rocket. Clay Yuan-La swung each powerful, decisive sword strike. He clenched his fist. It seems this Yuan-La doll will target the one who threatens it most. The two stood on either side, looking at each other, waiting for the opponent to make a move. Swang Nguai and Noyeton held their swords, dashing swiftly with each step. Crazy power erupted along with a dazzling purple light. Dike Dung stood from afar, raising his shield to block it. Everyone was astonished and couldn't believe it. Everyone rushed in to defend, and a prominent blue light appeared, illuminating the entire space. Muetang, Teoto, and Dik Jung et Galim, Bitbo Lasat, we they're not dead yet. What's happening? Did she save us? A female figure appeared amidst the ethereal blue light. Trong Trake and Swang Nguai were suspicious. Who are you? Why did you save us? Her small, beautiful face appeared from behind her silky black hair. You are Trong Trake. Seeing that face, everyone was startled. She looks exactly like those Clay Yuan-La dolls. Trong Trake spoke up. You're Yuan-La? How do you know my real name? She gently replied. The mission you assigned me has been completed. With that, Yuan-La flashed a streak of blue across the space and vanished. I'm leaving now. Swang Nguai crossed his arms and scolded. Brother Trong Trake, when did you get to know someone so formidable and even dare to assign the missions? Trong Trake replied, how would I know? If I had known her before, I would have asked her to lead us straight to the 100th floor. Dike Dung wondered, could it be that this girl named Yuan-La mistook you for someone else? Noyeton disagreed. No, she even knows Trong Trake's real name. She definitely didn't make a mistake. He mused. I don't know why, but I have a feeling she's connected to Max. Seeing the pile of red stones appear, Chu though immediately cheered. Look, so many red stones. Mong Deep jumped up. This time we've hit the jackpot. Everyone gathered to discuss. Trong Trake realized, there are dozens of red stones here, enough for us to clear the stage and move to the next floor. Swang Nguai laughed heartily. What an unexpected joy. Quickly pick them all up. I'll sell the extra ones at a high price. Tiu Si Tai and Dua Quang ran over. Great God, Trong Trake, thank you so much. You saved us again. He replied politely. No need to be so polite. By the way, why are you all stuck here? The mention of it made Dua Quang frown. It's all because my brother was greedy. Tiu Si Tui sighed. It's also my fault. I thought I could kill the red clay monster, but I fell into a trap. Trong Trake exclaimed. Luckily everything's fine now. Remember to be more careful in the future. He hesitantly suggested. Lord Trong Trake, that person, my sister, and I also want to join your team. Is that okay? So Vi interjected. Sure. So now we have another pair of siblings. Dike Dung didn't object either. I have no opinion. What about you, Trong Trake? Sun Nguai smiled brightly. I think it's fine. From now on, our team will be even stronger. Trong Trake agreed. If everyone agrees, I won't object either. Everyone gathered around Dua Quang. So Vi laughed loudly. From now on, our team also has a fire mage. Chu Tho's eyes sparkled as she chimed in. Awesome. There's another girl on the team. He asked, oh right, Dua Quang. Your fire dance skill is an area of effect attack, isn't it? She replied, Tuc Tui teased. Oh, why do I have a feeling everyone's taking Dua Quang as the main prize, and I'm just a bonus item? At the same time, Yuan-La appeared before a colossal gate. Phi Tui approached from afar, suspiciously. Yuan-La, did you just come from the demon realm? She turned to look. Phi Tui, are you following me? Her voice was full of mockery. How dare I follow you? I just coincidentally discovered some things in the demon realm's data that shouldn't be there. Yunla glanced over. My business is none of your concern. They both walked into a large hall where a group of people was waiting. Mac frowned. Can you two have some concept of time? We've been waiting for you two for half an hour. Next to them were Boskio, a blonde girl munching on candy, and opposite them were Fwong Tu and a cloaked stranger. Sitting at the table, Phi Tui rested her chin on her hand, taunting. Sorry, I didn't mean to be late. I just coincidentally discovered someone secretly entering the demon city. Boss Kyo's face immediately hardened. The Lord has set a rule, forbidding us, the creators, from entering the demon realm. I hope everyone won't intentionally break the rules. Yuyan La quickly defended herself. Boss Kyo, I didn't interfere with anyone. I just came to deal with a clay monster I created long ago to prevent it from harming people. The blonde girl leaned in and asked, Yuyan La, you must have met a lot of humans in the demon realm, right? They're very foolish, aren't they? She denied, no, they are not foolish at all. Mac affirmed, that's right. Some of them are very smart. Last time, I was a temporary boss in the death realm, and the result, never mind. The blonde girl probed, did you lose? No way, Mac, you're a creator, and you were defeated by humans. Fwong Tu looked up. Is the person who defeated you still alive? What's his name? The man interrupted, Fwong Tu, what are you trying to do? He forced a smile. Nothing. I just wanted to go to the death realm to play. Maybe I'd run into that person. Boss Kyo reminded, everyone, please remember our identities. Now F-566 is about to be invaded and destroyed by C-987. The Divine Kingdom is preparing to break this balance. We cannot stand by and watch. The atmosphere was unusually quiet. Mac mused, what are we going to do? Interfere? That would be against the rules. Boss Kyo was also helpless. The Lord has a rule not to interfere, and I don't have any feasible solution yet. Fwong Tu suggested, on World F-566, there is a country called Daiha. People there often say, one mountain cannot have two tigers. I think we should just let things take their natural course. If the Lord were still alive, he would choose the same. Boss Kyo made a decision. All right, that's enough for today. Everyone go home and think more about it. We must find a way to solve this. Dismissed. Everyone stood up from the table, except Fwong Tu and Phi Tui. He whispered, Boss Kyo is starting to suspect. Will our plan be exposed? Fwong Tu didn't care much. Even if it's exposed, what then? As long as that person is killed, everything will end. He leaned his face closer. By then, you and I can also be free. No longer imprisoned in this damned temple of creation. Phi Tui sneered, after we're free, where will we go? On the 20th floor of the demon realm, a group of people was gathered. From afar, Mong Deep's loud laughter could be heard. This time we hit the jackpot. Among the crowd, Mong Deep was loudly hawking. Don't miss it as you pass by. An important item to clear the stage. Here's the red stone. No need for $99.99. No need for $999. Just 39 high-grade demon soul orbs can be exchanged for one. Dike Dung exclaimed. The little princess was truly born for business. She's doing great. The crowd immediately got excited and gathered around. I'll take two. I'll take one. Lacknan shouted loudly. I'll take 100. Seeing this, Trong Trake chuckled. So it's her. Dike Dung eagerly said, this time there's a good show to watch. As if striking gold, Mong Deep said smugly, oh my, what a coincidence. We meet again. Lacknan paused for a moment. Huh, why am I seeing her again? Mong Deep cheerfully asked, this customer, how many red stones do you want to buy? Lacknan said without hesitation, I want to buy 100 stones. I'm sure you'll hike up the price. Tell me, how much? To please the customer, Mong Deep smirked. It's not that much. Each stone is 999 high-grade demon soul orbs. Hearing that, Lacknan clenched her hand. I knew it. She turned to her companions and said, that hateful woman has never met you, so you could buy it for 39 demon soul orbs. Take all these demon souls. Go buy me 100 red stones. He replied, all right. Lacknan looked disdainful. That hateful woman, Trying to overcharge me? Dream on. A young man in a hooded shirt approached. Boss, that little princess increased the price. He grimaced. No matter who buys it, it's $9.99. Lacknan was surprised. What? She discovered my plan. Everyone turned to scold her. You damn woman, it's all your fault. She's raised the price of the red stones to $999. That's right, because of you. We can't afford red stones anymore. We'll have to go out and fight ourselves, which wastes both time and energy. It's infuriating. We'll have to go through the trouble of stealing red clay monsters again. You hateful woman, you damn woman, you're dragging us down with you. Don't let us see you out there. We'll beat you every time we do. Lacknan snapped. Little princess, just you wait, you hateful woman. She instructed her companions. That's enough for today. We'll fight again another day. Is it true that we can't clear the stage if we don't buy our stones? Everyone obeyed. All right, boss, then we'll log off too. Trong Trake and Dyke Dung happily watched the show. It seems that little female captive can't beat the little princess. Those two are truly sworn enemies. Seeing this, Sun Nguai spoke up. It's late. I'll log off first. I have to wake up early tomorrow to register for the military. Nguyen and you? She replied. Then I'll log off too. Dyke Dung reminded them. Yeah, everyone get some rest. The selling business can be handled by the little princess. Everyone said goodbye. Okay, see you tomorrow. Yeah, Brother Trong Trake, good luck. The next day, at the vast and immense military zone number 16, he saluted and reported. Report, Recruit Trong Trake reporting for duty. He folded his arms and instructed. Trong Trake, a martial arts student from Tan Dai Academy. But once you're here, you're just a soldier. Orders must be followed, absolute obedience. Understood. He replied. Yes, understood. Still not satisfied, he roared. Can't you hear me? Louder. Trong Trake shouted. Understood. He was pleased. Good. As he walked, he introduced. From now on, just call me Brother Vu. Chukum already told me about you. Don't worry. I'll arrange an easy task for you. Receiving this special favor, he replied. Yes, thank you, Brother Vu. He said warmly. Come, I'll show you your assignment. Two soldiers in mysterious hats appeared. They led Trong Trake to a mess hall, which made him wonder. Did we come to the wrong place? This seems to be a mess hall. The two did not deny it. No problem. From today onwards, you are a cook. Silence enveloped the night. A senior on the upper bunk turned down to start a conversation. Little Trong, you're new here. Brother Nge has to tell you one thing. In this unit, you can offend anyone, but never offend those who wear the mech warrior uniform. Zhang Ze was curious. Oh, why is that? Are they very formidable? The friend on the next bed interjected. Those are the mech pilots. It's a new unit established by the military, extremely impressive, especially the female captain of the mobile squad. He was surprised. There are women in the military, and a captain at that. Brother Nge leaned his whole body down. Yeah, her name seems to be Ding Ning. She's a very formidable person. Little Zhang, if you meet her, it's best to keep your distance. Zhang Ze replied. Ah, yes, thank you, Brother Nge. Then hesitated. All right, Brother Nge, I want to go into the demon abyss. He frantically warned. No, you can't. The military has regulations. Soldiers are not allowed to enter the demon abyss on their own. Hearing that, Zhang Ze was a bit dejected. I can't go into the demon abyss. The friend on the next bed continued. Actually, it's not a big deal. As long as the few of us don't tell anyone, and you're back before 7 a.m. tomorrow, it'll be fine. Brother Nge nodded. But little Zhang, you have to be careful yourself. Zhang Ze's voice was soft. Yes, Brother Nge, I remember. He quickly went to the demon abyss. Thank you, everyone. A moment later, Zhang Ze appeared inside the demon abyss. Everyone saw him and rushed over to ask, Brother Zhang Ze, how's military life? Are the old soldiers bullying you? He waved his hand. No, everything's fine. Zhang Zhe changed the subject. What are you all discussing? Di Yong immediately explained. We're studying the strategy for the 21st floor of the Demon Abyss. It feels quite strange. Zhang Zhe repeated. Strange? Various scenes within the Demon Abyss appeared with countless challenges. Di Yong pointed and explained. Look, after entering the next floor, you'll see 3 doors. Behind each door is a confined space. Inside, all sorts of monsters will appear. If you're lucky, you'll only encounter small monsters. If you're unlucky, each door will have a boss. We have to pass through at least 6 doors to reach the final stone door. The 4 of them stood majestically. Zhang Zhe asked, So, we just need to defeat the monsters behind 6 doors to clear the stage, right? Di Yong affirmed confidently. That's right. He confidently said, Based on our team's strength, fighting 6 monsters isn't too difficult. Let's get ready to go. The whole group stepped into the mysterious blue gate. All right, let's go. Here's the 21st floor of the Demon Abyss. The 21st floor of the Demon Abyss was incredibly vast, both mysterious and dangerous. A long line of people stood before 3 doors. One person spoke up. The red wooden door. I once saw a guide from a master. He said entering the red door always leads to small monsters. It's a smooth path to the final stone door. Another person immediately refuted. Come on. I had a buddy who read that same article, went into the red door, and was never seen again. A young man explained. This is random. It has nothing to do with color. It's completely up to luck. The sounds of people chattering filled the air. So confused, I have decision paralysis. Can someone choose for me? Why worry so much? Just push a door and go in. Leave it to fate. Zhang Zhe's group was deliberating. Black, red, white, which door do you all choose? Sun Niguai stammered. I've always been unlucky. You guys choose. Zhang Zhe then said. Brother Di Yong, you choose. We won't blame you whether it's right or wrong. Everyone chimed in. That's right. With their trust, he made a choice. All right, then let's choose the white wooden door. Sun Niguai immediately pointed to it. All right, the white door it is. Zhang Zhe calculated. 2 groups have already pushed through the doors. I wonder what their situation is like. Di Yong approached the doorknob. Is everyone ready? They all responded in unison, ready. Let's go. A blank white space enveloped them. Chu, though, immediately noticed. Oh, the door behind us closed. He warned everyone. Get ready for battle. Monsters could appear at any moment. Suddenly, a squad of armored soldiers appeared with an extremely chilling aura. They flew at incredible speed towards Zhang Zhe's group. He quickly reacted, parrying each formidable blow. The armored soldiers were successively flung far away, with immense power. Sun Niguai and Noyeton combined perfectly to strike back at their opponents. The idiom group was astonished. Is that all? I thought something terrifying would appear. Turns out that's it. Zhang Zhe wasn't complacent. Looks like we're lucky. The monsters in the first room are very simple. The group continued towards the door. Dike Dung noticed something unusual. Something's not right. The door couldn't be opened. Suddenly, it grew dark all around, accompanied by loud shouts. Kill! The ironclad army rose up, charging madly. Kill them all. Kill, kill. They seemed stronger, springing up and flying forward. Jiu Kuang drew her weapon, emitting streaks of fiery red sparks. The armored soldiers panicked, screaming and raising their arms to resist the rain of fire. Dike Dung fumbled with the door, still unable to open it. Zhang Zhe stood tense, wondering how many waves of monsters this room would have. There's no choice but to fend off each wave. The group of soldiers charged again with shouts. Careful! Noyeton leaped up, swinging her sword with mighty strokes. The doorknob suddenly wobbled. Dike Dung sighed in relief. It's moving this time. He surveyed the situation around them. Great! I'm sure we've cleared everything this time. Everyone else looked too. Probably so. Everyone stepped through the next door together. Sun Niguai realized We didn't lose anything this round. Straight to the next door. He replied, Yeah, I think that's good. Dike Dung led the way. Then I'll go first. Everyone follow me. It was another overwhelmingly vast room. Yu Kwong was slightly afraid. Why does it look exactly like the previous room? Mong Deep looked around in horror. Yeah, if we stay like this forever, I'm afraid I'll go crazy. Suddenly, a bee-bodied beast flew into the middle of the room. Zhang Ze noticed it first and yelled, Careful. The enormous hornet shot venom towards Zhang Ze's group. Dike Dung timely used his shield to protect everyone. He tried his best to defend. The venom is too strong. My shield might not hold out much longer. He yelled, Find an opportunity to counterattack. Xiao Jiao, focus on suppressing the biggest one. Xiao Wei replied, Okay. Suddenly, a loud shout, Create gravity. The suppressed bees were pushed down. Tu Si Tai appeared. I'm here to help too. He was grazed by the wasp's venom on his right arm. Tu Si Tai cried out in pain. Oh no, I'm paralyzed. Yao Guang panicked. Brother, I'm coming to save you. She used her scepter to unleash a large flame towards the wasp. Zhang Ze spoke up. So these wasps are afraid of fire. Sun Nguai laughed gleefully. That's right, but it seems like each new wave is bigger. Xiao Wei yelled, Dragon King, shut your big mouth, will you? He reminded, Xiao Jiao, focus on suppressing them. She created a magic circle. Watch me suppress these 3 at once. Yao Guan shouted, Rain of fire. Yu Ying rushed over. Dragon King, we're here to help too. He replied, Okay. The wasps rushed forward at high speed. Zhang Ze tensed. They're coming again. Everyone fall back. Xiao Wei was stunned. This time they're too big. He spoke up. I have a plan. Follow me. Zhang Ze directed. They're too big to move flexibly. Let's circle around and attack from behind. Sun Nguai laughed loudly. That's a great plan, Brother Rakshasa. He exclaimed excitedly. This is awesome. These huge ones can't move at all. Di Dung suggested. It seems there are no more monsters. Let me try opening the door. Zhang Ze agreed. Okay. He joyfully shouted. The door's open. He led the way, reminding everyone, Be careful. We don't know what's in the next room. Zhang Ze was surprised. It's a goblin. Xiao Wei peered around curiously. Di Dung suddenly lunged forward, startling the goblin. It quickly turned its back and ran. Yao Guang immediately unleashed fire. The flames shot towards the goblin. In an instant, an explosion erupted before their eyes. Everyone stood silently, observing. Yu Ying suddenly spoke up. Another goblin just appeared over there. Chunak looked over, but it seems its size hasn't changed. Sun Nguai shouted loudly, Leave this to me. He struck down hard from above at the goblin's position, and it vanished. Di Dung tensed. The goblin dodged the attack again. Dragon King, be careful. This time it's not like before. Suddenly, the goblin appeared right in front of Sun Nguai. He struggled to fend it off. Damn it, this goblin is too strong. Zhang Ze's group collectively rushed to attack the goblin. Everyone focused their skills on it at once. The goblin escaped and reappeared on another side. It swung its staff and lunged toward Xiao Wei. Di Dung timely used his shield to block the goblin's attack and protect her. Yu Ying swung her sword and shouted, I'll handle it. Sun Nguai was surprised. What? It dodged again. Zhang Ze summoned the Rakshasa clay golem. It seems this goblin has higher stats now. He and it both drew their bows and aimed. It quickly weaved and dodged each arrow. The goblin jumped towards Zhang Ze, shouting. He immediately summoned his bloodkin and ordered, Restrain it. Receiving the order, he quickly charged forward. The bloodkin scoffed. You low-level creatures, how dare you touch my master with those filthy hands? Zhang Ze shouted loudly, Clay Rakshasa, deal with it, and then summon another subordinate for yourself. It replied, Order received. The arrow pierced directly into the goblin's head. Sun Nguai warned. Everyone be careful. The next one will be even stronger. Dike Dung shouted. It's here. Everyone watch out. He rushed forward. Striking first is an advantage. Take this. Sun Nguai slammed his weapon directly into its face. The goblin stood still, its face ferocious and filled with killing intent. He was furious. What the hell? My charged attack only did this much damage. Zhang Ze warned. Dragon King, be careful. The goblin attacked Sun Nguai directly. He was repeatedly hit by it and sent flying upwards. Sun Nguai coughed up blood. He quickly ordered, Quick, save Dragon King. A few more hits and Dragon King will be dead. Dike Dung ran over. Dragon King, quickly get behind me. The goblin high up swung its weapon, shattering the arrows Zhang Ze shot. Noyedon was shocked. The Rakshas's arrows were shattered by it? Is this a goblin? It almost killed me just now. He replied, It seems this goblin is a strength-enhanced type. Strength increased, but not necessarily agility. I'll deal with it. Dong Dao Kong Dong Tin rushed to Zhang Ze's front. He attacked the goblin with speed. It was slashed, bleeding from its head. Sun Nguai was excited. Kong Dong Tin, you're amazing. Take it down slowly. Dike Dung spoke up. Strength without speed is useless anyway. Noyedon was vigilant. It seems no new monsters are appearing anymore. He suggested, Let me try opening the door. Sun Nguai spoke confidently. This room feels a bit too easy to clear. Zhao Vai was annoyed. Dragon King, don't be so arrogant. If we hadn't saved you earlier, you'd be dead for sure. Suddenly, he exclaimed, This is a beastman swordsman, a clay swordsman sitting there proudly. Zhang Ze hastily reminded, Beastman swordsmen are not easy to deal with. Everyone needs to be even more careful on this floor. Sun Nguai was wary. A swordsman shot their bow so expertly on the first floor, let alone this floor. He wondered, So what do we do now? She raised her sword and said, I've learned the swordsman's blade aura skill. Let me handle this floor as a sign of respect. Zhao Vai reminded, Sister, be careful. Noyedon replied, Noyedon slowly approached, releasing a flow of energy around herself. The clay swordsman watched silently. He stood up, unleashing his power, holding two swords. Noyedon shouted, Come on. The clay swordsman excitedly attacked. He and she fought fiercely. Noyedon focused intensely. The blade aura you taught me. I've comprehended a new ultimate skill. Please advise. She slashed powerfully, releasing a sword-like energy towards the clay swordsman. Zhao Vai was surprised. Oh my, since when did Noyedon master this move? It's truly man and blade as one. Sister Noyedon is so formidable. Zhang Ze explained, This is a new ultimate skill that Noyedon cultivated during the simulation process, maximizing the power of the blade aura attack. He refused to give up, his sword still like the wind. The clay swordsman's sword strikes lashed out powerfully. He watched intently, when suddenly the clay swordsman was knocked back. She stepped forward. Teacher, I've finally defeated you. Zhang Ze shouted, Noyedon, come back quickly. The second swordsman beast has appeared. Dike Dung rushed over to assist. Let's go together. Sun Nguai also advanced. All right, a strong tiger can't defeat a pack of wolves. He drew his bow. Everyone, don't give it a chance to counterattack. She replied, Understood. The clay swordsman was attacked from multiple sides. He fell and then disappeared. Zhang Ze was vigilant. It was dealt with so quickly. He spoke. This swordsman beast doesn't feel any different from the first one. He reminded, Don't be careless. Let's see what the third one is like. Maybe we can find a pattern. Noyedon shouted, It's here. Sun Nguai rushed forward full of momentum. Perfect timing. Take a hit from my staff first. He struck the clay Rakshas's head hard, but it was immune and unaffected. The clay swordsman swung its sword, and Sun Nguai was immediately sent flying far away. Dike Dung quickly rushed to assist. Dragon King is in danger. Save him quickly. Noyedon gestured. Dragon King, fall back quickly. She swung her sword. Let me slice it. Noyedon attacked, but it was useless. He and Zhang Zhe were surprised. What now? Immune again. Even Noyedon's attack was immune. Dong Dao Kong Dongtin retorted. I don't believe there's an ability that's immune forever. He attacked frantically. Die. Zhao Vai was overjoyed. It worked. So powerful. We defeated it. Daikdung wondered how. Why wasn't Kong Dongtin's attack immune? Sun Nguai laughed happily. That's right. We're all physical attackers. How could that be? Zhang Zhe spoke up. I understand. Everyone, think about it. Noyedon killed the first swordsman, and Dragon King killed the second swordsman. So the third swordsman was immune to their attacks. He suggested. This could very well be the pattern. Zhao Vai suddenly shouted. Look, the fourth swordsman has appeared. He replied. Perfect. We can conduct an experiment. Kong Dong Tin, it's your turn. Dong Dao Dong Tin rushed forward. All right, I'll try first. Daikdung shouted. I'll draw its attention. He attacked the clay swordsman from behind. Indeed, it's immune. Zhang Zhe commanded. Just as I guessed. Tuc Tai, it's your turn. He replied. All right. Daikdung struggled to withstand the clay swordsman's attacks. He was continuously attacked from behind. The clay Rakshasa was pierced through the chest by Zhang Ze's arrow. Daikdung said, It seems like what the Rakshasa said is true. Each time the swordsman beast respawns, it remembers its previous death. That means it's immune to all skills that previously killed it. Sun Nguai laughed excitedly. Next, Tuc Tai's skills will also be immune. He directed. As for the next swordsman, let Ju Kuang deal with it. Chu Ju, focus on controlling it. For the last one, I'll think of a way. Zhao Vai replied. All right, brother-in-law. 10 minutes later, the annoyed vampire said, Sword Dao, eternal existence. This beastman's blood stinks. Zhang Zhe was relieved. It's finally dealt with. He commanded, Clay Rakshasa, as usual, you go summon it. Clay Rakshasa obeyed. All right, master. It concentrated its power into the ground, and a magic circle appeared. Clay Rakshasa shouted, Sword, swift as the wind. Zhang Zhe announced, The next stage is open. Let's go quickly. Yu Ying replied casually, Okay. Everyone turned and left. Let's go. We passed another stage. Shan Wai blurted out, What the hell is this? A future warrior. Zhao Vai was surprised. Are there such future warrior monsters in the demon realm? He calmly reassured, This is the last room. Everyone don't act rashly. If you don't understand the opponent, it's easy to suffer losses. The goblin spoke up. Intruder detected. It stood proudly with a sword, waiting. Zhang Zhe instructed, First, send a subordinate to scout. Clay Rakshasa replied, Understood, master. It summoned sprites. The sprites rushed forward to attack and clung tightly to the goblin. Dion was surprised. This future warrior's normal attack isn't low at all. He yelled, Summon the Beastman swordsman too. The swordsman appeared. Sword, swift as the wind. He wondered, this future warrior only knows how to use normal attacks. Could he just be a minor monster? Zhao Vai was doubtful, but his normal attack damage is too high. His saber is so cool too. I wonder if it will drop. Shan Wai calmly replied, Really? Then I'll go help too. A voice rang out. Nonsense. There's no reward. The goblin appeared from another direction and spoke. This time, I will not fail again. Everyone was surprised. We didn't expect it to be a talking humanoid monster. Zhang Zhe yelled, Be careful. There's something wrong with this monster. He commanded, Pay attention to protecting yourselves. Clay Rakshasa leaped high. Understood, master. The swordsmen and sprites rushed to attack. Don't even think of escaping. It easily dodged them. Everyone was astonished. It actually dodged the attacks from the swordsmen and sprites. Shan Wei rushed over to help. Let me teach it a lesson. The goblin dodged all of his moves. Dong Dao Kong Dong Tin was surprised. Oh, how are we supposed to fight like this? Zhang Zhe yelled, I know. It's like the previous room. It will dodge attacks that have been used by enemies before. Tuc Tai go. He quickly obeyed. All right. Tuc Tai's attack worked, and he laughed loudly. It's true after all. Di Yong suggested. We found the pattern. Let me tank the damage. He instructed. Next, Dong Tin, prepare. He replied. Okay. Many arrows from Clay Rakshasa and Zhang Zhe shot towards the goblin. It collapsed to the ground. You intruders, I will eliminate you in the future. He relaxed his guard. Finally, the sixth one is dealt with. Di Yong laughed helplessly. Fortunately, this room only had normal, minor monsters, so the difficulty wasn't high. Suddenly, the system announced, Congratulations on passing the trial. A treasure chest appeared. Xiao Wei was excited. A treasure chest. So it turns out passing this level of the demon realm actually has a treasure chest. Di Yong spoke up. Quick, look at the stage passing keys, demon soul orbs, and weapon equipment. There's a lot of stuff. Zhang Zhe suggested, one key for each person. And weapon equipment can be distributed based on needs. She was delighted. Finally, we're about to leave this place. White walls everywhere, I'm going crazy. He agreed. That's right, we've been here for 5 or 6 hours. It's really a bit tiring. You replied. Let's check the loot. Let's go out. The scene changes to everyone gathered in this place. They talked among themselves. It seemed not every team made it here smoothly. That's right, there aren't many teams like ours that didn't lose members. Haha, mainly because we're too strong. Dong Dao spoke up calmly, urging them on. Let's go. Let's head to the next level. Zhang Zhe said. We passed another level. So exciting. Shan Wei also stirred. Let's go. There's a longer path ahead waiting for us. The scene changes. Now they are at the 22nd level of the demon realm. A pillar of light appeared. What's going on? Is this an altar? Zhang Zhe wondered. What exactly happened here? This place looks so grim. Ewing stepped forward to observe. It seems this is indeed an altar, but why are only we here? Where are the others? Seeing this, he immediately informed everyone. No need to search anymore. The other adventurers have all been scattered and appeared in different locations. I remember now. The guide named this demon realm level Corpse Siege. This is a special type of demon realm. We must fulfill certain conditions to pass the trial. Xiao Wei wondered, fulfill what conditions? Just then, the system announced, mission, rescue 10 people, and bring them to a safe zone. Xiao Tu warned her teammates, look. A mission notification appeared. We need to rescue 10 people to pass the trial. Di Yong was stunned. We have 13 people. So, we need to rescue 130 people. That's quite a large number. Zhang Zhe spoke up. Sorry, everyone. I have to go offline now. If I'm found not to be in the dorm, it'll be a lot of trouble. Di Yong also understood his situation and said, That's right. Military discipline is very strict. Ewing added, It's indeed late. I also need to hurry and get some beauty sleep. After that, everyone else also went offline. Well then, I'll go to the simulation room to continue training. Di Yong wondered, Oh, right. Brother Rakshasa, how's military life? Which squad were you assigned to? Zhang Zhe replied, Well, perhaps it's inconvenient to say. The next morning. All right. Everyone's here. Next, let's begin today's mission. Zhang Zhe spoke up. Brother Yu, does our squad have a combat mission today? Brother Yu replied sternly. Of course. Our squad's mission today is extremely difficult. He explained in detail. Zizhang, your mission today is to prepare vegetables. He was stunned. Huh, so much. But everything had to be finished. At 8 p.m., Zhang Zhe folded his arms and let out a sigh. Finally, it's done. It's already 8 o'clock. I have to quickly enter the demon realm. Inside the demon realm, on the 22nd floor. When Zhang Zhe appeared, everyone was already waiting there. Brother-in-law, you're here. My sister and everyone stayed online for more than an hour longer yesterday before going offline. They'll probably be a bit late today. He replied. I've also been busy all day. She said. They're all working very hard. We can't fall behind either. Xiao Niao, let's also go to the simulation room to train a bit. Xiao Niao replied. Okay. Zhang Zhe spoke up. Go on. It just so happens I should also go check on Elsa for a bit. Then, all three of them put on black sunglasses. They immediately appeared at the spirit square. Seeing the little spirit training, Zhang Zhe encouraged. This kid is really diligent. He opened the system to view information and said, she's almost at level 2. It's just that she's still very far from level 30. Outside, everyone was chatting with each other. It seems they still haven't left the simulation room. That must be it. Our group is all cultivating diligently now. I've sent the messages. I believe they'll come immediately when they see them. Dong Yao asked calmly. Where are we going to find survivors today? Shan Wai exclaimed excitedly. Just go wherever there are many people. We need to find a total of 130 survivors. Di Yong added. It's not that simple. There are many malicious adventurers who will attack survivors protected by other teams. Seeing this, Shan Wai cursed in surprise. Damn it, those villains. Then it's too difficult. There are 13 of us, and we have to protect 130 people. Di Yong replied. Therefore, we must think of another way. Just then, Zhang Zhe's group appeared. We're here. Has everyone arrived? Di Yong replied. We're discussing where to find survivors. Yuing asked everyone. Any ideas? Di Yong said worriedly. We haven't thought of any good methods yet. Then Zhang Zhe suggested. Anyway, we can't just stay in this room forever. Let's go out and see the situation first. Scene changed to a ruined city. Shan Wai bravely stepped forward, raising his arm to encourage everyone. That's right, come rain or shine. Let's just go out first and see. I'll lead the way. Zhang Zhe agreed. Okay. Everyone, stick together closely. The group replied. Okay. But as they stepped in, something repulsed them. What is that smell? It's truly disgusting. Dong Dao replied unfazed. We're on the 16th floor. We need to go down floor by floor. Everyone, be careful. Zhang Zhe wondered. Such a tall building. Isn't there an elevator? Xiao Tu said. This is already the apocalypse. Elevators don't have power anymore. He also replied somewhat bewildered. Oh, right. After walking for a while, something stirred, and Zhang Zhe suddenly turned his head. A foul-smelling corpse appeared before them. An alarm sounded. The corpse has appeared. Di Yong charged forward with his massive flaming shield. Let me. Don't be afraid. Immediately, the corpse was flung 8 meters away. The system displayed, -2557. Colossus. Di Yong wondered. What's going on? Zhang Zhe warned. Everyone be careful. The corpse isn't dead yet. The corpse's belly gradually swelled. Immediately, Dong Dao, unfazed, shot an arrow into it. He called out a warning. Careful. At this moment, a notification appeared. -4899 Rakshasa. Mu Kuang unleashed fire. Fire rain. What the hell is this? It's overwhelming. Zhang Zhe warned. Everyone, pay attention. Zombies might not be killed in one go. I'll cover the rear. Long Vong. Yuing. You two go check the rooms on the left and right. See if there are any survivors. Everyone acknowledged the order. Okay. Yuing and Sun Nguai simultaneously kicked open the doors of each room. She looked inside. No survivors. He replied. Nothing on my end either. Di Yong suggested. Then let's continue searching downstairs. Shan Wai agreed. All right. Zhang Zhe shouted. Be careful. There's someone over there. The group in front became cautious. Don't come closer. Xiao Wei tried to explain. We don't mean any harm. We just want to leave here and go somewhere else to find survivors. Xiao Tu spoke up. Let's go. Meng Dai was delighted. Oh my God. We finally escaped. I was scared to death. Zhang Zhe looked around. This place is just like that collapsed zone in our world. Before them was a scene of ruin and desolation. Everyone gasped. It's awful. Such a desolate world. Could it be an omen for reality? It really looks like Collapse Zone, all ravaged by demonic creatures. Sean Y wondered. You've also been to that collapsed zone, where ordinary people aren't allowed. Susui looked uneasy. I'm a photojournalist. I have a permit to enter the collapsed zone. He was stunned. I didn't expect you to be a journalist. That's really impressive. Brother Susui. He gave an embarrassed smile. He replied, It's nothing impressive. Just trying to make a living. He observed the situation. It seems this area is remote, with few zombies and few living people. De Jong agreed. That's right. We should go to a crowded place and check. A loud cry caught their attention. Help me! Someone help us! Ewing exclaimed. Did you hear that? Someone's calling for help. Zhangze quickly said. Go! Let's go check it out. The woman rushed. Help! Save us! Sun Nguai was anxious. Finally, we found survivors. Quickly, save them! Tu Tai yelled. Everyone charge. Be careful. Suddenly, a horde of zombies appeared. Truong Trait Duong shot his bow. Ju Kwong and Chi Thursday rushed towards the monster horde. She gestured. I'll handle the ones behind us. He replied. Okay. Dike Duong ran to protect the mother and child. Quickly, hide behind me. Truong Trait commanded. The zombies are getting more numerous. We must protect the survivors. Sun Nguai was full of confidence. Okay. Don't worry. I'll crush these zombies. Noyedon was startled, noticing behind her. So many zombies over there. There must be survivors. Other adventurers have arrived. Dike Dung yelled. Another group appeared over there too. He turned to look. So it's them. The battle between the two sides was extremely fierce. Tran Fong sneered. I wondered who it was. Turns out it's last Saturday. Today, enemies truly meet face to face. Truong Trait spoke. Tran Fong, you colluded with the light god. You'll surely come to no good end. He angrily grabbed his bow and arrow. Last Saturday. No, it should be Truong Trait. You've ruined our plans countless times. The Tran family has long been fed up with you. And you're so oblivious. Tran Fong commanded. Then just die here. Fong Van charged forward. Charge. He swung his sword. Even if you are Lasat, if you don't know your place, there's only death for you. Noyedon blocked Fong Van's attack. Last Saturday. Be careful, he exclaimed. Nguyeteng. Truong Trait became furious. You all truly don't know your place. Today, I'll settle the score. Chu He. Batuak suck blood. Dark Dragon King. Come out. Chu He and the monsters appeared. Master. He commanded. Kill all of them for me. It received the order. Yes. Yes, Master. The black dragon breathed fire, making those people shriek in terror. It's the Dark Dragon King. The crowd fled in fear. Why is there another Dark Dragon King? Is this person Lasat? Run. Our lives are more important. Chewie threw a square box. Let's play a game. Those caught in the attack were incinerated by fire. Truong Trait directed. Suck blood. Release black mist. Obscure their vision. Protect everyone. The Blood Clan replied with a laugh. Yes. Having received Truong Trait's command, the Blood Clan immediately activated the black mist. Noyedon took the opportunity to direct her teammates. With the black mist covering us, don't let them charge forward. Sun Nguai fought with increasing vigor. All right, watch me smash these pieces of trash, enveloped by the thick mist. Tran Fong called out loudly. Lasat, do you think I can't do anything to you if you hide in the black mist? There are so many of us. Let's see how long you can hide. Fong Van threatened. The black mist won't last long. It will disappear. Even boss skills can't be permanent. All range classes, prepare. As soon as they appear, hit them hard. Tran Fong swore that. Truong Trait. Nguyeteng. Today, I'll make you two a pair of doomed lovers. His subordinates quickly drew their bows and shot towards the target. Provoked by the opponent, the black dragon roared, making them even more enthusiastic. They're here, attack. It retaliated by spewing out a massive stream of flames. Zhangze instructed. Old Black, Don't get entangled with them. Fly higher quickly. Having missed the opportunity, Feng Yun regretfully said, "We can't fly. It's truly a great disadvantage." He added, "That's right, otherwise, none of them would leave here alive today." Having just escaped danger, they panicked when they heard movement behind them. "Damn, what's wrong?" The boy cried heartbrokenly when he saw his mother hit by an arrow. Someone realized, "It's over. It must have been when we flew out of the fog patch just now." "Hit by an arrow?" Meng Dai exclaimed nervously. "No way. It was so hard to find two survivors, and now one of them is dead. This stage is too difficult." Yu Ying reminded, "Princess, watch your language. There are children here." Shuang Niguai couldn't help but curse. "These bastards, these scoundrels are bullying people too much. Rakshasa. Release the Dark Dragon King. I'll go back and kill them." Xiao Wei advised, "Don't get angry. There are dozens of them." Zhang Zhe actually agreed. "No, we're going back." Yu Ying quickly stopped him. "Rakshasa, don't be rash." Di Yong asked confidently, "Brother, is there any way to defeat them?" He swore, "Today we must make them pay. We have the aerial advantage. We must use it." Zhang Zhe immediately ordered the Black Dragon, "Old Black, turn back." He first summoned the Mud Rakshasa here. "Join me in casting your personal domain." The other party immediately complied. "Yes, Master." The system announced, "Personal domain activated, awakening effect. Skill damage increased by 50%. Shuang Niguai happily looked at the initial result. Excellent. Chen Feng's side stared blankly at the blue light, enveloping the surroundings. "Look, that black dragon is coming back again. What the hell is this?" Zhang Zhe then directed, "Next, it's your two's turn to perform." Shuang Niguai exclaimed in surprise, "Oh my god, skill damage has increased by 100%. Miao Guang was also shocked. "My fire dance originally dealt about 3,000 damage, so now it's 6,000? He excitedly continued, "This time they've had enough." Seeing the whole team in a panic, Feng Yun reassured them, "It's okay. There are many of us. They probably won't dare to come down." Chun Feng even provoked, "Hey, if you dare, come down here." The black dragon roared majestically and flew straight down, responding to the opponent's challenge. At this moment, countless sharp ice shards fell from the sky, continuously deducting a lot of their health. Night's autumn. The whole group began to panic. "I'm frozen in place. Where's the support mage? Quickly dispel my frozen status. Why is this ice rain suddenly so strong? I'm almost out of health after 3 hits. Before, I was fine after 5 or 6 hits. Where's the healing mage? Heal me quickly. My health potions are all used up. Don't just stand there, run. Otherwise, we'll all be frozen." The second wave of attack came from Miao Guang's fire dance. Shuang Niguai gloated, "Let me give you a taste of what it's like to experience both ice and fire." Two opposing forces, ice and fire, simultaneously rained down on the group, heavily deducting their health points by nearly 20,000. The system announced to Miao Guang, "Your fire dance skill has killed Wang Xiao Den Dan Xiao, Mo Shi Yan Jie, and Jia Zhi Shu Lang." She happily exclaimed, "I've never felt so exhilarated." He shared the same feeling. "Damn, that was awesome. Too bad I'm not a mage." The opponents scattered like a swarm of bees, shouting, "Run for your lives." Feng Yun imperiously ordered, "Don't panic. Everyone to your positions. Those who heal, heal. Those who attack, attack." They didn't listen. "I don't need the money anymore. Saving my life is more important. Run or you'll die. Next time, I definitely won't dare to provoke Great God Rakshasa again." He advised, "Young Master Chen, the situation is disadvantageous for us. Maybe we should retreat first." He wasn't stubborn either. "All right." Standing on the black dragon's back, observing the situation, the 3 people from Shuang Niguai's group happily took turns speaking. "We chased them away. Consider this a lesson for them. There's so much loot on the ground. I'm rich this time." Meng Dai stepped forward to collect all the loot. Zhang Ze laughed proudly. Their soul hooks, medicines, and even weapons and equipment were so rich. Di-Yong was a little displeased that there was a good amount of loot, but it was a pity there were still no survivors. He had an idea. I just thought, these survivors would definitely gather to warm up. Who knows? There might be a base of theirs somewhere in the city. That surviving child was still crying. Mom's gone. I want to find Dad. Zhang Ze asked, "Do you know where your dad is?" The boy revealed, "Mom said Dad is in the tallest building in this city." The group moved to that skyscraper. Yu Ying believed there must be many survivors there. Di-Yong exclaimed admiringly, "Luosha, you're truly amazing. You solved my problem in one go."